I obviously awakened my psychic talent 2.5 years in advance, but only awakened the lowest level abstract talent, split personality. Not only was I removed from the academy that used to be proud of me, but I was also deprived of the cultivation resources that belonged to me, and was even broken up with by my schoolgirl girlfriend in public, to which I cared nothing, only because on that day, a blood-colored totem of sun lips bloomed in my eyes. What is this place? Why am I here? What is at the end of the scroll? That is, the gods. With my Yanhuang bloodline, call upon the souls of my Chinese gods. God's might and heaven's help is broken, but the green lotus has the will to be chivalrous. Don't say that the red dust has no sword immortals. 30 years of fame and fortune, 8,000 miles of clouds and the moon. It's easy to shake the mountains, but it's hard to shake the Yu family army. Roaring sky. Let's go. Let's go and kill the gods, before Zhengdao goes down the mountain. All the ghosts in the world have no scruples. Just kowtow. The cow's head and body can taste 100 herbs, and the incense can cure 1,000 diseases. Who says, I can only awaken once? At this moment, the excited voice of the awakening master came out. Star Ocean Academy's Lu Ruyan. Awakening talent Mu Light Elf. Summoning department, SS rank. Rank 2. Ruyan Lu. Worthy of being the school beauty of Star Ocean Academy. Not only her face value is high, her talent is also frighteningly high, ranking second on the list. Only the monster Lu Lin from Spirit Peak Academy can suppress her. Mr. Wang Lai, go ahead and laugh. This time Star Ocean is directly overpowering you guys. Xia Yun rolled her eyes. Wang Lai's smile had frozen. Ruyan, I knew you were the best. Lu Ruyan walked down the spirit formation amidst the burning eyes of the crowd, and her best friend Wei Qianxian ran straight over. Thank you, Qian Qian Bao. I am so happy. I told you. You have a good family background. You're pretty, and your talent is so strong. That Li Yubai doesn't deserve you at all. I was right when I advised you to break up. Ruyan Lu was pulled away by Qianwei and deliberately dragged to a seat near me. Ruyan, I'm telling you, Zheng Chen has also awakened his S-rank talent. You two are practically a match made in heaven. Lu Ruyan blushed. You're annoying. I haven't promised him yet. So what? Even though Zhang Chen's talent is a bit worse than yours, it's still better than some E-ranked people. Wei Qianxian pointed at me on the side. We're not from the same world anymore. She directly roared out loud. You two cuties, could you please be quiet? My voice was weak as I slowly got up and took a step towards the awakening spirit formation under the gazes of two people who wanted to eat me. Congratulations! Star Ocean Academy has had a bumper crop this year. You've awakened the most S-class students on the list this year, especially that Ruyan Lu's talent. Even I want to scoop her up. It's really congratulatory. On the other side of the stage, the teachers of Star Ocean Academy were already overjoyed. Ever since that incident last year, Star Ocean had been used as a laughingstock by other academies, and today they could be considered to have raised their eyebrows. While the crowd was immersed in joy, the staff member next to them directly shouted, "Look, do you recognize that student?" By now there was a panic on stage, with several staff members deadlocked on a teenager. Stop! You don't belong to any academy and are not qualified to enter the spirit formation. I kept struggling and rushed towards the awakening spirit formation amidst the crowd's interception. Li Yubai, what is he going to do? Nonsense! The crowd thumped in their hearts and rushed down. This scene had attracted every teacher and student present. What's he up to now? Last year wasn't too embarrassing. At this time, I was also helpless. I had planned to secretly find a chance to enter the spirit formation, but the closer I got to the spirit formation, the more the kind of trembling that came from my soul made me suffer. It can't wait. My consciousness has begun to blur, and the only thing in my sight is the spirit formation in front of me. Stop! Come back! We can't afford to lose this man in Star Ocean anymore. The teachers yelled, dashing all the way to me, and by this time I had already stepped 1 foot into the spirit formation. A deafening explosion came violently, and those staff members seemed to be violently catapulted by a huge invisible force, their figures flying backwards uncontrollably. In an instant, with the spirit formation as the center, a rich blood color spread out like a tidal wave, quickly staining the clouds in the sky. A tumbling mass of blood clouds strangely appeared in the square's midair, a horrifying sight to the extreme. On the stage, a young man stood proudly in the center. Behind him was a circle of slowly unfolding blood-colored lips, scarlet day lips to me as the center, to my shadow as a pointer. 12 big golden characters as dazzling as the stars slowly rotating: Sun, Ugly, Een, Mao, Chen, Si, Afternoon, Not Yet, Shen, Yu, Hu Xiu, Oh Hi. Each big word seems to contain an ancient and mysterious power that makes people feel awe. What kind of talent is this? I've never seen such a bizarre talent. The awakened master on the stage was already dumbfounded. Where in his life had he ever seen such a shocking and bizarre sight? You're Li Yubai? I remember. You're that teenager from last year. As the color of blood dissipated, the figure in the spirit formation gradually became clearer. Li Yaobai, the teenager who was once regarded as a laughingstock, now appeared in front of the crowd once again. Beneath his feet, a circle of blood-colored sundial totems dazzled and rose, while the 12 golden ancient texts were constantly rotating. Why is he still able to awaken his gift again? A second awakening. This is an unheard of miracle. The awakening master's eyes widened with an incredulous expression. Last year on this day, this teenager had awakened his E-rank talent before his eyes. Yet today, he was once again standing in the middle of the awakening spirit formation. At this point, the staff and teachers responded, and they were even more disbelieving. A second awakening? How is this possible? Nothing like this has ever happened in the history of the awakened. They approached step by step, seemingly scornful of the force that had just bounced them off the ground. Li Yubai has awakened for the second time? He actually awakened his talent twice? Whoever knew about Li Yubai's deeds in Jinhai? But what was happening in front of them still left the crowd in disbelief. Zhao Wen, the tutor of Star Ocean Academy, was the first to come back to his senses, and he respectfully turned to the awakening master beside him. Uncle Wu, may I ask what grade of talent Li Yubai has awakened? Although Wu Bo had served as an awakening master for many years and had a lot of experience, he had never seen a situation like Li Yubai's before. At this moment, Li Yaobai's mind returned to that scroll space, and countless gods flashed before his eyes in the vastness of the stars. Iron riders trampled all over the mountains and rivers. Loyal souls forged the name of King Yu. The heroic wind is in the thousands of autumns, and the strong will overcomes the clouds and survives in the ages. A voice came, and a will suddenly dominated Li Yaobai's body. Who are you? The scroll in front of Li Yaobai's eyes had slowly closed. The voice returned. My name, Yu Fei. Off-site. Wu Bo was about to test Li Yubai's awakened talent level when a strange sound came and interrupted him, only to see the sundial totem under Li Yubai's feet stopped. The pointer pointed to a large golden Z word. At this instant, a golden shadow behind Li Yubai appeared with a bang, tens of feet tall, like a heavenly god descending from the earth. The virtual figure was clad in a purple python battle robe, with golden armor on his arms and a red tasseled handsome helmet on his head. He held a long spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear flashed with a cold aura, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth, not angry and authoritative. And in Li Yubai's hand, there was also an additional silver-colored lance with an ancient shape. No way. Again? One staff member turned and scampered straight away, but the imagined scene didn't happen. Li Yaobai opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that the shadow behind him was actually Yu Fei, a famous general in Chinese history. As a Chinese, who can not know the legend of Yu Fei? And who can not regret the tragedy of Yu Fei? Now that Yu Fei's divine soul was actually standing right behind him, how could Li Yubai not be excited? Summoning department? He's awakened a summoning talent. Wu Bo couldn't help but cry out in shock when he saw the shadow behind Li Yubai. What did he summon? A human summoning spirit? As far as I know, the summoning spirit of the human race isn't very strong, but why is he able to unleash heaven and earth visions? Isn't this something that only the legendary god-level talent can do? Wu Bo muttered. Zhao Wen had been dumbfounded. You mean, he's awakened a god-level talent? If Li Yaobai really awakened a god-level talent, then wouldn't Star Ocean Academy become the city's biggest joke again this year? Then how do you explain all this? It wasn't just Uncle Wu. All of the people present were all silent. Things were happening too fast and they needed time to slow down. Teacher Zhao, if I remember correctly, Li Yaobai isn't a student of your Star Ocean Academy now, right? Xia Yun's voice came from behind Zhao Wen, who suddenly thought of something and his face was startled. Xia Yun, what do you mean? Right, Teacher Zhao, Li Yubai doesn't have an academy now, right? Before Zhao Wen could finish his sentence, Wang Lai's voice interrupted him again. It was obvious that these two old foxes had moved on. This can't be right. At this moment, Wu Bo's voice came over and the three of them turned their heads to look. Why can't I appraise his talent level? Wu Bo mobilized his spiritual power, but the awakening spirit formation was motionless. It's reasonable to say that even if it's a god-level talent, our regulator's spirit formation is still able to detect and appraise it. After so many years of being an awakened master, this was the first time he had been in such a sorry state. Zhao Wen comforted. It should be that the spirit formation is broken, and the commotion just now should be a problem with the spirit formation. Zhao Wen simply couldn't accept it. He would rather believe that what just happened was an accident with the spirit formation than believe that Li Yabai had awakened a god-level talent. I'm going to report this situation to the organization, and there's no way for me to resolve it. When Wu Bo reported this situation to the regulator of Jinhai City, the other party's reply was that the spirit formation was broken. You mean the spirit formation is broken? Wu Bo still can't believe it. Yes, I'm sure. On the phone, an affirmative voice came from the other side. It was only after hearing the official explanation from the regulator that the crowd came to their senses. Yes, a god-level talent is rare in 100 years. How could someone awaken a god-level talent? He, Li Yubai, a person who has awakened an E-rank talent, even if he awakens it for the second time, even if it's a summoning talent, it's at most an A rank, and it was still a human summoning spirit. And human summoning spirits were recognized as the weakest. It's still not comparable to Mo Linglong's SS-level Maguan Elf. People were only willing to believe the truth of what they wanted, and the crowd on the field quickly accepted this, willing to believe that it was the spirit formation that was broken. They couldn't accept that a man they had once laughed at now stood before them as a god. Scared me to death. So it's the spirit formation that's broken, but it's really unbelievable that this Li Yubai can awaken for the second time. On the stage, Li Yaobai was still immersed in the joy of his second awakening. The sundial totem is the key to open the space of that scroll, and the 12 hours up there may mean that I can summon 12 legendary Chinese existences. Marshal Yu, as the first, is scheduled for the sun hour of the totem's 12 hours. So, if I can make the sundial's hands point to the next hour, will I be able to unlock the next Chinese divine soul? Thinking about this, Li Yaobai suddenly realized a problem. Although there was a Chinese country in this world, there were no legends or beliefs about Chinese gods. The realization left him a little stunned. But then his mind raced. Suppose I can summon all 12, or even more divine souls of the Chinese gods. Wouldn't that be? Li Yaobai's eyes glittered with anticipation. Just as he was enjoying the future, the Yufei silhouette behind him suddenly spoke. The way to be a general is to rule the heart first. Li Yubai stared at the Yufei silhouette behind him with wide eyes. You, Marshal Yu, you can talk? How can I not know what's on your mind? Yufei's voice was steady and powerful. You are too weak. When you are down to earth, do not be overly ambitious. After saying that, Li Yaobai suddenly had a dizzy spell. Yufei's shadow dispersed, and the sundial totem disappeared. Li Yubai, why don't you hurry up and roll down? What offense do you deserve for messing up the spirit formation? Under the stage, the person who shouted was none other than Zhang Chen. Only after hearing the crowd say that it was the spirit formation that was broken did Zhang Chen let out a light breath. He had finally found a chance to get back at Li Yaobai. In the name of the president of the Star Ocean Academy Student Council, I order you to get your ass down here and don't delay the awakening ceremony, Zhang Chen angrily accused, even not forgetting to look at Mo Linglong on the side. Just now in the cultivation room he was already humiliated. Now he finally had the opportunity to be able to pretend in front of his goddess. Li Yaobai's thoughts were directly interrupted by the voice, and with a glance up, he saw the jumping clown like Zhang Chen. He copied the microphone on the floor in his hand. Asterisk. Chapter 4, he's all over the charts? Two simple words, bringing the kindest of greetings, spread throughout the room. Li Yaobai's heart burst with pleasure. He didn't belong to any academy in the first place, so naturally, he had nothing to worry about. You're dead. After saying that, Zhang Chen rushed out with an arrow step and ran straight towards the spirit formation. Leopard change. This was an S-rank talent that he had awakened, and it belonged to a type of transformation system. After transforming, he was able to transform his entire body into the physique and appearance of a Black Panther, and his speed and strength would be dozens of times stronger than that of an equivalent awakened person. Teacher Zhao, Li Yabai sabotaged the spirit formation and delayed the grand ceremony. His words and actions are extremely bad. The student cleans up for you. Zhang Chen in his Black Panther form had a ferocious and horrifying face, and his fangs and claws were as sharp as those of a demonic beast, which was intimidating. It's over. Zhang Chen is going crazy. This is a talent of the transformation lineage. I've heard that awakened people with this kind of talent have extremely strong physical bodies, and that their physical bodies in the later stages are comparable to spiritual weapons. The crowd on the stage was in a state of fear. This Zhang Chen's talent was so strong. Marshal Yu, when Li Yubai shouted in his heart, he couldn't even shout out Yufei's divine soul. Swish! In an instant, Zhang Chen had already closed in on Li Yaobai's body, and that claw was violently grasping Li Yaobai's throat, clearly intending to strike a death blow. Li Yubai could only jump backward, temporarily dodging the claw. Such rats! Why do I need to use my leeching springs gun? Yu Fei's voice sounded in Li Yaobai's heart. Breathe, be still, do as I say. When Li Yaobai heard this, his heart was certain. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing and breath as Yu Fei had said. Right at this moment, Zhang Chen jumped forward and made another claw with a harsh wind sound, aiming straight for Li Yaobai's face. Li Yaobai advanced instead of retreating, and with a flash of his body, he had dodged Zhang Chen's attack. At the same time, he formed his hands into fists, gathering the strength of his entire body, and swung out violently. Use connecting fist. First fist, open mountain, accompanied by a low roar. Li Yaobai's fist seemed to have transformed into a lofty mountain, ruthlessly slamming into Zhang Chen's chest. Zhang Chen only felt a sharp pain coming from him, and it was as if his entire body was knocked away by a huge force. His figure flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and he fell hard on the ground. With just one punch, Zhang Chen in his Black Panther form was directly knocked back to his human form, a mouthful of thick blood spurting out as he wailed in pain. Can't even block a punch, punk. Yu Fei's voice came to an abrupt end, while Li Yaobai was nearly fainting. While communicating with Yu Fei, he could clearly feel that his spiritual energy was rapidly draining away, as if it was about to be emptied. Silence, deadly silence. The teacher froze, Uncle Wu froze, and the crowd in the room froze. Today's Li Yaobai had refreshed their perceptions for the second time. A punch? Just one punch sent the S-rank Zhang Chen flying and spitting blood? Someone murmured incredulously. The scariest thing is that he didn't use his talent. Just a simple punch. The word spread quickly through the crowd, sparking an uproar. They mingled and talked. Blackie talk. Who just said the spirit formation is broken? Your A rank can up an S rank with one punch? Or an S rank in the transformation department? The teachers of the 4 academies were also stunned. There was no shortage of battle-experienced awakened masters among them, but even so, they had never seen such a bizarre scene. How is this possible? He didn't use his talent. How could he? One of the teachers couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Could it be that his physical strength has already reached this level? Another teacher frowned in response. The crowd murmured, all incredulous at the strength displayed by Li Yaobai. The result of the matchup is easy to see that these two are simply not on the same level. As for Mo Linglong under the stage, she was completely dumbfounded at this moment. When Zhang Chen flew past her eyes like a parabola, an unspeakable bitterness welled up inside Mo Linglong's heart. The Li Yaobai in front of her was so powerful that she felt strange, as if he was a stranger she had never really known before. Even though she herself had awakened an SS-rank summoning department talent, she knew deep inside that she would never be able to send an S-rank transformation department talent awakened person flying with just a single punch like Li Yaobai. Looking at Li Yaobai's back, Mo Linglong had mixed feelings in her heart. Quick, go find out. What exactly is the summoning talent he just awakened? Wu Bo was the first to react from the shock, and he immediately organized his manpower to look in the regulator's database. There are 2 types of summoning class talents for human awakening, summoning totems and summoning spirits. The summoning totem is the key to unlocking the summoning spirit, the source of the summoner's power. In some ancient summoner families, their sons and daughters were bound to awaken summoning-type talents, and summoning totems were inherited in their bloodline. The summoning spirit varies from summoner to summoner, and in those ancient families, the summoning might be the remnants of a powerful person who was once a member of the family. An extremely gifted summoner can even summon legendary elves, beasts and other strong people from other ethnic groups, or legendary divine beasts and gods. Well, did you find out? That summoning totem that looks like a clock, and that human summoning spirit? Wu Bo anxiously urged. Uncle Wu, no, we've checked all of the regulator's datasheets and didn't find any record of that summoning totem or summoning spirit. This can't be right. The historical information of all the awakened in China over the past 100 years was exhaustively recorded in the regulator's database. A clockwork pattern, an ancient human summoning spirit, with such obvious characteristics, how could it not be found? With that, Wu Bo pushed aside the crowd surrounding him and personally rummaged through the database. However, the results of the search left him stumped. How is this possible? What that child awakened is an existence we've never seen before, he muttered, disbelief shining in his eyes. Wu Bo knows that this situation is rare in 100 years. He must immediately report to the organization. He couldn't remember how many times this was the first time Li Yaobai had refreshed his perception. Don't you rush to report to the organization first. Now there is a new situation. The staff's words made Wu Bo's heart tighten. He followed the staff member's finger and saw that the original 300 or so student names on the 4 directions Manhwa list in the center of the plaza had turned into 600 in an instant. And on the name of every new student, The name Li Yaobai was embossed. Ha! Quick! Get my medicine! Wu Bo was horrified in his heart. He was already old and had a bad heart. This was supposed to be the last awakening ceremony he presided over. When he saw the name Li Yaobai densely packed on the Four Directions Wind and Flower ranking, he felt that the sky was spinning, and he was almost unsteady on his feet. What exactly is the situation now? Wu Bo had a bewildered look on his face, with a few tremors in his voice. Can someone tell me why there are 300 Li Yubai on the leaderboards? 300 Li Yubai? He could hardly believe his eyes. He just felt like he was dreaming. Wu Bo now just want to ruthlessly smack his own two mouths, to see if he can wake up from this nightmare. However, it wasn't just him. Everyone present witnessed the scene. The crowd had just been immersed in the shock of Li Yaobai sending Zhang Chen flying with a single punch, and in the blink of an eye, they saw the twitching Four Directions Manhwa ranking. Asterisk. Gotta hang up? Is Li Yubai crazy about killing? Someone exclaimed. Why is he above every single one of those names? What the hell is this? Another person couldn't help but shout as well. He's above my name too. Some people realized that their names were also pressed by Li Yubai. With a helpless face. You can still see your name. My old man's name has been pushed down the list by him. I can't take it anymore. What did the Four Directions Manhwa list represent in the human race? For hundreds of years. As long as an awakened person with outstanding talent was able to make a name for himself on the list as a genius. Although it was only a local sublist of the Four Directions Manhwa general ranking, it was still a deed that could be blown for a lifetime. And what does that mean now? Li Yaobai, by himself, stepped on the heads of more than 300 geniuses in Jinhai City. One stomps on anyone. It's a disgrace. The wails of the crowd on stage rose and fell, and the scene was chaotic. Linglong, look, your name above is also Li Night White. Wei Qianxian gently tugged on the disoriented Mo Linglong with a few moments of disbelief in her voice. Mo Linglong, however, didn't say a word and just looked at Li Yubai on the stage in a state of infatuation, unable to take her eyes off of him. At this moment, Li Yaobai was walking towards Zhang Chen and didn't notice the abnormality on the Four Directions Manhwa ranking. Chapter 5, any more nonsense and I'll even beat you up together. Zhang Chen, what did we agree on before? Li Yaobai's voice was cold as he looked down at the wretched Zhang Chen. Whoever loses has to kneel down and apologize, right? There was a hint of mockery in his words, causing Zhang Chen's face to look even more embarrassed. Asterisk. I've only just awakened my talent and I'm not skilled yet. Zhang Chen shouted with a stiff upper lip, trying to hide his fear and unwillingness. Then you'll take another punch. After saying that, Li Yubai's fist was already raised high, as if it would come down with a bang at any moment. Stop. At this moment, Zhao Wen quickly stopped in front of Li Yubai with a single step. He said with a stern look, a sparring match between students should be on point. Don't you understand these basic rules? Li Yubai, it's obvious that Zhou Man is here to defend his son. Zhang Chen was not only the only grandson of the Zhang family's old man, he was also the president of Star Ocean Academy's student council, as well as a genius of the S-Class Transformation Department. What's more, although Zhao Wen was a civilian teacher, Zhang Chen had privately sent him a lot of favors. It was for this reason that Zhao Wen had suggested giving that precious cultivation room to Zhang Chen in the first place. As a matter of reason, Zhao Wen had to protect Zhang Chen no matter what. Point blank, Li Yubai sneered. Mr. Zhao, are you kidding me? When he grabbed me by the throat and killed me, I didn't see you come up and point to the end. Zhao Wen, however, did not blush and righteously retorted. Nonsense. You're intentionally hurting your classmates. Li Yubai sniffed and laughed coldly again. You played dead when he hit me. Now I'm intentionally hurting a classmate if I hit him back, right? He's the wild child of you and Junior, and you're so partial to him? As soon as the words fell, Zhao Wen instantly became anxious. Li Yubai, how do you talk to a teacher? I'm your teacher. Zhao Wen shouted angrily. I've been fired from your program. Li Yaobai responded coldly. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Zhao Wen. Zhang Chen, you must kneel today. Jesus can't save you even if he comes. Marshal Yu, can I beat this man? Li Yaobai called out to Yufei's divine soul. According to the division of strength in your world, he has the level of Juji 30, and you are only Juji 1. What do you think? Yufei's voice came faintly, seemingly with a hint of teasing. Me? I feel able to level 1? Li Yaobai exclaimed incredulously. Marshal Yu, don't tease me. I haven't even started measuring my spiritual energy yet. In this day and age, as long as one has the talent, even the old man sweeping the floor has Jutsu energy level 1. How could he only have Jutsu energy level 1? It's a long story. Your situation is indeed a bit special. Yu Fei's voice came again. But I didn't say you couldn't beat him. Although your spiritual power value is very low, your spiritual power is very powerful. Though I don't know why this is enough mental energy for you to summon me for 10 seconds. Yu Fei's voice carried a hint of approval. 10 seconds? That's enough. With these words, Li Yubai straightened his back directly. Mr. Cho, please get out of the way. Li Yaobai's voice was cold and firm. If you talk any more crap, I'll even beat you up. The entire room was instantly in an uproar when these words came out. Madness. Extreme madness. Did I hear you right? He doesn't even look at Mr. Zhao Wan? Someone exclaimed, their tone filled with disbelief. Who is he? A student who just awakened his talent. To dare talk like that? The crowd under the stage was talking. Although the teachers of the 4 major academies were both strong and weak, at least their strength would not be too low. Li Yubai was undoubtedly asking for trouble this way. This Li Yubai is just too unlikable. Although the other teachers of Star Ocean Academy were dissatisfied in their hearts, after all, there was no need for them to do anything since Mr. Zhao Wen was present. Li Yubai, are you crazy? In that case, don't blame your teacher. Zhao Wen didn't expect Li Yubai to be so outspoken as to take action against himself. However, Li Yubai didn't want to talk nonsense with him, and in an instant, the sundial totem under his feet reappeared and bloomed with dazzling light. Boom! Boom! The moment that sundial totem appeared, a golden silhouette tens of feet tall blasted into existence, and it was none other than Li Yaobai's summoning spirit Yu-Fei. Yu-Fei's divine soul was dressed in a purple python and gold armor, holding a silver spear in his hand, and he was not angry, just like a heavenly god descending. This is his summoning spirit? The human race's summoned spirit battle power is the weakest, not to mention that he's only just awakened, and I'm strong enough to crush him. The advantage is mine. Zhao Wen didn't panic very much. He determined that Li Yubai had only just awakened and hadn't even tested his spiritual power value, so how could he be his opponent? Li Yubai, let teacher see how much weight you have, Zhao Wen said with a cold smile, as he was about to make a move to teach this berserker who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth a lesson. However, Li Yaobai didn't say anything and only glanced at Yu-Fei's divine soul silhouette. Yu-Fei also felt his gaze and nodded gently. One shot is enough, Yu-Fei's divine soul silhouette said faintly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he simply threw the lance in his hand lightly at Zhao Wen. The lance flew across and struck at Zhao Wen. Bang! Just as Zhao Wen wanted to calmly wave his hand to resist, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the lance. The strength of this force was so strong that Zhao Wen was unable to react in time, and his entire body was directly struck by the force of the lance, turning into a straight line that flew out of the field. People didn't even see how Zhao Wen flew away. Do you see it? A staff member on the sidelines said, dumbfounded. Mr. Zhao, well, it seems to have flown away, outside the square. The other man stammered, unable to believe his eyes. A cold sweat broke out in the two men. It was the first time they had seen such a scene in all their years of working life. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Mr. Zhao just flew away gently like that? Open? It's not open. It's not closed at all. With this shot, no one questioned Li Yubai's strength anymore. They had to believe that the punk teenager that they had once regarded as a laughingstock was now capable of dry-flying his teacher with a single shot. Is this the strength of a summoner? No, it's his strength. Li Yubai told them with the facts that it doesn't take 30 years, 1 year east of the river and 1 year west of the river. The crowd on the stage was already numb. Li Yaobai's strength could no longer be described as terrifying. It's simply demonic. Ling Long, he actually dared to hit Teacher Zhao. He's simply an asshole. Teacher Zhao is such a good person. Wei Qianshan pointed at Li Yubai on the stage and muttered in a low voice without raising his accusation. She was more afraid of being the next Ms. Zhao. However, Mo Linglong remained silent. She didn't care about what happened to Mr. Zhao and just stared blankly at Li Yubai on the stage. At this moment, Li Yubai, dressed in a simple white tracksuit, his clean and fresh handsome face, as well as the summoned spirit standing behind him that looked like a heavenly god, all made her unable to avert her gaze. As his name suggests, Night White. At this moment, he was like the whitest starlight in the night sky, bright and dazzling. The starry-eyed teenager of the day is back in a way they never thought possible. Am I really wrong? She suddenly realized that even though her talent was high, compared to the teenager in front of her, it seemed so small and insignificant. Mr. Zhao! Mr. Zhao! The one who shouted the most heartbreakingly was Zhang Chen on the side. He saw Zhao Wen being taken away with a single shot, and his heart was filled with fear and despair. I told you, you're dead, and Jesus couldn't save you if he came. Li Yaobai calmly put away the sundial totem, and even though he had only summoned Yu Fei for 10 seconds, he could already feel his brain starting to buzz. If the summoning had taken a little longer, would I have just fainted? Thinking of this, Li Yaobai's heart was filled with fear. Even though you have your own plugin, you are still in danger of being blocked. Li Yaobai, you can't touch me. My grandfather is the head of the Zhang family. The Zhang family won't let you go. Zhang Chen began to put out harsh words, wanting to use the Zhang family to threaten Li Yaobai. Pop! What responded to him was a slap from Li Yaobai. This slap is returned for my little swallow. Li Yaobai blew out his hand and looked at Zhang Chen with a playful expression. One side of Zhang Chen's face was directly slapped and swollen. You can't touch me. I'm Pop. Another slap. Kneel or not? Li Yaobai asked coldly. Zhang Chen had already swollen into a pig's head, but he still kept his mouth shut. I'm from the Zhang family. Pop. With another slap, Zhang Chen had already been whipped around so much that he couldn't tell east from west. Kneel or not? Don't you like to talk tough? Li Yaobai continued to press the issue. Chang. Pop. Like to get down and dirty? You're not a big boy. Li Yaobai slapped again, and Zhang Chen was jerked straight to his knees. Chapter 6, Blast him. Old Man Wu. How did the ceremony go? The supervisor's superior was on the other end of the line, his voice gruff and lethargic. Team leader, don't sleep. Something big is going on. Wu Bo growled anxiously, his voice carrying a hint of panic. Isn't it just a problem with the spirit formation? I've already sent someone to fix it. The other didn't seem to be fully awake and responded somewhat perfunctorily. It's no longer a matter of spirit formations now. Wu Bo's tone became heavier. We have an anomaly in our database. A student has awakened a talent that we have absolutely no information about. Saying that, Wu Bo transmitted the information about Li Yaobai's awakening to the other party. Summoning faculty? Kind of interesting. If it's a human summoning spirit, there's no way we can't find out. Are you too old to see it? There was a hint of a joke in the other man's voice. Team leader, you can question my age, but you can't question my professionalism. I've been doing this for decades. When have I ever joked with you? Wu Bo's tone became more serious and earnest. Fine. I'll send someone else over to show you. Anything else? I'm going to bed. Just after the other party's words, Wu Bo said again. Our Xinhai City's 4 directions list has also gone haywire. Have you ever seen a person's name repeated 300 times on the list? Wu Bo's voice had a few tremors in it. Besides, have you ever seen something where a student who just awakened his talent was able to send a teacher at level 30 of Jurji energy flying with a single shot? Wu Bo's voice was filled with incredulity. Even he himself was having trouble believing what had just happened. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Old Wu, you've had too much to drink. Ha! It was also difficult for Uncle Wu, who was still jumping around in a hurry at his age. He could only narrate everything that had just happened. Team leader, I think you need to come over. We can't afford to miss another genius. You forget that back then, it was because of our momentary confusion. I know. Give me 5 minutes. The person on the other end didn't seem to like the subject and simply hung up. On the stage, Zhang Chen fell to his knees in a coma, and Li Yaobai didn't want to let him go so easily. How about waking him up and hitting him again? Just leave your breath? Although he came to this world not long ago, he knew one thing: to be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. This was a cruel world where cultivation was a life and death struggle without any human feelings. Strong is strong, weak is dead. Son, that's enough. In the square, an old man walked slowly. His appearance caused Li Yaobai to be startled violently, as he had surprisingly never sensed this person's existence, as if he had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. I know there's some tension between you two, but let's forgive each other where we can. The old man wore a plain shirt and had a kind face. Where's the Madonna man from? Headmaster? Li Yaobai frowned. The old man in front of him was none other than the principal of Star Ocean Academy. Even if you beat him to death, what good will it do you? Will the Zhang family spare you? If the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. You haven't grown up yet. How come you don't know the truth of biding your time? The principal, true to form, is a master of the art of preaching. Li Yaobai was just a frozen gap. The principal directly let people carry Zhang Chen away. And no, I haven't had a good fight yet. Your old man doesn't speak of martial virtues. Night White, I know you're a good boy and the principal is doing this for your own good. Next year is the most important 4 academies to win the championship. Star Ocean Academy needs talents like Zhang Chen. And even more so, it needs the support of the Zhang family. Do you understand? I don't understand. Li Yubai directly interrupted the principal. The principal blushed and could only continue. The principal is very happy that you've awakened again, and I can help mediate the conflict between Zheng Chen and you, and I guarantee that the Zheng family will definitely not look for trouble from you. Star Ocean will always be your home for as long as you want it to be. The principal's words came to this point, and he looked meaningfully at Li Yubai. Li Yubai then reacted. So you are waiting for me here. You mean, let me rejoin Star Ocean Academy? Just say the word and I'll take you through the enrollment process right away. Li Yaobai laughed disdainfully. He had never heard something so ridiculous and laughable. Home? Are you kidding me? You didn't have this face when I was useless in your eyes. And now you're telling me that Star Ocean is my home? The principal's brow furrowed and his tone sank. Li Yubai, you're still young. You'll understand when the time comes. When is the time? I see you're very old and you don't seem to understand anything. What Li Yubai hates the most is this kind of holy mother who comes up to give you an education. I'm giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. How the academy trained you in the first place. The principal was obviously anxious. He realized that what he said was of no use. This Li Yubai kid was oil and salt. Cultivation? Ungrateful? Okay, I'll tell you. In the past 2 years, all of Star Ocean Academy's Awaken information research has been done by my own hands. And you guys took my research results to apply for the Academy's patents. Does it have my name on it? Your spirit medicine development. I took the risk to do the experiment. You guys promised to make it and share half of it with me in the beginning. And after I awakened last year, Star Ocean directly fired me in order to save this batch of spirit medicine. Unloading a donkey and breaking down a bridge. Is this the style of your Star Ocean Academy? How can you talk to me about cultivation? Talking about ingratitude? Li Yaobai's voice spread throughout the room, stripping the bottom out of Star Ocean Academy in front of the 3 major academies. Li Yubai, don't do this with respect. A powerful pressure came from the principal. The principal knew that he couldn't say anything about this kid. He directly reddened his face and unleashed a king realm level of pressure. He was going to make this kid realize what the sky was the limit. Kneel down for me. In this lesson, I'm going to teach you what it means to honor your teacher. How terrifying was the king realm level of pressure. And a powerful spiritual force crushed through Li Yaobai like a giant wave, bullying the small with the big. Is this the style of Star Ocean Academy? Although he was enveloped by this pressure, Li Yaobai would never give in. It is his pride as a descendant of the Yellow Emperor that he would rather bend than break. In terms of spiritual power, you don't have to be afraid of him. Just then, Yu Fei's voice came from his mind. I've studied your situation. Do you know why you couldn't move up a level after a year of hard training and all the effort you've put into it? Marshal Yu, it's already this time. So, don't sell yourself short. Li Yaobai was enveloped by the principal's pressure. Every inch of his body's muscles trembled, and the knees of his legs were already slightly bent. Your first talent is not a talent for cultivating spiritual power, so it belongs to the lowest level in this world's awakening spirit formation judgment, and no one in this world has been able to discover its usefulness yet. Well, so what? Please finish in one breath. I can't hold out much longer. Li Yubai's clothes were already wet with sweat, and every word he said took all his strength. Yu Fei seemed like he hadn't heard Li Yaobai's response and continued slowly. Your first talent is able to turn the spiritual power you absorb tenfold and 100-fold into growth in your own spiritual power. So you've been practicing hard for a year with no progress in your spiritual power. The toughness of your soul is several times that of a normal person, and you have surprisingly utilized this natural ability to the extreme in a year, and your spiritual power has now reached the king realm. It's just that you didn't realize it yourself. Therefore, your strong spiritual power enables you to talk to me, summon my divine soul, and have an instantaneous epiphany of the mantra I passed on to you. Night White, you've never been a wastrel. You've always been a genius from the beginning to the end. Hearing these words from Yu Fei, Li Yubai's heart was jolted. However, he didn't have more time to think deeply about it, because at the moment, his knees were feeling a strong pressure, and he was about to be forced to land on the ground. Asshole kid, still has some backbone, but Old Me is a king realm powerhouse. The principal saw that Li Yubai was barely able to hold on without kneeling under his own pressure, and he couldn't help but feel angry. With that, he let go of his full mighty pressure and snapped. Kneel, and even greater pressure, with a mountainous might, crushed towards Li Yaobai. Yu Fei's voice came again. Memorize this feeling of being mentally impacted and learn to use this power. Sometimes the enemy can be your best teacher. The time has come to release your first gift. Upon hearing this, Li Yubai let out a roar, and fine cracks appeared on his face, and from within those cracks, colorful ripples floated out of the air. From a distance, it looks like colored faces, mysterious and eerie. This was never a split personality. This is your true first gift, the mask of the godhead. Li Yaobai only felt a powerful spiritual force in his mind, surging out like a tsunami, and it seemed as if his soul was going to be torn into hundreds of parts. This is because your spiritual power is too low to control these mixed and scattered spiritual powers. Yu Fei guided Li Yaobai in his mind. Guide them all out. Blast him. Chapter 7, Robbing People. Despite the excruciating pain, Li Yaobai clung onto that subtle feeling of controlling his spiritual power. Under the guidance of his own intention, those originally disorganized and majestic spiritual forces in his mind began to gradually converge and form a point. From point to line, from line to surface, his spiritual energy instantly transformed into an endless ocean. In the midst of this ocean, he found the outlet for the eruption, and under Li Yaobai's guidance, a powerful spiritual force surged towards the principal in front of him like a raging wave. Principal, thank you for teaching me this lesson, and now, I'm giving it back. As soon as Li Yaobai's words fell, the principal immediately sensed an abnormality in him. A strange and majestic spiritual power came from nowhere, and it actually hardened its own king realm pressure. Could it be the spiritual power emanating from this kid? The principal was so horrified that he couldn't believe his eyes. This can't be possible. He's only at the Jew energy stage. Why does he have such strong spiritual power? The principal's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Even though he had already used all of his spiritual power, he was unable to oppress the teenager in front of him for even a fraction of a second longer. And at that moment, the names of the original 300 other students on the unattended four-way leaderboard all disappeared. Instead, the three big words Li Yaobai were neatly written. 600 Li Yaobai. On the Four Directions Manhwa ranking, the entire 600 slots were actually all Li Yaobai's name. Time passes by. The two powerful spiritual forces fought against each other in the air, refusing to give way to each other, forming a delicate balance. At this moment, Wang Lai and Xia Yun under the stage were also closely observing the two. However, for the crowds in the stands of the plaza, they could only see the principal verbally educating the students on the stage, but could not perceive the spiritual power confrontation that was hidden behind it. They hadn't stood by Li Yaobai's side, so naturally, they couldn't personally feel the terror of king realm level pressure. However, those teachers who were not far away could clearly feel the presence of that pressure. With the strength of the Jew energy stage, one can fight hard against the king realm level of pressure and actually not lose? Am I too old? Or is the world changing too fast? They secretly marveled in their hearts. How could they not be aware of this terrifying power? Even if they went up by themselves, how long would they last? Xia Yun's figure moved and was about to take a step over. However, Wang Lai seemed to have sensed her intentions and pulled her back. Mr. Xia, what do you want to do? Xia Yun did not hide her intentions as she said bluntly. Didn't you just say if I was interested in pulling him in? I'm very interested now. In Xia Yun's opinion, but anyone with a little bit of brain nowadays could see the extraordinary nature of the teenager in front of him. This was definitely a demonic genius. More than a demon. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Mr. Xia, I seem to remember that your original words were not like that, eh? Didn't you say, if you want to solicit, let us long sang ourselves? Wang Lai smiled sarcastically and didn't mean to let go. Wang Lai, you want to snatch someone from me? You can try. Do you believe me or not? I'll cut you with a knife. Xia Yun's eyes seemed like they could breathe fire. You two are still arguing? Spirit Peak Academy's people are going over there soon. The staff on the sidelines can't stand to watch these two teachers have to fight every year. Just as Li Yaobai and the principal were blasting away at each other, a third powerful spiritual force also quietly interfered. Surprisingly, it was also at the level of the king realm. Girl Xie, what a deep hide. How long has it been? And you've already impacted the king realm? The principal looked at Xia Yun, who was walking slowly, and his face was shocked. Principal Ku, it's been a long time. I came here just to talk to Li Yaobai. Xia Yun didn't say anything more, but just looked at Li Yaobai with blazing eyes, as if he had seen some rare treasure. Just then, a fourth powerful spiritual pressure squeezed in as well. Another king realm powerhouse. Hello, Principal Ku. Spirit Peak Academy tutor. Lu Cheng. Would like to talk to student Li Yaobai. Can you make it easier? Lu Cheng's voice came out. However, Principal Gu did not pay attention to his request. Must we talk like this? At this moment, a droning voice came, and a fifth strand of spiritual pressure barely squeezed in. Although he didn't reach the king realm, he was still at the level of JUE level 90. This person was none other than the belatedly arriving Wang Lai. He could only stand slightly farther away because several other spiritual forces were at the king realm level. Can't you see? The old man is educating his own students. Principal Gu didn't seem to want to give these teachers face. He knew very well what kind of thoughts these people were harboring. He did not want to let go of such a demonic genius like Li Yaobai. Unless he was stupid in the head, he would not give his hand away. Principal Gu, if I remember correctly, student Li Yaobai was expelled from your institution last year, right? Spirit Peak Academy's Lu Cheng didn't give Principal Gu face either, and directly tore his face off. I'm sorry, I just want to talk to Li Yaobai's classmates alone. Know what comes first? Xia Yun glared at him and took the first step toward Li Yaobai himself. Thanks girl, I didn't say I'd let you go. After all, Headmaster Gu was a veteran King Realm powerhouse, and although he couldn't suppress Li Yaobai, he still detached a wave of pressure to block Xia Yun's footsteps. I'm sorry, my time is limited. I just want to talk to Li Night White student. Seeing this, Lu Chang walked straight towards Li Yaobai. *******. Dare to snatch someone from me? Xia Yun suddenly took her aura to the next level. A pressure stopped in front of Lu Chang. Teacher Xie, if you continue to be so unreasonable, I will not be polite. Lu Cheng's intimidation was also not at all conceited. Several strands of King Realm level oppressive forces were tangling invisibly, like a volcano before eruption. It's over. There's going to be a fight. Seeing the situation, Wan Lai secretly screamed in his heart and was about to take the opportunity to slip away. However, right at this moment, a pang of an explosion came, and the stage suddenly shook violently. Under the battle of several King Realm level pressures, the awakening spirit formation was unexpectedly unable to withstand it and directly exploded. It's over. This is the last awakening ceremony I will preside over. Wu Bo's mind, which had just regained its equanimity, completely collapsed at this moment as well. He wailed, unable to accept the facts in front of him, and directly fainted. See, the teachers of the four major academies fought directly to steal Li Yaobai. Even the spirit formation was blown up. *******. No way. How can teachers fight? Look for yourself. What is that big black hole if not the awakening spirit formation? The bystander pointed at the striking black hole on the stage, his tone filled with shock. This scene made everyone look dumbfounded. They never thought that in order to grab an individual, their teacher would actually blow up the awakening spirit formation. The smoke cleared, and the crowd remained safely in place, without even a speck of dust on them. Only Li Yaobai was the most unlucky. He was already in the center of the spirit formation. An explosion pulled him out of his own spirit world, and the colorful ripples on his face disappeared. Yeah, you guys are hilarious. At this moment, a rough voice came out, and a tall, middle-aged male floated above the crowd. As he appeared, a huge pressure instantly enveloped the entire square, and with him as the center, everyone felt this incomparable power. The several teachers under the stage, including Principal Gu, seemed to be firmly bound in place by an invisible force, unable to move a single bit. Group Leader Fan. It's Fan Tianxiao, the group leader of the Jinhai regulators. Wang Lai recognized the visitor at a glance and couldn't help but lose his voice in shock. It's over. We just blew up someone's spirit formation. This isn't coming to settle the score with us. He secretly screamed in his heart. This is good. He as a person did not snatch, but also caused a lot of trouble. Just your ing name is Li Nightblood? Surprisingly, Fan Tianxiao didn't look for trouble with the several teachers, but instead flew directly in front of Li Yaobai. Before Li Yaobai could figure out what was going on, a large round face full of stubble was plastered in front of his eyes. I'm Li Yaobai. And you are? Uncle? Yes is good. Fan Tianxiao let out a furious cry and directly lifted Li Yaobai up with one hand. Destroying the awakening spirit formation and delaying the awakening ceremony of my regulators is one thing. The Four Directions Fenghua list, the supreme divine spirit weapon, has never been a problem in our Xinhai for 100 years, and your ing climbing up there to see for yourself right now. Your kid's name alone accounts for a full ing 600. That's 2. Because of you, the awakening spirit formation blew up into a black hole, which would take at least hundreds of spirit stones to refill. Which is the third? My dearest colleague, Old Man Wu, is in a coma because of you, still in resuscitation. That's 4. What do you think I should do with you with these 4 down? At this moment, Fan Tianxiao was lifting Li Yaobai with 2 fingers, like he was lifting a small chicken. One person does everything. I, Li Yaobai, will not shirk my responsibilities. Li Yaobai knew that this time it was really planted. The strength of this big man in front of him was unfathomable, being able to bind the people present in an instant with just the pressure. So pinching himself to death wasn't as simple as pinching an ant to death. Good. Have a backbone. Since you admit it, I don't bother arguing with you. Li Yubai was speechless. Brother, who dares to argue with you? I'll just ask you one thing. Any interest in coming to the regulator? Chapter 8, a difficult task. Did I hear you right? What did he just say? Li Yaobai's mind was confused. He didn't react for a moment. He had just prepared himself mentally to wait for death. What did he just say? Me? I go to the regulator? He thought he had heard wrong. What was the regulator? Was that a place where the average person could go if they wanted to? The regulators are the strongest official organization in the country of China, managing the affairs of all the awakened in the country. The teachers on the sidelines were confused. This raging fan group leader not only didn't look for Li Yaobai to settle the score, seemed to be pulling for each other? Any interest in the legendary regulator? Team leader fan, what are you doing? Xia Yun really couldn't hold it in. This precious lump she was thinking about was going to be snatched away by someone else. She couldn't just stand by and watch. Ahem. I'm criticizing him. This kid has gone so far. I'm sure I'll have to criticize that, right? Fan Tianxiao's face was slightly embarrassed, and then he released his restraints on a few people. His big round face glared at Wang Lai beside him and asked in a gruff voice, Teacher Wang, am I seriously criticizing him? Ha? Yes, yes, yes. You are indeed criticizing him very seriously. Immediately criticize to your home. Wang Lai smiled sarcastically and twisted his head, walking away without stopping for a second. Who dares to mess with this guy? MS. Willow, am I criticizing him? His big round face looked sincerely at Ryujo again. You criticized. I'd love to criticize him individually, too. Principal Ku? I have no comment. Principal Gu grimaced. He understood that Li Yabai, this brat, he couldn't do anything about him today. I have a problem with that. Xia Yun was not afraid of things in the end, and directly glared at each other with Fan Tianxiao. You're using the public for personal gain. I had my eye on him first. Xia Yun pointed at Li Yubai who was being carried like a small chicken. Li Yubai, are you interested in coming to Galaxy Academy? I promise I won't cross the river and unload on you or anything. Even if you become a vegetable, your teacher will teach you the same. Xia Yun didn't hide his words, and his words connoted Principal Gu. I'm sorry, but student Li Yubai will have to pay for the regulator's damages, and I'm going to drag him into forced service with the organization. Fan Tianxiao didn't give Li Yaobai a chance to speak, and with a big tug, he directly put him on his shoulder and carried him away. Fan Tianxiao, you're cheating. I'm going to my grandpa's to tell on you. Whatever. Fan Tianxiao carried Li Yubai all the way to the stage, and Wu Bo woke up at this time. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Li Yaobai's awkward smile and Fan Tianxiao who was carrying him on his shoulders. You, team leader, take him away. I don't want to see him. Wu Bo now had a shadow over the owner of this face. The awakening ceremony that he himself had presided over for decades had wanted to come to a perfect end, and it was because of this kid who came out of nowhere that it completely fizzled out. Old Wu, get down to business. The grand ceremony will also rely on you to preside before it can continue. This year's demon race trial is crucial. Fan Tianxiao suddenly became serious. As the leader of the regulators, the awakening ceremony was an important matter that he absolutely could not delay. Uncle, I'm willing to go to the regulator. Can you put me down? This was the first time Li Yaobai was carried on someone's shoulders, and he felt like a sack without dignity. Stay honestly. I'll settle the score with you when the grand ceremony is completed. You think I'm going to let you get away with this? Humph. Your bitter days are ahead of you. Fan Tianxiao didn't give him any good looks and had no intention of letting him down. Just by raising his hand, the blown-up awakening spirit formation was restored as before. What did you kid do? This 4 directions Fenghua list has become your autograph book by Yu Huahua? Fan Tianxiao looked at the 600 densely packed Li Yaobai, could not help but have a headache. The list into this, he did not know how to be able to deliver to the superiors. I really don't know, uncle. You put me down. Don't think. So I farted. What's wrong with you? If it wasn't for Fan Tianxiao's intention to recruit this demonic brat, he would really want to kick him to death right now. It's okay to put you down, but you have to promise me something. Just don't discuss it with me. You can just say it. Li Yubai only wanted to regain his freedom. He didn't want to be a sack without dignity. I want you to attend the end of this awakening ceremony, on a personal basis. What do you mean? Li Yubai hadn't understood what it meant to be on a personal basis. It means that you are not allowed to join any of the 4 major academies, and you will participate in this grand ceremony in its entirety as an individual, without being able to form a team. and without relying on any organization. And you have to get first place in the demon trial. After Fan Tianxiao finished speaking, that big round face smiled wryly, looking at Li Yubai's body hairy. Demon trial. First place? Li Yubai froze as he hurriedly asked after him. How do I get first place? It's simple. The first one out is first. Fan Tianxiao casually responded, as if the demon trial wasn't difficult in his mouth. What if I can't do it? Then get ready to die. I'll throw you straight to the great northwest to feed the snow wolves. If you want to come down, you can either agree to my conditions, or else you can stay honest and wait for me to finish dealing with this grand ceremony before I settle the score with you. I promise. Fan Tianxiao didn't seem to be surprised by Li Yaobai's choice, as he put Li Yaobai down and pinched his neck with 2 fingers. You know what happens when you trick me, don't you? He glared at Li Yubai like a rogue uncle terrorizing a kindergarten child. If I do, you'll let me go? If you do, the debt you owe is cancelled. If you don't, you're ready to go to the northwest and feed the snow wolves. It's as simple as that. He withdrew those 2 fingers and looked at Li Yubai with a playful expression. It's a deal. Then I'm off. Go. Fan Tianxiao lifted that big round face and didn't mean to stop him. I'm really leaving? Go. I'm really gone. I really go. Get out. He turned on his heel and walked away, like he'd made up his mind of some sort. In a flash, in order not to be a dignity-less sack of. Seeing Li Yaobai leave, Fan Tianxiao's figure flickered and flew into midair in an instant. 1 man, 600 names. A strange thing that hasn't been heard of for centuries. Let me, Fan Tianxiao, stumble upon it. Although I don't know where that strange spiritual power of his comes from, it should be related to the vision of the 4 directions list. Such a talent would rather be recruited wrongly. Never let go. Fan Tianxiao smiled faintly and disappeared into the square. Li Yaobai ran furiously all the way and finally slipped to the edge of the square. He stopped in his tracks, and a wave of fear ran through his heart. The strength of that round-faced uncle was so powerful that he couldn't even imagine it. The feeling of oppression still haunts him. Who? Marshal Yu? What strength is he? What strength is he? Marshal Yu? Marshal Yu! Li Yaobai shouted in his heart for a while, trying to call out Yu Fei's divine soul. However, the response was a tingling and buzzing in his brain. He called out a few more times in rapid succession, but received no response, only the persistent tingling and buzzing that echoed through his mind. Li Yaobai tried to use his first talent, but it didn't move in the slightest either. Send! It was too much of a blast against the ancient head just now. My spiritual power is drying up. Yu Shuai had said that spiritual power was the key to communicating with him and summoning him. I don't have a drop left now, so what am I going to call out to him? However, Li Yubai thought of something even more troublesome. He had just promised that uncle that he would participate in the awakening ceremony after the single row trial or whatever, without relying on any organization. I still have to participate in some demon trial, and I still have to get first place by myself without a team? I can't shake anyone right now. At this time, Li Yubai felt a burst of despair inside. He had just promised people that he would either complete the mission or go to the northwest to feed the snow wolves. Why did I come down here if I knew that? Sacks are pretty good too. No dignity. At least better than no life. Right? Chapter 9, Jobless Li Yubai. Plaza. Wubo slowly went up to the stage with the support of the staff. I apologize, everyone, for some accidents that have delayed the proceedings of the grand ceremony. Before this year's demon trial begins, we're going to conduct the last item, the spiritual power value test. Wub pointed to a fountain statue in the center of the square. This is the spiritual niche that the regulators have assembled the 4 colleges to set up for you. In this world where aura is revived, aura is as ubiquitous as air, and no matter what race, they all need to absorb aura to evolve their talents. And the place where the spiritual energy gathers is called the spiritual niche. Spirit niches are artificially gathered, such as spirit formations gathered with spirit stones, or naturally formed, such as spirit veins and spirit mines and the like. As we all know, talent determines the upper limit of an awakened's future growth. What there are no wasteful talents, only wasteful awakened people, is pure bull. The test of everyone's talent is to know where your upper limit is, while the test of spiritual power value represents your mastery and enlightenment of your own talent. In short, it depends on whether you are fit to practice. Each of you approach the spirit niche and use your best efforts to absorb the spirit power in it. How much spirit power you can absorb and how many levels you can raise, that's up to you. After Wubo finished his explanation, the students on stage slowly approached the shrine under the command. Li Yubai came the latest and could only be at the very back of the line. But even so, as soon as he appeared, it was as if he had his own halo, instantly becoming the center of attention in the room. Holy, how am I so virtuous that I can actually be in the same line as Li Yubai? The classmate on the side secretly marveled in his heart. He had just witnessed this big brother's battle, and his heart couldn't help but surge with a throbbing sensation. As for Li Yubai, he was already burnt out, and how to accomplish Fan Tianxiao's task had become his biggest problem. In front of the shrine, a teenager wearing glasses walked slowly. He gently pressed his palm against the fountain statue, and all of a sudden, a burst of pure white transparent spiritual energy was like a trickle of water, continuously surging into his body. JUE level 1, JUE level 2, 3, 4, JUE level 9, JUE level 10. Wu Bo, who was on the side, recorded carefully and couldn't help but have a look of admiration on his face. He announced in a loud voice, Spirit Peak Academy. Lu Lin, Spiritual Power Value Test, Ju Energy Level 10. Congratulations, you have reached JUE Level 10. What a good seedling for cultivation. The speed at which you absorb spiritual energy is the fastest I've seen in the past few years. It shows that you have reached a rather high level of understanding and utilization of your own talents in just a few hours. Wu Bo is also up to Love Talent. Spiritual Power Value Test, absorbing spiritual power and can also be raised to the Ju Energy Stage 10 level. By all accounts, this was already the limit of the early stage of the awakened, and he hadn't seen students higher than this before. Thank you, Uncle Wu, for the compliment. It was just a fluke for the late generation. Lu Lin smiled faintly and humbly bowed to Wu Bo before turning to leave. Teacher Lu Chang, your son is truly a little monster. A 1 in a million SSS grade talent. Coupled with this amazing enlightenment, his future achievements are simply unlimited. At this moment, Lu Lin's father, Spirit Peak Academy's teacher Lu Chang, stood on the side, listening to the constant praise from the teachers around him, his heart filled with relief and pride. Worthy of being a genius at the top of the rankings. I don't know who exclaimed. However, these words caused Lu Chang's face to instantly go cold again. Leaderboards? Where is anyone else's name on the charts now? It has become someone's exclusive autograph book. And how much spiritual energy can he absorb? Lu Chang was secretly looking forward in his heart and could not help but raise his head to look at Li Yaobai at the end of the group. He knew very well that although his son was incredibly talented, he was not even close to what Li Yaobai had just done. Also looking at Li Yaobai were the blazing gazes of Xia Yun and the others. Xia Yun, this shrew, is trying to steal someone from me again. I must not let him go to Galaxy. The procession slowly moved forward, and as Wu Bo broadcasted, the expressions of the crowd varied. Some people were really happy and some people were sad. Star Ocean Academy Mo Linglong, Ju Energy Level 8, Gnosis Superior. Hearing this achievement, a hint of joy flashed in Mo Linglong's eyes, but then she thought of something else and it quickly dimmed. Galaxy Academy Yi Qianxue, Ju Energy Level 7, Superior. A white-skirted girl nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with her performance. Longxiang Academy Tang Yujia, Ju Energy Level 2, Enlightenment, General. At this point, the students on the sidelines couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Scrap it. Reopen it. Ju Energy Level 2. How stupid does this have to be? It's killing me with laughter. My grandma came and was able to raise it to JUE Level 2. And I'll be frank, JUE Level 2s can really be reopened. Another student chimed in with a taunt. Having a high awakened talent doesn't necessarily mean that you have a high level of enlightenment. The two complement each other so that the awakened person's cultivation path can go smoothly. Wu Bo explained to the crowd, then looked to the next student. Fork it out. That person was none other than Li Yubai. What do you mean, old man? Are you targeting me? Li Yubai's eyes were wide open. Why was this old man so resentful of himself? Which academy are you from? Who gave you permission to come? Of course, Wu Bo knew Li Yubai, and Fan Tianxiao had also greeted him. He just simply looked at the kid with displeasure. Lanqiang Senior Technical College. Li Yubai finished shouting and walked directly towards the spiritual shrine. He could clearly feel that the statue in front of him contained majestic spiritual energy. He put his hand on the statue and began to try to feel the spiritual energy pouring into his body. However, this feeling only lasted for a few seconds, and then disappeared in an instant like a flash in the pan, as if everything just now was just a hallucination. Unemployed hobo Li Yubai. Spiritual Power Value Test Ju Energy Level 2. Wu Bo loudly announced the results. Upon hearing the results, Li Yaobai was dumbfounded. This is the end? It's over. Come on down. Wu Bo seemed to be very happy with this result. Seeing this brat get defeated, he was able to take a breath. Li Yaobai had no choice but to walk down the spiritual niche, but in his heart, he was puzzled. I clearly feel spiritual energy surging into my body? How is it that in just a few seconds that feeling is gone? Ju can level 2. Fan Tian shall let me eat chicken in single row? He had thought that he would be able to raise some of his strength to face the next demon trial, yet reality had played a joke on him. Li Yaobai student is really low-key. Yes, although as a demonic genius, it is not arrogant or impatient. Even the psychic power level test, it only stayed for a few seconds and then came down. Yeah, Li Yaobai-san doesn't see these spiritual powers at all. What the hell? Li Yaobai was confused. He did come down after absorbing just a little bit of spiritual energy, and he did only raise one level. Classmate Li Yaobai, what era is it? Still playing the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Awareness energy level 2 is a lie for you, isn't it? That who? Didn't you just say that even your grandma can realize energy level 2? Do you mean that even Li Yaobai's classmates are going to be reopened? Sorry, I don't know my grandmother well. There was a great deal of mourning. Amount. Li Yaobai was confused again. He didn't expect this to be the case either. I have my own great scholar to argue for me? Student Knight White. Teacher knows that you are hiding your strength to prepare for the demon trial. Xia Yun walked over and looked at Li Yaobai affectionately. Sensei, it's true that I only have Juji energy level 2. Li Yaobai shook his head in denial. Understood awareness energy level 2. The teacher understands. Is there any interest in joining the Galaxy Academy? Xia Yun stared at Li Yaobai as if she was looking at a treasure. In her eyes, this kid was the future hope of Galaxy Academy to win the championship. I don't want to join any academy for now. Joking aside, would he dare to join? Unless he wanted to go to the northwest to feed the snow wolves. A pang of fear ran through him when he thought of that round-faced uncle. Chapter 10 Demon Trial. Student Li Yaobai, you can join us at Spirit Peak Academy and I'll give you the best teaching resources. Willow City walks in at some point and starts grabbing people in front of them. Li Knight White student. Our Longsang Academy is known for having many beautiful schoolgirls. As long as you come, the teacher will directly send you the list of people. Wang Lai didn't know where to come from either. And it seemed like he didn't want to give up his fight for Li Yaobai either. So he could only make a dim move. Thank you all for your kind words. I don't really want to join any academy right now. I'll consider it after the demon trial is over. Li Yaobai politely declined everyone's invitations. Even though he had previously promised Fan Tianxiao that he wouldn't join any academy organizations, he had no intention of joining these academies even without this agreement. He had seen through the hypocrisy of these people and he just wanted to get away from them. Not joining any colleges? You mean that you plan to go alone in the demon race trials? Xia Yun's face was shocked, obviously not expecting Li Yaobai to be so arrogant. That was the demon trial, and its cruelty was extraordinary. Even if he was strong, he simply couldn't finish without the support of his teammates on that trial field. That's not for you to worry about. Li Yaobai waved goodbye and turned to leave. He's so wild. Wang Lai smiled helplessly. Xia Yun, however, had no intention of letting Li Yaobai go. I like it. Brother Bai. You're too awesome. I just saw you beat that Zhang Chen into a pig's head with my own eyes. It was simply awesome. In the distance, a remnant shadow flew in at an extremely fast speed, and because it didn't break its footsteps, it slammed headfirst into Li Yaobai's chest. Put. Yan Chang, are you trying to murder me? That person was none other than Yan Chang, who had waited for a long time before finally finding a chance to talk to Li Yaobai, and appeared unusually excited. Hey, Brother Bai. I haven't mastered the talent proficiently yet. This is my awakened A-rank talent, Divine Speed. Yan Chang proudly introduced himself. His own half-ass level actually being able to awaken an A-rank talent was simply smoke from his ancestors' graves. I feel like the Flash. Brother Bai. I want to team up with you for the demon trial. I want to be your scout. For the human race, the awakened were the only strategic resource that could fight against the foreign races. However, not all human races with awakened talents were suitable for solo combat. For example, those awakened who had awakened healing assisting talents often lacked the ability to fight head-on when faced with powerful alien races. Compared to the demon race and the spirit race, which were individually powerful races, it was difficult for the human race to gain an advantage at the same level. Therefore, over the past 100 years, the human race has fully utilized the advantages of teamwork in battle and developed a complete tactical system of battle grouping. The most standard combat squad consists of 4 men divided into 4 professions: Warlock, Scout, Imperial Guard and Executioner. Most of the awakened members of the artisan profession have the talent for healing and group boosting, commonly known as nursemaid. Most of the awakened scouts possessed agility and spirit talents, and they were responsible for information scouting in the squad, analyzing the entire battlefield for the squad by virtue of their super high senses and reflexes. Most of the awakened talents of the Imperial Guards are of the defense class, and their main duty is to protect the warlocks and scouts in the party and control the field. The executioner, on the other hand, is the leader of each squad, and they have one mission, and that is to deal a devastating blow to the enemy in the fastest possible time. In the squad, only the awakened with the strongest output combat power was qualified for the position of executioner. Little swallow. I don't need scouts, and there's no way for us to team up when I'm not at Star Ocean Academy. Yan Cheng's talent was indeed perfect for scouts, but Li Yubai's mission was a single-row trial. Li Yaobai tried to use this reason to dissuade Yan Cheng from joining any tactical squads. If that's the case, then I'll drop out too. Although Yan Cheng usually looks dull and silly, he is devoted to his friends. You need a minimum of 4 people for a squad, and even if you drop out, the 2 of us will still be for nothing. Yan Cheng remained silent, clearly already determined to follow Li Yaobai. It was only after Li Yaobai's bitter persuasion that Yan Cheng reluctantly left. The Demon Race Trial was the last and most important program of the annual awakening ceremony. Ahem. I think you all know very well what we are about to face next. At this point, Wu Bo once again stepped up to the plate. In previous years, we regulators have been in the city, uniting with the 4 major academies to captive some low-grade demonic beasts as a way of practicing your use of your talents and improving your ability to fight in groups. This is where the core purpose of the demon trial lies. However, this year is very different. You should all be aware that over the past few years, the demon race has been frantically violating the borders of my country, China, and attacking our compatriots. War is imminent. We no longer need hothouse flowers. We need warriors who can actually go to war and hold their own on the battlefield. Therefore, this year's demon race trial site will be located at the border. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. All the students did not expect that they would actually be allowed to go to the border for the demon trial. A group of rookies. I heard from the seniors that the demonic beasts of the demon trial used to have a maximum level of only Jew energy level 10, and a random squad could kill them. We're going to the real border now. That's the real demon race. Not here to play house with you. The students on the stage murmured, seemingly unprepared for the heavy news. It was natural to be afraid. After all, they were just a group of students who had just awakened their talents. I forgot to mention that participation in this year's demon trial is voluntary and never forced. For those of you who would like to participate, we will absolutely keep you safe. Now it's time for free teaming. Allocate your talents wisely, and come here to register your information and pick up your equipment if you're ready for a team. Wu Bo added 2 more sentences. The border is thousands of miles away from Jinhai City. We'd have to walk for months even by the fastest transportation, right? Someone stepped forward to ask a question. Don't worry, the regulators have prepared a teleportation array for you. A rough voice came out. Not loud, but clear and unmistakable, echoing in the square. A large round face familiar to Li Yubai appeared in the sky above. Regulator Group Leader, Fan Tian Xiao. The teleportation spirit formation is able to take you directly to the border, and each of you will be fitted with an alarm that will instantly bring you back when pinched in case of danger. It took a moment for the crowd to quiet down. Although the difficulty of this trial has increased, the rewards are correspondingly more generous. For this trial, the demon spirit cores obtained by all the squads need not be submitted to the academy and will be divided equally among the squad members. These words, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the students on stage. Those who had wanted to quit out of fear were moved by the words. The spirit cores of the demon race contained powerful spiritual energy inside, which was an extremely precious cultivation resource for the human race. Chapter 11, Single Row Trials. Demon spirit cores? Equally? Li Yubai secretly pondered. It meant that every spirit core he obtained in this trial belonged to him. Thinking of this, Li Yubai's heart was delighted. If he could collect enough spirit cores in this trial, he might be able to reawaken Yu Fei's divine soul. There was no time to wait. His current goal was to raise his strength as soon as possible and complete Fan Tianxiao's mission. Who knows if that guy will actually feed himself to the snow wolves. Li Yubai strides to the front of the stage. Name? Li Yubai. Where are the team members? None. After saying that, he didn't hesitate to pick up his alarm and took a step into the teleportation array. His movements were astonishingly swift. No, classmate. You wait. You're just going to the border for the trials alone? This is no joke. The staff, still in a daze, tried to stop Li Yubai's teleportation. Let him go. Right at this moment, Fan Tianxiao's voice came out as he stared at the place where Li Yaobai had disappeared. And a weird smile appeared on that large round face. They want a pack of wolf pups that can go to war. And I want the wolves that lead the pack. Right after Li Yaobai teleported away, the first team's name appeared on the square's big screen. Squad 1. Member, Lee Knight White. College affiliation, none. Number of spirit cores, 0. Everyone's jaws dropped when this message appeared in front of them. They stared at the big screen as if they couldn't believe their eyes. 10,000 miles away from the border. The true ferocious beasts of the demon race. A man? This is extremely crazy how you think about it. What the hell? He went to the trial alone? Is he crazy? However, the shock of the crowd was not over when the call of the staff came again. Team leader. Something big is going on. Uncle Wu is going to fail again. Fan Tianxiao frowned slightly and appeared beside Wu Bo in an instant. Spirit niche. Lee Knight White. It's definitely that kid. Don't let him get away. Wu Bo let out a heartbreaking wail as he raised his trembling finger and pointed it at the statue of the spirit niche. At this moment, the spirit niche statue was full of cracks, and there was not a single trace of spiritual energy flowing. What's the situation? Although Fan Tianxiao was the leader of the regulators, the scene in front of him was a strange thing he had never seen before. Even if this isn't a large spiritual niche, it contains enough spiritual power to make a king realm level awakened person burst, and now there isn't even a trace of spiritual power left? His heart was filled with doubts. These spiritual powers were saved by the regulators in conjunction with the 4 major academies after spending a year. Now that the spiritual niche was cracked and his spiritual power had been drained, Old Man Wu was furious and fainted. He was literally 2 heads in one. It must be that kid Li Yabai who was the last one to touch the spirit shrine. Definitely can't let him slip away. Wu Bo shouted angrily, and before his words fell, under the emotion, he fainted headlong again. Lee Knight White. What is this kid in the end? And where was Li Yubai's shadow in the square now? The day passed, and the first light dawned in the sky. The southern border of China. The endless forest zone. The light of several teleportation arrays appeared, and the trial squads of the 4 academies descended into a desert area. Not far from the desert was the endless forest that surrounded half of China's borders, and for which it was named. The kingdom of China bordered the demon kingdom of the demon race, and the vast and endless forest of endlessness became a buffer zone between the two, where traces of the demon race and the human race were all over the place. The trials have been going on since you arrived here. Above the crowd, rows of drones began to play Fan Tianxiao's voice. The prescribed range of the trial is in the outermost area of the southern part of the endless forest, where the demon races are not of a high enough level to pose a threat to you. You are warned that the trial can only be in the outermost area. Beyond the specified safety range, the alarm will automatically teleport you back and the trial results will be directly invalidated. Our drones will also be following you throughout, observing and recording your behavior. The trial will end in a week's time, and the number of spirit cores acquired by the squad will be the final grade. So I hope you guys do well. As soon as the words fell, the images of the crowd of student squads appeared on the plaza's large screen. The teachers watched their students nervously. At this time, the students on the desert were even more nervous, although they had participated in countless simulation drills in school, but that was virtual after all. And when the crowd actually reached the border, no squad dared to act rashly, and they actually all froze in place. If you're afraid, you can go back. We'll go ahead. Spirit Peak Academy's Lu Lin was the first to step forward. His tone was relaxed and he didn't seem to be afraid of the unknown in front of him. As the leader of his squad and also the most powerful executioner in the battle, Lu Lin did not hesitate to give the order. Scout, you are in charge of opening the way ahead. Use your eagle-eye talent to carefully scout everything in the vicinity. Go I. You and I will protect the warlock closely in the rear to ensure his safety. Before the words fell, the Willow Grove squad was already like an arrow off the string, rushing into the dense jungle ahead of the others. At this moment, the scene was being broadcast in real time on the plaza's big screen. Worthy of being the son that I, Lu Cheng, taught, didn't disgrace me. Lu Cheng's heart was filled with relief and pride when he saw his son so valiant and determined. Let's go. What are you afraid of? Don't we all practice in school? With the person who had taken the lead, the rest of the squad went into the jungle one after another as well. Quack quack quack. The southern outskirts of endless forest, next to a swamp. Li Yubai kicked away the 2 Ju energy level 1 greenfield frogs. This endless forest simply can't be finished. Whining helplessly, he didn't realize the trials started today. Li Yubai teleported here in advance yesterday and didn't see any traces of demonic beasts all the way, so he could only find a random place to sleep for the night. Vast indeed. As soon as his words fell, a familiar voice came from his mind, and Li Yaobai's pupils shrank. Marshal, you finally woken up? Yesterday your mental power was overly depleted and I was unable to establish contact with you. But in the underworld, I sensed a powerful source of spiritual energy, so I drew on that spiritual energy in a smooth manner. Yu Fei's voice came, but Li Yaobai's heart thumped. A powerful source of spiritual energy? Isn't that the spirit niche from yesterday's spirit value test? No wonder the spirit niche didn't respond when he just drew in spiritual energy for a few seconds yesterday. Wait, are you saying you finished sucking up all that spiritual energy? Not really, I didn't suck it all up. Li Yaobai let out a light breath. Okay. If he finished sucking on that spiritual niche, Fan Tianxiao would probably just throw himself to the wolves. Where would he need to accomplish anything? The rest of the aura was used for you. Doesn't that still suck up? Done. Now even if he took first place, he couldn't escape the clutches of Fan Tianxiao when he went back. Wouldn't the old man kill me if they knew I did it? The thought gave him another pang of fear, and he was glad he had left early. Night White, your own spiritual power is too meager, and the last time you were able to call upon my divine soul, you relied entirely on your unusually powerful spiritual power as support. However, even if you overdraw all your spiritual power, you can only barely call me to appear for 10 seconds. Once those 10 seconds have passed, you will bleed out of all 7 corners and fall into a comatose state. Yu Fei's voice sounded again as he explained. Without the support of spiritual power, relying solely on spiritual power won't work. Spiritual power is mainly useful in establishing a connection with me, but if you want to truly call me out to fight, spiritual power is the crucial route. Upon hearing this, Li Yaobai fell into deep thought. He really hadn't considered this aspect. As a dual talent awakened himself, his first talent, the Divine Grimoire Mask, was not a talent for cultivating spiritual power. It is able to turn the spiritual energy it draws into 10 times 100 times more spiritual energy, an ability that, while perverse, does not add an ounce of spiritual energy to itself. But the proportions of this conversion he had not yet worked out for himself. The last spiritual power duel between him and the principal had shown him the level of his spiritual power. I can have King Realm level spiritual power at Ju energy level too. So if I reach the King Realm, wouldn't that be? Of course, he knew that the account could not be settled this way. This King Realm level of spiritual power was, after all, the achievement of a year of his own hard training. All of that powerful spiritual energy from yesterday was used to restore your spiritual energy. And I myself received some benefits. But that's not nearly enough. All in all, what you need most right now is spiritual energy. Enough spiritual energy. After hearing Yu Fei's words, Li Yaobai immediately felt a wave of pressure come over him. It took all the spiritual power of a spiritual niche to restore his lost spiritual power. All you've really absorbed yourself is a little bit of leftovers. This was the reason why he had only advanced 1 level. Chapter 12, Stabbed a Toad's Nest? Quack! Croak! 2 frogs chirped in Li Yaobai's ears, and when he turned his eyes to look, it was actually 2 adult green field frogs that quietly appeared beside him. Kicked out the little one and came in the old one? The corner of Li Yaobai's mouth hooked into a smile, but his eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. The green corrosive liquid boiling on the 2 green field frogs was already in an offensive stance, ready to attack him at any time. Adult Aota frogs, with a strength of around Ju energy level 5. In his previous life, Li Yaobai was originally a supreme genius and had seen a lot, and the information about the demon race that the human race had observed had long been deeply engraved in his memory. And in this world where the aura has been revived through centuries of change, whether it's the demon race, the spirit race, or the awakened spirit weapons and spirit medicine and so on, they all follow a unified hierarchy. With a thought, the sundial totem under his feet instantly dispersed. At the same time, a silver spear instantly appeared in Li Yaobai's hand, and from the outside, it was surprisingly a few points sharper than the first time he summoned it, flashing with a cold light. This gun is called the Leeching Spring Divine Spear, which is precisely Yu Fei's weapon. Night White, this trial is a good opportunity. Yu Fei's voice sounded again. As the hand of the sundial totem turned again, it pointed to the golden hour of Z. In the next moment, a Yu Fei silhouette that was a few sizes smaller blasted into existence beside Li Yaobai. Although Yu Fei's divine soul was several sizes smaller, it was a few points more solid than before. At a trance, it seemed like a real general appeared in front of Li Yaobai. Li Yaobai knew that it should be the effect of the spirit niche's spiritual power on him. The larger the form of my divine soul, the stronger it will be, but this will also cause great loss to your mental and spiritual energy. My current form strength is only Ju energy level 20. You can keep summoning me for 5 minutes. Yu Fei patiently explained to Li Yaobai. Understood. Li Yubai nodded his head in greeting. For his current level, this was indeed the most cost-effective option. As I said before, one of the benefits of your strong spiritual power is that you can quickly learn the mantra I passed on to you. Today, I will pass on to you, you style 13 guns. As soon as the words fell, a picture of Yu Fei wielding a gun and practicing martial arts appeared in Li Yubai's mind. Every move and every style was engraved in his mind. In just a few moments, he had already comprehended the essence of these shots of Yu Fei's. At this moment, the two frog beasts stomped on their hind legs, poised and ready to go, spraying fiercely at Li Yubai with their boiling hot venom. In the face of this sudden attack, the silver spear in his hand flicked out, as if a silver lightning bolt had cut through the sky. The tip of the gun drew a graceful arc in the air, accurately stabbing at the eye of one of the frog beasts, only to hear a pfft sound. The silver spear easily penetrated through the frog beast's eyeballs, deep into its brain marrow. The frog beast was instantly killed, its huge body collapsing helplessly to the ground, green corrosive liquid splattering in all directions. The other troglodyte saw this, panicked, and tried to turn and run. However, Li Yaobai's movements were even faster. With a flick of his wrist, his silver spear was like a snake coming out of a hole, instantly catching up with the fleeing frog beast and piercing through its back heart. The frog beast let out a mournful scream and then collapsed to the ground. A few moments later, next to the corpses of the two demonic beast spirit cores that shimmered with a shimmering light were revealed. Not bad, the children are teachable. Yu Fei's divine soul didn't put up a fight, and he was really surprised to see how quickly Li Yabai comprehended the situation. Right at this moment, the sundial totem under Li Yubai's feet suddenly tumbled and actually sucked the two demonic beast spirit cores directly into the totem, disappearing without a trace. I feel able to level 6? Feeling the change in the spiritual energy value on his body, Li Yubai was stunned and somewhat disbelieving. Just slaughtering 2 frogs and getting upgraded so easily and painlessly? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt in his mind. Marshal Yu, is this normal? He turned his head to look at Yu Fei's divine soul. After the death of the demon and spirit race, the spirit nuclei in their bodies would naturally dissipate and return to heaven and earth within a certain period of time. A normal awakened person who wanted to absorb the spiritual energy within a spirit core would need to first preserve the spirit core within an exclusive spirit vessel before making it into a spirit pill and taking it. It was only after this set of processes that the awakened person was able to draw on the spiritual energy within the spiritual core. As for Li Yubai's current situation, he did nothing, and those 2 demonic beast spirit cores were directly sucked away by the sundial totem. The sundial totem has formed its own heaven and earth, and is incredibly mysterious. As long as you continue to absorb spiritual energy, leveling up is a matter of course. Yu Fei's divine soul slowly explained, a hint of mystery and awe in his tone. Upon hearing this, a wave of ecstasy surged through Li Yaobai's heart. If this sundial totem was really so perverted, then wouldn't it be just a matter of time before one became a king realm powerhouse as long as he kept absorbing enough spiritual energy? This thought excited Li Yubai, and he couldn't wait to slaughter 10,000 frogs right now to obtain spiritual energy. However, Yu Fei's voice was like a pot of cold water, directly dousing his unrealistic fantasies. Don't get too happy. Even if you kill another 100 million frogs it won't work. The path of cultivation becomes more and more difficult the further back you go. Your first talent requires spiritual energy. You need spiritual energy to summon me, and you need even more spiritual energy to upgrade yourself. By the time you get to the back, the amount of spiritual energy you'll need is astronomical. Li Yubai's heart fluttered as he heard this. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to take the road one step at a time. The current demon trial was the best chance for him to obtain more spiritual energy. However, the area of this world was hundreds of times bigger than the world he used to be in, especially this endless forest, which stretched for 10,000 miles. Just in this small outer area, it was already quite a struggle for him to find the demonic beasts. Don't panic, I'll pass on another tracing technique to you. Yu Fei's voice rang out. This technique is called looking for chi. In the middle of marching, you often have to observe the terrain and judge the enemy. This technique will help you look for traces of demonic beasts. Li Yubai's powerful spiritual power instantly unfolded, and the world in front of him seemed to be stripped of its colors, leaving only black and white. The surrounding aura transformed into countless fine threads in his perception, intertwining into a complex and subtle network. Is this looking into the air? Wouldn't that make me a scout? Thinking of this, Li Yubai couldn't help but smile slightly. He was worried that he was fighting alone and had no scouts to detect the information. But now with the Chi lookout, he could also detect the aura within 100 meters. Quack, quack. Suddenly, in his perception, 2 golden frog demonic beasts appeared behind Li Yaobai. Did I poke a toad's nest? These 2 golden frogs were even larger in size, even more so than the previous ones, and a rich golden poisonous aura emanated from behind them. Of the frog-type demonic beasts, I haven't seen this type of breed before. Is it a hybrid? However, the 2 golden frogs did not notice Li Yubai's presence. With an injured white wolf pup in their mouths, they walked straight in a certain direction, seemingly completely unaware that someone was peering in the shadows. Follow them over there and see if I can find their nest. Then I'll make a fortune. Li Yaobai was secretly calculating in his mind. With the detection of his lookout, he cautiously followed behind the 2 frogs without revealing a single crack. His footsteps were light and his breathing steady, as if he had become one with his surroundings. Chapter 13, The Golden Toad Cave. Li Yaobai followed those 2 golden toads closely and arrived at the upper reaches of a river. What flowed in these currents was actually the golden venom that had been infected by those golden toads. Li Yaobai looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. It's a good thing I didn't drink the water there in the first place. Immediately after that, those 2 golden toads entered the cave. Li Yaobai immediately followed close behind, sticking close to the cave entrance and cautiously peering inside the cave, only to see that within this cave, dozens of golden toads were gathered around one place, and the poisonous gas emanating from their bodies filled the entire cave, causing one to feel extremely disgusted and uncomfortable. Huang Yao Yao, you've already been targeted by these golden toads, and you actually didn't pinch the alarm. Don't you want your life for these spirit cores? In the center where those golden toads were gathered, a small team of 4, 2 men and 2 women, were struggling, and not far from the periphery, another squad was stopping to watch the scene, with no intention of coming to their aid. Those words just now were spoken by the very tall boy who was the leader of the peripheral group. Shameless, despicable. Just now, we clearly agreed that our squad will come in first to explore the path. You guys are responsible for breaking the back for us, and then we'll share the spirit cores together equally after we discover the demonic beasts. As a result, you 4 guys even sold us out directly. Let us be the target, and sit on your own. A beautiful woman with an extremely good figure and yellow hair in the squad surrounded by golden toads in the center angrily cursed. At this moment, her face was covered in dust and her body was still stained with the blood of the golden toad, making her look wretched. Joke, they say girls have big boobs. Who knew you really believed it? Who promised to break your back? The taller boy in the lead let out a sneer, full of disdain. There's no drones here. No one knows what we've done. If you want us to step in and help you, that's fine. But you have to hand over your blue box first. He pointed at the blue box-shaped spirit artifact behind the yellow-haired beauty, his eyes flashing with greed. Asterisk 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 Q. When the trial is over, I'll settle the score with your Galaxy Academies. Responding to the boy was an angry scolding from the yellow-haired beauty. Doesn't matter. The blue box is mine anyway when you guys can't hold out. At this moment, Li Yubai, who was hiding in the darkness of the cave entrance, frowned. Blue box? Isn't that a spirit weapon that the human race uses exclusively for spirit cores? Why do all their squads have this stuff? Li Yubai touched his whole body. There was only one alarm when he came on. Where's the blue box? No one told him he needed to bring a blue box for the trials. Fan Tianxiao pressed the blue box for him. Thinking of this, Li Yubai suddenly had a bad feeling. Just then, one of the boys in the middle squad suddenly let out a scream. Only his thigh was unfortunately shot by the golden toad's corrosive venom, and the surface was instantly bloody and miserable. Yo, I'm sorry. I can't hold out much longer. That boy was the executioner of the team. Without his output, it was only a matter of time before they were completely consumed by the golden toad venom. Huang Yuan, quickly treat his injuries. The yellow-haired girl cried out anxiously. Sister, his injuries are too severe. I need some time. The other girl said helplessly. Her face was very similar to the yellow-haired girl, obviously a twin sister. Huang Yao, I advise you to hurry up and pinch the alarm and go home. I'll take these golden toad spirit cores for you. The taller boy, obviously impatient, began to taunt. These golden toads were only around Ju energy level 6, and with a relatively single means of attack, their battle power wasn't very strong. What's more, Huang Yao's team had already taken care of some of the golden toads for them. The remaining golden toads, with the 4 of them working together as hard as they could, it wasn't a problem to exterminate them all. That's where the human combat squad comes in. A human awakened who was also at awakened energy level 6 would definitely only have one fate if he faced dozens of golden toads alone, and that was death. However, if it was a 4-member squad whose talents fit each other and cooperated well, It would be able to exert unexpected effects and even reverse the battle. Yo, I'm sorry, I'm going back. The injured man was so delirious that he had no choice but to squeeze the alarm in his hand. I'm sorry I can't take you guys through the trial. As soon as the words left his mouth, within seconds after he pinched the alarm, a dazzling burst of light wrapped him up quickly and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. And on the plaza's big screen, his name instantly turned red, appearing particularly blinding. Squad 12. Members, Lee E. Affiliated colleges Longxiang College. Number of spirit cores, 0. His trial results were directly nullified the moment he pinched the alarm. He was also disqualified from continuing in the trial. Look how understanding your captain is. The tall man saw that there was one less person on the other side and tore right through it. A handful of fireballs flashed in his hands and he threw them directly at the other three. You're crazy. It's just that you don't kill demonic beasts. You even attacked a fellow human? Huang Yaoyao angrily rebuked. He didn't expect the other party to be so crazy. Compatriot? Joke. I'm not your compatriot. Whoever snatches spirit cores from me, who is my enemy? The taller boy had already gone a little crazy. The Awaken's cultivation path was already difficult, and it was hard to make it to the end without strong spiritual resources. Now, dozens of spirit cores were right in front of them, within reach, and no drones were filming them. Who could come and not be impressed when faced with this situation? I'm sorry, Yo-Yo-san. This guy is crazy. The captain has run away. I'm going back too. One of the remaining boys shuddered and pinched the alarm when he finished. You see, the main body of your team has run away, leaving a nurse and a scout, TSK, or a pair of beautiful sisters. If you still do not go, I cannot guarantee that we a few big men can do something. After all, this is the middle of nowhere, out of things. Who can not say, well, how about this? Give me your blue box and I'll take your squad's spirit cores for you. The tall boy grinned lecherously and rubbed out another handful of fireballs burning in his hands. Sister, let us go. Let us give up. Hearing her sister's persuasion, Huang Yaoyao, however, didn't want to give up the opportunity of this trial, but she was unable to do anything about the current situation. Suddenly, her scouting talent picked up a hint of an anomaly. With her telepathy, she spotted a faint heartbeat hidden in the mouth of the cave. Someone's in the cave, trying to distract us when you're dying? Someone's going to hit on you guys. You expect me to believe that? The taller boy was unimpressed as he smiled disdainfully and walked straight towards the two sisters. Swish! Just then, a silver spear flew like lightning, stabbing through the palm of the boy who was holding up a fireball with unparalleled precision. Ah! The boy let out a heartbreaking scream, and the fireball in his hand disappeared. Without the firelight, the golden toad cave became even dimmer. Who is sneaking up on me? She's not lying, she's telling the truth. In the darkness, a pair of blood-colored pupils flickered with a ghostly rainbow light, revealing a mysterious and dangerous aura. Behind the owner of those blood-colored pupils followed a mighty purple-robed and gold-armored general. This general was several times as tall as the man, appearing unusually sturdy, and also held a silver spear with a silver glint in his hand, emitting a biting killing aura. I'm very interested in your spirit core. Chapter 14. Who are you? At the entrance of the dimly lit cave, Li Yubai's face loomed in the half-light, half-darkness, and the tall boy's palm was gurgling blood. Ahem, you have me surrounded. Seeing that Li Yubai had actually come alone, the boy couldn't help but stare. Are you out of your mind? A summoner, how many levels do you think you can be, without a teammate? You dare to come here to seek death? At this point, his wounds had been healed by a fellow magician teammate. The boy's face was vicious. In the past, only he had shaded others, but today, he had let someone else do it. He roared angrily and charged straight at Li Yubai. I'll let you sneak up on me. In an instant, the boy transformed into a fireman, carrying a blazing flame straight towards Li Yubai. However, just as he was about to pounce in front of Li Yubai, Yufei's gigantic divine soul suddenly appeared behind him. With just a single grip, his wide palm was like an iron vice, firmly pinching the boy's head in the air. And Li Yubai hadn't moved a step from the beginning to the end. Damn! What kind of summoning spirit is this? His strength had reached Ju energy level 6, which was not the top among the teams in these trials, but it was still at the upper level. However, the strength of the other party's summoned spirit seemed to be far beyond him. The boy had his head pinched, and no matter how desperately he struggled, he was unable to break free from Yufei's grip. His face suddenly changed and he cursed offhandedly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save me! He has no teammates. Hearing his cries for help, It was then that his teammates finally responded. One of the fat men in that group. His limbs instantly transformed into steel-like material and violently slammed into Yufei's palm. However, in just a matter of breaths, he had his head pinched to death by Yufei's other palm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you playing me? The boy had been so exasperated that he had extinguished the flame. How could he not expect that the other person had already taken down two of his team before they even made a move? Just a human summoning spirit. The Huang Yao Yao duo, who were hiding at the side, were also stunned. The scene he expected where Li Yubai was brutally beaten up did not appear. The scene in front of her was beyond her imagination. His summoning spirit, could it be a former top-tier powerhouse of the human race? Sister, why does he look a little familiar to me? What a time to be a nymphomaniac. Every handsome guy you see looks familiar. Huang Yao Yao blankly glanced at her sister. No matter what, it's dangerous here. And all those golden-toed demon beasts suddenly disappeared just now, so it's definitely not good. Let's take this opportunity to slip away quietly. At this moment, Li Yaobai, holding a leeching spear, blandly walked towards the two remaining people on the opposite side. Still fighting? A warlock and a scout, both of whom are Juji energy level 6. Don't be afraid. It's 2 against 1. The advantage is ours. That scout tried to bolster his courage, and as soon as his words fell, Li Yubai's figure suddenly disappeared. In a flash, a silver spear had been silently placed against his throat. What a fast stance. As a scout, Huang Yaoyao possessed a telepathic talent that could sense changes in the magnetic field around her, but Li Yubai's stance just now was simply difficult to detect even for her. Brother, I was wrong. What do you want you say? With things having come to this, the two remaining men finally realized that they were simply no match for Li Yaobai. Nah, I'll take that one. Li Yubai pointed the tip of his gun at the blue box in the other warlock's hand. Without waiting for them to react, Li Yubai's gun tip picked, and the blue box had steadily flown into his hand. You guys have collected quite a few spirit cores. Seeing the large and small, differently shaped demonic beast spirit cores in the blue box, Li Yubai's heart was delighted. This was the thing he needed most right now. I'll take it. Li Yaobai was about to leave, but the scout hurriedly called out to him. Big brother, you take all the spirit cores and leave the blue box for us, okay? Please. Why? Li Yubai was puzzled. Don't you know? Each team's blue box is bound to the team's information, and the number of spirit cores obtained by each squad will be recorded inside at all times. At the end of this trial, whichever squad has the highest number of spirit cores in the blue box will be the first place. The scout explained eagerly. Brother, will you put our spirit cores in your blue box? You take our blue box and we have no grades. It took him a moment to work up the courage to speak these words, fearing that the other man would give himself a stabbing if he was offended. I don't have a blue box. It was only at this time that Li Yaobai realized the seriousness of the problem. Fan Tianshou had buried a big pit for himself. According to the rules of the trial as stated by the man in front of him, without the blue box, it was impossible for him to get the first place in the trial. No matter how many spirit cores Li Yaobai obtained, there would be no results for him there in the square. Brother, don't tease me. How can you not have a blue box if you can participate in the trial? The scout looked disbelieving, thinking that Li Yubai was joking. What happens to the blue box if you teleport back? Li Yaobai didn't answer and instead asked a question. Teleport back before the trial ends. The trial results in the blue box will be directly nullified, and it's useless to fill it with more spirit cores. The scout explained, his tone revealing a hint of panic. I understand. You guys get some rest. Li Yaobai looked at the other party, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Rest? Where? The scout was at a loss, clearly not understanding Li Yubai's meaning. Go home and rest. After saying that, he flung the lance in his hand and accurately poked the alarms at the waist of those two men. A few seconds later, those two, in a daze, were wrapped in the light of the teleportation array and instantly sent back to the square. Li Yaobai signaled to Yufei, who understood, and with a slap of his two palms, he directly slapped the other two into unconsciousness. Thinking that the 5 minutes were almost up, Li Yubai had no choice but to put away the sundial totem, and Yufei's divine soul disappeared. Fan Tianshou didn't even try to get me to finish this. What the first one out is the first. Thanks to him, Li Yubai was depressed. He was put on the spot by that big round face. If there's only one way to take first place, eliminate all these people and go home. This thought flashed through Li Yaobai's mind, but it caused him to be momentarily stumped. Where was he going to find the bits and pieces of the team in such a large area? Stop! Just then, Li Yubai called out to the two sisters who were about to flee. Why did you expose my whereabouts? Li Yubai's figure flashed and quickly stopped in front of Huang Yaoyao's duo. He had wanted to wait and see what happened. To be a quiet old six. Turns out the girl gave herself a direct quote on the point. I'm sorry, class, Huang Yaoyao's face was covered in dust, but even so, it was hard to hide her beauty. I remember. You're Li Yaobai. I saw you from afar in the square yesterday. Huang Yuan, who was on the side, suddenly exclaimed with a hint of surprise in her tone. In the 4 great academies, who didn't know Li Yaobai's name? Especially in yesterday's square, Li Yaobai's deeds had spread among all the students. You're that Li Yaobai? Huang Yaoyao froze. Sorry. Night White students. You also saw. We were counted by that group of people. I also have no choice. Hearing this name, Huang Yaoyao flashed a glimmer of hope in her eyes as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. I'm Huang Yaoyao from Longxiang Academy. And she's my younger sister. Huang Yuan. I'm a JUE level 7 scout and she's a JUE level 6 warlock. Night White student. You're participating in the trial alone, aren't you? Can you team up with us? Huang Yaoyao's face flushed red, and her voice carried a few hints of begging, as if she was about to cry out. She didn't want to give up the opportunity of the trial, and now that they were 2 sisters, the only way they could continue to participate in the trial was to hold on to the thigh in front of them. Team up? Li Yubai froze. He didn't expect the other party to actually invite him to form a team. Right. Night White student. You're alone anyway. Let's team up for the trial. My sister and I can assist you. Huang Yuan also chimed in. Her face was no less impressive than her sister's. Li Yaobai couldn't help but sigh. That teacher from Longxiang Academy still really didn't lie to him. There sure are a lot of pretty girls at Longxiang Academy. Team up even. Hand over your blue boxes first. Chapter 15, has he always been this fierce? What? Night White students. Huang Yaoyao was a bit stunned. She didn't expect the 2 big beauties, herself and her sister, to take the initiative to beg him to form a team. And he only has eyes for the blue box in his hand? Give me the blue box and you guys go. Li Yaobai didn't say a word more. To him, the spirit core was the most important thing. His mission was to participate in the trial solo, and forming a group was not in his mind at all. Huang Yaoyao wasn't stupid. She had just seen Li Yaobai's strength with her own eyes, so naturally she didn't dare to have any thoughts of resistance. After obtaining the blue box from Huang Yaoyao's team, Li Yaobai was about to leave. Just then, a deafening frog chirp resounded throughout the entire cave, and that loud chirp was like thunder, directly collapsing the cave entrance. The ground trembled with it, as if some behemoth was slowly coming from the depths of the cave, carrying an ineffable pressure. The entrance to the cave was buried in debris and dirt, and the cave was suddenly plunged into darkness. Sister, what is that thing? Huang Yuan cried out in horror. She had never seen this kind of scene before and nervously pulled Huang Yaoyao's hand. Don't panic, calm down. Although Huang Yaoyao's heart was also filled with panic, she tried to maintain her composure. With that, he probed the other side with his own telepathy. According to my detection, it seems to be a frog-like demonic beast of enormous size. At those words, Li Yubai couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Although he possessed the ability to look into the air and detect, Huang Yaoyao's detection range seemed to be a bit farther than his own. Is this a professional scout? There's something else. Li Yaobai stood in front of the duo and continued to ask, what's the approximate power level? When Huang Yaoyao heard Li Yubai's voice, she couldn't help but feel a trace of joy welling up in her heart. The other person is willing to communicate with them, and that means there is an opportunity. I'm not too sure about the exact strength, but at least it's an existence above Ju energy level 20. Huang Yaoyao replied. A Jiaonan level 20 demonic beast. How could there be level 20 demonic beasts in this outlying area? When Huang Yuan heard her sister's words, the fear in her heart multiplied even more, and there were a few tremors in her voice. Sister, should we press the alarm? Shoo, let's improvise. Huang Yaoyao interrupted. Although the cave was dim and dark, she could still see Li Yubai's silhouette. Wake up! In the darkness, Li Yaobai relied on his lookout and quickly found the 2 people who had just fainted. He slapped the 2 boys awake. Big brother, let us go. The tall boy woke up to see that he and the fat man had been tied to a stone pillar and the alarm was gone. Cut the crap. Light the fire. Li Yubai slapped him on the head. Just the right amount of intensity. Rip-offs don't hurt your brain. Ha? Ignition? Can't you see it's so dark in here? I want you to light a fire. Li Yubai slapped him again. Oh-hoo. Got it. Light it. I'll light it. The boy finally understood what Li Yubai meant. With a thought, A blazing flame rose from his head. The firelight instantly illuminated the dark cave. Feeling like you're being used as a human candle? Good job. You'll get your alarm back later if you behave. Otherwise, I'll crush your alarm with my foot and you'll never go back in your life. At those words, the boy was shocked and hurriedly responded. Brother, I promise to be obedient. Whatever you say. Li Yaobai greeted the two Huang Yaoyao sisters and came over, while he himself searched for food for the two of them, completely unconcerned about the impending danger. Dude, you don't come to the trials with food. What kind of pictures do you bring? Li Yaobai finished searching the fat man's backpack, but there was only a picture of a girl. No, don't touch her. She's my girlfriend. And who's the boy next to her? She said it was her male best friend. Do you believe it? I believe her. I love her. Brother, I have nothing but respect for you. Patting the fat man on the shoulder, Li Yaobai rang his alarm. Why should you be able to let him go back and I have to go back too? Seeing his fat teammate being teleported back, the tall boy instantly broke his defense. Cut the crap. The fire is small. What responded to him was a slap from Li Yaobai. Night White student. Should we think about how to get out? In case the demonic beast comes over, we won't be able to run at all. Don't worry. It's not a big problem. Li Yaobai sat in dark thought. This Huang Yaoyao did have two skills. If she could lead herself to other teams, then one's plans might be realized. Quack! At this moment, another deafening chirp came from the demonic beast, and the sound of the demonic beast seemed to be getting closer and closer to this place. Brother, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to be swallowed by that toad. The boy's voice had a hint of a sob in it, clearly gripped by fear. However, Li Yaobai didn't pay any attention to his pleas and just stood coldly thinking about something. Huang Yaoyao, please, let me go. We are all compatriots. Seeing this, the boy could only turn to Huang Yaoyao for help. Huang Yaoyao sniffed and her willow eyebrows rose as she angrily rebuked. Screw your compatriots. We'll have to listen to our captain if we want to let you go. After saying that, she secretly glanced at Li Yaobai and saw that Li Yaobai didn't poke her little mind. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. Boom! Just then, that huge demonic beast suddenly appeared in the darkness of the cave like a ghost. Its green eyes flickered in the dim firelight, staring deathly at the few people in front of it, revealing a palpitating chill. The boy was so scared by the sudden horror that he peed his pants. The Huang Yaoyao sisters also lost their colors and couldn't stop retreating backward, trying to get away from the demonic beast's line of sight. However, at this moment of extreme tension, only Li Yaobai remained standing there with a calm demeanor, as if he hadn't seen the existence of the demonic beast. As the heavy footsteps got closer and closer, the monster's appearance finally appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. It was a huge golden toad, its back covered in golden venom, emitting a foul-smelling odor. In its mouth, it was chewing on the corpses of those little golden toads, making creepy chewing sounds. It seemed that the dozens of golden toads that had just disappeared into thin air had all become food in its mouth. Seeing Li Yaobai in front of him, the large golden toad violently opened its huge mouth and spat out a long tongue, wrapping itself around Li Yaobai like a flexible snake. Night White student, watch out. Seeing this scene, Huang Yaoyao two sisters scared out of their wits, and the alarm in their hands is about to be pinched. Marshal you, trouble. Boom! Along with Li Yaobai's voice, with a loud bang, a huge palm grabbed that golden toad's long tongue in the air, and a faint light emanated from that palm. The giant hand snapped and yanked the golden toad over, as easily as picking up a chicken. Asterisk. Yufei's divine soul coldly spat out these two words as he flung that golden toad and stomped on its head viciously. That golden toad's huge body collapsed helplessly to the ground, no longer able to move. In just a few short seconds, that huge golden toad was killed in seconds, and Li Yaobai remained standing there without moving a step. The Yufei divine soul he had just summoned was the strongest form he could currently summon. The Yufei divine spirit just now exerted the strength of a JUE energy level 40, but Li Yaobai could only summon it for 10 seconds. If it goes beyond 10 seconds, he's going to pass out. It was a bit risky, but the rewards were substantial. Huang Yaoyao and Huang Yuan, who were on the side, had long been watching in disbelief. The alarms in their hands were almost pinched and ready to go straight home now that the scene was so shocking. In a trance, they were no longer distinguishable. Who the hell is a demonic beast? Edge, is he always this fierce? Huang Yaoyao asked with a trembling voice, as if she couldn't believe what had just happened. Chapter 16, White Wolf Cubs. He sure is fierce, but I didn't think he could be so fierce. Huang Yuan also slowed down from her shock at this time, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. though she knew deep down that the summoning class had a very powerful talent. However, she never expected that Li Yubai could be this strong. It's like being in a kindergarten fighting tournament and having a Tyson come in as a contestant, and then the other guy tells you that he's just the referee and your opponent is Leo Altman. It's simply unreasonable. The reason why summoners have a high growth cap is because of their summoning spirit. The summoner's summoning spirit grows as the summoner grows, which is equivalent to having 2 war powers in one person. This gives the summoner an overwhelming advantage in combat. But he had never seen such a perverted summoning spirit as Li Yubai, and the tall boy was frozen at the moment. He himself had just faced such a terrifying demon. He had a moment of fear in his heart. Where did he just get that courage to dare to rush over alone to fight this demon one-on-one? At this time, Li Yubai was already close to the corpse of the giant golden toad. What he wanted was precisely the demonic beast spirit core of the great golden toad. A Jew energy level 20 demonic beast spirit core was a huge boost for him. Only in the huge stomach of that golden toad, a fist-sized demonic beast spirit core was emitting a dazzling golden light. Li Yaobai reached out and took out that golden toad spirit core, and immediately after, he poured out all the spirit cores from the 2 blue boxes in his hands. For a while, the ground was filled with spirit cores of various sizes and shapes. What's he doing? Huang Yaoyao looked at this ground of spirit cores, her heart filled with doubt. She didn't understand why Li Yaobai wanted to take out these spirit cores, much less what he wanted to do. However, what happened next made Huang Yaoyao's eyes widen again, as if she had seen a ghost, only to see a blood-colored sundial totem tumbling up beneath Li Yubai's feet. The large and small spirit cores on that ground disappeared in just an instant under this force. As the spirit core disappeared, a stream of rich spiritual energy surged into Li Yaobai's body, and his aura climbed. JUE level 6, 7, 8, JUE level 15. Huang Yaoyao looked at this scene in shock. She had never seen such an amazing rate of improvement before. Is that how the spirit core works? Huang Yaoyao's eyes widened. The scene in front of her had completely overturned her perception. She couldn't believe it. Li Yubai was actually eating demonic beast spirit cores raw? Sister, isn't he going a little overboard? Huang Yuan also looked at this scene and let out an incredulous sigh. She had never seen anyone use a spirit core like this before. It's too brutal, too violent. Feeling the changes in his body, a wave of joy welled up in Li Yaobai's heart. He could clearly feel that a powerful stream of spiritual energy was continuously surging into his body. His strength was rising rapidly. What surprised Li Yaobai even more was that the pointer of that sundial totem, along with the spiritual energy he inhaled, slowly moved forward by a small amount. The discovery made him look forward to it. Could it be that the key to unlocking the next divine soul is also spiritual power? He thought darkly in his mind. As long as I absorb enough spiritual energy, won't I be able to unlock the next divine soul soon? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He had already seen Yufei's strength deeply. What kind of existence was the next divine soul? But I've absorbed so many spirit cores, and I've actually only raised 9 levels. He felt some more disappointment in his heart. Li Yubai thought that he would be able to raise to Ju energy level 20 in one go, so it seemed that he was overly eager. As I said, the path of cultivation gets tougher the later you get, and the amount of spiritual energy you'll need is an astronomical amount. Don't be fickle-minded, Yufei's divine soul said in his mind. Got it, great General Yu. Li Yubai wasn't discouraged. His current gains were nothing short of impressive. The summoning of Yufei's divine soul, the highest jutsu energy level 40 form, he was now able to sustain the summoning for 30 seconds. The little Fu had a divine soul strength of around level 30, and he was also able to keep summoning for 10 minutes. For him, it was the bottom line of his fight. Most importantly, he had discovered the key to unlocking the sundial totem. When Li Yaobai absorbed the spiritual energy, he could feel a wave of spiritual energy being distributed to the first gift, and his own spiritual energy was raised quite a bit. These spiritual powers were the key to him being able to communicate with Yufei. Another stream of spiritual energy was used to compensate for Yufei's divine soul, and his divine soul's shadow became a little more solid, and the last of the spiritual energy was really reserved for leveling up. After figuring all this out, he looked at Huang Yaoyao on the side, and already had a new plan in mind. This guy is practically a human radar. It seems that one needs to be flexible. If he, Fan Tianxiao, was unkind, don't blame yourself for being unreasonable. Huang Yaoyao was stared at by Li Yubai's strange eyes. What are you doing, Li Yubai? Can we still team up? She sensed that Li Yubai had no intention of kicking them out and reinitiated the invitation to form a team. Huang Yaoyao was a strong person. She didn't want to give up on this trial just like that. If she had such a monster by her side, did she need to be afraid of anyone counting on her? You guys, did you forget about me? Beside the stone pillar, the tall boy said bitterly. If he was given another chance, he would never step into this cave even if he was killed. How he wished now that there was a drone following him. At least then there would be someone else to detect his presence. Cut the crap and light the fire honestly. When I find the exit, I will naturally let you go. Li Yaobai didn't bother talking to him as he opened his lookout chi with all his might and explored the other exits in the cave. He found that after his strength had increased, the detection range of chi looking had actually expanded by a few dozen meters as well. Li Yaobai, did you hear what I said? Seeing that Li Yaobai didn't respond to her, Huang Yaoyao blared fiercely at the boy and walked straight towards Li Yaobai. Shoo! Just then, Li Yaobai suddenly turned around and gently signaled her to keep quiet. Under the firelight, his face was reflected more angular. Every line seemed to have been carefully carved, revealing an unspeakable valor. His eyes were deep and bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky, so that people could not help but be attracted by them. At this moment, Huang Yaoyao couldn't help but freeze. Her heart started to beat faster, and her cheeks quietly blushed. She herself was completely oblivious. Listen, there's a sound in there. He ripped off the leg of the big golden toad and set it on fire on the boy's head, which actually burned into a torch. Big brother, you're really going overboard. The boy had tears in his eyes. Li Yaobai was truly treating himself as a humanoid fire. Holding the torch, Li Yaobai led the two sisters deeper into the cave. Ow! A faint sound came from deep within the cave, like a cat purring. The yellow rim at the end whispered, "You have cats and kittens in your endless forest?" Li Yaobai held a torch to open the way, and in a certain hidden corner deep in the cave, they found the source of the sound. Surprisingly, it was an injured white wolf beast cub. This little white wolf was born extraordinarily cute, with a fluffy body and pure snow-like fur, which made people feel compassionate at a glance. This little guy is so pathetic. As soon as Huang Yuan saw the injured white coyote, a wave of compassion welled up in her heart. Without hesitation, she picked up the coyote as soon as she could and used her gift to gently heal the wounds on its body. Is this her warlock talent? Li Yaobai looked at the green light that glowed in Huang Rim's hand, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. My sister's talent is called Transforming Spring Life, and it possesses a very powerful ability to heal traumatic injuries. Huang Yaoyao also went to pet the white coyote. This isn't some cat or dog pet, it's a real demonic beast, Li Yaobai reminded. But it's really cute. Chapter 17, Li Yaobai is still too comprehensive. Li Yaobai was speechless for a moment. Can cute be a meal? Shaking his head helplessly, he decided not to pay any more attention to the two sisters who were busy jerking off the wolf. Li Yaobai held up the torch and explored the depths of the cave, only to see that there was actually a humanoid tiger skin hanging on the wall deep in the cave. These are clothes made from demonic beast skins? Li Yaobai held that tiger skin in his hand, his mind puzzled. Obviously, this is a product of human processing. Who would put a tiger skin dress in a cave in the middle of nowhere? Just as he was puzzled, a foreign sensation came from under his feet. What he stepped on was actually a book. The Encyclopedia of the Beast Language? Who puts books in a cave like this? All sorts of strange phenomena made Li Yaobai have to suspect that someone should have lived here. How come I've never heard of such a book? The human and demon races have never been incompatible. It was hard to imagine that someone would specialize in the language of the demon race's demonic beasts. This language of symbols is similar to the Martian language of Earth. Whoever wrote this book is a ghostwriter. Flipping through the strange writing on it, Li Yaobai was more and more amazed. The author of this book went so far as to categorize and summarize the different kinds of languages of the demon race and translate them into the corresponding human languages. If one can memorize all these symbols and syllables, one might really be able to communicate with demonic beasts. The further he read, the more Li Yaobai was filled with admiration for the author of this book. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came out of nowhere, interrupting his thoughts. The sound came from outside the cave, as if someone was pounding on the entrance of the cave so hard that it shook the entire cave as if it was trembling. Help! Big brother! The boy's heartbreaking wail came from the entrance to the cavern. I beg you to let me go. He continued to wail, and it was clear that some powerful presence was closing in outside the door. Li Yaobai couldn't care about anything else, copied the tiger skin and the book, dragged the two sisters and ran out of the secret room. Get the hell out of here! Li Yaobai shoved the alarm into the boy's mouth with one hand, slapped him again before he teleported away. As the boy teleported away, the blue box belonging to their squad disintegrated into a pile of rotten iron in an instant. According to the rules of the trial, When all the members of the squad teleported back to the square ahead of time, the blue boxes corresponding to each squad would also fail to self-destruct. At that moment, a tremor once again came from the entrance of the cave. "Hide behind me." Li Yaobai looked at the hole that was about to break open and quickly made a decision. As soon as the words fell, the entrance to that cavern had already been slammed open by a powerful force. The sun poured in, illuminating the entire cavern. Standing at the entrance of the cave was a pack of large-sized white wolves that exuded an incomparably wild aura. That leading white wolf was particularly large, like a small mountain. It held its head high and seemed to be the king of the pack of white wolves. These white wolf demonic beasts. Surprisingly, all of them are above Ju energy level 30. Huang Yaoyao cried out in shock, her eyes filled with fear. That chief's white wolf has level 40. There was a tremor in her words. How could a Ju energy level 40 demonic beast exist in the outer regions of this endless forest? How Huang Yaoyao hoped that she had made an error in judgment, but the reality was brutally telling her that this was no joke. A Ju energy level 40 white wolf king was flanked by a group of Ju energy level 30 white wolf demonic beasts. Can't you tell? They are here for the little white wolf in your arms. Li Yubai glanced at the little white wolf in Huang Rim's hand. Give the wolf cub back. Li Yubai cried out anxiously. He hoped his suspicions were correct, for the situation at hand was far beyond his control. Even though he had summoned Yu Fei's divine soul, the strength of the other party was no longer in existence that he could easily fight against. Once his own time was up, he would absolutely be torn to pieces by the pack of angry white wolves. Before the other party could make any moves, Li Yubai desperately needed to think of a plan to escape. Huang Yuan wasn't stupid. She trembled as she placed the little white wolf on the ground. Who knew that the little white wolf was rubbing against Huang Yuan's arm intimately, like a pet cat getting close to its owner? Ouch! That white wolf king in the lead gently called out to the little white wolf, seemingly with no intention of attacking the three people in front of him. Only after seeing this did Li Yaobai let out a light breath. The other party was really here for the wolf pups. The little white wolf heard the white wolf king's call and immediately turned around to return to its side, calling out in that tender, milky voice that seemed to be saying something. That's syllable. I think I've seen it before. Hearing that white wolf king's cry, Li Yubai hurriedly flipped out that beast language encyclopedia. Kids. He's calling his own child? Li Yubai learned the syllables from that book and actually called out in a decent manner. You're crazy. Why are you learning their screams? Huang Yaoyao hurriedly pinched Li Yubai. He didn't talk to you and you dared to provoke him? Shoo, I'm communicating. Li Yubai was too lazy to explain to her and let out two more strange barks that sounded like a wolf or a dog. When that white wolf king heard Li Yubai's cry, his pupils shrunk violently and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Human, you know beast language? It roared in a deep, low voice. The roar sounded like a precursor to anger to the two Huang Yaoyao sisters. You had to provoke people. Now we're dead. Huang Yaoyao was ready to teleport back. Shut up. I'm really communicating. Li Yaobai relied on his strong spiritual power to learn and memorize everything quickly and incomparably. Almost as soon as he learned it, a little bit of it. Now that he had a conversation with the White Wolf King, he was even more proficient in speaking the beast language. The home of our White Wolf clan is located in the mountains in the middle of the forest, which was originally a happy place for us to live peacefully. However, one day, out of nowhere, a golden toad came and polluted the water supply of the river on which we depend. I came several times in search of this golden toad, determined to kill it, but it was so cunning that it escaped my tracking every time, and for that reason, my newborn child has unfortunately disappeared. I want to thank you for saving my children. The White Wolf King's voice got lower and lower as it walked towards Li Yubai and gently rubbed its face against his hair. Li Yubai scratched his head a little awkwardly. The little white wolf wasn't saved by him after all. You're welcome, as it should be, he responded to the White Wolf King in an awkward beast language. We're about to get out of here. Li Yubai wailed a few more times, and the one man and one wolf exchanged words. It was easy to invite the gods, but it was hard to send them away. He just wanted to leave this place of wrongdoing in a hurry now. Sister, he can really talk to demonic beasts? Huang Yuan's face was unbelievable as she stared at Li Yubai and the White Wolf King with wide eyes. She thought that Li Yubai was just blowing awesome just now. I didn't expect him to actually be able to communicate with this White Wolf King. Now this is a situation that seems to be getting out of hand. This White Wolf King not only has no malice toward them, but also seems a little intimate. Huang Yuan suddenly had the illusion that if he let this one man and one wolf continue to nag like this, he would probably have to worship directly. Huang Yaoyao also looked at Li Yubai with a dumbfounded expression. All I can say is that Li Yubai is still too well-rounded. Chapter 18, The Heart of a Beast with a Face. Human, as you know the language of beasts, I have a favor to ask of you. At that moment, that White Wolf King suddenly changed his words. Li Yaobai was puzzled in his mind. You're already a JUE level 40 being. What else can I be used for? In the outlying areas of our White Wolf clan, a group of human awakened have suddenly appeared, brutally abusing my compatriots, and I am helpless to do anything about it. The White Wolf King's eyes were filled with anger and helplessness. Though they are weak as worms, they hold the children of our community hostage. Besides, I can't take them on myself. The White Wolf King continued. Human awakening? Thinking about this, Li Yubai pondered. The human awakened mentioned by the other party. It couldn't be those student squads participating in the trial, could it? Li Yubai's heart fluttered. If that was the case, then he really needed to make the trip. After all, he was worried about finding another squad right now. What do you expect me to do? I want you to rescue the children of my people. The White Wolf King's tone was filled with pleading. If you can save my clan's child, my White Wolf clan will be grateful. I can't promise I'll be able to do it. Li Yaobai was a bit hesitant. He wouldn't do anything without certainty. You can show me first. At the White Wolf King's gesture, Li Yubai quickly leaped and steadily jumped onto the White Wolf King's back. This scene made the two sisters on the side look directly dumbfounded. What the hell? You've given someone a nagging mount for a level 40 chief demonic beast of Junang? This is a Junang level 40 demonic beast. He just jumped on it when he said so? Before the Huang Yaoyao sisters could react, Li Yubai directly dragged them up as well. Come with me. There's a situation. The southern periphery of the Endless Forest. A mountain peak canyon. Linglong, congratulations on awakening your SS rank talent. I never found a suitable opportunity to congratulate you before. In the jungle on the side of the canyon, Zhang Chen held a bouquet of fresh wildflowers in his hand. Across from him was the school flower of Star Ocean Academy, the newly promoted first-day talent, Mo Linglong. Zhang Chen, I'm not in a good mood right now. Mo Linglong had a cold face, and her tone had a few hints of detachment in it. Thank you for the kind words, I appreciate it. She gently shook her head and did not accept the bouquet of flowers in Zhang Chen's hand. Before the start of the demon trial, Zhang Chen had already made an appointment to team up with Mo Linglong. Mo Linglong's current status as a SS rank summoning lineage artist? Her supporting abilities were top-notch among all the squads of the 4 academies. There was no doubt about it. As the squad's executioner, Zhang Chen was able to receive the assistance of Mo Linglong, a top-level artisan, and the joy in his heart was simply beyond words. However, Mo Linglong was not happy at all. Why is he so confident? A single person dares to participate in the demon trial. At that moment, her mind was full of that man's figure, that heroic and extraordinary face, those brilliant star-like eyes, and the image of him descending from the sky god in the square lingered in her mind. What are you thinking about, Linglong? Keep gawking here. Just then, her best friend Wei Qianxian came over and asked, Nothing, where are the others? Speaking of this, Wei Qianxian suddenly blushed. They're looking at that group of young wolf demons. Zhang Chen and the others are really geniuses, to actually think of such a way. On the other hand, not far to the side, Zhang Chen's face was gloomy. Ever since Li Yaobai had disgraced him in the square, he had noticed that the eyes of the people around him had become very strange as they looked at him, especially Mo Linglong. Her attitude towards him simply took a 180-degree turn. Li Yubai, he only awakened a year early. There's no way I'll be worse than him. He clenched his fists, anger in his eyes. Li Yaobai's humiliation of him was the greatest shame of his life. I'm the only heir to the Zhang family. He's just a fatherless, motherless bastard. What right does he have? Don't let me see you at the trials. I'll stomp you. He repeated it over and over in his mind, trying to comfort himself with it. Zhang Chen's greatest reliance was the Zhang family in Jinhai City. The Zhang family was one of the biggest families in Jinhai City, and his grandfather Zhang Tai, as the head of the Zhang family, was even dared to be messed with by no one in Jinhai City. There was a well-known rumor in Jinhai City that Zhang Tai and the regulator's old leader seemed to be sworn brothers who had been friends for life. Based on this, the Zhang family's position was untouchable in Jinhai City. Therefore, in Zhang Chen's eyes, Li Yabai would be stepped on by him sooner or later, and as Zhang Tai's only grandson, behind him, the entire Zhang family was backing him up. Brother Tatsu, we've gotten a big haul this time. That group of white wolf demonic beasts are at least Junang level 20. We'll definitely take first place with the spirit cores we harvested this time. At this moment, Zhang Chen's follower Wei Xiang jogged all the way over. cleaning the weeds on Zhang Chen's body as he spoke. First, you can say that, even though the idea was yours. That little white boy Willow Grove, they're the main ones, we're not taking the lion's share. After entering the trial, Zhang Chen took the initiative to seek out Lu Lin, and he planned to ally himself with Lu Lin's squad in the trial so that he could use Lu Lin's power to deal with Li Yaobai. In order to achieve this, Zhang Chen took out a very attractive bargaining chip Mo Linglong. A warlock with a powerful summoning talent was a valuable existence that could be found for any squad, and Lu Lin gladly accepted the offer. After saying that, Zhang Chen led his squad towards the deep side of the canyon. In the middle of a deep canyon, a group of newborn white wolf pups are imprisoned in cages made of woven thorns. Their soft white fluffy fur is bloodied by rough thorns. Willowin, how's it going? Zhang Chen and Mo Linglong walked towards the four of them. In front of them stood dozens of people, all the other trial squads from Spirit Peak Academy and Star Ocean Academy. Willowin was standing right next to the pack of white wolf pups. His face was handsome and white as frost. In front of Lu Lin and the others was a group of adult white wolf demonic beasts. Nice haul, killed a dozen or so. Lu Lin just stared at the pack of adult white wolves and did not look at Zhang Chen. The group of white wolf demonic beasts stood still, staring at the crowd in front of them with a deadly stare. The other squad members, on the other hand, were continuously utilizing their natural skills to violently attack the group of adult white wolves. Even if they were beaten and bloodied, the pack of white wolves did not retreat in the slightest. They just stood there, like fish on a chopping board to be slaughtered. Ha ha ha, these white wolves are really stupid. Standing and letting us kill them. Yeah, I didn't expect that a Jew energy level 5 rookie, would one day actually be able to handily slay a level 20 white wolf demon beast. Just then, one of the white wolves in that group suddenly let out a violent roar and pounced on one of them. Resistance? Then I'll kill another one. Seeing this, Lu Lin's eyes flashed, and one of his hands instantly transformed into an icy cold ice blade, viciously stabbing through the white wolf cub in the thorny cage. That white wolf cub let out a wail of pain, and then completely lost its breath. Seeing this cruel scene, that adult white wolf demonic beast suddenly stopped its sharp claws from pouncing out, and it let out a heartbreaking wail. The white wolf then froze in place, never moving again. Its eyes were filled with despair and grief, but it understood that if it resisted, the humans would be even more brutal in killing its children. The White Wolf clan was born with spirituality and did not compete with the world, and what they valued most was the inheritance of their offspring's bloodline. The humans in front of them used their children as a threat, and this pack of white wolves did not choose to resist. They have no choice but to give in for the sake of their children. You move me again. Try moving me again. The boy who was attacked kicked the white wolf hard. He cursed as he kicked. You have a thick skin. My feet are numb from kicking. Stop it and hurry up and finish the kill. It's getting late and the miasma is too thick here. Willowin's voice came, urging the crowd on. The crowd present immediately increased their attacks. Here, Lu Lin had the absolute right to speak. Even if Zhang Chen was the son of the Zhang family, he wouldn't give him face. In the trials, everything was based on strength. And besides, Lu Lin's father was still the core instructor of Spirit Peak Academy, a King Realm level tutor. In terms of background, Lu Lin didn't have to look at Zhang Chen's face at all. I heard that your psychic power value test was Jew energy level 7? Not bad. But how did you get knocked out with one punch? Lu Lin patted Zhang Chen's shoulder and flirted. Zhang Chen's face instantly darkened. Willowin, what do you mean? It's nothing meaningful. Just kidding. I'd also like to thank your teammates for coming up with such a great idea. Otherwise, how could we hunt a Jianan level 20 wolf demon? He glanced at Wei Xiang, but his eyes were contemptuous. I've heard that person. The spiritual power value test is only at Jew energy level 2. My father actually went to pull people together. What was he thinking? Lu Lin had absolute confidence in his talent and strength, and he had received the toughest training and best education since he was a child. He didn't believe that Li Yubai would be as perverted as people said. He only believed what he saw with his own eyes. Your Star Ocean's teacher, actually being knocked away by a student. What a rake! After Lu Lin finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving behind only Zhang Chen, who had a blue face. He walked straight towards the pack of adult white wolves. Leave this one for me to kill. You guys go watch over that group of coyote demons. Chapter 19 Humanoid Tiger Demon. At this moment, on the other side of the mountain peak, Li Yabai and the others stood quietly with the White Wolf King's pack. Although there were layers of miasma, they could see the situation below clearly. Li Yabai looked at the White Wolf King, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. That's what you want me to help with? Exactly. Beneath this miasma canyon is the habitat of magic spiders, harboring thousands of them. If I were to make a move, my scent would directly awaken them, and at that time, not only the entire outlying area, but even our homes would face the plague of bloodshed from the demon spiders. If you can help my White Wolf clan, I would like to use the clan's greatest treasure as a token of appreciation. Li Yubai could hear that the White Wolf King's roar was filled with anger and helplessness. It couldn't wait to get down there and just rip the group to shreds. Li Yubai, what did it say to you? Huang Yaoyao sisters also came over at this time. They were no longer afraid of these white wolves. Instead, they were intimate with the little white wolf. Li Yubai had to relay the situation to the two sisters. So, you're going to eliminate everyone down there by yourself? Huang Yaoyao asked with a surprised face. Are you kidding me? There are at least 4 squads down there. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. A good man can't stand up to a crowd, and a vicious tiger can't pester a pack of wolves. In their hearts, even if Li Yubai was stronger, how could he deal with such a situation alone? I'm going too. Huang Yaoyao pulled Li Yubai down with one hand. At some point, she had already considered Li Yubai as her friend. She was unwilling to let Li Yubai face the danger alone. And me, I'm going too. This group of people is just too much. They don't have the strength themselves, so they use such despicable means. Huang Yuan also stood out resolutely. Her tone was filled with disdain for the behavior of Lu Lin and the others. Although the human and demon races have traditionally been regarded as incompatible, there are exceptions to everything in this world. Not all demon races held malicious intent towards the human race. Some were good-natured and never fought with the outside world. Similarly, there are records in the history of the human race of divine beasts helping mankind to manage floods, and the White Wolf clan is one of those. You two just don't give me a hard time. Li Yubai felt a headache all of a sudden. These two had almost zero combat power and could only send heads down there. My goal is to eliminate everyone anyway. This is perfect. I just bought a bottle of vinegar and the dumplings were delivered to my door. After saying that, Li Yubai stripped off the tiger skin that he was carrying with him, and actually put it directly on himself. Huang Yaoyao and Huang Yuan sniffed and asked with a slight change in their faces. And when you say eliminating everyone, that includes us? Included. Li Yubai didn't want to deceive them as he nodded. If we're going to take first place, this is the only way. Eliminating everyone so that he would be the one. It's like being in an exam room when the only candidate is you. Even if you score 0, that's still first place. Sure, you guys can go. After saying that, Li Yubai's feet tumbled with a burst of blood color. A silhouette blasted out behind him, and it was none other than his summoned spirit. Yu Fei. Only Yu Fei gently lifted Li Yubai up with his wide palm. Then his huge body directly leapt down in a single bound. Only the two sisters with dumbfounded faces were left standing in place. Sister, should we get out of here? Huang Rim asked with some concern. However, Huang Yaoyao firmly shook her head. No, I don't want to go. Seeing this, Huang Yuan couldn't help but ask with some surprise. Did you like him? At these words, Huang Yaoyao's face suddenly flooded with a fiery cloud as she retorted petulantly. What are you babbling about? It's just that it's not easy for me to participate in a trial and I want to have a good time. Plaza. Big screen. Footage from drones in various locations continues to come in, with dozens of zoned images in sequence, and the image of Lu Lin and the others instantly became the center of attention. Mr. Lu Chang. Lu Lin's classmates are truly young talents. Yes, it's amazing to think of such a way to kill a high-grade demonic beast at the smallest cost. These teachers kept praising Lu Lin. On the one hand, it was Lu Lin's own strong talent, and among the freshmen of the 4 great academies, Lu Lin's strength truly belonged to the top tier of existence. On the other hand, for these teachers, this was an opportunity to be able to befriend and ingratiate themselves with Lu Chang. After all, Willow City's strength and status was also a top-tier existence among the 4 great academies. Hearing the crowd praising Lu Lin, Lu Chang's face did not change. Still, his heart was overwhelmed with pride and relief. This was his Lu Chang's son, and a student he had carefully taught and nurtured for many years. For Willow City, Willow Grove is his most satisfying work. Suddenly, Lu Chang seemed to have thought of something, and his brows frowned slightly. The person he'd been wanting to see hadn't been on the big screen since the beginning. That Li Yubai who participated in the trial alone. Where the hell did he go? Not only him, even Xia Yun and the others were puzzled. They realized that Li Yubai hadn't appeared on the big screen since he entered the forest. Also, in the team information on the square, his spirit core count had been 0. How is this possible? This kid died inside? Xia Yun muttered. I think he's in love with a beautiful girl from our academy. Ha ha ha. Beside her, Wang Lai snorted. Just then, the drone image on the big screen suddenly lurched, and then the screen began to malfunction. The images of Willowwood Squad and the others became flowery and flickering. What's the situation? Get another drone over there and check it out. Cruz responded quickly and mobilized another drone to the target area. However, that drone footage was also a beat. Immediately afterward, a tiger-masked face appeared in the picture. But after a few moments, the drone footage eerily disappears again. All that was left was a blank space and a stunned crowd. On the outskirts of the Miasma Canyon, Yufei waved his big hand, and the remnants of the drone in his hand spilled out like fallen leaves. And at this moment, Li Yubai's entire body was wrapped in tiger skin, and at first glance, it simply looked like a living humanoid tiger demonic beast. I think I see someone I know. Li Yubai smiled wryly as he opened his lookout and detected the other party's position. 24 in all. 6 squads. 10 minutes. Quick and dirty. At this time, those adult white wolves were already exhausted and bruised, all of them lying helplessly on the ground, their breath dying. Captain, we can harvest the spirit cores. One of the boys couldn't wait to get to the fallen white wolf and was about to gut it. However, right at this critical moment, a tiger-shaped demonic beast swooped down behind him. With only a light kick, the boy flew 3 meters away. Quick! The white wolf is resisting again. Quickly kill its pups. The boy growled sharply. Take a good look. Is that a white wolf? The few people beside the white wolf cubs froze for a moment as they looked at each other, unsure if they should do it or not. After all, the contraption in front of him was clearly not a white wolf. Just as they were hesitating, the tiger demon made a carp. He stood straight up. Asterisk. Tiger? The few people in the room were in a daze. Just as they were hesitating, Li Yubai had silently arrived behind them. With just a slap, those few people were slapped on the head and instantly lost their ability to resist. This sudden movement naturally caught the attention of Lu Lin and the others. Lu Lin was the first to arrive at the battlefield, and the ice blade in his hand instantly transformed into a 3-meter-long greatsword that flashed with a cold light. This was none other than his SSS-rank talent, the Cold Ice Bloodline. Warlock, take position. Imperial Guard, help me hold him back. Lu Lin quickly made a battle order. At the same time, something occurred to him. Quickly call Zhang Chen and the others over. Chapter 20, Can't Fight. Hanged up. Just as Lu Lin set up his stance and prepared to meet the battle, Li Yubai had already flown in front of him like a ghost. Pang! With a loud bang, Li Yubai flew and kicked straight at Lu Lin's face. Lu Lin reacted quickly and blocked the ice blade in his hand, barely blocking the sudden blow. However, he himself was shaken by the tremendous force of the kick and flew backwards, his figure arcing through the air, looking rather wretched. Just then, the Imperial Guard of the Willowwood Squad, a tall, muscular boy, came barreling in from the flank. His body was covered with layers of sturdy scale armor that shone with a metallic sheen. Get out! The evil tiger mask on Li Yubai's face let out a deafening bellow. His figure spread out, and then he violently kicked out. The air seemed to be torn apart by this kick, emitting a sharp whistling sound. That Imperial Guard was shocked at the situation and hurriedly raised his arms to block. However, the power of Li Yubai's kick was too astonishing and directly shattered the scale armor on his body. This tiger demon is hard to deal with. Together! A dusty Willowin yelled. Seeing this, the rest of the squad members violently rushed towards Li Yubai. However, Li Yubai's body moved as if he were a tiger descending from a mountain, and he instantly rushed into the crowd. He racked his hands, and the Yu family's scattered handstance was at his fingertips. Each punch contained an astonishing amount of power, and the air seemed to be torn apart by his fists, emitting bursts of sound. Under Li Yubai's diligent cultivation, his strength had already reached Ju energy level 15, plus Yufei's martial arts instruction. Against this group of rookies with level 6 or 7 per capita Ju energy, he simply couldn't be too easy. Before those people had time to react, they had already been sent flying out by Li Yubai with one punch each. And this Tiger can box? The squad in the distance had looked confused. Tiger knows Kung Fu. This is still a chicken fight. They were, after all, a group of rookies who had just recently awakened their talents. Where had they seen this scene before? Some were beaten and spit out blood. Some were thrown on all fours. And others were shaken and dazed. Li Yubai was like a raging tiger, charging through the crowd with no one being able to stop him. Right at this moment, Lu Lin gritted his teeth, and his entire body violently emitted a piercingly cold and icy aura, and every part of his skin was covered in frost. Frostbite! Lu Lin let out a low cry, only to see a monstrous coldness surge out between his raised hands. instantly turning the area around Li Yabai into a world of cold ice. I can slow down his movements. All of you go together and take down this tiger demon, Willowin yelled. As the warlocks of each squad continued to power up, the injured crowd gradually recovered and stood up. Swish! Suddenly, a silver spear appeared in the hands of the tiger demon in that crowd, its body flashing with a biting cold light. The scene made everyone freeze again. Is this really a demonic beast? This tiger demon not only knows how to box, he can also play with guns? The Manticore King? I'm afraid he'll suddenly do a Storm Nebula split. Seeing the crowd's hesitation, Willowin yelled again. What are you waiting for? Go! The crowd could only launch a second charge at that tiger demon. Just then, Li Yubai picked a gunshot in mid-air. Immediately afterward, he swung violently, and the silver spear carried a whistling sound that tore through the air, slicing across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. This stance was none other than Yu Wumu's 13 shots. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, and immediately afterward, they felt an irresistible force coming at them. They tried to fend it off, but it was simply too late to react. In just an instant, everyone was slashed to the ground by that silver spear, unable to move. Captain Ryu, did you really slow him down? Not to mention they were confused, but Willowin herself was also confused. His frost-cold move was the strongest move he had mastered since he entered the trial. Once cast, it can freeze all creatures within a certain range. However, facing the tiger demon in front of him seemed to be useless. Yulin, don't be an actor. Lu Lin had never suffered this kind of suffocation at all since he grew up, and he roared angrily. Are you a human or a ghost? I'm your father. As soon as the words fell, a silver spear had already flown in front of him, instantly stabbing through his left shoulder, the powerful force stabbing his entire body out, bringing up a rain of blood. Damn! Still can't do it, the crowd on the field murmured. Mukwang elves. Just then, Zhang Chen's squad also arrived in time. Mo Linglong, the magus with a top-tier summoning department talent, immediately summoned her summoning spirit, the Maguang elf. The elf danced in mid-air, and as it did so, pieces of radiant spells emerged in the air. Healing spells miraculously appeared underneath everyone's feet, and warm rays of light poured down, quickly healing their wounds. Lu Lin's left shoulder, which had just been stabbed through by the silver spear, also recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye under the treatment of the Moonlight Elf. Is this a top-tier summoning lineage spellcaster? Someone marveled. Great! With a summoning gifted warlock around, we still have a fight in us, the other man said excitedly. The morale of the crowd on the field was instantly ignited. Summoning? Are you the only one who can? The corner of Li Yaobai's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. You fei! He let out a bellow. Boom! As he cried out, a burst of blood-colored sundial totems tumbled out from the soles of his feet, as if opening a portal to another world. A golden shadow as high as dozens of feet slowly appeared in front of the crowd. The shadow was wearing purple robes and golden armor, wearing a red-tasseled handsome helmet, holding a 100-meter-long silver spear, exuding an overbearing aura of unruffled authority. In front of Yu Fei's divine soul, that Moonlight Elf appeared so small, as if it was an insignificant firefly. Li Yaobai summoned Yu Fei's strongest form, the Ju Energy Level 40 Yu Fei Divine Spirit. This tiger demon will still summon? What's this about playing chicken? No, he's really the Manticore King, isn't he? The sense of oppression emanating from Yu Fei's divine soul was simply too much, and the crowd looked at each other in dismay as a deep sense of powerlessness could not help but well up in their hearts. Under that irresistible majesty, they lost their desire to fight in an instant. What a fierce tiger king! I recognize this summoning spirit. He's Li Yubai. Li Yubai? Li Yubai has become a spirit? Who am I and where am I? Li Yubai? Tiger demon? Whatever. The crowd present had been dumbfounded. Under the powerful oppressive feeling of Yu Fei's divine soul, they had temporarily lost the ability to think. If it's that Li Yubai, then it's okay. No need to fight. Can't fight at all. Open and shut. I don't know who mumbled. The students who participated in the trial and knew Li Yaobai. Who didn't know that this was a hangman? Just then, 3 drones also flew in from the distance. Yu Fei's huge figure stood as if he was a heavenly god. That Mo Linglong's Moonlight Elf was shattered by his single palm in just an instant. With that, he threw out a shot, and with just one shot, the people present were all blown over by that force, and directly fell unconscious. What are you waiting for? Hit the alarm, don't you want to die? I don't know who shouted, but the people present could only press the alarm in advance. Although the qualification for the trial was gone, it was better than having a small life gone. In the square, all the teachers looked at this scene. Can demonic beasts awaken their summoning talents too? The crowd just couldn't believe their eyes. That's Willow Grove. It's a direct replacement for someone as a soldier. Don't you think this summoned spirit looks familiar? Of the teachers present, some still saw it. Although Li Yaobai's summoned spirit had only appeared in front of the crowd for a few short seconds. But the impression left on the crowd was too great. At this time in the canyon, Li Yaobai had already killed in front of Lu Lin and the others. I'll only give you 30 seconds to escape. To a few people, the voice sounded like an evil spirit asking for its life. Captain Lu, go first. The scout of Lu Lin's squad let out a wail, then pulled up Lu Lin and the others, and with a pair of feathered wings unfurling behind him, he flew directly out of the canyon, while Zhang Chen, who was at the farthest distance, was trembling all over. How could Zhang Chen forget this shadowy figure? It was the shadow and shame of his life. He thought that when he saw Li Yaobai again, he could trample him hard with the help of these people. I didn't expect to meet again, but in the eyes of the other party, he was still as small as a bug. He managed to stop his trembling legs. Wei Xiang, run! That scout Wei Xiang's talent was stealthy transformation. He pulled Wei Qian with his left hand and dragged Zhang Chen with his right hand, and the three of them disappeared into the canyon in an instant. Count yourselves lucky and let you live a few more days. Thinking that the time for his summoning was almost up, Li Yaobai had to collect Yufei's divine soul in advance. He threw the lance in his hand, and the three drones shattered into scrap metal. Sorry about that, team leader Van. Li Yaobai smiled faintly. Chapter 21 Unwelcome Visitors. The square was, at once, abuzz. A teacher shouted, "This is not a tiger demon. This is clearly that Li Yaobai playing God." Yeah, the regulator's drones were destroyed by him. He's really out of control. These teachers came out of nowhere. They constantly slammed Li Yaobai and incited the emotions of the crowd on the field. Mr. Yanagi, what do you think? On the side, a teacher came to Ryusiai's side and asked, "How?" "Sit back and watch." Lu Cheng's face was a bit gloomy, and he didn't say anything. How else could he look when his proud son was beaten like that? But he's a rational man who knows his children. Lu Lin is a person with very high self-esteem, and he is worried that Lu Lin won't be able to take the blow. Although Lu Lin's strength was a top-tier existence compared to the others, his strength was not a bit worse when he faced Li Yaobai. There is only one truth amongst the awakened, and that is that the weak are the strongest. A dish is a dish. Lu Lin was abused by Li Yaobai, and he, as a father, had no complaints. But he still held his anger when he saw his son being injured. If we can obtain such a demon, then winning the top spot in the four courts will never be a problem again. He let out a small sigh. He seems to have gotten a little stronger again. I wonder if it's just me. Lu Cheng prayed in his heart, hoping that his son would not provoke this killing god again. On the other hand, Xia Yun on the side was different from the others. Her eyes were filled with excitement. She couldn't wait to teleport over there right now and drag that kid straight to the Galaxy Academy's registration office. I like this kid's character so much. What's the point of you liking it? He's already in our Longxiang Academy. Wang Lai interrupted her immediately afterward. Xia Yun frowned as he glanced at Wang Lai. Wang Lai, you don't dislike me a few times a year, you're itching, aren't you? You have this much time. You might as well hurry up and go cultivate an impact to the King Realm earlier. Wang Lai hemmed and hawed and said with a lewd face. Can't you see? Li Yaobai is with our sister schoolgirl from Longxiang Academy. Those are the most beautiful sisters in our Longxiang Academy. I don't know how many people pursue them every day. Especially that Huang Yao Yao. Not only was she pretty, her body was even better. Mr. C, don't you get it? It's called being a hero. Ha 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 ha. Wang Lai had never imagined that he would be able to bend the curve and in this way, close the distance between Li Yaobai and Longxiang Academy first. Humph. You think everyone is as nasty as you? Xia Yun gave him a blank look and turned around, then whispered with the teacher next to him, not knowing what he was talking about. Send me a picture of every good-looking girl at Galaxy Academy. Speed. Just as the crowd was talking, the ancient principal of Star Ocean Academy stood out, and he rebuked Li Yaobai with righteous indignation and fierce words. Li Yaobai pretended to be a demon race to play God, intentionally destroying the trial's drones and maliciously eliminating the trial's students. This kind of behavior is really bad to the extreme. Unforgivable. Principal Gu knew deep down that a demonic genius like Li Yaobai would never choose to step back into the gates of Star Ocean Academy. Since he was unable to obtain Li Yaobai himself, he would never sit back and watch the other party join another academy and become his rival. He would try to completely destroy Li Yaobai so that he would not be able to gain a foothold in any academy. Of course he knew that Fan Tianxiao also had recruiting intentions for Li Yaobai. And right now, It was the best chance for him to turn on Fan Tianxiao. He shouted directly at Fan Tianxiao in the square. Team leader Fan, as you can see, that Li Yabai maliciously hurt his classmates. It's simply shameless. Maliciously injuring a classmate and maliciously eliminating a classmate during a trial. In all reason, someone should be sent over to bring that Li Yabai back for severe punishment. Cancel his qualifications for the trial. Seeing that Fan Tianxiao didn't say anything, Principal Gu's aura hardened a bit more. I'm willing to teleport over and personally supervise the students at the trial, and bring back that Li Yabai in the meantime, in order to ensure that the trial goes smoothly. I also asked Team Leader Fan to open the teleportation array. Principal Gu's voice continued, and Fan Tianxiao in the square remained unchanged. Open the teleportation array? Principal Gu, your face is too big. I opened the teleportation array once alone for the sake of one person? Do you think it's possible? Fan Tianxiao returned absent-mindedly. Principal Gu's face isn't enough. What about adding an old man like me to the mix? Just then, an aged and hoarse voice came from midair. The crowd looked up as an old man with white hair and a fierce face descended through the air. This old man's pressure was nothing less than Fan Tianxiao's, and he was actually traveling through the air as well. Principal Gu looked up and saw the man. The person who came was none other than the Zhang family head, Zhang Tai. Elder Zhang, what brings you here? Fan Tianxiao seemed to respect this Zhang family head and spoke in a much more polite tone. I heard Principal Gu say that someone humiliated my precious grandson in public. Is this true? Fan Tianxiao was silent. That person, I heard, is in the demon trial right now. Right, Team Leader Van? Zhang Tai's voice was hoarse and incomparable, but it revealed the majesty of a person in power and was oppressive. Fan Tianxiao was silent for a moment before speaking again. Every time a teleportation array is opened, it consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, and according to the regulator's rules, teleportation arrays are usually not opened again unless there are special circumstances. As soon as Fan Tianxiao's words fell, the atmosphere on the field instantly froze, as if even the air had become heavy. Meh, Zhang Tai sneered as his aura climbed steeply. Since Team Leader Fan said that, it means that he doesn't intend to give me this face, right? Although Fan Tianxiao was very respectful of this senior, his tone of voice was still unassuming. It's not that I don't want to give you face, but the regulators have rules. Fan Tianxiao was depressed to the core at this time. For Li Yaobai, he had indeed aroused a love of talent. He himself had planned to properly test the other party in this demon trial. However, what Fan Tianxiao had never expected was that Li Yaobai's ruthlessness and determination in doing things far exceeded his expectations. This kid is such a troublemaker. I shouldn't have done more if I had known it would be like this. He was bitter in his heart, and his face remained unruffled. Even Fan Tianxiao, who was the leader of the regulators, couldn't help but feel a headache at this moment. Well, since the regulators have rules, I'm not an unreasonable person. Old man, I'm here today to get a statement. Old man, I'm just going to sit here and wait for him to come out and give me an explanation in person. Zhang Tai sat directly on the square, ironically waiting for Li Yabai to come out. Zhang Chen was his most beloved and precious grandson, and if his grandson was humiliated in full view of the public, and he, as a grandfather, was unable to stand up for him, then how can he still have the face to assume the position of the Zhang family head? Look at the mess this has made. It's really... Fan Tianxiao secretly glared at Principal Gu. He knew in his heart that it was this old boy who was behind this. However, Zhang Tai had already sat here, so how could he, as a junior, kick someone out? Headmaster Gu, I think you're really old and blind. That's clearly a tiger demon. How can you get involved with Li Yabai? Fan Tianxiao's words changed, pointing his spear directly at Principal Gu. Principal Gu was confused. He thought he'd heard wrong. Can your tiger demon stand up on all fours and punch? Your tiger demon can pull out a spear. And your tiger demon can summon a human summoning spirit? Self-deception can reach this point. Fan Tianxiao really did not grow a big face for nothing. Ahem. I say, Team Leader Fan, what you just said, do you believe it yourself? Principal Gu looked at Fan Tian and smiled. That big round face looked at him with unbelievable sincerity. I believe it. Chapter 22, Crying? Crying counts as time. The canyon was a mess at this point. Someone had already tripped the alarm and fled back to the plaza. The rest of them had been shaken unconscious by that strong concussion and fell to the ground. Mo Linglong's summoning spirit was shattered by Yu Fei's palm during the battle, and as a summoner, she directly fainted under the mental collapse. When she woke up again, the figure that lingered in her mind was already standing in front of her. Where's Zhang Chen's group? At that moment, a silver spear was already against her chest. That person was none other than Li Yubai. At this time, he had already shed that humanoid tiger skin. I don't know. They didn't take me with them when they left. Obviously. Zhang Chen's squad knew a thing or two. Auxiliary. Playing group should be sold. Mo Linglong's face was covered in dust, and her originally clear face looked a bit wretched at the moment. Her hair was disheveled. But despite this, her marvelous figure was still hard to hide. Li Yubai. Me. She was tempted to say something, but the words stopped in their tracks. You had a hand in what happened to the White Wolf? The strength of the tip of his gun increased by a few more points, toppling Mo Linglong, who couldn't catch her breath. I'm not involved. I'm just following them. Mo Linglong looked at Li Yubai blankly. She realized that Li Yaobai's eyes were very different from previous days, and that the arrogance that was once there had already dissipated, and was replaced by a kind of calmness that had been through the world. Or rather, a confidence. Good. Get those white wolves healed, and then you can get the hell out. Li Yaobai's voice was still so cold that it was unfamiliar to her, as if he had never seen himself before. Night White, come and help. I can't rip these cages. Just then, Huang Yaoyao's voice came over. These two sisters were tearing at the thorny cage that trapped the little white wolf with their hands. The clothes on their bodies were also scratched by the thorns, revealing their snow-white skin. This scene, if seen by an onlooker, would surely cause blood to spurt and excitement. Huang Rim was on the side, using his talent to heal the wounds of the little white wolf. Sister, when did you change your call sign? She looked at Huang Yaoyao wistfully, pouting and flirting. Night White, you're going to die. Huang Yaoyao's face instantly flushed red. I heard that Mo Linglong seems to be Li Yubai's XO. Li Yubai's gossip. Huang Yuan still heard about it. What? X? Hearing those two words, Huang Yaoyao stood up at once. She had a sudden unspoken sense of crisis. Huang Yaoyao suddenly walked up to the two Li Yubai. Her face value was no worse than Mo Linglong's. Go, what are you waiting for? She deliberately took Li Yubai's arm and pulled him over. Where did you get all that strength? Li Yubai cursed and was dragged back. Mo Linglong looked at this scene and felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart. Her heart was filled with resentment and remorse. If I did not listen to the words of my girlfriends in the beginning, perhaps the one who was standing beside him now may be himself. Regardless, she was no longer in a position to choose again. With that, she resummoned the Mukuki elf. As that elf danced, healing spells appeared behind each injured white wolf. The injuries of these white wolves also recovered most of their injuries in a short period of time. Just then, a group of white wolves flanked the White Wolf King and walked slowly, their steps solemn and somber. They carefully carry their dead compatriots on their backs and transport them to the homeland where they grew up together. The remaining white wolves, on the other hand, surrounded Li Yubai, and in their mouths were fresh wild fruits and natural herbs. Thank you for everything you've done for the White Wolf clan. The White Wolf King's voice was extremely tiny, and all of its aura was collected, as if it was afraid of disturbing some kind of existence. After saying that, the White Wolf King stretched out his forelimbs and put a string of wolf teeth necklace onto Li Yubai's neck. The string of necklaces emitted a faint cold light, and each wolf's tooth contained an ancient aura. This is the greatest treasure of our White Wolf clan, and it has been blessing our White Wolf clan for hundreds of years. It possesses the power of the White Wolf ancient god and carries the blessings and expectations of countless ancestors. So I hope it will bring you good luck. As soon as the wolf tooth necklace touched his body, Li Yubai instantly felt a refreshing aura run through his entire body. Isn't this gift too expensive? He was a little embarrassed. It was after all someone's heirloom. With it, everywhere you go you are a friend of the White Wolf clan. The White Wolf King seemed to be very afraid of the existence of this place and then left with his pack. And in a certain corner, Mo Linglong also disappeared. Only the three Li Yubai were left behind, as well as those unconscious squad members. Oh hey! All wake up! Li Yubai then slapped all of these people awake. Where's your blue box? When he tapped one awake, he tugged on the person's collar and asked. Having come here, he, Li Yubai, of course did not have the reason to return empty-handed. Ha? A blue box? The girl had just been slapped awake and was looking confused. I'm going to count down to 1 minute, and when that time is up and I don't see your squad's blue box, I'm going to throw you straight to the wolves. The girl was outright stunned and couldn't stop crying. Crying? Li Yubai laughed even harder. He kicked the other alarm away and put the tip of the gun to the top of her head. Crying counts as time. His voice wasn't loud, but to the girl it sounded like the whisper of a demon. The blue box. We uniformly all to Lulin. She managed to stop her tears and spoke with a shaky voice. Really? He took all the blue boxes from all of us and said he was holding them for us for our safety. Willow Grove? Li Yubai was stunned. Who the hell is called Lu Lin? Li Yaobai had never heard of this person at all. He had no impression at all. Is he good? Of course he's great. But just now, the girl said that and didn't continue. Because she was a student of Spirit Peak Academy. Lu Lin was the son of their mentor, Lu Chang, speaking ill of Lu Lin behind her back. If someone with a heart of gold heard it, she would definitely not have a good time in the future. Oh, I'll have to spar with him sometime. At this time, Li Yubai was completely unaware that the person he had just patched up as a soldier was Lu Lin. He asked everyone in a friendly manner. Gingerly, he stripped the group of their bottoms and froze without finding a single blue box. He had no choice but to endure the pain and send them all back home. This bandit-like scavenging behavior opened the eyes of the two sisters on the side. Those who didn't know, thought that he, Li Yubai, was poor and crazy. Of course, the current Li Yubai had only one goal, to eliminate everyone. His choice to let Mo Linglong go was not on impulse either. A team that lacked a powerful artisan like Mo Linglong would be cautious and walk on thin ice no matter what action they were taking. If we let those people hide in the shadows like rats, then it might be more difficult for Li Yubai to find them and then end them all in one pot. Therefore, he deliberately let Mo Linglong this piece of meat and potatoes back. It's called boiling a frog in warm water. Chapter 23, Neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile guns. In the middle of a cave, Willowin's white face was covered in dust and she looked wretched. A stabbing pain came from the wound on his left shoulder. He clenched his teeth in pain, his brow knitting together. You're saying that the tiger demon, it's that Li Yubai who's pretending to be a god? Lu Lin gasped for air, and in front of him was the equally wretched Zhang Chen, as well as their teammates. Yeah, I can't forget that summoning spirit for the rest of my life. He is Li Yubai. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and said, but I have nothing against him. Why would he come against me? Lu Lin's heart was bitter beyond measure. He had originally looked down on Zhang Chen, as well as that teacher from Star Ocean Academy. He thinks it's that they're too weak. He was even less convinced that Li Yubai would be as perverted as people said he was. However, the tingling sensation in his left shoulder told him loud and clear that what the others had said was true. He, Lu Lin, had just awakened his talent and reached the top genius of Ju Energy level 10. Just now, it was picked off by that Li Yubai with a single shot. In the eyes of the other party, he was as weak as an ant. He was already a man of great self-esteem, and what had just happened was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him, because he's going to rob us of our spirit cores. He's coming for our spirit cores. Zhang Chen had actually guessed Li Yaobai's true intentions by mistake. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin, whose Dao heart was shattered, fell into silence and no longer said a single word. He was beginning to wonder about life. Seeing that the crowd was silent, Zhang Chen became even more irritated in his heart. Zhang Chen hated it. He hated Li Yaobai, but when he really faced Li Yaobai, the feeling of powerlessness made him even more irritated, as if he was being strangled by a big invisible hand. If I were in Jinhai City, I could make him kneel in front of me right now. He couldn't help but think of his grandfather, that powerful figure in Jinhai City. As long as Grandpa was around, who would dare bully him? Zhang Chen. He clenched his teeth and swore in his mind. I just have to make it until the trial is over. When I get the hell out of here, when I return to Jinhai, I'll make sure to have my grandfather settle this score with him. Li Yubai, you wait for me. Just then, Wei Xiang hurriedly came to Zhang Chen's side and said with a joyful face, Brother Chen, good news. Mo Linglong is back. However, just as Wei Xiang's words fell, Zhang Chen violently threw him a slap with a clear and loud sound. Why didn't you take Linglong with you just now? Zhang Chen was so angry that his mouth twisted as he questioned angrily. What will you make her think of me when the trial is over? All those goodwill that he had spent so much effort to brush in front of Mo Linglong had been wiped out in just one day because of Wei Xiang's mistake. Get lost. I'm sick of seeing you. Tatsu, calm down. I have good news. I promise you'll be happy. Wei Xiang was still smiling, as if the one who had just been slapped was not himself. He hurriedly walked over to Zhang Chen's side and whispered mysteriously with a mysterious face. Directions. About 300 meters due north. Very close. Number. 4 men. Full squad. Good. On a mountainside. Li Yubai once again put on that tiger skin, as if he had become one with his surroundings. As for Huang Yaoyao and Huang Rim, who were beside him, they also obediently hid to the side after Li Yubai's command. Just a few short minutes later, with a cry of demon beast, tiger demon, Li Yubai easily sent those 4 unlucky bastards back to the square. And in his hand, he was holding the other man's blue box. How many teams has this been ambushed today? Li Yaobai took those spirit cores and ate them raw in front of Huang Yaoyao and Huang Rim Yuan without a care in the world. The summoning totem on the bottom of his feet flashed, and those spirit cores then disappeared. During these 3 days, the scene of Li Yaobai eating spirit cores raw had long been seen by the two Huang Yaoyao sisters. They were just curious as to why Li Yaobai's summoning totem could actually swallow spirit cores raw and directly convert them into an increase in spirit power, thus raising their level. Isn't that just open and shut? Everyone honestly refines into spiritual medicine in order to absorb spiritual energy. What makes him jump right over the middleman to make the difference? This is simply unthinkable. 8th Team Law. If you keep messing up like this, the trial squads of the 4 academies are going to be sent home by you. Huang Yaoyao blankly glanced at him with a few hints of helplessness and flirtation in her tone. Although the blue box of the two sisters was also taken away by Li Yaobai, they were able to obtain the White Wolf clan's medicinal herbs as well. These precious herbs were gifts from the White Wolf clan and were natural elixirs whose value even exceeded those demonic beast spirit cores. And Li Yaobai didn't keep these elixirs for himself, but instead gave part of them to the two sisters, and he left part of them for himself. A few days ago, Li Yaobai changed his mind. He felt that he was still more used to the feeling of being alone, uninhibited and free. So, he planned to let Huang Yaoyao go back directly. But unexpectedly, Huang Yaoyao was adamant that she wouldn't go back, saying that she wanted to be a scout for herself. Looking at this familiar scene, Li Yaobai's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the past. He remembered his good brother Yen Cheng, who had also said that he wanted to be a scout for himself before the trial began, and no matter how much he tried to persuade him, he couldn't persuade him away. Even for his own sake, Yen Cheng actually said something about dropping out of school. Thinking of this, the softest place in Li Yaobai's heart was touched. He finally agreed to Huang Yaoyao's request. So, Li Yaobai simply let Huang Yaoyao be his humanoid radar. During these 3 days, Huang Yaoyao was like Li Yaobai's little follower. No matter where he went, she followed closely behind him. It's like having a Yao hanging off your body. Giving Li Yaobai the whole won't do it. I'm talking about you too. You've been given all the spirit medicine as well. Li Yaobai felt the changes in his spiritual energy. His body was soothed and relaxed. He asked the two sisters curiously, "It's been 3 days. Why haven't you guys teleported back?" Huang Yuan pouted and bumped Huang Yaoyao, muttering, "I'd like to go home, but there are people who have you on their mind and can't let go." Huang Yaoyao's face flushed as she sniffed, and she explained incoherently, "Damn girl, what are you talking about? I just want to experience the trial. Isn't that good? I'd like to learn the combat skills of a scout." "No," she said, her voice getting smaller and smaller, obviously a little weak. Li Yaobai was instantly in the dark. He hadn't reacted to what was going on. "It's a joke between our sisters. Don't you mind?" Huang Yaoyao explained. "This is the real border. I am not guaranteeing your safety. I still want you to go back before it's too late. With these elixirs, I didn't take your blue box for nothing." With the past few days together, Li Yaobai gradually took the two sisters as his friends. He grew up without parents, and his adoptive father, who raised him, disappeared accidentally a few years ago, so he's always been alone. In Li Yaobai's memories, he hardly had any friends. Once a genius, he was arrogant and aloof, and had trouble getting close to people. His only good brother was the dull and stupid Yenchang, the best buddy who dared to stand up for himself and was willing to drop out of school for him. The portion of precious elixir that Li Yaobai was holding in his hand was purposely reserved for Yen Cheng. In a trance of thought, Li Yaobai suddenly missed Yen Cheng a little. He muttered, "I wonder what that nerd is doing now." Just then, Huang Yaoyao's voice came, interrupting his thoughts. "Li Yaobai, since you want spirit cores so much, why don't we go hunt demonic beasts ourselves?" Yellow Rim echoed, "Yeah, you know what? Now there are rumors circulating among all the squads that the tiger demon is killing people and taking their treasures, and they nicknamed you the Blue Box Killer." At those words, Li Yaobai couldn't help but smile. "What do you guys know? Compared to hunting demonic beasts, wouldn't it be more effortless to directly rob someone's blue box? What's the saying? I'll stock up on guns if my neighbors stock up on food. My neighbors are my granary." With these 3 days of carpet scavenging, Li Yaobai had sent all the squads in this area back to the square, and his level had reached Ju Energy level 20. Chapter 24, Bad News. Upon hearing those words, the two sisters let out a snort in unison. "Or I'd say you're the big bad guy." A bellyful of crooked reasoning. Huang Rim flirted. "And I didn't say I was any good." Li Yaobai smiled playfully and waved his hand. The two sisters were then completely speechless. "It's true that if you're shameless, you're invincible." Suddenly, Huang Yaoyao stood up violently. As if she had discovered something, she nervously pointed downwards and said, "Night White, we have a situation. Someone's at the bottom of the hill." Li Yubai was instantly alert as well. At the bottom of the hill at that moment, a boy covered in blood was crawling slowly and painstakingly. He seemed to have used up all his strength and eventually collapsed helplessly at the bottom of the hill, not moving a muscle. Huang Yaoyao's pupils contracted when she sensed that person. "I seem to recognize him. He's a student of Star Ocean Academy." Hearing the words Star Ocean Academy, Li Yaobai couldn't help but feel a slight movement in his heart. His nerves were touched, as if he remembered something. Li Yubai jumped down the hill in one step and quickly came to the boy's side. He was relieved to see it was an unfamiliar face. The boy in front of him, the wounds on his body were shocking. Most of them were external wounds, like being cut by the sharp claws of a demonic beast. Counting carefully, there were as many as a dozen of them. His clothes were covered with bloodstains, and many of his wounds were bloody and intolerable because they hadn't been treated in time. Is he being attacked by a demonic beast? When Huang Rim saw the boy's miserable condition, his heart tightened and he hurriedly used his own talent to heal him. Although her talent wasn't as powerful as Mo Linglong's, as time passed, the boy's injuries gradually stabilized, and his face regained some blood color. "Thanks." He spoke with difficulty, his voice weak. "Why are you alone? Where's your teammate?" Huang Yaoyao, who was on the side, asked. "Teammate? My teammate." As soon as he opened his mouth, his throat began to choke as if something had blocked it, and he failed to utter a single word, only letting out a gurgling, low sob. "Let's stabilize his injuries first. Let's change places." Seeing this, Li Yubai directly lifted the boy onto a gentle rock. When he touched the boy, Li Yubai actually felt some ice on him. He still has frostbite on his back? What kind of demonic beast can cause frostbite? Just as Li Yaobai was puzzled, the boy finally spoke. "Thank you all. I am Wang Qi, a royal guard from Star Ocean Academy." Wang Qi said gratefully. His voice was still incredibly weak, but his complexion was much better than a moment ago. "My sister and I have seen you before, and I remember that the talent you awakened was the Astral Wind Shield, a very strong defense-type talent." Yellow Rim responded while handing off a bottle of water to him. These were all supplies that Li Yubai had scavenged from other squads. "You were attacked by a demonic beast? Why don't you press the alarm to teleport back?" Li Yaobai asked as he stood by. "I didn't meet any demonic beasts. I came here to get help." Wang Qi said eagerly. "I hope you guys can help me save people." His eyes were anxious and pleading. "Do what favor? Save what?" Li Yaobai was curious in his heart and continued to ask questions. He wanted to know what had happened to the boy to make him look like this. "A few days ago, in a sinkhole directly south from here, our squad scouts discovered a demonic beast nest that belonged to a swarm of JU energy level 4 ant demonic beasts." Wang Qi slowly narrated, his breath weak, as if every word he said took a great deal of strength. Although these ant demonic beasts are of a very low level, the number of their anthills is extremely high and they are connected everywhere. We have discovered large and small anthills one after another. Surprisingly, there are dozens of them in total. Each anthill had hundreds or thousands of ant demon beasts, which meant that there were at least tens of thousands of ant demon beasts here. Moreover, all of these were low-level demonic beasts of Ju energy level 4, and they were still in a dormant state. Although their spirit cores were not of a high grade, their numbers had reached a very frightening point. These spirit cores, in such large quantities, are enough to allow any squad to easily win first place in the trial, as well as being able to bring unimaginable spiritual resources to any squad. He was overjoyed. When he informed us, we couldn't believe our ears. We didn't think a team like ours could pick up a treasure. It was like pie in the sky. Just as we were about to harvest this group of anthills, an accident happened. I don't know who leaked the news, but our squad's discovery of the anthill was actually known by Zhang Chen's group. Within a day, Zhang Chen led Lu Lin's team to surround us at the entrance of the anthill's cave, and even more infuriatingly, Zhang Chen spread the news to all the other squads. In just one day's time, almost all the squads from the 4 major academies have rushed to the entrance of the anthill cave, and every single one of them wants to come here to get a piece of the pie. Wang Qi swallowed a mouthful of water and continued. They surrounded the anthill and blocked us in the hole. Zhang Chen even brought someone to beat us up. We wanted to put up a fight, but that Lu Lin was just too strong. He froze us all with just one move. We could only let Zhang Chen slaughter us. He attacked us like crazy. We were frozen by the willow forest and had no way to press the alarm to teleport. We could only stand there and be used as sandbag bags by Zhang Chen. Speaking here, Wang Qi choked up again. I don't know why. That Zhang Chen acted like he had a grudge against us. not caring at all that we were students of the same academy, and he beat us all to death. I'm an Imperial Guard. I can hold my own. But they can't. My teammates were all knocked unconscious by that Zhang Chen, but I could only watch. There's nothing I can do. Speaking here, Wang Qi had already sobbed uncontrollably. Since there are so many teams out there, did they just stand by and watch? Wasn't there a single person who stepped up to stop him? Huang Yuan shouted angrily. She really didn't expect Zhang Chen to be shameless to such an extent. That's Zhang Chen from the Zhang family. Who would dare to mess with him in Jinhai City without a background? Not to mention there's also a Lu Lin. That's just like a monster. Zhang Chen even told them to have everyone surround this place and block all those drones. And when he's done venting, each team will get a share of the spirit cores. A piercing pain came from the wounds on Wang Qi's body. These wounds on my body were all left by Zhang Chen. My teammates, all of them fell there, and only I, fighting for my life, escaped. But none of that matters. I escaped with all my might just to beg you to save one person. After we were discovered by Zhang Chen, he could have been the first to run away because he was very fast, but he stood guard in front of the biggest anthill and refused to leave no matter what when we told him to go first. Zhang Chen knocked us to the ground one by one, and he actually had to get up and run over to block Zhang Chen and the others from entering that biggest anthill. Zhang Chen was so angry that he went crazy and punched him like a madman, but he still stood up and blocked right in front of that anthill, saying that he wouldn't let Zhang Chen go in. In the end, the willow forest even froze him, and he was actually able to run up and drag Zhang Chen to prevent him from entering. Zhang Chen completely lost his mind. He crazily vented his anger on him, but those squads of the 4 major colleges just watched indifferently, and none of them stood out to stop it. And my teammate was almost killed by him. I beg you guys, can you save my teammate? Or, can you find a way to get a drone shot so the teachers can see it? Or he's really going to die. When Wang Qi said this, he actually sat up as he tugged on Li Yubai's arm and cried bitterly. That teammate of yours, what's his name? He's a scout named Yin Cheng. Chapter 25, Woe is me. What did you say? Upon hearing this name, Li Yubai felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his lurid bloody pupils stared tightly at Wang Qi. You said his name is Yin Cheng? Yin Cheng from Star Ocean Academy? Yin Cheng whose awakening talent is running fast? Yes, that's him. Wang Qi's reply was like a thunderbolt, and Li Yaobai's pupils shrunk dramatically. Just as several people were puzzled, Li Yubai's figure had already disappeared. A sinkhole anthill surrounded by mountains. It was as if the earth was covered with honeycombs, and each anthill seemed to be an independent small world. And within the anthills, dormant demonic beasts of all shapes and sizes. In the surroundings of the heavenly pit anthill, it was densely filled with the teams of the 4 great academies participating in the trial. Despite the crowd's overcrowding, not a single person dared to take a step forward easily. They clustered together, forming a human-shaped barrier, so that if one looked from a distance, one could not see anything at all. And in the center of the crowded area, in a conspicuous anthill hole, Lu Lin stood grimly. His eyes revealed an unspeakably complex emotion, and his mind kept replaying the scene where Li Yaobai picked him off. Every detail so clear, and these people around him, in Lu Lin's view, were just like an insignificant mole cricket. Hey, have you had enough of fighting? When can we collect the spirit cores? He shouted at the maddened Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen on his side was quite different. He transformed into a ferocious black panther, constantly waving his sharp beast claws and viciously grasping at that teenager at the entrance of the anthill hole. His attack was harsh and vicious. The teenager standing at the entrance of the cave was none other than Yin Cheng. At this moment, Yin Cheng was like a humanoid sandbag bag, being madly ravaged by Zhang Chen without the ability to fight back. You piece of... What did you tell me last time? Tell me to shut up. Right. Zhang Chen's claws once again scratched several deep wounds on Yin Cheng's body, while Yin Cheng's chest was already covered in scales, without a single piece of intact skin. His entire body was drenched in blood, just like a bloody man. Don't you like to help Li Yubai? Don't you like to stand out and show off? Do you have any idea who I am? Zhang Chen cursed angrily, using his sharp beast claws to leave a shocking trail of blood on Yin Cheng's body as he cursed. I finally let me catch you today, didn't I? Say something. Weren't you great last time? How come you've become mute now? Zhang Chen frantically lashed out. No matter how much he beat him, Yin Cheng didn't react as he had long been frozen into an ice sculpture by the frost chill cast by Lu Lin. And every time, Zhang Chen would use his beast claws to scrape the ice off Yin Cheng's body, allowing the unconscious Yin Cheng to regain consciousness once more before venting his anger once more ruthlessly. As this cycle repeated, Yin Cheng had long been tortured to the point of agony, but every time he regained consciousness, he would tenaciously get up again and tug on Zhang Chen's feet. This made Zhang Chen even more irritated, and he vented all the resentment he had felt towards Li Yubai over the past few days onto Yan Sheng. With Zhang Chen's heavy kick, Yan Sheng finally fell to the ground once again, and the ground was already full of Yan Sheng's blood. Yan Sheng violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Chen, what are you? I Yan Sheng despise you. Yan Sheng had already been beaten by Zhang Chen to the point of delirium, but all he could think about in his mind was getting up again. This is the anthill I found. Did I let you in? Yan Sheng's breath was unusually weak, and his voice was incomparably hoarse. Noisy. Lu Lin on the side of the sudden another move frostcold. Yan Sheng instantly frozen again, unable to move. Body stiff, as if turned into a wooden man. I'll you up. You're still talking when you're dead. Zhang Chen stomped his foot hard on Yan Sheng's face, and Yan Sheng's large plate teeth were directly broken by this foot. His mouth instantly filled with blood and he couldn't help but violently spit out another mouthful of blood. Why are you getting serious with this kind of trash? Lu Lin urged. He didn't want to waste time on such things. Abusing a severely injured awakened was not something he had the slightest interest or pleasure in. Look, this is like a doggy plaster. I can't shake it off. Zhang Chen panted heavily and kicked again, ruthlessly stomping on Yan Sheng's face. Just waste your hand. Lu Lin then flung out an icicle that instantly pierced through Yan Sheng's palm. The unconscious Yan Sheng let out an agonizing wail as the intense pain instantly spread throughout his entire body. Stop dawdling and hurry up to collect the spirit cores. Saying that, Lu Lin directly led the team to enter the anthill first. For Yan Sheng, Lu Lin didn't care at all about things like hurting his classmates. With his father around, he didn't even have to think about the consequences of such things. As for Zhang Chen, he had even less to think about. He was the heir of the Zheng family in Jinhai City, and there was a family head grandfather who favored him. Even the regulators of Jinhai City would be wary when facing the Zheng family. In Zhang Chen's eyes, this was just a simple brawl, and no one would hold him responsible. It should be noted that no one dared to hold him accountable. Besides, he'd had the people around him blocking the drones, and no teacher knew what was going on here. He also didn't have to worry about someone snitching on him or anything like that. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. The spirit cores from the anthill are for everyone. In a moment, all of you will follow me, and I'll make sure that you all get the spirit cores. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen suddenly said to the surrounding squad. He then looked at the fallen Yan Sheng and choked him up. I'm warning you again, don't drag me. Crawl and roll back on your own. Tell Li Yaobai that when he returns to Jinhai City, tell him to prepare for death. Let's spare your life first today. After saying that, Zhang Chen was ready to lead Wei Xiang and the others into the anthill. However, upon hearing Li Yaobai's name, the unconscious Yan Sheng actually climbed back up. You're not finished, are you? Zhang Chen was completely enraged. He violently kicked at Yan Sheng's leg, followed by a heart-stopping bone-cracking sound that was so clear and ear-piercing that one could not help but be shocked. Brother Tatsu, save your energy, I'll help you waste his other leg. Seeing this, that junior brother Wei Xiang followed up with a vicious kick, and Yan Sheng's other leg was fractured, emitting a palpitating breaking sound. I told you to get lost and you didn't. Then don't you leave. The furious Zhang Chen picked up Yan Sheng's alarm and directly stomped on it. The alarm was destroyed, which meant that Yan Sheng had no way of teleporting back to Jinhai City, and he was completely unable to return. Kick him out of here and don't gross me out. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, Wei Xiang then grabbed Yan Sheng and threw him directly outside the anthill hole like a piece of trash. As for the people in the surrounding area, they all looked at this indifferently, because they couldn't afford to mess with Zhang Chen, the Zheng family, or Lu Lin, and all they could do was turn a blind eye. Go! Reap the anthill with me! With Zhang Chen's order, the crowd then headed towards the anthill in a brainstorming manner, their eyes filled with desire for the spirit cores, as if all that had just happened had never happened in their eyes. When the crowd dispersed, only Yan Cheng, who was covered in wounds, was left outside the cave entrance. You guys, Yan Cheng murmured in a low voice. However, his voice was so faint that it seemed as if it would dissipate when blown by the wind. No one cared about him, and no one was willing to lend him a helping hand. The world of the weak and the strong was destined to be cold and icy. In this world, without real strength, the things one cares about are like a ball of loose sand that cannot be held. At this moment, Yan Cheng so hated his own weakness and incompetence, he still mumbled under his breath. Brother White, I've always been a man. Blood mixed with tears soaked Yan Cheng's eyes. A wave of drowsiness came over him and he gradually lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness again, Yan Cheng was already lying at the entrance of another anthill. and lying beside him were his two severely injured and unconscious teammates. Yan Xing struggled to open his eyes, and what met his eyes were two stunningly beautiful faces, like fairies in a scroll. A yellow-haired beauty was bandaging his wounds, and a dark-haired beauty with a green glow in her hands was healing his wounds. Is this heaven? Are you angels who have come to fetch me? Yan Shang woke up and tried to speak, but realized that his teeth had been stepped on, and the pain caused him to stammer his words, each word seeming as if it had been squeezed out from between his teeth. Don't talk for a minute. You're hurting too much. Huang Yuan's face was covered with beads of sweat. She had never seen a person get hurt so badly when she was growing up, despite the fact that she was treating the other party's injuries with all her might. But nay, Yan Shang was too badly injured, and she could only barely stabilize some of the traumatic injuries. Comminuted knee fractures in both legs, broken palms in both hands, broken ribs, and all these big and small wounds. Zhang Chen and the others are a bunch of. Huang Yuan looked at Yan Shang's bruises all over his body, and tears gushed out uncontrollably. I'm not dead. Who are you, guys? We are friends of Li Yubai. Huang Yao returned. Brother White. Where's Brother White? Yan Xing's voice was filled with urgency, yet the pain in his body continued to come like a tidal wave. He had just finished speaking when he passed out again from the intense pain. Huang Yao looked into the distance. He said, he was going to kill someone. Chapter 26, None of you will get out. The night was late and the moon was dim, but in the sinkhole anthill, the laughter of the crowd was heard, and it seemed particularly lively. The student squads from the 4 major academies, totaling more than 100 people, plundered frantically through these anthills. They traveled to other anthills to explore, using the passages that connect the anthills. In the various anthills, the dormant ant demon beasts all became lambs to the slaughter. That largest anthill, on the other hand, was exclusively occupied by people like Lu Lin and Zhang Chen, and became their territory. Brother Tatsu, we've really made a fortune this time. These spirit cores are at least enough for all of us to share a few dozen pieces each. In the largest anthill, the blue box in Wei Xiang's hand was already filled with demonic beast spirit cores. As for the Lu Lin squad, because they were the first to enter the anthill, their blue boxes had long been filled to the brim, and they could no longer hold any more demonic beast spirit cores. When this trial is over, I'll definitely cultivate even harder to make a clean break. Lu Lin looked at the piles of spirit cores in front of him and secretly made up his mind. Lu Lin, it's already midnight. How about we just wait around here for 2 days until the trial is over? Zhang Chen walked over and greeted Lu Lin. Although he hated Lu Lin in his heart, it was also because of Lu Lin that they did save a lot of effort in sweeping this largest anthill. Suit yourself. I'm all for it. Lu Lin didn't have the heart to chat with Zhang Chen. His mind was full of thoughts of trying to cultivate. All he could think about now was how to improve his strength. Don't worry. When the trial is over, when I teleport back to Jinhai City, I'll make sure to make Li Yaobai look good. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Wei Xiang, greet everyone, we should go. With that, Zhang Chen urged Wei Xiang and signaled the crowd to gather. The other squads in the various anthills also returned one after another through the passageways between the anthills, preparing to leave together. Thank you, fellow student Zhang Chen. If it weren't for your generous sharing, we wouldn't have been able to get so many spirit cores. A boy in the crowd said excitedly. Yes, Mr. Zhang Chen is worthy of being the young master of the Zhang family. Not only is he handsome, but he's also kind-hearted. Another girl chimed in, her tone filled with excitement, and it could be heard that her harvest should be quite lucrative this time. Because this demon trial was different from the past, the spirit cores obtained by the students could be kept for their own use and did not have to be submitted to the academy. And now, these elite squads from the 4 academies, more than 100 of them, each had dozens of spirit cores in their hands. How could they not be excited by such a harvest? It's just a show of hands. You're all classmates. You should. Zhang Chen enjoyed the compliments from the crowd, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Mo Linglong in the corner. While Mo Linglong did not look at him, Zhang Chen could not help but feel a surge of disappointment in his heart. Ever since Mo Linglong came back, she stood quietly alone in the corner of the crowd from the beginning to the end, saying nothing and doing nothing, as if she was isolated from the world. Linglong, are you still angry with us? Wei Qianxian rushed over. She took Mo Linglong's hand. Although she was a bit embarrassed, she still gathered her courage to continue. We didn't mean to run away without you. The situation was so chaotic that we just couldn't care less. She thought Mo Linglong's silence was sulking because they didn't take her with them when they escaped. I'm not angry. I'm just scared. Mo Linglong faintly whispered. Scared? Are you afraid of those ant demonic beasts? Wei Chanxian asked in disbelief. Don't worry, there's Zhang Chen here, there's Lu Lin and the others, and almost all of the students from the 4 major academies are here, so there's nothing to worry about. No, what I'm afraid of isn't here. Mo Linglong fell silent after she finished speaking. Her eyes revealed a deep fear, and she had an ominous premonition in her heart. Seeing that the crowd had already assembled, Zhang Chen naturally took on the role of leader. Okay, let's all get out of here and find a place to rest. When the trial is over, I, Zhang Chen, will treat everyone to dinner. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in cheerful cheers and the atmosphere was jubilant. Led by the 2 teams of Zhang Chen and Lu Lin, the crowd walked towards the dimly lit cave entrance in unison. Just as the crowd was about to reach the entrance of the anthill cave, a slim figure stood in the middle of the cave, blocking their way. What's this thing? It's human? At the entrance of the dimly lit cave, the crowd tried hard to see the man's face, but the light was too dim to recognize him at all. It can't be ghosts, can it? Someone shouted in panic. At those words, the crowd actually stopped in place for a moment, not daring to act rashly. The figure looked so small in the middle of the wide cavern, yet he stood so casually as if the entire world was alien to him. Under the dim moonlight, his shadow was elongated and cast on the ground as if he were an unshakable mountain. These bloodstains in the cave entrance are all Yin Qing's, right? His voice was trembling with monstrous rage, echoing deep into the cave. Zhang Chen, I should have just beaten you to death that day. The figure slowly walked up to the crowd, revealing a face they were all too familiar with. The person who came was none other than Li Yaobai. His scarlet blood pupils stared at the crowd with deadly intensity, revealing intense hatred and killing intent. I'm sorry guys, none of you are going to walk out of here tonight. Although Li Yaobai's voice was small, it reached the ears of the crowd as if it had exploded. Li Yaobai, what do you mean? Zhang Chen stood in front of the crowd. There are more than 100 of us here. The lowest of us is JUE level 7. One person can drown you with a mouthful of spittle. Placed elsewhere, Zhang Chen would have cowed. However, he now had more than 100 people gathered around him, all of whom were members of the elite squads in the 4 major academies. He felt that even if Li Yaobai was strong, he couldn't possibly withstand the rounds of consumption and attacks from these 100 or so people. There's definitely a time limit on his ability, and with over 100 of us taking turns, we can definitely find a break in him. Willowwood whispered. The conclusion his squad scouts had reached through their reconnaissance. With regards to Li Yaobai, although Lu Lin had his heart in his mouth, but now, they had enough manpower behind them, which gave him some backbone. Good. I don't believe that he can continue to be so wild. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth. The reason why he was willing to share these spirit cores with other squads was to wait for this moment. Yu Fei. Just as the crowd was figuring out how to target Li Yaobai, a summoning spirit in purple robes and golden armor suddenly walked out behind him. That tall and majestic body directly blocked the huge hole, making it difficult for even a trace of light to penetrate. He was holding a silver lance. His face was like a heavenly god. It was Yu Fei. Most of the people present had seen Yu Fei's strength with their own eyes and were well aware of his terror. At this moment, some people couldn't help but begin to feel apprehensive in their hearts. Don't panic. We have more people and more spellcasters, so we can slowly wear him down. Although his summoned spirit is ridiculously strong, he himself is only Jounin level 15, so when more time passes, his spirit power will run out. We just need to stall. Lu Lin calmly analyzed the current situation. Even though Yu Fei's oppression was too strong and intimidating, he felt that he was not completely powerless to fight with the large number of people behind him. Only after hearing Lu Lin's words did the uneasiness in the hearts of the crowd gradually calm down. Ow! Right at this moment, a deafening wolf howl echoed in the anthill sinkhole, and a white wolf as big as a small mountain quietly walked into the entrance of the anthill cave at an unknown time. This was none other than the White Wolf King that Li Yaobai had helped. The White Wolf King's aura spread out steeply, and an even more powerful sense of oppression caused everyone's hearts to tighten. It's a Junang level 40 alpha demonic beast. I don't know who exclaimed. These words were like thunder from the ground, and the crowd that was still maintaining their composure suddenly became a mess. Despite Lu Lin's attempts to boost his morale, the huge gap in strength levels made the crowd no longer have any thoughts of fighting. They were not willing to become food in the mouths of the white wolves, and they were even less willing to die in vain in a battle of overwhelming strength. However, just as the crowd wanted to flee, a pair of red eyes suddenly emerged from the invisible shadows around them. In an instant, uncountable red pupils of the beast flashed in the dark shadows of the so many white wolves. They're all JUE level 30 white wolves. Someone shouted in horror. As the White Wolf King's aura dispersed, the hundreds of pairs of red pupils gradually revealed their true appearance. Hundreds of white wolves, each emitting an aura of JUE level 30 or so, surrounded all of these people. The savage aura they emitted shocked all of these people, and none of them dared to move a step easily. Under the pressure of this aura, it was as if the crowd was bound by an invisible force, and even their breathing became cautious. I said, Liu Bai said as a long spear violently appeared in his hand. Tonight, none of you will walk out. Chapter 27, The Wrath of the Pitbull. As soon as the words fell, Liu Bai's figure had dissipated in front of everyone's eyes like an electric light. Pang! Suddenly, Zhang Chen could only feel a blur before his eyes, and a silver spear that shone with a cold light had stabbed at him like lightning. A strong sense of crisis caused him to react instantly, and his body quickly completed the transformation of a black panther. However, the speed of the silver spear was simply too fast, and just a moment after Zhang Chen had finished transforming, the silver spear had ruthlessly plunged into the root of his thigh. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the tremendous impact pinned Zhang Chen firmly to the stone wall behind him. Unable to move. Ah! Zhang Chen let out a gurgling scream. Wei Xiang, help me! He hissed as the immense pain surged in, making it almost unbearable for Zhang Chen, who let out a heartbreaking roar as cold sweat poured down his face. Save you? Li Yaobai's voice coldly sounded in Zhang Chen's ears, and at this moment, he had quietly appeared beside Zhang Chen. Do you really think that anyone else can save you? Zhang Chen looked around, only to see that every single person was tightly surrounded by the pack of wolves, and not a single person dared to make a move for fear of becoming a dead soul under the mouth of this group of ferocious beasts. Even Lu Lin, who had always been arrogant and conceited, was in a desperate situation at this moment, surrounded by 4 or 5 ferocious white wolves. Li Yubai, I'm warning you, I'm from the Zhang family. Zhang Chen tried to take out the Zhang clan again to threaten Li Yubai, yet before he could finish his sentence, he let out a miserable scream once again. Ah! Li Yubai pulled out that silver spear violently without any mercy, and Zhang Chen was in cold sweat from the pain, his face as pale as paper. However, Li Yubai did not stop there, as he once again ruthlessly plunged that silver spear into Zhang Chen's other thigh, causing Zhang Chen's pain to reach its peak. I'm tired of hearing those 2 lines every time. I don't care if you're the Zhang or the Li family, Li Yubai said coldly. His fists were like pile drivers, slamming hard into Zhang Chen's face, using all the strength of his body in each punch. I wanted to stab you with one shot, but I regretted it. Simply stabbing you to death like this is rather too cheap. Thinking of the tragic situation on Yanxing's body, the force of Li Yubai's fist increased a few more points. Half of Zhang Chen's face had become a bloody mess under Li Yubai's rain-like fists, just like a lump of mud. However, Li Yubai's fists still did not stop, as if he was driven by an uncontrollable rage. He poured out all his strength with every punch and ruthlessly smashed into Zhang Chen's face. Li Yaobai, this is a grudge between you and Zhang Chen. It has nothing to do with the rest of us. Can you release us? A trembling voice came from the crowd. One of the boys had been so scared that his legs had gone weak and he had even peed his pants. All he could think about now was how to escape from this horrible place. Originally, he wanted to just press the alarm to teleport back, but when his gaze fell on the spirit core in his hand, he hesitated. After all, this was a demonic beast spirit core, and as long as he waited peacefully for the trial to end, he could keep these spirit cores for himself. And the people present, without exception, were all thinking the same thing. Spirit cores are hard to come by. Who can easily give them up? Yeah, Li Night White, can you let us go? Another voice carefully chimed in, only his voice was as small as a gnat's, as if he was afraid that his words would anger Li Yaobai. Oh, only after hearing this did Li Yaobai stop his hand movements, and at this time, Zhang Chen had already been beaten into unconsciousness and was paralyzed on the ground. Foaming at the mouth, Li Yaobai slowly walked to the boy. His eyes were unusually cold. Without any hesitation, he directly threw out a slap. The crisp sound echoed in the cave. So focused on smacking him, I forgot to smack you, didn't I? Didn't you hear what I just said? He threw out a slap with every word, and the boy was directly smacked by the 2 force sinuses so hard that his eyes glazed over and he was so dizzy that he almost fell to the ground. His cheeks quickly reddened and swelled, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, making him look miserable. That boy's intestines are repenting. His own mouth, have to be some kind of a standout. Do you have any comments? Li Yubai walked towards another boy who spoke in agreement. No comment. He returned coyly. No comment on what you call it. What responded to him was a hard slap from Li Yubai, who tugged on the boy's collar. A pair of bloody pupils staring at the other party in death. If you don't want to get your ass kicked, tell me who Willow Grove is. Hearing this, the boy's face hesitated, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Lu Lin in the corner. Is he? No. Willowin isn't here. The boy shook his head like a rattle as he thought of something, more afraid of Liu Lin's retaliation than the aggravation before him. The corner of Li Yaobai's mouth hooked out a cold smile as he pressed the man to the ground and dragged him by the head to a white wolf. I'm with you heart to heart. You're playing with my brain, aren't you? With that, he violently yanked the boy's head and shoved it directly into the white wolf's open mouth. The boy screamed in terror, his eyes wide with fear and despair. I was wrong. It was him. It's him. He's Willowin. The boy broke down and cried out. If he didn't speak up, Li Yubai would probably directly feed his head to the wolves. I'm abstaining. I'm going home. I'm going to teleport back. The boy was completely stunned and said he was going to ring the alarm. However, just as he picked up the alarm, Li Yubai directly broke his wrist with a kick. The boy let out a violent wail, almost fainting from the pain. You didn't remind me, I forgot. Take down all your alarms. After Li Yubai finished speaking, he let out a few more wolf-like and dog-like howls, just like a werewolf transforming on a full moon night. As soon as the words fell, those white wolves seemed to have understood something and immediately approached the crowd viciously, revealing their sharp fangs, as if the crowd would immediately be pounced upon and devoured by them if they made even the slightest movement. The crowd looked at the boy with strange eyes. Dude, you're not looking for anything. If eyes could kill, that boy would have died hundreds of times by now. And in the burning, fire-like gazes of others, that boy broke down and cried. As the white wolves pressed on, the crowd had to all take down their alarms, and those white wolves then bit their alarms in their mouths. Among the crowd, there was only one man who hadn't taken down the alarm, and he stood there alone, his eyes cold. Just your name is Willow Grove? Li Yubai slowly walked up to Lu Lin with a mocking face. Li Yaobai, you colluded with the demon race and brutalized your classmates. You're a traitor to the human race. Lu Lin was tightly surrounded by the white wolves at this moment, and even though he was a genius who had just awakened to be able to achieve level 10, he stood there honestly at this moment, not daring to act rashly. I was careless last time and lost to you. When I return to Jinhai this time, I will definitely surpass you. Lu Lin glared viciously at Li Yubai. Last time? What last time? Have I seen you anywhere? Lu Lin's gesture was not going to give Li Yubai a hole, making it seem as if he was some kind of victim. Hearing Li Yaobai's words, Lu Lin collapsed. You don't recognize me? Lu Lin's self-esteem completely collapsed at this moment. It turned out that in the eyes of the other party, he was just an insignificant soldier. The other party did not remember him at all. Kirikou, what a lot of crap. Li Yaobai didn't have this patience to talk nonsense with him. He copied the leech gun and flung it over. Just be honest and wait to die. Chapter 28, He's a Demon. Li Yubai said, a long spear with a harsh wind sound, and violently threw it over. Lu Lin's pupils shrunk dramatically, and in the midst of the crisis, he hurriedly set up his left arm to block. Bang! There was a loud bang, as if the heavens and earth were shaking. In just an instant, Lu Lin was like a fired cannonball, thrown away by a powerful force, and that whip lance was like a wild dragon coming out of the sea, directly throwing him into the hard stone wall. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Lu Lin's mouth. His left shoulder made a clear bone-cracking sound. The sharp pain made him lose consciousness completely, but soon he reopened his eyes. What kind of genius are you, Willow Grove? Li Yaobai's foot stepped hard on Lu Lin's face, as if he wanted to crush all of his pride and dignity. Bullying? Is that all you've got? Li Yubai's anger raged like a volcano erupting without any pause. He violently slammed his fist out with endless fury, as if even the stone wall was trembling with a dull sound. And Lu Lin was completely smashed into the stone wall by this punch. He could never forget the miserable state of Yen Qing's body, the shocking wounds, the heart-wrenching bloodstains, all deeply engraved in his mind. Lingering. Seeing the miserable appearance of Zheng Chen and Lu Lin, a deep fear could not help but well up in the hearts of the crowd. Li Night White, when did you realize you could be level 20? Feeling the aura on Li Yaobai's body, Lu Lin had an incredulous look on his face. No way. This is impossible. Lu Lin's voice was filled with madness, his proud heart completely crumbling at this moment. Li Night White, it must be you who colluded with the demon race, to cultivate the evil laws of the demon race. You are a demon cultivator. You are a traitor to the human race. When the trial is over, the regulators won't let you go. Kill us all if you can. His tone was even more maniacal, as if he had lost his mind. Lu Lin laughed hysterically and epileptically. The laughter was piercing and terrifying. constantly stimulating Li Yaobai's nerves. And the crowd on the sidelines, their faces green with fear. Brother, please shut up. A shaky voice came out of the crowd. He kept praying, hoping that Li Yaobai would keep his senses and not take his anger out on him. Don't be afraid, everyone. He doesn't dare to touch us. An unmistakably shrill female voice suddenly rang out. As long as everyone is united, he wouldn't dare do anything to us. At this moment, a girl in the crowd stood out. Her face was clear and stunning. Her eyebrows exuded the temperament of a rich young lady, just like an angel of justice. There are over 100 of us here. If he dares to do anything to us, when the trial is over, the teachers and regulators of the 4 academies will definitely not let him go. Her voice was resonant with righteous indignation. Li Yaobai faced the girl, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You're not afraid to die. Afraid to die? Joke. I'm the daughter of the mayor of Jinhai. Kill me if you can. Do you dare? The girl was undaunted. She straightened her back in a big way. A human traitor like you who colludes with the demon race and mutilates the scum of your classmates. What do I have to fear? I've come forward to reason with you. It was as if she had already recognized that Li Yaobai wouldn't dare to do anything to her. After all, she was the mayor's daughter. And there were still students from the 4 major academies here. Scum who maimed their classmates? Reasonable? Li Yaobai suddenly laughed. He had never heard such a cold joke. I'm scum? And what are they? His words were filled with mockery. And with a flick of his finger, he pointed to the 2 Zheng Chen and Lu Lin on the side. Where were you when they hurt Yen Chang? And where were you when they abused their Yanqing teammates? Have you stood up for reason? Li Yaobai's tone was even colder, as if he wanted to freeze the entire cave. The girl still looked righteous, but there was a flash of panic in her eyes. What does this have to do with me? She tried to argue, but her voice seemed a little weak. It's they themselves who don't have the strength and have to make a hard show of it. That's what they deserve. At those words, Li Yaobai's figure moved and instantly closed in on the girl. According to you, having no strength and having to make a hard appearance is deserving, isn't it? If I punch you to death now, you deserve it? There was a hint of playfulness in Li Yaobai's words, and his fist was already raised high as if it would fall at any moment. The girl completely panicked as she screamed. Why are you being unreasonable? I'm a girl. How dare you hit a woman? Her voice was filled with fear and disbelief. She was the mayor's daughter. Since she was a child, it was others who favored her and gave in to her. When had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation? However, Li Yaobai's fist stopped only an inch away from her face. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, Don't worry, I don't hit women. The girl let out a soft breath, the fear in her heart easing slightly. However, just as she froze, Li Yaobai suddenly lifted his foot and delivered a flying kick, directly kicking her on the door of her head. The force of this kick was so great that it directly kicked the girl to the point that she spat out blood from her mouth, her body arcing through the air before falling heavily into the corner. Alive or dead? Fooled you. I'm the scum of the earth. Li Yaobai walked up to the girl, his eyes as cold as ice. He slapped her hard on her delicate face. The white skin instantly penetrated red, and thin strands of blood quietly oozed out. You think you're some kind of justice monger? His voice was full of mockery. You're nothing but a self-serving lowlife. Do you think standing up and saying a few big words will change anything? Li Yaobai scanned the group of people in front of him. Each of their hands were full of spirit cores, and greed filled the air. In his eyes, none of the group was innocent. He once again turned his gaze to Zhang Chen, who had regained consciousness. You think it's over? Then, Li Yaobai turned his words around and made an unexpected request to the crowd. I'm giving you all a chance to lend a helping hand now. All the warlocks come forward and save them with all their might. He pointed at the severely injured Zhang Chen and Lu Lin, and swept his gaze over everyone present. After the previous episode, the crowd no longer dared to refute Li Yaobai's words or raise any objections. And so, all of the squad's warlocks stepped forward. Although they were puzzled in their hearts, they still obeyed Li Yaobai's orders and cast their talents to start saving the seriously injured Zhang Chen and Lu Lin. However, just as the artisans had stabilized their injuries, Li Yaobai suddenly interrupted them. It's okay. I'm rested too. Let's do it again. With that, he pulled the 2 who had just stabilized their injuries over with one hand, and immediately after, a fistful of attacks fell like rain, each punch using all his strength. Pain was written all over Zhang Chen's face as he let out a guttural wail. Li Yaobai, I beg you to let me go. I'll give you whatever you want. I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I'll give you everything. I don't want my spirit core either. He couldn't take the inhuman torture any longer and pleaded in agony. Re-heal. Li Yaobai, however, seemed as if he hadn't heard Zhang Chen's pleas and only spat out these 2 words faintly. The crowd directly froze. They had thought that Li Yabai was afraid of the Zheng family and Lu Lin's retaliation, so he let them save them, but they didn't expect that he would have to fight again. He's just plain evil. That was the only thought in the minds of the crowd. Zhang Chen had completely collapsed as he crawled to Li Yubai's feet and begged, "Brother Bai, I beg you. I'm wrong. You let me go. I'll give you everything." All the while, Willowing continued to hiss maniacally, "Beat us to death if you can." He didn't care in the slightest about the injuries on his body, nor did he care about Zhang Chen's dumbfounded look. "That's what you said." Li Yaobai responded coldly, "I've never heard such a strange request in my life." With that said, he once again beat the two men into unconsciousness. "Heal me." Long night, dark moon and high winds. Under the cover of Yu Fei's wide body, Zhang Chen's guttural wail came from the depths of the cave. Chapter 29, Scum of the Human Race. On the square, the big screen was particularly noticeable at this time. The teachers all had a dumbfounded look on their faces as they stared intently at the big screen in front of them. However, to their dismay, there was not even a shadow of a student to be found on the screen. Where the hell have the little buggers been? The staff member operating the drone was also confused at this point. He had the drone fly all over the outlying areas and froze without getting a single shot of anyone. It was a long night, and time seemed to be stretched out as the crowd waited, and every second felt like an ordeal. Just as the teachers began to feel panicked and overwhelmed, a wisp of black smoke suddenly appeared on the big screen. The black smoke was like a ghost, twisting and circling in the air, posing in some sort of pleading shape. "Isn't this the summoning spirit of the Dragon Soaring Academy's Dingjichen?" a teacher suddenly shouted. "Yes, I remember. It's his summoning spirit Smokey." Another teacher also recognized it. The smoker saw the drones all flying around him, as if he understood something, and then quickly turned around and led the drones to the south. Led by Smokey, the swarm of drones traversed the sinkhole, skirting around the layers of cavernous cul-de-sacs, and finally flew to a cave entrance. The sight before them, however, surprised the crowd. Countless packs of wolves surrounded their students in layers, the hideous faces and sharp fangs looking terrifying in the night. In a corner of the wolf pack, a girl with a bloodied face was paralyzed on the ground, her life and death uncertain, and that helpless look was heartbreaking. "Isn't that the mayor's daughter?" someone exclaimed. "How did the mayor's daughter become like this? Who the hell did this?" One of the teachers shouted angrily. If the mayor knew that his daughter had turned out like this in their place, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as the crowd was surprised, the drone footage pushed forward and an even more shocking scene came. They only saw Zhang Chen and Lu Lin, both of them, covered in blood and wounds, with their clothes shattered, and had completely lost their human appearance. They were pressed hard to the ground by a man who, like a maddened beast, beat them wildly, each punch filled with deadly force. Though his back was to the drone, he seemed to suddenly realize its presence and jerked around. At that moment, everyone could see his face. "Li Yubai. Li Yubai? What the hell? What is he doing?" the teachers exclaimed, shock and anger in their voices. They could never have imagined that something so tragic had happened in this hidden cave. It is amazing that their students, their children, have been so horribly tortured and victimized here. "Li Yubai, what are you doing?" A startled shout came from the drone from a staff member. However, the shout was quickly replaced by another, more imposing, angry voice. "Asshole, is the old man's grandson something you can touch?" Zhang Tai's voice resounded throughout the square as he snatched the microphone from the staff's hands and roared angrily. "Stop it, or else I'll kill you with one slash." Although Zhang Tai's voice appeared to be a bit old, it was full of vigor and revealed an uncontestable authority. Seeing that things were bad, Fan Tianxiao rushed over to dissuade him, and he was the only one in the crowd who could persuade this Zhang Tai. "Elder Zhang, take it easy, leave this matter to me." However, Zhang Tai pushed Fan Tianxiao away and roared angrily, "Take it easy? Look what my grandson has become." Zhang Tai no longer had the demeanor of the Zhang family's head, and he couldn't wait to go over and tear Li Yaobai into pieces right now. "Team leader Fan, you've seen the situation. You must open the teleportation array now. I'm going to go over there and cut this little brat down with my own hands." Zhang Tai's voice was filled with anger and killing intent. Principal Ku also saw fit to say at this point, "Team leader Fan, this Li Yabai is clearly a human scum, colluding with the demon race to brutalize his compatriots. Ironclad evidence. If you can't tell right from wrong at this point, how will the regulator be able to convince the public in the future?" Principal Gu couldn't wait for something to happen to Li Yaobai. This current situation was simply a great opportunity for him. If he could mess up Li Yaobai, he would have one less demonic opponent in Star Ocean Academy. But after all, Zhang Chen was under the name of Star Ocean Academy, so if something happened to Zhang Chen, and the Zhang family involved Star Ocean Academy in a fit of rage, it would be no small trouble for him. That's why Principal Gu was even more anxious at this time, and he couldn't wait to fly over and take down Li Yaobai right now. Right at this moment, the always calm Lu Chang also flew above the square. His eyes were filled with blood, seeing his son being abused. How could he be calm? He said in a hushed voice, "Team leader Fan, Spirit Peak Academy needs an explanation." Although Lu Chang was anxious, he was very smart. He didn't directly talk about his own son, but instead moved the entire Spirit Peak Academy and pressed on Fan Tianzhao's head. With Lu Chang's words, the leaders of the other academies immediately ran over as well, and they angrily accused, "Team leader Fan, what the hell is going on here? Why did our students turn out like this? We need an explanation that the 4 colleges are not just our colleges, but also the colleges that the regulators are responsible for. That Li Yubai is so evil that he can actually collude with demonic beasts, and our students are now in danger. If you don't open the teleportation array and something goes wrong, then the entire Jinhai city will be in chaos. And don't you forget that the mayor's daughter has been seriously injured. If anything goes wrong, how can we explain to the mayor?" At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire square was tense to the extreme, as if even the air had frozen. Everyone was waiting for Fan Tianxiao's response. At this moment, although Fan Tianxiao was calm on the surface, he was already in a state of confusion. He had never expected that a small Li Yubai could bring him so much trouble. Fan Tianxiao didn't pay attention to the crowd as he grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Li Yubai, I order you to stop." He was glued to the big screen, his eyes revealing anxiety. However, it was as if Li Yubai on the screen didn't hear it, and he continued to pound Zhang Chen and Lu Lin both with one punch after another, and that vicious appearance made everyone feel shocked. "It's too rampant. I'm going over to personally kill him." Seeing his favorite grandson humiliated, Zhang Tai's heart was like a twisted pain. Fan Tianxiao's brows tightened as he saw this, and he finally realized that the situation had gone beyond his control. He then ordered the staff around him, "Open the teleportation array. I'm going to go over and stop him myself, but it will take some time to open the teleportation array. Again, I'm afraid that by then it will be." The staff member returned, hesitating to say the following, "Cut the crap and go." Fan Tianxiao gave an order, and the crowd was busy activating the teleportation array. Li Night White, what the hell are you doing? For Fan Tianxiao, this trial had been completely screwed up and turned into an unmanageable farce. A small Li Yubai, in just a few days, had caused such a big storm in Jinhai City. The crowd stared intently at Li Yubai on the screen, his every movement tugging at their heartstrings. He is simply insane. To actually collude with a demonic beast. Not only do you collude with the demon race, but you maliciously hurt your classmates. Simply lawless. He must be brought back and severely punished. A teacher shouted angrily. The teachers watched the scene and murmured, "Why don't they teleport back? Do these stupid kids even want to die?" Someone asked anxiously, "Can't you see? That's the alarm that's biting on the mouth of that pack of white wolves." Another teacher explained, his voice filled with helplessness and pain. "Despicable. Shameless." Someone cursed. "How did we produce such a human scum in Jinhai City?" Throughout the square, the crowd was immersed in anger and grief. They couldn't believe that a student would commit such a despicable act of betraying the human race and colluding with demonic beasts. Chapter 30, Questioning. Li Yubai, whether you heard me or not, your behavior has seriously violated the laws of China. Fan Tianxiao's voice came clearly through the microphone. Your collusion with the demon race is already a felony, and mutilating your classmates during the trial is even more unforgivable. If you don't stop, I can hardly guarantee you'll walk out of the courtroom alive. It would take some time before the teleportation array could be opened again, and in the meantime, the crowd waited anxiously and irritated, their moods as hot as ants on a hot pan. They couldn't wait to run to the scene and take down this human scum and behead him on the spot. As for Fan Tianxiao, he still didn't give up and was still persuading Li Yaobai. For a demonic genius like Li Yaobai, he had originally wanted to recruit him into the regulators and personally cultivate him in the future. Fan Tianxiao didn't want to see him go astray and take a path of no return. Just then, Li Yubai in the picture suddenly stopped moving. Immediately afterward, he disappeared from view. You know you're scared now? It's too late. Principal Ku's voice came through the drone clearly. A treacherous human scum like you should be sentenced to death straight away. Zhang Chen is such an excellent and good boy. You actually beat him up like that. You are truly heartless and hopeless. While berating Li Yubai, he didn't forget to pat Zhang Tai on the back. It's useless to run away. Once the teleportation array opens, I will definitely cut you down on the spot. Principal Gu spoke more and more vigorously, as if he was Zhang Chen's own grandfather. Just then, the originally disappeared Li Yubai reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was holding the bruised Yin Cheng in his hands as he gently placed him on the ground. With that, he placed the three on the ground one after the other. These three men were also bruised and dying, and all had obviously suffered inhumanly cruel torture. The crowd watched the scene, momentarily puzzled. Just then, Li Yubai's voice came. His name is Yin Cheng. He is my best brother. Li Yubai's voice was low as he pointed at Yin Cheng, who was covered in wounds on the ground, and continued. He found this cave, Zhang Chen and Lu Lin, in order to grab the cave. They beat him like this. Both legs are fractured. Both palms are pierced. The ribs are almost completely broken, and there are 100 wounds on the chest alone. Li Yaobai's voice trembled, filled with uncontrollable anger and grief. He pointed at Yin Cheng's bloodied body, questioning the drones high above him and the crowd in the square. May I ask what he did wrong? The wounds on Yin Cheng's body were so shocking, and the rotten flesh on his chest was even more unbearable to look at. These are his teammates. Ask them what they did wrong. Yin Cheng's three teammates had also been seriously injured and unconscious, their bodies similarly bloody and miserable. Why didn't you come forward when they were being abused by Zhang Chen and Lu Lin? How come you didn't yell something about the unforgivable offense? Why didn't you guys talk about maiming your classmates when his legs were broken? Where were your drones when his alarm was being stomped on? Or are you people from the 4 major academies all a bunch of blind men without a long brain? Li Yaobai let out a loud curse, and the other party finally reacted. What proof do you have that Zhang Chen did it? Isn't this your planting of evidence? Principal Gu confronted Li Yubai across the drone. Evidence? Everyone in the room is evidence. If you don't believe me, ask them yourself. Li Yaobai pointed at the students present, who had long since been frightened by Li Yaobai's terrifying tactics to the point where they didn't dare to speak. Who hit these 4? This time it was actually Fan Tianxiao's voice that came through. Isn't it Zhang Chen and Lu Lin? Fan Tianxiao asked twice in a row, and the crowd remained silent. Be honest and no one will hold you accountable. Finally, one of the people present spoke up. It's Zhang Chen and Lu Lin. He was halfway through his sentence when he was yanked by his teammate beside him, and then he didn't dare speak again. Hear that? Ancient head, that's what your good boy did. This is the talent that your 4 great academies have cultivated. A bunch of spineless wallflowers, a bunch of self-righteous retards, and a bunch of greedy, cold-blooded losers. At those words, the crowd in the square was silent for a while. You say, I am unpardonable, and I will go to court to be tried. Well, I admit it. And what are you going to do with the 2 of them? Li Yaobai's voice came, and there was another moment of silence in the square. Principal Gu didn't dare to speak either. At a time like this, saying the wrong thing could bring unexpected consequences. The rest of the crowd of teachers were even more silent. They didn't want to get involved in the Zhang family and Lu Cheng tutors' business at all. Boom! At this moment, outside the cave, a shocking roar came from the sky, and a dazzling lightning bolt crossed the sky in an instant. Thunderclouds quickly gathered in this outlying area, as if nature's long pent-up power was about to be unleashed. Immediately afterward, rain began to pour down, accompanied by continuous lightning, each bolt illuminating the entire sky and pushing the oppressive atmosphere to the extreme. Thunder roared and the rain came down. The crowd in the square remained silent. Li Night White. This matter, I will definitely investigate a waterfall, to give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Just then, Fan Tianxiao's voice broke the silence of the scene. The teleportation array will open soon, and the teachers will go forward to arrest you. I hope you'll tie your hands and stop resisting unnecessarily. You first return Zhang Chen's alarm to them, so he can come back and heal his wounds. Go back? To heal? Hearing this, Li Yubai was yet more annoyed. By what right can Zhang Chen and the others come back? Then tell me how Yin Cheng will come back. At these words, there was another silence from the other side. In that case, nobody's going back. Angry Li Yubai directly let the group of wolves to gather the alarms together, and then a gun flung down, all smashed to pieces. Nonsense. When the teleportation array opens, I'll be the first one to go over and put you brats on the spot. Principal Ku's voice came through. Zhang Tai was already angry to the extreme at this point, and he didn't want to say anything more. His eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Zhang Tai had only one thought in his mind. At the first moment the teleportation array opened, he rushed over and slashed this Li Night White to avenge his grandson. On the other hand, Lu Cheng on the side didn't say anything. He had a gloomy face. Obviously he was also waiting. In the cave, along with the terrifying thunder outside, the unconscious Yancheng actually slowly opened his eyes. White brother, he called out weakly. Little swallow. Li Yaobai ran over. His heart was like a knife as he held Yancheng's pierced palm and looked at the scars on his face, the blood from his teeth being stepped on. In Li Yaobai's mind, he couldn't help but float Yancheng's silly and sincere smile, as if the moment when he stood up to defend himself was right in front of his eyes. A warmth welled up in his heart, accompanied by deep sorrow. A tear, quietly slipping down, dripped onto Yancheng's scarred face. Men don't shed tears, they just don't get to the sad part. Chapter 31, Injustice in the World. Yancheng, why don't you run? Li Yaobai's voice carried a hint of reproach and helplessness. You nerd. What a shaft to commit. He chided softly, but his tone was full of pain. If you can't beat them, won't you run? What did I used to teach you about protecting yourself and not fighting hard? Speaking here, Li Yaobai's voice choked up and he could no longer speak, only gazing silently at Yancheng, his heart filled with remorse and self-blame. Ahem. Yancheng kept coughing as he said in that weak and hoarse voice. Brother Bai, I don't know why you want to be alone. I know you must have a hard time. You know, when I found this cave, the first thing I thought of was you. You've helped me so many times, and I, Yancheng, am not a white-eyed wolf. Without you, I wouldn't have had a chance to get here, and this big hole in the ground. I'm leaving for you, even if I die. They can't get in. As Yancheng spoke, another mouthful of blood coughed out of his mouth. This is the only way I can help you. He then looked at his broken legs and actually smiled. Sorry, bye. Xiao Yanzi can't run this time. Yancheng's tears were intertwined with the blood on his face. His smile was so bitter, his eyes so bleak. Finally, he fainted helplessly in Li Yaobai's arms. At this moment, Li Yaobai's heart ached like a knife, and he finally understood why Yancheng would rather die than leave. Everything he did for himself. Li Yaobai, the teleportation array will open soon. Your time to die has come. In a trance, Principal Ku's voice came through, and at this moment, Li Yaobai was already furious to the peak. Li Yaobai, Elder Zhang and the others will be here soon. If you're sensible, hurry up and release us. Right at this moment, Zhang Chen's little brother Wei Xiang stood out, threatening with an arrogant face, and when he heard Principal Gu's words just now, he instantly straightened his back, as if he had found a backer. Didn't you hear me? Your time to die is near. Wei Xiang continued to threaten. His eyes glittered with smugness, as if he had already seen the image of Li Yaobai's hands tied up. In his opinion, Li Yaobai no longer had any way to retreat. However, right at this moment, a silver spear cut through the air like lightning and instantly stabbed through Wei Xiang's heart. Blood was pouring out like a stream, spilling all over the place. Wei Xiang's face still had an unbelievable expression on it. His eyes were wide open, as if he could not accept the fact that he was killed by a single shot just like that. At this moment, Li Yaobai had completely lost his mind. There was only one thought in his mind, to avenge Yancheng and make these people pay the price in blood. There is much injustice in the world, and blood is used to draw thunder. You guys could have just teleported over here. All I have to do is see one alien shadow and I'll kill one. Li Yaobai's voice revealed a crazy rage, as if he was ready to make an enemy of the entire world. I'll kill the one that comes. I'll see if you come faster or I kill you faster. He continued to snarl, the silver spear glinting coldly in his hand as if at any moment it would take another life. In an instant, the crowd in the square was completely dumbfounded as they watched Li Yaobai stab a student to death with a single shot. The shock of the scene left them speechless for a moment. Li Yaobai, do you still want to make another mistake? There's no turning back for you. Fan Tianxiao roared, realizing that the more he tried to control the situation, the more things went beyond his control. Principal Gu and the others were already impatient. If they let this Li Yaobai continue to go crazy, in case something really happened, they couldn't afford the consequences. Come on, big deal. We'll die together. After saying that, Li Yaobai directly aimed his gun at Zhang Chen's throat. And why are you doing this? Even if Zhang Chen did beat them up, it's not like he killed them, so why do you have to make the same mistake over and over again? Seeing how crazy Li Yaobai was, Principal Gu's voice wasn't as hard as before. However, Li Yaobai still didn't buy it. He plunged the tip of his gun into Zhang Chen's neck, and a little bit of blood flowed out. Li Yaobai, Zhang Chen is a student of our Star Ocean Academy. If anything happens to him, you'll be the enemy of Star Ocean Academy. Principal Gu was completely flustered. If Zhang Chen died outside, the relationship he had been operating with the Zhang family for years would be directly shattered. Asterisk 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 you ancient dog. The four of them who are not students of your Star Ocean Academy. Li Yaobai completely saw through the hypocrisy of these people, and he only wanted to vent his hatred now. Anyway, I'm unforgivable and they're unforgivable, so the big deal is that I'm dragging them along with me. Joke, what is my grandson's offense? Just then, Zhang Tai's majestic voice came over. The so-called evidence you claimed just now is nothing more than one-sided words, and I would even go so far as to say that it was you who threatened them to say it. Zhang Tai coldly continued. This Yan Qing was clearly beaten by you. It was you who colluded with the demon race and tried to frame Zhang Chen. Do you people like to keep your eyes open? Li Yaobai didn't expect that. Having reached this point, the other party would still have the free time to bull asterisk 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 with himself. When you go to court, do you think the judge is going to take our word for it or your one-sided word alone? You touched the students of the four great academies. You are the common enemy of the four great academies, and there is only one outcome. You, death penalty, Zhang Chen, not guilty. This is all I have to say. If you dare to touch my grandson, I will have to pay you in blood. Even your friends, I'll spare none of them. If you want to understand, then you can die by yourself and don't drag your so-called good brother down with you. This was a naked threat from Zhang Tai. The four great colleges. The Zhang family. After a long period of silence, Li Yaobai suddenly withdrew the tip of his spear as he walked over to the White Wolf King. Take your people and go back. The White Wolf King didn't say anything more as he glanced back at Li Yaobai before leading his clansmen out of the sinkhole. Seeing the pack of wolves disperse, the students present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally coming to an end. If I release Zhang Chen and tie my hands, you will let my friends go? Li Yaobai asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Li Yaobai had already been scared and compromised, Principal Gu's arrogance sprang back up. He sneered in disdain. You colluding with the demon race, treacherous scum of the human race, where is your place to speak here? Li Yaobai just smiled lightly. He slowly raised the silver spear in his hand and aimed it at Zhang Chen's chest. I've known, for a long time that you guys are this virtuous. In that case, I'll die. After saying that, he stabbed a gun into Zhang Chen's chest. The silver spear directly penetrated Zhang Chen's body, and blood splattered in all directions like blooming red flowers, instantly coloring the surrounding walls red. Zhang Chen's body trembled violently, then collapsed helplessly to the ground, dying directly under Li Yaobai's gun. Just as the crowd was panicking, Li Yaobai's gunhead turned violently and instantly stabbed into Lu Lin's chest again. One shot, 2 lives, blood splattered. Chapter 32, The Demonic Spider Awakens. Li Night White. Old me will kill you. Zhang Tai's furious roar, through the drone speakers, exploded like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Team Leader Fan, when will the teleportation array be ready? The crowd was anxious and hyped up. They know that every second of waiting can be the difference between life and death. Finally, just as the crowd was so anxious that they were almost suffocating, the light of the teleportation array reared up in the square. The crowd rushed towards the teleportation array, their figures gradually blurring in the light until they disappeared completely. I'll make him pay in blood. On the square, only Zhang Tai's hateful roar was left behind. Inside the cave, Li Yaobai summoned Yufei's divine soul, and at this moment, it was as if he was the god of death in charge of life and death. Kill! He was like a mad demon. His figure danced wildly in the crowd, and the lance in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, carrying endless fury and killing intent. The entirety of the Willow Forest squad was like lambs to the slaughter under the sudden attack, powerless to fight back. In just an instant, wherever the lance passed through, there were no survivors. The entirety of the Willow Forest squad was killed by his shot and fell into a cold pool of blood. Yufei's divine soul fought recklessly in the crowd. His huge body was like an unshakable mountain, and wherever he went, people were terrified. Every step he took was accompanied by a might that shook the heavens and moved the earth. And the members of the squad were like ants in front of him, being sent flying to the ground and unable to resist for a single moment. Wei Qianxian huddled in the corner, tears slipping silently, yet even so, the lance in Li Yaobai's hand did not show the slightest hesitation or mercy. In just a moment, the cold light of the leeching spring gun flashed, and Wei Qianxian's life withered under the gun, turning into a wisp of fragrant soul. Mo Linglong, give me a reason not to kill you. At this time, Li Yaobai's eyes were already crimson, and the defense of his sanity completely collapsed. The lance in his hand was coldly aimed at Mo Linglong, revealing endless killing intent between his words, as if he was going to ruthlessly stab into her body in the next moment. I have nothing to do with any of this. At the moment of life and death, Mo Linglong's eyes flashed with a powerful will to survive. Suddenly, It was as if something occurred to her. Me. I can save Yanqing and the others. I can cure Yanqing's injuries. My Mo family is a family of magicians. And although my position in Jinhai is not comparable to the Zhang family, it still has some strength. If you believe me, I can take Yanqing away. I can cure him. As Mo Linglong's words fell, Li Yaobai, who was originally raging, actually calmed down. What he cared most about now was Yanqing. After all, he was innocent. He had wanted to take Yanqing to the White Wolf clan to avoid trouble, but this was not a long-term solution after all. There was nothing he could do about Yanqing's injury, but Mo Linglong gave him a new option. Just then, Huang Yaoyao and her sister also hurriedly ran in. Anxiety and worry were written all over Huang Yaoyao's face as she eagerly shouted at Li Yubai. Night White, run! The regulators and the 4 great colleges will be looking for you soon. Get out of here. However, Li Yubai did not look anxious. His bloodshot pupils stared at Mo Linglong dead in the face, and there was an unquestionable determination in his voice. Mo Linglong, if you can save Yanqing, then the grudge between us will be written off. But if you dare to lie to me, even if I die, I will drag your Mo family to hell with me. Saying that, Li Yubai pointed his gun at Mo Linglong, his eyes revealing a fierce look, just like a beast that had been pushed to the brink of extinction. Huang Yaoyao, you take Yanqing and the others and bring them to the Mo family. After saying that, Li Yubai placed his alarm in Yanqing's arms. Don't worry, put them in my Mo's house and no one will trouble them. Mo Linglong firmly assured that her alarm had already been smashed by Li Yaobai, and she could only wait in place for someone to come and save her. And what about you, Night White? Huang Yaoyao asked with concern, her eyes revealing worry. Li Yubai gently shook his head. No need to care about me. I know that you guys have used up all the spirit medicine. In order to save Yanqing, this is what Li Night White, owe you. I'll find a way to get out. You guys just take care of Yanqing. He looked at the 2 Huang Yaoyao sisters gratefully, a sincere light shining in his eyes. It's okay, we're friends. Take care of yourself and make sure you come back safely. The 2 sisters' eyes were filled with dismay as they pressed the alarm in their hands. At the same time, the alarms on Yanqing and his 3 teammates were pressed in turn. As the alarm activated, the light of the teleportation array suddenly lit up, and their figures gradually became blurred in the light. Li Yubai stood still, looking at the spirit cores of demonic beasts all over the ground. Li Yabai's soles of his feet tumbled with a burst of blood mist, and the sundial totem surfaced, emitting a dazzling light. The hundreds and thousands of ant demon beast spirit cores were engulfed by the sundial totem in just a split second, turning into a majestic stream of spiritual energy that surged into Li Yubai's body, while the pointer on the sundial totem also surged forward by a large margin. Awareness energy level 25. Feeling the spiritual energy surging within his body, a trace of joy flashed through Li Yaobai's heart. Mo Linglong, don't forget your promise. He once again gave Mo Linglong a fierce glare, after which, Li Yaobai slowly put away the leeching spear in his hand, turned around and flew out of the sky pit cave. As for Mo Linglong, she had frozen in place, her eyes wide and full of shock as she looked at Li Yaobai's departing back. In her entire life, she had never seen such a demonic and perverted cultivation style. Swallowing a spirit core alive? What kind of monster is this? Her heart had set off waves of shock, feeling unprecedentedly shocked by Li Yaobai's talent. No wonder Li Yubai is so perversely strong. So we've been a well. Mo Linglong secretly muttered in her heart as she began to realize that her previous understanding of Li Yaobai was just the tip of the iceberg. This man's talent and potential had far exceeded her imagination. If we let him grow up, then it would simply be a disaster for the 4 great academies and the Zhang family. Mo Linglong couldn't help but have this thought in her mind. She began to realize that the man she had just met might be enough to shake the entire Tsukai, or even the entire world. In the future, if I can save his friends, I might be able to make up for the mistakes I've made. Mo Linglong felt a trance, and she realized more and more deeply how stupid her previous actions were. Just then, an earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the forest, as if countless ferocious beasts were roaring at the same time. What happened? Mo Linglong's face suddenly changed as she listened to the deafening roar of the beasts outside. A strong uneasiness surged in her heart. She realized that this was definitely not the sound of an ordinary beast, but the roar of some more terrifying and powerful being. And outside of the cave, Li Yubai was darting at an astonishing speed. His figure was like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the figure of the White Wolf King appeared violently and stopped in front of him. Why don't you go? Li Yubai was surprised. However, the White Wolf King's tone was even more urgent. Follow me. The demon spiders have awakened. There was a gleam of fear in its eyes, obviously extremely disturbed by the impending disaster. The White Wolf King anxiously pawed the ground with his front paws, urging Li Yubai to hurry up and mount his back. Chapter 33, The Chase. What's the situation? What the hell was that deafening sound just now? At this moment, Li Yubai was riding steadily on the back of the White Wolf King, the gusty wind whistling past his ears as he tightly grasped the White Wolf King's fur. The White Wolf King replied eagerly. It was the sound of thunder that comes once in 100 years, and it awakened the dormant demon spiders in the depths of the Devil's Cave. Now that those demon spiders have awakened, this outlying area will soon be overrun with life. Saying that, the White Wolf King's foot speed immediately accelerated by a few points, carrying Li Yubai on his back as he ran wildly towards the depths of the forest. And in the desert at the edge of Mori Mystic, the teachers had arrived at the southern border one by one. Grab Li Night White. I'm going to make him pay. Zheng Tai's roar echoed through this forest. With that, his figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. According to the drone's latest localization, Li Yubai is still some distance away. But something is very wrong here. Everyone needs to prioritize keeping the students safe. Fan Tianxiu's voice came out. As the leader of the regulators group, it was only right that he should be in charge of this operation as well. When the teachers heard this, they all moved their bodies and the group disappeared in place, dashing towards the location of the anthill sinkhole. Catch Li Yubai. Don't ever let him escape. Principal Gu led the way, running ahead of the crowd and shouting as hard as he could. He thought darkly in his mind. The situation at hand is very unfavorable to me. Now that Zhang Chen has unfortunately died, my relationship with the Zheng family will inevitably be affected as well. In order to make up for all of this, the only thing Principal Gu could do is to take the lead in capturing Li Yubai and handing him over to Zheng Tai so that he could take revenge. In this way, his relationship with the Zheng family might still have a chance of being repaired. Just in this short period of time, this outlying forest had already been enveloped by countless purple demonic chi. From high above, the place seemed to be covered by a mysterious curtain. In the middle of that canyon, deep in the miasma forest, a deep, bottomless devil's cave was flickering with an ethereal purple light, transmitting a palpitatingly evil aura. Immediately afterward, cracks began to appear in the countless insect eggs in that demonic cave, and immediately afterward, creepy demonic spiders broke out of their shells from the insect eggs. Their forms were hideous and carried a thick demonic aura. It was as if these newborn demon spiders were under some kind of command. They poured out of the nest and instantly crowded the miasma forest. Soon, the figures of these demonic spiders appeared one after another in the corners of the external forest, and countless living beings trembled under their rampage. All demonic beasts, once contaminated with the demonic aura emitted by the demonic spider, will be instantly demonized, lose their original consciousness, and turn into a walking corpse like zombie. Under the infection of these demonic spiders, this outlying forest was about to turn into a real place of death. And in the midst of the ants' nest of the heavenly sinkhole, the teachers could not help but feel a strong irritation welling up within them as they witnessed a scene full of wreckage and disrepair. Some of the student squads from the 4 major academies were already dead, while others were seriously injured, and those who survived were all in a coma. In a worrisome situation, Li Yubai, the scum of the human race, Principal Ku cursed loudly. He looked around and soon found Mo Linglong hiding in the corner, trembling. Linglong, where is Li Yubai? However, Mo Linglong just looked at him with a face full of fear, her lips trembling slightly, but she didn't say anything. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and terror, as if she had just experienced an unspeakable nightmare. That's just it. Quickly send her back to the teleportation array. In desperation, Principal Go could only ask the teachers to send her away. Not good. Just then, a teacher yelled anxiously from outside the cave. When the crowd heard this, they turned their heads to look, only to see that the mountain walls of the heavenly pit were unexpectedly crawling with countless demonic spiders. These demonic spiders emitted a thick demonic aura, and wherever they passed, the flowers and grasses withered instantly, turning into a dark, ink-like sewage, as if even their life force had been devoured by them. This scene caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. What the hell is this? The crowd had never seen such a terrifying demonic beast before and froze in place for a moment. In the midst of the crowd, a teacher attempted to launch an attack on these rampaging demonic spiders. However, the demonic aura emanating from those spiders was just too bizarre. In just a blink of an eye, that teacher's arm was eroded by the demonic aura, losing consciousness and becoming numb. His face was pained and his brow was furrowed. These spiders aren't very high level, but the things on their bodies are actually able to disrupt my spiritual energy. Moreover, they are also highly poisonous. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, He helplessly made the decision to directly cut off the arm that was infected by the demonic chi to stop the further spread of the poison. Blood gushed out, staining his clothes red, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the severe pain without letting out a single groan. Can't even a teacher of Jounin level 40 handle them? The crowd of teachers began to tense up as they realized that the strength of these magic spiders was far beyond their imagination. Most of the teachers present were at or below the 50th level of JUE, and only a dozen or so senior teachers were above the 50th level of JUE. Facing such a powerful demonic spider, they couldn't help but feel a hint of powerlessness and fear. All the senior teachers of the 4 great academies, all stay behind to aid your students, while the others follow me to find Li Yabai. Fan Tianxiu's voice rang through the crowd, his face grave. Despite his extensive knowledge and experience, he actually didn't have any good solutions in the face of these bizarre demonic spiders. Elder Zhang, this Li Knight White doesn't know where he went. Principal Gu followed closely behind Zhang Tai, his face hesitant and his tone filled with helplessness. He had already rummaged through the entire anthill, but he hadn't even been able to find Li Yaobai's shadow. I have my own way. He can't get away, Zhang Tai said coldly as he carefully put away Zhang Chen's corpse. Then his body moved and then flew into the air. In Jinhai City, few people knew what Zhang Tai's talent was, but Fan Tianxiao knew all about it. As for why Fan Tianxiao knew Zhang Tai's strength so well, it was because his old leader was Zhang Tai's former captain, an executioner with terrifying strength. Zhang Tai was a scout whose strength was above the king realm, and his tracking and detection abilities were unrivaled in the entire Jinhai City. At that time, Fan Tianxiao was still just a temporary worker for the regulator, and he had seen with his own eyes that a cunning fugitive had escaped the regulator's tracking several times. But his old leader had brought in Zhang Tai, and that fugitive was captured by the regulators in just half a day. Fan Tianxiao knew that as long as Li Yabai was targeted by Zhang Tai, there was almost no possibility of escaping his tracking. Only Zhang Tai's eyes violently emitted a burst of dazzling blue light. In front of his eyes, there were countless blue feathers that strangely drifted out, which contained powerful spiritual energy and lightly floated in the air. The blue feathers danced in the air and then turned into countless grains of fine dust. Each grain of dust contained a part of Zhang Tai's spiritual energy, as if it was his spiritual energy incarnate, floating in the air, searching for something. Soon, Zhang Tai sensed the footprints left behind by Li Yaobai through this unique way of spiritual power detection. As if the dust had a spirit, it then drifted into the distance, tracking along the route Li Yaobai had taken to escape. In just a few moments, Li Yaobai's escaping figure surfaced clearly in Zhang Tai's eyes. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile as he muttered, "Found you." Chapter 34, Capturing Li Yaobai Alive. At this moment, Li Yaobai was riding wildly on the White Wolf King's body. On the way to escape, he witnessed the corpses of demonic beasts that had turned into zombies. They had already lost the sanity and nature they had before they were born, and whenever they saw any existence that possessed vitality, they would not hesitate to swarm up and frantically gnaw their way through it. It's a hell on earth. Witnessing this haunting scene, whoever it was would involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Where are we going? Li Yaobai opened his mouth and asked. However, the White Wolf King did not respond to his inquiry, but instead suddenly stopped running wildly, as if it had sensed some kind of powerful aura. Just then, a stern voice rang out in the air. Li Knight White, return my grandson's life. Li Yaobai looked up and saw an old man standing in the air, exuding a powerful aura. That old man was none other than Zhang Tai, who had arrived at great speed, with a fierce look on his face, his eyes like torches as he stared tightly at Li Yaobai. Die for me, Zhang Tai shouted angrily. His hand scratched out a blue feather, which was like a sharp arrow, with a sound of breaking air, swiftly flew towards Li Yaobai's neck, intending to kill him with one blow. Elder Zhang, calm down. Just in the nick of time, a sharp cry rang out. The blue feather that originally flew toward Li Yaobai was actually affected by an inexplicable gravity pressure in mid-air. The direction suddenly changed, and fell down vertically. Fan Tianxiao, what do you mean by this? Are you harboring this human traitor? Zhang Tai was enraged and questioned in a stern voice. Fan Tianxiao smiled and hastened to speak kindly. Elder Zhang, calm down first. I haven't investigated this matter clearly yet. Even if Li Yaobai is guilty, he should be handed over to the regulators. You are lynching. It's provoking the regulators. In theory, how to dispose of Li Yaobai was a matter for the regulator. Zhang Tai wanted to kill someone under Fan Tianxiao's nose, and he, Fan Tianxiao, would never agree to it. What if I prefer to kill him? As soon as Zhang Tai's words fell, dozens of blue feathers suddenly emerged around him, surrounding him as if they were ready to attack at any time. He had already been overwhelmed by hatred. The enemy who killed his grandson was right in front of him, and if he, as a grandfather, could not kill the enemy handily, then what face would he have to face the descendants of the Zhang family? In the face of Zhang Tai's determination, Fan Tianxiao still maintained an unassuming attitude. His big round face said with a leathery smile, "Elder Zhang, I'm sorry. If you must, then I will have to ask you to leave first." Zhang Tai let out a cold laugh, and the blue feathers around him instantly increased by hundreds more, as if they were going to fill up the entire space. He said coldly, "I've heard it said that Team Leader Fan, as the top Imperial Guard of Tsugumi City, is gifted with the heavy pressure stance, which is able to change the gravity of the surrounding space. Today, the old man can just about get a lesson." After saying that, the two men's auras continued to climb, as if they were two volcanoes about to erupt. The surrounding demonic beasts, zombies, and demonic spiders, under the pressure of these two horrifying auras, approached one after another, but all of them were mercilessly crushed into pieces, turning into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Zhang Tai's body moved and instantly rushed towards Fan Tianxiao. The blue feather in his hand transformed into a sharp arrow, and with a sound that broke through the air, it shot towards Fan Tianxiao like a wildstorm. These arrows contained Zhang Tai's spiritual power and tracking detection ability, and no matter how Fan Tianxiao dodged, he could not escape their lock. When Fan Tianxiao saw this, he waved his hands and an invisible gravity pressure instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Those originally swift and incomparable blue feathers, under the influence of this gravity, their speed plummeted, as if they were bound by invisible shackles. At the same time, Fan Tianxiao's figure shifted and appeared behind Zhang Tai like a ghost. He closed his hands together, and a powerful gravity field was instantly formed, firmly suppressing Zhang Tai's body in place, preventing him from moving a single inch. A good scion, worthy of being the disciple trained by my captain. Zhang Tai fought to break free of the gravity. A splash of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes became more determined. He stared at Fan Tianxiao. "Unfortunately, Li Yabai must die today." As his words fell, Zhang Tai's body erupted with a powerful blue aura, and those feathers that had originally fallen were all transformed into delicate blue dust at this moment. As if these dusts possessed life, they instantly surrounded Fan Tianxiao. Fan Tianxiao felt an unprecedented pressure, as if his spiritual power operation was interfered by these dusts. He couldn't even use the slightest bit of spiritual power. He was secretly amazed. What a bizarre tactic. Right at the moment when Fan Tianxiao was trapped by the blue dust, Li Yubai keenly sensed an opportunity. He turned around decisively and rode the White Wolf King furiously in another direction. Where to run? Seeing that Li Yubai wanted to escape, Zhang Tai shouted angrily and was about to chase after him. However, a strong gravity suddenly came from behind him, trapping him firmly in place. "I really underestimated you." Zhang Tai's voice carried a hint of approval. Fan Tianxiao had managed to break free from the blue dust. With a wave of his hands, he created a powerful gravitational magnetic field that firmly dragged Zhang Tai down. Meanwhile, the teachers and supervisors of the four major academies had arrived at the scene. "Capture Li Yabai alive. Capture him without decapitation." Fan Tianxiao's voice echoed in the air as he turned around to battle Zhang Tai once again. Suddenly, a strange green light cut through the air at an astonishingly fast speed, rushing towards Li Yubai like a meteor, intending to kill him with a single blow. "That's Ryujo. Go stop him." Seeing this, Fan Tianxiao roared, seeing that the green light was about to rush behind Li Yubai. However, right at this moment, a woman's figure suddenly blocked in front of Lu Chang. "Xia Yun, are you going to stop me?" Lu Chang grimaced, his brows furrowed, his fists clenched, and his veins rippled. "I advise you not to be ungrateful. I only want to avenge my Liner's death. There are naturally regulators to deal with Li Yubai's sins. Do you not even listen to team leader Fan?" Xia Yun did not falter. She still stood in front of Lu Chang. Lu Chang was at the King Realm level, while Xia Yun was also at the King Realm, and the two of them had tit-for-tat auras, neither of them letting the other go. "I believe that Li Yubai will receive the most just judgment. Killing someone in public. You're showing contempt for the regulators, and contempt for the rules." Xia Yun angrily scolded. Lu Chang, however, let out a cold laugh. "Rules? After all these years, you're still so naive. If you have enough strength, the rules are for you. If you don't have strength, the rules are for you." "Xia Yun, I don't want to reason with you. What do I care about rules when my son is gone?" Lu Chang roared, his emotions nearing the edge of losing control. "Xia Yun, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because your grandfather is the old leader of the regulators of Jinhai." At this point, the atmosphere between the two was tense to the extreme. While Li Yubai's figure was already running farther and farther away, the teachers and regulators of the 4 academies chased after him furiously. They were listening to Fan Tianxiu's words to capture Li Yubai alive. Just as the two were at a standstill, Lu Cheng suddenly changed his words. Even if I can't kill him, there are people who want him dead more than I do. And he's already going to be there. You can stop me. I can also not go. As long as Li Yubai is dead, I don't really care who killed him. Lu Cheng let out a weird cold smile. That's not something I have to think about. My job is to stop you. Xia Yun took a step forward, and the powerful aura of a King Realm expert once again erupted from his body. However, unexpectedly, Lu Cheng did not choose to make a move as he coldly looked at Xia Yun. The corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. It's pointless to take a shot at you. We'll just drag each other out, and someone will naturally take revenge for me. Chapter 35, A Situation of Desperation. At the foot of a treacherous mountain peak, recalling the thrilling scene just now, a wave of luck surged through Li Yabai's heart. Without the help of the White Wolf King, he might have long been caught up and captured by the group behind him. Lose them? Li Yubai asked nervously. The White Wolf King, however, responded. There's also a powerful aura behind it. As soon as the words fell, a familiar and cold voice sounded behind Li Yubai. Li Yubai, I'll see who else can save you this time. The owner of this voice was none other than the ancient principal of Star Ocean Academy. This ancient dog is truly a ghost. Li Yaobai cursed in his heart, and seeing that he was about to be caught up, he could only hastily have the White Wolf King quickly turn around and drill into a narrow mountain peak path. You can't run away. You'll definitely die today. Principal Gu shouted angrily. His figure made a U-turn and flew to follow him. In the group chasing Li Night White, he was the one who worked the hardest. With his King Realm level strength, Headmaster Gu was a force to be reckoned with and took the lead, being the first to catch up with Li Night White. However, a dangling figure suddenly appeared around the corner in front of Principal Gu. He stood there leisurely with a cynical smile on his lips. Headmaster Gu, goodbye, the figure said snidely. It was none other than Wang Lai. Seeing this, Principal Gu couldn't help but be surprised. Wang Lai? Yuju energy level 90 guy. How dare you come to stop me? There was a hint of disdain in his tone, clearly not taking Wang Lai's strength seriously. That Xia Yun asked me to come, so I came. Wang Lai said to himself, even though she's been mean to me year after year, I think she's kinda cute. Thinking about this, Wang Lai couldn't help but lose his temper a bit, and an awkward smile appeared on his face. He coughed twice in quick succession. Ahem, Principal Gu, I won't say any more polite words. Let's just see the real thing underhand. With that, he took up his stance. Wang Lai's talent seemed mediocre, but in reality, his body was able to resonate with the element of fire, and he was born with a unique connection with flames. Humph, you deserve it. Principal Ancient's aura climbed steeply at this moment, as if an invisible force was surging within him. With that, his figure began to change, black fur covering his body as he transformed into a black man-wolf. His eyes glittered with ferocity, and his sharp fangs were exposed, giving off a haunting aura. King Realm level shapeshifting system talent. Wang Lai sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw this. He didn't expect Principal Gu's talent to be the transformation department, and with this level of transformation talent, it was a question of whether he could break his defense. Wang Lai and Principal Ancient's figures quickly intertwined as flames and shadows intertwined into a chaotic battlefield. Wang Lai's flames were like spiritual snakes pouncing on Principal Gu, attempting to engulf him in the blazing fire. However, Principal Gu, as a King Realm level transformation system powerhouse, his strength was far beyond Wang Lai's ability to match. His incarnated human wolf form gave him greater strength and speed, and every attack was as fierce as a raging storm. His claws waved, and dark shadows surged with them, dissolving Wang Lai's flame attacks one by one. Despite Wang Lai's best efforts, his stamina was gradually depleted as time passed. Principal Gu, on the other hand, seemed to be getting more and more courageous. In the end, Wang Lai collapsed powerlessly, and his flame went out. He lay on the ground, panting helplessly. Kid, look at your life. If I had known I should have listened to Xia Yun, I would have gone up to a king realm for fun. Principal Gu grunted coldly. In his eyes, this Wang Lai was simply a stirrer who had come to cause trouble. Out of your depth. After he said that, his figure shifted and then he flew in the direction that Li Yaobai had left. Li Yaobai ran furiously all the way. His heartbeat was like a drum, and the sound of the pursuit behind him was like a catalyst, so he didn't dare to have the slightest pause. Finally, in front of a dense forest, The White Wolf King stopped and looked at the scene in front of him. Lee Night White was surprised. This is the miasma forest. This place was too familiar to him. A few days ago, he had even rescued the cubs of the White Wolf clan here. Only that the miasma forest in front of him was very different from the past days, and a horrifying scene was shocking. At a glance, the ground was crawling with magic spiders of all sizes, and they spread like a tidal wave, covering the entire forest. These magic spiders gnawed on the trees, flowers and grasses, as well as all the creatures in the forest, and wherever they passed, there was a mess, and the vibrant forest had now turned into a place of death. Li Yubai knew deep down that if he stepped into this forest, he was afraid that he would immediately be chewed up by this group of monsters to the point that there would not even be any dregs left. Going forward is death. Going backwards is also death. Extinction. Li Yaobai paused, a feeling of powerlessness welling up in his heart. Ha ha ha. Run. Principal Gu's voice came from behind him with mockery and smugness. Why don't you run? Principal Gu in his human wolf form looked exceptionally hideous as he laughed madly and epileptically. I'm going to take your head and plead guilty to Elder Zhang. He already considered Li Yaobai as a bag of tricks. Saying that, Principal Gu's body suddenly turned into a black shadow, swiftly and fiercely pouncing on Li Yabai, his sharp claws flashing with a cold light, ruthlessly grabbing at Li Yabai's head. However, just in the nick of time, a huge figure violently blocked in front of Li Yubai. That figure was none other than the White Wolf King. It defiantly used its body to protect Li Yubai, and blood splashed everywhere, staining its fur red. When Principal Gu saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. It is worthy of being a human scum who colludes with the demon race. This animal's life has not even wanted to save you. Principal Gu's tone was filled with disdain, but the killing intent in his eyes was even more intense. Boy, take my spirit core and go. The White Wolf King's weak voice rang in Li Yubai's ears, its body tightly wrapped around Li Yubai, like an impenetrable barrier, allowing the ancient principal's sharp claws to grab as hard as they could. Sharp claws broke through its flesh, and blood dyed its fur red, as well as Li Yubai's clothes, but it didn't move at all. The day before yesterday, you were here to save the children of my people. Today, I saved you. The White Wolf King's voice was faint. This is my life, I guess. It sighed softly, as if it had expected this, and as if it was accepting the fate of the underworld. Take my spirit core, and go. The magic spiders won't hurt you. The White Wolf King's life gradually faded as its body slowly collapsed, but its bright beast pupils always gazed at Li Yaobai. A fist-sized spirit core slowly popped out of the White Wolf King's paw, and it used all its strength to pull out its spirit core at the last moment of its life. Li Yaobai was trembling, and the White Wolf King's blood had already stained his entire body red. His eyes were filled with grief and unwillingness, and just as Li Yubai was about to fight for his life, the demonic spiders, as if they had smelled the White Wolf King's blood, unexpectedly swarmed in groups. Ha 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 ha, even these monsters want to kill you. Li Yubai, Li Yubai, who else in this world can tolerate you? Let the old man give you one last ride. Chapter 36, Why Should I Die? However, a surprising scene emerged. These demon spiders unexpectedly completely ignored Li Yaobai's presence, as if he was just an insignificant bystander. Without a moment's hesitation, they went straight around him and directly pounced on the White Wolf King's corpse and began to frantically gnaw on it. In just a short moment, the White Wolf King's corpse was gnawed cleanly by those demonic spiders, but it's as if they haven't had their fun yet. Immediately after that, these demonic spiders actually turned around and stared at the ancient principal who was covered in wolf's blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get out of here. Seeing this, Principal Gu roared. The sharp claws in his hands lashed out, containing a shocking force, and immediately, the surrounding demonic spiders were turned into black water and dissipated into nothingness under this force. However, it was as if these demonic spiders couldn't be killed enough, as they continuously pounced on the ancient principal from all directions. Li Yaobai was surprised at this scene when suddenly, the White Wolf King's spirit core in his hand emitted a faint glow. Immediately afterward, the wolf tooth necklace around his neck also seemed to sense something, emitting an ancient and mysterious demonic beast aura. This is the legendary White Wolf Ancient God? Li Yaobai was shocked in his heart and muttered, is its breath sheltering me? Thinking of this, Li Yaobai resolutely stepped into the miasma forest, and the result was just as he expected it to be. As if they sensed something, those devil spiders avoided him and turned to all rush towards Principal Gu, surrounding him. Li Yaobai, I have to admit, your kid is indeed a bit evil. Principal Ancient's voice looked a little woeful in the midst of the demonic spider's siege, but ahead is that 10,000 foot devil's cave. And where can you run to? I'll come back for your head when I'm done with these scumbags. Principal Gu's aura grew stronger and stronger, and those demonic spiders appeared unbeatable under his attack, and were completely no match for him. Seeing that they could not be defeated, the crowd of demonic spiders actually let out a roar, as if they were calling out for something. Right at this moment, not far away from the depths of the demonic cave, a huge type of demonic spider slowly walked out. Its body was so huge that it was twice as big as the White Wolf King's body. It's not over, is it? Principal Ku became more and more irritated at the sight. He muttered in his heart. He couldn't figure out why it would be so hard to kill a Liao Bai. Come, I'll kill a lot of people today. Principal Gu had entered a berserk fighting state. His attacks became even more violent, each strike containing the power of a King Realm level expert. That giant demon spider only lasted for a few short breaths under his frantic attack. Even though it tried its best to resist, the giant demonic spider's body exploded with a loud bang, and all the demonic chi in its body poured out, instantly drenching Principal Ancient's body. Under the erosion of that demonic chi, Principal Gu's human wolf form had actually deteriorated a few points. This monster thing can even interfere with my spiritual power? However, this surprise was quickly replaced by the killing intent in his heart. He looked viciously at Li Yaobai with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. But, that's all irrelevant. It's enough to kill you. Surprisingly, Li Yaobai didn't choose to continue escaping, but instead stood firmly in place. Ancient dog, that's all you've got. Li Yaobai coldly mocked. At that instant, the sundial totem suddenly sprang up under Li Yaobai's feet. Immediately after that, a huge figure slowly appeared behind him. It was Yu Fei's divine soul. He held a long spear and was clad in battle armor. He was majestic, as if he was a god of war that descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, Principal Gu laughed disdainfully. I'm a King Realm expert. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? But you're a demonic kid. It's only been a few days and you've realized that you can level 25? How did you do that? Principal Gu smiled maniacally and asked with an astonished face. Knight White, his strength is far above yours. I'm afraid that a hard fight is not his match. Yu Fei's divine soul said to Li Yaobai. Ahead is the demonic cave of the demonic spiders. I have no way back. If this is my destiny, then I will face the destiny of heaven head-on. He placed the White Wolf King's spirit core in the palm of his hand, as if he could still feel its heartbeat. Why would I, Li Yaobai, hesitate to die? After saying that, the White Wolf King's spiritual core in his hand suddenly disappeared into thin air and was completely devoured by the sundial totem. This Ju Energy Level 40 Alpha Demonic Beast Spirit Core contained a huge amount of spiritual energy that surged madly into Li Yaobai's body, and his level quickly soared to Ju Energy Level 29. Good. That's what good men should do. Yu Fei's divine soul laughed cheerfully. Knight White, I really wasn't wrong about you. Under the influence of these spiritual forces, Yu Fei's divine soul silhouette actually solidified a few more points, and his size increased by a few feet. Yu Fei's current divine soul strength was only at the highest level of Ju Energy 40, and in this form, Li Yaobai could continue to summon him for 5 minutes. A freak is unheard of. No wonder Fan Tianxiao couldn't let go of killing you. No wonder he wanted to capture you. Alive, it turns out that you are actually this demonic. Witnessing this scene of Li Yaobai swallowing spirit cores raw and upgrading in place, Principal Gu couldn't help but be stunned in his heart. If we hadn't come to this point, I would have wanted to take you under my door. Unfortunately, if you don't die today, it will be difficult for my painstakingly managed Star Ocean Academy to continue. As soon as the words fell, the human wolf form of the ancient principal rushed straight over like a gale. His body exuded a berserk and incomparable aura, and the sharp claws in his hands were wrapped in the power of shadow, as if they were able to tear apart all obstacles. Seeing this, Li Yaobai flashed backward. Yu Fei's divine soul fiercely stabbed out with a gun, stopping the other party's sharp claws, and that huge gun shadow collided with the sharp claws, erupting into bursts of intense sparks. Yu Fei's divine soul was tall, and he gripped his spear tightly as he barely managed to block Headmaster Gu's several frantic attacks. If it weren't for that monster thing that keeps interfering with my spiritual power, old man would be able to kill you with just one move. Principal Gu was repelled several times by Yu Fei's gun shadows. He kept gasping for breath. His human wolf form had actually degraded a few more points, getting closer and closer to his human form. Although I let you take advantage of me temporarily, the gap in strength is an insurmountable chasm. You can't fight against me at all. The spiritual energy within Headmaster Gu's body gathered crazily, as if he was a raging beast, constantly tearing into Yu Fei's divine soul. As time passed, Li Yaobai's time to summon Yu Fei gradually approached its limit. Finally, Li Yaobai only felt a sharp pain coming from his heart. He violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly becoming as pale as paper. At the same time, blood began to flow out of his nostrils, eyes, and ears, and his entire person looked miserable. Yu Fei's divine soul began to fade, shattering like glass under Headmaster Gu's fierce strike, eventually turning into bits of light. At this moment, Headmaster Gu had also completely transformed into his human form, and the demonic aura had deeply invaded his entire body, making it impossible for him to continue using his spiritual energy. He couldn't stop gasping for air, but had a maniacal grin on his face. At this moment, Li Yaobai, powerless, collapsed on the pitch-black ground, as if his body had been drained of all its strength. His eyes began to gradually lose consciousness, and the world in front of him became dark, as if swallowed by an endless night. Immediately afterward, his ears also began to fail to hear the sounds around him, and everything became blurry and distant. Is this the backlash of summoning? He murmured softly and slipped into unconsciousness. Chapter 37, Unrepentant. Headmaster. Behind Principal Ku, there was a sudden sharp cry. The person who shouted was none other than Zhao Wen, a teacher from Star Ocean Academy. It's really you. I sensed your scent in the neighborhood and rushed over. And beside him, followed by the teachers of the 4 great academies, a line of people ran over in great numbers. Immediately afterward, the regulator's staff arrived at the scene on the news. These teachers, along with the regulator's staff, actually numbered a whopping 23. Aside from Zhao Wen, the strength of the rest of the people had all reached around Zhu energy level 40. What are you doing here? Seeing this, Principal Gu couldn't help but ask in an annoyed tone. Team Leader Fan ordered us to make sure to capture Li Night White back alive. Zhao Wen replied with a grave expression. They had lost Li Yubai's trail, but Zhao Wen sensed the unique aura of the ancient principal, so he led the crowd in a quick rush. Alive? Principal Gu let out a cold laugh, his tone full of disdain. Tell Team Leader Fan that Li Yubai has already been killed by those spider monsters, so you don't need to waste your efforts anymore. He was now completely unable to use his spiritual power. Otherwise he would have just taken Li Yubai and flew away directly just now. Where would he have been reduced to this state? He didn't expect that just for a moment, the group had sought them out, thinking that it was Zhao Wen who had spoiled his good deed. Principal Gu's gaze became vicious as he stared hard at Zhao Wen, his tone filled with coldness. Mr. Zhao, you've come at a good time. Feeling Principal Gu's unsuspecting gaze, Zhao Wen was instantly weak, and he finally realized that he had really gotten into trouble this time. Li Yubai is really dead. In the time it took for the two to speak, the regulators had already surrounded the unconscious Li Yaobai. They carefully probed on Li Yaobai's body, but they couldn't sense the presence of any life breath at all. What can we do about this? How can we explain it to Team Leader Fan? The crowd was in a quandary. Just then, Zhao Wen suddenly interjected. Isn't it better to be dead? He looked around the crowd and continued. Think about it. This Li Night White colluded with the demon race and killed the students of our 4 great academies. Who among us teachers doesn't hate him to the bone and wish for his early death? Moreover, he completely ignored Team Leader Fan's orders and flouted the rules of the regulators. So isn't it just a matter of deserving and retributive for such a person to die? Zhao Wen's words directly spoke to Principal Gu's heart, and Principal Gu couldn't help but ease his eyes when he looked at him. After hearing Zhao Wen's words, the crowd also nodded in agreement. They all felt that Zhao Wen had some truth in what he said. This Li Yaobai was indeed too wild and deserved to die. But Team Leader Fan told us to take him alive. One staff member clenched his jaw and frowned, clearly having a hard time with this. They all knew that Team Leader Fan's order was to capture Li Yaobai alive. But now Li Yaobai was dead, which was a tricky problem. He was killed by these spider monsters because he panicked during his escape. So it's no one's fault. Principal Gu picked up the conversation, his tone cold. Since Li Yaobai is already dead, there's no need for everyone to bother. His corpse will be brought back to Star Ocean Academy by me, which is also considered to be letting him return to his roots. With that, Principal Gu was about to approach Li Yubai's body. I'm afraid that's not quite right, Principal Gu, one of the regulators said hesitantly, clearly a little displeased with Principal Gu's actions. What's wrong with it? Li Yaobai was once a student of Star Ocean Academy as well. It makes complete sense for Principal Gu to bring back his remains. Seeing this, Zhao Wen immediately stood out to speak for Principal Gu. Upon hearing this, the regulators were instantly unable to say anything else. After all, Principal Gu was a King Realm powerhouse, and they didn't want to start a head-on conflict with someone else. Just then, Li Yubai's corpse moved, and he coughed slightly. He's alive. Suddenly, an exclamation broke the silence of the scene. Wait a minute guys, Zhao Wen let out a loud roar, silencing the crowd's murmurs, because Principal Gu, a King Realm powerhouse, was here. Zhao Wen spoke extraordinarily stiffly. He looked around, his eyes revealing a hint of viciousness. No one saw us here, so why can't we just let him die? Think about it, he killed Zhang Chen of the Zhang clan, Lu Cheng's only son Lu Lin, and the students of the 4 great academies. Can he still have a way to live? Folks, he was going to end up with the death penalty anyway. We just carried out the sentence early. We call this acting on behalf of heaven. It's removing harm from the human race. The crowd fell silent at Zhao Wen's instigation. For a moment, no one actually opposed Zhao Wen's proposal. However, right in the middle of the crowd's horrified gazes, Li Yubai actually slowly stood up. His breath was incredibly weak. His eyes and ears continued to bleed, and he seemed to have lost sight and hearing. He staggered there like a walking zombie, his appearance so miserable that it was unnerving. Seeing this, the crowd immediately surrounded him, and the spiritual energy in their hands began to surge, as if they were going to combine their efforts to completely kill Li Yubai in the next moment, not allowing him to have any chance of escaping. Their eyes were firm and determined, as if they had made a final decision. Marshal Yu, Li Yubai was wrapped in endless darkness. His sense of sight and hearing had been completely lost, as if he had been isolated in a soundless and lightless world. Am I dead? He mumbled, his voice unmistakably confused. Not dead. At that moment, Yu Fei's voice faintly sounded in his mind. But, I can't see anything. I can't hear anything. A strong sense of powerlessness welled up in Li Yaobai's heart. He felt so tired and helpless, as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. In front of you is the 10,000 fathoms Devil's Cave. Beside you are surrounded by dozens of people, each of them wanting to kill you, and behind you is that old human wolf thief, who also wants to take your life. Hearing Yu Fei's words, Li Yubai fell silent. Yu Fei's voice, however, came again. In a moment of impulse, you killed Zhang Chen and Lu Lin, offending these existences that you simply couldn't afford to mess with, all the way to escape, hiding in the east, so wretched. And now, you have fallen into a desperate situation. There is no way out. Yu Fei's voice had a hint of emotion in it. Night White, do you regret it? Li Yubai continued to be silent. His mind began to reminisce, remembering everything that had happened when he had come here. Yan Qing became crippled because of himself, and the White Wolf King didn't even leave a corpse because of himself. Anger, blood, tears, exhaustion. These images cut into his heart like sharp razor blades, causing him to feel an overwhelming sense of pain and self-loathing. I'm not sorry, Li Yubai firmly returned. He knew that if he didn't kill them, he would be stuck in self-blame and pain for the rest of his life. The unspeakable guilt and remorse would be even more overwhelming to him than his current predicament. Even though you're going to die now? Yu Fei followed up with another question. However, Li Yubai didn't answer as he asked in return. Jingkong shame, not yet snowed. A lifetime of northern expedition, breaking the Gold Army, to collect 6 counties, restoring Bianjing, capturing Yan Yun, 13 years of conquest of the military horse, 12 gold medals, under the Windstorm Pavilion. Have you ever repented? Silence. Yu Fei's soul actually went into a trance. Ryoga laughed brightly. No regrets. And I have no regrets. Chapter 38, He's awakening again? Suddenly, an unspeakably marvelous feeling welled up in Li Yaobai's heart. He clearly felt as if an invisible bridge had been built between Yu Fei's divine soul and his. The wills of the two began to continuously intermingle at this moment, as if their souls were resonating, forming an unprecedentedly close connection. Just then, Yu Fei's voice rang in Li Yubai's ears. Night White, you've already passed my questioning mind. Now, you can move on. Li Yaobai was still immersed in that marvelous feeling, and he asked with some confusion. Ask the heart pass? What is this? This is a test for every divine soul, and only after you pass the questioning pass can you unlock our true power. After saying that, Yu Fei's voice gradually became distant. But, I can't see the road, Li Yubai said somewhat helplessly. His own world had turned into darkness, and the road ahead was uncertain, not knowing where to go. Night White, I once told you that enemies are sometimes teachers. Now I'll teach you one more thing to remember when you're lost and can't see the road ahead. The road has always been right underfoot. Just as Li Yaobai was at a loss for words, Yu Fei's voice came again. Use the qi-looking method I taught you, and you'll be able to feel the black qi that roams the mountains. Because of the killing of those demon spiders, these black qi are the spirit core spirit power of the dead demonic beasts, and they are about to dissipate in heaven and earth. I don't need to tell you what to do I? With that, The voice in Li Yaobai's head gradually blurred. In the dark world, only Li Yaobai was left alone. Black Qi? The spirit core spirit power of a demonic beast. Li Yaobai's heart pounded. With that, he took a deep breath, sank his heart, and performed the art of Qi looking. The sight before him shocked him. In a world where there was only black and white, the mountains were filled with black spiritual energy threads, densely covered like a huge net, covering the entire world. All of these are spirit core spirit power that is about to dissipate? He muttered, and his whole body couldn't stop shaking. This is my way. Suddenly, Li Yaobai used up his last ounce of spiritual energy, and a blood mist tumbled up under his feet. Sundial Totem. Seeing this scene, the teachers snapped. Fugitive Li Yaobai, at the end of your life, you still want to resist. In their eyes, Li Yaobai was already in a dying situation. The corner of Principal Gu's mouth on the side hooked up with a touch of disdain as he snorted coldly and taunted. Mantis, not self-importance. However, when Zhao Wen saw Li Yaobai's summoning totem, he couldn't help but be stunned in his heart. That embarrassing memory in the square instantly flooded his mind. That day, the image of him being sent flying by Yufei's shot was vivid in his mind, becoming a stain that he could not wash away. Even though he wasn't weak and also had a cultivation level of Ju Energy 30, being defeated so easily by a brat who had just awakened his talent made him lose face. Because of this incident, Zhao Wen realized that all the teachers were secretly casting contemptuous glances at him, thinking that he, Zhao Wen, was just a vain strawman. Any minor character could come and bully him a bit. However, Zhao Wen knew very well in his heart, this Li Nightwhite was really a demonic existence, and the other party's summoned spirit was even more perverse. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a palpitation, and cold sweat seeped from his face. However, at this moment, Zhao Wen was surrounded by many people, and his bottom line was multiplied. He thought darkly in his mind. That day was definitely my carelessness and lightheartedness. Now there are so many of us and all of us have Jurji energy level 40. Even if this kid awakens once more, what do I have to fear? Thinking of this, Zhao Wen pressed forward a few more steps as he shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Kill Li Yaobai and avenge those dead students." After saying that, Zhao Wen took the lead and rushed straight towards Li Yaobai, taking the lead in the attack. Bang! Just as the crowd swarmed up and was about to launch an attack on Li Yaobai, a deafening explosion suddenly came. The explosion was so powerful that it was as if an invisible force had erupted in an instant, sending all the people around them flying backwards, and the scene was chaotic, only to see the blood mist of the sundial totem under Li Yaobai's feet continuously tossing and turning, as if it was a beast that had been starving for a long time and had met the most delicious food. As the blood mist sundial totem continued to rotate, the surrounding black gas threads were surprisingly all attracted to it, as if they had been summoned by some mysterious call. They converged on Li Yaobai. Nope. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wen froze. Something's wrong. The crowd of teachers who came to their senses were also dumbfounded. 10 out of 10 has to be 12 out of 10. The crowd seemed to have seen this scene somewhere before. Just a few days ago in Awakening Square, Li Yaobai similarly displayed this bizarre stance, and a blood mist suddenly surged beneath his feet. That was the second time he awakened his gift. No! Is this another awakening of his talent? A staff member shouted in surprise. He was among the crowd that was bounced by Li Yaobai last time. Principal Gu was equally confused. This can't be right. Just then, all the spiritual black qi all over the mountain was gathered by the sundial totem. Third awakening talent. What kind of monster is this? Zhao Wen's face was unbelievable. His eyes were round as he stared dead at the teenager in front of him. Li Yaobai in the crowd was like a blood flower that was about to bloom in the blood mist, emitting a mysterious and dangerous aura. He floated in mid-air, surrounded by dense spiritual energy fluctuations, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy around him, as if he was a bottomless pit, greedily devouring everything. As for the people on the side, when they felt the palpitating power on Li Yaobai's body, they actually all involuntarily stepped back, not daring to take another step forward. They looked at each other with shock and awe in their eyes. Looking at the wandering and tumbling black gas in the sky, Zhang Tai and Fan Tianxiao both froze in unison. They were attracted by the sudden vision and stopped exchanging blows at once. Fan Tianxiao's brow furrowed. What kind of mess is this? He muttered in his heart, a bad feeling coming over him, making him feel vaguely uneasy. On the other hand, Zhang Tai, who was on the opposite side of him, let out a cold snort. Good Scion, since you know that I'm not your opponent, why do you keep cowering and purposely giving in to the old man? Fan Tianxiao responded in a deep voice. Elder Zhang, I still say that even if Li Yaobai deserves to die, It should be handled by the regulator, not you. So, you're planning to be immortal with me? Zhang Tai's white hair looked a bit disheveled from the intense battle, and he didn't take any advantage over Fan Tianxiao. Instead, he was very surprised by the strength that Fan Tianxiao had displayed. Just as the two of them were drawing swords, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. An invisible pressure suddenly descended from the sky, wrapping the two tightly in it. Zhang Tai and Fan Tianxiao only felt a powerful force binding their bodies. The two men were instantly immobilized. At that moment, an old man with white hair steadily hovered in the air above, his eyes deep and majestic, as if he could see into everything. Captain, thank you, Bureau. Upon seeing this old man, Zhang Tai and Fan Tianxiao both blurted out at the same time, their tones filled with awe. Chapter 39, Xia Tianya, Tianxiao, stand down. The white-haired old man merely hummed lightly, and Fan Tianxiao's spiritual energy was instantly imprisoned. His body involuntarily lost control and he landed on the ground in an instant. Fan Tianxiao stabilized his stance and looked up at the old man, asking respectfully, Secretary Xie, what brings you here? The old man in front of him was none other than the chief head of the regulator branch of Jinhai City. Xia Tianya, you bastard, I'm on the verge of retirement at my age, and you just have to cause me trouble? Although Xia Tianya wasn't very tall, only reaching Fan Tianxiao's shoulders, he slapped Fan Tianxiao on the side of his head. How many times have I told you to call yourself leader in front of outsiders and master when no one is around? After saying that, Xia Tianya gave him another hard burst of chestnuts, hurting Fan Tianxiao to grin. Xia Tianya swept his gaze over the two and said in a serious tone, I heard you and Tai got into a fight. What's going on? His eyes narrowed to slits and his brow furrowed slightly, looking slightly displeased. Fan Tianxiao had no choice but to explain the whole thing in detail. At this moment, Zhang Tai staggered up to Xia Tianya, his eyes bloodshot and agitated. Captain, he cried out, a few chokes in his voice. Xia Tianya looked at him and sighed. Tai, after so many years of not seeing you, you haven't changed a bit, he said, smiling to himself. Unlike me, is old. Zhang Tai was so emotional that there was a few tremors in his voice. Captain, in all my years, I've never asked you for anything, but today, I must kill that brat to avenge my grandson. Upon hearing this, Xia Tianya fell into a moment of silence. He looked like he was thinking about something, his eyes complex. Seeing this, Zhang Tai's tone became even more eager. Captain, have you forgotten? You even hugged Tatsuo when he was full moon. We have decades of birth and death friendship. And now, although I cannot do anything, I can only enjoy my happiness at home. But now, my only grandson has been killed. How can I not avenge this? Even if my grandson really did something wrong, it's not the turn of a brat to lecture him. Speaking here, Zhang Tai's emotions were already hard to control, and he even half-kneeled on the ground. Seeing this, Xia Tianya finally spoke, but his words were addressed to Fan Tianxiao. Tianxiao, how do I usually teach you? How could you lay hands on my old comrade? After saying that, he pulled Zhang Tai up with one hand. Seeing this, Fan Tianxiao hurriedly explained. Master, I'm just trying to get things investigated. That's not what you've always taught me. That no one can trample on the principles of the regulators. Xia Tianya looked at Fan Tianxiao with complicated eyes. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, Tianxiao, Master will soon retire. This Jinhai city will soon not be my say. He paused and continued. Although you are the leader of the third group of regulators in Jinhai city, whether it's strength, character, or merit, it's all obvious to everyone up there. However, at such a critical moment, if you lack the support of the Zheng family. When he said this, Xia Tianya stopped speaking. His meaning was clear enough. Zheng Tai's revenge, Li Yubai, must be killed. But this, Fan Tianxiao froze. He didn't know what to say. The usually meticulous master is now uncharacteristically unprincipled. Tianxiao, principles, can sometimes be given up? Master, this is for your future. The four-man squad we had back then is now down to just me and Tai. For the sake of this brotherhood, for the sake of you, I can give up my principles. Tianxiao, consider this a caprice of power. Do you understand Master's good intentions? Fan Tianxiao was silent and stopped talking, and Zheng Tai was already in old tears. But what's with this roiling black gas? Speaking of which, it was only then that Xia Tianya realized these black chi of unknown origin. Come with me and see. With that, he wrapped up the two of them with his spiritual energy and stomped out into the void. In mid-air, Lu Cheng's face looked abnormally pale as he kept gasping for breath, clearly having expended a great deal of physical strength. Mr. Xia, what's the point of our stalemate? That Li Yubai might be dead through and through. He spoke with difficulty, his voice exhausted. Xia Yun's face was also pale as she was equal in strength to Lu Cheng. At this point, she was also at the end of her rope. Grandpa? Suddenly, Xia Yun looked up high in the sky, only to see an old man flying in with two people. Lu Cheng's pupils shrunk violently. He turned his head and saw Xia Tianya high in the air, and a strong sense of crisis could not help but well up in his heart. Director Xie, what are you? Before he finished speaking, he was shaken by the powerful pressure radiating from Xia Tianya's body and violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning even paler. Willow City, I recognize you. You've actually reached the King Realm. Xia Tianya's tone was filled with astonishment. He didn't expect that the junior of that year would have his strength rise so quickly. The late generation was just a fluke, Lu Cheng said in a low voice, not daring to show a hint of disrespect. He knew that in front of a strong person like Xia Tianya, any rashness would be self-defeating. Just, you too, come with me too. In mid-air, Xia Yun quietly asked Fan Tianxiao beside him. Team leader Fan, what's going on here? Why is my grandfather suddenly here? Fan Tianxiao's large round face was already full of wrinkles, and his face was incredibly gloomy, so it was obvious that he was in an extremely heavy mood. He was silent and didn't answer Xia Yun's question. Seeing Fan Tianxiao's silence, Xia Yun did not ask any more questions. With the direction of the black gas filling the air, the crowd was taken to the sky above the miasma forest, and in this place where the black gas had gathered, a teenager was floating on top of a puff of blood mist, his figure looming in the blood mist. The scene was bizarre and incomparable, and beside that teenager, surrounded by dozens of people, each of them froze in place, as if they were shocked by the bizarre sight in front of them. It's him! He's the one who killed Mike Chinner. Enemies are not as good as each other. Zhang Tai's eyes burned with burning fury. He couldn't wait to rush down now and slash Li Yaobai to avenge his grandson's death. There's no hurry. This kid is a little weird. Xia Tianya's steady voice rang out, and his pressure caused the crowd to all be unable to move, only able to watch the bizarre scene in front of them. He's awakening his talent again, Xia Yun exclaimed, her eyes flashing with surprise and disbelief. Rhyme, did you just say that? Awaken talent again? Xia Tianya asked with a skeptical look on his face, as he seemed to feel a bit incredulous at Xia Yun's words. Could it be that he's a one-in-a-million dual talent awakened person? Xia Tianya guessed in astonishment. No. Fan Tianxiao suddenly picked up the conversation. This is the third time he's awakened his talent. As soon as Fan Tianxiao's words fell, all the people present all stared in disbelief. In the history of the human race's awakened people, dual talent awakened people were already 1 in 10,000. And a third awakening of talent was unheard of in the history of the human race. Third awakening of the gift. My human race has such a wizard? Xia Tianya's brows tightened as a rare look of surprise appeared on his unperturbed face. As a senior member of the regulators, he knew better than anyone else in the room. 3 times awakening a talent means something in the human race. He had never imagined that there could be such an exceptionally gifted wunderkind among the human race. Chapter 40, The Second Divine Soul. Just as the crowd was surprised, Li Yubai in the blood mist suddenly stirred, as the black chi spiritual energy around him continued to gather. The aura on his body climbed dramatically, just like breaking a cocoon into a butterfly. Li Yubai directly jumped from Ju energy level 29 to Ju energy level 36. With the crazy influx of spiritual energy, his vision and hearing gradually returned to normal. In the underworld, Yufei's soft sighing voice came, seemingly speaking to some unknown being. The journey I took him on is over, and the next is up to you. At this time, Li Yaobai once again entered that mysterious divine scroll. Beneath the vastness of the starry sky, the silhouettes of countless gods fleetingly appeared on the scroll. Oh, just as Li Yaobai felt confused, a frivolous voice suddenly entered his ears. How long has it been? And you're back again? There was a touch of teasing and drunkenness in that voice. You're pretty good. Ha ha ha. Immediately afterward, the voice said slowly, we really didn't look at you, kid. Wrong. You are the one who possesses great fortune. Hiccup. A hiccup sounded and the voice paused. Li Yaobai looked up at the vast starry sky and asked in a loud voice, may I ask who your honor is? Me? I'm not telling you. Ha 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 ha. With that, the hearty laughter faded away. Just as Li Yaobai was immersed in that scroll space, the several people surrounding him had already turned as green as a bitter melon, filled with disbelief and shock. This kid, just a few short minutes, has already risen to Junang more than 30 levels? A teacher marveled, his tone full of amazement as if he was dreaming. Although this Li Night White was bold, His talent was truly bizarre and perverse. Zhao Wen's face was even more gloomy and ironic. It had only been a few days, but this kid's cultivation had already surpassed his own. How could he accept this? Such a demonic genius must not leave him behind. Principal Gu gave a harsh bellow, and immediately afterward, he said eagerly to Zhao Wen, "Mr. Zhao, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get rid of the evil for my human race." However, at this moment, Zhao Wen was hesitant in his heart and did not dare to go forward again easily. Joking aside, he himself had only realized that he could be level 30. This kid's cultivation now exceeded his own. Even if he was stupid, he wouldn't be the first to rush up and give away his head. High above. "Grandpa, this Li Yabai is so demonic. Why don't you let him take the blame for the human race? That's worth more than a stabbing," Xia Yun whispered to Xia Tianya. However, these words earned Zheng Tai a vicious stare. "In just a few moments, you have risen 7 levels in a row. Although the talent is extraordinary, there are many talented people among my human race, so such talent is still not surprising," Xia Tianya muttered, seemingly hesitating about something. What he really cared about was Li Yaobai's 3 times awakened talent. The reason why he hadn't allowed Zheng Tai to go down to take revenge yet was because he wanted to see for himself what was so strange about this Li Yaobai's talent. "Master, what if I told you that this Li Night White only had a cultivation level of Ju energy a few days ago?" Fan Tianxiu's voice suddenly interjected. Xia Tianya's old face was once again shocked. "Is this true?" Xia Tianya asked with a frown, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. "A few days. From Ju energy level 2 directly to Ju energy level 36. Even if it is to feed the pig cannot be so fed ah." After receiving Fan Tianxiu's affirmative reply, Xia Tianya's frown tightened. His mind was filled with doubt. Weird. It's not like there's a spiritual niche in this outlying area. How did he do it? Could it be that this kid has some great chance? He clenched his jaw and muttered. Just as Xia Tianya was puzzled, the crowd underneath made a move. "You all go together, with the old man to back you up. We must not leave this human rebel to plague the Sea of Zen." Encouraged by Principal Gu, a King Realm expert, the crowd made up their minds and attacked as one. Right at this moment, Li Yaobai also slowly opened those blood pupils. His gaze was like a torch as he stared deathly at the crowd in front of him. Suddenly, he took a step under his feet, and the sundial totem then quickly unfolded under his feet. The pointer in the totem also turned quietly, and finally stopped at the position of the ugly hour. Boom! A white light flashed. Only a white shadow appeared behind Li Yaobai, and that shadow was dressed in white like snow, fluttering lightly with the wind. His long hair was unbound, falling in a loose cape, each strand of hair seeming to contain an unruly style. Around his waist, a wine gourd swayed gently, and a full moon loomed behind him. In his hand, he held a long sword with an ancient shape, and a faint glow flowed through the sword. His gait was dashing and his demeanor diffident, as if he were an immortal in the sky who did not stay in the wind and dust. Seeing the crowd rushing in, the figure appeared unhurried and calm. He lightly took down the wine jug at his waist and leaned back to take a sip. Immediately, he swung the long sword in his hand, and the sword she chopped out horizontally and horizontally, like a bright full moon piercing through the night sky, repelling the crowd that surrounded him. This. Zhao Wen's eyes were rounded and he looked at the tall imaginary figure behind Li Yaobai with a confused expression. What kind of summoning spirit is this? It's not his original one, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with astonishment. They had never seen this summoning spirit in front of them before. Oh, interesting. Xia Tianya, who was high in the sky, had an unexpected look on his face as his eyes flickered, staring intently at the teenager in front of him. Surprisingly, it's still a summoning talent. He didn't expect that the teenager in front of him had brought him too many surprises. He turned his head to the crowd beside him. Have you checked his summoning spirit? Why don't I remember that there is such an expert with a sword among my Chinese people? Xia Yun was also incredulous as she shook her head. It's also the first time we've seen this summoning spirit. We've never seen it before. Rhyme, you guys haven't seen it either? Xia Tianya asked suspiciously. It's a new summoning spirit, Xia Yun exclaimed. Right at this moment, that white shadow waved its sword and pointed. Peng Jiu, it's been a long time, haven't you seen me? As his words fell, a summoning spirit once again appeared behind Li Yaobai. That summoning spirit was stout, clad in purple robes and golden armor, with a handsome helmet on his head, like an unattainable mountain. Yu Fei's divine soul just stood in front of the crowd. He was holding a leeching spear in his hand, which emitted a cold light, overbearing and mighty without anger. Two summoning spirits appeared at the same time. The repulsed crowd had been dumbfounded by the spectacle. What the hell kind of monster is this? Can a summoned spirit still give birth? They all turned their gazes to Principal Gu behind them, hoping that the other party would make a move. However, what they didn't know was that Principal Gu had already been deeply eroded by the demonic aura of the demonic spider at this time, and the spiritual energy in his body had long been unable to mobilize a single bit. He stood there grimly. More than 20 of you jutsu energy level 40 teachers are actually afraid of a little brat with a jutsu energy level 30 or so? Principal Gu cursed angrily. Fear nothing, so what if there are 2 summoning spirits? Explode with him. Chapter 41, The Heavenly Exiled Immortal. Captain, why don't you let me down yet? I'm going to kill this kid with my own hands. Zhang Tai shouted anxiously from high in the air. Seeing the crowd attacking Li Yaobai once again, he was impatient in his heart. Tai, there's no hurry. Xia Tianya remained as steady as a mountain, saying without haste or panic, look, with so many people wanting his life, I'd like to see just how much he can do. He thought darkly in his mind. 2 summoned spirits, appearing in one person at the same time. This is the first time I have seen such a spectacle in the history of the human awakened. What made Xia Tianya feel even more puzzled was that he had never seen these 2 summoning spirits of Li Yaobai in the human archives. According to the talents of the summoning lineage, human summoning spirits were usually the weakest when it came to strength. However, these 2 human summoning spirits of Li Yaobai, the aura they emitted was extraordinary. Right at this moment, Yufei's divine soul behind Li Yaobai suddenly emitted a burst of golden haze. His body then began to expand, and in the blink of an eye it rose to 100 feet tall. His entire body shrouded in golden light, like a golden god of war. His divine soul was also no longer a shadow, but gradually solidified into a true physical body. His body was even more lanky, his muscles bulging, like a true mountain standing above this miasma forest, emitting an endless majesty and domineering aura. This was precisely the true form of the divine soul, the law of heaven. Oh, the white silhouette beside Yufei let out a cry of surprise. Peng Jiu, he passed your inquiry so quickly? The white silhouette took a sip of wine and asked lightly. Li Yaobai's eyes widened as he looked up at the Yufei divine spirit that loomed like a mountain. His heart filled with shock. He couldn't help but ask. Marshal Yu, is this the real power you're talking about? Exactly. Yufei's voice sounded in Li Yaobai's mind, but that voice was even more majestic. Li Yaobai looked at the white silhouette next to him again and asked curiously, and this one again? Yufei let out a light laugh. He's a bit of a talented wannabe. As soon as the words fell, the white shadow directly yucked a mouthful. In the old days, they called me the Heavenly Exiled Immortal Man. Kid, I should have been the first to come out, but they were afraid that I would just teach you to eat and drink and cause trouble, so they made Peng Jiu your leader. You're kind of blessed to follow me. After saying that, that white shadow's body even began to materialize, and his size began to skyrocket, even reaching the height of 100 feet. You actually don't go through the heart pass and then directly use the heavenly laws? Yufei marveled. Where in this world are there so many rules? The person Yufei recognizes, I, Li Bai, will recognize. With that, he swung the long sword in his hand. Watch me kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. Hiccup. Immediately after that, a long sword appeared in Li Yaobai's hand, and it was actually the same as the long sword in Li Bai's hand. Li Bai, you're Li Bai? Li Yaobai was a bit incredulous that the legendary poetry immortal Li Bai was standing in front of him. What? You think I only know how to write poetry? Writing poetry is just the least of my virtues. Ha ha ha. Then again, your name is Li Yaobai and my name is Li Tai Bai. That's quite a destiny nah. Immediately afterward, Li Bai's body gently turned around, as if it was floating like a flowing cloud, and the long sword in his hand swung, sword chi spreading out. Those teachers who rushed forward took several steps backward. They looked horrified, their hearts filled with shock and fear. How does this fight? The crowd screamed in agony. Although they had also come into contact with summoning lineage awakened people, and had also heard of various bizarre summoning spirits, but the summoned spirit in front of them that was this tall and this big was something they had never seen before. As the saying goes, an inch is long and an inch is strong. These 2 summoned spirits were like 2 lofty mountains that pressed down in front of them, making them feel like they couldn't breathe. Is this really the strength of a Jonin level 30 plus summoning spirit? Someone asked in a trembling voice. A little over the top, aren't you? Another man chimed in. Among them, someone couldn't help but glance at Zhao Wen. It was probably at this point that they understood Zhao Wen's aggravation. This kid's summoning spirit really wasn't normally strong. What puzzled them the most was that the ancient principle behind them had absolutely no intention of making a move. What are you afraid of? We're more than 20 people. He's nothing more than a sham. He won't last long. The best way to conquer fear is to face it. In a trance, the crowd couldn't tell for a moment who surrounded who and who was about to die. Sword Dipper Protector. With a wave of the long sword in Li Bai's hand, a sword chi suddenly appeared beside Li Bai. These sword chi wrapped around Li Bai, preventing him from receiving any damage. Come on, show me what you're made of. At this time, the sharpness of Li Bai's body truly appeared. He was like a sword out of its sheath, exuding a stern and unrivaled aura that made people not dare to look directly at him. His eyes glittered with confidence and arrogance, as if the world was invincible and no one could stop him. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged like a ghost at the bottom of Li Bai's feet. The dark shadow came silently, and was about to stab the soles of Li Bai's feet. Get out! Yu Fei's divine soul reacted swiftly as the lance in his hand stabbed out violently like a bolt of lightning. That dark shadow was instantly crushed under the might of the spear tip and flew out backwards, letting out a miserable scream. Trying to sneak up on me. Do you really think I'm a poseur? Yu Fei stood behind Li Bai. His figure was like an impenetrable wall. Li Bai, there's not much time left. In front of you and behind me. Break out. Yu Fei commanded. What about me? Li Bai stood in the middle of the two, at a loss for words. Just watch and learn. Li Bai's frivolous voice came. Nowadays, Li Bai already possessed two summoning spirits with a strength of Ju energy level 45, and both summoned spirits unlocked their final forms. However, Li Bai's own spiritual power was only at the level of JUE 36. Even with the sundial totem, he could only hold on to summoning them for 10 minutes at most. Once the time limit passed and his spiritual energy was exhausted, he would suffer another backlash and fall into a coma after bleeding from his 7 orifices. Buzz! The long sword in Li Bai's hand emitted a buzzing sound. The crowd recovered well and came forward to attack again in unison, their natural skills constantly attacking Li Bai. Thunder! In the crowd, an awakened bellowed, and a ball of thunder flew in with electricity, like lightning in the sky. Break! Li Bai snorted coldly and stabbed out with his sword. The ball of thunder instantly dissolved into pure spiritual energy under the touch of the sword tip and dissipated into nothingness. Immediately after, fiery flame burns the sky. The other awakened roared. A sea of fire swept towards Li Bai. The flames contained a scorching heat, as if it was going to turn everything into ashes. Break! Li Bai's figure flashed, and his sword light was like a dragon, easily penetrating through the sea of fire and splitting it in two, and the flames were extinguished with it. Frozen miles. Another person made a move. A wall of ice was violently erected in an attempt to trap Li Bai in it, and the icy cold air made people shiver. Break! Li Bai's sword tip flicked again, and the ice wall instantly cracked, shattering ice in all directions, and the cold air was broken apart by the sword. Various gifted moves from the crowd attacked Li Bai. Whether it was gusts of wind, boulders or poisonous mist, all of them were broken by Li Bai with a single sword. Kid, see? My move is called. One sword breaks all laws. He looked toward Li Bai, the long sword in his hand pulling a sword flower, the corners of his mouth rising. Chapter 42, Counterattack. Again! Not enough fun. Li Bai's bold voice resounded all around, as he flung the wine pot at his waist and once again drank heavily on his back. Li Bai, the sword immortal, is as terrifying as he is. However, the surrounding crowd was looking at each other, not daring to take another step forward. No matter what moves they used, they were all easily broken by Li Bai's sword. This is still playing chicken. When did our human race ever have such an expert with a sword? The crowd was shocked by this bizarre and domineering sword technique, and their minds were turned upside down with thoughts. At this time, Li Bai was likewise not idle. Because of the absorption of black chi spiritual energy, his level climbed rapidly, especially benefiting his first talent. Under the enchantment of the Godhead mask, his spiritual power was drastically enhanced. At this moment, a thin crack appeared on Li Bai's face, and in these cracks, colorful colored ripples continuously floated out. This was exactly the form of his Godhead mask. In this form, Li Bai's mental power reached extreme concentration, and Li Bai's moves and styles seemed to be engraved in his mind, constantly reenacting and playing. Finally, after countless observations and speculations in his mind, Li Bai had a realization in his heart. Li Bai's stance. Although it seems to be only one sword, the doorway contained in this sword is exquisite. He muttered, one sword breaks all laws. The so-called one sword breaks all laws is to use domineering and pure sword chi to directly strip the opponent's moves into a primitive, pure state of spiritual energy. Seeing this, Li Bai asked in surprise, good boy, you see it so soon? Li Yubai nodded slightly and raised the longsword in his hand, swinging it out in a decent manner. Li Bai saw this and praised it. Not bad, although there is no sword chi, it is still considered to be in the doorway. Remember, a sword can only break moves of the same level. Once the opponent's spiritual strength exceeds yours, this move won't work well. Many thanks to Senior for the advice, Li Yaobai said respectfully. Call me what Senior? Just call me Li Bai. Li Bai laughed boldly. Time is running out. We need to fight quickly. Night White, you go and take that old human wolf thief to practice your sword. Yu Fei's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the two. Me? I'm going to take a King Realm expert to practice my sword? Li Yubai froze, wondering if he had heard wrong. That's right, that old thief doesn't have any spiritual power fluctuation now. He must have been eroded by that demonic chi, so you can go without worry. After Yu Fei finished speaking, he stepped on the soles of his feet, sending out a gust of aftershocks. With that, he stabbed the lance in his hand, immediately sending several Ju energy level 40 teachers flying out. At this moment, a few warlocks were about to go forward to heal their teammates, when suddenly a sword chi attacked like a fierce dragon. The sword chi was domineering and incomparable, and it directly chopped those warlocks flying tens of meters away. Li Yubai understood that his time was really running out. The only way he had a chance of surviving was to break out. After all, behind these people, there were even more powerful existences hot on his trail. Principal Gu, we can only rely on you to make a move now. With a wretched face, Zhao Wen hid in the corner, trembling as he looked at Principal Gu. This kid is just too evil. He continued, his tone filled with fear. Indeed, it wasn't that they weren't competitive, but Li Yaobai was just too perverse. It's been a long journey, and the other side has been as hard to beat as if they were open. In particular, his two summoned spirits were simply too strong to be reasonable, making everyone feel helpless. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Principal Gu, expecting him to make a move. However, Principal Gu still had no intention of going on. Bunch of losers. Principal Gu cursed angrily. Ancient dog. Suddenly, Li Yubai charged with a long sword. Principal Gu was unable to dodge and was actually stabbed in the shoulder by this sword. Immediately, blood spilled out of his shoulder, but the blood was black and emitted a slight demonic aura. Headmaster, you were infected by those monster things too. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. They had also killed their way here, so how could they not know how powerful these demonic chi were? No. What happened to the promise to cover for us? What are you pretending to be? I think you're selling us out. Haven't you always wanted to take my life? The cold light of the long sword in Li Yaobai's hand intensified as he moved and once again rushed to kill in front of Principal Gu. I'm here now, and I'm giving you my life, so why don't you take it? Li Yaobai's pair of bloody pupils stared intently at Principal Gu. Immediately after that, the long sword in his hand slashed through like lightning, and another bloody wound was stabbed out on Principal Gu's body, and black blood instantly drenched Principal Gu's clothes. Principal Gu glared viciously at Li Yubai as he struggled to gather his own spiritual energy, but those demonic auras were like shackles. No matter what he did, he couldn't mobilize a single ounce of his own spiritual energy. Thinking of the tragic situation on the White Wolf King, Li Yubai was instantly enraged and evil. Old dog, I'm going to sacrifice you to the sword today, he roared. At this moment, Li Yubai had already killed his eyes, and as if the long sword in his hand had also felt his anger, the sword emitted an even more biting cold light. He swung out his sword violently, and a faint but sharp sword chi slashed at Principal Gu's head in an invisible manner. Put! Seeing the situation, Principal Gu hastily dodged again. However, the sword chi was so powerful that it directly cut off one of his ears, and blood instantly stained his cheeks. Principal Gu couldn't help but curse angrily. Little, do you really think you can kill me? As a King Realm expert, how had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? A King Realm expert, going up to the heavens and down to the earth, admired by all. The current him was actually being chased and killed by a junior. To him, this was simply a great shame. Now it's your time to die. Li Yubai didn't talk nonsense. His mind kept replaying Li Bai's dominating sword. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows again once more, their sword lights flashing, and their auras were like rainbows. Li Yubai's sword momentum was becoming more and more rigid, and his sword aura was becoming more and more severe. As the sword chi spilled down, Principal Gu's body was already full of bloody holes. However, after all, Headmaster Gu was a King Realm expert of the transformation lineage, and his physical body strength was already at its peak, not something that the current Li Yubai could easily kill. Under one of Li Yubai's sword chi swings, finally, blood gushed wildly from Principal Gu's mouth. His body staggered and eventually collapsed in a pool of blood, never to rise again. His eyes were filled with resignation and consternation. He seemed to be in disbelief that he would be beaten by a junior to the point of near death and serious injury. Sunset. The sky was tinted a brilliant orange-red. Li Yubai held a long sword in his hand, its body reflecting the afterglow of the setting sun and flowing with the blood of the ancient principle. Behind him, two summoning spirits, one on the left and one on the right, stood under the setting sun like guardian gods. And those people who had originally surrounded Li Yaobai all fell to the ground at this moment, either injured or dead. A mess. Chapter 43 Choice and Desperation. High above the sky, a silence fell over the crowd. It happened so fast that they actually struggled to believe it for a moment. Li Yubai, who had just been in the middle of a siege, was now surprisingly using his own strength to kill back those who had surrounded him. Grandpa, you've seen his potential with your own eyes, Xia Yun whispered, seemingly hinting at Xia Tianya. A demonic talent like Li Yaobai had not appeared in the human race for 100 years. If the other party was able to grow up smoothly, his future achievements would be unlimited, and he might even be able to rewrite the fate of the human race. Xia Tianya pursed his jaws, his brows locked, and his eyes flickered with a complicated look. Before he had met Li Yaobai, his heart was firm. Killing Li Yaobai would avenge the blood of his old comrade and support his beloved disciple to the throne. Favor, power. Xia Tianya has both hands. Even if Xia Tianya retired, Jinhai City was still his Jinhai City. This kind of 2-for-1 deal is simply too tempting for someone like him in the center of power. However, when he saw Li Yubai's amazing potential with his own eyes, he began to re-examine his choice. It would indeed be a pity to kill a demonic monster like Li Yaobai directly. Xia Tianya secretly pondered. If the other party could be used for himself, then why wouldn't it be a second Fan Tianxiao? At this time, Li Yaobai had already put away all of the two summoning spirits, and his spiritual energy had been depleted to the point of near exhaustion, and his entire person appeared exhausted. Prior to that, he was also deeply wounded by the heavy impact of the summoning backlash, injuring his body in multiple places. He slumped weakly to the floor. Not far from the Devil's Cave, there were countless more devil spiders climbing out, and they had bypassed Li Yaobai and made their way to the outskirts of the forest. Just as Li Yaobai was concentrating on recovering his state, a sharp sense of crisis struck him violently, causing his heart to tighten. His pupils shrunk drastically, and his figure instantly unfolded, making a gazelle hanging stance and quickly moving away from the position he had just been in. However, even so, a powerful pressure enveloped him, causing him to feel a suffocating oppression. He hurriedly turned around and ran wildly behind him, trying to escape from this terrifying pressure. But just then, the pressure had firmly locked onto him, making it impossible for him to move. And in front of him was the bottomless, evil-filled, 10,000-foot Devil's Cave. It was as if the Devil's Cave was open with a bloody maw, waiting for him to fall. To actually have such strong spiritual power? Xia Tianya, who was high in the sky, could not help but be startled as a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Originally, his mighty pressure should have directly locked Li Yaobai in place, making him unable to move. However, Li Yaobai's spiritual power was thick and strong, and he even directly sensed the presence of his pressure, which allowed him to escape from his original position in time. However, Xia Tianya was such a strong person that he naturally wouldn't easily let Li Yaobai escape. Right at this moment, under Xia Tianya's spiritual power wrapping, the people high in the sky appeared in front of Li Yaobai. Next to the entrance of the Devil's Cave, Li Yaobai was like a lamb to the slaughter. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from this force. Tai, if I let you kill this Li Yaobai with your own hands, will you be willing to fully support Tian Xiaoxiao regardless of past suspicions? At this moment, Xia Tianya's gaze deepened as he slowly said to Zhang Tai beside him. When Zhang Tai heard this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he replied without hesitation. That's natural. As long as the captain lets me kill this brat, my Zhang family is the Zhang family of the regulators. After saying that, Zhang Tai seemed to have realized something and changed his words again in a hurry. Nope. It's the captain's Zhang family. We, the Zhang family, will always stand by the side of captain and team leader Fan. Yes. Xia Tianya waved his big hand as if he had already made a choice. At the same time, the restraints on Zhang Tai's body were instantly lifted, and he felt the spiritual energy in his body surging. Zhang Tai's expression became unusually agitated. In just an instant, he disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he had appeared beside Li Yaobai. He mercilessly slammed his fist into Li Yaobai, and under this sudden strike, Li Yaobai's arm was directly broken by a punch. Blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, An intense pain surged madly into Li Yaobai's mind, but he didn't make any sound. I have to admit, you do have some backbone, Zhang Tai drank in a low voice, but you should never, ever mess with someone you can't afford to mess with. With that, Zhang Tai slammed his fist fiercely into Li Yaobai's other arm again, breaking it completely. Li Yaobai fell to the ground in pain. His eyes bloodshot and his blood stained the ground, but he couldn't do anything. Xia Tianya's terrifying pressure trapped him firmly in place. Even if Chun'er really did something wrong, it's not for a like you to judge. You're going to pay for everything you've done. Zhang Tai walked towards Li Yaobai and said slowly, even if you're gifted and talented, so what? This world is inherently unfair, and in the face of absolute power and strength, you are an insignificant worm. One last truth before you die. No one would reason with a worm. After saying that, Zhang Tai was going to break Li Yaobai's legs. Elder Zhang, wait. Just then, the long silent Fan Tianxiao finally spoke. Master, I have something to say to him. Seeing Fan Tianxiao open his mouth, Xia Tianya didn't say anything more as he lifted the restraints on Fan Tianxiao's body, but not his spiritual power confinement. As soon as possible, don't block Tai, Xia Tianya said silently. Fan Tianxiao slowly walked up to Li Yaobai and looked at the young man with a complicated gaze. At this moment, Li Yaobai's chest was already full of bloodstains, and the corners of his mouth were constantly overflowing with blood, making him look exceptionally miserable. Obviously, Zhang Tai didn't want to let Li Yaobai die that simply. He wanted this teenager to taste all the pain and suffering before he died. Team Leader Fan, the Demon Trial. Who is number 1? Li Yaobai suddenly laughed as if he was joking. Not in the least like a dying man. Van Tian smiled in silence. For Li Yaobai, he had a guilty conscience in his heart. Originally, he had only wanted to train this gifted young man, but the development of events had far exceeded his expectations. The only name on the scoreboard right now is yours. If you're not number 1, who is? Fan Tianxiao returned silently. Well, then I don't have to go to the northwest to feed the snow wolves, do I? Li Yaobai snickered. He showed a mouthful of white teeth stained with blood. His hair was disheveled, and his fractured and broken arms swayed in the wind, looking so miserable. No need. Fan Tianxiao wanted to say something, but at this moment, he was no longer the high and mighty team leader Fan. He understands. In the whirlwind of power, he's just a toolman who goes with the flow. Chapter 44, Better to Bend Than to Break. Li Yaobai, if you plead with Director Xia now, perhaps, he will leave you alive. Fan Tianxiao suddenly thought of something. He lowered his voice and said slowly to Li Yaobai, a good man is not a good man. When people die, there is nothing left. He continued to persuade Li Yaobai, hoping that the other party would understand this simple truth. But this time, Li Yaobai fell into silence. He made no sound. Team Leader Fan, I think we've said all that needs to be said. Next, it's my Zhang family's personal business. Just as Fan Tianxiao wanted to continue saying something, Zhang Tai suddenly stopped in front of him, blocking his words. Immediately after that, Zhang Tai violently lifted Li Yaobai with one hand. A mocking smile curled the corners of his mouth. Kid, if you kowtow to me now and beg for forgiveness, I might be able to consider it and let you die with less pain. Saying that, Zhang Tai stretched out his palm and ruthlessly pinched Li Yaobai's injured arm. As his force continued to deepen, Li Yaobai almost fainted from the pain, but he still barely managed to squeeze out a few words. Good, then I will trouble that Director Xia to untie me first. Seeing that Li Yaobai actually agreed, Zhang Tai couldn't help but be surprised. Thought you had a backbone. I didn't realize that by nature. It's still a worm that's greedy for life. Li Yaobai did not refute it. He rolled his eyes with difficulty. Finally, he turned his gaze to that towering Xia Tianya. His voice was hoarse as he spoke slowly. This Director Shay. Li Yaobai paused for a moment, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Are you afraid I'll run away? His icy gaze swept over the people present, as if he wanted to engrave these people's appearance in his mind. Tai, your time is running out. Xia Tianya didn't pay any attention to Li Yaobai. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he then lifted the pressure binding on Li Yaobai. To him, Li Yaobai was a piece of fish on a plate, to be slaughtered. Even if the other party had grown wings, he couldn't escape from him. Seeing that Li Yaobai was actually willing to kowtow and beg for forgiveness, Xia Yun's heart could not help but surge with disappointment. However, this disappointment was soon replaced by understanding. She understood that a person's choice in the face of life and death often best reflected a person's true character. Li Yaobai's current choice would have been human. Just then, Li Yaobai suddenly turned his words around and said, Old dog, I'll you up. And you want me to kowtow to you? Without the constraints of Xie Tianya's pressure, Li Yaobai's body was finally able to regain movement. He viciously spat a mouthful of blood at Zhang Tai. Ili Night White. Would rather bend than bend. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Tai was infuriated and furious. You seek death. Just as Zhang Tai was about to have a seizure, in a split second, Li Yaobai actually took a step backward. The four great colleges. Zhang family. Regulators. He said word for word. Each word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, chilling the heart. The day I come back alive will be your end. In full view of everyone, Li Yaobai fiercely took a step into the cave entrance of the demon cave. He sneered, his eyes glittering with madness and determination. Without hesitation, Li Yaobai plunged headlong into that bottomless abyss. Under the powerful gravitational force of the 10,000-foot demon cave, Li Yaobai's body continued to accelerate downward, like a falling meteor, until he completely lost his breath. The teenager disappeared into the endless darkness. Seeing this, Xie Tianya's figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, he had already appeared at the entrance of the cave of the demon cave. His gaze deep and profound as he stared into the endless darkness. The rich demonic aura emanating from the devil's cave could not be easily countered even by a supreme expert like Xie Tianya. The terrifying power contained in that demonic aura seemed to be able to devour all foreign beings. In such an environment, even if Li Yaobai had 100 lives, they wouldn't be enough. Tai, your revenge has been avenged, Xie Tianya said in a deep voice. This 10,000-foot devil's cave, even if I go down there, there's no way I can come back alive. He continued, his gaze fixed on the bottomless abyss, as if pondering something. Zhang Tai, on the other hand, froze. An unspeakable depression welled up in his heart. In the final analysis, Li Yaobai committed suicide, and this revenge of his was not a relief at all. What made it hardest for him was that the other party had cursed himself severely before he died. The temperature of his old face began to plummet at the thought. The most shocked ones were still Fan Tianqiao and Xia Yun. Xia Yun never expected that Li Yaobai not only didn't compromise, but instead resolutely jumped down into the 10,000-foot devil's cave. Even if they were to die by the erosion of thousands of demonic qi, they would not be willing to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. What kind of teenager is this? Beside the devil's cave, Fan Tianqiao helplessly let out a soft sigh. If this hadn't happened, he would have been the prime of my people. His tone was full of regret and emotion. In his eyes, Li Yaobai's sharpness was too dazzling, and his character was too stubborn. Until this moment, Fan Tianqiao did not understand. There was never a hint of condescension in that teenager's heart. The word compromise didn't seem to be in his vocabulary. Such a person is destined to stumble and bruise his way through the world. His toughness and sharpness were both his most valuable asset and his heaviest burden. Ha 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 ha. A loud, crazy laugh rang out. It's good to die. The dying and seriously injured headmaster Gu actually staggered back to his feet, his face covered in bloodstains, but he revealed an almost insane smile. This little man still thinks he can kill me. Ridiculous, ridiculous, he muttered, his voice full of spite and pleasure. The people who had been seriously injured by Li Yaobai were also celebrating at the moment, and they had the same gloating expression on their faces. Can be considered dead. Curled up in the corner, Zhao Wen felt a pang of fear in his heart. The scene of that teenager killing through the crowd was still fresh in his mind, making his heart palpitate and unable to forget. Lu Chang, who had remained silent from the beginning, also stood out at this moment. He slowly climbed up next to the entrance of the magic cave and carefully observed everything around him. He looked over every part of the cave, not missing a single detail. However, other than the bloodstains left behind by Li Yaobai, there was no longer any scent here. His taut nerves finally relaxed. Only after determining that there was not a single possibility of Li Yaobai surviving did he turn away with confidence. This is a matter that must not be spread by anyone. Xia Tianya's gaze swept over the crowd with an unquestionable majesty. Li Yaobai, an awakened person in Jinhai City, colluded with the demon race, brutalized his compatriots, and killed teachers and classmates from the 4 major colleges. Contempt for regulators, he said, word for word. Eventually, in the midst of escaping, he accidentally fell into the devil's cave. Sukumi City has not been traced since. As Xie Tianya said this, he directly stepped out with 1 foot. His figure instantly disappeared into the void, leaving behind only a faint residual shadow and the stunned gazes of the crowd. Chapter 45, The Mystery of the Devil's Cave. Underneath the 10,000-foot Devil's Cave, a gloomy wind gusted. These gloomy winds carried an endless chill, as if they could penetrate the bone marrow. like the legendary ice hell. The air was filled with the smell of death. This is the paradise of the spiders and the cradle of their birth. Purple blood spilled over the rough stone walls like an evil charm. If you raised your eyes, as far as the eye could see, there were countless dense insect eggs, which were piled up into a small mountain. On top of the hill piled up with these insect eggs, a bloodstained teenager was lying dying. His clothes were tattered and torn, and his face was as pale as paper, without the slightest trace of blood. "It's cold," the teenager murmured, his voice so faint that it was almost swallowed by the ghastly wind. "Is this hell?" The young man was none other than Liu Bai, who had fallen into the midst of the devil's den. Under the stimulation of the extremely cold and gloomy wind, Liu Bai's consciousness woke up for a few moments. He was still lying on top of the hill of bug eggs. However, the imaginary Mona, ox head, horseface, black and white did not appear. Another piercing chill hit him, and a sharp pain flooded his mind like a tidal wave. "I'm not dead?" Feeling the pain coming from his body, Liu Bai was surprised. With all his strength, he barely managed to get up from the slimy liquid-covered eggs. The current Liu Bai was using up all of his strength with every movement, but he still clenched his teeth and held on. At this moment, at his chest, a string of wolf teeth necklace was emitting a faint white light. "Necklace given to me by the White Wolf King." Seeing this string of necklaces, Liu Bai couldn't help but feel a wave of bitterness in his heart. The reason why he himself was still alive was probably because of the aura emanating from the necklace. Those terrifying demonic spiders did not attack him precisely because they sensed this aura. "White Wolf King, you gave up your life to save me in the beginning, and even now, you're still saving me, and I don't even have the ability to avenge you." Liu Bai laughed to himself. At this moment, both his mental and spiritual energy had been depleted. He tried to establish a connection with Yu Fei's and Li Bai's divine souls, but realized that he was simply unable to do so. Looking at his fractured and broken arms, Liu Bai couldn't help but feel disheveled. He looked around blankly. This time, he really couldn't see any hope. "The road has always been right underfoot." In a trance, Liu Bai muttered. He had not forgotten what Yu Fei had taught him. Liu Bai knew that he had to find a way out for himself. Thinking of this, he clenched his teeth again, forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body, and stood up again. He couldn't afford any more delays, because he didn't know how long this string of wolf teeth necklace could shelter him. Once the breath on the necklace disappeared, in an instant, one would become food for these demonic spiders. He could think of that cruel image. He will die a horrible death. Not even a crumb will be left. Liu Bai clenched the wolf tooth necklace tightly in his mouth, fearing that he would stagger and throw it out. Right now, it was one's only life preserver. The necklace was his only source of light in this dark demonic cave. I don't know how long it had been, but Liu Bai's entire body had been thoroughly drenched in sweat. He carefully maneuvered around the dense, disgusting eggs. Because of his severe injuries and broken arms, every step he took was incredibly grueling. Finally, Liu Bai struggled to bypass this gathering of bug eggs. Pang! A dull thud came from the darkness. Just the moment Liu Bai turned around, he accidentally hit a hard obstacle. He fixed his eyes on it and realized it was an iron gate. This iron door was set into the stone wall of the Devil's Cave. There are even traces of human beings in this deep, bottomless Devil's Cave? Liu Bai was surprised in his heart. The iron gate was obviously human-built and covered with the rust of age and corrosion. Liu Bai's heart was delighted. He didn't expect to find traces of the human race in this desperate Devil's Cave. Approaching the iron door, he peered closely. The door still had the remnants of a written number on it, but the writing was blurred and illegible due to the age of the door. Letting out a deep breath, he temporarily suppressed his inner excitement. Immediately afterward, he directly slammed his head into it. The iron door, which was originally covered with rust, was instantly twisted and distorted under Liu Bai's sudden impact, emitting a piercing sound of creaking. The dark space was so dark that you couldn't see your fingers, as if even the air was swallowed up by the darkness. The necklace in Liu Bai's mouth emitted a faint fluorescence. He looked around the place. It was empty, not a trace of life present. The light source was too faint for him to see the full extent of the place. Just when he thought there was nothing in it, a sense of foreboding suddenly came over him. Suddenly, he turned to look, only to see a huge spider demonic beast violently appear in front of him. The creature was covered in green liquid and emitted a sickening stench. And the most horrifying thing was that this spider monster was actually a human head and body, and that human face was twisted and hideous, making people feel shivering. Liu Bai's heart pounded. Instinctively, he wanted to run away from this weird place, but soon, his eyes fell on the spider monster once again. It's not right. It was clearly a dried-up corpse. This human-headed demon spider no longer had any signs of life. It stood there silently as if it was a statue of death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this place? Li Yubai's voice echoed in the empty space. The hairs on his entire body stood on end, and he looked around warily, fearing that something else strange might come out. Suddenly, a small rustling sound broke the silence. Li Yaobai gazed at it, only to see that underneath the huge body of the giant human-headed spider, a dense group of small spiders were frantically gnawing on its remains. They are like a bunch of greedy predators. The tiny spiders moved with unparalleled swiftness, their razor-sharp mouthparts tearing at the remains of the spiders with a haunting sound. As they nibbled, their bodies began to subtly change. Finally, when the little spiders finished nibbling, their bodies underwent an amazing metamorphosis in a matter of moments. Their size expanded dramatically, their forms twisted and changed, and they eventually transformed into the hideous appearance of a demonic spider. These newborn demon spiders exuded a chilling aura, as if they were demons crawling out of hell. With that, these demonic spiders turned around and burrowed into the ground, instantly disappearing without a trace. Li Yaobai couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that all the magic spiders in this magic cave are because of gnawing on the corpse of this human-headed spider? The human-headed spider, the mysterious space built by the human race, the birth of the magic spider. All of this weirdness caused a vicious chill to run through Li Yaobai's heart. Resident Evil Ah. Chapter 46 Heavenly Gothic Poison. Li Yaobai's gaze focused on the abdomen of that spider, and the location of the spirit core was already empty. This is definitely the work of some awakened person. Generally speaking, demonic beasts don't just take each other's spirit cores when they fight. It's not a good place to stay. I'd better go, he thought darkly in his mind. The scene in front of me was just too bizarre. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the green liquid remaining on the spider's corpse suddenly moved, and it was as if they had been given life. They began to slowly wriggle and gradually coalesce together. Eventually, these green liquids formed a gel-like mass that emitted a strange odor. Li Yubai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. No offense. Sorry about that. See you soon, Li Yaobai chanted in a low voice, hoping that the bizarre green liquid would ignore him. Soon he was disappointed. The green liquid had really sensed his presence, or rather, had taken some kind of interest in him, only to see it violently sliding off the corpse of that spider, like a mass of green slimes, tumbling all the way towards Li Yubai. What the hell is this? What a disgusting pile of slime! Li Yaobai exclaimed in his heart and playfully tried to back away, but he had very little stamina left, and his legs were as heavy as lead, so he couldn't move quickly at all. He flung the wolf tooth necklace on his mouth in a panic, hoping to dissuade the lump of green liquid. However, the necklace had no effect on the lump of green liquid. Li Yubai could only watch as a nasty mass of green slimes came closer and closer. Finally, the green liquid crawled up his leg. A cold touch came, and then, as if it was a vine with vitality, it snaked up Li Yaobai's calf and quickly covered his entire body. At this moment, Li Yaobai was wrapped tightly in green liquid, just like a biochemical demon. The choking sensation came like a tidal wave. Li Yubai was completely unable to breathe at this moment. The green liquid was like a voracious beast, constantly eroding his body as if it wanted to devour everything he had. He felt his vitality being stripped away bit by bit, his life force fading away. Under the erosion of this green liquid, his black hair unexpectedly began to fade, gradually turning into a snow-like white. Li Yaobai's already thin body became even weaker, as if even the strength to stand had been drained away. He now looked like a wandering, malnourished beggar on the street. Just as Li Yaobai fell into a coma and was about to be completely swallowed up by that green liquid in a life-and-death situation, a burst of blood color suddenly surged beneath his feet, and the sundial totem unexpectedly appeared on its own. The sundial totem emitted a burst of strong fluctuations, as if it was repelling the green liquid. However, the green liquid was not moved and still tightly wrapped around Li Yubai's body. Seeing this, the sundial totem suddenly began to rotate on its own, emitting an even more dazzling light. Under the sundial totem's counterattack, the green liquid was actually gradually swallowed up. As if it had seen a ghost, the green liquid began to shiver, obviously in great fear of the sundial totem. It wanted to escape Li Yubai's body. However, the sundial totem did not intend to let it go. Under the sundial totem's frantic absorption, the volume of the green liquid continued to shrink, and it looked like it was about to be completely absorbed. Just then, the green liquid, which was only the size of a fist, suddenly made an amazing move. It rushed straight into Li Yubai's mouth, as if it was trying to find a refuge. In the end, this massive green liquid parasitized in Li Yaobai's heart, It was too scared by the sundial totem to make a move and completely conceded. It was as if this green liquid contained a spirit, and it sensed that the sundial totem was the power that had emerged from Li Yaobai's body. Therefore, it made a cunning choice and parasitized in Li Yaobai's heart. In this way, if the sundial totem wanted to completely absorb it, it would be equivalent to launching an attack on Li Yaobai's heart, which was undoubtedly digging its own grave. However, this choice, while saving the green liquid's life for the time being, created a new problem. The green liquid that had originally poured out was meant to devour Li Yaobai, but he had never expected that he would in turn become Li Yaobai's parasite. This sudden shift has put the green liquid in a bind as well, because at this time, Li Yaobai had very little life left in him. His body became extremely weak under the erosion of the green liquid, as if it would collapse at any time. Once Li Yaobai died, the green liquid parasitized in his heart would lose its life with him. If the green liquid could talk, it would be cursing madly at this point. Suddenly, Li Yaobai was once again wrapped in green liquid, yet this time, the sundial totem didn't come out to stop it. The very moment the green liquid left the human-headed spider's corpse, an office with a gorgeous decoration and a mysterious atmosphere suddenly rang with the urgent ringing of a telephone. This office is filled with a wide array of valuable ornaments, each of which reveals an extraordinary aura, highlighting the prestigious status of the owner here. At this moment, an old man was sitting on an antique sandalwood seat. His face was calm and his eyes were sharp. When he saw the caller's number, his brows couldn't help but furrow slightly, as if he had a premonition. He got up and walked to a hidden corner of the room and picked up the phone. "Elder, something's wrong," a young man's voice came eagerly, breaking the silence of the room. "The poison of heavenly Gothic, lost, just a moment ago, it left our experimental body." There was a tremor in the youth's voice, obviously extremely shocked by this matter. "Are you kidding? That's a legendary origin spirit." The old man sniffed, his voice revealing an undisguised shock. "If that guy really got out of our control, do you know the severity of the consequences?" The old man's angry voice echoed throughout the room. He gave the order quickly. Soon, countless powerful people and experts gathered inside this office. "All of you are the core presence of the regulators, and with so much at stake this time, I have only one order." The old man's eyes swept over everyone present, his voice steady and strong. "Find out, at all costs, who took the heavenly Gothic poison. We must not let this fall into the hands of others." The old man pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling something. Suddenly, a light went on in front of him. "When we built the base back then, did we leave behind a teleportation array?" He turned around violently, his eyes like a torch, looking at the youth beside him. Chapter 47, Breaking Out of the Cocoon and Transforming the Bones. The youth was startled by the old man's sudden question, but he quickly came back to his senses and nodded as he replied. "Yes, there is a teleportation array, but that teleportation array hasn't been used for decades, and we don't know if it can still be opened now. Anyway, go ahead and try." The old man continued. "I'd like to see what kind of god dares to steal from the regulator. It's really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts." After saying that, the old man roared once again, his voice shaking the entire room as if it was trembling. With a wave of his arm, he signaled the youth beside him to hurry up and lead the way to the long-abandoned teleportation array entrance. The depths of the Devil's Cave. Li Yaobai was tightly wrapped in that green liquid, like a humanoid chrysalis that had been carefully woven. I don't know how much time has passed. The green liquid seemed to contain infinite vitality and began to slowly seep into Li Yaobai's body. As this power fed back, Li Yaobai's entire body underwent a radical change. His originally fractured arms were instantly restored as before under the nourishment of the green liquid, and his skin became white and smooth. His lean body also gradually bulged, his white muscles hidden under his skin, revealing a powerful sense of strength. What was even more amazing was that Li Yaobai's height also quietly grew under the green liquid's feedback, rising from his original height to 185 centimeters. His body was like the most perfect sculpture, well-muscled and powerful, with smooth and graceful lines. His already heroic face became even more handsome with the green liquid feed. His short hair was as white as snow, and there was a small scar over his eyebrow. Ahem! Accompanied by a piercing chill, Li Yaobai once again awoke from his slumber. His eyes snapped open and he stared at his arm in surprise. The originally injured arms were now actually as good as new, and his skin had become smooth as silk. "Is my arm better?" he muttered to himself in disbelief. "Where does this me?" Li Yaobai's gaze returned to himself once again, and he froze as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar body. "It's still me." He couldn't believe his eyes. The person in front of him seemed to have gone through a transformation to make sure it wasn't an illusion. He slapped himself twice as hard. The pain coming from his cheeks made him finally willing to believe that he had indeed changed in a billion ways. However, the joy in his heart was quickly replaced by reason, in spite of the changes in his own body. However, Li Yaobai clearly sensed that his spiritual energy and mental energy were still depleted without the slightest sign of recovery. He tried to establish contact with the two divine souls, but there was still no reply. What worried him even more was that he didn't know how he was going to get out of this bottomless devil's cave. Nope. Where did that green slime go? Recalling the scene before he fell unconscious, Li Yaobai's heart immediately rang with alarm bells, and he looked around vigilantly. However, he searched for a long time, but found no trace of any green liquid, as if it had disappeared into thin air. This made him even more uneasy in his mind. He hurriedly picked up the wolf's tooth necklace on the ground and carefully put it on his chest, the only comfort he could find. Then he noticed that the clothes he was wearing had become tight and obviously no longer fit his current body. The clothes on your body are a little small. Unable to do anything else, Li Yaobai had no choice but to tear up the broken clothes and make himself a simple savage version of what he was wearing. It looked a little rough, but at least it would satisfy his shame. Suddenly, there was another rustling sound. He followed the sound and saw that another group of small spiders had quietly appeared beside the corpse of the human-headed spider. They are nibbling at the massive body again. However, this time, Li Yaobai was surprised to find that these small spiders didn't start to demonize like before after they finished gnawing. Their bodies remained in their original form without the slightest change. Could it be that what made the magic spiders change was not this human-headed spider, but that green slime? Li Yaobai's heart stirred as if he had grasped the key to the matter, and as he carefully recalled everything that had happened before, it finally dawned on him. The source of everything in the Devil's Cave is that green liquid. He discovered the truth about the birth of the demonic spider and realized the terrifying power contained in that green liquid. Space built by humans. Green liquid. Human-headed spiders. Magic caves. Magic spider. Li Yaobai whispered these keywords. In his previous life, he was a seasoned fan who had seen hundreds of suspenseful sci-fi movies. At this moment, he smelled a hint of conspiracy from these bizarre events. He knew deep down that there must be a huge secret hidden behind all of this. And this secret, the other side does not want the world to know. So there is this 10,000 foot Devil's Cave. Li Yaobai didn't want to get involved in this complicated conspiracy. He only had one thought right now, which was to leave this dark and weird place as soon as possible. However, his heart suddenly skipped a beat as a strange sensation came from within his body. It's like there's something in my body, he muttered, a sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. A bold thought suddenly stood out and shook his heart. Asterisk. It's not going to get inside me, is it? The thought sent a wave of horror through him. Just as Li Yaobai was shocked, an intense drowsiness suddenly struck him, and he kept yawning as his sanity began to become blurred. It was as if he was being pulled by an invisible force and was about to fall into a deep sleep. In a trance, he vaguely saw a pillar of light rise up to the sky, illuminating the entire Devil's Cave. There's a teleportation array here? His heart fluttered as if he saw the hope of escaping. Even though he was strangely trapped right now, the instinct to survive made him struggle to stand up. He staggered toward the pillar of light, each step seeming to drain his entire body. Finally, he stumbled to the top of that pillar of light. His world began to spin around and he couldn't stop his eyelids from sinking. The moment he lost consciousness, it was as if he was swept into a teleportation array by a mysterious force, not knowing where he would be taken. Elder, we have arrived at the base through the teleportation array. The experiments are still there. The mother of the heavenly gothic poison has disappeared into thin air. Just the moment Li Yaobai was teleported away. At the place where he disappeared, several large men dressed in black appeared at the same time. Those few big men weren't the least bit afraid of the demonic spider's demonic aura, and a terrifying pressure emanated from them. Chapter 48, Returning My Mom's Face. They held the equipment in their hands tightly and reported on the scene. Immediately afterward, these stout black-clothed men began to carefully explore the surrounding area, not letting go of any unusual clues. From our detection, we deduced that the footprints of two people were left at the scene, two males of different sizes. One of the big men said in a deep voice, "There is nothing wrong with their inference. There were indeed two people at the scene. One is Li Yaobai. The other, too, was Li Yaobai. Are you saying that two awakened of the human race unknowingly stole the mother of the heavenly gothic poison in our demon cave?" On the other end of the phone, the old man's voice bellowed angrily. "That's right," the big man replied. "Then how the hell did they escape? The Devil's Cave is full of devil spiders we've cultivated. There's no way they could have easily escaped." The old man growled and snarled. They used our teleportation array and teleported away. The big man in black lowered his head and carefully replied. He knew that this news would make the old man even angrier. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is outrageous. The old man roared again. Not only did they steal from us, but they also dared to use our teleportation array to escape? The old man was already infuriated with rage, as if he would explode at any moment. He turned violently and snarled at the youth beside him. Quickly go and check. Where did that teleportation array end up traveling to? I've got to find those two damn. The youth was extremely sharp and quickly worked on the device before looking up and answering. Elder, I found out. The last place the teleportation array goes to is the Northern Realm. Well, we're going to the north as well, the old man said through gritted teeth, and then crushed the phone in his hand. His ancient eyes were thick with murderous intent. The northern border of China, Longjiang Prefecture, Black Desert City. While the vast and endless forest spanned half of China's borders, the northernmost land of the north was unique. The northern land was divided into three major war zones, or three large states. The upper war zone, Jizhou, the central war zone, Longjiangzhou, and the lower war zone, Liaozhou. The three war zones bordered on demonic forces, and the various demonic tribes were numerous and complex, intertwining into an intricate network of forces. Here, it was the battlefield where the fight between the human and demon races was the most intense and the war was the hottest. The city of Black Desert, on the other hand, is in the middle of the fiercest war zone. At the border of Black Desert City, deep in the endless forest, there was an unknown corner hidden. At that moment, Liu Bai opened his eyes slowly. As far as the eye can see, a pink cabin quietly into the eye, like a cozy cabin in the fairy tale world. Inside the house, from the furniture to the decoration, everything reveals a pink color. Obviously, this is a young girl's private boudoir. At the moment, he was lying comfortably on a soft pink Simmons bed, and a fresh and light aroma quietly came to him, making him relaxed and happy, as if he was in the middle of a sea of flowers. You're awake? A pleasant voice came and he turned his head to look. In an instant, Liu Bai froze. Time stands still in this moment. What appeared in front of him was a young girl with long silver hair. Her face was like a heavenly god carving, breathtakingly beautiful. The young girl's face was exquisite and flawless, her skin as white as snow, with a light powdery moistness. She was dressed in a clean white dress, and her entire body exuded a transcendent aura. Liu Bai unconsciously swallowed his saliva, and an indescribable throbbing welled up in his heart. Inside every boy's heart, there has been an image of a flawless goddess who combines all the goodness in one. At this moment, Liu Bai actually had a kind of illusion, as if the silver-haired young girl in front of him was the goddess who came out from his own dream. Her presence was so unreal, yet stood before him so vividly, that for a moment he couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. Hey, are you dumb? Why don't you speak? That young girl's playful brows frowned slightly as she walked straight towards him, with a hint of impatience in her tone. If it weren't for the fact that you have some good looks, I wouldn't bother saving you. As soon as the young girl's words fell, the beautiful filter that had just been established in Liu Bai's heart completely shattered to the ground. He froze and looked at the young girl in front of him with mixed feelings. Ahem! Liu Bai was about to open his mouth, but then he remembered something and he instantly froze, because there was not a single piece of clothing on my present self. All he had was a blanket. So here's the question. Who undressed themselves? Thinking of this, Liu Bai's cheeks rolled. My god damn it. His mind was already in turmoil. One would have wanted to make a good impression. Now it's good to not have to stay at all. Finally, he pursed his lips in embarrassment, but said nothing. No way. You really can't talk? The young girl's eyes widened, and those bright eyes clung to Liu Bai's face as if they were trying to penetrate his skin and look straight into his heart. Liu Bai was embarrassed beyond words at the moment. His feet could gouge out a Louvre right now. Finally, he nodded in resignation. Well, the young girl sighed softly. God is really fair, giving you such a handsome face but making it so you can't talk. She shook her head adorably, a flicker of regret in her eyes. With that, she jabbed her slender finger. Even if you're dumb, you're going to pay for my roof. After all, you fell from above. She pointed to the top of the roof and stared straight at Liu Bai. Liu Bai searched his mind carefully for memories. He really didn't know anything about how he got here. The only thing he could clearly remember was that he had climbed into the teleportation array in that demonic cave with all his might before he passed out. As for what happened after that, he had no recollection of it at all. At this moment, facing the young girl's tightly fixed gaze, Liu Bai felt a wave of helplessness. He had to give the young girl a slight nod in agreement. He knew deep down that the most urgent thing right now was to figure out his situation. He didn't understand why he had suddenly fainted, and he was even less sure if that mysterious green liquid was related to the strange changes that had occurred in his body. Just then, Li Yubai pointed at himself with some embarrassment, signaling something to the young girl. He had no clothes on him. The young girl only realized this at this moment, and a blush instantly spread across her face. She hastened to explain, "I'm not taking advantage of you." Immediately after that, she took out a black bodysuit outfit from a side closet and flung it to Li Yubai. Then she hurried out of the cabin. When Li Yubai got dressed and he looked at himself in the mirror, he froze again. Holy! Return my mom's raw face. Chapter 49 Maiden of the King's Realm. Only to see himself in the mirror. A head of white hair like snow. Handsome face. Comparable to Daniel Wu. If Li Yaobai were to return to Jinhai City at this moment, I'm afraid that no one would be able to easily recognize his identity. What the hell is going on here? Just as Li Yaobai was filled with confusion, the young girl once again pushed the door open. Aha! The size is fine. My eye is always accurate. Do you know how long you slept? 3 whole days. The young girl held out 3 fingers. You were in my bed for 3 full days and nights. After hearing the young girl's words, Li Yubai was a bit confused for a moment. He knew something was wrong with his body, but he didn't think it would put him to sleep for so long. My name is Su Mu Mu. Do you recognize me? The young girl asked with a sudden and unexpected turn of phrase. Li Yaobai just wanted to open his mouth to respond, but suddenly realized that he was now mute. So he shook his head in bewilderment. Here you are, and you've never heard of me? Where the hell did you come from? Surprise was written all over the young girl's face, full of unbelief. Li Yubai, however, was silent. I forgot. You're dumb. The young girl stroked her forehead helplessly. So do you have ID? Li Yubai shook his head again. He really didn't have his ID or anything like that with him. If he were to open his mouth and explain where he came from, it would be difficult for him to do so for a while. After all, he couldn't always be honest. You've killed someone elsewhere yourself, been chased by your enemies and crashed into the devil's den, and then somehow appeared on the roof of your house, right? Thinking about this, Li Yubai had a headache. Instead of that, we should continue to play dumb. Can you fix the roof? The young girl pointed at the large human-shaped hole above the roof, which was precisely the masterpiece of Li Yubai falling from the sky and smashing out directly. Li Yubai shook his head again. He didn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy right now, not to mention repairing the roof. Even climbing up there was a struggle. So what the hell do you know? The young girl looked a little impatient. Her small mouth pouted, and she actually had a few moments of anger. Li Yubai made a direct turn and walked straight to the kitchen. As an outstanding takeout writer, he also excelled in cooking in his previous life. After a long time, Li Yubai then steadily walked out with a pot in his hand. That's right, a whole pot. Is this really edible? As Sumumu looked at the dark pot, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a disdainful look. However, the moment Li Yubai gently lifted the lid of the pot, Sumumu instantly froze. The aroma of the one pot instantly fills the room and is intoxicating. There's no one in the world who can resist the charms of an iron pot stew. Li Yubai cried out in his heart. Little dumb, I forgive you. The corners of the young girl's mouth had flooded with crystallized drool. She had never had such an aromatic, one-pot dish. Little mute, do you know what you have? At the dinner table, Sumumu suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Li Yubai once again classically shook his head. For once, he really knew nothing. You're in good health and there's no sign of trauma. But there is a foreign object inside you that has been constantly drawing on your spiritual energy. The young girl continued. But the strange thing is, again, there is almost no spiritual energy present in your body, so it can only keep absorbing your essence. Perhaps that is the reason for your frequent comas. The young girl said thoughtfully. Li Yaobai was shocked when he heard this. It must be that green liquid that's doing it. The strange changes in his own body were probably also due to that green liquid playing tricks on him. No wonder I couldn't recover a trace of spiritual energy for 3 consecutive days. It turns out to be this abominable slime. This guy is playing lights out in my body. Li Yaobai secretly pondered in his heart. At this moment, it would be great if Yu Fei and Li Bai's divine souls were there. Without spirit power, one could not establish a connection with them at all, let alone summon them. It's hard to understand how on earth an ordinary person with no spiritual power like you managed to enter the depths of this forest. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by a demonic beast? The young girl put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand after saying these words. I don't have a hospital here. Wait until early tomorrow morning, and I'll take you to the city of Black Desert, where there may be someone who can cure you. When she finished, she burped softly, then turned and walked out of the room. Li Yaobai pondered for a moment. After all, he had been unconscious for 3 days, and at this moment, he also felt famished. Just as he was about to start his meal, he suddenly froze. The pot in front of me was surprisingly empty. No? She ate it all? He looked at the young girl's back in surprise. How on earth did she fit so much food in that little stomach of hers? However, what shocked him even more was that after that young girl went out, she even directly levitated in the air and then floated away. Float. Isn't this an ability that only King Realm experts possess? A startling thought snapped into his mind. Could it be that the seemingly gentle and harmless young girl just now was actually a powerhouse whose strength had reached the King Realm level? He immediately felt that the world was really ridiculous. No, I've crossed over. Isn't that a cool script I took? Li Yubai was deeply struck. A strong feeling of dizziness suddenly hit him, and Li Yubai once again fainted on the dining table. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that he was in the middle of the azure sky. Little dummy, you're awake. The young girl's voice rang in his ears, and she was standing beside him. We'll be arriving in Black Desert City soon. It was only at this moment that Li Yaobai completely snapped out of his daze. At the moment, he was being carried by the young girl, traveling leisurely through the air. She's actually really a King Realm level expert. At this moment, there was no longer a single doubt in his mind regarding the strength of the young girl. Who would have thought that such a cute girl would be able to crush me with a slap? The world is one big contrast. She looks like she shouldn't be 20 yet, Li Yaobai secretly said in his heart. I usually stay at the hotel next to the Northland Barracks. There's only one hotel there. If you're in any kind of trouble, you can just go there and give my name. The young girl's voice came with the wind, but the sound of the air currents high in the air was too noisy, so Li Yubai only vaguely remembered a general idea. Hey, mute, did you hear what I said? Seeing that Li Yubai didn't have any reaction, the young girl turned her head to look at him. Li Yubai, however, closed his eyes again. Why did you fall asleep again? The young girl was speechless. This time, Li Yubai, however, was starving. Ever since falling into that bizarre devil's cave and then being teleported to the Northern Realm until he fell unconscious, for several days in a row, Li Yubai had never eaten any food. It's hard to imagine that he's held up this far. Chapter 50, The Demon Clan Knows the Art of War. Black Desert City, situated in the heart of the central war zone of the Northern Realm, was the closest city to the territory of the demon race. For many years, it had played the role of a border town during the wars of demonic aggression. Despite the endless forest serving as a natural buffer zone, the neighboring demon race's sphere of influence was unusually large, and they were a constant threat to the city's peace. The city of Black Desert, however, is where the army of the Northern Central Theater is stationed. In a bustling and noisy small hospital in Black Desert City, Li Yabai slowly opened his eyes. It's more of a small clinic than a hospital. After all, the cities in the north were different from other cities. They were ravaged by war all year round, and the economic development of the cities was relatively lagging behind. Of course, there are regular large hospitals here, but the number is a handful. Is there any food? The first thing Li Yubai did when he woke up was to eagerly search for food. He was starving at the moment. Even if a pot of folded earrings was placed in front of him and he was given a bowl of authentic bean juice, he could eat it all without hesitation. Yo, you finally woke up? A kindly old man's face slowly approached. He was dressed in a white tang suit, giving him a spring-like appearance. I heard Mumu say that you can't talk. The old man picked up the pen and paper in his hand as he spoke. These were originally the communication tools he had prepared for Li Yaobai. After enjoying a hearty meal, the old man approached Li Yubai once again. My name is Li Zhengshi. I'm a doctor at this hospital. Of course, I'm actually the only doctor in this hospital. He smiled in embarrassment, looking a little shy. Thank you very much. Li Yaobai lay weakly on the hospital bed, his voice low and weak. Let's just get to the point. Your illness is strange. I've never seen anything like it before. Based on my decades of experience in medicine, the only way to suppress your illness is with spiritual power. Once you lose the suppression of your spiritual energy, you will fall into a coma due to the exhaustion of your essence. With that, Li Zhengshi placed his hand on Li Yubai's forehead. I have given you quite a few precious spirit medicines to wake you up, Li Zhengshi said with some heartache. It's the only thing I can think of, and there's nothing I can do to eradicate it completely. He sighed helplessly. Thanks for the rescue, but I don't have any money. In this day and age, who dares to go to the hospital without some money in their pocket? You don't have to worry. Your medical expenses, Sumumu has already paid for you. As soon as the old man's words fell, A young girl with a ponytail and a strong suit walked over. The young girl's face was clear and lovely, and her eyebrows revealed an unearthly valor. In her hands was a bowl of turquoise elixir that emitted a faint fragrance. This is the portion of elixir you need to take today. Drink up. The old man signaled to the young girl to pass the elixir to Li Yaobai. Old man Li, this granddaughter of yours is really growing more and more outstanding. Off to the side. A wounded man in a cast joked. If you ask me, our family's Han Knight is born with the valor of a female general. What the wounded man was wearing was the uniform of the Northern Army, with a lifelike black dragon embroidered on it. Last time I broke my arm. This time I broke my leg. I really don't know when that mouth of yours is going to stop hurting. Li Hanxiao glanced at the big man with a few moments of helplessness in his tone. When she noticed that Li Yubai was gazing at her, her small face couldn't help but blush slightly. After all, the current Li Yubai was simply too handsome, and his white hair stood out in the crowd, making it difficult to avert his gaze. This is my granddaughter, Li Hanxiao. Seeing that the two were of similar age, Li Zhongshi introduced them. What is your name, child? Li Yubai. At those words, the old man was slightly stunned. This is a coincidence. We are still our family. Sensing the old man's goodwill, Li Yaobai also smiled heartily. Li Zhongshi continued again. This hospital, it's just us, the grandparents and the grandchildren. This kid, Han Knight, lost his parents at a young age and doesn't have many friends. When you have the chance in the future, you can communicate more and get to know each other. Saying that, Li Zhongshi took the two of them by the hand and said jokingly, Grandpa, you're finished. I have to go practice my gun. The army expansion is in a few days. I'm going to enlist. Li Hanxiao blushed slightly and shook off the old man's hand in some shame. How many times has Grandpa told you that it's a battlefield, not a child's playground? Do you have to go and get yourself killed? Hearing his granddaughter's words, Li Zhongshi frowned slightly, his tone carrying a few hints of reprimand. I don't care. I'm signing up for the army to avenge my dead parents. Li Hanxiao clenched his fists, not taking the old man's words to heart at all. How many times have I told you? You just don't listen. Senator. Old man, my pair of sons and daughters all died in battle, and now I only have you, my granddaughter, left, and I'm saying I won't let you risk your life for anything. Speaking of this, Li Zhongshi was actually a bit annoyed. Han Knight, it's better to listen to your grandfather. The big soldier man on the side interjected. The battlefield has been really rough lately. He looked like he remembered something, and his eyes were bleak. With that, he lit a cigarette. Just after biting on his mouth, before he could take a drag, he was snuffed out by Li Hanxiao's quick eyes. No smoking in the ward. The soldier smiled helplessly and continued. You know what? Our Northern Realm army has been rooted here for decades, and although we don't dare to say that we've won 100 battles, we've at least always pressed the demon race's group of beasts. With that said, the soldier's eyes went back to the window. What is the advantage of our human army? It's in the tight tactics of our organization. It's in our highly synergistic chain of command, and it's in the close coordination of talent among our squad members. After all, we possess intelligence, while that group of demon race is, to put it bluntly, just a bunch of wild beasts that rely on their savage flesh and rampage. But in those 2 short months, everything has changed. That group of demonic beasts, it's as if they've suddenly evolved. The way they fight, they even have command and tactics. They even use the legendary art of war. They have learned to sneak attack. They have learned to move the tiger away from the mountain. They have learned to bluff. They have learned to ambush. And they know how to use tactics. Coupled with their strong physical bodies, it will be difficult for us to resist at all. For the past 2 months, our northern armies have been losing ground and have not won a single victory. I was only lucky to have a broken leg. My teammates, on the other hand, all died in the war last week. When he said this, the soldier's eyes became heavy and sad, as if the painful memories were coming back to him. Chapter 51, The Demon Warlord, the Three-Eyed Raven. A heavy air filled the room as the soldier spoke. We're even starting to get the illusion of who the real demonic beasts are and who the real humans are. After the soldier said this, he fell into silence. Li Hanxiao heard these words, but there was not the slightest hint of retreat in her eyes. You guys keep talking. I'm going to go practice my gun. Her tone was unmistakable, and when she finished, she turned and left the room. This child is so strong in character that she is exactly like her father. Li Zhongshi sighed and turned his head to Li Yubai at the side. Boy, I make you laugh. Li Yubai, however, shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't mind. No, your granddaughter is a truly admirable woman. Alas, it is no wonder that so many wounded have come to my little hospital during this time. Something of this magnitude has happened to the army of the north, and we have no knowledge of it. The old man said worriedly, his brow furrowed. This is a secret in the army, and I don't want to risk the boy Han Knight. The soldier sighed in a low voice, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. Speaking of confidentiality, I have heard some mention of it. At that moment, another injured soldier woke up and interjected. Once people open up, secrets soon cease to be secrets. It is especially difficult to conserve in this atmosphere of despair and depression. I'll say it first, you mustn't tell anyone about this. He held up a finger and lowered his voice mysteriously. A few days ago, I heard my captain reveal that the reason why the demon race has changed like this is because the Phantom Moon Demon Kingdom next door has come with a three-eyed raven as a military advisor. That three-eyed crow is so evil that it can take the form of a human being and understand human language and intelligence. It is said that it knows nothing of all the tactics and arts of war of mankind. The crowd present couldn't help but feel a wave of amazement and disbelief at his words. Are you telling the truth? How is this possible? A bird? Could it be better than the best military commander of our human race? The soldier with the broken leg retorted. He simply couldn't believe it. Hold your horses and hear me out. That three-eyed raven is not an ordinary bird. It is said to be a divine beast bloodline from the demon clan side. Generally speaking, only demon races that have reached the king realm level are able to take shape, but this three-eyed crow is an exception. It was actually able to morph into a human form when it was less than the king realm. Before he came, the demon race would only rely on their physical bodies to rampage through, and after he came, he actually used his own strength to make the demon race's army, in the war, crush the human race, which has always relied on tactics as their advantage. It is because of the command of that three-eyed crow that the demon clan has been able to accurately guess our actions every time, and their tactical setup, which keeps us guessing and looking over our shoulders every time, is really cunning. By the time the lying soldier had spoken, the crowd had been dumbfounded and speechless. But don't we have General Wu Guang sitting on the fence? Can't even he save the northern army from defeat? Li Zhongshu suddenly remembered the reputable general and continued to pursue the question. General Wu Guang is a famous militarist in the country of Hua. People praise him for his resourcefulness and versatility. Could it be that even such a master tactician could not change the northern army's decline? As soon as the lying soldier heard General Wu Guang's name, he sighed again, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. General Wu Guang. He is indeed the best military master in China, and he is also indeed sitting in the Northland Army. But General Wu Guang has fought that three-eyed raven more than 50 times without winning once. The soldier continued, his tone revealing deep concern. Just a few days ago, in the river canyon, General Wu Guang fought the three-eyed crow for the last time, only to be tricked by his opponent. The other party didn't put up much of a fight at all. They just sent 3 teams of demonic beast ambushers, and they directly wiped out our camp. We still don't know when the army exposed the location of the camp. That three-eyed raven mouthed off in front of the formation, saying that he already knew where we would camp before we even arrived. He also said we were all a bunch of pigs who didn't know anything about war and wouldn't fight. General Wu Guang was so angry that he directly vomited blood and fainted, and is lying in bed now without recovering. The Battle of the River Canyon also became the disgrace of General Wu Guang's life. Speaking of this, the soldier with the broken leg had a sullen look on his face, clearly having been thoroughly convinced. Our squad, back in the day, was stationed in the River Canyon camp, and my teammates, they died in that battle. My leg was also injured by a demonic beast during my escape. His voice was incredibly low, obviously not wanting to remember. After hearing these words, Li Zhongshu also fell into silence. At a time when the country is facing such a crisis, who can not be despondent in his heart? The three-eyed raven. Interesting. Right at this moment, Li Yubai, who had been listening silently, suddenly sat up straight as his pupils shrunk dramatically. It was because this voice that suddenly rang out came from the depths of his mind. Marshal Yu, I miss you so much. Li Yaobai's voice echoed in his head with a few moments of excitement and joy. It was the only thing that had amused and invigorated him for days. Boy, is he all you think about and you don't miss me at all? A frivolous and familiar voice suddenly interjected, interrupting Li Yubai's thoughts. Think too. Wanted to. I still recite your poems in my dreams every day. Li Yaobai responded excitedly. Today was simply the happiest day he'd had in a while. Oh, and which one did you memorize? Li Bai's voice asked curiously. We'll be on top of the world, with a view of the mountains, Li Yubai blurted out, a confident smile spreading across his face. It's a poem by that Dufu kid. How the hell did you learn language lessons? You asshole. Li Bai's exasperated voice echoed in his head. Night White, you have suffered. Looking at Li Yubai's current appearance, Yu Fei was heartbroken. He doesn't look bitter to me. With this handsome little face, even that Wang Wei kid has to step aside when he comes. Li Yaobai just smiled lightly, and in his mind, he told all the things that had happened during this period of time. Thanks to those elixirs, you were able to have the psychic power to contact us. Yu Fei summarized. Although you can contact us, you have not recovered your own strength, which is a problem. Yeah, where could he go to recover his spiritual energy now that he was so unfamiliar with the world? Chapter 52 General Qin Dao. That three-eyed raven they mentioned interests me quite a bit, Yu Fei mused. After all, in the aspect of leading troops into battle and tactical command, Yu Fei has already reached the peak of the realm of excellence. But then again, since that green mysterious power has been integrated into your body, it not only healed your injuries, but also changed your body. This would mean that it is not intent on putting you to death. It continuously absorbs your psychic energy, and perhaps that is a unique way for it to maintain its existence. Yu Fei pondered for a moment and gave his insights and inferences. This is going to be difficult for you. Originally you needed a large amount of spiritual energy to support your cultivation, but now it's good. You've got another burden out of nowhere. Li Bai chimed in. However, I believe you are the one with great fortune. I thank you. Li Yaobai let out a bitter smile, and immediately felt an invisible pressure enveloping his heart. Child, I see you look much better than you did before. Li Zhongsher watched Li Yubai, and saw his face gradually reddening, and couldn't help but feel relieved. He said with emotion, my son enlisted in the army at your age. At that time, he was full of enthusiasm and bent on serving his country. Alas, if I had been able to stop him back then, Han Naik might not have turned out to be like this now, having lost his parents and being alone. Now that the situation in the north is so dangerous, and she's insisting on joining the army, what can I do? Lament the world's youthful aspirations, and pity the world's parents. Dr. Li, don't worry, Han Xiao's good fortune will help her. The worst thing is that you will go and plead with the commander-in-chief and ask her to help persuade Han Xiao to quit her idea of joining the army. The soldier with the broken leg interjected, trying to comfort Li Zhongsher. Commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief they mentioned was none other than the highest person in charge of the central war zone in the north. It's now difficult for the Northern Realms army to fight against the Phantom Moon Demon Kingdom. The commander-in-chief must be under a lot of pressure. The soldier who was lying down also sighed, his tone revealing a bit of helplessness. With a large number of soldiers being killed and injured every day, constant accountability from superiors, and the fall of General Wu Guang, the army is again lacking in talent capable of picking up the slack. The pressure the commander-in-chief is under is really beyond what you and I can imagine. Repeatedly losing battles, being abused by the demon race for 2 whole months. You say this? Who can not be on fire? The two soldiers looked sad and frowned. They are the same warriors who sacrificed their lives and fought in blood for their country. They have no regrets about fighting to the death on the battlefield in an honorable manner. However, the only thing they could not accept was to be counted by the conspiracy and end up in an unknown situation. To be honest, now the entire Northern Army has been beaten without fighting spirit, especially after the fall of General Wu Guang. Everyone's will is so depressed that they can't see the hope of winning. Just then, the soldier who had been lying down seemed to remember something important. He suddenly exclaimed, breaking the silence around him. How could I have forgotten about this? I remember. A long time ago, our scouts had ventured into the demon race's army to eavesdrop on information. That three-eyed crow himself said that the one he is most afraid of is the human race's General Qin Dao. Only General Qin Dao is qualified to be his opponent. Qin Dao? Li Zhongsher sniffed and frowned slightly, as if he was not unfamiliar with the name. Isn't that the youngest son of the Qin family from Lonjiang Prefecture? It's said to be a rich son from a famous family. How can he be more powerful than General Wu Guang? No, that was before. The soldier quickly retorted. Qin Dao signed up for the army a few years ago and joined another unit in the Northern Realm. His talent is extremely special and can be considered rare to the extreme. Let me put it to you this way. His talent is an extremely rare summoning line. Moreover, what he had summoned was not an unusual thing, but an ancient and renowned general of China. Although it was a human summoning spirit, it was an ancient general who had fought hundreds of battles. Under the influence of his talent, Qin Dao's military literacy continued to improve, and he made great military achievements with his outstanding performance. Eventually, his superiors rewarded him with the rank of general. There is actually this matter. It seems I'm the one who's been out of the loop. After that soldier finished speaking, Li Zhongsher exclaimed with an astonished look on his face. I heard that the Qing Dao was specially promoted by the army a few years ago because of his outstanding performance and sent to Kyoto for further study. Today, he is an idol and role model in the hearts of many northern soldiers. If General Qing Dao were in the northern realm, where would that three-eyed crow still be able to be arrogant? The soldier roared with indignation. Yes, perhaps if General Qing Dao was around, our Northern Territory army wouldn't have to endure so much humiliation. In the long sighs of the two soldiers, time slipped by and the day passed. Early the next morning, a ray of sunlight poured in through a gap in the curtains. Inside an isolation ward, Li Yubai was still in a deep sleep. In a daze, he vaguely heard a familiar voice. Dr. Li, what is the condition of that little mute now? A young silver-haired girl with a mask on walked lightly. Behind her, there were also several middle-aged men with archaic looks and dressed in formal attire immediately behind her. You can rest assured that the boy is fine now. Li Zhongshu politely invited the crowd into the hospital room with a warm smile on his face. He actually woke up a long time ago. Saying that, Li Zhongshu gently patted Li Yubai's shoulder in an attempt to wake him up. However, unexpectedly, Li Yaobai did not respond, as if he had fallen back into a coma. No, he was fine yesterday. Li Zhongshu was shocked in his heart and hastily patted Li Yubai again. But the other party still didn't have the slightest reaction. Old man, I never lie. He did wake up yesterday. Li Zhongshu suddenly panicked a little, his heart secretly anxious. After all, the other party was putting someone in their care. Now people come to visit, but it turns out that they are not awake. How can he explain this? Never mind. I was just stopping by to check on him. Sumumu said softly, since he hasn't woken up yet, then you can help me give him these elixirs. Saying that, Sumumu handed a handful of precious wild elixirs to Li Zhongshu. These elixirs were not only Li Yabai's medical expenses, but also the tonic she gave Li Yabai. And Li Zhongshu was confused. The boy was fine yesterday. What's wrong with him today? The most important thing is that his own signboard cannot be smashed. Looking at these spirit medicine, he is not to take it. Not to take it. Where did Li Zhongshu know that? He can never wake a man who pretends to be asleep. Chapter 53, They are all living gods. It wasn't that Li Yubai didn't want to wake up. Rather, he didn't know how to face Sumumu. He hadn't thought of a reason to respond to the string of questions the other man asked himself. Boy, are you in love? Li Bai flirted in his head. What a dumpy beauty. You, kid, are truly blessed. I beg your old man to rest well. Li Yubai was not able to win. All he wanted to do now was to play dead. I have business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Finally, Sumumu got up and was about to leave. Well, I'll see you off then. Li Zhongshu placed those precious wild spirit medicines beside Li Yabai, and immediately afterward, he stood up, ready to send off his guests. However, right under the eyes of the crowd, those originally vibrant wild elixirs had turned into dry powder in an instant. The spiritual energy they contained was drained away in an instant. This is really none of my business, Li Zhongshu cried out in alarm, his voice tinged with a few moments of panic. Those wild spirit medicines, although not absolutely rare, were still exceptionally precious things. Now, they were reduced to dry powder in his hands. In just an instant, his cold sweat soaked out. At this moment, on the other hand, the heart of Li Yubai, who was pretending to be asleep, was bursting with relief. It turned out that those wild elixirs were silently devoured by the sundial totem in his body the moment they came into contact with him. I can see that it wasn't you. Sumumu's gaze held a few moments of suspicion. She stared tightly at Li Yubai. Then, she took out a few more precious spirit medicines and gently placed them on Li Yaobai's body. Unsurprisingly, these elixirs also turned into flying ash in an instant and dissipated into the air. This scene left the people present at a loss as to what to do. He's actually swallowing the elixir raw. Li Zhongshu was horrified in his heart and secretly exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this?" According to common sense, if one wanted to absorb the spiritual energy of the elixir, one would need to go through at least one process, either through the aid of a warlock's gift, or by processing and refining it in order to make it safe for the awakened to use. However, this teenager in front of him was completely out of the ordinary, and the other party directly sucked the elixir into dry powder. "What kind of freak are you, little dummy?" Sumumu muttered secretly in her heart. At this moment, she was filled with curiosity about Li Yubai's identity and origin. Suddenly, Sumumu seemed to have thought of something. She quickly waved the bracelet in her hand, and a dazzling light flashed with it. Immediately afterward, a fist-sized demonic beast spirit core appeared in her hand. This is a space spirit weapon? When Li Zhongshu, who was on the side, saw this scene, an incredibly astonished look appeared on his face. One must know that space spiritual artifacts were a rare breed amongst spiritual artifacts, and their degree of preciousness far exceeded that of ordinary spiritual artifacts. In some awakened markets, spatial spiritual artifacts were even more difficult to find for $10,000, and they were the treasures that many awakened people dreamed of. Those who possessed a space spirit weapon were either rich or noble. Immediately afterward, she placed the demonic beast spirit core on Li Yaobai's body. Sure enough, Li Yaobai didn't let her down. The moment that spirit core came into contact with him, it instantly turned into powder and dissipated into the air without a trace, just like the spirit medicine before it. No, he can still swallow demonic beast spirit cores raw. This time, it wasn't just Li Zhengshi who was in shock. Even the unsmiling middle-aged men behind Su Mumu had a look of incredulous astonishment on their faces. What the hell? Is he really human? One of the middle-aged men couldn't help but exclaim. The few middle-aged men curiously gathered around. Their gazes were firmly fixed on Li Yaobai, like a group of scientists discovering a new species. And at this moment, Li Yaobai was already cool inside, a living Buddha. A stream of rich spiritual energy was continuously surging into his body, making him feel unprecedentedly comfortable. I just don't believe it, Su Mumu said gamely. She waved the necklace in her hand once again, and several more strings of precious wild spirit medicine and demonic beast spirit cores instantly appeared in her hand. Then, she ordered the middle-aged men, "You guys, take out all the spirit medicines in your hands." Hearing the young girl's issuance, the crowd didn't dare to be slow, and they all pulled out bunches of spirit medicines from the spatial spirit artifacts in their hands. The scene was spectacular. This caused Li Zhengshi, who was on the sidelines, to be dazzled inside in his heart. The world is still full of rich people. Bunches of elixirs sprinkled down on Li Yaobai's body like rain. Soon, all of these spirit medicines and spirit cores turned into flying ash beside him and dissipated into the air. A powerful stream of spiritual energy surged into Li Yaobai's body, and his spiritual energy was recovering dramatically. You are all living gods. Li Yaobai was already in tears. There are still a lot of good people in this world. This time, Su Mumu finally froze. She was completely dumbfounded. I can't believe. Swallowed it all. Li Zhengshi muttered to himself. He had been practicing medicine for decades and it was the first time he had seen such a bizarre physique. This Li Yaobai is like a bottomless pit. At this moment, Su Mumu came back to his senses. His own spirit medicines and spirit cores had already been devoured by Li Yaobai. Little mute, she cried out in exasperation. Li Yaobai, on the other hand, remained unresponsive. Why don't you brace yourself? Su Mumu said without a trace of anger. With that she stood up, ready to leave. Although these spirit medicines and spirit cores were nothing to her, the thought of them all being devoured by Li Yaobai made her feel bad in her heart. She felt a loss. No, it's a huge loss. Moreover, the thought that Li Yaobai had not yet compensated her for the roof made her even more irritated. Let me know first thing when he wakes up. I'm going to settle a score with him, Su Mumu instructed Li Zhengshi. With that, she turned and left the room. Li Zhengshi seemed to respect the young girl in front of him very much. He rushed after the young girl, accompanying her all the way. He's a foreigner, don't tell him everything. After saying the last sentence, Su Mumu floated away. Li Zhengshi instantly understood, and he nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. At this time in the hospital room, Li Yaobai had his eyes closed and was immersed in dark pleasure. The spiritual energy in his body had already recovered 70 to 80% after absorbing those precious spirit medicines and spirit cores. Next, one only needed to slowly recuperate, and one's strength would soon be restored to its peak level. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a satisfied smile. He slowly opened his eyes. Right in front of him, several stern-faced middle-aged men were surrounding him, their eyes as if they wanted to eat him alive. Close your eyes, enjoy. Open your eyes, close your eyes. Chapter 54, Qin Family Qingdao, Kyoto, an upscale hotel. The decor is dazzling, with gold leaf-encrusted walls and crystal chandeliers radiating a dazzling glow. Inside this luxurious hall, the celebrities of Kyoto and the outstanding talents of the major academies had gathered. Just like a group of bright stars, they are dressed in fancy clothes, elegant demeanor, and exude an extraordinary temperament when they talk and laugh. Distinguished guests, welcome to the graduation party of the Kyoto Military Academy. On the stage, a host in a gorgeous gown slowly spoke. The Kyoto Military Academy has a special place in Kyoto. Here, it is the cradle that nurtures the senior generals of China, the military academy that forges the future generals. A famous military commander in the country of China, General Wu Guang, who had defeated the demon race several times, was a graduate of the Kyoto Military Academy. Now, a new class of military talent is about to emerge, and they are about to step onto a glorious stage of their own. In the midst of the bustling crowd, a superbly poised and handsome-looking noble gentleman stood proudly. He was dressed in a valuable and expensive suit that exuded an understated yet luxurious aura. As soon as he appeared, he instantly became the center of attention in the room, as if he was a bright star, glittering in the crowd. "Look, isn't that General Qin Dao?" A surprised voice rang through the crowd. "I've heard. He's always gotten top grades at the Kyoto Military Academy. Moreover, not only does Qin Dao have good grades, he's also one of the heirs of the Qin family in Longjiang Prefecture." The rich young lady on the side whispered in admiration, her eyes flashing with adoration. As the two men's chatter gradually spread, more and more gazes were drawn to the young general's body. Qin Dao, an outstanding military talent of the Northern Warzone. At only 23 years of age, he had already stepped into the realm of Ju Energy level 60. His talent was even a rare and extreme summoning department, and for him, impacting the King realm seemed to be just a matter of time. In the Kyoto Military Academy, Qin Dao had long been a notorious and popular figure. He easily won first place in the whole school in every academy exam. Qin Dao's command performance in major simulated battles is even more unrivaled, repeatedly leading the team to achieve brilliant results. Qin Dao is not only handsome, he is also so good, but he is also talented and comes from a distinguished family, a woman said softly, her eyes filled with admiration. In the eyes of the opposite sex, Qin Dao was undoubtedly that flawless male god. In the eyes of the boys, on the other hand, he was that unattainable monument of a role model that made the heart jealous. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to the outstanding graduate of this year's Kyoto Military Academy, Qin Dao. Please invite Qin Dao to the stage to deliver his speech. With the host's warm invitation, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Amidst the attention and anticipation of the crowd, Qin Dao slowly walked towards the center of the stage. On the surface, he appeared to be as calm as water and unperturbed, but deep down, he was extremely enjoying this feeling of being in the spotlight of 10,000 people and the stars. In Qin Dao's heart, there was nothing he was more intoxicated by than the worship and admiration of the crowd. Ahem. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank the Kyoto Military Academy for training me. Qin Dao's voice echoed within the venue. At the same time, I'd like to thank my family for supporting me, and also, I'd like to thank my brothers in the army. It's your cooperation that allows me to be invincible on the battlefield. As Qin Dao gave his speech, the famous women and girls on the stage cast their gazes of adoration and favor. In their eyes, countless little stars of adoration twinkled, and there were even people who had already rushed up to the stage and sent bouquets full of flowers. People say that General Qin Dao is young and talented, and when I see him today, he really lives up to his name. The host's voice was filled with admiration and awe. A general in his 20s is really rare in China. This is an unprecedented achievement. The host's comments sparked a round of applause and admiration from the audience. I heard that the war in the north has been very unfavorable lately. I wonder if you will be traveling to the north for support this time. The host inquired curiously. Qin Dao's whereabouts as a man of the moment has become a topic of concern. Qin Dao smiled faintly and replied directly. That's right, this refresher course in Kyoto is coming to an end, and I'll be traveling to the central war zone in the north in a week's time. I will fight side by side with Senior Wu Guang against the demon race. As soon as Qin Dao's words fell, a wave of exhilaration and excitement surged through the hearts of the crowd. Qin Dao of the Qin clan is truly admirable to the extreme. Someone exclaimed in a loud voice. As we all know, the north is the most dangerous war zone in the country, and also the most intense war zone. Qin Dao is so young that he is willing to take risks. This spirit is truly admirable. Yeah, where everyone doesn't want to venture, but he's going. Another member of the audience couldn't help but feel the same way. The crowd under the stage were talking, and they were both surprised and filled with admiration for Qin Dao's choice. In their opinion, Qin Dao was not only talented, but also had a brave and fearless heart to serve the country. I heard someone say that there, in the northern demon kingdom, a three-eyed raven came and has already made General Wu Guang so angry that he can't get out of bed. The people present were all famous and powerful, and this kind of inside information was naturally not a secret to them. The rumor of the three-eyed raven had already spread to the higher echelons of Kyoto. I also know some rumors. I also heard that three-eyed raven is most afraid of the human race's Qin Dao, and only Qin Dao can save the northern border army's battle. This kind of rumor, originally I didn't believe it, but today, seeing this child Qin Dao, I do think that this statement is reasonable. The gazes of the old men under the stage were filled with relief as they gazed at the young man on the stage, as if they were looking at the future hopes of the family. Qin Sheng, you really gave birth to a marvelous son, an old man exclaimed. In the middle of the crowd stood a middle-aged man dressed in black. His face bore a few striking resemblances to Qin Dao's, and pride shone in those deep eyes. This person was none other than the head of the Qin family in Longjiang Prefecture and the father of Qin Dao, Qin Shang. He stood quietly in the middle of the crowd, his gaze locked onto Qin Dao on the stage. You guys are really flattered, he responded humbly. Compared to all the seniors here, my canine son is indeed still far behind. Qin Shang humbly stated. An old man gently waved his hand and retorted in a gentle tone. That's not true. Young people, we've got to give the kids a chance to experience and grow. This time, Qin Dao is traveling to the Northern Realm, and I believe that with his talents, he will be able to defeat the demon race and build a successful career. Chapter 55, I really don't want to make an effort. Father. In the hidden corner, Qin Dao and Qin Shang, father and son, were talking in lowered voices. Daoer, I am very satisfied with your performance. Father, I am relieved to have you in the future of the Qin family. Looking at his most winning son, Qin Shang smiled in delight. It's all due to my father's careful teaching. Moreover, compared to the two elder brothers, Daoer still has much to learn. In front of his father, the always arrogant Qin Dao was extraordinarily restrained. Your oldest brother went into business. Your second brother is in a high position with the regulators. And now you're making it big in the military. With the three of you brothers around, I believe that soon, my Qin family will definitely become the #1 family in the Northern Realm's Longjiang Prefecture. It was obvious that Qin Shan was in a rather pleasant mood. Daoer, if the Qin family wants to expand its power in the north, it still needs to utilize your connections in the military. When Qin Shang said this, he suddenly paused and did not continue. Qin Dao immediately understood and replied, Father, please rest assured, even though I have never been to the central war zone of the North Realm, but in the entire army of the North Realm, Daoer still has a certain prestige. Qin Dao was so confident that he naturally had his backbone. The North, the starting point of his rise to prominence. The young man's name had long been unknown in the Northern Army. I have also heard the legend about the three-eyed raven, and it is said that even the infamous Wu Guang was unable to defeat that strange and weird bird. Daoer, if you go to the north, how sure are you? Qin Shang's brows furrowed gently, as if he was worried that his son would not be able to cope with the situation in the north. Father need not worry too much. In my opinion, that so-called three-eyed raven is just relying on the bloodline of a few divine beasts flowing in his body, so he thinks he is showing off. A few moments of disdain flashed in Qin Dao's eyes. Dao presses that sinful animal. As for Wu Guang, that guy, he's already an old fool. Today's battlefield focuses on innovation and strategy. This world is already a stage for young people. Wu Guang's antiquated fighting style has long been eliminated by the times. Ever since he furthered his studies at the Kyoto Military Academy, Qin Dao had disdained the tactics of those older generals. In his opinion, times are progressing and all outdated ideas and tactics are bound to be replaced by novel ones. In Qin Dao's mind, he, himself, was the best in the new era of military tactics. Good son, it's good that you have that confidence. Before you go, my father has one more thing to instruct you. When you arrive at the Northern Central War Zone, make sure to get on good terms with the Commander-in-Chief there. If you are able to befriend this Commander-in-Chief, it will be of heavenly benefit to you, and to the Qin family. Looking at his spirited youngest son, Qin Shang explained one last thing. Immediately after, Qin Shang gave Qin Dao a meaningful look. And, I heard that the Commander-in-Chief, it's very interesting. Father, please rest assured. I have long ago dispatched my men in advance so that they could head to the city of Black Desert in the central part of the Northern Realm, and they are expected to arrive in the next 2 days. I've instructed them to do some scouting in the north for me first, to get a feel for the overall situation in the middle of the north, so that I can make more thoughtful decisions. As soon as the words left his mouth, a look of relief and reassurance appeared on Qin Shang's face. By the way, let them make the momentum even bigger, so that everyone in the Northern Realm knows that I, Qin Dao, am the savior of the Northern Realm. Qin Dao secretly thought freely in his heart. Good, my son is so well thought out. Then my father wishes you smooth sailing and victory. Create an unrivaled career for my Qin family. Qin Shang clapped his hands hard on his son's shoulders, his eyes full of anticipation. Rest assured, father. I hope the day I arrive in the north will be a good one. The weather was clear and the sun blazed down on the north as if to cling to the end of this late September. The air was hot and dry, but the city of Black Desert was in a state of silence. 2 months of successive setbacks for the Northern Army have brought an atmosphere of unease and panic to the city. Good morning, Auntie Wang. It's a beautiful day. A teenager with white hair like snow drove an aged tricycle slowly down the uneven street. Gu, Xiaobai is here to collect medicine again? Come inside, Auntie. It's sunny out. Auntie Wang was the owner of the largest pharmacy in this part of town. Although the person has already reached middle age and is a single mother with a daughter. However, Auntie Wang's figure still remains quite remarkable, and it is not difficult to imagine that she must have been a beautiful woman in her youth. She greeted Li Yaobai warmly, her eyes showing a joy that was hard to hide. During this period of time, Li Yaobai would come to Aunt Wang's pharmacy on time every morning to acquire a batch of spirit medicines and transport them back to Li Zhongshi's hospital. Auntie Wang, as usual today, here's the purchase list. As soon as Li Yaobai stepped into the medicine store, he handed a list to Aunt Wang. However, Aunt Wang's gaze did not linger too much on the list, but unconsciously wandered to Li Yaobai's handsome face. The elixir is in the storehouse. Auntie, I prepared it for you yesterday and have been waiting for you to come today. Xiaobai has really worked hard for you, coming so early, every day to collect medicine from Auntie. Auntie Wang looked at Li Yaobai with heartache, and a pair of white hands had been pressed to Li Yaobai's cheeks. Aunt, not hard, not hard. Li Yaobai barely managed to squeeze out a smile before he walked to the storehouse to count the spirit pills. Aunt Wang, this portion isn't right. Isn't it a bit too much? Li Yaobai weighed the elixir in his hand. Today's elixir, however, was a few points heavier than usual. Ouch, my handsome little man, this has caught up with you? At those words, Auntie Wang pretended to be surprised and posted over, the perfume scent emanating from her body. A brain all dipped into Li Yaobai's nostrils. Ahem, Auntie Wang. This is from Auntie especially for you. No money. I don't know if it's because of the heat or not. Auntie Wang wore an exceptionally cool outfit today. A white waistless camisole, coupled with plausible denim shorts, which set off her voluptuous figure to a fuller extent. Underneath the transparent white color, the hidden snow-white scenery could still be seen. Li Yaobai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Is this the wrong store for yourself today? Wake up, Lee Nightingale. Just test me with this? What cadre can't stand such a test? Just then, Aunt Wang took out another large bag of elixirs from behind her. This is a small snack from Auntie. Take it. Looking at the bag of spiritually rich elixirs, Li Yaobai froze. Auntie, I really don't want to make the effort. Chapter 56, Belief in Strength. That boy, he really does get more and more inviting the more you look at him. So handsome and capable. Auntie Wang snickered, slapping her hand on Li Yaobai's sturdy chest. With that, she stuffed the packet of elixir into Li Yaobai's arms. Then I'm welcome. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Li Yaobai accepted these elixirs, which were also rare cultivation resources for the current him. During this period of time, under Li Zhongshi's conditioning, his spiritual power had also recovered to its peak level. Here in the Black Desert City in the north, since he has no ID, no money, no family or friends, Li Yaobai, a triple income person, then boarded at Li Zhongshi's hospital. This Li Zhongshi didn't know what was wrong. Since Sumumu had visited Li Yaobai once last time, she had taken good care of him. Later, Li Zhongshi even took Li Yaobai to apply for an ID card. Tellingly, when the staff asked Li Yaobai about his identity and origins, Li Zhongshi replied without thinking, "This is my son's illegitimate son who was left outside back in the day, and now he's back to recognize his ancestors." That staff, however, was surprisingly good at talking, and directly went through the formalities in one day, completing Li Yaobai's household registration. And so, that Li Yaobai in Jinhai City disappeared. In his place was Li Yaobai, who had grown up in Black Desert City, Longjiang Prefecture in the north, whose grandfather was Li Zhongshi, and whose sister was Li Hanxiao. And Li Yaobai happily accepted this new identity. After all, Li Zhongshi treated him as if he was really taking care of his own grandson. During the time she lived in the hospital, Li Yaobai also became the third nurse, the third family member of this small hospital. He set out in a tricycle every morning to help Li Zhongshi collect the elixir, then buy groceries, cook for his grandparents and grandchildren at noon, and receive Li Zhongshi's conditioning in the ward in the afternoon and evening. His life had never been so regular, and for the first time in this world, he felt the warmth of family. "I heard you're not an awakened." At this moment, Aunt Wang's voice interrupted Li Yaobai's thoughts. Li Yaobai was stunned. It was true that he had never revealed his identity as an awakened. He didn't bother to explain. So he nodded. "So what if you're not an awakened? In this world, there are more ordinary people who are not awakened. Ordinary people like us?" We can spend our lives peacefully and steadily. It's better than those people fighting and killing, isn't it? Auntie Wang has her own opinion about life. The road is simple. The more successful people are, the more thorough they are about life. You're talking about. It was getting late, so Li Yubai was about to get up and say goodbye. Come to Auntie's house more often when you have time. Auntie Wang warmly sent Li Yubai away. This old Li is really, since he recognized you as his grandson, he has let you do everything, and he has a free time, a neighboring aunt said as she walked, while warmly greeting Li Yubai. It wasn't hard to see that Li Yubai and the residents of this urban area got along very well. The sound of the tricycle faded away. Han Knight, I'm back. The big bag, Li Yubai, returned to the middle of the small hospital, dressed in a red power suit with a sharp and competent ponytail. Li Hanxiao was taking care of the patient. Seeing Li Yubai come in, the patients also greeted each other. Ever since you came here, Brother Xiaobai, our hospital has had so many more female patients. No matter how big or small the illness is, they all run here every day. Li Hanxiao skimmed her mouth with a dissatisfied expression. It's been a busy few days, she huffed and pouted. Li Yubai smiled awkwardly and gently touched Li Hanxiao's head with his hand to comfort him. Han Knight, it's been hard on you. Where's Grandpa? Where is he? Li Hanxiao's small face instantly flushed. Whispered, he is in the medicine garden in the backyard. You go quickly. The medicine garden, a spiritual medicine cultivation base created by Li Zhongshi himself. Li Zhongshi, a jutsu energy level 50 jutsu master. He possessed a unique talent for cultivating herbs and was able to increase the medicinal properties of elixirs by 30%. This was also the reason why he was able to support a hospital on his own. Li Yaobai came to the medicine garden and poured one piece of the acquired spirit medicine onto the ground. Well, the color of these elixirs are all very good. Li Zhongshi nodded approvingly. In the past, whenever I went to that medicine store, that boss's wife gave me some inferior products. How come when it comes to you, it's all these superior spirit medicines? Thinking about this, Li Zhongshi couldn't help but feel a little depressed in his heart. Perhaps I was more sincere. Li Yubai snorted and then poured out those extra spirit medicines as well. Good boy. You're taking that boss lady down? Li Zhongshi's old face was suddenly shocked and said, words can't be spoken. After saying that, Li Yubai went through the medicinal garden and plucked away an equal number of spirit medicines, all of which had been cultivated by Li Zhongshi and had improved their medicinal properties. Gathering 2 wools over me every day. You're not losing anything. Li Zhongshi didn't stop him as he smiled helplessly. Having lost his son in old age, it was as if he saw the shadow of his own son in Li Yubai. In a corner of the herb garden, the sundial totem suddenly appeared on the soles of Li Yaobai's feet, and immediately afterward, all of those piles of elixirs on the ground actually turned into flying ash and dissipated into nothingness. I didn't realize it had been upgraded a level. Li Yaobai felt the spiritual energy surging within his body and couldn't help but be secretly pleased in his heart. With the help of these elixirs, his level was also smoothly promoted to Ju energy level 37, together with what he was able to summon, 2 Ju energy level 45 summoning spirits. His combat prowess has also been significantly improved. Although he could only summon them for 10 minutes at a time, his overall strength, too, had reached a new peak. As for the green liquid inside Li Yaobai's body, it was probably fed and gradually settled down, not absorbing his energetic spiritual energy anymore. He also didn't inexplicably fall into a coma again. Although the temporary danger had been lifted, Li Yubai had been searching for a way to improve his strength and obtain spiritual power. When he thought of the faces of those people like Ancient Dog, Zheng Tai, and Xia Tianya, a heavy pressure loomed in Li Yubai's heart. He hadn't forgotten Yan Chang. He hadn't forgotten his good brother, his good friend. Even more so, he hadn't forgotten his hatred and his oath. Nowadays, the only way for him to return to Jinhai was to continuously improve his strength. Li Yaobai knew that only if he kept getting stronger would he be qualified to avenge his own shame. You kid, what kind of freak are you? Li Zhongshi, who was silently observing from the sidelines, seemed to have become accustomed to the scene in front of him. In his decades of practicing medicine, he had never seen such a perverted physique and talent as Li Yaobai's. Chapter 57, The Girl Who Practiced Her Guns. Li Yubai, on the other hand, had never revealed his talents, abilities, and his true origin and identity to them. He simply told them that his family was unfortunate enough to be attacked by demonic beasts, and that only he alone was spared, fleeing all the way to the northern realm. Li Zhongshi wasn't interested in the teenager's secret. For him, having a son in his old age was a welcome relief. A person's life is so short that it's too late to stay, so why care so much? Grandpa Toki, At this moment, after thoroughly absorbing the spiritual energy of those elixirs, Li Yaobai slowly walked. There has been a question in my mind. He spoke. Su Mu Mu. What exactly is his identity? For Su Mu Mu, Li Yaobai's heart was like a big stone in his heart during this period of time, and he always wanted to find an opportunity to find out from the old man. However, every time Li Zhongshu always skillfully changed the topic and avoided talking about it. Li Yaobai had also inquired about it from the others, but it was as if everyone had reached some sort of tacit understanding and had kept their mouths shut about her. Mu Mu Ah. She often brings some of the injured to my place. She is considered to be the most kind-hearted, but also the most hard-working person in the northern land. This time, Li Zhongshu still didn't reveal more to Li Yaobai. Just as Li Yaobai was planning to pursue the matter further, the old man suddenly shoved a box of ointment into his hand. What is this? Li Yaobai asked suspiciously. This is a medicinal ointment that I made with my own hands. That girl, Han Xiao, should have gone to the martial arts arena by now. So help me bring it to her. Li Zhongshu explained. That girl, her character is too stubborn. She always takes what I say as a whisper. A girl family, every day in the martial arts field, hand holding the lance swing non-stop. Young hands are covered with calluses. This future can be how to marry a manyo. Li Zhongshu sighed helplessly. For his own granddaughter, he was looking at her with pain in his heart. Okay. Li Yaobai responded helplessly. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything from the old man, he had to turn around and prepare to leave. Although your talent and ability are elusive, I hope you can help me take care of Han Knight, who is now already your sister. Behind him, the old man's voice came slowly. Don't worry, the martial arts arena of Black Desert City was situated in a corner of the city. This is a vast open-air area. It was adjacent to the Northland Barracks, a place of cultivation created especially for the awakened in this part of the city, as well as the newly enlisted recruits in the barracks. In the martial arts arena, each awakened person can freely practice their own natural skills, or spar with other awakened people to improve together. If we're lucky, there will be some of the military's best and brightest here. If one could obtain some guidance from them, it would bring immeasurable benefits to the excavation of one's own talent and the enhancement of one's cultivation. These military experts, the practical combat experience they had accumulated, and their subtle use of their natural skills, were all true skills that had been honed by the thousands on the cruel battlefield. In the critical juncture of life and death struggle, there are often not so many complicated and gorgeous skills. Only the simplest, most direct, most lethal art of killing the enemy is the king of the battlefield. In a remote, unoccupied corner, dressed in a powerful red outfit, Li Hanxiao was gripping an elaborately carved wooden lance and waving it around to her heart's content. Each of her movements seemed so skillful and smooth, obviously having been practiced hard countless times. The lance seemed to have life in her hands, as she danced with her stance, cutting out a blazing shadow of the lance. Upon closer inspection, a hint of flame was even faintly floating above the body of that lance. Li Hanxiao's pretty face was covered in fine sweat, but her eyes were unusually determined. Under the illumination of the sunlight, her heroic posture of wielding the lance was even more valiant, as if she was a real female general on the battlefield, which made people look sideways. Li Yaobai quickly scanned the surrounding area and finally caught the bright red dress in that inconspicuous corner. He slowly walked towards the girl in red. Just then, the young girl suddenly felt a hidden pain coming from her palm, as if an old injury had recurred without her realizing it, causing her to fail to grip the lance in her hand for a moment. Bang! A loud bang came. The lance actually came out of his hand at this moment, like an arrow off the string, and flew straight toward Li Yaobai, who was walking towards him. Brother White! Li Hanxiao lost her voice and exclaimed, her face instantly turning pale. Danger! Get out of the way! She cried out eagerly, her eyes full of panic and worry. When she saw that the figure about to be struck by the lance was actually Li Yaobai, her heart seemed to be violently clenched. In her opinion, Li Yaobai was still an ordinary person who had recovered from a serious illness and was weak. If this shot really hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Minor injuries or death. Just in the nick of time, Li Yaobai displayed a calmness and composure beyond the ordinary. Without dodging or avoiding, he just lightly twisted sideways and skillfully dodged the whistling lance. Immediately afterward, he reached out with one hand, and as if he were probing a bag, the end of the lance landed firmly in his palm. What a great gun! Li Yaobai scrutinized the lance in his hand and unenthusiastically marveled. As a descendant of Yu Fei, he naturally had an eye for the merits of guns, the essence of Yu Wumu's 13 shots. He had long been well versed in them, and he was well versed in them. It was at this moment that the young girl came back to her senses from the shock, and she hurriedly ran to Li Yaobai with a few moments of fear in her expression. That was close. It really scared me, she panted, her gaze fixed on Li Yaobai, fearing that he would suffer the slightest harm. Brother White, are you okay? Li Hanxiao asked with concern, and it was only when she saw that Li Yaobai was safe and sound that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, just then, she suddenly thought of something, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. If he had seen correctly just now, Li Yaobai had actually steadily grabbed his lance with just one hand. This gun of Li Hanxiao's was wooden, but it was not comparable to ordinary wood. Its body was extremely heavy, and it was simply impossible for an unusual person to lift it with one hand without specialized training. Suddenly, a scene that shocked her even more occurred. Li Yaobai even one-handed play the gunflower, the long gun in his hands as if there is a spirit. Steady dance, not the slightest show rusty. This scene made Li Hanxiao's jaw drop, and she could hardly believe her eyes. Brother White, she exclaimed out, tell me honestly, are you an awakened? Li Yaobai froze at his words, then laughed frankly. Yeah, I'm an awakened one. With that, he gently handed the lance back to the young girl. Chapter 58 Entering the Way with a Gun. It was only then that he noticed that the corners of Li Hanxiao's mouth had curled up high with a puffed-up look. Her big, watery eyes were glaring at herself grudgingly, as if to say, I can't believe you've kept this from me for so long. What's that look in your eyes? You haven't asked me before. Li Yaobai helplessly touched Li Hanxiao's head. In his heart, he was extremely fond of this sister who was only a few days younger than himself. Then tell me what your gift is, she asked curiously. Seeing that Li Hanxiao was still staring at himself, Li Yaobai had to casually say, it's not something worth showing off. There's nothing to say. Li Yaobai was truly too lazy to explain. After all, it was a bit too much of a hassle to explain one's gift. He can't say, I'm in the summoning department. I can summon 200-foot-tall hulks, a great general and a great sword fairy. And then the other party will ask himself, why can you summon 2 summoning spirits? Thinking about this, Li Yaobai had a headache. However, when Li Hanxiao heard his words, her little mouth pouted even higher, as if she could hang a bottle of oil. But then Li Hanxiao turned his thoughts. Maybe, it's just that Brother White's talent is too ordinary. She speculated in her mind and thought at the same time. Would it hurt his pride if I insisted he say it? Some time ago, she had just turned 18. The moment of talent awakening, she had also witnessed those who failed to awaken their talents, or those who merely awakened the lowest level E-talent. Their eyes revealed a deep sense of loss and helplessness. When facing those awakened who had awakened high-grade talents, these people's emotions were always depressed. Perhaps, Li Yaobai had been reluctant to reveal his talent to himself, also because he didn't want to bring up those heartbreaking past events. Thinking of this, Li Hanxiao did not ask any more questions. Xiaobai brother, just now look at the way you hold the gun. Hanny Li added, have you practiced with guns, too? She followed up with a question, her big eyes staring at Li Yaobai. Although Li Hanxiao was only 18 years old, she had been practicing in spearmanship for many years. Ever since her parents were tragically killed by the demon clan, the young girl made a vow to join the army to serve her country. Since then, the martial arts field has been filled with the figure of a young girl who diligently practiced her spear every day, rain or shine. Thus, when she witnessed Li Yaobai skillfully dancing with his lance, a wave of surprise could not help but well up in her heart. Practiced some marksmanship. Of course, I only know a little bit about it, but it's just some fancy stuff, Li Yaobai said modestly. There was nothing about him that he wanted to explain too much. Han Knight, and what is your talent? Suddenly, Li Yaobai's words changed and led the conversation to Li Hanxiao. My talent is the S-rank summoning department, and my Jianan is level 15. By profession, it would be executioner. Li Yaobai felt a surge of surprise when he heard this. Summoning department? And it's still S-rank. His eyes widened, clearly surprised by this information. He suddenly realized that he really didn't know enough about this sister. Although I am of the summoning lineage, my summoned spirits are not human, nor are they elves or demonic beasts. Li Hanxiao continued, with a bit of mischief and mystery in her tone. This gun is my summoning spirit. With that, she raised the wooden lance in her hand. My summoned spirit. A summoned spirit in the form of a vessel. It's called the bully gun. As her words fell, the lance in her hand unexpectedly began to emit wisps of flame. It was the first time Li Yaobai had heard that a summoned spirit could be a gun. He carefully scrutinized the lance, only to see that there were threads of spiritual energy flowing on it. Obviously not an extraordinary object. A summoned spirit in the form of an artifact. This is the first time I've seen it. It's really a big world. There's nothing strange about it. He couldn't help but sigh. At only 18 years old, she has awakened an S-rank summoning department talent, and also possesses a summoning spirit in the form of a were. And even more rare is that she has already cultivated to giant in level 15. Yu Fei, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth in appreciation. This sister of yours is gifted with unlimited potential. As long as she can cultivate diligently, her future accomplishments are bound to be unlimited. He continued, his tone full of appreciation and anticipation for Li Hanxiao. Li Yubai could hear that Yu Fei had an extremely high opinion of Li Hanxiao. I just observed that although this child has not long awakened her talent, her cultivation method is actually using a gun to enter the Dao. Yu Fei continued again. Using a gun to enter the Dao? What kind of cultivation method is this? Li Yaobai was surprised. He had never heard of this type of cultivation. Your cultivation method is very simple. That is, relying on the sundial totem to directly devour spiritual power. Swallow as much as how much goes up. This cultivation method, to put it simply, is to play a scoundrel. But other people are different. Everyone has a talent that belongs to them, and naturally, they will also have their own cultivation methods. Because her talent is the artifact form of the Overlord's gun, she was able to mobilize the spiritual energy around her as she practiced the gun for the purpose of cultivation. Therefore, in this state, her cultivation speed will be much faster than others. After listening to Yu Fei's explanation, Li Yaobai became more and more amazed at this sister's talent. That's why it hasn't been long since she awakened her talent, and she was able to cultivate to Jurji energy level 15. It was only at this moment that it dawned on Li Yaobai in his heart. He realized that the reason why Li Hanxiao's cultivation speed was amazing was because she sweated and practiced hard on the martial arts arena every day. Her growth rate was directly proportional to the amount of effort she put in. The harder and more diligent she was, the faster her strength increased. Looking at the red-clothed girl in front of him, Li Yubai couldn't help but feel a heartache welling up in his heart. How much deep hatred and pressure does this young girl, who has just stepped into the adult world, carry inside her? He could certainly understand how Li Hanxiao felt, for how could he not be the same himself? Whenever he thought of those people in Jinhai City, the pressure inside him was as heavy as a mountain, making him unable to let go. Looking at the calloused palm of the young girl, Li Yubai opened the ointment in his hand. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. This was made for you by Grandpa Toki himself. His old man knew you had a hand injury and specifically asked me to give it to you. Li Yubai poured the ointment onto his own fingers and applied it little by little onto Li Hanxiao's palm. The cold and soothing touch came, but Li Hanxiao's heart was complicated. She knew her grandfather's good intentions, but she couldn't let go of the hatred in her heart either. Thanks, brother. In the old days, Li Hanxiao only had hatred, only guns, and only her grandfather who was dependent on her. She doesn't make any friends because it would waste her time practicing her gun. Now, in his world, there is suddenly a gentle, warm and handsome brother. To her, it all seemed like a dream. Chapter 59, The Master of the Army, pointing out the guns. In Li Hanxiao's mind, Li Yubai perfectly fit her fantasies of an older brother. She couldn't help but begin to long for the time when she would be able to hide in her brother's arms without fear if Xiaobai was a powerful awakened person. What a mess I'm thinking about. Li Hanxiao suddenly realized that her thoughts had drifted a bit, and a shy blush could not help but spread across her face. She hastily collected her thoughts and reminded herself, the little white brother has been excellent. Just then, a sudden commotion came from the martial arts arena, interrupting her thoughts. In the midst of the bustling crowd, several soldiers with strong auras suddenly appeared. They were dressed in Northern Realm military uniforms, which were embroidered with a lifelike black dragon design. They are all JUE level 40 experts. The awakened on the side murmured in surprise. In the world of the awakened, it was possible to sense each other's aura. However, if the other party did not actively exude their spiritual aura, then it would be difficult for the average person to accurately see through the other party's strength. Unless it was one of those scouts who possessed great talent, or a high-level powerhouse whose strength far exceeded that of the other party. The scouts possessed extremely powerful detection abilities, and they were able to sense the approximate strength of other awakened through their talents, combined with their own spiritual power. Senior powerhouses, on the other hand, were able to forcibly detect the other party's level of strength by virtue of their own powerful spiritual power. For an awakened with a lower cultivation level, it was almost impossible to perceive the exact strength of a powerful awakened unless the other party actively exuded their aura. And at this moment, these few soldiers on the martial arts field belonged to the type that actively exuded their aura. They were like an open-screen peacock, proudly exposing their strength to the crowd, drawing countless gazes of awe. "Isn't that an expert from the Northern Army?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Yeah, they actually came to train in the martial arts field today as well," the other responded excitedly. The mood of the crowd was incomparably excited. If they were able to receive some guidance from these experts, it would undoubtedly be a heavenly benefit to them. Among those few soldiers, the leader was a dark-skinned and stout youth. He had short hair that made him look competent and sharp, and his upper body was naked and muscular, as if it contained infinite power. The young soldier was holding a wooden spear and was wielding it with vigor. He exuded a lingering aura between his every move, making people not dare to underestimate him. What was even more surprising was that the gun technique he wielded was exactly the same as the one practiced by Li Hanxiao. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this person's gunplay was even more skillful, and his breath was even thicker, clearly having reached the point of pure perfection. Soon, the crowd was mesmerized by the young soldier's marksmanship. They were originally just curious onlookers, but when they took a look, they were directly taken aback. "This is Shui Tao." Someone lost his voice and cried out, "My God! This is really him, Shui Tao of the Northern Army." Shui Tao, who was considered to be a minor celebrity in the Northland Army of the Central War Zone, had already cultivated to Ju energy level 40 at the age of only 24. I've heard that his talent is of the increasing one's physique category, able to drastically strengthen the size and density of his muscles in a short period of time, increasing his resistance to blows. One of the recruits training in the drill ground whispered, "That's right, he also has a nickname, the Walking Steel Wall." Another recruit then added, admiration for Shui Tao shining in his eyes. "I've heard the officer reveal that Shui Tao has successfully passed the Snow Wolf Squad selection, and now all that's missing is the final test before he can officially join the Snow Wolf Squad. That's for sure. Shui Tao is a fierce man who has won a second-rate medal on the battlefield. He certainly has the strength." The two recruits' discussion was clearly heard by the brother and sister duo on the sidelines. "Han Knight, what is the Snow Wolf Squad from?" Li Yaobai curiously turned his head sideways and asked Li Hanxiao beside him. "Snow Wolf Squad. Ah, they're a special operations unit in the Northern Central Theater, and can be considered the ace special forces of the army," Hanny Li explained. "They are independent of the Army of the North and take orders from no officer but the Commander-in-Chief alone. The members of these special squads are all in the Northern Army, and have gone through rigorous selection and layers of harsh training tests before joining. It can be said that every single person in the Snow Wolf Squad is a 1 in a million elite." She continued, "I've heard that the members inside the Snow Wolf Squad have the lowest talent starting at a rank, and the lowest rank is JUE level 40. When Li Hanxiao finished speaking, his eyes were already full of yearning and longing. Joining the Snow Wolf Squad was the dream and honor of every Northern Territory soldier, and for Hanny Li, this is her dream. After listening to Li Hanxiao's detailed explanation, Li Yubai's thoughts couldn't help but drift to another person. He couldn't help but recall what Fan Tianxiao had said about sending himself to the northwest to feed the snow wolves. "Snow wolf," he muttered, an inexplicable emotion welling up in him. And at that moment, Shui Tao had already finished a set of shots, and the surrounding crowd immediately swarmed around him. Everyone wanted to let this master of the military instruct them on their cultivation, hoping to learn some valuable experience and skills from him. At that moment, Shui Tao's figure passed through the dense crowd and came straight to the two of them, Li Yaobai and Li Hanxiao. More accurately, he completely ignored Li Yaobai and came to Li Hanxiao on purpose. "Little girl, I remember you." He gazed at Li Hanxiao, his eyes revealing a few moments of praise. "I'm impressed that you've been practicing your Northland marksmanship here every day." When he finished, he put on his uniform and squeezed out a naive smile on his tan face, looking both gracious and pristine. "Can we share a few words about what we've learned about Northern marksmanship?" Li Hanxiao had been confused. She had never imagined that an expert like Shui Tao would be willing to instruct her in marksmanship. "Good, good," she responded somewhat flattered. In the envious eyes of the crowd, Shui Tao brought Li Hanxiao to a side corner. "You're practicing the most traditional Northern gunnery, just like me." Shui Tao gazed at the Overlord gun in Li Hanxiao's hand, and an approving light flashed in his eyes. "What a great gun! The gun is the king of all weapons. The automatic rifle is even the king of kings." Right at this moment, Li Yaobai, who had been ignored on the side, lowered his voice to continue the conversation, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and jealousy in his tone. It was obvious that he was upset. Chapter 60, Xin Dao's Enlistment. The Northland marksmanship is a marksmanship summarized and adapted by countless seniors in the army during the decades of fighting in the Northland Army. At this moment, Li Hanxiao was fully concentrating on wielding the Overlord gun in her hand. while Xuetao on the side slowly opened his mouth, explaining the essence of the spear technique to her. In the Northern Army, everyone is required to learn the Northern marksmanship. It's not just a set of marksmanship used to give recruits a strong body and physical fitness. Xuetao's voice was calm and strong as he continued. What's even more subtle about the Northern gunnery is the rhythm of its breathing. In the process of practicing this shooting technique, you will gradually adjust your breathing rhythm so that you can better adapt to this rhythm in a fight, no matter what your talent or profession. In the military, you can't fight for long periods of time without a strong body and sustained stamina. Zitao explained further. That's a big reason why we have recruits practicing Northern marksmanship all the time. After saying that, Xuetao's gaze turned to Li Hanxiao, who had just finished a set of shots, and said approvingly, "You've practiced your marksmanship very well. It seems that you've put in a lot of hard work. However, it would be perfect if you could change your point of power from your legs to your waist and speed up the rhythm of your breathing." Xuetao's advice was very professional, and it was obvious that he had a deep understanding of this gun technique, and he had real skills. Although Xuetao was only 24 years old, he had already been studying the Northern gun technique for almost 10 years. In the army, he was known as a master of the North's marksmanship, and was even honored as the king of guns. Marshal Yu, how does his Northland marksmanship compare to our Yu Wumu 13 shots? Li Yubai, who was on the side, asked in his head. Not even close, Yu Fei's voice said proudly. You don't learn to shoot and see me as a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you learn to shoot, you will see me as a mayfly sees the sky. If Li Hanxiao knew that his seemingly insignificant cheap brother had already reached the realm of unrivaled marksmanship, then there's nothing for Xuetao. Just as Li Hanxiao and Xuetao were both immersed in the exchange of gun techniques, a sudden roar came from the main entrance of the martial arts arena. Several military vehicles slowly drove in, drawing the attention of the crowd. Seeing the appearance of these military vehicles, the faces of Xuetao and a few other soldiers immediately became grave. These are cars that unusual people may not recognize, but they are more than familiar. This was the exclusive military vehicle of the chief in the Northern Army, and without a certain rank and strength, one was not qualified to sit in this vehicle. Seeing that the military vehicle had steadily stopped at the entrance of the martial arts arena, Xuetao and the other soldiers quickly straightened up their uniforms and stepped neatly towards the main entrance of the arena. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the military vehicle slowly stepped out of a few officers wearing straight uniforms. "Hello, sir." Xuetao and the others had quickly formed a line and waited respectfully at the gate, saluting the approaching officers. Seeing Xuetao and the others, those few officers also returned the salute solemnly. Behind those officers stood an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Although he had gotten off the military vehicle, his uniform was decidedly not part of the Northern Army. Soon, the gazes of the crowd gathered on this middle-aged man. They cast curious gazes, wanting to explore the identity of this stranger. "Introducing you." One of the officers opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. "This is from Kyoto, General Qin Dao's seneschal, Qin Yu." The officer pointed to the unfamiliar middle-aged man and introduced him. General Qin Dao? As soon as they heard this name, the eyes of the crowd radiated surprise. Could Qin Dao be coming to the north? The crowd couldn't help but speculate in their hearts, with looks of anticipation on their faces. After all, the current Northern Army had suffered successive defeats and was demoralized, and Qin Dao was the one who had the highest calling and could lead the Northern Army out of the predicament and to victory. There's no need to be surprised. General Qin Dao is indeed about to come to the Northern Realm, while Officer Qin Yu, on the other hand, is coming to the Northern Realm first for an inspection. The officer explained with a smile on his face. The moment these words came out, the entire martial arts arena seemed to explode as the crowd talked about it. This news, to them, was undoubtedly uplifting. In the face of Xuetao and the others' respectful salute, the bland-faced Qin Yu did not give any response. It was as if it was all a matter of course for him. "This martial arts arena, it's small," he said lightly, his tone revealing disdain. "It doesn't compare to the martial arts arena in Kyoto." Qin Yu, as a son of the Qin family, as well as the right-hand man of the stormy figure Qin Dao in Kyoto and the Northern Realm, he naturally had a proud backbone. In Kyoto, he came into contact with the sons and daughters of powerful families, and he was never the one to salute and shush others. However, when he arrived in the north, things changed drastically. As soon as the people heard that he was a subordinate of General Qin Dao, they treated him with immense respect and courtesy, a treatment that he had never had in Kyoto. This change made Qin Yu's mentality completely inflated, and he became even more sightless. Even these few officers around him, Qin Yu spoke to them without any politeness. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, the officer quickly rounded up the situation and said, "Officer Chinyu is here to visit our martial arts field. Everyone disperse and continue to go train." In an inconspicuous corner of the martial arts arena, two middle-aged men were talking in low voices. If Li Yaobai was nearby, he would definitely be able to recognize them at a glance. The day Su Mumu visited Li Yaobai, these two middle-aged men were right behind Su Mumu. For S sake, this Chinyu is a small senator general. What makes him so arrogant? A middle-aged man with a scar on his face couldn't help but spit and directly cursed. It's still a dogfight. Another middle-aged man wearing glasses responded with a sneer. Then why did you send your own subordinates instead of going to greet him yourself? The middle-aged man with glasses suddenly asked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm an army commander and I'm going to pick him up myself? Does he deserve it? The scar-faced middle-aged man cursed angrily. If you want to say that Qin Dao is here and I'm going to pick him up personally, I have nothing to say. But he's just a little senator. So why should I pick him up? When he finished, he lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. If it weren't for the commander-in-chief's order to keep an eye on things here, I wouldn't have bothered to make the trip, said another middle-aged man, who also lit a cigarette. The two bigwigs in the Northern Army, a military commander and an adjutant of the commander-in-chief, just silently crouched in the corner, smoking cigarettes non-stop. Chapter 61 Gunnery Competition. Chinyu's purpose for arriving early in the north was clear. It was to build up Qin Dao's reputation and prestige. And by the way, to feel out the situation in the Northern Realm today, the martial arts arena in Black Desert City, as an important venue for many awakened to sharpen themselves and cultivate their skills, he naturally would not miss this trip. At this moment, Chinyu's line of sight rested on a corner of the martial arts arena. There, Xuetao was demonstrating the Northern Realm gun technique, while Li Hanxiao on the side was watching intently. You're a good shot. What kind of shot is that? Chinyu slowly approached the two and opened his mouth to inquire. Seeing the officer suddenly appear in front of him, Xuetao hurriedly put away his stance and replied in a respectful manner. This is the Northland marksmanship, which is mandatory for everyone in our army. Mentioning his marksmanship, Xuetao couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in his heart. He had practiced hard for 10 years to get to where he was today, and the officer's personal inquiry made his heart even more secretly happy. Oh, Chinyu softly chimed, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Since everyone in the army practices this spear technique, I'm sure it must have something to offer. The corner of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile, as if he was speculating on something. The Northern Realm spear technique, which looks plain and simple on the outside but actually contains endless mysteries. It is the best spear technique in the Northern Realm. Xuetao responded with full respect. Good. I am similarly obsessed with the way of the gun, and I am also someone who enjoys guns and practicing them. At the Kyoto Military Academy, I was fortunate enough to be instructed by General Qin Dao and learned a few styles of marksmanship, though only some introductory skins. I wonder, can I compete with your northern gunnery? Speaking here, Xinyu's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Xuetao was momentarily caught in a dilemma, with some hesitation in his heart. Seeing that Xuetao did not dare to answer the battle easily, Xinyu continued, Isn't it normal to spar with each other and meet friends with martial arts in the martial arts arena? Why do you have to cower so much? Where's the slightest bit of a soldier left? Come to the tournament stage quickly. After saying that, Xinyu moved his body and took out a heavy iron spear from the military vehicle. His movements were fluid and appeared to be quite skillful. Seeing this, Xuetao knew that he couldn't push back any further and had to step onto the martial arts stage. Those few officers, seeing this scene, hurriedly walked quickly to the very front of the martial arts stage. They knew deep down that Qin Yu's identity was not trivial. Although they could not stop Qin Yu's decision, it was their responsibility to ensure Qin Yu's safety. After all, this was General Qin Dao's seneschal. If anything went wrong with them, they had no way to account for it once General Qin Dao arrived. The news of the gunnery competition spread quickly throughout the martial arts arena as if it had grown wings. For a moment, the awakened and new recruits present stopped their hands and their gazes coincidentally turned to the martial arts stage. People were heading towards the martial arts platform in the center of the arena, wanting to catch a glimpse of this wonderful and exciting sparring match. Although the martial arts stage also had awakened people sparring with each other on a daily basis, today's sparring session was quite interesting. On one side was Xuetao, the famous king of guns of the Northern Army, and on the other side was the legendary General Qin Dao's subordinate. For them, if they could gain some insights and learn something from this sparring session, it would not be a wasted visit. Soon, the bottom of the martial arts stage was filled with crowds of onlookers, and the crowd was boisterous and lively. Li Hanxiao also tugged Li Yubai's hand and squeezed into the crowd. I observe your aura. You should have the realization energy 40 level realm, Qin Yu said in a loud voice. I, on the other hand, am JUE level 45. How about this? For the sake of fairness, we don't use any spirit power or talent in this sparring match, and only compete purely with our gun skills? For this cut, Qin Yu seemed very confident. When Xuetao heard this, he naturally did not have any comments. Years of hard practice had given him a very good grasp of his marksmanship. The two men quickly took up positions as the officers and awakened men on the stage crowded around them. Xuetao held a wooden spear, as calm and steady as a mountain, while Qin Yu held an iron spear, with a lithe body and sharp eyes. At first, the two men were able to fight back and forth, and it was hard to tell the difference. Xuetao's Northland spear technique was simple in movement and wide open. He stepped fiercely. The wooden spear was like a dragon coming out of the sea, and with a whistling sound of wind it went straight to Qin Yu's chest. Qin Yu sidestepped his body. His iron spear lightly blocked this strike, and at the same time, he backhanded a gun, directly stabbing Xuetao's waist and abdomen. Xuetao reacted extremely quickly and pulled back his wooden spear to block the insidious strike. As the match progressed, Qin Yu's marksmanship gradually showed its vicious and venomous side. He made frequent false moves. Sometimes the tip of the gun trembled like a viper spitting out its letter. Sometimes the gun swept across, bringing up gusts of wind. Qin Yu's gun technique was extremely strange and cunning. Of the 10 moves, 9 were false moves and only one was a vicious and poisonous killing move. Although Xuetao tried his best to resist, he gradually felt the pressure multiply. He stabilized his mind and his wooden spear danced, transforming into an impermeable spear shadow, trying to dissolve Qin Yu's attacks one by one. However, Qin Yu's marksmanship was too cunning. He suddenly made a false move and blundered a shot, causing Xuetao's wooden gun to block. But he took advantage of the situation to make a sliding step, and his iron gun went straight for Xuetao's wrist that was holding the gun. Xuetao was shocked, hastily withdrew his gun back to defense, but it was too late. The wooden gun in his hand was struck down by Qin Yu's iron gun. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. The officers on the stage looked at each other with disbelief written all over their faces as they stared wide-eyed as if to make sure they were not mistaken. The awakened onlookers also let out gasps of amazement and murmured, and the entire martial arts arena was abuzz with excitement. Xuetao is the king of guns in the Northern Army. He practiced the Northern guns for 10 years, and he actually lost to one of General Qin Dao's senators in a pure gunplay duel? An awakened exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. On the stage, the sound of the wooden spear falling to the ground was crisp and loud, just like the sound of Xuetao's heart breaking at this moment. He froze in place, his eyes frozen, unable to accept this harsh reality. His Northland marksmanship, once his pride and glory, had now been defeated in his sparring match. An officer said in surprise, I've seen Xuetao's northern gunnery before. In terms of pure gun art attainment, he actually lost to Qin Yu? Am I dreaming? Moreover, listening to Qin Yu said, he only learned a move and a half of the skin with Qin Dao. This Qin Dao, is it really so terrifying? Another officer couldn't help but sigh. Our Northern Realm's great master of marksmanship is actually no match for the fur of General Qin Dao's marksmanship. Then how strong must Qin Dao's own marksmanship attainments be? One of the awakened muttered. They didn't dare to imagine what terrifying strength that rumored Qin Dao had. For a moment, the crowd actually fell silent. The North Realm marksmanship had always been the strongest marksmanship in their hearts, a marksmanship that they had known and worshipped since they were young. And now, the Northland gunnery had lost in this cut. Chapter 62, You deserve it? Worthy of being General Qin Dao, even a senator by his side is so strong. At that moment, someone on the stage couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yes, when will General Qin Dao come to the north in person so that we can catch a glimpse of him? Hearing the crowd's murmurs, the corners of Qin Yu's mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. An indescribable smugness and satisfaction surged in his heart. He knew that the purpose of his trip had been accomplished. Not only had he successfully demonstrated his strength, he had also successfully created a buzz for General Qin Dao. Gentlemen, as you have seen with your own eyes, Northern gunnery is out of fashion. Today, a new era has dawned. When General Qin Dao arrives in Black Desert City, he will surely spread this new marksmanship widely in the north. At that time, each of you will have the opportunity to personally learn General Qin Dao's marksmanship. Qin Yu's voice was loud and powerful, echoing throughout the martial arts arena. The awakened ones under the stage were instantly emotional. They understood that if they could learn this brand new gun technique, it would be immeasurably beneficial to the improvement of their strength. Thinking about this, they were filled with even more eager anticipation for Qin Dao's arrival. Instead, Xuetao walked off the martial arts stage in silence. Not only was Xuetao silent, even those officers were silent. In the barracks, they had all practiced northern gunnery and had come to this point step by step. The Northland shot, for them, had a special meaning. Could it be that our marksmanship is, indeed, inferior to that of others? One of the officers muttered. Obviously, he was not willing to accept this fact either. Marshal Yu, what is your opinion? Li Yaobai stood at the bottom of the stage and witnessed the entire match. He knew deep down that Yu Fei had a much deeper understanding of the way of the spear. Yu Fei slowly spoke. There is indeed something to the northern gun technique practiced by Xuetao, but this kind of gun technique requires years and years of hard practice before it can be greatly accomplished. As the saying goes, monthly stick, yearly sword, lifelong gun, the way of gunnery. The most important thing is to emphasize on the refinement of basic skills. It's hard to truly utilize the power of the gun technique without decades of accumulation of kung fu. He paused and then continued. And that Qin Yu's marksmanship, though seemingly formidable, is in fact only the pursuit of quick success and external strength. Both the way of power generation and the rhythm of breathing seem disorganized and lacking in discipline. In the cultivation path, you can't just look at the momentary winners and losers, but you have to have a long-term vision. Although Qin Yu won by virtue of dexterity, I'm afraid that his ceiling stops there when it comes to the way of the gun. Even if he practiced this kind of gun technique for another 10 years, it would be difficult for him to substantially improve. Xuetao, on the other hand, was different. If he was given another 10 years to practice the northern gun technique diligently, his strengthened realm would definitely reach a whole new level. At that time, when the two of them spar again, Qin Yu will have no chance of winning, and Xuetao will lose because of his youth and lack of kung fu. Yu Fei's words made Li Yaobai's mind realize something. You're simply talking nonsense. The northern gunnery has not been eliminated at all. Just as Li Yaobai was immersed in his thoughts, a familiar young girl's voice suddenly rang in his ears. But it was Li Hanxiao beside him who stepped forward. She directly angrily rebuked Qin Yu on the stage. The North Realm marksmanship is the true marksmanship. Your marksmanship is just a quick trick, flashy but not real. Li Hanxiao had entered the Dao with a gun, and after years of practicing the North Realm spear techniques, he could naturally see the doorway and essence of it at a glance. She knew better than anyone else how much the northern border marksmanship had improved her strength. That was why she had directly stood out to right the wrongs of the Northern Realm's gun technique. Qin Yu, who was on the stage, was currently immersed in the thrill of being worshipped by the crowd. However, the sudden appearance of the red-clothed girl and a head-splitting angry scolding directly pulled him back to reality. Where did that little girl come from, daring to spread her wildness here? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooked into a cold smile and he hummed disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. You saw the results of the competition just now. What is your opinion? Could it be that you, too, wish to come up here and spar with this senator? To do justice to your so-called northern marksmanship? He jabbed the lance in his hand, his tone filled with provocation. On it goes. I'll teach a lesson to people like you who have no respect for gunplay. Li Hanxiao's character was already strong. Saying that, without any fear, she directly carried the overlord gun in her hand and stepped onto the martial arts stage with a single step. Although Li Hanxiao's marksmanship was already a little accomplished, she was still young after all and lacked the fundamentals to sink her teeth into it. On the martial arts stage, that Qin Yu's iron spear in his hand was like a gloomy poisonous snake, constantly stabbing at Li Hanxiao's vitals. His moves were venomous and cunning. Li Hanxiao was able to cope with one or two of them at first, but Qin Yu's moves are real in the false. Real in the false. Each move seems to kill the move is actually false. Seemingly false move is actually a killing move. The move is difficult to distinguish. Facing this kind of unpredictable offense of Qin Yu, Li Hanxiao, who lacked practical experience in battle, soon felt overwhelmed. Her breathing grew short and her movements became slower and slower, each swing of the gun seeming so labored. Finally, in one of Qin Yu's carefully planned changes of moves, he skillfully transformed the false move into a real move, picking off the overlord spear in Li Hanxiao's hand in a swift manner. Is this what you call real marksmanship? On the martial arts stage, Qin Yu snorted disdainfully, his tone filled with contempt. It's an indisputable fact that the Northland marksmanship has long been a waste of marksmanship that has been eliminated by the times. The overlord gun in Li Hanxiao's hand was picked off, and her wrist, which was already suffering from an old injury, was even more painful at this moment. Affected by her swaying figure, she actually involuntarily half-kneeled in the ring. So young and so arrogant, truly ignorant and fearless. Since you have no one at home to teach you a lesson, I'll come and teach you a lesson on behalf of your family's elders. Qin Yu completely disregarded the fact that Li Hanxiao was only a newly adult girl. The iron spear in his hand shook violently, and even poked Li Hanxiao's thigh straightly. He wanted to teach this young man, who had offended him, a profound lesson. Dano! Suddenly, a dazzling spark cut through the air, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal hitting each other. A long spear with an ancient shape and glowing silver light fiercely attacked. The speed of that silver gun was as fast as lightning, and even directly sent the iron gun in Qin Yu's hand flying out. At this moment on the martial arts stage, at some point, a teenager's figure quietly appeared between the two. The teenager was dressed in a black jacket, his striking white hair fluttering gently in the breeze. This teenager was none other than Li Yubai. The silver spear that was emitting a stern and cold light was now held steadily in his palm. The gun was flowing with a faint luster, and it was engraved with a silver pattern. This gun is exactly the leeching spring gun that Yu Fei used. Li Yubai directly blocked in front of Li Hanxiao. Senator Qin, you have great official authority, teaching my sister a lesson. You deserve it? Chapter 63 Real Marksmanship. And where did you come from, brat? Seeing that his iron spear was knocked away by Li Yubai, Qin Yu's brows tightened as he rebuked in a loud voice. Not much skill, but a lot of temper. In the face of Qin Yu's angry rebuke, Li Yubai paid no attention. After saying that, he turned around and walked to Li Hanxiao's side, gently carrying her off the martial arts stage. Surname Qin, do you think that your own gun skills are invincible? Under the gaze of Li Hanxiao, who was filled with astonishment, Li Yubai once again stepped onto the center of the martial arts stage. The teenager's figure was erect and imposing. I dare you to match me in marksmanship. Between the words, the silver spear in Li Yubai's hand swung violently, the tip of the spear flashing with a biting cold light, pointing directly at Qin Yu on the opposite side. At this moment, the anger silted up in Qin Yu's chest was close to boiling point. First, he was counted out in public by a yellow-haired girl, and immediately after, he was openly provoked by a halfway decent teenager. His patience had reached its limit. What an ignorance! He whispered through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. I will let you know how bitter the taste of failure is. Qin Yu picked up the iron spear that had been knocked down, and he gripped the handle tightly, as if he wanted to pour all of his anger into this cold weapon. His eyes became unusually stern, and a murderous aura that could not be underestimated emanated from his body. Where did he get that gun from? Whitey? At this moment, Li Hanxiao, who was under the stage, was horrified in her heart as she gazed at the silver spear in Li Yubai's hand. That silver spear was absolutely extraordinary, and compared to her own overlord gun, it was actually no less impressive. Even the aura emanating from that silver spear seemed to be even stronger than her overlord gun. Could it be that he has a summoned spirit in the form of an artifact? Just like me? Li Hanxiao's brows furrowed, her heart filled with doubts. Shouldn't be such a coincidence, she murmured, but the worry in her heart grew heavier. She was even more worried that Li Yubai didn't know any marksmanship at all, so how could he spar with an old fart like Qin Yu? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but sweat for Li Yubai. Alas, Senator Qin has already defeated 2 people in a row. I guess this kid won't last long. Seeing this scene on the stage, the awakened ones below the stage couldn't help but talk about it. Who cares? Anyway, Senator Qin's marksmanship is out of this world, so if we watch it one more time, we can learn it one more time, which is good for us. The awakened ones on the stage didn't seem to have much hope for Li Yubai. They had been conquered by Qin Yu's marksmanship. Li Yubai's sudden appearance naturally attracted the attention of the military officers. This teenager, listening to his accent, doesn't seem to be from our northern realm. An officer looked surprised and whispered, I'm afraid, it's another one who wants to do justice to the North's marksmanship. Another officer picked up the conversation, revealing a hint of helplessness in his tone. In the eyes of several officers, the defeat of northern marksmanship was indisputable. Even the king of guns, Shui Tao, had failed to defeat his opponent, and it was really hard for them to imagine what other gun techniques could defeat this Qin Yu from Kyoto. Therefore, although they were surprised by Li Yubai's appearance, they didn't hold too much hope. On stage, Senator Qin, why the delay in making a move? Are you afraid of me? The corner of Li Yaobai's mouth hooked up into a smile as he looked provocatively at Qin Yu. Joke, I'm a senator of General Qin Dao. Would I be afraid of a brat like you? Qin Yu's eyes instantly became stern and gloomy when he heard this. His figure jerked and he once again executed that bizarre and poisonous spear technique. His every move and every stance contained a change in the real and the imaginary, making it elusive. However, right in the middle of this lightning bolt, the scene that happened next, however, caused Qin Yu's jaw to drop and he was stunned. Only Li Yubai suddenly erupted with a sky-high gun intent, and the leeching spring gun in his hand emitted a burst of buzzing and trembling. Let's show you frogs at the bottom of the well what true marksmanship is. Li Yubai's figure did not move. Yu Wumu's 13 gun moves, however, were already at his fingertips, as if every move and every style was engraved in his bone marrow. Just in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's attack that was like a raging storm was easily neutralized by Li Yaobai. Qin Yu's gunplay was indeed sinister and vicious, and it was difficult to guess between the real and the imaginary. However, Qin Yu's every action, every intention, in front of Li Yaobai have nothing to hide. Every time Qin Yu made a move, Li Yaobai was able to easily see its breaks and counter it with a more subtle shot. At this time, Qin Yu saw that it was difficult to break through head-on, so he made a false move to strike directly at Li Yaobai. The gun appeared to be hitting Li Yaobai's upper body, but in reality, it was a hidden killing opportunity. The real target was the bottom of Li Yaobai's feet. Too fake. Broken. Li Yaobai smiled faintly and casually flicked the leeching springs gun in his hand, easily dissolving Qin Yu's trickery. Immediately after that, his figure flashed, and the tip of his gun was like a dragon coming out of the sea, aiming straight for Qin Yu's throat. Qin Yu was shocked and hastily swung his spear to block. No! This kid can actually see through my false moves? Doesn't he eat any stress at all? Qin Yu couldn't think about more. In an instant, but only saw Li Yubai's gun technique change again. The tip of the gun drew a splendid arc in the air, skillfully bypassing Qin Yu's defense and striking directly at the top of Qin Yu's head. This shot directly poked the hat on Qin Yu's head out. Seeing this, Qin Yu hastily adjusted his stance and made another bizarre and cunning, change virtual into substantial killing move. Too slow. My neighbor's grandmother is faster than you, Li Yaobai taunted and swung out his spear, once again easily recognizing Qin Yu's ruse. It was as if Li Yaobai was able to anticipate the enemy, and every time, he was able to react before he made a move. Whether it was Qin Yu's fierce attacks or tricky moves, they were all neutralized one by one by Li Yaobai with more subtle and more powerful shots. For a while, Li Yaobai had completely mastered the rhythm of this cut. Each of his moves perfectly restrained Qin Yu's moves, making it impossible for Qin Yu to fight. Qin Yu, on the other hand, gradually appeared to be overwhelmed by Li Yubai's marksmanship. At this moment, Qin Yu was like a clown being mercilessly teased on the stage. Each of his painstaking moves paled in comparison to the sharp gaze of that teenager. With no secrets to speak of, he was shocked to realize that his proud marksmanship was like child's play in front of Li Yaobai. Your gun skills are nothing but a piece of. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw a silver light flashing as fast as lightning, and that was the trajectory of the leeching gun as it traced through the air. Before the crowd could react, the iron gun in the hands of the Qin Yu had already been easily cut into two by the head of the leeching springs gun. With a flat break, just like a knife cutting tofu, he stood frozen in place, holding the half-broken iron spear in his hand. Qin Yu, defeated. At this moment, the audience under the stage, each with their jaws agape, fell into dead silence. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The crowd was originally expecting that Qin Yu would once again show that pathetic marksmanship, but never expected that Qin Yu would be completely abused by this teenager with such a wide gap. And at this moment, Li Yubai's body radiated a surging gun intent that went straight to the clouds. In the crowd's stunned gaze, Li Yubai seemed to transform into the sharpest gun in the world. Chapter 64, Convincing You. The spear technique that the teenager performed was an unprecedented spectacle for everyone present. This gun technique, not to mention having seen it with their own eyes, they had never even heard of it. Although every move and style in that spear technique was clearly displayed in front of everyone's eyes, the depth and subtlety of it was something they could not comprehend no matter what. What kind of shooting is this? The first ones to let out a gasp were the few officers on the stage. They had been in the military for many years, and had been practicing the Northland marksmanship painstakingly, so their knowledge of marksmanship could be considered profound. They had also heard of other schools of marksmanship, but none of them could be compared to the young man's marksmanship in front of them. The young man's marksmanship was as if it did not come from the earth. Apparently, it's not the northern shot. I don't know who said crap. The officers looked at each other with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Not only were those few officers filled with doubt, even Li Hanxiao, who was watching the battle from the side, was dumbfounded. Her large, watery eyes stared tightly at Li Yubai, never leaving for half a second. Is this what you call slight knowledge, Brother White? Li Hanxiao's tone was full of grudges. Is this what you call only some skin in the game? There was a hint of anger in her words. Obviously, she remembered what Li Yubai had lied to herself earlier. Although she was a bit disgruntled, She looked at the young man on the stage who had an athletic figure and shot like a god. Another wave of unnameable excitement and pride surged in Lee Hanxiao's heart. Because he was the brother who stood up for his own protection. She could not wait to rush onto the stage and give her cheap brother a close iron fist. Compared to brother Xiaobai's marksmanship, those of mine are like children playing house. Li Hanxiao made a dark comparison in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but pout slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and self-deprecation. Damn Li Yubai. He's simply too much. Why didn't you tell me all this time? Girls' emotions are like a roller coaster. You never know if they will love you or hate you next. Recalling that he had even asked Xue Tao to teach him the art of shooting before, Li Hanxiao couldn't help but feel a little amused. If she had known that she had such a brother whose gun skills were like a god, where would she have needed to ask Xue Tao for advice? Could it be that Brother White's talent is really a summoned spirit in the form of a vessel? Looking at the long spear in Li Yubai's hand, Li Hanxiao couldn't help but think this way. Hey! Stop smoking. Did you just see that contest? In a hidden corner of the martial arts arena, dense cigarette butts were scattered on the floor, and two middle-aged men were talking in lowered voices. See, that Qinyu was made ruthlessly real. Ha 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 ha, that was awesome. The middle-aged man with the scarred face couldn't help but burst out laughing, a gloating gleam in his eyes. Hey, look, isn't the teenager on that martial arts stage the same kid that the commander-in-chief visited earlier? The middle-aged man wearing glasses suddenly said in surprise. What? The scar-faced man sniffed and stood up violently, raising his eyes toward the martial arts stage, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really that kid. It's this little brat that swallowed so many of our spirit medicines. As the military commander of the Northland Army, the scar-faced man couldn't hold back his inner rage at this time. He was about to take a step towards the martial arts stage when he was stopped by the middle-aged man wearing glasses. What are you doing? The middle-aged man with glasses whispered. I'm going to settle the score with him. Last time when the commander-in-chief was there, this kid pretended with us and I couldn't do anything about him. This time I'll see how he runs. The scar-faced man said angrily. You're crazy. The commander-in-chief's order was for the two of us to secretly monitor Qinyu and report back to her at any time if there's anything going on. Not for you to go and have a temper tantrum with a child. The middle-aged man with glasses pulled him back with one hand. You don't say. This kid is a bit interesting. This pistol technique is truly out of this world. The middle-aged man wearing glasses turned his words around, his eyes revealing a few moments of appreciation. Do you think he's a good candidate to go to war? This adjutant general of the commander-in-chief had seen clearly the contest between the two on the martial arts field just now. He praised and even admired Li Yubai's marksmanship. Che, what's the ing point of being a good shot? When you go to war, it's still about ing talent. The scar-faced middle-aged man bristled with disdain. The gun technique is only an aid. A strong talent is the king. How many demon clans can one gun kill? What you said also makes sense. However, seeing that Qinyu suffered defeat just relieves me of my anger. The middle-aged man with glasses smiled. Never mind. Let's get on with the task and try to get off early today. After saying that, the two middle-aged men crouched down again. On the martial arts stage, Qinyu tightly gripped the iron spear in his hand that had been broken into two pieces, and was silent for a long time. Senator Qin, do you want to continue? Li Yaobai's voice rang out coldly. He did not rush to leave the martial arts stage, but quietly waited for Qinyu's reply. It was as if he could only leave with satisfaction if he heard the other party's admission of defeat with his own ears. He would never let go easily of anyone who wanted to harm Li Hanxiao. Qinyu sniffed and said with a cold snort, I lost only because my gun wasn't as good as yours, not because I wasn't as good as you. Even though it was obvious to everyone in the room, there was indeed a huge gap between Qinyu's level of marksmanship and Li Yaobai's, but Qinyu still had a stiff upper lip, unwilling to admit defeat easily. If he easily conceded defeat at this moment, then all of his efforts just now would come to naught and become meaningless. The effort he had just put into building up momentum for Qin Dao would also be crushed by this teenager in one fell swoop. Therefore, Qinyu did not want to admit defeat and must not admit defeat. He must stand firm on his position and fulfill his mission. Li Yaobai gently shook his head, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes. He slowly spoke. Good. Then I'll let you lose today. After saying that, he turned around and greeted Xue Tao on the stage. Elder Xue Tao, can I borrow your wooden spear? As for Xue Tao on the stage, he was slow to give any response to Li Yubai's request. His eyes were fixed on Li Yaobai on the martial arts stage, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had watched the entirety of the competition just now with unblinking eyes. Xue Tao had been obsessed with the way of the gun since he was a young boy. thinking that after 10 years of hard practice, he had been able to achieve great success, or at least to be able to boast in pure marksmanship. However, the marksmanship displayed by Li Yubai had completely overturned his perception, making him feel as if he had seen a whole new world. In that instant, it was as if he had glimpsed a corner of the great Tao of the gun, and the mysteries and depths revealed by the tip of that iceberg prevented his heart from calming down for a long time. He was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. He finally realized that his gunplay, which he had practiced hard for half a lifetime, was nothing more than a frog in the bottom of a well compared to Li Yaobai. What he had previously thought of himself as accomplishing seemed so small and ridiculous at this moment. Xue Tao's heart was filled with frustration. Chapter 65. Admit it. You're a loser. Senior Xue Tao. Li Yaobai's voice sounded again, finally pulling Xue Tao back from his contemplation. May I, borrow your wooden gun? Li Yubai asked again. Xue Tao's eyes were startled when he heard this, and then he reacted. He laughed bashfully. It's an honor. After saying that, he didn't hesitate to throw the wooden spear in his hand up high, which drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed steadily in Li Yubai's hand. And in an instant, the leeching springs gun that Li Yubai had used earlier also turned into bits of light that gradually dissipated into the air. This scene, however, was keenly captured by Li Hanxiao. Sure enough, it's a summoning system, and it's a weapon-form summoning spirit. Li Hanxiao was shocked in his heart. Seeing this scene reinforced her previous suspicions. My guess was right. Little brother White's talent. It's actually the same as mine. Excitement sparkled in her eyes. Senator Qin, you should have nothing to say when I use my wooden spear against your iron spear. There was a bit of playfulness in Li Yaobai's voice. This time, he would make this Qin Yu completely convinced. The wooden spear in his hand waved, radiating a stern chill. As for Qin Yu, at some point, he took a brand new iron spear from the side. In an instant, without waiting for Li Yubai to react, he charged over again like a tiger descending a mountain. He knew deep down that this pure gunplay competition, once he really lost, he would never have such a good chance again. As a result, Qin Yu's movements were faster this time. His gun was fiercer, and his moves became even more bizarre and indistinguishable. However, reality is always so cruel and unforgiving. Li Yubai, who had replaced his wooden gun, did not lose any of his strength, but instead became more comfortable. Qin Yu's moves, no matter how cunning and varied they were all seen through by him and had nothing to hide. The wooden spear in Li Yaobai's hand was wielded like a divine weapon in his hands, and each swing carried a whistling wind sound that struck fear into the heart. Although Qin Yu had exerted all his strength and tried his best, he still had difficulty in facing Li Yaobai, who was like a gun god possessed. That wooden gun seemed to possess life in Li Yubai's hands. Each strike was precise and accurate, hitting the vitals, leaving Qin Yu defenseless. Calling you a vegetable and you still have a stiff upper lip. Li Yaobai suddenly stopped the attack in his hands, a hint of mockery in his tone. Tell you something, the same wasteful marksmanship you despise can defeat you. Amidst the crowd's shocked gazes, Li Yaobai actually used the first stance of the northern border marksmanship. That stance was plain and simple, wide open. Immediately after that, the second style, the third style, and the fourth style are like flowing clouds in water. This time, however, Qin Yu was unable to do anything in the face of the Northland shot, which he had already defeated twice. This can't be. The crowd under the stage all stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen something unbelievable, especially the officers, whose eyes were so round that they seemed to bulge out of their sockets. This is the North Realm gun technique. The North Realm gun technique of perfection, they exclaimed out loud. How could these officers not see that the Northland spear technique that Li Yubai had performed was completely different from theirs? Each of his stances was infused with his own gun intent. How is this possible? Little brother White has never practiced northern gunnery before. Seeing Li Yubai execute such a skillful northern realm spear technique, Li Hanxiao stood up in shock, his eyes fixed on the figure on the martial arts stage. The opponent's gunplay was not only more skillful than his own, but every move and every style contained a different flavor. If Li Yubai had learned this set of gun techniques in just one day, then what were his own years of diligent study and practice? Li Hanxiao was depressed. She couldn't figure it out. Even Xue Tao's previous demonstration of the spear technique seemed much inferior compared to Li Yubai's, as if it lacked some sort of ineffable essence. The same stance, in Li Yaobai's hands, presented a completely different feeling, a world of difference in realm. Xue Tao was completely dumbfounded. In Li Yaobai, it was as if he saw the figures of countless Northern Territory Army seniors. In a trance, Xue Tao seemed to have returned to the past. The time when his young self secretly watched the old men practicing their spear techniques in the martial arts arena. At this moment, It was as if he had just realized what the true Northland shot was. This is the goal and realm he has been pursuing all his life. Why? Why does he have such a high level of gun mastery? Even if the other party started practicing from his mother's womb. It's only been 18 years now. Shui Tao will never understand. Li Yaobai possessed a king realm level of mental power. And with Yu Fei's personal teachings, comprehending the way of the gun was as simple as eating and drinking water to him. Right at this moment, Qin Yu on the stage suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness come over him, as if the whole world was spinning. He tried to stabilize himself, but it was simply too late to react. Li Yubai's gunplay was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu was stabbed out with his gun. His body traced a long arc in the air and eventually fell heavily onto the edge of the martial arts platform, sending dust flying. That's what you call it, the obsolete northern gunnery, Li Yaobai said mockingly in the same indifferent tone. His voice echoed in the martial arts arena, and everyone under the stage could hear him clearly. Li Yaobai used his strength to teach a lesson to all the northern realm awakened at the scene. He proved that the Northland marksmanship was by no means a waste of marksmanship. It was just that the person using it was not strong enough. Your so-called new marksmanship is nothing more than a quickfire tricky way, flashy but not real. Even if it spreads throughout the northern realm, it will only be a misnomer and a laughingstock. Li Yaobai's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Admit it, your marksmanship is a piece of crap, and you are a piece of crap too. His words were like sharp blades, piercing straight to the bottom of Qin Yu's heart. Only after saying these words did Li Yaobai turn around in satisfaction and prepare to leave the martial arts stage. However, Qin Yu seemed to be greatly insulted as he struggled to get up and roared in anger. My marksmanship was taught by General Qin Dao. You dare to slander General Qin Dao's marksmanship. When Li Yaobai heard this, his footsteps slightly lurched as he turned his head, his eyes coldly looking at Qin Yu. I don't know any Qin Dao, and you don't have to scare me with him. It's indisputable that your marksmanship is a piece of. A loss is a loss. Dish, practice more. At those words, Qin Yu's face was already red and swollen with anger. How dare you insult me? I'm from Kyoto. I'm General Qin Dao's senator. Qin Yu had his own arrogance. He couldn't accept such humiliation. What? It's okay for you to insult our marksmanship and insult us, but it's not okay for me to insult you? I'll be honest, you deserve to be in the military too? Li Yubai's mouth never lets anyone in. Chapter 66 Bullying the Small with the Big? As soon as Li Yaobai's words fell, a powerful aura of spiritual energy then erupted from Qin Yu's body. His Junang level 45 aura spread out violently, sweeping across the entire martial arts arena like a violent wind and rain. Obviously, Qin Yu had decided to get real. He no longer retained his strength but was going to go all out to fight against Li Yaobai. In that case, on this martial arts stage, don't blame me for bullying the small with the big. There was a hint of hideousness in Qin Yu's voice. He had completely lost his mind. After coming to the Northern Realm, he had always been the people's guest of honor. All of the officers and residents of the North Realm treated him with respect and did not dare to treat him with the slightest bit of disrespect, simply because he was a subordinate sent by Qin Dao. The teenager in front of him, on the other hand, completely disregarded his identity and status, and openly insulted and provoked himself. This was undoubtedly an unbearable humiliation for Qin Yu, who had always been high and mighty. Solely, he stopped pretending and being polite. I'll show you with strength how stupid you really are. After Qin Yu finished speaking, his body began to gradually rumble and change under a burst of black spiritual energy. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Qin Yu's entire body gradually turned into a black gorilla that was more than 10 meters tall. That huge body was like a small mountain, emitting a shocking pressure, as if it could crush everything, causing the heart to feel endless fear. The muscles of his entire body bulged like boulders, and each piece contained amazing strength, as if it could easily tear through steel. The hairs on his entire body stood up like steel needles, flashing with an eerie cold light. The bestialized Qin Yu let out a low growl from his mouth that was as deafening as thunder, sending chills down the spine. This was none other than Qin Yu's awakened transformation lineage talent, Black Vajra. Surprisingly, it's a shape-shifting talent, an officer on the stage exclaimed. He recognized Qin Yu's talent at a glance. Why is he able to become so high with his transformation line? The onlookers of the awakened people also talked. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear when they saw Qin Yu transformed into a dozen meters tall Black Vajra. Many people even involuntarily retreated a few steps back, fearing that they would be affected by that huge body. Kid, if you kowtow 3 times to my iron spear right now, and apologize and admit your mistake to me, I might be able to consider and let you leave this martial arts stage peacefully. The voice of the adamantinized Qin Yu was like thunder. shocking the ears of the people around him with a raw and incomparable pain, as if they were about to split open. If you persist and continue to be my enemy, then don't blame me for being merciless. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light, as if he wanted to tear Li Yaobai into pieces. After all, this martial arts stage is a place where highs and lows are divided and life and death are decided. Even if I beat you to death, no one will say anything about me. Have you figured it out yet? Qin Yu's words rang out once again. Li Yaobai ruined his plans, sabotaged his mission, and openly insulted him. There was no way he would let Li Yaobai off easily. Now he's getting inappropriate. Seeing Qin Yu displaying such terrifying strength, the crowd could not help but begin to worry. They knew that this competition was no longer a simple sparring match and exchange. Child, although your marksmanship is out of this world, in terms of overall strength, you are definitely not his match. Below the stage, an awakened onlooker kindly advised him, his eyes filled with worry and concern. He's a jutsu energy level 45 expert, and his fleshly body of the transformation lineage is even stronger. Looking at your age, you're only 17 or 18. You should have just awakened your talent not long ago. That awakened one continued, trying to make Li Yaobai recognize the reality and not bury his future because of his impulsiveness. I see that you don't have any spiritual power fluctuations on you either. What are you going to fight him with? Just be obedient, admit your mistake, and this will be over. Everyone is an awakened member of the human race. Why hurt the peace? The rest of the crowd chimed in. Rarely did the Northern Realm produce a genius in the Tao of the gun, and they were up in arms about it. They knew in their hearts that this teenager's future achievements were absolutely unlimited. But today, if this teenager didn't give in, with that Qin Yu's character and powerful strength, I'm afraid it's unknown if he can properly walk out of this martial arts stage. A good man is not a good man. Just then, an officer interjected to advise. These few officers of the Northern Realm were even more talent-shy. They knew Li Yaobai's talent and potential and didn't want him to ruin himself in this unnecessary fight. However, they were in the way of Qin Yu's identity and status and did not dare to easily stop them. After all, Qin Yu was General Qin Dao's close confidant and had the support of Kyoto's huge power behind him. If they blocked the other party, they would not be able to give a good account with Qin Dao in Kyoto. But if they didn't block it, I'm afraid that the Gun Dao genius of the Northern Realm, which was rare to come across in 100 years, would have to stop here. For a moment, these same officers were caught in a dilemma as to what to do. A good man is not a good man. The familiar words came again. Li Yaobai couldn't help but recall the words that Fan Tianxiao had said to himself that day at sunset, on top of the Devil's Cave. At that time, he was in the same danger. But did he give in? No. Nowadays, Li Yaobai naturally wouldn't give in. Besides, this time is different from the past. Brother! At this moment, Li Hanxiao on the stage let out a cry with a sobbing tone. Her large eyes were already full of tears, as if they would break out at any moment. Don't do anything stupid. She choked out the words, each one seeming to be squeezed from her heart. She was very worried about Li Yaobai, about this brother who had just walked into her world. She didn't want to see any harm come to him. In Li Hanxiao's heart, Li Yaobai was already her brother in the true sense of the word. Han Knight, listen to your brother and stay away. Just then, Li Yaobai's soft voice reached Li Hanxiao's ears. What? Stay away? Li Hanxiao, who was dumbfounded, still hadn't figured out what Li Yaobai was trying to do. Her eyes were filled with doubt and disbelief. Do you trust brother? Li Yaobai spoke again. Trust me. Just stay away from here and you go wait for me at the entrance to the drill hall. Li Yaobai continued. I'll be back soon. With that, he gave a warm, confident smile. Although Li Hanxiao couldn't see what exactly Li Yaobai was trying to do, she still obeyed and did as she was told. Thus, she turned around and left the martial arts stage, heading towards the entrance of the martial arts arena. At this time, the adamantized Qin Yu had already walked in front of Li Yaobai. I can stomp on you whenever I want. He looked down on Li Yaobai as if he was looking at an insignificant bug. Are all of you shapeshifters the same? Just then, Li Yaobai opened his mouth. Well, bully the small with the big, right? As he said that, a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 67, Translation, what does it mean to bully the small with the big? At this point, Qin Yu's patience had worn thin. The anger and killing intent in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Since you want to die so badly, then I will fulfill you. Qin Yu's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire martial arts arena as if it was trembling. His black adamantized body was like a lofty mountain, emitting endless pressure and power. He raised the boulder-sized fist, which had black spiritual energy wrapped around it as if it could tear everything apart. In a flash, he he slammed straight towards Li Yubai. The speed of this punch was so fast that if it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to dodge it. Suddenly, right between the two of them, a blood mist churned out like a tidal wave, permeating a bizarre and mysterious aura. As for Li Yubai's figure, as if it was swallowed up by that blood mist, he had already disappeared from his original position at that moment. Surname Qin. I realized I was wrong just now. Li Yaobai's mocking voice came from the tumbling blood mist with a hint of teasing and disdain. You're not just unworthy of being a soldier, you're better suited to being an animal. As soon as the words fell, all of a sudden, a blood-red sundial totem slowly unfolded underneath that white-haired teenager's feet. Li Yubai stood right in the center of the totem. At that moment, the totem used his shadow as a pointer, instantly pointing to the Z hour. Marshal Yu, it's been a long time since you came out. Move your muscles. Boom! As Li Yaobai's voice fell, on the martial arts stage, a golden light instantly shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The light was brilliant and eye-catching, as if the sun had broken out of the clouds, making it impossible to look directly at it. In that bright and dazzling golden light, 100-meter-tall divine soul silhouette blasted into existence. The shadow was hazy and blurry at first, but then it gradually solidified and transformed into a flesh and blood body made of spiritual energy. It was only then that people finally saw the true face of this summoned spirit. Yu Fei is clad in a gorgeous purple robe, coated with a layer of shining gold armor, wearing a handsome helmet inlaid with a red tassel, like a god in heaven, not angry and powerful. In his hand, he held a large silver-colored spear that was 100 meters long, which was as straight as a dragon's spine, with the tip of the spear flashing with a cold light, as if it was able to pierce through everything. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A cry of alarm rang out violently, breaking the silence around them. He's gifted in the summoning department. This is a summoning spirit? What kind of international joke is that? The other man roared incredulously, his voice thick with consternation. The crowd then erupted into a flurry of panicked exclamations. They all quickly backed away, fearing that the other party would stomp them to death. It was only after they had retreated farther away that people looked up, their gazes filled with shock. It wasn't that they hadn't seen a summoning lineage awakened person or a summoning spirit before, but isn't it a bit much that you summoned an Ultraman straight away? Looking up at the 100-meter-tall Yu Fei divine soul, their mouths were wide open as if they could swallow an entire egg, and their eyes were glazed over as if they had seen the most unbelievable spectacle in the world. Is this the summoned spirit of that teenager? An officer's jaw dropped as the sight before him was hard to believe. In the Northern Army, awakened individuals with summoning talent were already extremely rare. Although these officers were also people who had seen the world, the towering summoning spirit in front of them left all of them with their jaws dropped. A summoning spirit over 100 meters tall. A human summoning spirit? How is this possible? In a trance, they thought they were generally dreaming. At this moment, the originally wide and vast martial arts stage, under the reflection of that huge summoning spirit, actually appeared to be exceptionally small. The entrance to the martial arts arena. The crowd's hearts had calmed down a bit as they began to carefully observe Li Yubai on the stage. You didn't realize? The man next to him warned eagerly. This teenager, he's actually reached the cultivation level of JUE 37. But his summoned spirit, surprisingly, radiates a spiritual aura of Jonin level 40 or above. He went on to add, incredulity in his tone. This is unheard of. The crowd murmured, another wave of shock rising in their hearts. No, looking at his age, he's only just awakened his talent, right? Has this been practiced since mother's womb? At this time, Li Hanxiao, who had long been standing at the door, was witnessing the entire process of Li Yubai's summoning. This time, it wasn't just her big eyes that were surprised, even her mouth, which had been open and never closed. Little brother White, isn't he a summoned spirit in where form? What the hell is going on here? Li couldn't count how many times she had felt lost and confused. Each time, this brother managed to shock her like never before, one time more intensely than the next, leaving her unable to take it in. At the moment, only one thought remained in her mind. That was to lock Li Yubai into her room and then force him piece by piece to make him explain everything about himself clearly. However, the most difficult to accept in the arena was not the crowd under the stage, but the Black Vajra opposite Yu Fei. Qin Yu. That's never going to happen. Qin Yu's voice was almost hissing, but in front of the 100-meter-high Yu Fei's divine soul, his voice seemed so powerless and small, as if it was drowned by a huge wave. Senator Qin, help me translate. What does it mean to bully the small with the big? The corner of Li Yaobai's mouth hooked into a cold smile, his eyes revealing disdain and mockery. JUE level 45 Yufei against your JUE level 45 Black Vajra. Fair enough, right? Li Yaobai looked at Qinyu playfully. It was only 10 minutes, but he had absolute confidence. For a moment, Qinyu was actually stunned on the martial arts stage, but he soon came back to his senses. So what if you're gifted in the summoning department? So what if a summoning spirit is taller? It's not like the strength of a summoned spirit can be determined by height alone. He gritted his teeth and growled lowly, unbelievingly charging toward Li Yaobai. However, right at this moment, Yufei's divine soul finally moved. Under the enchantment of Dharma heaven and earth, his body was as lofty as a skyscraper. Only Yufei gently raised his foot, and that huge boot kicked out like a heavenly punishment. The huge height difference between the two made Yufei's kick, just like kicking a soccer ball. The black Vajra that Qinyu had transformed into was directly sent flying under this terrifying blow. He fell to the edge of the martial arts stage like a kite with broken strings, splattering a cloud of dust. At this moment, Qinyu felt as if all the bones in his whole body were going to fall apart at this moment, and the intense pain came like a tidal wave, making him almost unbearable. A mouthful of blood spurted out violently, spilling onto the martial arts stage. I'm a senator, but I can't beat an 18-year-old kid? He roared in his heart, full of resentment and humiliation. Where on earth did this demon come from? He muttered, his eyes revealing disbelief and shock. Qinyu was already 30 years old this year, and although his talent wasn't particularly stunning, he had grown up in Kyoto and had seen countless geniuses and demons. However, the teenager in front of him brought him an unprecedented sense of shock and frustration. Chapter 68, Tyranny. Qinyu struggled to get up from the ground with great difficulty. The pain in his whole body seemed to remind him how real the defeat just now was. Clenching his teeth tightly, he couldn't believe that he would be defeated just like that. And why are you doing this? Li Yaobai stood leisurely on the martial arts stage with a relaxed demeanor. With Yufei's divine soul present, he hardly needed to do anything. This was the superiority of the summoning talent awakened. The opponents had to face not only the summoner themselves, but also had to distract themselves with their summoned spirits. Ordinary summoned spirits were hard enough to deal with, let alone Yufei's divine spirit, who had the body of Dharma heaven and earth. Qinyu's eyes had already filled with blood and became blood red as he violently erupted into a heaven-shattering bellow, once again recklessly pouncing towards Li Yaobai. Instead of choosing to run away, did you take the initiative to approach me? The corner of Li Yaobai's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Time is running out. Let's make this quick. As soon as his words fell, the leeching springs gun in Yufei's hand cut through the midair like lightning, transforming into a brilliant stream of light and striking that Black Vajra's huge body with unerring precision. Qinyu was directly blasted out of the competition stage by this earth-shattering shot, and his body fell heavily onto the thick ground. The floor of the martial arts arena instantly cracked with shocking cracks. This time, Qinyu completely lost the strength to stand up and could only lie on the ground and gasp for breath. Qinyu completely died. He understood that even though he and this summoned spirit had the same breath level, the difference in strength between the two was worlds apart when it came to actually fighting. Facing Yufei's lofty mountain-like divine soul, Qinyu only felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair, and he realized that he was simply unable to fight against it. Not even the slightest chance of winning. This was the demonic nature of Li Yaobai. Above the same realm, I am invincible. You are free to do as you please. Isn't it said that human summoning spirits are the weakest? Why do I feel that he's overpowered? I don't know who let out an exclamation. Again, this is what others have in mind. Kid, I'm General Qin Dao's senator. Do you know the consequences of injuring me? Qin Yu roared. Some people are just so weird. You treat him the way he treats you and he gets angry. Did you think about the consequences when you tried to hurt me before? Now you're asking me to think about the consequences. On what grounds? However, what answered him was only Li Yaobai's contemptuous and icy mockery. Humph. Like that little girl just now. You're a wild seed whose father and mother don't care. Nothing but a rude savage from this Manhwa land, with half a bit of upbringing. Qin Yu, who was lying on the ground breaking defense, completely collapsed. He could no longer endure such insults and taunts. He was as mad as a hatter, breaking into a fit of rage. In the form of Black Diamond, Qin Yu's voice vibrated like thunder, and those angry and abusive voices spread throughout the martial arts arena, echoing in every corner. Oftentimes, the anger and resentment within a person often stems from their own incompetence and helplessness. At the moment, Qin Dao had given him a task. What with creating momentum in the Northern Realm and poking around the Northern Realm situation, Qin Yu already didn't care at all. Although he was born in the Qin family, a great family in the north, he was sent to live in Kyoto since he was a child. And a few years ago, He became Qin Dao's enlisted man after he came to the Kyoto Military Academy. In Kyoto, he had seen true prosperity, and in his heart, he had no affection for the North, even disdain and contempt for this poor, war-torn place. Like many people, after living in a big city for a long time, they forget where their roots are. They call this superiority. And now, Qin Yu's sense of superiority was completely shattered by a teenager. What did you say? You dare to scold my sister? Li Yubai was completely enraged. Just as Qin Yu was still cursing in unbridled rage, Yu Fei's huge palm had already pinched him like a chicken. Apologize to my sister. With that, Yu Fei mercilessly slammed Qin Yu ruthlessly from midair to the ground. The ground of the martial arts arena was already exceptionally sturdy, but under this smash, it was actually hardened and a deep pit was smashed out by Qin Yu. Her parents died to protect the millions of people in the north. Who are you to dog bark here? Without the North's 100 years of holding the country's gates and fighting in blood, where would you have today's happy days? You think you're noble? Li Yaobai's roar spread throughout the martial arts arena. He was angry because his heart ached for Li Hanxiao, that red-clothed girl, who persisted in practicing her rifle no matter what the storm was. What was she really doing it for? In this world, which girl doesn't love beauty? Which girl doesn't want to enjoy life to the fullest and be the best version of herself at the best age of her life? However, Hanny Li chose a different path. She carried a heavy wooden spear every day and sweated in this boring martial arts arena. She has no friends to keep her company, only endless sweat and tears and calloused and scarred hands. Such a girl. What qualification did he, Qin Yu, have to insult? At this moment, everyone in the martial arts arena froze. Their eyes were filled with shock and disappointment. Qin Yu's image in their hearts was like glass shattered by a heavy hammer. Completely shattered. Even the previous sense of anticipation for Qin Dao's imminent arrival was now like a flame doused by cold water. Without the previous high and enthusiasm, they had never imagined that in Qin Yu's eyes, the Northern Realm had become a barbaric land, and they, the people of the Northern Realm, had become barbarians that he despised. With that, Yu Fei once again lifted Qin Yu up as if he was lifting an insignificant stone, and then slammed it hard into the ground. The ground of the martial arts arena was once again smashed out a deep crater under the tremendous impact, and Qin Yu, in the midst of this heavy blow, was knocked back from his black Vajra form to his human form. Qin Yu, I told you long ago that you don't deserve to be a soldier. Li Yaobai's icy voice rang out. The North has never been a barbaric land. The North stands up to everyone. During the time he had been living in the Black Desert City, Li Yaobai had felt it deeply. The people here, though living a simple life, never complain. Their sons, their fathers, their husbands, all went off to war without a second thought and never returned. This is exactly why the North is not as developed as the rest of the world, because most of the men of the North have been sacrificed on the brutal battlefields of the endless forest. However, it was because of their sacrifices that for 100 years, the demon race never dared to invade the Middle Kingdom. What qualifications did he, Qin Yu, have to denigrate such a northern realm, such a place of heroes? Li Yaobai stepped on Qin Yu's face ruthlessly, his voice as cold as a knife. Apologize to my sister. Chapter 69, Deliberate or Accidental. In that instant, everyone in the room froze. Qin Yu's entire body was completely confused. He never thought that this teenager would be so bold and strike so viciously. The other party seemed to have no regard for his own identity, nor was he the least bit afraid of the possible consequences. Apologize. Li Yubai shouted angrily and slapped Qin Yu's face fiercely. In an instant, Qin Yu's originally white face was red and swollen, looking particularly striking. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with malice as he stared dead at Li Yubai as if he wanted to cut the other party into 1,000 pieces. Getting him to apologize was something that was absolutely impossible for him to do, so he received another slap from Li Yubai. The slap was even harder. I told you to apologize to my sister. Li Yaobai's voice resounded in the martial arts arena. It was only at this point that the officers finally reacted, and they looked at each other as they came back from their shock. Should we go over there? One of the officers asked hesitantly. Now, it seemed that they no longer had to think about how to protect Li Yaobai. Instead, what they should consider was how to protect Qin Yu so that the situation would not deteriorate further. However, Qin Yu's previous angry curses had spread like wildfire to every corner of the martial arts arena. As native Northlanders, how could they not feel offended by Qin Yu's words? Qin Yu's words weren't just an insult to Li Yubai, they were an insult to the entire Northern Realm people. What a relief! Some of the awakened whispered. What Li Yubai was doing now was exactly what they wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. They couldn't wait to go up and give that Qin Yu 2 kicks now as well. The officers, on the other hand, looked at Yufei's divine soul with complicated gazes and hesitated. They wanted to step forward to stop it, but their strength was comparable to Qin Yu's, and Qin Yu was simply powerless in front of that summoning spirit. These officers could hardly guarantee that they wouldn't follow in Qin Yu's footsteps and be picked off by that summoned spirit with a single shot. It's really afraid of what's coming. It looks like something's going to happen. In a corner of the martial arts arena, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stood up violently. He patted the scar-faced middle-aged man crouching beside him and said eagerly, "Hey, Grand Military Commander Lan, if you don't make a move, then Qin Yu will be killed." Only then did the scar-faced middle-aged man slowly stand up and skimmed his lips. "Beating to death would be better. Didn't you hear the assholes he just said?" The scar-faced middle-aged man didn't have any intention of making a move. But then again, this kid is such a pervert. At this moment, both of them raised their heads to look at the 100-meter-tall Yufei divine soul, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but let out a continuous sigh of admiration. "Lieutenant G, I heard that this kid is a friend of the commander-in-chief?" The scar-faced man curiously asked the spectacled middle-aged man beside him. "I'm not sure. Where is the commander-in-chief's business that we can just gossip about?" The spectacled middle-aged man shook his head and said with a stern expression, "Then may I ask Army Commander Lan Hao, do you now think this boy is a good seed for the battlefield?" The spectacled middle-aged man turned to ask again. At those words, Lan Hao skimmed his lips and said with undisguised appreciation, "If he's not a good seed, then who else is? I don't even dare to think. If this kid is put on the battlefield, how many demon clans can be trampled to death with one foot?" The two men looked at each other with lewd, sly smiles. "Well, let's get down to business." With that, the two middle-aged men flashed and flew high into the sky. Their auras spread out steeply, and it was clearly the pressure of a King Realm powerhouse. "Why is it so hard to get you to apologize?" Facing Li Yabai's overwhelming slaps, Qin Yu only felt that the whole world began to rotate in the sky, and his eyes flashed with golden light in a daze. To put it bluntly, he was slapped silly. Now, it wasn't a matter of whether Qin Yu wanted to apologize or not, but whether Li Yaobai was willing to give him a chance to speak. The expressions on the faces of the crowd watching from the side gradually changed from initial shock to stupefaction. They had never seen anyone with such physical strength that they could keep slapping and slapping. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Yubai had no choice but to put away Yufei's divine soul. Just as Yufei's divine soul dissipated, two powerful pressures suddenly came from above the crowd. These two pressures, however, directly locked onto Li Yaobai, trying to make him unable to move. With that, two middle-aged men slowly landed on the martial arts stage. SGT, Blue, Adjutant G. The crowd of officers and enlisted men saw the two and ran quickly over. "A bunch of losers. I asked you to take care of Senator Qin. Is this how you take care of him?" Lan Hao directly cursed, his voice like thunder, shocking the crowd's eardrums. As the military commander of the Northland Army in the Central War Zone, Lan Hao was known for his hot temper, and cursing was even more commonplace for him. With that, Lan Hao walked down the martial arts stage with great strides. However, right at this moment, Lan Hao suddenly had an empty foot and unexpectedly fell down directly. His big and thick body, like a small mountain, heavily smashed onto Qin Yu, who was lying on the ground. Qin Yu was already injured, and under this smash, it was so painful that he let out heart-rending wails. His voice was so mournful that it made people's hearts tremble. "Egu, look at my old eyes." Lan Hao hurriedly picked up Qin Yu, who was lying on the ground and wailing, and explained with an embarrassed face. However, the soles of his feet were like grease, and the moment he had just helped Qin Yu up, he brought the other party down with him. Qin Yu was completely unable to withstand this, and he was directly fainted by the fall. This scene made the people around them stare in disbelief, because Lan Hao's acting is really bad. "You guys, move quickly. Quickly take the unconscious Senator Qin to the hospital." Lan Hao anxiously pointed at a few officers and ordered. Seeing this scene, Ji Ming on the side couldn't help but cry and laugh. He knew Lan Hao too well. "Old Blue, did you do that on purpose? Or by accident?" Ji Ming asked directly, his eyes revealing a hint of flirtation. "I was careless on purpose." Lan Hao blinked with him and shivered, then turned around and walked towards Li Yaobai. However, right at this moment, Li Yaobai, who was originally supposed to be standing still, suddenly moved on his own. "Good day to you two officers." Li Yaobai politely greeted him without the slightest bit of fear on his face. He could sense that the two were not hostile to him. After all, he himself had only engaged in a friendly sparring match with Senator Qin on the martial arts stage, during which a small spat happened to occur. "No, how did you kid manage to break free from our pressure?" Lan Hao's eyes widened as he stared dead at Li Yaobai. as if he had seen a ghost. Ji Ming beside him was similarly stunned. The two of them certainly didn't know how powerful Li Yubai's spiritual power had become nowadays. Even the pressure exerted by the joint efforts of their two King Realm-level powerhouses couldn't completely bind him. Chapter 70, Brother and Sister. What pressure? Li Yubai was astonished and seemed to be very surprised by this question. The two middle-aged men were directly confused. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Could it be that the two of them were at the King Realm level of pressure, and the other party actually didn't feel it at all? Asterisk 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 you're a bit of a strange boy. Indeed. Lan Hao stroked his big head, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment and curiosity. He really couldn't comprehend that a teenager with a Ju energy of more than 30 levels was able to ignore the pressure of their two King Realm powerhouses. Have we not met before? Suddenly, Li Yaobai asked in a low, rhetorical voice. He remembered very clearly that on the day Su Mumu came to see her, these two middle-aged men stood silently behind her. Since these two were both big shots in the military, Su Mumu's identity was definitely not simple either. Li Yaobai secretly speculated in his heart. Yes, we've met. Ji Ming looked at Li Yaobai with a few moments of appreciation in his eyes. He sighed in his mind. This teenager is full of mysteries. The bizarre physique, amazing talent, and unfathomable spiritual power. All of this has caused Ji Ming to have a strong interest in Li Yaobai. Okay, you can go now. Ji Ming waved his hand indifferently, signaling Li Yaobai to leave the martial arts arena. Li Yubai stuttered slightly, somewhat unable to believe his ears. Just let me go? He asked tentatively. Yeah, let's go. Jimin nodded again, his tone revealing a hint of impatience. Is it really okay that I hit him? Li Yaobai was still a bit uneasy and reconfirmed. Who did you hit? Lan Hao suddenly interjected. Beat up Senator Qin. Ah. Li Yubai answered honestly. Where is Senator Qin? I don't see it. Jimin also began to play dumb and looked around a bit. Did Senator Qin come to the martial arts arena today? At this time, the martial arts arena, a cold and clear, where there is still the figure of Qin Yu. Even the crowd of onlookers was dispersed by the soldiers. If it wasn't for Li Yaobai's personal experience, he himself would have doubted that what had just happened was real. It's still the old theater after all. Li Yaobai's heart lurched, instantly understanding the attitude of these two. They didn't care at all about Qin Yu's death, not to mention whether or not he had beaten him. Are you really going to let me go like this? Or else do you want to swallow old me's elixir again? Lan Hao glared at him. Obviously, he was still holding a grudge over the matter of Li Yaobai secretly swallowing his spirit medicine that day. Before I go, can I ask a question? Li Yaobai hesitated for a moment, but decided to ask the doubts in his heart. Su Mumu, where the hell is she? What exactly is her identity? He stared intently at Ji Ming and Lan Hao, anticipating their answers. The moment this question was asked, both of them revealed an expression as if they had already known what Li Yubai was going to ask. Lan Hao, a straightforward big old man, even stammered in the face of this question, apparently somewhat at a loss for words. Right at this moment, Ji Ming looked like he had made some huge decision as he took a deep breath and said word for word almost through clenched teeth. Su Mumu, she is my niece. Lan Hao stared wide-eyed and incredulously at Ji Ming, secretly sighing in his heart. Old Ji, you're still ruthless, so you should stop looking for her. She's not in the north right now. Ji Ming patted Li Yaobai's shoulder, and when he finished, he turned around and led Lan Hao away, leaving Li Yaobai alone and dazed in place. No, I look like a cutie, do I? Li Yubai muttered in his heart. He knew that he wouldn't get anything out of it if he asked any more questions. With that, he turned around and left the martial arts arena. This kid, what a great prospect for a soldier. In midair, Lan Hao gazed at Li Yaobai's figure and couldn't help but marvel. Yeah, gotta figure out a way to trick this kid into the military camp. Ji Ming was pondering over this when the phone in his hand suddenly rang. Lieutenant Ji, I heard. I got an extra uncle. Ha, on the phone. Su Mumu's voice was cool and pleasant, but with a hint of playfulness. Commander-in-Chief, Commander-in-Chief. When Ji Ming heard this voice, cold sweat broke out. It was only then that they finally reacted. In the martial arts arena, they weren't the only two watching, as it turns out, but Commander-in-Chief sent someone else. Isn't that what you explained? That your identity should be kept secret from him? Ji Ming hurriedly explained, while secretly praying in his heart. Good. Then I will trouble Uncle Ji to come to the barracks. In a few days, Qin Dao will be coming, and those old men up there told us to prepare. After saying that, Su Mumu directly hung up the phone. It's over. Ji Ming was completely dumbfounded and secretly screamed in his heart. listening to Sumumu's tone. He was afraid that he wouldn't have a good life in the future. Old Blue, you're coming with me. Jimin turned his head to Lan Hao, trying to pull him along. However, at this time, Lan Hao had already secretly flown to the distance, wanting to avoid this hot potato. Asterisk 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 you smoked me a cigarette. Brother in trouble, you directly run right. When Ji Ming saw this, he was furious and cursed. What are you talking about? Don't I have to go deal with Jinyu? Lieutenant Ji, you're busy. Lan Hao hemmed and hawed and found an excuse before trying to slip away. You're human? Jimin cursed angrily. However, Lan Hao had already flown into the distance. At the entrance of the martial arts arena, the moment Li Yubai stepped out of the gate, a red figure swooped over. It was a red-clothed, ponytailed girl who hugged Li Yubai tightly. In her eyes, there seemed to be a little teardrop glistening. Okay, it's okay. Li Yubai softly comforted. He gently patted the young girl on the back. Li Hanxiao's clear cheeks instantly flushed with a blush. She snuggled tightly into Li Yubai's arms, as if this moment of warmth and peace was so rare. Brother, are you okay? She scanned Li Yubai with concern, her eyes filled with worry. It's okay, just a little pain in my hand. Li Yubai replied with a smile. Ha? You hurt your hand? Upon hearing this, Li Hanxiao immediately tensed up and hurriedly lifted his palm to take a closer look. No, it was slapping that guy too hard. Li Yubai explained with a smile, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. After hearing this, both of them snorted in unison. Li Hanxiao gently hammered her fist on Li Yubai's shoulder, pretending to be angry. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You are so good at shooting and your talent is so strong, that I have been worrying about you. A senior named Yu Fei once taught me, keep your head down and your head up. I didn't. Yu Fei's voice came in his mind, but Li Yubai directly chose to ignore it. Chapter 71, The Young Man Becomes Famous. Li Hanxiao understood in his heart that this brother of his must have an untold hardship, even though Li Yubai had been hiding many things from her. However, he cared and loved himself as if he were his own brother in every way. Her mind couldn't help but replay the images she had just seen. Li Yaobai stood with a gun and stood up to protect himself. He descended like a heavenly god and sent Qinyu flying. He angrily scolded Qinyu and made the other party apologize to himself. At that moment, Li Hanxiao felt an unprecedented sense of security. Who else in the world could do that for her? There is only Li Yubai, only him as a brother. When she thought of this, a warm current surged in Li Hanxiao's heart, and she tightly held Li Yubai's hand. The setting sun spilled over the quaint streets as the two strolled home. Han Knight, if I want to thank a girl, what do you think would be a better gift? Li Yaobai suddenly opened his mouth and asked, his tone revealing a trace of imperceptible tension. Li Hanxiao's heart instantly tightened as she keenly sensed the strangeness in her brother's words. Brother, you're in love? She stared intently at Li Yubai's face. That expression, like a cat spotting a mouse stealing cheese. Li Yubai was a little embarrassed by the look. Sumumu's cool and beautiful face flashed through his mind, and his face couldn't help but blush slightly. No, I just want to thank people. Is it Auntie Wang's daughter? Li Hanxiao was obviously a bit unconvinced as she continued to pursue the question. Absolutely not. You're overthinking it. Just a friend. Seeing that Li Hanxiao was a bit jealous, Li Yubai had no choice but to explain helplessly. Really? Really? Li Yubai nodded heavily. Well then, we're not going home tonight. I'll take you to the night market. With that, Li Hanxiao tugged Li Yubai in another direction. The night market in Black Desert City, though not bustling, is unique and overflowing with a different kind of lively atmosphere. In a city that is often plagued by war, the night becomes a precious time for people to escape reality and find solace. They have come out of their homes to meet with friends and family, to drink and laugh. Under the cover of this night, people temporarily forget the gloom of war and add a touch of bright color to life with laughter and camaraderie. This is the optimism that the North melts into their bones. Even if the environment is tough, they can find their own joy and happiness. As night fell, at the entrance of a distinctive clothing store, Li Yubai looked surprised and asked in puzzlement. You're asking me to give someone clothes? No, you misunderstand. Li Hanxiao pulled Li Yubai's hand and laughed as she walked. I'm the one who's going to give you clothes. Look at you. You just wear those two dresses every day. How can I, as a younger sister, waste such a good body and face like yours for nothing? Since arriving here, Li Yaobai had been concentrating on recovering his strength and toning his body. He really didn't care too much about the appearance of his dress. Seeing that Li Hanxiao insisted on picking out clothes for himself, he had no choice but to gladly accept the other party's good intentions. After all, he doesn't have much money. This one, and that one. Hanny Lee was excitedly picking out the men's clothing in the store. Needless to say, she does possess a very keen eye for aesthetics. As the saying goes, a man is only as good as his clothes. After some careful selection and matching on her part, Li Yubai's already handsome face and upright body looked even more handsome and outstanding with these clothes. Ha! What kind of clothes are these? Li Hanxiao's gaze was suddenly attracted by a piece of ancient-style clothes on the booth, and she asked curiously, "Oh, these 2 days are the most lively annual temple fair in our Black Desert city. These clothes? They are specially prepared for those who attend the temple fair," the clerk explained kindly. A warm smile on her face, Li Yubai fixed his eyes on it. These clothes were not different from the new Chinese men's clothes he had seen in his previous life, especially the simple black and white two-pieced color-coordinated shirt, which was embroidered with the unique black dragon pattern of Black Desert City. "Brother!" Li Hanxiao shouted excitedly, and then asked the clerk to take this dress to Li Yubai. When Li Yubai put on this dress, his entire aura changed instantly. He paired it with a simple pair of black pants underneath and the embroidered shirt on top. A head of white hair. Li Yubai, under the reflection of that ancient-style shirt, appeared even more outstanding temperament, as if it was a beautiful man of ancient style who came out from the comics. Li Hanxiao and the clerk froze when they saw this scene. "Brother, do you like this dress?" Li Hanxiao was the first to break the silence. She could see that Li Yubai was very fond of this dress. "This is a gift from my sister me, to express my gratitude," Li Hanxiao said a little shyly. With that, she chose a long white dress herself. Her figure and face value are already outstanding, and after wearing this long dress, she is even more like a fairy elf descending to the earth, and her beauty is unparalleled. Just as the siblings were reveling in their joy, the sound of other store clerks and customers talking came from next door. "Do you guys know? Today in the martial arts arena, there's a teenager who came out of nowhere. He's really something." One of the clerks spoke excitedly and began to recount everything that had happened in the martial arts arena today. "Have you guys heard of the Northland Army's Gun King? It's the one who was on TV before. His marksmanship is awesome. But then, he was killed by that Chinyu. Today, at that time, we all thought that Senator Chin's marksmanship was invincible. Who knew that it would lose to a teenager? Then that Chin senator was anxious. He also called our northern realm a barbaric land. Really cannot afford to lose." The clerk continued. "Hey, you guys have never seen that teenager with your own eyes. He's just like a heavenly god descending to earth, valiant and majestic." "No, after all you've said, what's his name anyway? Is there a picture for us to see?" another curious clerk asked. "Oops, I forgot to inquire about the name. Photographs? It's full of officers. They don't allow photos at all. It's good to see them, but he's very good looking and has white hair. However, I personally feel that he is like a homosexual. After all, two good-looking boys, many of them play flowers. Looks just like that handsome guy." Suddenly, the clerk seemed to have discovered something and pointed in the direction where Li Yubai was. When Li Hanxiao heard this, she laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She covered her mouth and stole a glance at Li Yubai. The clerk was oblivious to the fact that the main man was right in his face. "Brother, you're a celebrity now," Li Han Lantern laughed and joked. Today, in this part of the urban area of Black Desert City, Li Yaobai had become a legend. "It's just a false name." Li Yubai shook his head awkwardly. The thought of the clerk talking about his address book gave him goosebumps. "Boy, that's not funny. Brother, with your talent and strength, I believe you will definitely be famous in the north in the future." Li Hanxiao suddenly looked at Li Yubai seriously. She was very confident about this. Chapter 72 Night Market Temple Fair. The night was low, and the moonlight poured down like a fine veil. In this war-torn city, the annual temple fair is bustling with activity. People have put on their carefully chosen clothes and taken to the streets with laughter and joy on their faces. They were either in groups or walking hand in hand. During this rare happy time, people released their inner stress and fatigue, intending to forget for a while the pain and suffering caused by the war. The temple fair site is brightly lit and crowded with a wide variety of food, games and performances. Li Hanxiao held Li Yubai's arm tightly, and the two of them traveled through the bustling crowd. Their outstanding face value from time to time attracted passers-by to look sideways and cast envious glances. "Gifts for girls, that's a lot," Hanny Lee chanted in a low voice. "Let's just walk around and maybe we'll find what I'm looking for." Li Yubai smiled back. He planned to head to the Northern Realm military camp tomorrow in the hope of prying out news about Su Mumu. When she had sent herself here, she had told herself where to find her, but he was already delirious at that time. Plus the interference of high-altitude flying, Li Yubai only vaguely remembered that Su Mumu said she was in the northern military camp. However, He had gone to the person to express his gratitude, and it was obviously inappropriate to go empty-handed. "Why don't we go to the florist first? You can never go wrong with flowers for a girl." "Usually," Hanny Lee suggested. "If I remember correctly, the biggest flower store here would be right on the square." Over the years, Li Hanxiao had never been happier than she was today. Her old man had been running the hospital, causing her to start living independently from a young age. Now, at last, she was experiencing the joy of having company. At this moment, a grand fireworks display is ready to be staged on the busiest and noisiest square in the temple fair. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have prepared a special novel activity for this year's fireworks extravaganza." In the center of the square, the organizers of the fireworks display were enthusiastically mobilizing the scene. He held up an item high and showed it to the crowd. "Everyone, please look. This is the glazed flower crafted by our most outstanding artisan in the north. This flower uses the legendary spirit medicine, the flowing light flower, as the base material, and fuses it with the finest glazed jade, together forging this one-of-a-kind spirit artifact." In the palm of that organizer, there was clearly a flowing, flower-shaped, magnificent spirit artifact being held up. The appearance of this spirit weapon was like a delicate pink and white rose blooming proudly, but its essence was carefully carved from crystal clear glaze. What was even more amazing was that the glazed flower seemed to contain some kind of spirituality. Its form, which will quietly change over time, sometimes into a pink and white rose, sometimes transformed into a pure white flawless jasmine, the beauty of the mesmerizing. Because of the extraordinary efficacy of the flowing light flower, this spiritual artifact not only nourishes the skin, calms the mind and nourishes the spirit, but also has the miraculous effect of beautifying and nourishing the face. The organizer gushed. Immediately afterward, he announced directly, "The stage in the center of the square will be open to the public when the fireworks display officially opens. All of you can enthusiastically sign up and go on stage to showcase your talents. In the end, the winner will be decided by the audience's votes, and the one with the highest number of votes will be able to pocket this glazed flower." I have to say, this fireworks display planner does have quite a head on his shoulders. This spirit weapon he displayed was not a sharp weapon used for combat, but its attraction to the crowd far exceeded those unusual spirit weapons. After all, today is the annual temple fair event where people gather with their families. This glazed flower would make a perfect gift for a loved one. And the way to get it is as simple as performing a show at a fireworks display. This lowers the bar for competition and greatly increases the popularity of the fireworks display. "Brother, if you could give that glazed flower to your friend, I'm sure she'd be very happy." The two siblings who had already arrived at the square naturally saw the activity of the glazed flowers. "I'll go up there and give them a section of Subject 3. It's not that Li Yubai doesn't want it, but I really don't have any talent." "Commander-in-Chief, do you have anything else to buy?" At the other end of the temple fair, Jiming was covered in large bags and looked quite distressed as he panted and asked. In front of him stood a young girl in a broad bodysuit with flowing silver hair. Although her entire body was tightly wrapped in clothing, it was difficult to conceal her extraordinary aura. "Uncle G, is it tiring to carry things for your niece?" The young girl's cool and pleasant voice came from the mask. Jimin straightened his back at once. "Don't get on my case. I wasn't doing that to keep your secret." Jimin really has a hard time talking about it. Since the temple fair had been held, the commander-in-chief had done nothing but fly straight over with him. Sumumu was buying everything she sees. None of this was a problem. The problem was that it was his Jiming's money that was being spent. Moreover, the young girl in front of her did not want the best of anything she bought, but only the most expensive. In less than a minute, he was covered in shopping bags. It wasn't that he didn't want to use his space spirit vessel, but it was because right now, Jiming's space spirit vessel was filled with all sorts of vegetables. The Jimin people were dumbfounded. The commander-in-chief of the Central War Zone in the north actually had to buy food when he went to the temple. Even read about making some kind of iron skillet stew. To Jimin, the world had gotten stranger and stranger. "Lan Hao, you are the person I eat." Thinking of this, Jiming cursed viciously in his heart. "Commander-in-chief, stop buying. I just heard that there's a fireworks display coming up there in the plaza. Should we go check it out?" In order to lighten the weight on his body, Jiming had a bright idea and made a suggestion. The young girl's eyes lit up when she heard the word fireworks. Fireworks. It was like she was remembering something. "Well, I haven't seen fireworks in a while." In order not to attract attention, Sumumu then put on a hat. After making sure that he was covered tightly, the two of them set off towards the square. At that moment, the booming voice of the organizer came from the crowded square. "Ladies and gentlemen, the fireworks display is about to begin. and those interested in signing up for the event may now proceed to the stage. In an instant, around the stage in the center of the square, a crowd gathered with many talented people who had signed up for the event, all of them of different ages, but all of them carrying their own stunts. Brother, are you sure you're not going to try out on stage? Li Hanxiao turned her head to look at Liu Bai, a few moments of anticipation flickering in her eyes. You can go up there and dance with a gun. You're such a good shot. You're sure to be an eye-opener. Gun dancing? Liu Bai shook his head helplessly. You Wumu 13 shots is a practical marksmanship for killing the enemy, focusing on lethality rather than spectacle. It's never good to kill yourself on an occasion like this. Chapter 73, Drunkenness. The moon is shining brightly, so I really should raise a glass and drink. Right at this moment, a slightly drunken and seemingly frivolous voice suddenly sounded in Liu Bai's mind. My great sword immortal, you finally woke up. What a wait. If Li Bai didn't speak up again, Liu Bai was going to forget about him. What? White boy, you want to share a drink with me? Li Bai either sleeps or goes crazy every day. Liu Bai gave a helpless laugh. Aren't you the first top stream of the Great Tang? Is there any specialty talent you can show me? At this moment, Liu Bai was in desperate need of a talent that he could hold in his hands, and he did have his heart set on that glazed flower. After all, that glazed flower, unlike the ordinary artifacts of his previous life, it was a carefully crafted spiritual artifact. Let's not talk about its efficacy. Just based on that stunning appearance, there is not a single girl who wouldn't like it. TSK. Talent well, naturally have. The voice held a touch of playfulness. But, you'll have to go and drink 10 taels of wine before I can teach you. When Liu Bai heard this, he froze. At this critical juncture, Li Bai actually asked him to find wine to drink, which is not a clear delay. Besides, he wasn't a good drinker. Let him drink a pound straight away. Who can stand that? Is that pineapple beer okay? In response to him, there was a long silence from Li Bai. Okay, I'll drink. In order to be able to get that glazed flower, Liu Bai also put up a fight. Brother, what are you going to do? The fireworks will start soon. Seeing Liu Bai suddenly turn around and leave, Li Hanxiao shouted in surprise. I'll get water. Liu Bai hurriedly responded without stopping his footsteps. At that moment, the organizer of the fireworks display suddenly announced in a loud voice. The fireworks display officially begins. The theme of this talent show is the moon. As long as your program has something to do with the moon, you have a chance to win a glazed flower. As the man's voice slowly fell, a brilliant and eye-catching firework violently rose up from the ground, cutting through the night sky like a bright shooting star. Immediately afterward, the fireworks display officially kicked off. All kinds of fireworks competing in mid-air, colorful and different shapes. Some, such as blooming flowers, colorful. Some like meteors crossing, leaving a brilliant trail, and some like stars, the night sky decorated like a dream. This grand fireworks extravaganza mesmerized everyone in attendance. The crowd reveled in the brilliant and colorful night sky, as if they were in a dreamlike world. Brother, are you sure that's water you're holding? Li Hanxiao stared at Liu Bai with wide eyes in disbelief. At this time, Liu Bai was holding a bottle of white wine, not hesitating to pour it into his mouth. The action of the boldness, as if he was not drinking wine, but a clear spring to quench his thirst. However, the strong smell of alcohol instantly filled the air, causing Li Hanxiao to hastily cover her nose. Frowning with a disgusted look on her face, a feeling as hot as fire surged up from his throat, and Liu Bai felt that what he had drunk was not wine, but hot lava, searing every inch of his skin. Why is this wine so bad? He couldn't help but mutter. His brows furrowed, obviously extremely dissatisfied with the taste of the wine. However, what Liu Bai didn't realize was that the wine of the Northern Realm was known for its potency, and unusual people could only taste a few taels a day. I'm afraid it's an unprecedented feat to drink it like he did as if it were mineral water. Drunk? Li Bai's slightly teasing voice sounded leisurely. Head. A little dizzy. Li Bai felt that the entire world began to rotate, and all the images in front of him gradually became blurred. It's good to be drunk. Get drunk and you'll be able to comprehend the wonder of it. Li Bai's bright laughter rang out, and at this time, Li Bai was already staggering. Even standing still had become a luxury, as if his body was no longer under his control. In his mind, a scene gradually emerged, and the figure in those scenes was clearly Li Bai. At this point on the stage, people gradually began to perform their talents against the backdrop of brilliant fireworks. First to take the stage was a highly skilled magician uncle. He is not an awakened person, but with his pure skills and deep knowledge, he shows his extraordinary charm on the stage. Seeing his skillful and smooth movements, He had skillfully transformed a scaled-down version of the full moon in full view of everyone. It was as if he had plucked the bright moon from the sky and placed it in his palm. Good, good. That was divine. The crowd of onlookers marveled and applauded. The full moon was crystal clear and emitted a soft glow that made people marvel at it. The magician uncle, however, managed to win valuable votes from the audience present. Immediately afterward, the stage was filled with more talented performers who took the stage to show off their skills. They performed a variety of contents. Some people sing, some people offer dance. There are thrilling acrobatics. There are also humorous skits, so people are dazzled. The scene atmosphere is very warm. Soon it was the turn of the last performer. This was a handsome young man whose awakened talent was manipulating sound waves. This gives his voice a unique charm, and his program was a song called Moonlight. Under the enchantment of his unique sound waves, the song became exceptionally melodious, as if it were heavenly music, melodious, and straight from the heart. Every note of the youth's voice was as gentle and powerful as if it had been caressed by moonlight. All the listeners present seemed to be blessed by the moonlight and were immersed in the beautiful melody, unable to extricate themselves. The handsome young man perfectly combines his awakened talents in such a unique and wonderfully pleasing way that he wins the audience's love and appreciation. Do you have the feeling that his singing voice is like magic? It's so good. The crowd on stage couldn't help but marvel. Yeah, not only is he handsome, he's so talented. In the crowd, there were already girls who were beginning to commit nymphomania, and in an inconspicuous corner of the square, Sumumu actually applauded the youth's song. Lieutenant G, what do you think of his singing? The mansion, Jimin, now, would never say a word more. Even if that youth sang a piece of, he would still praise him for his heavenly voice. But, that glazed flower, it's really pretty. It is said that this is the only glazed flower in the entire northern realm. Sumumu stared blankly at the flowing glazed flower, not knowing what she was thinking. Apparently, she also wanted the glazed flower. This thing, after all, was too attractive to women, but with Sumumu's status, it was impossible for her to personally go on stage. So what if it's a king realm powerhouse? So what if it's the commander-in-chief? It's hard to want a flower. How could Jiming not see Sumumu's mind? But there was nothing he could do about it. If Lan Hao were here, he might be able to go up on stage and perform a hand split on a living person. On the stage, the crowd's voting ended, and the result was unsurprisingly, the number of votes that this handsome young man ended up receiving was already the highest in the room. At this moment, he had undoubtedly become the biggest winner of the night. If no one else wants to go on stage yet, this glazed flower will belong to this little brother. The organizer of the fireworks display shouted at this point. Chapter 74, Under the Moon, a young man's sword dance. Just when that organizer thought that no one else would be on stage tonight, a teenage boy with the smell of alcohol permeating his body and a handsome and extraordinary face stepped into the crowd's line of sight with slightly stumbling feet. Boy, are you drunk? Seeing that Li Yaobai's figure was shaking and he could barely stand still, the man rushed forward with the intention of assisting him. Don't touch me! Li Yaobai's angry shout caused the man to instantly freeze. Where the hell did this alcoholic come from? You came here drunk to get crazy? Brother! Li Hanxiao was squeezed to the back by the dense crowd and could only helplessly shout Li Yaobai's name in a loud voice in an attempt to get his attention. However, Li Yaobai didn't have the slightest reaction. Oops, he must be drunk. Thinking back to just now, Li Hanxiao was still immersed in that young man's moving song. With just a moment's lapse of concentration, Li Yaobai disappeared from her sight, and in the blink of an eye, Li Yaobai had staggered onto the stage. It's over. It's definitely going to be a big scandal. This was the only thought in Li Hanxiao's mind. One thought, Li Nightwhite has just made a name for himself in this urban area, and now he is going to disgrace himself here. Li Hanxiao's heart was a burst of anxiety, but all she could do was watch. Commander-in-Chief, look over there. Ji Ming, who was standing at the corner of the square, reached out and pointed to where Li Yaobai was. He said in surprise, "Isn't that the kid?" Su Mu, who raised her head to admire the fireworks, suddenly froze at the words. A flicker of imperceptible panic flashed in her eyes. With that, she slowly turned around, and her gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Li Yaobai's body. Little mute? What's he doing here? Su Mu's brows furrowed gently. Is he going to perform a talent show too? Show cooking? Thinking back to the scene when she first met Li Yaobai, the corner of Su Mu's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a faint smile. Didn't you see the way he looked? I'm afraid he's drunk and playing the fool. Jimin snickered. Ha! Let him play dumb with me. Serves him right for making a fool of himself. Let's see how I'll mock him later. Su Mu whispered in a broken voice. with a hint of playfulness and mischief in her eyes. She leaned on her chin and stared, anticipating Li Yubai's embarrassing behavior. At this moment, the moon is thick and the fireworks are in full bloom. The teenager stood quietly in the center of the stage without a word. Below the stage, the crowd was bustling with all sorts of gazes converging on him. Some people were full of anticipation, eager to see him make a fool of himself. Some people gloated, ready to watch a good show. And some people were contemptuous and disdainful, expressing their dissatisfaction with the teenager's disruptive behavior. However, at that very moment, Li Yubai's figure moved, and under the moonlight, a crisp sword sound pierced through the night sky and resounded through the clouds. In his hand, a long sword seemed to come out of nowhere, instantly appearing in front of everyone's eyes. The long sword was ancient in shape, with a long and slender body, and a faint stream of sword chi flowed on it, just like a divine warrior descending from the sky. A sword? Doesn't he always use a gun? At this moment, Li Hanxiao, Ji Ming, and Sumumu let out cries of surprise almost simultaneously. However, just as the crowd was still in doubt, Li Yubai, who was staggering, had a steep change in his aura. Under the attention of the crowd, Li Yubai gently swung the long sword in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing directly at the bright, clear moon. There is a moon in the green sky when it comes. I stopped my cup today to ask about it. He slowly opened his mouth to chant, and his low and magnetic voice, like the night wind, clearly spread throughout the entire square. What's this poem? The crowd was attracted to the opening line and couldn't help but murmur. Never heard of it. Did he write it himself? Didn't wait for the crowd to respond. The young man's sword turned, like flowing water, and drew an arc in the air. It is not possible for a man to climb the bright moon, but the moon walks with him. The young man once again chanted out a poem, and the long sword in his hand was then waved. The sword light was like a dragon coming out of the sea, sometimes flipping in the air, sometimes as swift as the wind. This poem is so well written, it's so intentional. The crowd was amazed. They were enraptured, savoring the young man's verses and admiring his heroic sword dance. At this time, Li Yubai's sword momentum became even more violent, as if an immortal was sword dancing in the clouds. Bright as a flying mirror in front of Dan K. Green smoke extinguished clear light hair. But see the night from the sea, rather know the dawn to the clouds did not. The white rabbit pounds medicine in the fall and the spring. And who is China's lone perch? Today's people don't see the ancient moon, but this moon used to shine on the ancients. The young man's drunkenness was even stronger, spitting out poems in his mouth, dancing with his sword in his hand, his feet flying as if he were stepping on clouds, and his body walking as if he were a flying swallow. At this moment, Li Yubai was wearing an ancient style shirt and a flowing sword. Under this intense moonlight, amidst the brilliant fireworks behind him, he danced with the wind and sang with his sword. In this instant, he was the exiled man in the sky. The square was silent and hushed. People were wide-eyed and couldn't believe what they were seeing. None spoke, as if the whole world, only the chanting of the young man's sword dance, and the sound of fireworks being set off. At this moment, the crowd seems to have returned to 100 years ago, listening to the confidences of a wistful poet. Suddenly, a blood-colored sundial totem tumbled out from under Li Yubai's feet. Behind him, a true full moon loomed up, and a powerful aura then spread out. Li Yubai swung his long sword, and a sword chi slashed across the night sky. Pang! The fireworks that were high in the sky were split apart by this sword chi and exploded into bursts of splendor. And at this moment, people's expressions changed. They were in complete disbelief that they had only come to a temple fair and were actually able to see such a performance. And this young teenager, who didn't know what he had been through, was actually able to write this kind of verses that will last for generations to come. Even if people can't understand the verse and can't savor the meaning of the verse. However, that young man's heroic sword dance under the moon was deeply impressed in the hearts of the crowd. At the moment, the moon was dim and the night was more intense. The teenager's figure lurched slightly. Ancient people and present people of flowing water. Come and look at the bright moon are so. Only wish when the song to the wine, the moonlight long shine, in the golden bottle. As he finished the last line of his chant, the last firework of the fireworks display burned out in the night sky, and behind Li Yubai's white silhouette rose up into the sky. 100-meter-tall white shadow flashed through the night sky like a flash in the pan. The long sword in that white shadow's hand slashed through the night sky, and a domineering sword chi blasted towards the bright moon. Boom! Boom! The white sword chi exploded in the dim night sky like brilliant fireworks, scattering bursts of white light. Glazed flower. I'll take it. With a stab of the long sword in Li Yaobai's hand, the glazed flower on that stage landed firmly on top of the tip of his sword. He flicked his wrist and the glazed flower then slipped into his arms. A strong feeling of vertigo came over him, and the aftertaste of the northern spirits roiled over him. Amidst a deafening applause, Li Yubai fainted in the center of the stage. Chapter 75, Glazed Flowers. The fireworks display slowly came to a close, but people's hearts, still immersed in that shocking scene, could not be extricated. The boy who dances with the sword under the moon, the fleeting shadowy sword light. It was all like a dream, mesmerizing. At this moment, the vote has lost its meaning, because no one would feel that it was improper for Li Yubai to obtain the glazed flower. He had captivated everyone in the room. What a fluttering young man! Someone exclaimed in a loud voice. I unilaterally declare that this glazed flower is not this youngster's. At this moment, that organizer also couldn't help but announce in a loud voice. The crowd sniffed and once again erupted into a thunderous applause. The singing youth who had the highest number of votes just now had been forgotten in the corner. It wasn't that his performance was bad, but he wasn't even remotely competitive compared to Li Yubai's performance. He was pulled off with both his face and his talent. I recognize him. He's the teenager who was in the martial arts arena during the day. Finally, one of the awakened cried out. Li Yaobai's deeds had long been known in this temple fair where people came and went in dense crowds. Sure enough, I knew he wasn't ordinary. Now, he was the topic of conversation and the center of everyone's attention in Black Desert City. Li Hanxiao stood in the middle of a vast crowd. This time, she was confused again. Brother, how much are you hiding? It was only at this moment that she realized that Li Yubai was so deeply hidden. If I read it correctly just now, then, isn't that the second summoned spirit? She kind of couldn't believe her eyes. His own brother? Not only was his marksmanship like a god, but even his swordsmanship was so out of this world. The scariest thing was that he actually had another summoned spirit like the one he had during the day. When he thought of this, a buzz erupted in Li Hanxiao's mind. At this moment, she finally felt that there was a real gap between her and Li Yubai. Compared to himself, the other seemed to be in the unattainable sky. However, in the crowd present, it was not only Li Hanxiao who was shocked. Ji Ming, who was in the corner of the square, also fell into a moment of silence. What kind of monster is this teenager? Ji Ming had lived for more than 40 years, and as a King Realm expert, he had seen a lot. He didn't care that Li Yaobai was a genius in the summoning department, and he was only slightly surprised that Li Yaobai was able to summon a terrifying summoning spirit like that. But you have to say, he has a second. That's a big problem. It was only at this moment that Jimin reacted. Turns out the kid had a hand in hiding during the day. This Li Yabai, although he is young, his heart is so deep. He marveled in his mind. Qin Yu didn't lose unfairly. At this moment, he had to start looking at the teenager in front of him again. If Lan Hao that knows about this matter, he will definitely tie this kid directly into the military camp. It's a shame that you have this talent, not to go into the military. He cupped his chin, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes, not knowing what bad idea he was pondering. What the hell did I save? Sumumu murmured in a low voice. During this time, Sumumu had been sending people to secretly observe Li Yubai. Everything about Li Yubai's arrival here, she thought, she already knew like the back of her hand. Even, in order to help Li Yubai obtain a new identity, she had sent someone to instruct the staff who handled the ID cards. But tonight, this stunt of Li Yubai's was something that made Sumumu feel a little confused. 2 summoned spirits, and a gun and a sword. Good for you, little mute. It's really deep. She gritted her teeth, but in her heart, she became more and more curious about this mysterious teenager. Commander-in-Chief, if you know each other, why don't you see him? At that moment, Jimin, who was behind her, suddenly asked. It's not because of that Qin Dao. Those old men up there, they've been urging me to pick up the slack for him. Thinking of this, Sumumu was furious. Immediately afterward, she stomped her foot again and continued. Where do I have that kind of time? You are not unaware of that big event that happened in the barracks a few days ago, and now the entire Northland barracks are in chaos. I am annoyed to death. Sumumu painfully touched her dry hair. It was obvious that she was tired. Just then, a hot girl sprang out of the crowd and she walked right up to the center of the stage. In full view of everyone, she hugged the unconscious Li Yubai and kissed him with a single bite on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't know who exclaimed. You're too much. Why don't you take me with you? With that girl taking the lead, a group of young girls in the prime of their flowering season rushed to the center of the stage with a bang. Go away! It was only then that Li Hanxiao came back to her senses from the shock. But fortunately, she had an excellent physique, and quickly rolled over the crowd and rushed to Li Yubai. What are you doing? She's like a kitten that protects its food. A flame cloud pattern flickered out in her hand. That was Li Hanxiao's summoning totem. Immediately afterward, a bastard pistol appeared out of thin air in her hand. A beautiful young girl in a white dress is painted in a way that does not fit the lance. Whoever fools around again, don't blame me for being rude. It was only under the threat of Li Hanxiao's spear that the playful crowd slowly dispersed. So, that glazed flower, was it meant for her? Looking at the two siblings on the stage, Su Mumu said softly, Lieutenant G, let's go. The northern barracks. It's going to be a mess tomorrow. With that, the two figures disappeared into the night sky. Early the next morning, Li Zhongshi's small hospital. In the midst of a cacophony of noise, Li Yubai woke up leisurely. The pungent odor of alcohol invaded his nostrils, causing him to cringe and his head to ache. Beside him sat a bowl of fresh sober soup. This was what Li Hanxiao had personally made for Li Yubai before going to the martial arts arena. You said, you teach me to dance with a sword, just teach me properly. Suddenly, Li Yaobai grumbled in his mind. What kind of drink do I have to have? My head still hurts. In the back of his mind, Li Bai's loud and bright laughter came out. Wine is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you get. On the hospital bed, Li Yaobai played with the glazed flower in his hand, his heart bursting with dark joy. If he were to give this skillfully crafted spiritual object to that young girl, he thought that the other party would definitely be very happy. When he thought about this, he didn't know if it was because he was still drunk, but his face actually flushed slightly. It's not too late. Let's go now. He simply changed his clothes, grabbed the glazed flower, and then stepped out of the hospital's door. The northern military camp. It shouldn't be far from here. After checking the route, he darted in the direction of the Northland Barracks. Chapter 76. The Northern Military Camp. The Northern Realm Barracks, located at the very edge of Black Desert City. At the same time, it was also a key location close to the frontline battlefield. Standing in front of the barracks gate, Li Yubai couldn't help but freeze. By common sense, such an important military site should be very well guarded. However, when he raised his eyes, he realized that the outskirts of the barracks were surprisingly empty and quiet. Hey, Junior! A voice rang out. Stop looking around. It's you I'm calling. Immediately afterward, a soldier with deep-set eyes and heavy black circles strides toward him. This is a barracks heavy, not a school. You're in the wrong place. Seeing Li Yubai's young age, the soldiers were eager to drive him away. Hello, I'm here to see someone, Li Yubai explained. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? The soldier asked with a succession of yawns and drowsy eyes, obviously not yet fully awake from his drowsiness. Su Mu. What? Upon hearing this name, the soldier was instantly refreshed and his sleepiness was gone. Do you know who she is? The soldier took a step forward, his eyes gleaming as he scrutinized the teenager in front of him, only to see this teenager's hands, also carrying some beautifully wrapped gifts. Indeed does not look like a mistake to go to the wrong place. I don't know, Li Yubai replied frankly. You don't know. The soldier glanced at him disdainfully, as if he had instant insight. You don't know, but I know perfectly well. He looked at Li Yubai with contempt and continued. Here to find our commander-in-chief through the back door again, right? Let me tell you, although the commander-in-chief is a very good person, it's not a relationship you can just climb into. Understand? The soldier reached out and poked Li Yubai's chest, his tone full of warning. I know. All of you with money in your family want a backdoor walk to mix up a nice resume so you can easily join a better union, school or whatever in the future. But you have to be clear. That idea won't work in a northern military camp. The soldier completely ignored Li Yaobai and pontificated to himself. In China, it is a very high honor to have been a soldier and gone to war, and officers in the military are loved and admired by the public. The status of the military is to be higher than that of some celebrities and socialites, because they are heroes who protect their country and deserve respect and admiration. Commander-in-chief. Hearing the soldier's words, Li Yaobai's brain instantly buzzed. That young girl with the strength of the King Realm was actually the commander-in-chief of the Northern Realm military camp? The truth was so unexpected that he found it hard to believe for a moment. Although, he had long sensed that Su Mumu's identity was extraordinary. However, he never expected that she would be such a big shot. He couldn't for the life of him connect the cute silver-haired girl with the commander-in-chief. In his inherent impression, shouldn't a position like commander-in-chief be held by old men who were experienced, sophisticated and calm? The soldier didn't give Li Yaobai any more time to think. To be honest, your white and tender look. You look like a young master who is pampered at home, and you are not suitable to enter the military camp at all, he said nonchalantly. Moreover, looking at your age, You should have just awakened your talent not long ago, right? The soldier continued, his tone revealing a hint of disdain. Well, what's done is done. You hurry up. With that, the soldier turned to leave. I came to thank her. You misunderstood me. It was only then that Li Yaobai came back to his senses and hurriedly explained. Thanks? Who in the entire Black Desert City, or even the entire Longjiang state, doesn't thank her? The soldier sneered. The reason why the demon race hasn't broken through the Northern Realm's defenses in these past few years is all because of the Commander-in-Chief. Are you the only one who knows how to thank her? Li Yaobai was really unable to explain. The soldier had already first labeled him as a relationship walker. Don't think I don't know your little mind. The barracks. It's not like any cat or dog can just come in. What makes you think you're qualified to come in? Do you have that strength? Seeing that Li Yaobai was still trying to defend himself, the soldier then directly mocked. The reason why the soldiers showed such strong resentment was because in the northern barracks, military service, merit, and honor were seen as supreme pursuits. Strength is everything here. The only way to win the respect and admiration of the people is to be strong enough and make great military achievements. Well, I'm not going to break it up with you. Just then, a large army green military vehicle slowly approached from the distance. The soldiers saw this and rushed over to meet them. Only Li Yaobai was left behind, standing in the doorway in a depressed manner. For the first time, he had a deep understanding of what it meant to be a showman meeting a soldier and having a reason. At that moment, a small group of 4 men got out of the military vehicle. In the military, the awakened also fought in groups of 4. In this battle group mode, nothing on the border front today either. We didn't find anything. The captain of the squad shook his head helplessly and sighed. We only captured a bored demonic beast alive, and we hope to find some useful clues from this body. He spoke to the soldier guarding the gate, and with that, offered the other a cigarette. Don't look at it as a wild boar, but it also has the strength of Junang's 40+ levels, and its skin is thick and its defense is extremely high. It took 4 of us to capture this alive. The captain took a drag on his cigarette and pointed to the wild boar tied up in the back of the car. Ever since that 3-eyed crow came, this group of demon race has become more and more cunning. That captain's brow was furrowed and sullen. Good work, guys. Please check in here and you can go in. The soldier who had been watching the gate greeted them, then led the crowd into the gate post. Just then, a boar covered in spikes on that originally quiet military vehicle violently opened its scarlet eyes. It suddenly erupted into a deafening roar, and immediately after, the spikes all over its body began to grow crazily, as if they were as sharp as swords. Under the violent friction of the spikes, it easily broke free of all the restraints on its body. The boar's roar was like thunder, instantly startling everyone in the sentry post. Before the crowd had time to react, the boar was like an out-of-control beast, violently knocking over the military vehicle and directly rushing into the gate of the barracks. The sturdy gate of the barracks was hardened by the boar's violent charge. Not good. This can even evolve. A squad member shouted in horror. Go get it. We can't let it get away. Chapter 77 Li Zhongshi's grandson. Looking at the departing figures of those people, Li Yaobai glanced around. Let me get this straight. It's not that I'm not registered, he whispered. It's that you don't have anyone here. With that, he carefully slipped through the gates of the barracks. However, what surprised him was that the large military camp was very different from what he had imagined. It was empty, with no sign of anyone, as if it were an empty city that had been abandoned. Since he had come all the way here, Li Yaobai had no intention of returning empty-handed. He explored all the way, with only one thought in his mind, and that was to find where Su Mumu was. However, not being able to read the road, he soon lost his way. Round and round he went to a wide playground. Meanwhile, in front of his eyes, a familiar-looking tan youth approached him with a suitcase. Their eyes met and they instantly recognized each other. Senior Xuetao? Li Yaobai? Both of them showed a surprised expression. What brings you to the barracks? Xuetao asked curiously. Ever since the last time he had seen Li Yaobai in the martial arts arena, he had been deeply impressed by this mysterious teenager. The other party's attainments in gunplay simply took his breath away, and even directly refreshed his knowledge of gunplay together. Li Yaobai paused, because, well, he didn't know how to explain it. Right at this moment, a vicious aura suddenly locked onto Li Yaobai, causing his heart to flinch. He turned around sharply, only to see the frenzied boar staring at him dead in the face, with a scarlet gleam in its eyes. Asterisk. You boy, who told you to run into the military camp? Seeing Li Yaobai in the barracks, the rushing watchman soldier exclaimed, danger! Immediately after that, the squad of 4 arrived right behind the soldiers. Seeing that the bored demonic beast's aura was climbing, their faces were grave and they quickly set up a battle stance. Senior Xue Tao, please protect that teenager. The captain in the squad said hastily. Me? I protect him? Zitao also paused. He froze and pointed to himself. Protect Li Yubai? It was as if Xue Tao had heard a joke. Elder Xue Tao, what are you waiting for? This is a Ju energy level 40 demonic beast. Seeing that Xue Tao was unmoved, the crowd hurriedly urged. As soon as the crowd's words fell, the aura on that boar became even more furious, as if it was about to charge at any moment. In the perceptions of the crowd, Li Yubai's spiritual aura was the weakest. Instead of being the weakest, it was actually fundamentally indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The reason why Li Yaobai hadn't been letting go of his own spiritual energy breath was because he didn't want to awaken the green liquid inside his body. Whenever he used his spiritual energy, the green liquid inside him would suck some of his spiritual energy before falling into a deep sleep. Only when it was satisfied by spiritual energy would it not toss Li Yubai's energy and make him drowsy. This was also some of the patterns that Li Yubai and Li Zhongshi had figured out. Other than that, he knew nothing about this green liquid. Therefore, in the eyes of that boar demonic beast, Li Yaobai was likewise the softest persimmon. Suddenly, the boar demonic beast moved. The muscles beneath its feet bulged rapidly, and the spikes on its body made oozing sounds as they rubbed together. Just as the crowd was about to surround it, the boar suddenly changed direction and charged straight towards Li Yubai. Senior Xue Tao, the captain of that squad hurriedly shouted out, signaling him to step in to protect Li Yaobai. Understood. Xue Tao nodded heavily, understanding. With a large stride, like a bolt of lightning, he quickly moved away from Li Yaobai. As he was leaving, he was not forgetting to take his suitcase. Not buddy? Seeing this scene, the crowd was directly stunned. That squad leader's face went straight to green. Elder Xue Tao, what are you running for? I asked you to protect him, not your suitcase. However, a scene that shocked the crowd even more appeared. Just as the boar was about to charge the teenager, behind the teenager, 100-meter tall golden shadow suddenly sprang up. Pop! A loud bang came. That golden shadow stepped out with 1 foot, as if carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. With a mighty power that crushed everything, with just a single kick, the ferocious boar was stomped into a pile of meat cake by the golden shadow, killing it instantly. Immediately after that, the golden shadow's other foot also landed, stomping a huge hole in that area of ground. Dust flew and blood splattered. The teenager remained where he was, not moving a muscle. The playground was dead silent at the moment. Even the air seemed to freeze. Gudu! The sound of the crowd gulping was loud and clear in the silence. Looking at his suitcase, Xue Tao let out a light breath. I knew it. He had a look on his face that said it all. I've got this hand of anticipation. Top notch. Xue Tao couldn't help but sigh. A Junan level 40 demonic beast. Just gone? The janitorial soldier licked the dry corners of his mouth, his eyes glaring as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He just couldn't believe what was happening in front of his eyes. The white and clean young man that he had looked down on just now had such terrifying strength. The soldiers who reacted were inwardly mortified. Even, he had some second thoughts. The strength displayed by this teenager could already hang him as a janitorial pawn. That squad of 4 froze as well. They were watching the teenager in front of them as if they were looking at a ghost. Deadpan. JUE Energy Level 37 Summoner. The summoning spirit actually has the strength of a Jounin Level 45. The scout in the squad spoke his observations. That fleeting 100-meter golden shadow left them unable to calm their hearts for a long time. If this thing takes a kick, hiss. They seemed to understand why Senior Xue Tao directly moistened. Seniors are seniors in the end, their reactions are just fast. Because the teenager in front of him didn't need protection at all. This is my friend. Seeing that the crowd was hesitant to step forward, Xue Tao had to take the lead and break the silence in the room. He's the grandson of Dean Li Zhongshi. Only then did Xue Tao tell the crowd about Li Yubai's identity. Because he often treated the soldiers in the barracks and provided high-quality elixirs, Li Zhongshi was also a little famous in the barracks. After the crowd realized Li Yaobai's identity, the expression of astonishment on their faces did not diminish at all. This old man Li, who usually doesn't show his face, actually hides such a perverted grandson? He's too low profile, isn't he? How we've never heard of it. Hearing that it was Li Zhongshi's grandson, the crowd's attitude towards Li Yubai was instantly cordial. Even the soldier who was watching the door rushed over and apologized to Li Yaobai. All right, break it up. That captain gave a greeting and urged his team to process the scene. Dean Li is a member of our own family in the Northern Territory Army, so you don't need to be formal. Just treat it as your own home. With that, he patted Li Yubai's shoulder. What a hero! He admired and appreciated Li Yaobai's talent and strength that he had just displayed from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 78, The Demon Race's Young Plot. In a reception room, Xuetao and Li Yubai were sitting face to face, and the atmosphere seemed a bit subtle. Senior Xuetao, do you know where the commander-in-chief is right now? As soon as Li Yubai was seated, he couldn't wait to inquire about Su Mumu. When Xuetao heard this, his face changed slightly, and the water cup in his hand almost didn't hold steady. What do you want with the commander-in-chief? He was a straightforward person, and without waiting for Li Yaobai to answer, he continued, the commander-in-chief is not here right now. She went to the border front. Hearing this news, Li Yaobai's brows instantly tightened. Has the demon race started a war? He had a bad feeling about it. Xuetao shook his head, his eyes becoming complicated. He replied in a hushed voice, no, not the war. But in this case, the situation is more serious than the war. It's not just the commander-in-chief who has gone to the front, but the soldiers in the barracks, almost all of them, have been sent to the front. As you can see, the barracks are almost empty now. Zitao waved his hand, looking at Li Yaobai's puzzled eyes. Xuetao had no choice but to continue explaining. Just a few days ago, the head of the Snow Wolf Squad, which is also the leader of the Snow Wolf Squad, sacrificed his life. He died at the hands of the demon race. Snow Wolf troops? When he was in the martial arts arena, Li Hanxiao had introduced the Snow Wolf Squad to Li Yubai. Snow Wolf Squad, isn't that the most elite ace troop in the entire North Central battlefield? Li Yubai was puzzled. That's right, the Snow Wolf Squad is, indeed, the strongest unit in our army. Originally, I was also about to become a member of the Snow Wolf Squad. Xuetao sighed and shook his head helplessly. Captain of the Snow Wolf Squad, named Baron. Baron has served in the Central War Zone for 10 years and has made countless military achievements. Every special mission that the organization has assigned to him, he has been able to complete it perfectly. As an old-timer, he had saved many lives on the battlefield. It can be said that there is not a single person in the barracks, from the commander-in-chief down to every big-headed soldier, who does not respect him and take him as his role model. Speaking of this, Xuetao's eyes became incomparably reverent. At the forefront of the border, there is an abandoned town that has long since been assimilated by the endless forest and turned into a ruin, becoming the territory of the demon race. A few days ago, Senior Baron, who had received the mission, led a team to scout there, only to accidentally discover a number of precious spirit medicines. Later on, more and more spirit medicines and spirit stones were discovered by the Snow Wolf Squad, who rushed to inform the barracks of their findings. At first, the troop's top brass suspected that it might have turned out to be the demon race's elixir base. After receiving orders to continue exploring deeper, Baron's Snow Wolf Squad went back to that ruined town the next day. I didn't realize that it was this trip that something happened. On their second day there, a group of demonic beasts appeared out of nowhere in the originally empty town, and the Snow Wolf Squad was ambushed by the demon race. This is all a conspiracy of the demon race. During the retreat, in order to protect his teammates, Elder Baron was sneak attacked by a tiger demon and sacrificed. Hearing this, Li Yaobai couldn't help but be moved as well. Sure enough, in a real battlefield, life and death were a matter of a split second. Maybe the person who was talking and laughing in front of you yesterday is a cold corpse the next day. Why? Then, did everyone in the barracks go to the front lines to avenge Elder Baron? You guessed right. But that's not the problem. Zitao waved his hand. After the demon race killed Baron, the group took the remains of Senior Baron and hung them on the flag of the front line. The captain of the ace troop of our northern army, a respected senior. His remains, not only did we not bring them back for a proper burial, but instead, they were hung on a large flag by the demon clan. This is simply a disgrace to our northern army. Xuetao clenched his teeth, veins rippling in his hands. No soldier on the battlefield can stand this kind of humiliation. At first, General Wu Guang thought that this was the handiwork of the Three-Eyed Crow, and he felt that the Three-Eyed Crow had a deeper plot and told us not to act rashly. But General Wu Guang is bedridden and has been sick for a long time, so he has the will but not the power. The Three-Eyed Raven has become his nightmare. Even if we know it's a trick of the Three-Eyed Crow, what can we do? This is simply an insoluble young plot. That group of demon clan is extremely cunning. As long as our large troop pursues in unison, they disappear in an instant. And the large flag that hangs the captain's remains has also been hidden by them. But when everyone was exhausted and retreated back to the front line, they reappeared with great bravado and hoisted the remains of Elder Baron on the banner once again. The brothers on the front line are made to go in and out by this group of so the brothers in the barracks were completely enraged. Speaking of this, Xuetao was so angry that he crushed the water cup in his hand. So that's why everyone's out of the barracks? After knowing the ins and outs, Li Yaobai asked in a low voice. Exactly. Under the leadership of the commander-in-chief, the entire barracks, all of them, marched to the front. We have only one goal, in the shortest time possible, retrieve Senior Baron's remains, and find the group of demon clan that ambushed the Snow Wolf squad and killed him on sight. This matter concerns the face of our war zone. We can't forgive ourselves as long as Elder Baron's remains are still hanging up there. After saying that, Xuetao pointed to his suitcase. Brother Knight White, I'm about to leave for the front line. My brothers are still waiting for me. You should go home now. This is something that I'm telling you because I believe in your character. And I hope you won't talk nonsense and cause panic. Don't worry. Li Yaobai nodded solemnly, equally comprehending this situation. I'll go to the front with you. Put. Hearing this, the mouthful of water Xuetao had just drank directly sprayed out. Are you kidding me? That's the front line. You don't believe in my strength? Li Yaobai pointed at himself. It's not a matter of me not believing in your strength. It's a matter of principle for the military. And you're not a soldier. Xuetao hurriedly explained. I'll teach you my marksmanship hand to hand. But then again, even though you're not a northern soldier, it's not out of the question for you to have this intention. Seeing that Xuetao's face changed faster than turning over a book, Li Yaobai was stunned. Brother, where are your principles? If you must go, you must first greet your family and report that you are safe. And you must follow me the entire time and not wander off. Xuetao knew that this was a troublesome errand. He didn't have to worry about Li Yaobai though. But if the other officers find out that they have taken other awakened people to the front line, he's probably going to be shot straight up for 5 minutes. Chapter 79 Border Front. A large military vehicle bumped along the rugged border trail. Inside the carriage, Li Yaobai was wearing a slightly ill-fitting military uniform, with a cap on his head and a mask tightly covering him. Wrapping himself up in an airtight package, he honestly sat beside Xuetao, silent and extraordinarily quiet. Xuetao also maintained a straight sitting posture, steady as a rock, not moving a muscle. However, at this moment, Xuetao's thoughts had drifted to the ninth heaven. I must be out of my mind, Xuetao muttered secretly in his heart, but his gaze drifted unconsciously to Li Yaobai beside him. He, who had always been a strict disciplinarian, had broken the army's military discipline this time. He had prided himself on being a model soldier who would never overstep the boundaries of military discipline, but reality had made him realize profoundly that people, after all, change. The only reason why it hasn't changed yet is because there aren't enough chips in front of you, and for the conditions that Li Yaobai proposed, Xuetao simply couldn't resist or refuse. Xuetao, who had been obsessed with the way of gunplay since he was a young boy, after witnessing Li Yaobai's astonishing gunplay with his own eyes, thought about it day and night, longing to learn the essence of the other party's gunplay, and Li Yaobai was equally apprehensive in his heart. Before he left, he had already reported his safety to Li Hanxiao and Li Zhong. He told the grandparents and grandchildren that he had to teach Senior Xuetao to practice his marksmanship in the barracks, and that he might not return until a few days later. He slowly hung up the phone only after getting Li Hanxiao's concern and Li Zhongshi's instructions. At that moment, Li Yaobai felt deeply the warmth of home and the feeling of being held. It's a really nice feeling. With his family, he didn't want to cheat, but equally, he didn't want them to worry about him. He gently rubbed the glazed flower in his hand, still inwardly shocked by the identity of the young girl. That great sense of contrast continued to impact his perception, making it difficult for him to accept the facts in front of him belatedly. That young girl from memory would be the head of this war zone, the commander-in-chief. Perhaps, she must have something to offer. After lamenting a bit, Li Yaobai gazed through the car window at the borderland that was far away from people. Soon he would be stepping into this war-torn battlefield. On this trip, Li Yaobai didn't just come to look for Su Mumu and express his gratitude to her. More importantly, he captured a rare opportunity. What he most urgently needed at the moment was a large source of spiritual energy so that he could rapidly increase his strength. The green liquid inside his body was like a greedy parasite that kept secretly drawing on his spiritual energy. And his sundial totem, the needle has already turned over the ugly time half, will soon reach the sea time. Despite his best efforts to absorb the spiritual energy, those weak spiritual energies were unable to produce any noticeable changes in the sundial pointer. Li Yaobai knew deep down that if he wanted to unlock the third divine soul and rapidly increase his battle power, going on like this was never the way to go. As for the borderland, it had the endless forest as a cover. where there were many demon clans and the wild spirit medicine and spirit stones were countless. These were vital cultivation resources for him. During the course of the two men's respective thoughts, the military vehicle quietly drove into the most forward base on the border. Here, a variety of simple tents are stationed in a staggered manner. As far as the eye could see, the small team of 4 was busy with their own activities. They were organized and silent. Some squads were resting listlessly. Others were gearing up for the next round of searches. After Li Yubai got out of the car, he realized that everyone's face was shrouded in a layer of haze that was difficult to dispel, and the reason for that was clear in his mind. Shui Tao pulled Li Yubai to his side. "Don't ever run away, and don't talk out of turn, and stay by my side the whole time. You don't have a military ID number right now, and if someone checks your identity, then we're both screwed." Shui Tao wiped his neck, signaling Li Yubai what would happen if he was exposed. "It's a good thing everyone's so tired these days that no one cares about you." With that, Shui Tao pulled Li Yaobai into his squad's tent. "I've already checked with my teammates. They'll cooperate with you, and as long as the 4 of us stay together, we'll be able to muddle through even if there's an interrogation." Only after explaining to Li Yaobai did Shui Tao let out a light breath. But that would be one more person. Aren't there 4 in each squad? This bit of common sense, Li Yaobai still knew. He asked suspiciously. "Our squad's Imperial Guard was injured and has been in the barracks for the past few days recuperating from his wounds. He's about your size, and as long as you're honest and don't say anything, from now on, you're him. Got it?" Li Yubai nodded. "Oh, my trusty predecessor." The dark-complexioned man in front of him was unusually delicate on the inside, very different from his rugged exterior. Just then, a shrill whistle suddenly resounded over the base. "This is the rallying cry. Move!" Shui Tao's pupils shrank and he immediately stood up. "Remember, don't talk nonsense. You nod your head when people strike up a conversation with you. Understand?" He whispered instructions as he walked. Soon, within the temporary base on the border front, the various combat teams quickly assembled in the open center. Li Yubai similarly mingled among these people. Suddenly, a face he was familiar with appeared in front of the crowd. That was the commander of the Northland Army in the Central War Zone, Lan Hao. At the moment, he was wearing a military uniform with a mighty black dragon embroidered on it, and his entire person exuded a majestic aura of a great general. Just as the crowd had finished assembling, an unknown expert suddenly cast a natural skill. A blue shroud of light quickly descended and enveloped the crowd. Under the cover of this light shield, it was impossible to catch a glimpse of anyone's figure from the outside world, and not even a hint of sound could penetrate. Obviously, this was to guard against those demon scouts with special talents to listen in. All of them knew in their hearts that the matter to be discussed in this gathering was definitely not trivial. "Folks, I'm straight-laced and don't like to beat around the bush." Lan Hao cleared his throat and said immediately afterward, "Just a moment ago, we found signs of a group of demon race activity in the ruined town ahead of us. According to the intelligence from the Snow Wolf Squad scouts, Captain Baron's remains are most likely hidden in the hands of that group of demon clan." As soon as the words fell, 3 middle-aged men instantly appeared beside Lan Hao. They exuded a powerful aura of psychic energy at the JUE level 50, and such strength had already surpassed most people in the northern military camp. They are the members of the squad led by Elder Baron himself. Shui Tao's voice faintly sounded at this moment. When Li Yubai heard this, his gaze then turned to those 3 people. Are they the teammates that Elder Baron sacrificed his life to save? On the battlefield, those who survive often suffer more deeply than those who die. 80. Tactical deployment. I don't care if they are acting out of provocation or harboring some other conspiracy. Lan Hao continued. In short, we have very little time left. In a few days, our superiors will issue an order for us to withdraw. This is because Qin Dao is about to arrive at our central war zone and work with us to formulate a comprehensive counterattack plan against the demon race. This is a major event that concerns the entire war situation in the Northern Realm, and our goal is to completely expel the Phantom Moon Demon Kingdom's demon race from the Northern Realm's borders. Lan Hao's voice was loud and clear, and every word was clearly transmitted into the ears of the crowd. In the eyes of the brass, the remains of one soldier are far more important than the entire war effort in the north. People in high positions, what they care about is often the overall pattern, which is a fact that everyone present knows very well, but there is nothing they can do about it. So we only have 10 days left. After the Commander-in-Chief's joint deliberation with us, we finally came to a decision. We're going to conduct a complete siege of the entire ruined town and wipe out this group of demon race in one fell swoop. With that, Lan Hao unfolded the map of the ruined town and began a detailed tactical deployment. For this operation, we will send out all the squads we have and leave no exit. I'll make this group of nowhere to escape, unable to fly with their wings. Lan Hao's voice was already hoarse to the extreme, and the dark circles in his eyes were so deep that they were almost purple, revealing extreme exhaustion. Even for a King Realm expert, a week of continuous sleeplessness would be too much for his body to bear. Li Yubai asked Shui Tao in a low voice from the corner. Since we have King Realm experts, why don't we let them strike directly and instead stay in the base to strategize? What he found hard to understand was that if King Realm experts like Lan Hao and Ji Ming were able to directly participate in the battle, wouldn't the problem be solved? So why did they still make everyone go through so much trouble? Shui Tao, however, asked directly in return. The human race does possess numerous King Realm experts. Doesn't the illusory Moon Demon Kingdom have any? This is a tacit agreement reached between the demon race and the human race's high-level battle forces. Shui Tao continued to explain in a low voice. King Realm experts don't go to the battlefield. Not because they don't want to, but because if our human race sends out a King Realm expert, the other side's demon race will also surely send out a strong person of the same level. At that time, the battlefield would no longer be a simple fight, but a disaster that would cause the earth to shake and the mountains and rivers to shatter. Whether it is the survival homes of the human and demon races, or the descendants of both sides, they will all be affected. This is something that the high-level warpowers of both sides are never willing to see. Once a battle like that breaks out, it might even startle the forces above the King Realm. Once an existence like theirs goes to war, the consequences will be devastating. Once that kind of existence really strikes, that means the crisis of the end of the country and the end of the race has arrived. And by the time that happens, we'll all be long dead. After listening to Shui Tao's explanation, Li Yabai's heart came to a sudden realization. The essence of war was resource plundering, and the way those high-level warriors fought was to directly make the resources disappear. It's like nuclear weapons in a previous life. A strong person above the King Realm is a nuclear weapon. Soon after, Lan Hao completed the detailed tactical deployment for each squad. The scouts from each squad came forward and received a map of their squad's deployment. The rest of the team, however, dispersed and busied themselves with organizing their equipment and preparing themselves for the upcoming battle. The Shui Tao squad that Li Yaobai was in was assigned to an area of residential buildings at the back of the ruined town. Night White, come on, let me introduce you to my teammates. Shui Tao enthusiastically pulled Li Yubai over to the two of them. Good boy, you really have the guts to come. A bald youth grinned with a big mouth and walked straight over. That day in the martial arts arena, we watched you below. I didn't expect to be able to become teammates with you today. He introduced himself. My name is Sun Chang, a small scout of Ju energy level 35. After saying that, he took hold of Li Yubai's hand and pointed to the pothead youth on the side. His name is Wang Dachuan. He's our team's jutsu master. Jutsu energy level 38. Hello. The pothead youth was a bit shy and socially terrified as he nodded and greeted Li Yubai in a low voice. When we go into battle in a while, we'll all be brothers who can trust our lives. Sun Chang said quietly in Li Yubai's ear as he wrapped his arms around the two. Originally, our team's executioner was Tao, but we unanimously felt that you should be the most suitable candidate. Why do you kids talk so much crap? Shui Tao slapped Sun Chang's big bald head, but Sun Chang laughed without a care in the world. Tao, you'll have to be the Imperial Guard this time. I don't need you to tell me? Shui Tao gave him a blank look. He naturally understood in his heart that among these four people, Li Yaobai's battle power was the most terrifying. So he, the captain, could only do the work of a royal guard for the time being in front of Li Yubai. The town of ruins, once a peaceful place on the very edge of Black Desert City. It was close to the bordering endless forest, and thus suffered from the infestation of the demon race from time to time. Over time, the residents gradually moved out of the town, leaving it in ruins. Coupled with the spreading expansion of the endless forest, it also gradually assimilated this town. The buildings here are all entangled in vines, making them part of the endless forest territory. The demon race of the Phantom Moon Demon Kingdom next door even regarded this place as their territory and acted recklessly. At the very back of the ruined town, a residential building full of vine-twisted vines was in ruins. On the roof of a building, two green figures were talking in a low voice. Their clothes were covered in weeds, and their spiritual aura was all collected, camouflaged in green vines. There were 23 buildings in total, and a total of 10 collapsed, with the last 3 buildings intact, only one of which was not entangled in vines. Li Yubai closed his eyes and narrated in a low voice. There's no sign of any life here, just a bunch of rats scurrying around. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You actually do know the scout's natural skill? Hearing Li Yaobai's words, the other green figure couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His large bald head reflected white reflections faintly in the sunlight. Sun Sung hurriedly put on his camouflage hat. No! What kind of monster are you anyway? He watched Li Yubai with his own eyes, and the other party was able to probe the details of his surroundings with his eyes closed. Sun Chang, who was the scout of the squad, directly shut himself up, because just a moment ago, his observations were no different from what Li Yaobai had described. He was beginning to wonder about life. And what is the point of my existence? Do I yell cheer for you? Sun Chang now somewhat understood Xue Tao's feelings at that time. When one's best thing is easily crushed by someone else, whoever it is will simply break their defenses. Son, what is your talent? Li Yaobai opened his eyes, a pair of bloody pupils staring tightly at Sun Chang. Staring at his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little hairy. Chapter 81, The Demon Race Appears. Is there any need to talk about my gift? Sun Sung chuckled to himself, but said it anyway. No. The group of rats you see and perceive is actually my gift. He reached out with one finger and drew the shape of a small mouse on the ground. I can use psychic powers to manipulate rats, control their behavior, communicate with their consciousness, and even share vision. They are my source of intelligence. After Sun Chang finished speaking, a small mouse suddenly appeared in front of the two. Imperial beast? Li Yaobai was a bit surprised. It was also the first time he had seen such a special talent. Is considered an imperial beast. Sun Sung was a little embarrassed. While rats aren't exactly beasts, they are an amazing species. In whatever world, in whatever place, in the unassuming corners of the world, you'll always see a glimpse of this thing. The ability of rats to reproduce and adapt to their environment is just too sick and tenacious. Thinking about it another way, Sun Chang's talent was, in fact, very strong. In some corners where it was inconvenient for humans to step into, Sun Chang could easily detect what was going on inside, and this was the special feature of his talent. How's it going? Anything yet? At this moment, in the walkie-talkie by the two men's ears, Xue Tao's voice came. Xue Tao and Wang Dachuan, at the moment, were lying on the roof of the building to their right, because Wang Dachuan was an artisan. He had no ability to fight, while Xue Tao had a strong defense. His gift is muscle expansion, capable of turning his muscles to steel in a short period of time. The task of protecting Wang Dachuan could not be more appropriate for Xue Tao. The four remained on high alert. They were cleverly positioned at each other's corners, looking out for each other as well as creating effective tactical coordination. Tao, we haven't found anything. Sun Sung's voice came back. Elder Xue Tao, do the other squads have news of the demon race? Li Yubai then asked. Xue Tao put away the binoculars in his hand. He frowned. No. Strange. Obviously we've got the town all surrounded. How did they disappear? The Snow Wolf Squad's intelligence has never been wrong. It's been half a day now. Why hasn't a squad discovered any traces of the demon race? Xue Tao double-checked the intercom's public channel, and there was still no sound coming out. He even thought that something was wrong with his walkie-talkie. Right at this moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came from the originally silent public channel. Squad 1 has detected the presence of a demon race. Location is in the center of the square. This squad had just finished their briefing when the voice of another squad came right after. Squad 4 has detected the presence of demons, positioned at the entrance of the town. Squad 6 has spotted the demons, located in the northeast corner of the town. Squad 12 has found traces of the demon race, positioned due north of the town. Hearing these reports, Xue Tao was momentarily confused. What's going on? Where did they come from? He muttered. Before the crowd could react, more and more squads came over the intercom. Squad 5 has spotted the demons, located in Sector 3 directly south of the town. Squad 8 has spotted the demon race. Location range is due east of the town in Sector 1. Team 3 has spotted the demons, range northeast of town in Sector 4. Gradually, more and more squads began to report back. They covered almost every corner of the town. However, bizarrely, traces of demonic activity had appeared within the area of responsibility of almost every squad. Squad 14 has detected the presence of demons, ranging from Sector 5, directly west of the town. Xue Tao kept taking notes in his book. Cold sweat instantly dipped out of his face as the broadcast from Squad 14 dropped. This was because, apart from Xue Tao's squad, traces of the demon race had appeared within the range of all the squads in the town. This sudden situation not only made Xue Tao feel confused, even Lan Hao in the command center was at a loss for words for a moment. Commander-in-Chief, what the hell is going on here? His dark eyes, which were extraordinarily obvious due to exhaustion, were staring at the silver-haired girl in front of him, as if hoping to find an answer in the other's eyes. All squads stay put for now and continue to observe, Su Mumu said over the intercom. Hearing this voice, Li Yaobai was stunned. Su Mumu. He knew that voice all too well. Just as Li Yaobai froze, the same voice came from his walkie-talkie and his side. That was Sun's voice. Squad 2 has found traces of the demon race, ranging from the residential building directly south of the town. Hearing this voice, Xuetao and the others' pupils shrunk dramatically, because Xuetao's squad is Squad 2. At this moment, in Sun Chang's hand, a large-sized rat was emitting a ghostly blue light in its eyes. The big rat in Sun Chang's hand was none other than the Rat King of this area, and Sun Chang's eyes, at this moment, also emitted a ghostly blue light, and he was just like the wandering mage Ruiz, Night White. They are directly in front of us, about 500 meters away. Li Yaobai was infected by the tense atmosphere. He couldn't help but collect his otherwise relaxed nerves and open the chi-looking art with full concentration. He closed his eyes, and the silk threads formed by his spiritual energy spread out like a spider web. In the world of black and white, a group of demonic beast-like figures suddenly appeared. Have the remains of Baron been found? Lan Hao's voice came out over the intercom. However, his questions went unanswered. It was because everyone had reacted to the large number of demon race traces that had appeared within the range of each squad. These demon clans? It was as if they appeared out of thin air at the same time. Now, it wasn't them that surrounded the demons. Rather, the demon race had surrounded them. Answer me. Lan Hao's hoarse voice sounded in the channel again. The crowd, immersed in shock, came back to their senses at that moment. Yes, over the intercom, the crowd replied in unison. Now, Lan Hao was completely dumbfounded. You guys mean that every squad found demons with Baron's remains? Lan Hao's voice was full of incredulity. The face was covered and it was impossible to see the exact face, but it was indeed a human corpse. A reply came over the intercom. Is this the case with the other squads? Lan Hao continued to pursue. Exactly. This time, again, the crowd answered in unison. The situation gets weirder and weirder. After those demons appeared, they didn't run around. They just stood frozen in place. Sir, it's like they know we exist. Like, they've been waiting for us to come. Over the intercom, I don't know who said it. This time, everyone was silent. Every single person was immersed in this horrible and eerie atmosphere. It was as if there was a big invisible hand manipulating everything in the underworld. Chapter 82, Formation. After hearing the news communicated from the town site, in the command center, Lan Hao's heart sank violently. A wave of unease echoed through his chest. Su Mumu also unconsciously bit down on that vermilion red. Something is not quite right. Lan Hao pinched his brow fiercely, trying to calm himself down. Just then, an urgent inquiry came over the intercom again. Sir, should we take action immediately? Stay put for now. Everyone stay put and keep a close eye on the surroundings. This was Su Mumu's reply. Her tone remained calm and collected, although a hint of panic flared up within her. What about that tiger demon that sneaked up on the Snow Wolf squad? Did any of the squads find its trail? After a brief hesitation, Lan Hao sent out another inquiry in the public channel. It has not been discovered yet, and there are only a large number of low-grade demon clans roaming around. Their average strength is all in the 20s of jutsu energy level, with the highest being less than jutsu energy level 30. As soon as that squad's voice disappeared from the comms, a silence fell over the channel and no other squad vocalized. Lan Hao realized in his heart that the tiger demon that had sneaked up on the Snow Wolf squad was obviously not present in the town. So what's all this about the town? Those guys from the demon race, what are they up to again? The demonic beasts that sneaked up on the Snow Wolf squad that day all had an average strength of around Ju energy level 50. The tiger demon that attacked Baron even had a battle power of nearly Ju Nang level 60. But how come the demons that appeared today were all a bunch of small fishes and shrimps? Lan Hao is a rough man with a rough temperament. He wasn't supposed to be good at this kind of brain stuff. In the old days, such matters were usually handled by Wu Guang. But now, Wu Guang has fallen ill. Ji Ming and Lan Hao, the two King Realm powerhouses, looked at each other, and for a while, they actually both fell into silence. Su Mumu was similarly contemplating. She had had quite a few encounters with the demon race though. This time, however, the situation seemed unusually bizarre and elusive at every turn. They delayed giving the order because no one dared to take the risk so easily. At this moment, except for those who were out on missions, and the soldiers who were always stationed at the borders of other cities, almost all of the few stalwarts of the Black Desert City's military camp were assembled in that ruined town. A total of 200 fighters and 300 combat squads. On paper, these may just be cold numbers. However, on the cruel battlefield. They represent a live life and carry the hope and future of countless families. Therefore, they cannot give any orders rashly, but are fully responsible for the lives of these soldiers. The situation is so dire that no one dares to bet on it. This was also the reason why Su Mumu told them to stay put. While Lan Hao and the others were in deep thought, Li Yaobai was also observing the group of demon clans not far away. Night White, any new findings on your end? The ghostly blue light in Sun Chang's eyes grew more intense as he was likewise closely monitoring the demon race's every move by manipulating the rats. Not yet available. Li Yaobai closed his eyes tightly and devoted himself to looking into the chi. All the scenes within a 500-meter radius were like paintings slowly unfolding in his mind. Clear as day. In the world of intertwined black and white, the demon race is numerous and varied. However, most of them were dominated by black bears and ape-type demons, which stood or lay down, covering the entire area. Did you notice that they were standing in a strange position? At this time, Sun Chang suddenly opened his mouth and asked, maybe from our human perspective, they're just wandering aimlessly. However, when observed from the perspective of a mouse, the behavior of these demonic beasts is extremely unusual. Sun Chang continued, a hint of doubt in his tone. Rats are herd animals. They are good at working with each other and each member of the group stays close. And these demons, their behavior actually bears a striking resemblance to rats. Where they stand, the distance between each demon is kept just right. And even when they are walking, the distance between them is always synchronized. Saying that, Sun Chang quickly sketched out the standing situation between the demon races on the ground. Although it was only a few simple strokes, it was enough to make it clear at a glance. Li Yaobai's eyes stared at his words. He instantly understood what Sun Chang meant. Li Yaobai once again closed his eyes to observe. And this time, the sight he saw surprised him. Sun Chang was indeed a scouting wizard. And the situation was exactly as he had said. Those demonic races, seemingly wandering in a loose manner, always kept the same distance between each and every one of the demonic beasts. Moreover, Li Yaobai also keenly realized that the activity areas of these demon races all seem to have clear boundaries. They are always active within a specific range. Once they exceeded this boundary, these demonic beasts would immediately turn around and return, never crossing the line. And whether they were moving forward or backward, they appeared to be extremely regular. That's odd. They don't have minds under their feet. What the hell is going on here? Li Yaobai really couldn't figure it out. The sight in front of him left him bewildered and puzzled. Night White, take a close look at the walking and standing positions of these demonic beasts. Does it look like they are in formation? At this moment, Yu Fei's voice suddenly sounded in Li Yaobai's mind. Marshal Yu? What did you find out? Hearing Yu Fei take the initiative to open his mouth, Li Yaobai hurriedly sought advice with an open mind. As you can see, they walk and stand with extreme regularity, with the distances controlled in the slightest degree. In the army, there is only one possibility for this to happen, and that is in a formation. Formations? You mean a formation? Li Yaobai asked in surprise, but in his heart, he was incredulous. The demonic beasts of the demon race actually put up a formation? How scary. That's right, you haven't personally lined up your troops, so naturally you can't see the difference. Yu Fei slowly explained. But I've been leading armies and fighting wars for more than a decade, so I still know quite a bit about the way of formations. The alignment of these demonic beasts was clearly following a strange formation pattern. However, I guess they are only a small part of this formation. As for the full picture of the formation, that is hard to tell. Yu Fei's words were like a fuse that instantly detonated in Li Yaobai's mind. Brother Sun, quick, bring out your map. As soon as Li Yaobai pulled up Sun Chang beside him, the ghostly blue light in Sun Chang's eyes instantly dissipated. A map? What map do you want? Sun Chang asked with some confusion. In the army, doesn't every squad of scouts have a large, detailed map? I want that map now, Li Yaobai anxiously urged. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you know all this, don't you? You're not a scout either. Why do you know so much about our scout profession? Li Yaobai didn't explain and directly went up and groped around Sun Chang's body. Seeing that the other party was so eager, Sun Chang had no choice but to obediently pull out a wide map from his hip pocket and hand it to Li Yaobai. Chapter 83, The Trap. You should remember the exact location each squad is responsible for, right? Li Yaobai quickly unfolded the map. The entirety of the ruined town was instantly revealed to the two at a glance. It's a basic duty of a scout, and I certainly remember it well. Looking at the map, the corner of Sun Chang's mouth curled into a confident smile. Good. Then please mark all their positions for me. Li Yaobai pointed at the map, his eyes filled with anxious urgency. Be quick, the faster the better. After Sun Chang heard this, The person was directly dumbfounded. He licked the dry corners of his mouth and said helplessly, "Comrade White, do you know how many people are involved in our operation? 1,200 men, 300 squads. You're so quick to make me mark them all out for you, and I've only got one pair of hands here?" Sun Chang knew that Li Yaobai must have discovered some important clues, but this request was indeed too harsh. Suddenly, Sun Imaging was thinking of some brilliant idea. The corners of his mouth turned up wildly, revealing a smug smile. "This request of yours, if it were any other scout, it would indeed be as difficult as heaven. It would be impossible to do." He paused, pride in his tone. "But who let you meet me? Rat King Sun Chang." With that, the ghostly blue light in his eyes flickered once again. Soon, dense mice swarmed out of the surrounding vines, and one by one they climbed to the top of the map in a neat arrangement. Under Sun Chang's command, it was as if these little mice had turned into well-trained soldiers. They soon poked 300 holes in this map with sharp-clawed precision. Each hole represents a squad position. You're a ING talent. Watching this scene, Li Yaobai couldn't help but cry out in shock. He had never seen such a talented scout. This operation of Sun Chang simply opened his eyes. Just as Li Yaobai and Sun Chang were burying their heads in studying the map, the demon clansmen in the town suddenly stirred. As if they had received some kind of instruction at the same moment, they stopped without the slightest hesitation. "Report, sir. The demons are acting unusually." Over the comm channel, an urgent report from the other squads soon came. "What exactly is going on at the scene?" Lan Hao quickly asked, his tone unusually grave. The reporting squad suddenly paused, seemingly shocked by the sight before them. "They've hung all those bodies on a big flag and now they're starting to wave it." The soldier's voice trembled with an emotion of anger that was hard to hide. In the area monitored by each squad, the demons have hung the trophies in their hands on a huge banner. They waved their flags and hissed and made piercing, strange noises, as if in some kind of celebratory ritual. "These to actually make fun of Elder Baron's remains." From the roof of the building in the center of the square came a low, angry, dark curse. At this moment, in every corner of the ruined town, the angry curses of soldiers gritting their teeth could be heard. The behavior of these demon clansmen was undoubtedly a naked trampling on their dignity, like ting hard on their faces. However, the movements of those demon clans did not stop there. They then began to brutally mutilate those corpses, using their sharp beast claws to dismember the corpses little by little. "Report, sir. Do we take action?" The soldier's voice came again over the comm channel. This time, anyone could hear the anger and grief embedded in that voice. "Sir, we really can't take it anymore. They are nakedly provoking us." This time, the voices of more soldiers converged and came through the comm channel. "Perhaps today is their only chance." If Baron's remains were really being so abused in front of their eyes when they clearly had a chance to avenge the death of their predecessor by bringing Baron's remains home for burial, then they must not sit idly by. Why would Lan Hao not want to immediately kill all of these arrogant demon clans to avenge his fallen comrades? But reality caught up with him. So many bodies were hung up by the demons that they couldn't be sure which one was the remains of Baron. ********. The demon race wants to play blindfold with old me. Think I'll be intimidated by them? There was a hint of coldness and determination in Lan Hao's voice. "I can't believe it. Out of all these corpses, not one of them is Baron's." He glanced at Su Mumu beside him, as if he had already made some sort of decision. "Do you guys have any confidence that you can quickly solve those demon clans?" Lan Hao's heavy voice echoed in the communication channel. "Yes, those demonic beasts don't have high strength. We can ensure that we can resolve the battle in an instant and complete the mission." For a moment, the group was furious, and it was as if everyone's anger could no longer be contained. "Resolve the battle quickly, and in the event of danger, evacuate immediately to ensure a safe return." With a command from Lan Hao, the squads that were ambushed in the various corners of the ruined town were like a swift rocket, charging towards the demons in front of them at an astonishing speed. "Night White, the organization has ordered us to attack." Xue Tao's voice came over eagerly. Now as a royal guard his duty is to protect the warlocks and scouts. And it was Li Yaobai who was the squad's executioner, who was the main output in the battle. No. At this moment, Li Yaobai, who was burying his head in studying the map, suddenly let out a cry of alarm. "Connect the dots and what do you see?" He turned his head to Sun Chang and asked. Sun Chang, however, narrowed his eyes and looked confused. "This is a blood formation. It's an ancient sacrifice formation," Li Yaobai exclaimed. On the map of the town, 300 dots were strung together in a line, forming an eerie pattern. In the depths of Li Yaobai's mind, memories flashed violently. He used to be a man of many books. There was also some knowledge of some of the odd accounts of the demon race. And this blood formation was exactly an evil formation that he had seen before. But time is too far away. Li Yubai at that time only roughly looked at, have some impression. This formation is specifically for what? He cannot remember for a moment. What does that mean? Shuetao brought Wang Dachuan inclined beside the Tuli Night White as he asked suspiciously. It means, should never be on. This is all a trap for the demon race. We must evacuate. However, nothing can be undone. Stimulated by the demon race's cruel behavior, the soldiers' hearts were already filled with a burning killing intent. Firm determination and the flame of revenge flickered in their eyes. At this moment, the figures of soldiers fighting and killing could be seen in every corner of the ruined town. The blood of the demon race had been spilled in every corner of the town, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and the smoke of battle. This battle, it has begun. Chapter 84, The Land Refining Formation Blood Sacrifice to the Same Clan. These demon races with a strength of just over 20 levels. Under the soldiers' tidal wave like frantic attack, they were slaughtered almost instantly without any resistance. Soon, the demonic beasts in the town were all exterminated. However, this seemingly one-sided battle made the crowd feel vaguely uneasy. Do you guys feel anything wrong? In one corner, a small team had just finished fighting. The executioner asked suspiciously. These didn't fight back at all. It was like they were waiting to die in place. At the same time, at the residential building that Li Yubai's squad was responsible for, a creepy scene occurred. Those demonic beasts of the demon race, seeing that no one had come to kill them, actually began to kill each other as if they had lost their minds. Soon, the demonic beasts near the residential building all died violently and collapsed in a pool of blood. This scene gave Shuetao and the others goosebumps as they watched. They then realized that what Li Yubai had said was true. This fight, it's not that simple. Sir, these corpses are the corpses of human beings who have long been dead, and for some reason, have never decayed. Also, we haven't found the remains of Elder Barone. Reports from various places reached the command center. Run! Don't worry about anything. Run! Retreat! Suddenly, a teenager's voice exploded over the public channel. Hearing this voice, Lanhao's pupils shrunk dramatically, and his mouth opened slightly, so he couldn't even speak for a moment. Ji Ming also reacted quickly. He turned his head to look at Su Mumu on the side, his eyes flickering with doubt and shock. Commander-in-Chief, isn't this the voice of Li Yubai? Ji Ming froze. He couldn't understand why Li Yaobai would appear on the battlefield. Why is that kid here? Lanhao's loud voice roared. At this time, Su Mumu also reacted. The teenager he had saved had actually appeared in the battlefield. In this moment, her mind went straight blank. Su Mumu unbelievably opened the intercom, and a cool and pleasant voice then came. Little dummy. Li Night White, why are you here? Who brought you here? Leave it for now. Listen to me. It's a trap. Su Mumu, if you believe me, just let them evacuate quickly. There was no explanation, and the teenager's voice was urgent. As for Shuetao beside Li Yubai, the person was already confused. It's over. My military career is coming to an end. Li Yubai's movements were too fast. He didn't react at all. What kind of character is this kid? How dare he call the commander-in-chief's name directly? Not afraid that Commander Blue will slap him? Also, what did he mean by the trap? Just before the crowd could react, a sudden change broke all the calm. The blood of those slain demonic beasts unexpectedly boiled strangely on the ground. Immediately afterward, the blood was like a small stream that began to converge together, forming a blood river made of blood. This river of blood meandered through the town's floor in a strange pattern, connecting all corners. Right at this moment, in the sky above the town, an evil and arrogant voice resounded like thunder. Homeland Refining Formation, blood sacrifice to the same people. My blood formation has become a success. The voice was sharp and incomparable, carrying endless evil and arrogance, emitting waves of sound as if it was going to penetrate their souls, piercing the crowd's eardrums with raw pain. It's the unforgiving humanity of mankind. I call it stupidity. As the voice fell, a black humanoid figure slowly floated high above the town. The black figure looked down at the crowd on the ground like a demon god controlling life and death. His skin was imprinted with black feather patterns, and his eyes were born with pupils that revealed a deep demonic aura. At the center of his brow, a black and gold vertical pupil slowly opened up, shooting out streaks of black aura. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, his voice filled with mockery and contempt. Enjoy the gifts I have prepared for you. Hearing this evil and arrogant voice, a strong panic couldn't help but well up in the hearts of Lan Hao and the others. It's a three-eyed raven. Su Mumu lost her voice and exclaimed. Everyone, retreat immediately. Lan Hao didn't have the slightest hesitation as he quickly gave the order to retreat. However, it was still too late. After that three-eyed crow appeared, all the vines in the town, as if eroded by some kind of power, began to surge wildly. These vines, nourished by the blood river, became exceptionally ferocious and violent, their roots breaking through the soil and wreaking havoc like giant dragons, completely crushing the surrounding houses into smithereens. A vine rose up into the sky. Their leaves had become wider than a house, as if they were able to cover the entire sky. These vines intertwined and twisted in the air, forming a huge green network that enveloped the entire Du town in a dense, impenetrable blanket. You won't be able to run away. Your bones and blood will all be refined by my blood formation, and eventually become fertilizer for my spirit medicine garden. Looking at the town at his feet, which was wrapped in layers of green vines, the three-eyed crow let out a burst of sharp laughter. At the moment, in the town wrapped tightly in vines, the sun was completely blocked out, and the town was trapped in a darkness that stretched out of sight. More than 1,000 northern soldiers were almost all trapped by the rampant growth of the vines, unable to get out. Under the enchantment of this strange blood formation, it was as if these vines were endowed with spirituality, and they became exceptionally cunning and ferocious. Once they smelled the presence of the emanating spiritual energy, they swarmed up like a herd of hungry beasts, using their thick bodies to tightly entangle each other. These vines are actually sucking my spiritual energy, a soldier cried out in horror. His body was tightly wrapped in vines, as if he was bound in a giant chrysalis, unable to move. Their spines are poisonous and paralyze the nerves. Before the words left his mouth, he fainted due to the onset of toxicity. His face was incredibly pale, and his body fell limply into the embrace of the vines. When the other soldiers saw this, their hearts were even more terrified, and they wanted to retreat. But at this moment, there was no way back behind him. At the residential building where Li Yubai and the others were, because they were far away from those rivers of blood, and because the terrain they were on was high, there were no vines staring at them for the time being. The ghostly blue light in Sun Chang's hand flickered, becoming the only source of light in this place. Sun, pinch the light, Li Yubai bellowed. The moment Sun Chang lit up the blue light, the vines that were in front of them looked as if they had sensed something. It's over, and so is my life, Zito muttered. Chapter 85, Dangerous Situation. The vine swayed in midair as it keenly sensed the rich spiritual energy emanating from Sun Chang's body. In an instant, its body violently dispersed and transformed into countless green shadows, like the sharp claws wielded by a demon, lashing out at the roof of the building where several people were. Son, do you remember the building back there without the presence of vines? Li Yubai eagerly reminded. Quick, let's go there. Hearing Li Yaobai's reminder, the few people didn't hesitate for a second and jumped off the building on the spot. The growth speed of that vine was really beyond their expectations, like a wildfire raging wildly. Just the moment several people jumped off the building, that tall building was instantly entangled and penetrated by huge vines, collapsing into ruins. At the end, follow me. Li Night White pointed a direction toward Xuetao, his voice echoing in the darkness. Under the dimness, Xuetao was unable to recognize the location at all. Li Yaobai had to close his eyes and rely on his chi-looking perception to lead the way for the two Xuetao. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly to break their back. The vines seemed to sense the presence of several people and continued to lunge at them frantically. Seeing this, in Li Yaobai's hand, a long sword appeared out of thin air. Sword light flashing, he chopped out a powerful sword chi, and that huge vine, under this powerful sword chi, was even directly cut off at the waist, and the broken vines splashed around. However, right at this moment, Li Yubai realized that Sun Chang was actually still frozen in place, not moving. Son, what are you doing? Li Yubai anxiously urged. Coming. At this moment, Sun Chang was holding the Rat King in his arms as he ran in Li Yubai's direction. There was a ghostly blue glint in his eyes. Sun Sung was not affected by the darkness around him. At this time, Xuetao had quickly carried Wang Dachuan on his back and took a step into the building that had yet to be infested with vines. However, because Sun Chang was a little slow, he was actually entangled by the vines that continued to grow uncontrollably, and it was difficult to get out for a while. Asterisk. Sun Chang couldn't help but let out a cry of shock as he struggled and used all his strength to shake off the vines that had just grown. But even so, the spikes on that vine still cut a shocking blood mark on his thigh. Move! Li Yubai swung the long sword in his hand, a powerful sword chi spilling down, chopping all those vines that attempted to wind up again into pieces. However, the growth rate of these vines was simply too astonishing, as if they had endless vitality. Li Yaobai didn't dare to get involved in the battle, and he was the last one to rush into the building only after Sun Cheng fled. In the middle of a dark room, the four of them instantly collected the spiritual energy aura on their bodies. The vine disappeared without a trace after pausing around for a moment. Hiss! A sharp pain came from the wound on his leg, and Sun Cheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Li Yaobai also let out a light breath. He didn't realize that his discovery just now had allowed a few people to escape for the time being. Brother Sun, you don't want your life for a mouse? Looking at Sun Cheng who was treating his wounds, Li Yaobai teased. Hey, it's just a mouse to you, but in my eyes, it's my family. Sun Cheng stroked the Rat King and giggled, and the fat rat rubbed his chest affectionately. There's no sign of vines existing here. We could use some psychic power. Sun Cheng then added, outside, as long as you don't give off the aura of spiritual energy, those vines won't attack you. This was what Sun Cheng had just observed. As a scout, it was also his duty to analyze his opponent's ability to be the first in a battle. Oikawa, I'm counting on you for Sun Sun's injury. At this time, Shui Tao patted the pothead Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan nodded slightly, and then, a green silk thread magically appeared in his hand. These threads were wrapped around the wrists of several people. Seeing this scene, Li Yaobai couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of talent is this? Soon you'll know. Sun Sun gave an impish laugh from the sidelines. Just then, he was surprised to find that the wounds on Sun Cheng's legs were actually decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the legs of Li Yaobai's several people actually began to show the same wounds, only much milder in comparison. It's my gift, the chakra connection, Wang Dachuan explained. I was able to spread one man's injuries over several of us so that he could recover quickly from his injuries. Then, I'll spread the remaining injuries little by little over the others, gradually reducing. Hearing this, Li Yaobai was completely confused. Does that count as a juggler's gift? He then realized that this squad of his was really a bunch of oddballs. Just as a few people were taking a break, in the sky above the town, there was a sudden sharp cracking sound. Sumumu brought Lan Hao and Ji Ming and rushed over with great speed. At this moment, the black humanoid figure was still floating in place, as if it had been waiting for them to arrive. His black and gold vertical pupils emitted heart-stopping black auras as he disdainfully scanned the three people who had come. Oh, the three-eyed raven let out a contemptuous sneer. Anxious? Trying to come to the rescue? Do you guys think you have a chance to save anyone while I'm standing here? Sumumu gazed at the man in black in front of her with a complicated expression. The legendary divine beast bloodline, the three-eyed raven, was right in front of her at this moment. Seeing the arrogant appearance of the three-eyed raven, Lan Hao was instantly enraged and directly cursed. Three-eyed crow, if you have the ability, then meet us on the battlefield for real. What's the point of playing all these schemes and tricks? When it comes to scheming, our demon race is far inferior to your human race. The three-eyed raven let out a sharp sneer. I thought that you could see what I was scheming, but I didn't realize that you would actually be overwhelmed by anger and fall into my trap so easily. There was a hint of playfulness in its words, as if everything was under its control. After the three-eyed crow finished speaking, the aura on Lan Hao's body climbed steeply like a volcano erupting. The spiritual energy aura of a King Realm expert instantly dispersed and filled the entire space. What? Sergeant Blue wants to kill me? Seeing Lan Hao's reaction, the three-eyed raven laughed even more maniacally. Although I'm not a King Realm, do you think I'm the only one who came today? As soon as the words fell, he only saw three golden-winged rocks flying violently from the high altitude where the three-eyed crow was located. Their wings as cast in gold, shining with a dazzling light. As soon as those three rocks got close to the three-eyed crow, they magically transformed into the shape of a half-orc with a rock's head and a human body. Their figures were incomparably stout and majestic, and the aura emanating from their bodies was actually no worse than that of Lan Hao, even vaguely surpassing it. Lan Hao and the others couldn't help but change their faces. Commander Su, Army Commander Lan, do you think that I, the Phantom Moon Demon Kingdom, have no one left to use? The leader of the golden-winged rock spat out human words. His voice was as loud as a bell, shaking the heart and soul. Seeing these three demonic powerhouses in front of him, Sumumu's brows couldn't help but frown. At this point, she was panicking like never before. It was as if she was gripped tightly by an invisible force that prevented her from breathing. Sumumu's mind went blank. She couldn't recall any way to break the situation at all. At this moment, the crowd felt unprecedented powerlessness and despair. Chapter 86, The Three-Eyed Raven's Conditions. Among the demon race, once one's cultivation reached the King Realm, they possessed the ability to take on human form. This was an important milestone in the cultivation of the demon race, marking a leap in their strength. Some King Realm demon clans would choose to fully transform into human form and live as humans. Some would choose to change into a half-human, half-beast form, retaining the characteristics of the demon race, while others would continue to keep their original body as a demon beast. As for the three-eyed crow, although its cultivation level was only Jew energy level 80, it had yet to reach the King Realm. However, it was because it possessed the bloodline of an ancient divine beast that it was able to gain the ability to take human form in advance. This made it particularly special amongst the demon clans of its level. Moreover, because of its special gifts and talents, the three-eyed raven was soon valued and appreciated by the illusory Moon Demon Kingdom, and was treated as a guest of honor. Its intelligence and scheming brought unprecedented victories for the Phantom Moon Demon Kingdom. Nowadays, the three-eyed crow had become the first military division of the illusory Moon Demon Kingdom by virtue of his strength, holding great power and a prominent position. This was also the reason why those three golden-winged rocks with the strength of the King Realm would follow his orders. Of course you can come to the rescue, but naturally we can also come to the block. The three-eyed raven's voice was evil and arrogant. I'd like to see how long we can last. For a moment, Lan Hao actually paused in place. He knew full well that once the two sides went to war, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sumumu was also silent. Although she was not afraid of a battle, the situation in front of her forced her to be cautious. Both parties were King Realm experts, and their strengths were comparable. Once they fought, not to mention rescuing people, the aftermath of the battle between the two of them would be enough to wave the soldiers below to their deaths. At this point in time, there was only remorse and anger in their hearts. The three-eyed raven counts everything. In this game, they lost completely. It should be said that since the discovery of the elixir in the town, then the ambush of the Snow Wolf Squad, and now the Blood Array, they were being led by the three-eyed raven from start to finish. I know you guys are angry, but anger is a sign of incompetence. The three-eyed crow pointed at Sumumu and said again, on the battlefield, although I've fought you little girl a few times, I've never put you in my eyes. Even that waste of a man, Wu Guang, is not worthy of being my opponent, in this world. In terms of scheming and in terms of leading troops into battle, not many people are my rivals, and the rout of the Northern Realm is a foregone conclusion. It has been the honor of your lives to sit on a chessboard with me. His voice carried an immense amount of confidence and arrogance. Since you're all here, I can't let you guys come for nothing, can I? The three-eyed raven's words suddenly turned around and said with a hint of a teasing tone, it's okay to want to save people. I can give you guys a chance. What are the chances? Sumumu asked in a deep voice, her voice revealing an icy killing intent. I only have one condition, the three-eyed raven said slowly. In the central war zone of the Northern Realm, all human troops on the front line must be withdrawn. Without waiting for Sumumu to reply, the three-eyed crow continued, I will only give you 10 days to consider. Fulfill my conditions. As soon as you withdraw your troops from the front line, I will immediately untie the blood formation, and these people will at most only be drained of their spiritual energy, and won't die. Otherwise, 10 days later, once the blood formation sacrifice is complete, all of these people will die a clean death, and their bones and blood will become fertilizer for my spirit medicine garden. At those words, Sumumu's face instantly turned white. She knew the weight of that choice. Once these 1,200 soldiers all died in vain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would Lan Hao be directly dismissed, even she, the commander-in-chief, would have to thank the entire people of the north for this unshirkable responsibility. However, if the Central Theater Front does pull out, the cost will be even worse. This would mean that the entire Northern Realm would lose an important line of defense, and the demon race might take advantage of the opportunity to attack in force, bringing endless disaster to the Northern Realm. What was in front of Sumumu was a bloody choice question. No matter which side one chose, the consequences would be brutal. You should not fantasize that someone will fall from the sky to save them. Since I came out of the world, my schemes have never failed. I'll only give you 10 days. After saying that, the three-eyed crow's figure transformed into a path of black feathers and dissipated into the air. And those three golden rocks were still floating in place, not moving at all. Go back first, the silver-haired girl whispered, then turned away. Commander-in-chief, what can we do about this? Looking at Sumumu's departing back, Lan Hao couldn't help but panic in his heart. Even though he had been through 100 battles, he felt unprecedentedly helpless and confused at this moment. Report to the people above and apply for a high-level battle force to fight. Sumumu's voice came again. This was the only solution she could think of. But then the north would be turned upside down. Jimin warned in a low voice. I know, but there's no way around it. Sumumu's face was incomparably gloomy. The front line must not be withdrawn. Never. Now. The only way is to ask the marshal, his old man, to make a move. Su Mumu sighed helplessly. Marshal! Lan Hao and Ji Ming exclaimed at the same time. They were shocked because the two of them knew deep down that the marshal Su Mumu was talking about was none other than one of the top 10 marshals of the Chinese border army. If that one was allowed to make a move, it would mean that the matter was as serious as it could be. At this time, in that residential building without vines, the four of them, Li Yabai, Sun Chang, Xue Tao and Wang Dachuan, were frowning tightly, discussing how to get out of this predicament. The Mouse King in Sun Chang's arms had a ghostly blue light flickering in those small eyes, as if it was conveying some kind of message. Sun Chang said in a deep voice, the brothers outside, they've all been entangled in that vine. Everyone is trapped here, but their lives are not in danger for the time being. It's just that their spiritual energy has been sucked out of them. Some of them are delirious, while others are in a heavy coma. Sun Chang narrated his detection results to the three. Can't we try to save them? Xue Tao anxiously interjected and asked. However, Sun Chang returned with a firm voice. Can't. Outside of this building. Once we use our spiritual energy, we'll be devoured by those vines. Wang Dachuan's voice faintly sounded with a hint of trembling. Then can we still get out alive? His question brought the crowd to silence. A depressing atmosphere permeated the crowd. Shoo! Someone! Sun Chang made a gesture, signaling the crowd to be silent. There's a squad approaching here. No good. They're going into the residential building and leaning toward us. Chapter 87, 3 Posthumous Letters. Outside the front door of the residential building, a thrilling chase is underway. A group of demonic beasts were frantically chasing a small team of 4, and by the side of these demonic beasts, there were also vines that were growing crazily closely behind them. They were like the tentacles of death, mercilessly devouring everything around them, but only ignoring the demonic beasts beside them. Asterisk. These are all Ju energy level 50 demonic beasts. Where the hell did they come from? By manipulating the rats. Sun Chang clearly sensed the spirit energy aura of those demonic beasts. Li Yaobai also opened his lookout with all his might. Detecting the situation outside, he asked with a puzzled frown, why are those vines only chasing them, but not caring about the demonic beasts? The two looked at each other and both saw the doubt and uneasiness in the other's eyes. No good. Suddenly, Sun Chang let out a cry of surprise. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, and his heartbeat sped up violently. At the very back of those demonic beasts, a huge demonic beast figure was slowly walking forward. It was as large as a lofty hill. Its fur was drenched in blood, and it exuded a palpitating savage aura. It's the tiger demon that attacked the Snow Wolf Squad, a JUE energy level 60 existence. Sun Sung's voice trembled. He knew the strength of this tiger demon well. This was an existence that even the entire Snow Wolf Squad could not defeat. Elder Baron died by its hand. When the crowd heard this, their faces instantly became grave, as if covered by a layer of frost. Definitely can't lure them here. Xue Tao's voice suddenly rang out, and he suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. If those demonic beasts and vines were allowed to break into this residential building, then the last hope of survival here would be gone. With that, Xue Tao was ready to get up. I'll draw them away. No way. It's too dangerous. Seeing Xue Tao get up, Li Yubai similarly stood up. Now, anyone knows what's going on out there. There was no difference between Xue Tao going this way and sending him to his death. Night White, I'm the one who brought you here. I can't put you in danger. Zitao patted him on the shoulder. Take my 2 best brothers and escape with them. No. Li Yaobai still pulled the other party without compromising. Let me go. You know my strength. I can. Halfway through his words, Li Yubai was interrupted by Xue Tao. It's not like you haven't seen the weirdness of those vines before. Plus that group of demonic beasts that are more than 50 levels of Junang. I know you're strong, but you're no match for them. Once your spiritual aura is exposed, you won't last long at all. Saying that, Xue Tao pulled out a white letter from his arms and put it into Li Yaobai's hands. I am a soldier of the north, and dying on the battlefield is where I belong. You are only 18 years old. Your life has just begun. You still have a sister as good as Li Hanxiao. You still have a home. Take my suicide note and give it to Sergeant Blue for me. Take my brother and go home. How could Xue Tao not know that this time he went, there would be no return? But he was a soldier of the north, the captain of the squad, and it was his duty to protect his teammates. Elder Xue Tao, let me go. Maybe I can. And at that moment, Wang Dachuan and Sun Chang also stood up. They pressed Li Yubai behind them. Tao is right. We are northern soldiers. Dying on the battlefield is where we belong. Sun Chang touched his bald head and laughed nervously. Ever since we joined the army of the north, we had no intention of going home alive. After saying that, he also pulled out a yellowed letter from his fart pocket. Little Night White, you just know that I have a big map. You don't know that I also hit a suicide note, right? Wang Dachuan also took out a white letter from his arms. No doubt that was his suicide note as well. 3 copies of the suicide note, resting in Li Yubai's arms at the same time. At this moment, he was baffled. These 3 lightweight pieces of stationery were so heavy on him. Li Yubai never thought that these people around him were fighting with a suicide note every day. No need to be surprised. Everyone in the army of the north does. Sun Chang also patted Li Yubai's shoulder. The 3 of us are going to distract them. You must escape. The figures of the 3 disappeared into the darkness. For the first time, Li Yubai felt such despair. When he was on the Devil's Cave, he was bent on death. Anyway, he was already someone who had died once. So what if he died again? But right now, he just wants to live. Live and these people go home. At this moment, outside the gate of that residential building, that squad of 4 was in desperate straits. They were pressed step by step by the group of demonic beasts with the entangled vines, and were eventually trapped in a dead end with nowhere to escape. Captain, we can't escape. A soldier's voice trembled. His body was bruised and battered, and his thighs were drenched in blood from a sharp vine running through them. Strangely enough, the demonic beasts that surrounded them did not immediately lay their hands on them. These demonic beasts whose strength had reached Ju energy level 50 could have easily wiped out these soldiers in one fell swoop. Instead, they pushed the soldiers step by step into the arms of the vines like they were herding sheep, looking ahead at the vines that were about to pour in. Their hearts were filled with despair. Just as the vine was about to devour the 4, a burly figure violently descended from the sky. Shui Tao, whose flesh had been extremely strengthened, was like a muscle freak as he hardened himself and tore those vines to shreds. Shui Tao stood there like an impenetrable steel wall, blocking the vines that continued to grow for the crowd. Senior Shui Tao, your squad is actually here. Seeing that familiar figure, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 4. However, this surprise was soon shattered. This was because those demonic beasts that were originally just spectators had already launched a fierce attack on them at this moment. Hurry up! We won't last long. Sun Chang quickly came to the 4 under the cover of the rats as he anxiously shouted. Follow my mouse. There are no vines there. What about you guys? One asked worriedly. Leave us alone and run. Wang Dachuan stood at the very back and roared in a hoarse voice. The green silk threads in his hands instantly connected to the wrists of several people, mitigating their injuries. The situation was too critical for them to hesitate for a moment. Just as the 4 turned to flee, a huge black axe smashed down in the air, stopping in front of them like a heavenly rift. The aftermath released by that giant axe chopping down was like a raging storm, shocking the 4 people into flying backwards. The 4 men fell heavily to the ground, and for a moment it was difficult to get up. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Junang level 60 tiger demon broke through the air at an astonishing speed. Its sharp claws grabbed at Shui Tao in the air, and Shui Tao was flung straight out like a kite with broken strings. However, that tiger demon only seriously injured him and did not take Shui Tao's life. You can't run away. You're all fertilizer for the Lord Warlord. The tiger demon growled in beast language. Immediately afterward, the giant axe seemed to be summoned by some sort of call, and after a hover in midair, it flew back to the tiger demon's spine. Chapter 88, Is this the Imperial Guard of your team? Facing the overwhelming strength of the tiger demon, a deep despair was like a heavy yoke that tightly bound the hearts of the people. Draw them away. Sun Chang, run! Seeing those 4 people fall to the ground, Wang Dachuan clenched his teeth and yelled at Sun Chang. They must not attract the demonic beasts and vines into this residential building. That was Li Yubai's only chance to escape. Sun Chang didn't hesitate for a second. He quickly summoned thousands of rats and drowned those demonic beasts in a wave of rats. He then turned and fought his way in the other direction. Under the added strength of the qi and blood connection, Shui Tao barely struggled to stand up. However, Wang Dachuan violently spat out a mouthful of blood, which was the price he paid for apportioning Shui Tao's injuries. Despite the huge number of rats, thousands of them, the strength gap between demonic beasts and rats was not something that could be compensated for by numbers. Under the sharp claws of the demonic beast, those rats were like fragile white paper, easily torn into pieces. Soon, the demonic beasts broke through the defense line of the rats. Immediately after that, they surrounded Shui Tao. Shui Tao had already been seriously injured by the tiger demon's claw before, and at this moment, he was already at the end of his strength, and was unable to fight again. The strength of each of those demonic beasts far exceeded Xuetao. And soon, Xuetao collapsed in a pool of blood. Soon after, Wang Dachuan also collapsed in the siege of demonic beasts. After the two men fell, that tiger demon quickly chased after the direction Sun Chang had fled. Its speed was astonishing, and its figure instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a residual shadow behind. A moment later, Sun Chang, who had just escaped, appeared in the hands of the tiger demon. His body was tightly squeezed by the huge sharp claws, and blood continuously spilled from the corners of his mouth, making him look exceptionally miserable. Sorry, Tao. Sun Chang spoke with difficulty. This tiger demon. I can't even run from it. Sun Chang's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. Xuetao whispered, his voice so weak that it was almost inaudible. It's fine, as long as we all die here. That kid will be safe. After saying this, he no longer had the strength to speak. Quickly send these humans into the blood formation. Lord Warlord's elixir is about to mature and there is no room for error. The tiger demon ordered to the demonic beasts beside him. Upon hearing the tiger demon's command, those demonic beasts immediately took action. They quickly lifted up the 7 people who had fallen to the ground and threw them into the tentacles of the vines in a brainwave. Oikawa, Sun Chang, I've dragged you all down. The touch of entangled vines came, but Xuetao laughed, laughing so ashamed, so self-condemning. Where is? Wang Dachuan also laughed. Bald head. Are you afraid? Scared less. Sun Sun laughed even more. They will take my name and carve it on the monument of the martyrs of the Army of the North. I'm making a killing. As Sun Chang's mind gradually drifted into a trance and disorientation, he saw 2 heavenly godlike figures appear in front of him. Brothers, I'll wait for you in heaven first. Sun Sun's voice trailed off. However, the appearance of the heavenly god in that image became clearer and clearer. No longer an illusory image, but 2 actual, 100-meter-tall divine souls. A glowing golden light. One emanated a harsh white light. They stood silent and murderous. Nope. Sun Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. Between those 2 majestic divine souls, there was actually a human figure standing, though he wore a mask and hat and his appearance was wrapped tightly. But how could the 3 not recognize that familiar figure? Asshole boy, what are you doing here? Xuetao roared. Do you want us all to die in vain? Didn't you guys say that when you go to war you are brothers who can trust your lives? Do you not consider me a brother? Li Yaobai's voice penetrated from that darkness. The suicide note. I've just written it. As soon as the words fell, the Li Bai divine soul beside him fiercely struck out. The long sword in his hand stirred out, and a shocking sword she instantly cleaved onto the vines on several people. That powerful and unrivaled sword she spilled down, and those tough vines were instantly split into pieces that fluttered to the ground. Looking towards those 200-meter-tall bodies, the demonic beasts were shocked. They were deeply shocked by the 2 summoned spirits of the humans in front of them, and they actually stayed in place for a moment, not daring to act rashly. Although the aura of these 2 summoned spirits was not very powerful, and compared to their own spiritual aura, it was even worse. However, what emanated from their bodies, that overpowering aura and intense killing intent, went straight to the clouds, making them fearful and not daring to come forward easily. A bunch of losers. I have to do everything myself. What's the use of having you guys? Seeing that his men were cowering in fear, the tiger demon was furious as thunder and shouted. Only then did the crowd of demonic beasts come back to their senses. They roared and charged straight towards Li Yubai. Night White, I'll hold back here. Yu Fei met him with a single step and blocked Li Yubai's front, even though there was a 5-level gap between him and those demonic beasts. But is Yu Fei not an ordinary summoning spirit? His strength and combat experience were far beyond his class. He was fighting against a dozen or so Ju energy level 50 demonic beasts with his own strength, but he was not even the slightest bit defeated. With a poke of the lance in Yu Fei's hand, a demonic beast was stabbed out with a splash of fire. He waved the long spear in his hand as if he had returned to the battlefield in the beginning, and the attacks of those demonic beasts disintegrated under his leeching spear. However, seeing Li Yubai's 2 divine souls, those vines seemed to have lost their minds as if they had lost their minds, frantically lunging in Yu Fei's direction. The attack of the demonic beasts also became more and more violent. They gnawed and tore at Yu Fei's body, and gradually, Yu Fei's divine soul became less solid. Peng Jiu, I'll help you. High above the sky, Li Bai's voice came out. He swung the long sword in his hand violently. A huge sword condensed from sword she instantly chopped down in the air, and those demonic beasts and vines, under the bombardment of this huge sword, were directly smashed to pieces. The tall building instantly collapsed in the aftermath of the giant sword. Splattering blood, flesh and debris in all directions. After getting out of the trap, Yu Fei's figure leapt in the air. He waved the long spear in his hand. The shadow of the spear flashed like electricity, poking those remaining demonic beasts into sieves. It was only a short moment's effort, and with the cooperation of the two divine souls, those Ju energy level 50 demonic beasts were all annihilated, with none of them being spared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of pervert is this? This. Sun Chang rubbed his big bald head and looked at Li Yubai as if he was looking at a ghost. At this moment, several people from Xuetao had already appeared beside Li Yubai. Just a moment ago, when Yu Fei attracted the firepower of the demonic beasts, Li Bai had already flown with his sword and saved all of the several people from the entanglements of the vines. Looking at the scene in front of them, they were already shocked beyond words. That squad of 4 also climbed up with difficulty. They had seen Xuetao's team before, and one of them pointed at Li Yubai beside him and asked with narrowed eyes, "Senior Xuetao, is this your team's Imperial Guard?" "Ah, right, Imperial Guard." Chapter 89, Do you have no clothes? Hearing Xuetao's reply, the crowd was a moment of silence. Elder Xuetao, you are not treating us like cuties. Those 4 were filled with disbelief. This teenager had such terrifying strength. How could he be the Imperial Guard of Xuetao's squad? Could it be that this is an expert that Chief Blue has secretly placed on your team? This is my own placement. Xuetao naturally didn't dare to say it directly. He muttered inwardly. How could he be in the mood to explain in detail at the moment? He was confused himself. When he was in the martial arts arena, he had only witnessed the first summoned spirit that Li Yubai had unleashed. And now, Li Yubai, who was standing in front of them, actually had 2 summoning spirits. What shocked him even more was that the strength displayed by these 2 summoning spirits were able to crush those dozen or so Ju energy level 50 demonic beasts. Even though he was severely injured, Xuetao's eyes were still wide open as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The teenager in front of him was so powerful that he felt strange. Why do I feel that this kid's power alone is enough to rival a squad of snow wolves? On the side, Sun Chang also climbed up. He muttered. Sun Chang's inner consternation was no less than Xuetao's. This guy is an all-rounder. If he does join the Northern Army, he'll make a name for himself sooner or later. It must be a general at least. Although the crowd had temporarily broken free from the entanglement of the vines, the tiger demon did not have the slightest intention of letting them go. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, a huge axe tore through the air and violently came at the crowd. However, just in that nick of time, Yu Fei was quick on his feet and swung his lance, easily picking that huge axe off. The giant axe rotated in the air for a few weeks and eventually landed firmly back in the tiger demon's hands. Humph, you humans have some ability. In the darkness, the dust from the collapse of the tall building flew in the sky, and although the tiger demon couldn't see Li Yubai's face, he was able to vaguely capture his figure. It sneered, the fangs in its mouth making a piercing scraping sound. But our Lord Warlord has unparalleled wisdom. With this blood formation in place, even if it is a king realm expert, once it is entangled, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. As soon as the words fell, the tiger demon let out a deafening roar, and his body instantly transformed into a black shadow, disappearing from sight. Immediately after, with a loud boom, its mountain-like body violently hit Yu Fei's body, causing Yu Fei to retreat back and forth. Warlord? What military advisor? Li Yaobai was shocked in his heart. He then realized that he was able to understand the words of that tiger demon. A flash of insight flashed through his mind. The encyclopedia of the beast language? It dawned on him. The miscellaneous books that he had learned by chance in that golden toad cave. He had never thought that in this distant northern realm, it would also allow him to understand the language of the demon race's demonic beasts. Kid, we're running out of time. Li Bai interrupted Li Yubai's thoughts with an eager reminder from the side. Li Yaobai's heart tightened. He was clear that he only had 10 minutes of summoning time, and now, the remaining time was less than 5 minutes. Right at this critical juncture, those vines that had been augmented by the blood formation grew back again. They were frantically winding their way toward the crowd. Xuetao and the others were already heavily injured and were unable to fight anymore, so they could only watch those vines approach. Seeing this, Li Yaobai had to stand in front of the crowd with a sword in his left hand and a gun in his right. At the same time, Yu Fei and Li Bai were teaming up to resist the tiger demon's fierce attack. Sword chi crisscrossed the sky, spear intent filled the sky, and the joint strike of the two divine souls was actually carried down hard by that tiger demon. The tiger demon seemed to be completely unafraid of the two divine spirits' attack as it waved the huge axe behind it and slashed repeatedly on top of Yu Fei's lance. Sparks flew and the sound of metal clashing was deafening. Once those vines came close, Liu Bai quickly swung his sword to cut them off. However, under the strange power of this blood formation, these vines seemed to possess endless vitality, cutting off one section and quickly growing another, killing them endlessly. Liu Bai's body was already covered with vine puncture wounds, and blood stained his clothes red. No, this is not the way to go. Shui Tao shouted anxiously behind Liu Bai. Night White, run away. Liu Bai, however, seemed as if he hadn't heard Shui Tao's words. His arms were already numb from the intense battle, but the sword and gun in his hands remained tightly gripped without letting go. There were more and more vines, and they began to wrap around Liu Bai's legs, making it more and more difficult for him to move. The moment he was entangled by the vines, Liu Bai felt his spiritual energy being sucked up crazily. The spiritual energy in his body was decreasing rapidly, and the two divine souls were gradually turning into shadows due to the lack of spiritual energy. Liu Bai knew that he had reached his limit. Finally, under that tiger demon's brutal collision, the two divine souls of Yu Fei and Li Bai shattered like fragile glass, turning into bits of light that dissipated into the air. Seeing that no more power could stop it, those vines once again surged wildly, wrapping everyone tightly in them. That tiger demon was like an invincible killing god. It stood above the battlefield, looking up to the sky. I am the tiger vanguard of the first unit of the illusory moon demon kingdom, and Lord Military Master himself sent me to guard this blood formation. How can you humble human scum be a match for me? It shouted arrogantly, its tone full of disdain. If it weren't for the fact that Lord Warlord needed fertilizer to nourish the elixir, I would have eaten you alive. The tiger demon sneered, a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. Seeing that everyone was tightly wrapped in vines and unable to move, that tiger demon nodded in satisfaction. It copied the huge axe in its hand and turned away. Suddenly, Liu Bai's heart pounded. An irresistible drowsiness slammed into him. Liu Bai's heart flinched. He knew that his spiritual energy had already been sucked up by these vines. The green liquid, presumably, had started sucking his energy again after losing his original food source. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Liu Bai was paralyzed in the tentacles of the vines and spoke faintly. We should have died a long time ago, but you kids had to come over to be buried with us. Shui Tao looked displeased as he sighed helplessly. This time, Sun Chang was no longer frank and comfortable either. He looked at Liu Bai with wide eyes, wanting to reprimand him, but his words suddenly stopped at the edge of his mouth. You just said you wrote a suicide note. Sun Chang sat paralyzed in his tentacles and asked with difficulty through clenched teeth. What did you write? Liu Bai suddenly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath. Is it not said that there is no clothes? With the sun with the robe. At this moment, it was as if he had used all his strength. The teenager's roar resounded in the darkness of the night. Wouldn't you say no clothes? With your son. Shui Tao softly repeated those 8 words, a tear that crept across the corner of his mouth. Wouldn't you say no clothes? With your son. These 8 words, as if they possessed some kind of magic. Gradually, over the walkie-talkies of several people, there came a staccato, faint but firm response. These were soldiers who were tightly entangled in the vines but still retained a shred of consciousness. They were using their last strength to respond to Liu Bai's cry. It is not said that there are no clothes. With the sun. Chapter 90, Demon Patrol. In the dark, Liu Bai constantly fought against that sleepiness. Night White, have you ever wondered why I'm bald? Sun Chang's voice suddenly came, but Liu Bai's brain was already delirious. He didn't answer. To train those rats, I stayed with them all day. Everyone knows that these little guys aren't clean. Sun Chang didn't care. Instead he continued to mumble. Then, unfortunately, I contracted a virus and developed cancer. My hair and it just fell out on its own. When I first came to the barracks, no one wanted to team up with me. They all knew I was a freak who lived with rats, but I didn't blame them. Sun Chang continued, his voice incomparably hoarse. Only Tao and the others are willing to accept me and team up with me. Only they are willing to be my brothers. His voice began to grow agitated. Night White, you're my good brother too. Sun Chang said slowly. I don't have any earth-shattering talent, but I do have a group of genuine brothers. His tone was full of pride. Then Sun looked like he was making some kind of decision. He bit his lip. Night White, before I die, I'm going to tell you a secret. Sometimes, isn't as strong as it is taller and bigger. A rat man like me can over the set up fate. After saying these words, a burst of ghostly blue light suddenly erupted from Sun Chang's eyes. Sun, what are you doing? Shui Tao suddenly became agitated. Sun, you. Liu Bai finally sobered up a bit. A sense of foreboding welled up in him. Beasts, let's show you what it means to be a rat king. Sun Chang roared angrily. At that very moment, a violent vibration that shook the ground came violently, as if the entire earth was trembling. In front of everyone's eyes, a group of rats that were densely packed and surging like the waves of the sea had suddenly appeared. They rushed and roared, converging into a black tornado that swept in. Those rat tides seemed to have a clear goal, and gathered straight towards Li Yaobai. These rats were not demonic beasts, nor did they have spiritual power. They were just the most lowly existences in this thousands of nature. However, at this moment, these seemingly small beings, driven by Sun Chang's will, actually gnawed hard on the vines on Li Yaobai's body. Those vines seemed to feel threatened and went completely crazy. Their tentacles wielded like sharp blades, slaughtering the rats that were in the way. However, the number of rats was simply too large. Tens of thousands of rats came forward and defiantly gnawed on the vines on Li Yaobai's body. Finally, Li Yaobai broke free of the vines, but he didn't even have the strength to stand up. His energy sucked out of him so much that he longed to even speak. At that point, the group of rats began to divide up the labor. A wave of rats quickly wrapped around Li Yaobai and surged towards the safe zone at the very back of the residential building, while the other wave transformed into an impenetrable wall of flesh, resisting the crazy attack of those vines. Night White. Bye. At this moment, Sun Chang exhausted his entire body's spiritual energy. He closed his eyes completely. One night passed. The teenager collapsed helplessly in the midst of the crumbling building. As for Shui Tao, Sun Chang, Wang Dachuan, and that squad of 4, they remained in the vines of that blood formation forever. Li Yaobai slowly opened his eyes. What's that smell? He smelled a faint medicinal fragrance that filled the air. Surprisingly, his energy, miraculously, recovered a little under the aroma. It's glazed flowers. He suddenly remembered the glazed flower spirit artifact in his arms and hurriedly pulled it out for a closer look. The glazed flower was giving off a soft glow. Earlier, I heard that person say that this glazed flower has the effect of calming the mind and nourishing the spirit. I didn't expect that it would be able to wake me up from my coma. Li Yaobai secretly sighed in his heart. He struggled to his feet, his eyes searching the ground. The 3 blood-stained suicide notes were scattered on the floor, and beside them, there was a white slip of paper lying quietly, which was Li Yaobai's well-written suicide note. Brother Sun, Elder Shui Tao. Memories of yesterday came flooding back. Li Yaobai's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He clutched the suicide notes tightly, his mind going blank. It was the second day that the crowd was surrounded by blood formations. Li Yaobai's situation was as bad as it could get. He no longer had an ounce of spiritual energy and his body was full of wounds. The worst part was that he might pass out at any time. The 1,200 soldiers who took part in this operation were now all deeply trapped in the vine blood formation except for him. Their lives and deaths were uncertain. In this town, only Li Yaobai was left alone today. Once you step out of this door, the outside is full of crises, and demonic beasts may come out at any time. However, even if he guarded this place, he was just a sitting duck, waiting for that blood formation to refine him. What can I do now that I'm like this? In this deadly game, Li Yaobai was just a powerless pawn. I really seem to serve Lu. Every day let me come up to patrol. Right at this moment, a coarse beast roar suddenly came from nearby, interrupting Li Yaobai's thoughts. This blood array has long been no one Lu, but also ing every day let me patrol. Really official big level pressure dead people. No, is pressure dead pig ah? The voice sounded again. Li Yaobai's heart tightened and he hurriedly stood up, looking around vigilantly. Brother Pig, have you noticed that it smells like a human? At that moment, another light charismatic voice came. I don't have your nose. I just want to eat human flesh. I don't want to guard that broken medicine garden every day. Not right. This smell has both a human smell and a hint of the demon race. Strange, strange. Is it the same family? The light charismatic voice kept chanting. Outside the room that was just a wall away from Li Yaobai, the figures of the 4 demonic beasts quietly stopped. At its head was a big bladdered black boar, which was huge and bulging with muscles. This demonic beast was holding a wolf tooth stick tightly in its hand, with a blade of grass in its mouth, looking rather leisurely. Beside that boar stood a fox-headed demonic beast. This demonic beast's head resembled a fox, but 3 tails grew behind it, and its body was covered in soft orange-colored fluff. And behind these 2 demonic beasts, there were also 2 blue night stalkers following closely behind them. They were thin, with dark blue skin, and their eyes glittered with a ghostly light, revealing an eerie aura. No good. These demon clans, shouldn't they be coming at me? Li Yaobai was shocked in his heart. In his current situation, not to mention 4 demonic beasts, even if 4 dogs came, it would be enough for him to drink a pot. Just as Liu Bai was thinking about countermeasures, the fox demon suddenly shrilled. Since we're all here, why is your excellency still hiding? That's no way to treat a guest. Chapter 91, Descendant of the White Wolf Ancient God. Right after that fox demon finished shouting, the wall beside Liu Bai suddenly heard a rumbling sound. The two Night Stalkers even broke through the wall and smashed a big hole in it. There's actually a leak? Oh yo! It's even a human! That pig demon saw Liu Bai at a glance, and its pupils shrunk violently. It instantly copied the wolf tooth stick in its hand, emanating a strong killing aura all over its body. In the face of this sudden turn of events, Liu Bai behaved in an unusually calm manner. He asked directly in the beast's language with bashful ease, "What unit are you guys from? What's the point of asking? Of course you're on patrol, Grandpa Pig." The words came out. The pig demon himself froze. He looked at Liu Bai with a confused expression, then turned his head to the fox demon and asked in surprise, "Brother Fox, he can speak my native language." That fox demon sniffed and slowly walked in, wagging its three tails, its foxy eyes staring tightly at Liu Bai. "Your Excellency, why do you know the language of our demon nation when you are both human and wearing a human uniform?" That fox demon's voice exuded a seductive power. In the face of the fox demon's forced questioning, Liu Bai's face remained unchanged. He replied without blushing, "Since I know the language of beasts, I am naturally a demon." His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something perfectly normal. Being of the demon race and able to maintain human form, could your excellency be a king realm level powerhouse? The fox demon chanted in confusion. This time, Liu Bai did not reply. "You say you're of the demon race, you're of the demon race. Ha! Only seniors of that king realm can take form as a human. You cunning human, you don't have half of the spiritual power aura of a king realm powerhouse on your body, and you wear a flowery human uniform. What makes you let my old pig believe you?" At this time, that pig demon's brain was suddenly enlightened. "I think you're afraid of death. Fooling me here?" Facing the pig demon's questioning, Liu Bai let out a feigned sigh. With that, he slowly removed the wolf tooth necklace from his neck. "I am a descendant of the White Wolf Ancient God clan, and this string of wolf tooth necklace, a relic of my ancestor, is also the greatest treasure of my clan." When Liu Bai displayed the string of wolf teeth necklace in front of the crowd of demons, an ancient, barbaric aura emanated steeply from that wolf teeth necklace. This breath seemed to have traveled through time and space, coming from the distant ancient times, and it carried an unparalleled demonic power that was enough to crush all the demons in the world. This is the White Wolf Ancient Gods. After sensing that powerful aura, the fox demon and the nightjars were instantly horrified and couldn't help but kneel down. That suppression from their bloodline caused their entire body to tremble, as if they were facing an inviolable deity. "I have eyes but I don't recognize MT. Tai. I have offended Lord Ancient God. Please forgive me, my lord." The fox demon's voice was filled with awe and panic. "Brother Fox, is indeed the aura of the demon Ancient God." That pig demon shivered and his body couldn't stop retreating. "What the are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and worship Lord Ancient God? You're so pig-headed." That fox demon hurriedly cursed. Only then did the pig demon come back to his senses and hurriedly kneel down to worship. "Ancient, Lord Ancient God, old pig didn't mean to offend you." Well, almost got it. Seeing this fox demon and pig demon in such awe, Liu Bai was secretly shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that this string of wolf teeth necklace gifted to him by the White Wolf King in the beginning contained such great power. In order not to reveal any cracks, Liu Bai hurriedly put the wolf tooth necklace on carefully, while trying to maintain his composure and not let his mind be exposed. "So, you really are a descendant of the White Wolf Ancient God clan?" After seeing that wolf's tooth necklace, the fox demon's tone became unusually respectful, even bringing a bit of awe with it. "You still doubt me?" Liu Bai coldly grunted and asked in return, "Do you think those humans of the human race will get the supreme treasure of this demon Ancient God? I wouldn't dare. I'm just curious." The fox demon hurriedly waved her hand and said, but the doubt on her face did not completely dissipate. "Since you are a king realm powerhouse, why is there not the slightest hint of spiritual energy on your body, and you in your human uniform?" Although that fox demon still had doubts in her heart, but when he thought of the wolf's tooth necklace, he continued to lower his stance and asked. Liu Bai sniffed and pondered in his heart. One's current situation was indeed very easy to arouse suspicion. However, in order to prevent these demonic beasts from continuing to become suspicious, he could only forcefully maintain his composure. "Are you really stupid or are you just pretending?" Liu Bai said with a sudden cry of rage. With wide eyes, He stared angrily at the fox demon and said word for word, "I am an undercover agent sent by Lord Military Master to the human race. How can I easily expose my aura?" After saying that, Li Yubai slapped that fox's head hard. This slap directly confused that fox demon. He stared at Li Yubai with wide eyes and a stunned expression. If it wasn't for that Lan Hao of the human race discovering my brokenness and chasing me all the way, how could I have ended up here? Speaking of this, Li Yubai's emotions became even angrier. He was like a king realm senior of the demon race, angrily reprimanding his junior. Speaking of this, his emotions rose even higher, followed by another slap on the pig demon's head. "I'm here to find your tiger vanguard. Understand?" Li Yaobai knew in his heart that his move was undoubtedly extremely risky, but he had no way back but to throw his weight around. He can only gamble, betting that the information he had in his hands would be able to deter this group of small demons. Although this senior's temper is a bit worse, he can't find the slightest crack in what he says. He even knows the tiger vanguard's identity. The fox demon muttered secretly in her heart, becoming a little more convinced of Li Yubai's identity. Instead of getting angry, it lowered its stance even more and said carefully, "Senior, calm down." Hearing the fox demon's reply, Li Yubai secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that he had made the right bet. Elder, fox brother, he is also cautious and accustomed. You do not, and he is not to bother about it. The pig demon also walked up, with a few points of currying favor in his tone of voice. Among the demon race, bloodline rank was crucial. White Wolf Ancient God. That was a true demon god of the demon race in the ancient times. Even though the Li Yubai at this moment didn't seem to have the slightest bit of spiritual power, their hearts were still filled with awe. After all, the descendant of the White Wolf Ancient God was not something that a small demon like them could mess with. Li Yubai didn't say anything. He just stood still, his face still maintaining a look of lingering anger, as if he might explode again at any time. Seeing this, the group of small demons were even more afraid to act rashly. Chapter 92 Underground Spirit Medicine Base. Senior, just now you said you were looking for Lord Undertow Tiger? He's in the Elixir base right now. How about this? I take you there now? That fox demon once again approached Li Yubai respectfully and asked carefully. Hearing the fox demon's words, Li Yubai couldn't help but mutter in his heart, that tiger vanguard. He himself had fought with someone only yesterday, and today he himself took the initiative to go to them. It was okay to let him fool this group of small demons, but if he revealed himself in front of that tiger demon, then wouldn't it be a meatbag with no return? I'm too injured to walk around freely. Li Yaobai pondered for a moment and had to find a suitable excuse. He had no interest in that elixir base. All he wanted now was to get rid of this group of demonic beasts and find an exit to escape from this blood formation. No harm done. I can have these two Night Stalkers carry you. The fox demon smiled fawningly and pointed to the two blue Night Stalkers behind her. After all, it is too dangerous for you to be in this blood formation. Elder, little one is also for your good. Hearing the fox demon's words, Li Yubai knew that if he still had to push back now, he would definitely cause the other party's suspicion. Forget it, forget it. He sighed softly. Since you have this heart, I will not refute your kindness. After saying that, Li Yubai lightly patted the fox demon's shoulder with a pleased smile on his face. Seeing that the big brother of the demon race was willing to give himself face, that fox demon's eyes immediately flashed with a glint. This demon senior obviously comes from an extraordinary background. If I can climb onto his thigh, my Fox Sanlang's future in the future will definitely be unlimited. Fox Sanlang thought darkly in his heart, and then said in a hurry, Elder, in this outfit, you may cause misunderstanding among the other compatriots when you enter the base. Would you like to change your clothes? As the fox demon said that, she took a light step and moved a chair from within the room, respectfully placing it behind Li Yubai. Oh yes, I have not yet asked for the senior's honorable name? Ketsusaburo inquired again. White Knight. Li Yaobai pretended to be calm, assuming the posture of a big brother of the demon race, and casually replied, Oh, so it's Senior White Knight of the White Wolf clan. The fox demon's tone became more respectful. Li Yubai grunted lightly and slowly took off the tattered uniform on his body. At this moment, under a head of short hair as white as snow, a handsome, heroic face was reflected. Those blood pupils, even more so, added a bit of demonic temperament to Li Yubai. What he wore underneath was a black and white double-patch ancient-style shirt with a lifelike gold silk black dragon embroidered on it. Noble and elegant. Hiss. After seeing Li Yubai's true face, that fox demon instantly froze. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his pair of demon pupils stared round, worthy of a divine beast bloodline. To be so handsome and temperamental after taking human form, Even my illusory Moon Demon Kingdom's royal family looks slightly inferior compared to the senior's temperament and appearance. The fox demon marveled in her mind. I think that this senior's white hair is the characteristic of the White Wolf clan's transformation. Seeing Li Yaobai's white hair, Foxenlang was even more convinced of Li Yaobai's identity. Why don't you hurry up and carry Elder back to the base? What are you waiting for? Old pig, lead the way. At Foxenlang's greeting, that pig demon finally woke up from his sleep, and he stood up headfirst. Obviously, Fox Sanlang still had a high status among this group of small demons. Lying on that chair, Li Yubai was carried by 2 nightsticks and slowly went out of this residential building. Despite the apprehension in his heart, he could only keep his head up and keep the play going. I don't know whether this trip is a blessing or a curse. Soon, the demons arrived at a hidden corner of the town. Immediately afterward, they stopped here and stopped moving forward. Elder, be at ease. We have arrived. Just as Li Yaobai was filled with doubts, that fox Saburo began to chant incantations he couldn't understand under his breath. After that incantation stopped, the ground under Li Yubai's feet began to tremble slightly. Immediately after, a blood-colored light instantly enveloped the crowd. In just the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of a large bronze door. In front of that large door stood several night forks, their stature far taller than the 2 night forks carrying Li Yubai. The aura emanating from them was also very different, appearing more powerful. That palace ahead is our demon clan's frontline spirit medicine base. Fox Sanlang pointed his finger at the bronze gate and introduced it to Li Yubai. Did we just come in through a teleportation array? Li Yubai stepped down from the Nightstalker's raised chair and looked around curiously. The space here was unusually empty, and other than the outline of the palace that was faintly visible behind that bronze gate, there were no other buildings around. No, that's actually just a spirit elevation formation. This place is actually a space located several hundred meters underground in the town. Fox Saburo patiently explained. At those words, Li Yaobai appeared to be unperturbed on the surface, but his heart was filled with shock. So these demon clans, they actually dug out such a palace a few hundred meters below the town? Just how big a project is this? At this moment, Li Yaobai finally understood why those demonic beasts always mysteriously appeared and inexplicably disappeared. Is this the ultimate card vision? Li Yubai muttered in his heart. Kitsu Saburo, what are you doing bringing a human scumbag to the base? Right at this moment, a low cry came from the watchman's leading night fork. He walked over with large strides, staring vigilantly at Li Yubai. Are you blind? Fox Sanlang hurriedly greeted him, retorting with a displeased expression. This is a senior from the White Wolf Ancient God Clan, who has specially come here today to discuss important matters with Lord Stygian Tiger. Kitsu Saburo introduced himself solemnly. That night fork froze at his words, sizing up Li Yubai with a suspicious face, half believing in Fox Sanlang's words. What are you waiting for? Open the door, Kitsu Saburo urged. If you delay Lord Hades Tiger's business, can you afford the consequences? It had to be said that this Foxenlang was really good at pleasing people. At least Li Yubai was cool to hear. That Nightstalker was so frightened by Foxenlang that he hesitated for a moment before obediently walking towards the gate. Don't dawdle. Open the door. If anything goes wrong, I, Fox Saburo, will take the blame. Finally, the heavy bronze gate slowly opened, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly hit the face. It was as if the air was filled with a rich spiritual energy, refreshing one's mind. Senior White Knight, please follow me in. Fox Sanlang hurriedly greeted Li Yubai and respectfully guided him into the gate. What met Li Yaobai's eyes was a brilliant golden palace. The floor of the palace was covered with densely packed medicinal gardens, resembling a sea of green. On top of each of the medicinal gardens, all of them were filled with various shapes and colors of spirit medicines. It's heaven on earth. Chapter 93, 3 Great Vanguards. Looking at the densely packed and vibrant spirit medicine garden in front of him, Li Yaobai was stunned. There are actually so many spiritual medicines here? His gaze, which kept flowing between the medicinal gardens. It can't be helped. He craves it. If it wasn't for the fact that there were a large number of demonic beasts closely guarding the vicinity of these medicinal gardens, Li Yaobai really hated the idea of immediately ending these elixirs in one pot. Seeing that the fox demon was looking at him closely, he had to force down the fluttering in his heart. After all, his current identity was that of the White Wolf clan's demon big brother, and he definitely couldn't act like an unseen country bumpkin. Elder, this is the spirit medicine base of Lord Military Master. The corner of Fox Sanlang's mouth hooked into a fawning smile as he respectfully said, Senior, you don't know. These spirit herbs in front of you are only the outermost ones, with a grade of about only Jew energy level 30 or so. They are mainly for us, our compatriots. to cultivate with, and are not considered to be anything rare. Fox and Lang deliberately sold the story and continued. The really good stuff is hidden behind the second bronze door. With that, he pointed his finger towards another mysterious bronze gate in the center of the palace. If Senior is interested in these elixirs, I can make a request to Lord Stygian Tiger to pick some for you. Fox Sanchuru was observing his words, and seeing Li Yabai's silence, he hurriedly offered. This is also a piece of my heart. I hope I can do my bit for Senior. I don't have any interest in these elixirs. Li Yabai's tone was cold to the core. However, his insides were dripping blood. Of course he was interested in these elixirs, but in order to keep his persona from collapsing the room, he could only pretend hard. Worthy of being a big brother of the demon clan, he really doesn't look down on these inferior spirit medicines. Fox and Lang secretly marveled in his heart. Without delay, quickly take me to see the Tiger Vanguard. Having come all the way here, Li Yubai could only go on with his head. He had made plans in his mind. Once he revealed himself, he would suck up all the elixirs here and spell out a way to live. He had just observed that there weren't those vines from the blood formation here. Although that tiger demon's strength had a Jew energy level 60, if he sucked up all the spiritual energy from these elixirs, perhaps, is not without a fight. Elder, Lord Stygian Tiger's room is behind the second bronze door. I'll take you to him now. When the two arrived at the second bronze door, it was still guarded by a group of Night Stalkers. Fox Saburo stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Is Lord Stygian Tiger in? Fox Saburo has an important matter to see. The Night Stalkers here were again very different from the Night Stalkers in front of the first door, and they did not ask Li Yubai about his origin. In their opinion, those who could successfully pass through the first door naturally had no need to doubt their identity. Lord Stygian Tiger is in closed door cultivation. At the moment, replied a Night Fork. However, Lord White Elephant is present. White Elephant? Li Yaobai froze in his heart and muttered secretly, dude, this is coming to the Lion's Camel Ridge? Although the situation was a bit different from what he expected, Li Yubai quickly regained his composure. Good. Then please inform Lord White Elephant that patrol leader Fox Saburo seeks an audience. This time, Fox Sanlang changed his previous arrogant attitude and treated these Night Forks with exceptional respect. Soon enough, a Night Stalker returned with a message. Lord White Elephant has asked you to enter. However, Lord White Elephant doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Don't say anything you shouldn't. That Nightcrawler warned kindly. After stepping through the second bronze door, Fox Saburo's voice echoed out leisurely. I wonder how much Senior knows about our frontline elixir base? Li Yubai's footsteps slightly lurched at his words. This fox demon was truly cunning, prying into his own bottom line word for word. Truly worthy of being a fox. Its heart is so deep that it is inscrutable. He mused for a moment and responded blandly. I am only following the orders of the military division and lurking among the human race, and I really don't know much about the specifics of your place. When Fox Sanlang heard this, his expression didn't change. Instead, he said as he walked, this spiritual medicine base was personally ordered by the Lord Military Master, and was created by the first force of my demon kingdom with great effort. Every single spirit medicine here was planted by the Lord Warlord himself with carefully selected manpower. Lord Warlord attaches great importance to this elixir base and has specially sent 3 great vanguards to guard it. In addition to the Undertow Tiger and the White Elephant, there is a great vanguard? Li Yubai interjected and asked. The current situation was very unfavorable to him, and he had to get more information out of Foxenlang. Many years ago, 3 great vanguards began to guard this place. In addition to Lord Stygian Tiger and Lord White Elephant, there is also a Lord Red Serpent. Kitsusaburo elaborated nonchalantly. These 3 great vanguards, none of them are powerful existences with a Jew energy of over 60 levels. Afterward, he turned his words slightly and subtly complimented. It seems that Senior has indeed spent quite a long time lurking in the human race, to the point that he is rusty on some of the recent developments within the race. Senior's efforts for my demon race are truly admirable. Upon hearing this, Li Yaobai merely waved his hand in a breezy manner, carrying out his demonic big brother persona to the end. Life was all about acting, and all he had to do now was to completely sub in for the role. Together, the two of them crossed the long corridor and eventually arrived before a lofty hall. On top of that magnificent hall stood a white figure as magnificent as a mountain. That was a giant elephant. He was huge, even more than that tiger vanguard is a whole double. Daunting. Above its 2 fists, a pair of iron rings with eerie green light and pitch black were attached, and the pair of ivory tusks that rose up to the sky were even more sharp and flashing with a cold light. Waste. The white elephant's roar exploded in the ears of the two, only to see it kick a petite figure hard. I asked you to take care of the elixir, And you can't even do this little thing? That King Realm level blood ginseng is a spirit medicine that Lord Military Master has focused on. And you almost raised it to death for me. What do you think? How am I going to deliver to Lord Military Master? The white elephant's giant feet stepped heavily on the ground, triggering a strong tremor with every stomp. In the center of the great hall, a petite fox demon lay helplessly on the ground, blood continuously oozing from the corners of her mouth, accompanied by rapid and faint gasps, looking exceptionally miserable. Lord White Elephant. Just as the giant elephant was about to strike again, Fox Saburo actually stepped out without hesitation and blocked in front of the petite fox demon. Lord White Elephant. Fox Saburo has an important matter to see. As he spoke, he respectfully knelt down head first. Brother? The female fox demon who had fallen to the ground saw Fox Saburo's appearance and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Shoo! Kitsusaburo lowered his head and let out a soft gesture. Chapter 94, Strength Depends on Acting Skills. Kitsusaburo? Seeing this, that white elephant snorted coldly. You've come at the right time. This sister of yours almost raised my precious blood ginseng to death. What do you think I should do with her? The white elephant's huge body loomed over the two fox demons, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Lord White Elephant, this little sister of mine is young and ignorant, so please forgive her this time on account of my years of diligence and dedication. Fox Sanlang kept kowtowing on the ground, pleading over and over again. However, the white elephant ignored his pleas. He directly turned his gaze to Li Yubai behind Fox Sanlang. A hint of surprise flashed in the white elephant's eyes. Kitsusaburo, are you crazy? Why did you bring a human here? Seeing the face of the human in front of him, the white elephant's fists tightened as he stared at Li Yubai warily. Lord White Elephant, this is a senior from the White Wolf Ancient God Clan. This Lord White Knight. Fox Sanchiro hurriedly told Li Yaobai's identity and origin in a single breath, his tone full of awe and reverence. As for Li Yaobai, he just calmly paced above the main hall, curiously observing everything around him. That imposing and majestic white elephant seemed as if it was simply not enough to fear in his eyes, and his demeanor revealed a transcendent aura. This scene caused the white elephant to be somewhat confused. The white elephant pondered in his mind. He did not believe all of what Fox Sanlang said. White elephants aren't those gullible little demons. For him to be completely convinced that Li Yabai was some White Wolf Ancient God Clan senior, it wasn't something that was easy to do. Ridiculous. How come I've never heard of any undercover agents of the White Wolf Clan from the Lord Warlord? The white elephant's proboscis hovered in midair. Even in our illusory Moon Demon Kingdom's army, there has never been a warrior of the White Wolf Clan. Moreover, if it's a transformed King Realm Demon Senior, why isn't there even a trace of spiritual aura? This is a totally average human race. The white elephant's huge body moved as he slowly walked up to Li Yubai, frowning as he surveyed. Obviously, he was very skeptical of Li Yubai's identity. Ha! Li Yubai snorted coldly. Frog at the bottom of the well. What are you? Compared to the demonic beasts of the demon race present, Li Yubai's human body appeared particularly short, not even reaching the height of a white elephant's knee. Does every arrangement of the Lord Warlord have to require a report to you? The Vanguard. For you to approve a note? Even though his figure was shrouded by the white elephant's massive body, his furious shout was like a thunderous explosion that echoed throughout the hall. Before the words left his mouth, Li Yubai began to soar. He snapped off the wolf's tooth necklace that hung around his neck and flung it into the white elephant's hands without hesitation. Wide your eyes and take a good look at what this is. As soon as that wolf tooth necklace came into contact with the white elephant's palm, an aura of ancient barbarism instantly filled the air. At the same time, the white wolf ancient god silhouette flickered in the white elephant's mind. The white elephant's heart shook. This sudden powerful aura scared the white elephant's heart to a sudden stop. His palms began to burn extremely fast. Ancient God Sama. The white elephant let out a cry of shock, and that huge body even directly knelt down, smashing the floor with a burst of trembling. I've been bowing and scraping for the demon clan, undercover for many years, and the day before yesterday, I was unfortunately discovered by that Lan Hao, who beat me to death. Li Yaobai's voice revealed a hint of grief. When I was under the command of the Lord Warlord, I had occasionally heard about your place, and I also knew that it was guarded by the Tiger Vanguard of the first troop. With my serious injuries, I wanted to come here to recuperate, and then look for an opportunity to contact the Lord Military Counselor. Speaking of this, Li Yubai's emotions gradually rose. I didn't realize that you were so blind. If you don't believe me, go out yourself and ask the Lord Warlord yourself. Li Yubai gave that white elephant a scolding. At this moment, he was truly like a senior of the demon clan reprimanding a junior. The white elephant was stunned in his mind. With that, He immediately returned that wolf tooth necklace respectfully to Liu Bai. The white elephant knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "White Knight, Senior, it is me who has no eyes, please forgive me. Lord Warlord has already laid a sacrificial blood formation here. Even he himself can't get in. Us subordinates, it's even more impossible for us to go out." The white elephant's tone also became respectful. He was already 8 or 9% convinced about Li Yaobai's identity. In the concepts of the demon clans, the greatest treasure of their own bloodline would never be spread out. The string of wolf teeth necklace around Li Yaobai's neck was a real treasure of the demon race. Therefore, those who were able to possess it would definitely not be an ordinary demon race, much less a human race. "I don't care. Since you don't welcome me here, I'll just leave." Li Yaobai snorted coldly and turned around to leave. "When the blood formation opens and I recover from my injuries, I will personally go to Lord Warlord myself, and by the way, I will tell him how you, White Elephant, took care of his blood ginseng." With that, Li Yaobai got up and was about to leave. Elder Bai. Seeing this, the white elephant's huge body directly plopped down in front of Li Yaobai's body, blocking his path. The white elephant is really wimpy. Although he still had a trace of doubt in his heart about Li Yaobai's identity, he couldn't find any cracks in every word the other party said, including the identity of the underworld tiger. What's more, even if this white knight's identity was fake, when the sacrificial blood array was completed in 8 days and the military master himself came here, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. But in case the other side is real, then the white elephant is screwed. The other party was not only a person of the military division, but also a king realm-level powerhouse, and a descendant of the White Wolf ancient god clan. White Elephant was just a small vanguard officer. Where could he offend this big man? It had to be said that Li Yaobai's combination was indeed fierce. The White Elephant's psychological defense was completely crushed. He respectfully plopped down in front of Li Yaobai and lowered his posture even more. And although Li Yaobai appeared to have an ancient well on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. In the situation just now, he would have been trampled into a meat cake by that white elephant as soon as he showed a hint of his footsteps. He was now a complete and utter mortal body without the slightest bit of spiritual energy. His strength is all in his acting. Elder White Knight, Lord White Elephant is actually looking out for the demon clan, so calm down. At that moment, Foxenlang also came up and put in a good word for the white elephant. Li Yaobai sniffed and let out another cold snort. "For the sake of your sending me here, I'll leave him alone today." After all, if Li Yaobai kept his stance like this, it would be easy to act too hard and rip his balls off. When the white elephant heard this, he let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. "Senior, please take a seat." He hurriedly and respectfully invited Li Yaobai and walked towards the main seat of the Great Hall. Just then, a Nightblood ventured in, breaking the peace in the Great Hall. "Lord White Elephant, it's not good." That Nightcrawler's voice was incredibly anxious. "Nonsense. Can't you see I'm entertaining a distinguished guest?" Seeing this, the white elephant chided angrily. However, that Nightcrawler continued anxiously as if he had not heard the white elephant's rebuke. "Lord White Elephant, that King Realm blood ginseng, the roots are about to wither." Chapter 95, Cultivating Elixirs. "I'm a professional." Upon hearing the news from that Night Stalker, the white elephant's mind instantly became blank. "It's over." This was the only thought inside the white elephant's mind. That precious and incomparable King Realm-level blood ginseng was a spirit medicine that the Lord Military Master had focused on. If anything goes wrong under his white elephant's guard, once he waits until the blood array opens and the Master Warlord personally visits the base, I'm afraid that even if he has 10 lives, his white elephant won't be enough to compensate for this heinous crime. Quickly, go to the secret room of the pagoda and take a look. The white elephant's eyes widened angrily, fiercely glaring at the prostrate female fox demon on the ground, and then he quickly collected his anger and turned to Li Yaobai, respectfully saying, "Elder Bai, you wait for a moment, I will go and return." However, Li Yaobai didn't sit down and wait, but directly took a step and followed closely behind. "There's no need, take me along to take a look. Regarding cultivating spirit medicines, Bai, still have some experience." He was also curious about that blood ginseng. Fox Sanlang had said that the truly good things were hidden behind the second bronze door, and he thought that the blood ginseng in the white elephant's mouth must be one of them. What's more, Li Yaobai was also eager to see for himself what kind of rare treasures the legendary three-eyed raven was hiding. Seeing this, the white elephant had no choice but to respectfully lead Li Yaobai outward. Led by the white elephant and the nightshade, they soon arrived at the entrance of a towering pagoda building. This place was also heavily guarded, with a large number of night fork guards standing around. Each of them had a strong aura and had obviously reached the realm of JUE level 50. Senior, please follow me. The white elephant waved his hand to signal the Night Stalkers to back off, and personally stepped forward to push open the door of the pagoda for Liu Bai. As the doors slowly open, a breathtaking sight comes into view. The pagoda has a total of 3 floors. Within the first level where Liu Bai was located, a circular corridor that snaked around as if a giant dragon was coiled within it. And above this corridor, the doors of a secret room stood apart. Elder, please look. Every secret room within this pagoda is carefully cultivated with spirit medicines that are especially valued by Lord Warlord. The white elephant led Li Yaobai forward while introducing him in detail. The number of secret chambers is breathtaking. Only the Lord Warlord possesses such a strong strength and heritage. Li Yaobai sighed, his words filled with admiration for the three-eyed crow, as if he was a believer who worshipped the three-eyed crow to the core. The white elephant sniffed and immediately picked up the conversation. What Senior said is very true. Not only is Lord Military Master's intellect unparalleled in the area of collecting spirit medicines, he is also a top-notch connoisseur. This pagoda has 3 layers. The first layer alone features 20 secret chambers. The second layer has 15. And when it comes to the third layer, there are only 5 secret chambers. Although the number of secret chambers decreases layer by layer, the spirit medicines within them become more and more rare, and their grades are correspondingly higher. On weekdays, we are mainly responsible for taking care of the elixirs on the first and second floors. As for the spirit medicines within the third layer, aside from the need to send someone to regularly replace the spirit stones to maintain their growth, even I cannot step into them at will. After the white elephant explained the structure of the pagoda in detail, he led Liu Bai to the door of a secret room on the first floor. He stopped and pointed at the door of the chamber in front of him with a grave expression. Senior, this is the chamber where that King Realm Blood Cucumber is located. Hearing the white elephant's words, Li Yaobai's pupils contracted violently, his heart secretly horrified. A King Realm level blood ginseng was only planted on the first level? Then on the third layer, just what kind of astounding heavenly treasures are hidden? There was a wave in his heart, and at that moment, the white elephant had already gently opened the door to the secret room. In an instant, an extremely rich spiritual energy scent, mixed with a refreshing medicinal aroma came over. The spiritual energy in the air was so thick that it seemed to condense into water droplets, as if it could touch the substance. Stepping into the chamber, Li Yaobai couldn't help but take a deep breath. The rich spiritual energy seemed to be able to penetrate into every cell of his body, giving him a feeling of intoxication like drunken oxygen. In the middle of the chamber, a group of fine spirit stones were placed densely around the area, which shimmered with a faint light and clustered around the presence in the center. Surrounded by this circle of spirit stones, a patch of soil glistening with a bit of fluorescence came into view. In the middle of this soil, 10 fist-sized spirit stones were carefully placed in the center. A blood ginseng stood proudly above these 10 spirit stones, its leaves and flowers emitting a fascinating luminescence. However, underneath this blood ginseng's exterior, there were a few strands of exposed roots hidden. Among them, a trace of the rhizome had actually yellowed and withered, and the leaves on it had gradually withered. Elder, what can we do about this? Seeing the scene in front of him, the white elephant no longer had the usual majesty and stance of a great vanguard, but instead looked like a child who had done something wrong and was at a loss for words. His gaze hurriedly turned to Li Yaobai, an expectant light flashing in his eyes. Senior, do you know the method to save this blood ginseng? Please, you must help me. As for Li Yaobai, he just quietly gazed at the reddish blood ginseng and was silent, as if he was thinking about something. Don't worry, I'll be able to cure it soon. I'm still more specialized in the area of cultivating spirit medicines. Li Yaobai's faint voice came out. Are you telling the truth? Hearing Li Yaobai's words, the white elephant instantly became excited. Package really? After saying that, Li Yaobai took another step forward and carefully observed the root of the blood ginseng. Then can Senior tell the method of healing this blood ginseng? I immediately send someone. Just as the white elephant was in mid-sentence, Li Yaobai directly took a step in front of that blood ginseng, and with a single pinch of his hand, he directly pulled out the wilted root. Along with that, the withered and faded leaves were pinched by his hand. Look, it's just fine. Seeing this scene, the white elephant was petrified. His mouth didn't even have time to close. Li Yaobai directly pinched that blood ginseng with one hand. At this moment, the white elephant's brain once again fell into a blank, as if the entire world had stood still. His heartbeat, in that instant, seemed to have stopped beating. His pupils were lax, and the sky was spinning in front of his eyes. It was only after a long time that the white elephant finally slowed down. He stared at Li Yubai with wide eyes in disbelief. Elder, why did you just give it a pinch? Is this reliable? A king realm level blood ginseng. Li Night White directly a pinch. This pinch, where is the blood ginseng? Pinch is his white elephant's life root. Just tell me if it's fast. Li Yubai clapped his hands. In front of the white elephant's eyes, the blood ginseng was still radiating luster and didn't seem to be affected in any way. Quick. Simply wonderful. Chapter 96, A Little Lie. Seeing that the blood ginseng still maintained its vigor, without the slightest wilting, the big stone in the white elephant's heart finally landed, and let out a long sigh of relief. Feeling the rich aura of spiritual energy emanating from the blood ginseng, Li Yaobai couldn't help but marvel. I have heard that this blood ginseng has the magical effect of nourishing qi in blood, strengthening the muscles and bones, and is a rare and powerful tonic for our demon race's flesh. During the time he spent with Li Zhongshe, he had learned a lot of valuable knowledge about spiritual medicines, as well as some means of cultivating them. Thus, he had naturally heard about this blood ginseng. Worthy of being a senior of the demon race, I'm really knowledgeable and admirable. The white elephant sniffed and nodded in admiration. He paused and added heartily, if this blood ginseng really dies, my little life will be hard to protect. Speaking of which, the white elephant couldn't help but secretly rejoice that it was fortunate that this demon senior was there. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. In a hurry, Li Yaobai hummed lightly, a breezy and confident look on his face. Told you, I'm a professional. Playing it safe. The white elephant couldn't help but ask, Elder, are you sure that this blood ginseng is really fine? Li Yubai nodded with certainty and explained, don't worry, if this rhizome is not eradicated, the blood ginseng will definitely die. Just like a bad sore on the body, if it is not eradicated in time, it will inevitably plague the whole body. As he spoke, he gently rubbed his fingers over the wilted rhizome. Listening to Li Yaobai's explanation, the white elephant suddenly came to a realization and nodded his head thoughtfully, to say the root cause of this blood ginseng's disease well. At that moment, Li Yubai suddenly turned his words around. In my opinion, it's because you guys put in too much spirit stones. You have to know that the cultivation of spirit medicines is not the more spirit power the better, but it needs to be just right. Saying that, Li Yubai casually took away 2 fist-sized spirit stones. In fact, Li Yaobai had no idea what was wrong with this blood ginseng, and he didn't know how to cure it. He only knew that with this plucking by himself, this blood ginseng would all wither within half a month. What does that have to do with me? It's not like it's my elixir. I'll have slipped away by then anyway. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth curled up into a bland smile. The reason why Li Yubai said all this was just to take 2 spirit stones along. What he had scrutinized just now was not the blood ginseng itself, but the spirit stones placed around it. These fine spirit stones were basically all of the Ju energy level 50 grade, and these 10 spirit stones placed in the center were surprisingly all of the King Realm level spirit stones, spiritual veins, spiritual mines, and spiritual stones. These 3 constitute natural spiritual niches in nature. Spirit veins give birth to spirit mines, and spirit stones can be mined from spirit mines. In the world of the human race, money was the currency in circulation, but when looking at the entire wide world, the only hard currency that was widely accepted and recognized was the spirit stone. Based on the size of the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stones, people classify them into levels that are the same as their cultivation realm. Seeing that Li Yaobai had taken away 2 precious King Realm spirit stones, the white elephant, instead of getting angry, was so grateful that he burst into tears and thanked him. Elder, it's really thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I'd really be screwed. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Li Yaobai's identity. In the eyes of the white elephant, Li Yaobai's image instantly became taller. He was of noble blood, learned and zealous, and willingly went undercover for the human race, bowing and scraping for the demon race. Most importantly, this senior had solved a heavenly trouble for himself, allowing him to be spared. Little pearls were falling from the white elephant's eyes at the thought. Elder, Junior still has an unkind request. There was a hint of hesitation in the white elephant's voice. Trouble you to help me look at the spiritual medicine of the other secret rooms again, whether there are still any hidden dangers, so that when the Lord Warlord comes, I also have a perfect explanation. The white elephant said, a pleading look once again on his face. Looking at the white elephant with a groveling look, Li Yubai could only put on a grudging expression and said with a sigh, well, since you put it that way, I'll accompany you. It's all for the Lord Warlord. Li Yubai stuffed those 2 King Realm spirit stones into his bosom, revealing a sullen expression. That's right, for the Lord Warlord. Thus, Under the white elephant's guidance, they soon arrived at the second secret room. This elixir is still too heavy with spiritual energy? If you cultivate it like this, within 3 days, it will definitely wither. In the second secret room, Li Yaobai looked at a King Realm level white spirit flower and muttered. With that, he took 2 more King Realm spirit stones in his hand. That would be foolproof. Immediately after that, the third chamber, this violet grass, too, is too heavy with spiritual energy. These elixirs, as they progress in their growth, the amount of spiritual energy they have to absorb is different every day. You give them so much spiritual energy to absorb every day. Are you trying to prop them up? Similarly, Li Yaobai took 2 more King Realm spirit stones along with him. The fourth chamber. This time, Li Yaobai fell into silence, because he couldn't make up any good reasons either. Senior, this elixir, is it also because of too much spiritual energy? Seeing that Li Yaobai didn't say anything, the white elephant couldn't help but ask. The elephant vanguard. What a child to teach. Li Yaobai smiled faintly, looking at the white elephant with relief in his eyes. Mr. Bai's silence is actually a test of your enlightenment. It seems that you have already learned something. The white elephant was flattered by the words. Senior is too kind. To be able to follow Senior and learn some fur is already a heavenly blessing for Junior. Your achievements in the future are absolutely unlimited. I believe it won't take long for you to become the right-hand man of the Lord Warlord. After saying that, Li Yaobai tearfully took away the 2 spirit stones, and, of course, the king's realm. Li Yaobai didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. A little lie to pull the wool over the 3-eyed raven's eyes is just too good to be true. Instead, the white elephant froze. He had already been complimented by Li Yaobai's words and he was completely immersed in a bright future. Well, that's it for today. Li Yaobai suddenly stretched out, interrupting the white elephant's reverie. I'm overly injured and my spiritual energy has not yet recovered, so I'll come back tomorrow to continue checking. It wasn't that Li Yaobai didn't want to continue looking, but he couldn't fit any more spirit stones in. Vanguard Elephant, can you find a place for Bai to recover from his injuries? Preferably one of those quiet places with rich spiritual energy. Li Yaobai's most urgent thing right now was to recover his spiritual power as soon as possible. In this way, even if he revealed himself, he would still have some battle power to defend himself. Chapter 97, The Old Wolf. Elder, when you say that, I have thought of a suitable place. The white elephant suddenly brightened up, pointing in a direction and said, right near this pagoda, there is a side hall, where the spiritual energy is extremely dense, and there are no soldiers guarding it. You can go there for a while to settle down and recover from your injuries. Is there something special about that side hall? Li Yaobai pretended to be curious and asked tentatively. The white elephant sniffed and immediately lowered his voice. Senior, you don't know. Behind that side hall, there is a medicinal garden hidden. The spirit medicines there are all treasures planted by the Lord Warlord himself. The spirit medicine planted by Lord Warlord's own hands. How could this be? Hearing Li Yaobai's exclamation of surprise, the white elephant gave a mysterious smile and continued to patiently explain. When this spirit medicine base was first established, the Lord Warlord accidentally discovered a spirit mine underneath here. After he ordered the people to finish mining all the spirit stones inside, he didn't take them away, but instead buried all of them under the ground of that medicinal garden, using them as the nutrients for his spirit medicine garden. Under his careful cultivation, the spirit medicines in that medicinal garden are almost all about to reach the rank of the king realm. That's why the spiritual energy there in the side hall is so dense. After listening to the white elephant's explanation, Li Yaobai couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart and secretly marveled. This 3-eyed crow actually planted an entire medicinal garden of king realm spirit medicines. What a big deal. Just when Li Yaobai was in a state of shock, the white elephant quietly approached him again. It's a pity. Those spirit medicines of the Lord Warlord were about to mature to the king realm, but at the most critical moment, those spirit stones actually dried up. So, he laid down that sacrificial blood formation? Li Yaobai interjected with a question. He wanted to get more information out of the white elephant. Elder is worthy of being under the command of the warlord, and hit the nail on the head. The white elephant complimented, a look of admiration on his face. You're right. In order to ripen that batch of spirit medicines, Lord Warlord has carefully planned the method of the sacrificial blood array. He used the bones and blood of those human soldiers on the ground as nourishment to ripen the garden of elixir. Speaking of this, the white elephant couldn't help but have a look of pride on his face, as he himself was a part of this grand scheme. These stupid human races, being fooled by the Lord Warlord. Ha 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 ha. Wait until 8 days later. Those human soldiers will all be turned into blood. The white elephant's laughter was tinged with contempt and triumph. While in the dark, Li Yaobai clenched his fists. His nails were embedded hard into his flesh, but his face didn't change in the slightest. There are 8 days until the end of the sacrificial blood array. In 8 days, their own countrymen, those northern soldiers, will all be dead. Sun Cheng's roar, Xue Tao's figure, and Wang Dachuan's eyes still replayed in his mind. Li Yaobai knew that the time left for him was running out. He had to find a way to lift this blood formation, not only to save himself, but also to save them. Li Yaobai was slightly stunned for a moment, and then continued to test the waters. Since it's such an important medicinal garden, why hasn't Lord Military Master sent soldiers to guard it? The smile on the white elephant's face became even more mysterious as he said in a low voice. The Lord Military Master has specially ordered that anyone is strictly forbidden to enter that medicinal garden. He set up a poisonous formation of 10,000 poisons piercing through the heart near that medicinal garden. Even if a King Realm expert were to approach, they would instantly be eroded by that poisonous gas and turned into blood. So, naturally, there's no need for any heavy guards there. Soon, the white elephant led Li Yaobai to that side hall. The spiritual energy in this remote room was indeed extremely dense. At that moment, in Li Yaobai's line of sight, an old wolf covered in blood scars was silently standing at the entrance of the side hall. That old wolf was as motionless as a log. Elder, this old wolf was injured in the battlefield before, and his body is already ruined, so I arranged for him to clean the side hall here. The white elephant pointed at the old wolf and respectfully explained to Li Yaobai. And when he finished, he turned his head to look at the old wolf. Old wolf, don't you have eyes? Why don't you hurry up and roll over and pay your respects to our demon clan seniors? Upon hearing the white elephant's angry shout, that old wolf immediately opened his eyes, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. He walked slowly with a hobbling, awkward step and a limp. The old wolf respectfully lowered his head and said in a hoarse and incomparable voice, Worship, worship your lordship. At the throat of this old wolf, there were 2 shocking blood scars. If these 2 blood scars were deeper, I'm afraid that this old wolf's head would have long been separated from its body and died in the Yellow Springs. Senior, in the future, if you need anything, you can just directly order this old wolf. After the white elephant respectfully said these words, he turned around and left the side hall in a sensible manner, leaving a quiet space for Li Yaobai. And the old wolf knew enough to station himself outside the door of the side hall, closing the door of the room gently. Li Yaobai was in the middle of the dimly lit side room. He carefully pulled out those precious King Realm Spirit Stones, 10 in total, each of which emitted a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. The blood pupils in his eyes flashed, and the sundial totem under his feet instantly tumbled out. In just a split second, those 10 precious King Realm level Spirit Stones turned into flying ash and dissipated into the air. However, when Li Yaobai checked the recovery of the spiritual energy in his body, he couldn't help but freeze. My spiritual energy, it's only recovered less than 30%? Play? Li Yaobai muttered secretly in his heart. He had clearly drained 10 King Realm level Spirit Stones, but the spirit power in his body had actually recovered less than 30%. Originally, he had thought freely that he could recover most of his spiritual power, but reality slapped him hard. Just this much spiritual energy is naturally not enough for you. Suddenly, Li Bai's familiar and dashing voice sounded in Li Yaobai's mind. Now that Li Yaobai had recovered some of his spiritual power, he was naturally able to establish contact with the 2 divine souls in his mind. What's going on? He asked suspiciously. Your spiritual power is different. Under the blessing of the sundial totem, your spiritual power is several times more than others at the same realm. Yu Fei's calm voice interjected, slowly explaining to Li Yaobai. As your realm continues to rise, your spiritual power value will be 10, 100, or even more times that of theirs. Otherwise, why do you think that you were able to summon our Dharma heaven and earth with ease? If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have been drained of their spiritual energy and turned into human jerks. Li Bai's frivolous voice flirted again. The spiritual energy here is so dense, so I'm sure there must be some heavenly treasures existing nearby. Li Bai continued. Kid, I have a hunch that maybe your chance is coming soon. At this moment, under Li Yaobai's feet, the sundial totem faintly emerged, as if it was a long hungry beast that had smelled delicious food and was ready to move. And the hand on the sundial totem is about to turn to the sea hour. Pengjiu, see, the old man will be out soon. Just as Li Yaobai was fuming, that old wolf standing at the entrance of the side hall was currently narrowing his eyes and staring at him with a deadly stare. Summoning Department? Chapter 98, Weird Old Man. In the underground base of the demon race, in the room in the side hall, Li Yaobai was paralyzed on the ground. his eyes glazed over in a godless manner. Another day passes. Now, there are 7 days until the end of the sacrificial blood array. Under the white elephant's strong request, Li Yaobai went to the first floor of the pagoda's secret room to guide the cultivation of spirit medicine. Of course, this time, he had slipped away 10 more king realm level spirit stones. The white elephant didn't have an ounce of doubt about Li Yaobai's behavior. Even, the other party kept following Li Yaobai's back, praising with his mouth. Elder is really professional. Elder is really a godman down to earth. This day down, to Li Night White licked a little floating. He finally experienced the feeling of being a leader. No wonder leaders like it when people kiss their asses. Is it so cool? Looking at the spirit stone in his palm gradually turning into powder, Li Yaobai was frowning. Although he had recovered half of his spiritual energy, however, he still felt bewildered and clueless as to how to crack the sacrificial blood formation and find a way to escape. Just as Li Yaobai was in trouble, the knock of that old wolf suddenly came from outside the door. Enter, he answered in a deep voice, and then quickly adjusted his sitting posture, assuming the solemn appearance of a big brother meditating and practicing. White Knight-sama, you're hungry, aren't you? The old wolf pushed his way in with a plate of roasted meat. He was hobbling, limping, and walking in an extremely uncoordinated manner. I prepared this for you myself, the old wolf said respectfully, presenting the roasted meat to Li Yaobai. Looking at the plate of meat made from an unknown animal, Li Yaobai's heart became even more difficult. The culinary skills of these demon clansmen were really uncomplimentary. To them, meat was delicious as long as it was cooked, and even, some demonic beasts liked to eat it directly raw. Though the food of the demon race was hard to swallow, he had been busy all day and his stomach was already thundering. After that old wolf retreated, Li Yaobai could only harden his heart and reluctantly tasted 2 mouthfuls of roasted meat. Right after Li Yaobai swallowed that mouthful of roasted meat, suddenly, a strong sense of vertigo hit him violently, causing his mind to instantly go blank. Within this unoccupied side hall, Li Yaobai fainted straight onto the cold ground with a dull thud. Ka-dash! Just then, the sound of the door being pushed broke the silence of the room. That old wolf walked in silently, his footsteps as light as a falling leaf. That old wolf walked over to Li Yaobai's side and gently pushed his body with his hand, his mouth shouting urgently, "Senpai? Are you okay?" However, Li Yaobai was unresponsive, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. "Seniors?" The old wolf tried to call out to Li Yaobai once again, but his voice was getting smaller and smaller. Seeing that Li Yaobai still didn't react, a wry smile suddenly appeared on that old wolf's face. He whispered to himself, "Old man, this ecstasy, even if the king realm experts come, also have to obediently sleep for a day and a night." Immediately afterward, the horrifying scene unfolded. The old wolf actually extended his sharp claws and viciously poked at the 2 hideous scars on his neck. With a chilling sound, the old wolf's head unexpectedly rolled to the ground in response. On the old wolf's scarred and uneven belly, a bizarre slit had broken open. Immediately after that, a small old man with a height of only 1.5 m slowly came out from that gap. The little old man was peculiar in appearance, with greenish-white hair, crooked features, and a face covered with brown spots, especially the rosacea on his face, which was covered with dense blackheads, made people feel uncomfortable when they looked at him. This kid, he must at least have more than 20 King Realm Spirit Stones on him, right? Although this little old man was short, his movements were exceptionally nimble, and in just the blink of an eye, he had already turned the entire side hall upside down. Strange, could it be that all those spirit stones are hidden on him? He was puzzled in his mind and hurriedly ran to Li Yaobai's side again and began to grope up and down his body. "Jia jia jia." The little old man smiled smugly. "I'll take these spirit stones for you." However, the little old man's smile quickly froze, because he was surprised to find that there was nothing on Li Yaobai's body. "That's not possible, is it?" The little old man was confused. Right at this moment, the teenager in front of him suddenly opened his eyes, and a pair of demonic blood pupils were staring at him in death. "What's impossible?" The corner of Li Yaobai's mouth curled into a smile as he teasingly looked at him. How are you okay?" The little old man let out a cry of surprise and looked at Li Yaobai incredulously. He has obviously given Li Night White under the spirit of ecstasy. According to reason, this kid should fall into a deep sleep, right? "Of course I'm fine, but you're going to be fine." Li Yaobai let out a light laugh, revealing a hint of coldness in his tone. Just in the moment when this little old man was shocked, a sword and a spear had been silently placed above his neck. It's the miniaturized divine soul summoned by Li Yaobai. "Li Bai and Yu Fei. Should I call you an old wolf? Or should I call you human?" Li Yaobai stood up unhurriedly, an icy glint in his eyes. There's something odd about you, doll. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the little old man, however, did not appear to be the least bit flustered. A dull sound suddenly came out, and immediately afterward, within that little old man's body, a majestic aura of spiritual energy instantly gushed out. The strength of that spiritual power fluctuation was so strong that it directly shattered Li Bai and Yu Fei's divine souls into dots of golden light that dissipated into the air. Since soft doesn't work, then don't blame me for coming hard. The little old man let out a cold smile as his figure closed in. Feeling the powerful aura of spiritual energy emanating from the strange man in front of him, Li Yaobai couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment in his heart. This weirdo, he even has a spiritual energy aura of Junang level 70 or above. Li Yaobai, who had mastered the Qi-looking skill, naturally had an unusually sharp perception of spiritual energy aura. If your excellency has such strength, why are you still pretending to be a demon race here? Li Yaobai asked coldly, trying to probe the other party's bottom line. However, the strange man did not answer Li Yaobai's question. He directly asked back, pretending to be a demon? I don't seem to be the only one pretending to be a demon here, do I? Obviously, this strange old man had already seen through Li Yaobai's identity. At those words, Li Yaobai was not the least bit panicked inwardly. This was the territory of the demon race, so if the other party didn't want to make a big deal out of it, they naturally wouldn't make a move against him easily. After all, his current identity was that of the White Wolf Clan's Demon Clan Senior. Since we are all of the same race, why would your excellency plot against me like this? Seeing that the other party recognized his identity, Li Yaobai stopped pretending and directly showed his cards. Plotting against you? Humph. What a joke. The little old man hummed disdainfully, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Old man, I just want to lend you a few spirit stones. How can I be considered harming you? This little old man also understood that if he forced his hands on this teenager, he would only provoke the other demon clans, causing both sides to get into an unnecessary predicament. It was an outcome none of them wanted to see. Chapter 99. Do you want to do something big? Are we going to stay in this stalemate? Li Yaobai's voice sounded again, breaking the silence between the two. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, this was the territory of the demon clan. Hearing Li Yaobai's words, that little old man didn't say anything. He directly ignored Li Yaobai and bent down, picking up that wolf skin. After a flash of aura, the wolf skin was collected into the trigger finger on his thumb. A space spirit weapon? A trace of surprise flashed in Li Yaobai's eyes. This strange man actually possessed such a precious spirit weapon. One must know that a space spiritual artifact was an extremely precious existence, and those who were able to possess it were by no means idle. Who the hell are you? Li Yaobai couldn't help but ask curiously. He was getting more and more interested in the strange man in front of him. However, that little old man just snorted coldly. Who am I to tell you brats? Since your excellency was able to enter this blood formation, you must know a way to break it. Li Yaobai suddenly reacted. Since the other party was able to lurk in this demon base, they must have some means and skills. In this strange man, Li Yaobai saw the hope of cracking the blood formation. In order to express his sincerity, Li Yaobai directly opened the door and said, Senior should know that on top of this sacrificial blood array, there are more than 1,000 northern soldiers trapped. After 7 days, if the blood formation is not broken, by then these soldiers will all be sacrificed. What's that got to do with me? At that moment, the little old man grunted conspiratorially, seemingly sulking about something. Old man, I just want to steal some spirit stones and live my life well. As for those fights and killings, I don't really want to get involved. After saying that, this little old man even directly plopped down on the ground, putting on an appearance of being unapproachable. Since Senior is here for the spirit stones, then I will make a deal with Senior. You tell me the way to break the blood formation, and I'll help you obtain the spirit stones. At this moment, Li Yaobai was inwardly anxious. If the other party really knew the method to break the blood formation, then it would be worth it to risk himself one more time. Hearing the conditions Li Yaobai proposed, a hint of hesitation flashed in the old man's eyes. He smacked his lips and seemed a little embarrassed. TSK. Oops. It's not that I don't want to tell you. He sighed, his eyebrows furrowing into a tight frown. I also want to break through that blood formation and leave this hellish place, but I really can't do it. The old man waved his hand, his tone tinged with a bit of helplessness. He paused and continued. I also blended in before the blood formation opened, originally just wanting to fish in troubled waters and steal some spirit medicine and spirit stones. Who knows what machinations that three-eyed raven has pulled, directly locking me in here. Speaking of this, he pointed in a direction near the side hall. where the medicine garden where the three-eyed crow had set up the poison formation was located. The spiritual energy that supports this sacrificial blood formation is from that medicinal garden. He explained, the spiritual energy emitted by the elixir supports the operation of the blood formation, while the blood formation sucks in the spiritual energy of those soldiers and then feeds back to these elixirs, and so on and so forth. Want to break the formation? He paused for a moment, as if thinking about something. Unless you pull out all the elixirs inside that poison formation, without the support of spiritual energy, the blood formation will naturally break without attack. After hearing the little old man's words, a sense of despair immediately passed through Li Yaobai's heart. The white elephant had once said that even if a king realm expert approached that poisonous formation, he would be turned into blood by the poisonous mist. It was useless even if a king realm expert came, let alone him, a small shrimp at level 37 of Ju energy. Just as Li Yaobai fell into deep thought, the old man spoke again. I'm telling you all of this. Naturally I can't tell you this for nothing. You have to answer my questions as well. My vertigo scatter has never missed a beat in all these years. So why is it that it has no effect on you? He stared at Li Yaobai closely, as if he wanted to see through the other party's body. Hearing the old man's question, Li Yaobai snapped out of his contemplation. He thought for a moment and replied, I did pass out at that time, but soon, I regained consciousness. To say why, I'm not sure. He shook his head. Maybe, that ecstasy of yours expired? Li Yaobai said jokingly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. However, this comment angered the old man. No way. You fart. He busted right out. Brat, give me your hand. He said angrily, for the sake of the same clan, I will let you go today, but you have to show me what is going on. Saying that, his short body grabbed Li Yaobai's arm. Li Yaobai had no choice but to extend his hand and let the other party probe his body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Under this exploration, the old man was directly stunned. His fingers trembled slightly, and his eyes stared round as if he was looking at a monster as he stared at Li Yaobai. Heaven, heavenly gothic poison. He spat out those 4 words dolefully, his tone filled with shock and fear. The poison of heavenly gothic? What's that? Li Yaobai was bewildered, not understanding what the other party was saying at all. The old man didn't answer directly, but continued to pursue the question. Why are you hosting the mother of the heavenly gothic poison in your heart? Li Yaobai's heart fluttered. Is that green liquid he's talking about? Even if Li Yaobai was stupid, he understood what the old man was talking about at this moment. The heavenly gothic poison, that is a legendary origin spirit, is the most poisonous demonic essence in the world. He paused and continued. No one knows exactly where this thing came from, but it has self-awareness. Its parent body is capable of splitting and then parasitizing all sentient beings, noiselessly eroding their life force and spiritual energy. The poison of heavenly gothic is the ancestor of all poisons. All the poisons and demonic auras in the world pale into insignificance in front of it, and will only be mercilessly devoured by it, becoming nutrients for its growth. He tightly tugged on Li Yaobai's wrist as if he had picked up some rare treasure and refused to let go. You kid, is actually a person with a great chance. He sighed. No wonder my spirit dispersion had no effect on you. So you're actually hosting such an existence in your body. Immediately afterward, the old man's expression suddenly became wary as he began to look around carefully. Kid, aren't you going to break the formation? He lowered his voice. Now, here's your chance. The old man continued, but a wry smile squeezed out of his face. Want to do something big with me? Chapter 100, it and be done with it. Listening to the old man's gushing words, Li Yaobai's brain almost short-circuited. The green liquid in his body, the origin is so extraordinary. Seeing the old man's exuberant expression, Li Yaobai hurriedly drew his wrist back. Senior, you calm down first. Why are you so sure that this massive green liquid in my body is the heavenly gothic poison you speak of? It wasn't that he didn't believe the eccentric old man's words. Rather, it was because the existence of this green liquid was closely related to his life, and he had to be a bit cautious. Have traveled all over the world for decades. What strange things have I not seen? Seeing Li Yaobai doubt his judgment, the old man immediately glared at his eyes, looking quite dissatisfied. The aura flowing out of your body is the same as the legendary aura of the heavenly gothic poison. There will never be any mistake. Listen to me. Is this thing sucking your spiritual energy all the time? Li Yaobai nodded. The old man saw this and continued to press the issue. The only way to barely suppress this evil thing is with spiritual energy. And once it is deprived of it, it will turn to sucking your energy, right? Li Yaobai nodded again. This time, there was a bit more gravity in his eyes. That's absolutely right. The old man slapped his thigh and looked extremely excited. Now, you have become the host of this evil thing. With it, you will become invulnerable to all poisons, and no evil things in the world will be able to cause the slightest harm to you, or even, they will be devoured by this heavenly gothic poison. Devour? Li Yaobai keenly captured this keyword and couldn't help but interject. That's right. Rumor has it that the mother body of the heavenly gothic poison possesses the ability to constantly devour and evolve. As to whether this rumor is true, I don't know. Hearing this, Li Yaobai was finally convinced. Everything this weird old man said was true. The poison of heavenly gothic in one's own body comes from the middle of that devil's cave. And as to why it appears in that 10,000-foot devil's cave, this would not be something that Li Yaobai could guess. Senior is really knowledgeable. After all you have said, I have yet to ask your identity? Hearing Li Yaobai's words, this strange old man unexpectedly replied with exceptional politeness. As for me, old man, my name is G. Mudlark, and I'm a spirit core hunter. Spirit core hunters? It is perennial mixed in the border of the demon people. Muddy water and fish pick some spiritual medicine. Steal some spirit core. Do some small business. G. Mudskipper said while absently stroking his already thinning hair, looking rather self-deprecating. Kid, we're really not fighting. He hemmed and hawed, his eyes revealing a bit of affection. However, you also have to give me an honest answer. You surely aren't called any white knight, right? The old man raised his head, trying hard to see Li Yaobai's expression, but he was helplessly too short and appeared to be struggling a bit. Just call me Hikari. Li Yaobai smiled faintly. In this demon race's territory, he didn't want to easily reveal his true name. Hikaru? The seasonal mudskipper chanted the name and nodded. Good name. Just as he was pondering, Li Yaobai opened his mouth again and asked, Elder G, the opportunity to break the formation you mentioned before, could you be referring to? Before his words left his mouth, his gaze was already cast in one direction. That's right. The corner of G. Mudskipper's mouth hooked into a smug smile, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. That three-eyed raven's medicine garden. Are you interested? Li Yaobai sniffed and also revealed a knowing smile. Would you believe me if I say I'm not interested, senior? At this moment, an old man and a young man looked at each other without words. Outside a white wall near the side hall, Li Knight White kept pacing back and forth, while beside him, an old wolf was looking around vigilantly. A layer of purple-black miasma permeated around that white wall, like a mysterious veil that gently enveloped its surroundings. This layer of miasma looks simple, but it's hidden. Once someone approached, the purple-black poisonous gas would act like a ferocious beast, instantly turning the intruder into blood. Inside this white wall can be that three-eyed crow's treasured medicinal garden. G. Mudskipper raised his hand to point at the towering, 100-foot-high white wall in front of the two. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, the communication between the two was in beast language. It's not really difficult to break the blood formation, Seasonal Mudskipper said confidently. As long as you walk in through that main door and pluck the elixirs inside one by one, the blood formation will not break. One step away from the layer of miasma, Li Yaobai stopped in his tracks. His brow was furrowed, and it was clear that he still had concerns in his mind. Elder G, is this really reliable? He couldn't help but reconfirm. After all, once they made an error in judgment, his little life would be accounted for here. Don't worry, you have the heavenly gothic poison protecting your body. This mere poison formation is simply not enough for you to be afraid of. It's just like a nullity. Seeing that Li Yaobai was still hesitant, G. Mudlark couldn't help but skim his lips, looking a bit impatient. Asterisk it and be done with it. As soon as the words left his mouth, he violently kicked out, directly kicking Li Yaobai into the layer of poisonous mist. Remember to bring back more elixirs for the old man. G. Locha's voice faded into a blur in Li Yaobai's ears. He dove headfirst into that poison formation and was instantly surrounded by poisonous mist. It was as if this poison formation had a spirit. Immediately sensing the intrusion from the outside world, a strong feeling of paralysis followed, and it was as if his body was fixed by an invisible force, unable to move. The poisonous mist was like a raging tide, furiously surging in, wanting to completely engulf Li Yaobai. However, a bizarre scene appeared. Those originally ferocious and incomparable poisonous gases, in the instant they approached Li Yaobai, turned out to be like ice melting into gusts of gentle mist, and then quietly absorbed by Li Yaobai's body. As time passed, Li Yaobai gradually adapted to the feeling of being in this poisonous formation. His body, which was originally stiff, began to become flexible, and he was soon able to move freely. He took a deep breath and took a step, easily stepping out of the range of the poison formation. Is this the heavenly gothic poison? Li Yaobai marveled in his heart. This heavenly gothic poison, is it so perverted? However, when he looked up, the scene before him shocked him even more. The architecture within the white walls is extremely simple, surrounded only by square white walls. It looks rather rustic and unadorned. However, under the shelter of these white walls, 4 vibrant medicinal gardens were hidden. On each of the medicinal gardens, more than 50 spirit medicines were densely planted. Li Yaobai roughly calculated that the total number of spirit medicines here had actually reached more than 200. More than 200. Spirit medicines that are almost at the king realm level? Chapter 101 Awakening. Third Divine Soul. Influenced by these elixirs. In the air, strands of white spiritual energy floated like ribbons. These ribbons of spiritual energy were surging towards the blood-colored spell formation on top of the white wall. Li Yaobai knew that, but any time he hesitated for a second, he was disrespecting these elixirs. Asterisk it and be done with it. Saying that, Li Yaobai took a step into one of the medicinal gardens, and the blood-colored sundial totem under his feet instantly churned up. Suck me. He let out a low gulp. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sundial totem emitted a burst of humming, as if it was responding to his call. The sundial totem slowly unfolded, and in an instant, it enveloped the piece of elixir at Li Yaobai's feet. In just a few moments, those originally vibrant elixirs were reduced to pieces. At the same time, a majestic stream of spiritual energy surged madly into Li Yaobai's body like a flood of water. With the constant influx of spiritual energy, Li Yaobai's breath was rapidly recovering and was still climbing. It was as if some sort of shackle had been broken on his cultivation realm, and it began to rise crazily. Ju energy level 38. Ju energy level 45. Ju energy level 55. The aura on Li Yaobai's body surged madly. Because of the sundial totem's peculiar talent, the amount of spiritual energy Li Yaobai needed for each level up was a terrifying number. But at this moment, under the pouring of this huge amount of spiritual energy, Li Yaobai felt unprecedented pain and relief. His entire body and mind immersed in this unspeakable pleasure. However, Li Yaobai was not satisfied. Since I'm here all the time, he whispered to himself, Three-eyed crow, I'm going to give you a great gift today. Immediately afterward, he stepped into the second medicinal garden without hesitation, and as if the sundial totem had also killed his eyes, without waiting for Li Yaobai to summon it, he jumped out of his own accord, emitting a gust of bloodthirsty light. Similarly, the second elixir garden was also poisoned, being devoured into pieces by the sundial totem without mercy. However, this time, the surging spiritual energy did not surge into Li Yaobai's body, but was absorbed by the sundial totem in full. Under Li Yaobai's astonished gaze, the pointer on the sundial totem began to rotate frantically, and even rushed directly past the position halfway through the sea hour. A wave of dizziness followed. Li Yaobai's consciousness was once again caught up in that mysterious divine scroll. Beneath that vast and infinite starry sky, a middle-aged man in a red robe with gray hair had already been waiting there quietly. His face was extremely ordinary, as if he was just a rustic old farmer. However, even though he only had a simple red robe around him, the red robe was embroidered with ancient golden patterns in the style of bullhorns and suns. In the center of his brow, there was actually a striking fire pattern imprinted. Coming? The middle-aged man noticed Li Yaobai's gaze and then revealed a kind and amiable smile. His voice was as loud as a bell, sacred and majestic, so that people could not help but be in awe. Dare I ask who you are? Li Yaobai secretly speculated in his heart. Looking at the other party's posture, it was definitely not a simple character. However, the middle-aged man just looked at him kindly. You're doing very well, he said softly. Boom! Just then, a roar suddenly came. Li Yaobai was jerked back to reality by this sudden jolt. He looked down. Those 100 or so spirit medicines that were originally vibrant had been sucked into dry powder by him at this moment, scattering on the ground in a mess. And the sacrificial blood formation on top of that white wall suddenly reacted at this moment. The light of the blood array began to flicker erratically. Didn't wait for Li Yaobai to react. The blood-colored spell formation overhead then erupted with a burst of light, carrying the momentum of destroying the sky and earth, falling down violently like a meteorite. Unbridled, behind Li Yaobai, 2 angry shouts came out, shaking the surrounding air. Just as that blood-colored spell was about to devour Li Yaobai, 3 shocking lights violently erupted behind him. 3 divine souls rushed up to the sky, Yu Fei and Li Bai of the law of the heavens and the earth, one holding a long sword with a chilling light, the other clutching a long spear with a domineering look. The 2 of them simultaneously rose up in the air and rushed straight towards the rampaging blood formation. Pang! An explosive roar, as if it was thunder in the sky, exploded in this space, shaking the hearts and souls of the people. At that moment, the red-robed figure moved. Although his divine soul was not as tall and lofty as Yufei's or Li Bai's, the aura emanating from his body was like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens and rising straight into the clouds. Din come! The red-robed middle-aged man drank softly under his breath. As he droned, a bronze-colored 3-legged tripod descended from the sky, like a heavenly god descending into the world. With a mighty power, the tripod was 10 feet tall and stood on 3 legs, with lifelike sacred cows and spiritual sheep carved on each leg, either hissing with their heads held high or gnawing with their heads lowered, in different and lifelike forms. Above the belly of the tripod, a circle of patterns twisted and intertwined, and upon closer inspection, they were actually the patterns of various rare medicinal herbs. And on top of the lid of the tripod, a round sun pattern was outlined with golden threads, shining brightly. Chisel formation. The 3-legged tripod circled flexibly in midair for a week, and at the command of the red-robed middle-aged man, it accelerated violently and smashed straight towards the blood-colored spell formation. Bang! 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 Each impact of the 3-legged tripod was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were trembling for it. With the continuous bombardment of the 3-legged tripod, the originally arrogant and domineering blood-colored phalanx instantly shriveled up, no longer able to stir up any wind and waves. Good tactics. Seeing this scene, Yufei and Li Bai both couldn't help but marvel at it. However, after that blood-colored phalanx receded, around Li Bai, countless densely packed vines unexpectedly appeared out of thin air. Night White. We should have triggered the self-protection mechanism of this blood formation. Yufei's voice came in Li Yaobai's mind. Should we pull out first? Yufei had always been a calm and cautious character, and he couldn't help but remind Li Yaobai. Afraid of what? With the 3-foot sword in my hand, I can cut down 30,000 immortals in the sky. Li Bai threw the wine pot on his waist into the air, and with a flick of his long sword, he drank recklessly and drunkenly. How long can I summon you now? Li Yaobai's complexion was also grave. 1 hour. Hearing Yufei's reply, Li Yaobai's frown then stretched. My current strength is Ju energy level 55? What about you guys? Upon hearing this, Yufei stood with his gun and said, Ju energy level 65. Yufei. Li Bai also retrieved the wine pot. Ju energy level 65. Li Bai. It was only after hearing their reply that Li Yaobai let out a light breath, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a confident smile. How can you just leave when you're here? With that, he looked at the red-robed, white-haired middle-aged man. Elder, may I ask who you are? Hearing Li Yaobai's words, the red-robed middle-aged man gave him a kind look and slowly withdrew the 3-legged tripod. Shen Nongs. You can also call me Inferno Emperor. Chapter 102, the 4 of us are really strong. Shen Nongs? Yen Di? The other party's brief few words were like a 1,000-pound hammer that slammed into Li Yaobai's heart. That legendary one of the 3 emperors, the ancestor of the children of Yen Huang, Yen Di Shen Non? Li Yaobai was horrified in his heart. For a moment, he was speechless, because the one standing in front of him at this moment was none other than his legendary old ancestor. No wonder. He always felt that this red-robed middle-aged man had an unspeakable sense of affinity. Although Shen Non's appearance was pristine and seemingly plain, however, the other party's pair of eyes revealed a mountain-like resilience that inspired awe. What? Don't you recognize me? Seeing Li Yaobai frozen in place, the corners of Shen Non's mouth curled into a smile. No, 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 how could I not recognize you? Only then did Li Yaobai come back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand to deny it. At this moment, he actually had an inexplicable feeling that resonated from the depths of his bloodline. I just never thought that in this life I would ever be able to see your likeness in person. Shen Non gazed at Li Yaobai with a smile. Night White, I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are our chosen one. Now it seems that our choice was really not wrong. Hearing Shen Non's words, Li Yaobai was surprised. The chosen one? What does that mean? Just as Li Yaobai wanted to continue to pursue the matter, those demonized vines began to move stupidly. Their bodies suddenly skyrocketed. Immediately after that, the vine swarm waved in mid-air, its tentacles locking onto Li Yaobai's direction. Don't panic. I'm here, Shen Non said gently and soothingly behind Li Yaobai. Before the words fell, he gently waved his hand, and a radiant 3-legged giant tripod appeared in the air, hanging in mid-air. Little evil thing, how dare you be so insouciant? The 3-legged tripod quickly rotated under Shen Non's control, and then transformed into a huge black tripod that emitted a hefty pressure. Is this the legendary ancient artifact, the Shen Non tripod? Looking at the towering black giant tripod in front of him, Li Yaobai was shocked in his heart. "You're quite the visionary," Shen Nong responded mildly, although Shen Nong's voice remained as gentle as ever. That Shen Nong tripod began to tremble manically as if it had sensed the will of its master. Boom! It slammed down on top of the ground with a deafening thud, just the moment those vines were about to close in on Li Yaobai. At the mouth of the black giant tripod, a burst of tumbling black mist suddenly erupted, and they quickly spread out, and in just an instant, they enveloped the incoming group of vines. Under the erosion of the black mist, those originally ferocious and incomparable vines withered in just a few moments, turning into puddles of green pus. Shen Nong, there is even this kind of terrifying means? Li Yaobai witnessed this scene with his own eyes. The skill of not moving his sword, but being able to crush his enemies invisibly, shook his heart to the core. He almost looked dumbfounded. Isn't this the legendary Master Fa? With a wave of his hand, he can turn over the clouds and control life and death. Just as Li Yaobai was secretly marveling in his heart, in his hand, a miniature-sized Shen Nong tripod had actually appeared as well. Could it be that I will also be able to harness the Shen Nong tripod and perform this kind of stance in the future? Naturally. As Shen Nong's reply came from his mind, Li Yaobai couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Just as he was fantasizing about becoming a lawgiver and flinging skills wildly without a blue bar, those vines that had been crushed actually grew back. The self-protection mechanism of the sacrificial blood array has been activated. As long as the blood formation is not completely broken, those vines would then grow and spread as if they had endless vitality. More and more vines came in like a tidal wave. They quickly covered the white walls around them and once again launched a fierce attack on Li Yaobai. Punjiu. Li Bai drew his sword and drank softly. His old man has been in the limelight. We can't just watch. Seeing that there were vines coming from the other side, Li Bai took the first step and stepped out in an athletic manner. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, the sword light cut through the sky like a meteor, instantly chopping at the vines. The sword light flashed and the sword intent spread out, and the fragments of vines were then scattered all over the ground. Naturally. Leave the back to me. Yu Fei held his lance, and with a gentle spin, he circled around behind Li Yaobai. The gun's intent was like a dragon, and it rose up to the sky. Under Yu Fei's continuous gun shadows, the vines behind Li Yaobai were also shattered one by one. At this moment, the three divine souls were fighting side by side. They firmly protected Li Yaobai in the center. What to do? I feel me horribly strong now. Li Yaobai's heartbeat sped up. The four of us are awesome. The battle continues. The three divine souls kept launching onslaughts with a destructive momentum, and those vines, under their violent attack, were broken apart inch by inch, and their growth speed became slower and slower. That blood-colored spell formation had also dimmed at this moment, and the white-walled prohibitions around them also had gusts of cracks appearing during the fierce battle, as if they would collapse at any time. Night White, we can't keep fighting. Yu Fei's voice suddenly sounded with a hint of urgency. The spiritual power of this formation has already been destroyed by us for the most part. If we continue to attack strongly, I'm afraid that we will trigger its self-destruct mechanism. At that point, it could go crazy and devour everything around it, including those innocent soldiers. Hearing this, Li Yaobai's brows tightened. If I don't break the blood formation, how can I save them? With the opportunity right in front of him, Li Yaobai didn't want to give it up easily. If, in an instant, we can collect all of these elixirs before triggering the mechanism of the blood formation, cutting off its supply of spiritual energy, Yu Fei muttered. Although he had studied the way of formations quite deeply, he was not sure if his approach was really feasible in the face of this complicated blood formation in front of him. It's really the best way to do it at the moment without wreaking havoc on those soldiers or causing more damage. Shen Nong was very positive about Yu Fei's methods. He looked at Yu Fei appreciatively and nodded slowly, collecting all the elixirs in a flash. That would require a spatial spirit artifact to do so. Li Yaobai cupped his chin in contemplation, already having an idea in his mind. The blood formation set up by this three-eyed crow is truly cunning to the extreme, with one ring after another, making it impossible to defend against. Li Yaobai knew that the time left for him to break the formation was running out. He had to come up with a foolproof plan quickly. When it comes down to it, we have to take a step back. Immediately afterward, Li Yaobai's mind moved. The figures of the three divine souls then instantly dissipated, turning into bits of fluorescent light. Within 3 days, I will break the blood formation, he swore in his mind. Taking one last look at the bleak blood formation, Li Yaobai stepped out of the white wall of poisonous mist with 1 foot. Chapter 103. Boom! Boom! Right at the moment Li Yaobai stepped out of the white wall of poisonous mist, high above the sky, A deafening collapse sound suddenly came from where the blood formation was located, only to see that the huge vines that had originally wrapped the town tightly and impenetrably had lost their support in an instant. They were like dominoes, collapsing a large portion of them in an instant, revealing half of the town's outline. What's going on? At this moment, the three golden-winged rocks high above the sky suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Lord Warlord's blood formation. Why did it suddenly collapse? Could it be that someone's clan's expert has come to break the formation? The King Realm level aura suddenly erupted. They waved their huge feathered wings, and in just an instant, they flew close to the sky above the collapsing blood formation, their gazes sharply scanning the surroundings. Anything? One of the golden-winged rocks asked in a deep voice. No, I can't sense a hint of human. The other two golden-winged rocks shook their heads after carefully probing. In that case, go report to the Lord Warlord. After saying that, one of the golden-winged rocks immediately spread its wings and sped off into the distance. The front line of the Phantom Moon Demon Kingdom. A large camp stood like a city of steel. The air was heavy with the scent of blood. However, in one corner of this camp, an antique cabin was unexpectedly erected. In the center of the cabin, the three-eyed raven dressed in black was sitting in front of the chessboard with a concentrated look. The chess piece in his hand fell gently, making a crisp and loud clash with the board. Surprisingly, on the opposite side of the three-eyed raven, it was empty. He held the black pieces in one hand and the white pieces in the other, actually playing against himself in this silence. Suddenly, when the three-eyed raven dropped a piece, the vertical pupil at that spot on his brow actually transmitted a sudden paroxysm of pain. Lord Warlord, General Rock has something to ask for. Just then, a sharp announcement came from outside the cabin, shattering the quiet of the room. Enter. At those words, the three-eyed raven responded faintly. Before the words fell, that golden-winged rock had already appeared in front of him with a tense expression. Something happened to the blood formation? However, without waiting for the golden-winged rock to open his mouth, the three-eyed crow had already preempted him. How did the Lord Warlord know? The golden-winged rock's face changed as he asked in surprise. What good can come of your coming to inform? The three-eyed crow, however, did not panic. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile and he hummed lightly. Tell me, what's the mess with my blood formation? He spoke with his mouth, but the chess pieces in his hand still didn't stop, as if everything was under his control. Soon, the golden-winged rock recounted in detail the abnormalities that had occurred in the blood formation. After listening to the golden-winged rock's report, a hint of fluctuation finally appeared in the three-eyed raven's ancient, wave-free eyes. Oh, is that even possible? He whispered to himself, his tone revealing a bit of surprise. Gradually, the speed at which he landed his pieces actually slowed down unconsciously. Since it wasn't an expert from the human race who came to break the formation, the three-eyed raven put down the chess piece in his hand, looked deep into the distance, and slowly spoke. That would be a problem within the blood formation. When the golden-winged rock heard this, his pupils shrunk violently as he asked in surprise. You mean, is it the three vanguard officers in the base? The undertow tiger, the red snake and the white elephant, who are up to no good? It was common knowledge that these three vanguard officers were guarding the elixir base. Therefore, the golden-winged rock was the first to suspect them. However, the three-eyed raven calmly waved his hand, dismissing his speculation. Nonetheless, there's a saying among the human race that you can't use a doubtful person. Even if I gave them 10 guts, they wouldn't dare do anything to betray me. He played with the pieces in his hand as he continued to think. It must be the human soldiers trapped there that are up to no good. The golden-winged rock's face showed an incredulous expression as he sniffed. How is this possible? No one can escape the bonds of that blood formation. Obviously, he really couldn't believe it for this conclusion. This time, the three-eyed raven was silent. After a long time, he raised his head violently, and the vertical pupil in the center of his brow opened instantly, emitting a burst of mysterious black aura. With that, on the chessboard in front of him, the pieces began to run on their own. The pieces swung around the board in an eerie pattern, and the three-eyed raven's fingers flicked back and forth between the pieces. Looking at the scene in front of him, once again, a wave of shock welled up in the golden-winged rock's heart. He mused in his mind. Rumor has it that Lord Warlord's divine beast bloodline originated from the red pupil black crow, an ancient god from the ancient times. It is said that the red pupil black crow's spiritual power is able to cover the entire continent and specializes in the art of divination, being able to know the past and the future. Could it be that what Lord Warlord is using at this moment is precisely that legendary divination technique? The golden-winged rock was in awe in his heart. His gaze was fixed on the three-eyed raven, afraid of missing any detail. Just then, The chessboard in front of the three-eyed crow suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. The pieces on the chessboard were like fallen leaves swept up by a gale, and after a tumble, they instantly exploded into delicate powder. The smoke gradually dispersed, and at this moment, on the chessboard, there were only two pieces left. These two pieces, one black and one white, one in front and one behind, reside exactly on the center axis, forming a marvelous confrontation. Lord Warlord, what is this situation? The golden-winged roc looked confused and couldn't help but ask. King to king, general to commander. The three-eyed raven stared at the two pieces. There is no solution to the fateful situation. He whispered to himself. There has never been such a trigram since I was born. Lord Warlord, I still don't understand. The golden-winged roc scratched its head and looked at the three-eyed crow with a bewildered expression. The three-eyed raven pointed to the two pieces and slowly explained. I am the general. He is the general. I am the king. He is the king. According to the trigrams, although they are evenly matched, he is in front and I am behind. He is on top and I am on the bottom. This foreshadows my eventual defeat at his hands. The three-eyed raven let out a soft sigh as his brow furrowed. Impossible. Lord Warlord's wisdom is unrivaled in the world. In terms of schemes, it's impossible for the human race to still have someone who can defeat you. The golden-winged roc firmly shook its head like a rattle. In their hearts, the three-eyed raven's wisdom was as godlike. No one could reach it. Lord Warlord, who is that he you refer to? A burst of killing intent surged out of the golden-winged roc's eyes. My nemesis. After saying that, the three-eyed raven looked in the direction of the human army camp and chanted in a low voice. How can? That Qin Dao is just a front I made up. How could I lose? Chapter 104, I'm going to propose. There are 6 days until the end of the blood array sacrifice. At this moment, in the side hall of the demon clan's base, Li Yabai and a little old man were whispering. You kid, it's only been half a day since you went in. Why are you making such a big commotion? The diminutive body of the seasonal loach jumped straight up. Do you know what's going on out there? He bellowed angrily. That blood formation suddenly collapsed in half, and even the entire base quaked 3 times. Mud Loach stared at the culprit in front of him. I asked you to pull out those elixirs. Why did you just give it a raise? After hearing the old man's words, Li Yaobai realized what was happening outside. All he knew was that he was having a good fight inside, but he didn't realize that it was already a mess outside. The 2 demonic beasts in seclusion have also been stirred up by your commotion. Madrao looked around warily with a grave expression. Although that white elephant looks tough, it is actually delicious and lazy, bullying softness and fear of hardness, and the underworld tiger is even more simple-minded and developed. But that red snake is different. She is cunning and venomous. I worry that you will expose your identity in front of her. Although you can hide from the white elephant, in front of the red snake, you have absolutely nothing to hide from. However, Li Yaobai showed no panic at all and was unusually calm. At this moment, he already possessed the strength of Ju energy level 55. What's more, he was able to summon 3 Ju energy level 65 divine souls, so even if those 3 vanguard demonic beasts came at the same time, he could still personally organize their funerals. The only thing he felt worried about was that he didn't know when the heavily gothic poison that was parasitized in his body would suddenly erupt again. Although he had already fed the other a huge amount of spiritual energy this time, the thought that, at some point in the future, he would be backstabbed by this thing made him feel diabolical inside. The most crucial thing is, why did you come back empty-handed? The old man's tone clearly revealed dissatisfaction. Obviously, not being able to reap the benefits, this old man held a bellyful of resentment. Senior, you've really wronged me. Li Yaobai helplessly waved his hand and explained. Of course I brought back elixirs, but those elixirs withered instantly as soon as they came into contact with the poisonous mist. With that, he placed an already withered spirit herb in front of the 2. As you know, I don't have a spatial spirit artifact to carry these elixirs. After hearing Li Yaobai's words, Mudskipper's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a turd. He gritted his teeth helplessly. In there, just how many spirit medicines are there? About 200 plants, Li Yaobai replied. What? When the old man heard this, his eyes almost glazed over. His face filled with shock. You don't have a spatial spirit weapon, you said it earlier. More than 200 spirit medicines are placed there. You can still watch and walk out. Are you a human being? However, the corners of Li Yaobai's mouth curled up into a smile. I've already devoured more than 100 plants, and the remaining 100 plants, if Senior is interested. He paused deliberately, then continued. Then lend me the spatial spiritual artifact. As soon as the words fell, the aura on Li Yubai's body instantly erupted, and a powerful pressure swept around like a tidal wave. What kind of monster are you, kid? Really? Feeling the amazing aura on Li Yubai's body, G Mudskipper couldn't help but freeze. I remember before you went in, you were still just JUE energy level 30 plus breath, right? How did you raise to JUE energy level 50 plus in only half a day? G Mudskipper's eyes were rounded and his tone was full of shock. How is this possible? He can't seem to get over it. Did you really devour those elixirs? Seasonal Mudskipper's pupils shrunk. With a stunned and suspicious face, he looked at Li Yubai. Just then, Li Yubai's feet stepped down, and the sundial totem suddenly emerged, the color of blood filling the entire room. Immediately afterward, 3 divine soul shadows flashed behind him, each of them exuding a palpitatingly terrifying aura that made people not dare to look directly at them. Senior, do you think I'm joking with you? Li Yubai said indifferently. Nowadays, he held 3 powerful divine souls in his hands. Even if he faced the G Mudskipper, who had the strength of a JUE level 70, he still had the power to fight. There was only one thought in his mind. He had to break the blood formation tomorrow and save all those trapped Northern Territory troops. And the strange old man in front of him was the beginning of his plan. Seeing that flash of the divine soul's shadow, G Madra's face changed once again. Although 2 of the shadows he had seen before, the aura on them this time was very different from before. G Mudskipper felt that if he was framed by these 2 shadows again, I was afraid that it would be difficult to break free no matter what, because the aura emanating from them was surprisingly just a hair's breadth away from themselves. As a knowledgeable old geezer, G Mudloach also began to doubt life at this moment. He had never heard of such a terrifying and bizarre talent like Li Yubai. This talent just doesn't make sense. Space spirits. It was only after a long period of contemplation that the quarter Mudskipper slowly chanted, as if weighing something. This kid, wings are hardening and you're starting to make deals with me. Although the spatial spirit artifacts were very valuable, those spirit medicines that were about to reach the King Realm level were equally valuable. Anyway, he was just lending it to him for a while, not giving it to him. Can he not give it back to himself? Then how many spirit medicines are you going to give me a share of? After weighing the pros and cons, G Mudskipper could only helplessly compromise. After all, his main purpose of blending in was for these precious spirit medicines. Over 100 plants. We'll split it 50-50. Li Yubai replied cheerfully. Your kid has already swallowed over 100 plants, and now you want 50 more? Upon hearing this, G Mudskipper jumped up in anger again, blowing his beard and eyes in alarm. What? Don't I need to take risks by entering that poisonous fog? Senior, if you don't want these 50 plants, I'll make another trip tomorrow and just swallow them all. With that, Li Yubai turned around and was about to leave. Fine. 50-50 is 50-50. You kid, you really aren't a savior. When the old man heard this, he was so anxious that he hastened to agree. He muttered inwardly, not only is this kid's talent weird and scary, his mind is also so shrewd and cunning. After saying that, the quarter Mudskipper raised his hand and waved it, and all sorts of spirit weapons instantly surfaced on the floor. These spiritual artifacts come in different forms, with necklaces, rings, and bracelets, a dazzling array. Li Yubai swept over with a glance, and surprisingly, there were as many as a dozen pieces. He couldn't help but freeze in surprise. No, are these all space spirit artifacts? Elder, do you engage in wholesale? This time, it was Li Yubai's turn to feel confused. He stared at the quarter Mudskipper with wide eyes and an astonished look on his face. Did you hide it that deep? Humph. Each other. The old man pouted. Don't mope. Just pick one, he urged, a hint of flesh pain on his face. Clearly, these space spirit artifacts were quite precious to him as well. Pick the ring in the center. At this moment, Shinnon's voice suddenly sounded in Li Yubai's mind. That spirit artifact is of good quality, and the space inside is much larger than other spirit artifacts. Shinnon added. Li Yubai immediately understood and grabbed that ring in his hand. I said, can't you change it? Seeing that the inconspicuous ring was taken away by Li Yubai, the old man's face immediately became embarrassed. I just love this ring. Li Yubai completely ignored the other party's suggestion. You're a big boy. How handsome you are with a necklace or bracelet or something. What's the point of you wanting a ring? The old man was obviously genuinely distressed and began to persuade bitterly. Oddly enough, he originally just wanted to sneak around and take this kid's spirit stone, but now it's good. The spirit stone didn't get stolen, and he also hitched a ride on a precious space spirit weapon. I just like the ring. I'm going to propose. Li Yubai said playfully. This place is full of demonic beasts, so beg your grandma's leg. Mudskipper was so angry that he almost didn't slap himself twice. He regretted it now. One should never have known this kid in the first place. Chapter 105, Geese Pulling Out Hairs. What did you bring me here for? It wasn't long before Liu Bai brought the old man with a puzzled face to that pagoda. We're going to break the formation tomorrow, so I have to take something before I leave. With that, Liu Bai smiled mysteriously and walked towards the pagoda with large strides. Lord White Knight, you're here again. As soon as the knight fort guarding the door saw that it was Liu Bai, he immediately greeted him in a respectful tone. Well, I've come to see how those elixirs are doing. Liu Bai calmly walked ahead while pointing at the old wolf behind him and said to Nightcrawler, let him give me a hand. Naturally, the Night Stalkers had nothing to say, and they quickly let the two in. At that moment, in the corner of the first floor of the tower, a petite female fox demon quietly appeared. As soon as she saw Liu Bai, she immediately stepped forward and respectfully knelt down. Greetings to Senior White Knight. Liu Bai had some impression of this female fox demon. You're the sister of that fox Saburo? That's right. That day, if it wasn't for Elder White Knight's timely intervention, I'm afraid I would have already been court-martialed by Lord White Elephant. The female fox demon's eyes flashed with gratitude, and her tone was unusually respectful. Inside this tower, other than you, is there anyone else there? Liu Bai asked tentatively. Today is the day that the two Vanguard Lords are coming out of the gate. Everyone has been summoned to the central hall, and I'm the only one who stays here. The female fox demon answered truthfully. Since you're the only one here, I have something I need you to inquire about for me. Elder, just do as you wish. I will know everything and say everything. The female fox demon responded in a hurry. Liu Bai hesitated for a moment, then asked, the celebrity that Hades Tiger killed, is his body in this base? The one he asked was none other than the Snow Wolf Squad's leader, Baron. The female fox demon pondered for a moment, then returned. It is true that there is a human corpse. However, that human corpse was placed in Lord Red Snake's room, and we are not authorized to ask about it. Red Snake. Hear the name. Liu Bai and the old wolf behind him suddenly changed their faces, a flash of gravity in their eyes. Okay, you go back. I'm enough here. With that, Liu Bai waved his hand at the female fox demon, signaling that she could leave. Hearing Liu Bai's order, the female fox demon didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and immediately retreated. Kid, what the hell are you up to? Seasonal Mudskipper's voice carried a hint of nervousness and uneasiness. This is the three-eyed crow's treasure trove. Don't mess around, he warned Liu Bai. Seasonal Locha's fear was naturally justified. This pagoda was one of the most valued hidden treasures of the three-eyed raven. There was no poisonous array prohibition here, so if anything went wrong with the pagoda, the demonic beasts of the entire base would rush over in an instant, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he, Seasonal Loach, had a Jurji energy level of 70 psychic power, his talent was not a combat class. Facing the continuous siege of the three great vanguards of demonic beasts, as well as countless lesser demonic beasts, he naturally couldn't hold back. Don't worry, I'm just here to pick up a little something, Liu Bai said and put that ring on his hand. With that, he opened the door to a secret room, a King Realm level 100 spirit flower. Mudskipper recognized the precious spirit medicine placed in the middle at a glance, and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. However, a scene that shocked him appeared immediately afterward. Liu Bai unexpectedly and unapologetically, directly collected that 100 spirit flower into his spatial spirit device. Not only that, along with the surrounding spirit stones and soil, he also packed them away. Are you crazy? Quarter Mudskipper exclaimed. Why are you such a tiger? You're not afraid of those demonic beasts finding out? Liu Bai, however, ignored the little old man. With a movement of his body, he quickly walked towards the next secret room. The gate opened and a rich aroma of spiritual energy and herbs came out. This is the rumored purple violet grass. It's said that this thing can nourish the soul. It's a treasure that the spirit clan can only dream of. Madra's eyes reddened as he watched. This is still a violet grass that has reached the King Realm level, he muttered. However, without waiting for him to take a closer look, the violet grass instantly disappeared from his sight, and the entire chamber was already empty. Liu Bai looked at the spatial ring on his hand with satisfaction and quickly walked towards the next secret room again. Seasonal Loach was numb at this point. Never in his life could he have imagined that someone would dare to rob the three-eyed crow's treasure trove. A familiar chamber was opened. The elixir inside was the same blood ginseng that Liu Bai had pulled off the root earlier. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry in his heart. It's a pity that this King Realm level blood ginseng, if this blood ginseng was healthy and intact, then he would really make a lot of money. This blood ginseng, I can heal cultivation. At this moment, in Li Yubai's mind, Shin Nong's confident voice came over. Li Yubai was delighted in his heart. Right, how could he have forgotten about this great man? With Shin Nong around, what else did he need to think about cultivating herbs? With that, he injected a trace of spiritual energy into the ring on his hand. Soon, the blood ginseng was also collected into the space of his spiritual weapon. This ring of old man Ji's had a spatial capacity inside that was as big as a classroom. Placing these spirit medicines was naturally not a problem. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the seasonal loach, Li Yaobai swept through the entire first floor of the secret room in a row. He didn't drag his feet in the slightest, and each of the entire 20 rooms hid precious king realm level spirit medicines. However, all of these elixirs were unceremoniously included in the ring by Li Yubai. Kid, you're tough. The seasonal loach gulped. It wasn't that he didn't want it. Although he was greedy, he was also afraid of death. And he didn't want to get too much karma involved with the three-eyed raven. Once the other party knew about this, they would definitely hunt themselves all over the world. This isn't stealing. This is just blatant robbery. Seasonal Mudskipper secretly spat in his mind. However, Li Yubai's movements still didn't stop. He walked straight up to the second floor of the pagoda. Asterisk. By the time Ji Loach walked up to the second floor, Li Yubai had already walked towards the third floor. Hikari, are you crazy? Looking at the 15 empty chamber rooms on the second floor, Ji Mudskipper was sort of completely confused. He thought he was greedy enough, but compared to this kid in front of him, he himself was simply a contemporary saint. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to pluck feathers from geese and leave skin on the beast. Why do I get the feeling that even if a chicken came along, he'd have to let someone lay an egg? Chapter 106, The Hongman Banquet. At this moment, on the third floor of the pagoda, looking at the 5 large iron boxes in his hands, Li Yubai was actually a bit stunned for a while. The treasure on the third floor, just these 5 urns? He muttered darkly in his mind. These 5 iron boxes, although plain and unadorned in appearance, could not be opened by the slightest bit no matter how Li Yubai fiddled with them. It's a specially made seal-type spirit weapon. In his mind, Shin Nong said faintly, in terms of spirit medicine refining and spirit weapon utilization, I know a little bit about it. Listening to Shin Nong's words, Li Yaobai secretly laughed in his heart. He understood that big men usually like to be modest like that. If the other party didn't have that hefty Shin Nong tripod in his hands, he might have really believed it. In my opinion, in order to open this spirit weapon, it must be activated with the power of the bloodline. Shin Nong slowly explained. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that only the bloodline of the owner of this pagoda will be able to unseal these 5 spirit artifacts. Hearing Shin Nong's words, Li Yaobai's brows gently furrowed. What a cunning 3-eyed raven! What an organ! Li Yaobai cursed in his mind. However, since Li Yaobai had already come here, he naturally wouldn't leave anything good behind for the 3-eyed crow. Whatever, let's collect it first. He had a cross in his mind. With that, the 5 large iron boxes were easily put into his spatial spirit artifact. At this moment, within his ring space, there were 20 king realm level spirit medicines neatly arranged, each of them emitting a faint spiritual light. These spiritual medicines were all extremely rare existences in the world. On top of that, in the 15 secret chambers on the second floor, Li Yaobai had also scavenged many precious materials for refining spirit weapons, as well as some long-extinct spirit medicine seeds. It had to be said that this 3-eyed raven did have some substance. Each and every one of these materials and elixirs were treasures of immense value, and any one of them would be enough to make a person instantly rich, or even go to the pinnacle of life. Old ancestor Shin Nong, look at these 5 stones. They're very strange. Just a moment ago, in a secret room on the second floor, Li Yaobai accidentally scavenged 5 stones shaped like cold ice. He held the 5 stones in the palm of his hand and played with them. They exuded a lingering and cool cold aura, which energized and soothed his mind. This is spiritual marrow. For a long time, after Li Yubai scrutinized the stones, he suddenly remembered where they came from. Within a spirit vein, a spirit mine is birthed, from which spirit stones are mined, and amongst the thousands of spirit stones, only one may mutate and transform into the legendary spirit marrow. Li Yubai muttered. His gaze was tightly locked onto these 5 precious pieces of spirit marrow, fearing that they would fly away in the next moment. Looking at the size of this spirit marrow, and the aura emanating from its body, I'm afraid that it's at least a king realm level spirit marrow. Li Yaobai marveled, his eyes flashing with joy that was hard to hide. The spiritual energy contained in a piece of King Realm spiritual marrow was enough to be worth 10 spiritual stones of the same level. Night White, you really got lucky this time. Shinong suddenly spoke. If I refine these 5 pieces of spirit marrow into a spirit medicine, after you take it, the threat of the heavenly gothic poison may be completely dissolved. Hearing Shinong's words, Li Yabai's pupils jolted. If he could solve the trouble of that heavenly gothic poison, then he wouldn't have to worry about being backstabbed by that guy anymore. Boy, you really want money over your life. It was at this time that G Mudskipper slowly climbed up, looking at Li Yubai with a helpless face. In the entire northern realm, you're the only one who dares to go against the three-eyed raven so blatantly. He shook his head. G Mudskipper had been mixing in the northern border for many years, and he couldn't be clearer about the strength and power of the three-eyed raven. Trust me, no one in the northern realm can fight that guy. If he knew it was you, the entire illusory moon demon kingdom would treat you as enemy number 1. Li Yubai's bandit behavior was self-seeking death in the eyes of G Mudlark, Lord White Knight. At that moment, the clear call of that female fox demon came from the lower level of the pagoda. The two of them, Li Yubai and G Madra, hurriedly walked down. I only saw the female fox demon go and return in a hurry. Senior White Knight, the 3 Vanguard Lords invite you to the central hall for a banquet. The female fox demon hurriedly bowed respectfully, her tone revealing a hint of urgency. Got it. Li Yaobai's eyes were calm, not panicking in the slightest, and he answered faintly, before tomorrow, the doors to every secret room here are not to be opened, or else the spiritual energy will leak out and the Lord Warlord's elixir will wither. Are you aware of the consequences and cost of this? As the words fell, the female fox demon nodded her head repeatedly. Don't worry, my lord. I understand. After instructing the female fox demon, Li Yubai arrived above the central hall. Elder White Knight, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Yaobai had just entered the main hall when he was greeted by the massive white elephant. Both of you, this is the one I just mentioned to you. Under the banner of Lord Warlord and a descendant of the White Wolf ancient god clan Elder White Knight, the white elephant introduced warmly and invited Li Yaobai to the upper seat of the Great Hall. On the other side of the Great Hall, a muscular and lanky tiger demon was raising his cup and drinking. He was carrying a huge mountain opening axe behind his back, and it was the Tiger Vanguard who had fought a great battle with Li Yubai that day. Meanwhile, beside the underworld tiger, a snake-shaped demonic beast with a petite body and elegant form was squinting its eyes, carefully sizing up Li Yaobai, who was sitting in the center. Seniors? Hades Tiger's voice rang out in the Great Hall. Why do I get the feeling that we've met somewhere before? At those words, Li Yaobai's heart snapped. Had he been discovered? Didn't you say that this Stygian tiger is simple-minded and has all 4 limbs? Just then, Hades Tiger spoke again, with a hint of drunkenness in his voice. Since you're a senior who has transformed into a form, why isn't there the slightest hint of the King Realm's spiritual aura on your body? It's not like the style of my demon race for senior to be so low-key. Hades Tiger's tone was full of provocation and mockery. Clearly, this is a high-minded bruiser. In the face of Hades Tiger's provocation, Li Yaobai still kept his face calm without the slightest fluctuation. Just keep drinking. I'll organize your funeral myself later. Li Yubai took a light sip of wine, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Just then, the white elephant hurriedly stepped forward, easing the awkward atmosphere of the scene. Brother Tiger, don't be rude. Senior White Knight has been working day and night for the sake of Lord Armsmaster's elixir, so why don't you hurry and apologize to Senior? However, Stygian Tiger grunted disdainfully, and he didn't buy it. Apologize? Humph. I only respect the truly strong. He looked provocatively at Li Yaobai, then turned to Red Snake beside him. Hey, say something. Weren't you the one who invited people here? Why are you mute now? Chapter 107, I came in a hurry. I didn't prepare a coffin. It was then that the Red Snake slowly twisted around. Senior White Knight, do you know the reason for the collapse of that blood formation today? Red Snake's voice was low and hoarse, and her demonic pupils stared intently at the expression on Li Yaobai's face. Within her demonic pupils, a strong fluctuation of spiritual power was faintly emanating. This was precisely Red Snake's talent, spiritual detection. I don't know. However, in the face of Red Snake's mental power test, Li Yubai remained as normal. How could he not feel that spiritual power? At this moment, Li Yaobai's spiritual power had far surpassed the level of the King Realm, reaching a level that even he could not know. That snake demon's spiritual power, like a mud cow entering the sea, was easily wrapped up in his spiritual power and disappeared without leaving the slightest trace. Seeing this, That red snake's brows furrowed slightly as a hint of surprise appeared on his face. With regards to his spiritual power test, Red Snake was very confident that even if the other party was really a King Realm level powerhouse, there was no way he would be unresponsive. Ha! Playing dirty huh? Li Yubai snorted coldly. Immediately afterward, a fine crack suddenly surfaced on Li Yaobai's face. A colorful ripple drifted out from these cracks, instantly filling his face. Divine mask form. This was precisely Li Yubai's first talent. In normal times, he seldom used this form, as most of his mental power was used to communicate with his divine soul. Now that this snake demon was actually using a mental power attack on him, he couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Haven't even started on it myself. This guy actually tried it on first. So I can spoil you? At this moment, majestic sea-like spiritual power surged out of his mind, and he quickly coalesced this spiritual power. Finally, under the gaze of his bloody pupils, that spiritual power wrapped in Li Yubai's intention and blasted straight into the red snake's pupils. Ah! Above the great hall, Red Snake suddenly let out a mournful scream. Her mind, as if she had been stabbed hard, the pain that tore through her heart and lungs was almost too much for her to bear. With that, her pupils began to lax. Immediately after that, one of the red snake's eyes began to bleed, and gradually, that eye lost its original color and became dull. Li Yubai nearly struck back, and one of Red Snake's eyes actually went directly blind. Senior, worthy of being a King Realm expert, though little, much offense. Red Snake's voice trembled. Li Yubai's spiritual power had far exceeded her imagination, reaching a height she could not reach. Seeing Red Snake's miserable state, Undertow's drunkenness instantly sobered up a bit. As he looked at the senior in front of him, who did not have the slightest aura of spiritual energy, he could not help but feel an unnameable fear welling up in his heart. Call me, if you have a fart, if there's nothing else, Mr. Bai will take his leave. Li Yaobai's voice was extremely cold, as if nothing had happened just now. Senpai, the white elephant hastily retained. Actually, Senior was invited here to discuss how to deal with this change in the blood formation. The white elephant continued to explain. Now that the blood formation has collapsed, if we don't do something about it, then when Lord Warlord arrives, we'll be the ones to die. The white elephant had placed his only hope in Li Yaobai, but he didn't know that the senior in front of him was the one responsible for all this. But how could he have known that the senior in front of him was the main culprit of all this? Since the three of us have been guarding the blood formation, there have never been any incidents. I think that there must be outsiders who are secretly messing around. Red Snake's conspiratorial voice came through. Oh, you mean? Li Yubai sniffed, raised his eyebrows and smiled, a hint of playfulness flashing through his eyes. I'm the one who messed up? Red Snake hurriedly defended. I dare not. I dare not. How would I dare to doubt you, my lord? Although he argued with his mouth, Red Snake was very skeptical about Li Yubai's identity in his heart. Or rather, she had never trusted this so-called demon senior. It was because she felt a peculiar change in body temperature on Li Yubai's body. That kind of body temperature change doesn't belong to the demon race at all. However, just as Red Snake was explaining, Li Yubai directly interrupted her. No, 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 you guessed it. When Li Yubai's words came out, he directly gave the white elephant's brain a dry hump. His mind went blank as he looked blankly at Li Yubai. Elder Bai? What does this mean? With this sudden change, the white elephant hadn't reacted yet. But what kind of mind was Red Snake? She had instantly realized it. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at Li Yubai and asked in a stern voice, "Who the hell are you?" Facing Red Snake's questioning, Li Yubai, however, smiled faintly. Sorry, came in a hurry and didn't bring a coffin. Saying that, under Li Yubai's feet, a blood-colored sundial totem suddenly surged up. These totems expanded in an instant, enveloping the entire grand hall in a blood color. Immediately afterward, behind him, the figures of three divine souls rushed up into the sky. The first golden silhouette holding a long spear appeared with a bang. The second white figure swung his sword under the moon, and no one dared to block where the blade pointed. A third red figure with flaming eyebrows and red robes came stepping on the tripod. Tomorrow, I will take your heads and hang them on the banner of the Northern Army. Li Yubai snapped. His voice echoed through the hall like thunder. You're a human? How is that possible? At this moment, the white elephant understood even if it was stupid. His so-called senior of the demon race had actually been a human pretender all along. And he, himself, has been teased like a clown. The white elephant was instantly annoyed. As soon as he pulled out the pair of lacquered green gloves, he swung his jackhammer and violently slammed it towards Li Yubai. Bang! There was a loud bang and sparks flew. the entire hall seemed to be shaken. In the nick of time, a lance suddenly stabbed at the white elephant's iron fist, sending him backward. Your opponent is me. Yu Fei's voice rang out coldly. He flung his purple robe, and his silver spear brought up a gust of wind, and with one shot, he actually stabbed the white elephant out again. Who I thought it was. If it isn't the human soldier from that day. Hades Tiger's drunkenness was all but gone. His pair of tiger eyes stared at Li Yubai dead in the face. Defeated underlings, how dare you come to Grandpa Tiger's place to die? With that, the Undertaker Tiger drew out the mountain opening axe, and his entire body emitted bursts of tendons and bones. However, before he could take 2 steps, a sword chi had already attacked. That sword chi shot straight up into the sky, wrapped in the peerless sword intent of cutting down immortals and breaking the Tao. Boom! The body of the underworld tiger flew straight out of the grand hall under the blast of this sword chi. The huge mountain opening axe was also split into 2 balls of scrap metal by a sword. I said I would take your heads and hang them on the banner of the Northern Army. Li Yaobai whispered to himself and walked towards the red snake in front of him. Human, I advise you not to make a move on me. The snake venom in my body. Even if a King Realm expert gets a touch of it, it will be turned into blood. The red snake spat out its letters and threatened in a stern voice. Chapter 108, Beheading 3 Demons and Breaking the Blood Formation. Snake venom? Hearing Red Snake's threat, the corner of Li Night White's mouth hooked into a contemptuous smile. I'd love to see with my own eyes just how trashy this so-called snake venom of yours is. Seeing that the other party did not put himself in the slightest, a trace of anger flashed in Red Snake's eyes. Snapping, she drew a long, cold, gleaming whip from her tail. You will pay for your ignorance. For your ignorance. Before the words fell, the red snake spat out a letter from its mouth, which was wrapped in a burst of viscous green venom. Just as Red Snake waved his long whip and prepared to fight to the death, a 3-legged giant tripod slammed down in the air. On top of that giant tripod, there stood a red-robed, white-haired, majestic figure. It's none other than Yendi Shinon. Boom! As the giant cauldron came crashing down, the lower half of the red snake's body was instantly smashed into a bloody mess. The intense pain came like a tidal wave. Red Snake was in so much pain that she almost lost consciousness. It was as if her brain was going to be ripped open. At the same time, the red snake's flesh and blood splashed onto Li Yubai's body along with the tremendous impact, staining his clothes red. Jia. After all, I won. Seeing this scene, the red snake with only the upper half of its body remaining laughed madly, its voice filled with smugness and hideousness. However, in the next moment, the scene that Red Snake had expected, where Li Yubai's body was rotting and in agony, did not appear. On the contrary, Li Yubai unexpectedly walked slowly towards her as if nothing had happened. Yes. So what if you win? The corner of Li Yaobai's mouth hooked into a cold smile. At that moment, a long sword with an ancient shape and cold light appeared in his hand. With a flick of his hand, the tip of his sword erupted with a powerful and incomparable sword chi. In just an instant, the red snake's head was severed and rolled down to the ground, and outside the great hall, the blood-soaked undertow tiger was panting and paralyzed on the ground. And at the moment, his appearance was exceptionally tragic. On its body, it was covered with densely packed wounds, big and small adding up to more than 60. Each wound, cut by sharp sword chi. Looking at the white-clothed figure in front of him, Hades Tiger's strength to even speak was almost exhausted. This human summoning spirit. I clearly fought with him only a few days ago. How come it's only been a few days? Underworld Tiger was horrified in his heart, and his tone was already trembling a bit. The breath of this summoning spirit has actually overridden me. This guy, what kind of monster is he? His pair of tiger eyes had already lost their former radiance, and what replaced it was the unwillingness and exhaustion after being crushed by a powerful strength. Li Bai's divine soul stood silently in front of the underworld tiger. Although his face was as calm as water, the sword intent that surrounded his body went straight to the clouds. It was as if it was going to split heaven and earth in two. Li Bai didn't leave time for the undertow tiger to be shocked. This sword is called Demon Surrender. It was in that moment when the undertow tiger froze. A cold light flashing sword chi had silently slashed through, instantly penetrating the undertow tiger's body. A large tiger's head flung itself in midair. The last thing He-Hu saw was surprisingly his own body that had been cut off and split apart by a sword. One side of the great hall, the white elephant's fists were already covered in spots of blood. Facing this summoned spirit in front of him, even though the white elephant possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds, it was unable to shake the other party in the slightest. Yu Fei wields a big gun, both offensive and defensive. His gunplay is as fast as thunder and as dynamic as heavenly fire, which is elusive. Whenever the white elephant thought that he had found a break and had a chance to take advantage of it, Yufei's great spear would poke above his fists like lightning, neutralizing his attacks one by one. Finally, in the moment when the white elephant was lost in a trance, Yufei's leeching springs gun had been like a dragon snake coming out of a hole, instantly piercing through the white elephant's neck. As the white elephant's head landed heavily on the ground, an identity belt tag slipped quietly from his waist. Pioneer orders? Li Yubai's quick eyes and hands quickly picked up the waistplate, and in passing, put the white elephant's head into his spatial spirit device. At the moment, within the space of his ring, 3 Junang 60+ level demonic beast spirit cores, along with 3 demonic beast heads, were neatly placed. However, everything that had just happened was caught in the eyes of G Mudskipper, who was hiding in the corner. At this moment, the little old man's brain was already blank, and his heart was already devoid of any emotions other than shock. This kid, in just half a day's time, how did his strength become so terrifying? Seasonal Mudskipper muttered darkly. He knew that if Li Yubai were to be replaced with himself, there was no way he would have a chance of winning against the joint siege of 3 Junang 60+ level demonic beasts. Even if he was truly a combat-type talent, there was no way he would be able to defeat 3 with 1 and still kill them in seconds. The strength and talent displayed by Li Yaobai was simply unbelievable. Elder G, since you're here, why don't you see me? Under Li Night White's feet, the sundial totem instantly contracted, and the 3 divine soul virtual movies dissipated into nothingness in a moment. The 3 large, headless corpses were also scattered in the corners of the hall, making them stand out. This kid's talent. There's something odd about it. Seeing that he had been discovered, Jimadra had to pinch his chin and walk over slowly. Obviously it's a summoning department talent, but it can summon 3 summoning spirits, and it's 3 Junang level 65 summoning spirits, a full 10 levels higher than himself. If anyone fights with him, won't be beaten to death by the group? Thinking of this, G Mudskipper was a moment of fear. Ahem. Jimadra coughed lightly, and without waiting for him to continue speaking, Li Yubai had already taken the lead. Elder, time is running out. I'm going to break the blood formation now, so please help me find an item. With that, Li Yubai moved closer to G Mudlark and whispered softly in his ear. What? You're asking me to find the body? When the seasonal loach heard this, he jumped on the spot. I'm a spirit core hunter, not one of those tomb raiders. Please respect my profession. G Mudskipper was so furious that he blew his beard and eyes out, and the corners of his mouth had pouted up to the sky. However, Li Yubai smiled faintly. I can share 10 more of the spirit medicines in the medicinal garden with you as payment. But well, since you are so sincere, it's not impossible to help you find a corpse. At those words, G Madra's attitude instantly changed. It's not like dignity is a meal these days. As the saying goes, money talks. Not to mention this money-grubbing little old man. Since that's the case, let's split in two. Li Yubai said decisively. I'll break the blood formation, and you go help me find that corpse. After it's done, we'll gather at the side hall and evacuate back to the surface. It wasn't long before Li Yubai's figure reappeared within that white-walled prohibition. He easily crossed the poisonous fog and arrived at the medicinal garden. This time, before that blood formation could even start attacking, he quickly struck out with a lightning-fast speed, uprooting the remaining 100 or so spirit medicines. Li Yubai's movements were jaw-droppingly fast. Collect! In a flash, more than 100 spirit medicines were collected within his spatial spirit artifact. With the instant disappearance of those elixirs, the blood array immediately lost its spiritual support. After only a few minutes, on the periphery of the blood formation, widespread collapses began to appear. That originally sturdy formation structure was now as fragile as a sandcastle, gradually showing signs of collapse and disintegration. Even the huge vines that wrapped around the entire town began to gradually wither and fade, and the vines that entangled those soldiers gradually became yellow and white, withering and dissolving. At the same time, the entire town, along with this underground demon race base, began to shake. We must return to the surface immediately. This place is about to collapse. Chapter 109, King of the North. Underground base. In front of the teleportation array, the slightly shorter figure of G Mudskipper was carrying a tall male corpse slowly on his back with difficulty. The male corpse stood at a little over 6 feet tall, making it stand out. He raised his eyes and saw that Li Yubai had been waiting for a long time. Elder G, the teenager greeted from a distance. Egu my old bones. Seeing Li Yubai, the little old man let out a bitter smile, then placed the male corpse on his back onto the ground as soon as he could. This male corpse was none other than Baron, the leader of the Snow Wolf squad. He was pale, with an eerie green color, dressed in a white combat uniform, and at his chest, a deep claw mark was clearly visible, obviously the work of the undertow tiger. Even though Baron had lost the breath of life, his skin, however, still retained a texture not unlike that of a living person. It seems that he was used as a test subject by that red snake, and his body is filled with snake venom. Seasonal Mudskipper sighed softly. How could his heart not be touched as he looked at the misery of his compatriots? Many thanks, Senior. Let's hurry back to the ground, Li Yubai said, gently picking up Baron's body and stepping into the teleportation formation with one foot. However, just after stepping into the teleportation array, he directly froze, a trace of embarrassment appearing on his face. Does that, you know the teleportation spell? That's when he reacted. This teleportation array is the need for a specific incantation to start. Li Yaobai before the heart to break the blood array unexpectedly forgot this crop. You brat, you're really using the old man as a laborer. Add 5 more elixirs to me as compensation. G Mudloach helplessly skimmed his mouth, but a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. Kid, remember, Ginger is still old and hot. With that, he began to chant a long incantation under his breath. As the incantation sounded, the figures of the two gradually became blurred, and eventually disappeared completely into the underground base. At this moment, deep within the camp on the front line of the human race, an old man in a green uniform was pacing anxiously back and forth in the room. His face was dark and thin, and his appearance looked no different from that of an old farmer laboring in the fields. However, his eyes were unusually sharp, as if they could pierce through the heart. In the face of this old man, Lan Hao, who had always had a bold and big personality, was standing like a well-behaved schoolboy at the moment, not even daring to breathe. Jimin stood in the corner just as honestly, silent. As for Su Mumu, who was the commander-in-chief of the Northern Territory's Central Theater of Operations, at this moment, she was even more afraid to say even a single word. She just stood quietly at the side, appearing unusually respectful. A depressing atmosphere permeated the entire room. It was as if even the air had frozen. According to your reports, there are only 6 days left until the end of that sacrificial blood formation? At that moment, the old man finally spoke, reporting to Marshal Lin. Indeed, Su Mumu responded softly, not daring to say a single word more. The reason the three were so nervous and respectful, it was because the old man standing in front of them was none other than Linjin. Marshal Lin, who was in charge of the borders of the 3 northern states and was known as one of the 10 great marshals of China. In the cold, barren land of the north, no one knew of his great deeds, no one had not heard of his great reputation. In the era when the demon race invaded the northern realm in a big way and the war was raging, it was this old man who stepped forward and created the Northern Realm Army with his own hands, and refined it into a steel division that was courageous and fearless of death. In the Northern Realm, Linjin's status and strength was enough to inspire awe in all hearts. Because of this, people had privately given Linjin a new title, King of the North. Linjin's tone lurched, and then he let out an angry shout, his voice deafening. Su Mumu, do you realize how much trouble you've gotten into? 1,200 soldiers and an 18-year-old teenager mixed in? How do you manage an army? His pair of leopard eyes stared at the silver-haired girl in front of him. If all of these warriors died in vain, how should you, the commander-in-chief, explain this to the people of the country in the north? Over in Kyoto, how am I going to explain? After he finished speaking, Linjin slammed the table, instantly shattering it. This angry cry scared Lan Hao and Ji Ming into a cold sweat, and they couldn't help but gulp. If it weren't for the face of your Su family, I definitely wouldn't have made this trip myself, much less take this big black pod with you. Seeing that all 3 of them were bowing their heads in silence, Linjin's tone eased slightly, but it still carried a hint of anger. Lin Marshal, should we consider withdrawing our troops? Finally, Lan Hao gathered his courage and asked in a low voice, withdraw? What the hell? When Linjin heard this, he was instantly enraged, and he cursed at Lan Hao with a splitting head. The territory of my country, China, was bought with the blood of countless soldiers. How can we withdraw our troops so easily? Ancestral rivers and mountains, not an inch of land. Linjin's furious shout made Lan Hao completely afraid to voice his opinion, and he had to retreat to the corner in a huff. I've come this time, and I've picked 10 good men from the northern armies in the other war zones. Linjin carried his hands behind his back and suddenly spoke. As his words fell, 10 middle-aged men dressed in black silently appeared outside the door. Each and every one of them was an expert who had experienced 100 battles on the sands. The 3 of them, Su Mumu, then looked over, only to see that the auras emanating from these 10 people were all at the King Realm level. These 10 are the only ones I can help you with right now. Lin Jin extended his finger and pointed at 3 more people. My plan is to use their numerical advantage to keep those 3 golden-winged rocks firmly under control in a short period of time. When that time comes, the 3 of you will then take the opportunity to go forward to break the formation. This way, we may still have a slight possibility to reverse the battle. Sending out King Realm experts to join the battlefield was actually a choice Lin Jin had no choice but to make. With Lin Jin's strength and level, it was impossible for him to personally join the battlefield. Once the illusory Moon Demon Kingdom found out that an existence like Lin Jin had joined the battlefield, it would definitely send a stronger opponent to the battle. As this cycle continues, the entire Northern Realm will be turned upside down and turned into a field of cultivation. Sumumu naturally understood Lin Jin's approach. The three-eyed raven acted cunningly, always leaving no room for maneuver and not giving his opponents any breathing room. This was also the reason why Sumumu preferred to suffer the wrath of Lin Jin and even greater consequences and costs, but also honestly reported the actual situation. The people understood in their hearts that they had no time to consider more in today's situation. Just then, a briefing came from outside the door. Lord Marshal, Commander-in-Chief, there's a situation at the blood formation. At those words, Sumumu's 3 faces changed. What's the situation? That three-eyed raven is playing tricks again? Lan Hao, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally spoke again. No. Outside the door, the soldier gasped for air. That blood formation is going to collapse. The demon clans of the illusory Moon Demon Kingdom have gone first. Suddenly, the old man in the room shifted, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from his original spot. 10 of you, at Commander Su's disposal the entire time. Make sure you get those 1,200 soldiers back. The room was left with only the faint echo of his voice. Chapter 110, Dark Clouds Pressing Down on the City. Over the ruined town, a blood-red cloud slowly coalesced. As that cloud coalesced, a bloody and austere aura filled the entire space, and high in the sky, the three-eyed raven had long since arrived at this place, and behind him, the 3 golden-winged rocks were quietly floating and standing. Looking at the huge vines that were gradually withering and fading, he frowned tightly, his eyes filled with doubts. The three-eyed raven is really difficult to figure out. His own carefully planned scheme, each step has been carefully considered. There is no cracks to speak of. All the layouts, moreover, are flawless, and the construction of that sacrificial blood formation was even more ingenious, interlocking and unbreakable. However, now it's only been a few days. This blood formation is about to collapse? How on earth did those human soldiers inside do that? He whispered to himself, confusion filling his brow. Just then, an unfamiliar aura came. He looked up, only to see a big, thick figure with a hideous scar on his face had quietly appeared in front of his eyes. This person was none other than Lan Hao, who had hurriedly arrived. What the hell are you up to, you animal? Lan Hao opened his eyes angrily and snapped. Didn't we agree on 10 days? What? The famous three-eyed crow. Are words like farts and don't count anymore? His tone was full of disdain, and as Lan Hao's words fell, Sumumu and Ji Ming arrived at the scene. At the same time, the 3 of them also discovered the abnormality of the vines under their feet. Those vines that had originally tightly surrounded the town had all shed their outer layers, withered and shriveled, without a trace of life and vigor. Humph, what do you care what I do? If the northern front line does not withdraw its troops, you soldiers will die. Although a hint of panic appeared within, the three-eyed raven quickly got his mind under control. His tone remained unmistakably calm, as if he had everything under control. Don't be fooled by his words, this three-eyed raven is bluffing. Suddenly, Lin Jin's calm voice sounded in the trio's minds. This sacrificial blood formation, it has now lost all of its vitality and spiritual aura. It has been cracked. This Grand Marshal of the Northern Realm, at this moment, was atop a high altitude in an extremely distant place, observing everything on the scene from afar. Broken formation? After hearing Lin Jin's words, Lan Hao's pupils shrunk violently, his face filled with disbelief. If it wasn't for the quick eyes and hands of Ji Ming on the side, who covered his big mouth in advance, he would have almost exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? When did such an expert appear in our Northern Realm army? Ji Ming was also full of doubts and muttered secretly, I didn't send anyone to break the formation. Sumumu's brows were similarly locked, her inner astonishment no less than Lan Hao's. She couldn't really figure out what was going on. This is absolutely impossible. Those beasts of the demon race, how could they be so kind as to break the formation for us in advance? Although Lan Hao was usually big-headed, he still understood this kind of shallow reasoning. The demon race had gone to great lengths to trap their people in the blood formation, so how could they easily release them? Marshal Lin, do you know which senior person broke the blood formation? Suddenly, the silver-haired girl asked respectfully in her head. After a long time, Lin Zhen's voice came slowly in the minds of the three. I don't know. I've personally surveyed this sacrificial blood formation. The construction is extremely complex and skillful. The person who can break this formation is definitely a deeply hidden expert. Although we don't know who did it yet, it's an indisputable fact that the blood formation has been broken. All you guys need to do now is to follow the plan and keep those 3 golden winged rocks firmly under control. Then the moment the blood formation completely collapses, you can quickly bring the soldiers back. Hearing Lin Zhen's instructions, the trio's hearts were suddenly filled with confidence. Lan Hao was even more furious, his nostrils glaring, pointing straight at the three-eyed raven and roaring, Birdman, to tell you the truth, withdrawing the troops? That's impossible. Wait a while, I'll see how you can keep pretending. Just then, with a deafening boom, those vines were like withered leaves, shedding 9 out of 10 of them. The outlines of the town's buildings, gradually clearing in the sunlight, loomed. It's now. As Lan Hao roared, 10 king realm experts of the human race immediately appeared in the sky, firmly surrounding those 3 golden winged rocks. As for the 3 of them, Su Mu Mu, like an arrow off the string, quickly flew into the air near the town. Commander Su, it seems like your human race doesn't want to follow the rules anymore. Just at this moment, a shrill whistling sound came from high above the sky in the distance, cutting through the sky. The crowd followed the sound. Only a black and purple demonic beast figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and on the head of that demonic beast, there were actually 9 majestic lion heads, majestic and imposing. That black 9-headed lion stepped on a tumbling black cloud and charged over like a god of war, the great general of the illusory moon demon kingdom's first troop, the 9-headed lion. Having dealt with the demon race for many years, Lan Hao and the others naturally recognized this presence of bad intentions at a glance. The aura on the black 9-headed lion spread out steeply, and a powerful king realm pressure crushed over like a giant wave, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The 3 rock brothers, Lao Jiao has been ordered by the Lord Military Master to lead the first unit of the demon kingdom to come and help. That black 9-headed lion spat out human words with a deafening voice. Demonic beasts that had reached the king realm were not only able to transform into humans, they were also able to comfortably utilize human language. When Lan Hao's trio heard the 9-headed lion's words, they immediately looked startled, an ominous premonition surging in their hearts. The first unit? Just as the crowd was wondering, only to see that on the ground not far from the town, a group of black pressurized demonic beasts came like a tidal wave. They were like a burst of black dark clouds that covered the sky and were coming towards this place at an alarming speed. The Lord Warlord had long ago calculated that you humanoids would play these little tricks. The black 9-headed lion sneered, its voice full of disdain. Behind it, 9 black shadows followed like shadows, rushing after it. Those 9 shadows exuded a palpitating aura, as if they were demons coming out of hell. The 9 deadlies of Montenegro, the 3 of them, Lan Hao, were stony-faced and secretly exclaimed in their hearts. These 9 black shadows were none other than the elite generals of the first unit of the illusory moon demon kingdom, the Black Mountain 9 Drakes. Rumor has it that these 9 fiends were originally 9 giant black eagles that had fallen into the demonic path because they had sucked in pure demonic and fury energy. The black fury they emanated was extremely corrosive, capable of eroding all living beings. And behind those 10 king realm demon race experts, the overwhelming army of the demon race had quickly arrived at the scene. These warriors of the demon race were the elite troops of the first unit of the illusory moon demon kingdom. Looking up, the number of these demonic beasts reached as many as 3,000. It is God's will that my plan should fail. The 3-eyed raven held a black feathered fan in his hand, his eyes complex as he looked toward the collapsing blood formation. Let's see who my destined nemesis really is. Chapter 111, The Divine Soldier Descends from Heaven. The situation in front of them had far exceeded the expectations of Su Mu Mu's trio. More than 3,000 demonic beast soldiers, densely arranged, each possessing the strength of a Ju energy level 40 or above, the highest of which had actually reached a Ju energy level 50 or above. They came together like a tumbling black cloud, firmly surrounding the entire town. The 10 king realm level human experts were also firmly locked by the aura of that 9-headed lion and the 9 fiends of Black Mountain. Opposite Su Mu Mu's trio, the 3 golden winged rocks that had gotten out of the trap were also standing by. By the time the blood formation was completely broken, they would all be completely entangled by this group of demon clansmen, unable to get out. And those soldiers, they will have no possibility of survival. Must die. It's a real dead end. Originally, you would have had 6 more days. But now, I am backtracking. Your time, only 1 day. Either the army withdraws, or they die. The three-eyed raven's voice broke the silence of the scene. Even if my blood formation collapses, with these 3,000 generals of mine, they still won't be able to escape. With that, the three-eyed raven looked into the distance. If you want to out that being and completely break the rules of the human and demon races, he paused for a moment, a cold smile curling the corners of his mouth. Then how about we turn the entire northern realm upside down? Seeing that the crowd was silent, his laughter became even more maniacal. As the creepy laughter of the three-eyed raven fell, there was a loud creaking sound. The vines in the blood formation completely fell off like dead leaves. The sunlight, like a golden torrent, instantly flooded the town's huge square. The ruined town, at this moment, was finally able to see the light of day again. And in the center of the square, more than 1,000 soldiers were like scattered chess pieces, densely collapsing to the ground. Their faces were as pale as paper and bloodless. Some of the soldiers were seriously injured, with blood staining their lapels, while others had difficulty breathing, as if they would suffocate at any time, and their life conditions were extremely weak. What's going on here? A soldier woke up in a daze. The sight around him made him unable to react for a moment. Are we dead already? He muttered, his mind going blank. What's there to die for? Don't you see the Lord Commander-in-Chief in the sky? It is she who has come to our rescue. One of the soldiers looked up at the sky and responded with wide eyes, his tone carrying a sense of celebration after the robbery. As those vines disappeared, more and more soldiers gradually regained their consciousness and awoke from their stupor. As they looked at Su Mumu and the others in the sky, their hearts couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The Lord Commander-in-Chief has come to our rescue. The soldiers were agitated, waking up their teammates around them continuously. Among the soldiers who awakened, there was also Shuetao's squad who had been unconscious for a long time. Sun Chang touched his bare head, licked the corners of his dry and cracked mouth, and looked at the sky with a blank expression. As a scout, his professional habit made him first observe his surroundings every time he woke up. However, when he really looked at the scene around him, he couldn't help but freeze. He turned his head stupidly and shouted at Shuetao. Tao, look around. What is that? Shuetao, whose pupils were lax, reacted at that moment. The crowd followed Sun Cheng's voice and looked around, and soon, the joyful excitement in their hearts was gone, only to see that the square was surrounded by a black swarm of beasts that covered the sky, accompanied by sky-shattering beast roars, which firmly surrounded them in the center. Sun Chang suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly turned his head to Shuetao and said, Brother Tao, where is Night White? Has he escaped? Upon hearing this, Shuetao quickly looked around, but did not see the figure of the white-haired teenager. I think it managed to escape. The two of them breathed a small sigh of relief. Just then, the three-eyed crow's voice once again sounded high in the air. Commander Su, are you planning to withdraw your troops? Or did they just let them die? Faced with such a choice, Su Mumu fell into silence. The Marshal Lin Jin behind her was similarly silent, and Su Mumu naturally understood that as a high-ranking officer, he couldn't put the entire northern realm in danger. At this moment, Su Mumu had never felt so helpless. Even Lin Jin couldn't solve the problem. Who could she expect to help her? Suddenly, the square, a soldier stood up shakily. One of his eyes continued to bleed, but he resolutely kept his eyes open and stared straight at the demonic beast army in front of him. Commander-in-Chief, don't withdraw your troops. We can still keep fighting. His voice was weak, but it reached the ears of all the soldiers. If we die, we die. We can't let the rest of our brothers suffer anymore. I don't know who said it. Soon the soldiers began to help each other, one by one, to their feet. Since Commander Su was unable to decide, then I will make the choice for you. The three-eyed raven flicked the feathered fan in his hand. I'm tired of this farce. He coldly spat out a few words, then fiercely ordered, everyone, kill. With his order, thousands of demon race troops surged out, charging at those soldiers in unison. Brothers, fight them. At the same time, the soldiers let out earth-shattering cries. For a while, the roars of the demonic beasts and the hissing of the soldiers were mixed and intertwined in this battlefield. Seeing this, the three of them, Su Mumu, rushed down. Where to go? However, those three golden-winged rocks were quick on their feet and immediately stopped in front of them. At the same time, those 10 human king realm experts were stopped one by one in the high sky, unable to get out. I'm sorry I put you guys in harm's way. Just as the silver-haired girl fell into despair, a dazzling golden light snapped across the sky, shining like a meteor for a split second. Boom! With a deafening thud. That golden light was like a divine weapon descending from the sky, slamming down on the demonic beasts, instantly setting off a bloody storm. There were heavy deaths and injuries in the army of demonic beasts, wailing and hissing. Dust flew, blood and flesh were splattered, and the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. In the midst of the dust and smoke, a silver lance cut across the battlefield like lightning, and wherever it passed, demonic beasts were killed. As the dust gradually dispersed, the golden figure's appearance was finally clearly presented to the crowd. He was 100 meters tall, with purple robes and golden armor, just like a heavenly god descending from the heavens without anger. Yu Wumu, Yu Fei. That, seeing this scene, Sun Chang, Shui Tao, and the others immediately widened their eyes as they quickly recognized the divine soul. Bang! 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 However, right at this moment, a breaking sound exploded into the clouds, in the midst of the crowd's astonishment, only to see that on the other side of the group of demonic beasts, a white figure came with a sword like an immortal. As that white figure gradually approached, a giant sword in the sky composed of pure sword chi slowly condensed. Sword come! The white figure quickly made a seal in his hand. With a command, the giant sword instantly smashed down in the air like a heavenly punishment, blasting into another group of demonic beasts. As the giant sword fell, the flat ground outside the square was immediately smashed out into a huge deep pit. Immediately afterward, countless sharp sword chi, like the wind sweeping away the leaves, crazily harvested the lives of those demonic beasts. Wherever the sword chi passed through, there was a mess, and the demonic beasts were killed one after another. Li Yu Bai. Chapter 112, I'm here to save you. The two of them, Shui Tao and Sun Chang, let out a shocked cry in unison. The two of them looked at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. These two figures were unrecognizable to others, but to them, they were more than familiar. Little mute? Sumumu's gaze passed through the flurry of dust and landed on the 200-meter tall and imposing divine souls in the distance. A hint of doubt and surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. When did his summoning spirit become so powerful? On the side, Ji Ming was full of confusion and whispered to himself, and Lan Hao had looked dumbfounded. This kid, when did he have two summoning spirits? Just as the three of them were puzzled, the demon army underneath had already begun to boil up, with clamor and roars rising and falling. Who the hell is in the dark? The crowd of demonic beasts began to panic. Before they could get a good look at the visitors, hundreds of warriors had been killed or wounded in the force. What are you waiting for? Quickly kill all those human soldiers for me and fulfill the mission of the Lord Warlord. At that moment, the leading small vanguard of the demonic forces let out an angry growl. At its command, the remaining demonic beasts let out a roar and rushed towards the center of the square in unison. However, just as the demonic beasts were about to kill the crowd, a three-legged giant tripod appeared out of nowhere in the sky above the square, and then slammed down in the center of the square. As that giant tripod landed on the ground of the plaza swung out with a roar. With it as the center, a mysterious formation ripple quickly spread out, filling the entire square. Deadly formation, broken heart bitter. A red figure descended from the sky, and he emitted a blazing light as he stepped on top of that giant cauldron. Shen Nong, the Emperor of Yen, wore a red robe and had a head of white hair. Although his face was pristine, his aura was majestic, and as soon as his words fell, the ripples that spread out from that giant cauldron quickly converged into a purple-black spirit formation. Soon, this spirit formation firmly enveloped the 1,000 or so soldiers. As for those demonic beasts that rushed over, as soon as they came into contact with the edge of the black spirit formation, they were instantly melted by the poisonous mist emanating from the spirit formation, turning into puddles of blood and water. In a miserable state, birth formation everything is born. Shenong chanted softly once again. As his words fell, a green ripple rippled beneath the feet of the three-legged tripod. As that green ripple slowly dispersed, the soldiers wrapped around them began to miraculously and gradually recover from their injuries. Their wounds, under the gaze of the crowd, were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene directly caused Sun Chang and Shui Tao to look dumbfounded. This is also his summoned spirit? Is his summoned spirit composition so complex? Looking at Shen Nong's divine soul, the two men's eyes were filled with disbelief. Night White, where the hell are you? Sun cried out anxiously. In the midst of the rolling smoke, an army of demonic beasts swarmed up. These demonic beasts, as if they were going to use their flesh to smash this poisonous formation into an exit. Right at this moment, in the midst of the group of demonic beasts, 3 giant flags suddenly flew across the sky, and they ruthlessly plunged above the ground. On those three huge flags, the black dragon pattern of the Northern Territory Army was embroidered, and there was no doubt that they were the military flags of the Northern Territory Army. The gale is coming. Three huge flags were hunting in the wind. However, when the crowd of demonic beasts looked up, they actually froze involuntarily. On those three huge flags, there were three bloody heads hanging. They are the underworld tiger, the white elephant and the red snake. The heads of these three demonic beasts were huge, but at this moment, they were like trophies of war, being inserted high above the three large flags. These are the three great vanguards of our first unit? A trembling roar filled with fear suddenly came from the group of demonic beasts. Soon, all the demonic beasts noticed the heads on these three huge flags. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with shock, as if they had seen the most horrifying scene. The great vanguard of our demon clan was actually killed? A demonic beast exclaimed. This can't be right. The other demonic beast growled. It couldn't accept this cruel fact. For a moment, all the demonic beasts stopped in their tracks as they stared at those three huge flags with deadly intensity, as if they were going to stare through them. The underworld tiger, white elephant and red snake, having served in the demon race's first unit for many years, their strength and majesty were well known to these demonic beasts. Now, the head of their former governor was hung above the human race's flag, which was undoubtedly a naked humiliation and provocation to them. Who the hell did this? For a time, 100 beasts roared in anger and 1,000 demons cried out in sorrow. The moment the demons stopped their steps, the light of the setting sun once again spilled down, and the twilight color penetrated through the smoke that filled the area, bringing a hint of tranquility to this battlefield. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the figure of a black-clothed, white-haired teenager slowly appeared. He was as if he had stepped out of a painting, with a transcendent air. In his arms, he clutched the body of a soldier in a white battle dress. Immediately afterward, at the teenager's feet, a blood-colored sundial totem quietly spread out. A buzz sounded. Behind the teenager, three divine soul figures shot straight up into the sky as they stood guarding the teenager's side, towering like mountains. Senior Shui Tao, Brother Sun, Brother Chuan, I've come to save you. As soon as the teenager's figure appeared, it instantly attracted the lock of several gazes. Sun Chang and Shui Tao, who were the closest to Li Yaobai, as well as Wang Dashuan, who had just awakened, were all speechless at this moment. Their eyes glazed over as if they were dreaming. That's what's left of Captain Barone, Shui Tao suddenly exclaimed in shock. His pupils contracted violently, and the expression on his face instantly froze, replaced by excitement that was hard to hide. You kid, how did you find it? He excitedly rushed towards Li Yubai and tremblingly received Baron's body. At this moment, the gazes of all the soldiers converged on this unfamiliar teenager. Their eyes are complicated. There are doubts. There are shocks. There are amazed. But most of all, they are grateful. At this time, a soldier suddenly stepped forward and gave a standard military salute to Li Yubai. Soon, more and more soldiers began to converge, and they surrounded Li Yubai, saluting in unison. In their hearts, they already understood everything. It was this teenager in front of them that saved them. It was this teenager who stepped forward in the midst of the crisis and brought back the remains of their esteemed predecessor. You kid, how come you have 3 summoning spirits? Sun Cheng finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked the question he had always wanted to ask. However, Li Yubai just smiled faintly and did not say anything. Suddenly, he looked up. High above the sky, a black figure met his gaze. He's the three-eyed raven? Chapter 113, The Only Hope. High above the sky, the three-eyed raven gazed at the white-haired teenager below. His brows locked tightly and his heart was even more of a mess. He had made 1,000 calculations, but he had never expected that his archenemy, who was neither a soldier of the North nor a renowned hero, would be an obscure teenager. My three-eyed crow's heavenly destined nemesis would be a milquetoast brat? At this moment, the three-eyed crow's heart was filled with a burst of unspeakable humiliation. When he thought of this, he was instantly enraged, his veins protruding, and the feathered fan in his hand, almost to be crushed by him. Jesus, are you teasing me? That's never going to happen. Under his anger, the black gold vertical pupil between his eyebrows snapped open, and a stern black aura instantly cut through the sky. The black on, as if wrapped in a gale, carrying the majestic spiritual power pressure of the three-eyed raven, fiercely attacked the teenager on the ground. As a descendant of the ancient divine beast red pupil black crow, the three-eyed crow had climbed above the king realm in terms of spiritual cultivation, even though it was only able to realize more than 80 levels. What's more, the natural aptitude he possessed, the black and gold vertical pupil, was precisely the one that used spiritual power as its blade to launch an attack. However, a scene that shocked the three-eyed raven even more happened. When his black aura attack bombarded on top of that teenager's blood pupil, it was even easily dissolved and melted by the other party, eventually dissipating into nothingness. As for Li Yaobai, he even glanced provocatively at the three-eyed crow high in the air, with a look that seemed to say, "You're not much better. This can't be right. My spiritual power has long been cultivated above the king realm. How can he remain unharmed?" After sensing the extraordinary nature of the teenager, the three-eyed raven, who had been defeated for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "What in the world is this kid coming from?" At this moment, in the heart of the three-eyed raven, there was actually a hint of uneasiness. Of course, the three-eyed raven wasn't the only one who felt awestruck. Lan Hao and Ji Ming, at this moment, had completely lost their minds of circling the golden-winged rock. Lan Hao's pair of big eyes, staring tightly at Li Yaobai. "How is this kid so evil? Asterisk 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 ing. 3 summoned spirits. Old quarter. How many more is he hiding?" Ji Ming, who was on the side, was actually speechless at this moment. He had thought that he had gotten all of this teenager's bases covered. But today, Li Yaobai had once again subverted his knowledge. "I really didn't expect him to hide so deeply at such a young age." As the two of them marveled, Sumumu also silently gazed at the teenager. She looked at the unharmed soldiers and felt a sense of relief in her heart. "What kind of monster are you, little dumb?" Her thoughts, involuntarily, drifted back to the scene when she first met Li Yaobai. That teenager who had fainted when he moved not long ago and was abnormally weak had now stood upright before thousands of demon clan troops, resolutely protecting his soldiers. This huge sense of contrast made Sumumu go into a trance for a while, incredulous of what was happening in front of him. "Old Blue, have you noticed that this kid's breath has actually reached more than 50 levels of Ju energy, and his summoned spirit actually has the strength of 65 levels of Ju energy?" Ji Ming keenly sensed the aura emanating from the teenager and couldn't help but ask Lan Hao at the side. "Crap, of course I felt it." Lan Hao returned without a good mood, but his eyes flashed with excitement. "It's only been a few days. This kid is simply too evil. I'm really liking him more and more. I must find a way to tie him into the Northern Army." Saying that, Lan Hao looked as if he was looking at a treasure. His gaze locked onto Li Yaobai and kept scanning. Just as the two of them were exchanging words, in their minds, Marshal Lin Zhen's voice suddenly came. "Is this the teenager who blended into the army, as you reported earlier?" He sounded a little puzzled, but more surprised. Lin Zhen had fought on the battlefields all his life and had seen countless gifted wizards, but a talent like Li Yaobai's was truly unheard of for him. "Lin Shuai. Yes, that's him," Lan Hao responded excitedly. "Such an outstanding talent. Why don't you recommend him to further his education in the military?" Marshal Lin Zhen questioned. This has to be asked to the commander-in-chief." Lan Hao helplessly glanced at Sumumu, looking somewhat helpless. However, right at this moment, Marshal Lin Zhen's voice once again sounded in the trio's minds. "With this youngster's talent and strength, he will definitely become a pillar of my human race in the future. But now, the number of those demonic beasts is just too large, and I'm afraid that he alone won't be able to hold on for long. How much more time will it take to dispatch other troops from the Northern Realm to come and support them?" Lin Zhen continued to ask. Ji Ming hurriedly responded. "I've already dispatched the Snow Wolf Squad to mobilize other troops, but right now, the war is tight on all the major fronts in the north. It would take at least a night for them to get to the furthest ruined town." At this moment, they were all tightly entangled by the experts of the demon race and were unable to pull out to support them, and the teenager in front of them had become their only hope. "Can this kid really last all night?" Lan Hao asked worriedly. Yet no one dared to answer his question. They could only pray that the reinforcements would arrive sooner. As for Li Yaobai on the ground, he seemed to have gained insight into the situation on the scene. The King Realm experts of the human and demon tribes are evenly matched in number, and the remaining key lies in that three-eyed crow. He analyzed in a low voice, his eyes surveying everything around him, and beside him, the 3 divine souls were continuously harvesting the lives of the demonic beasts. Shen Nong stood on top of the giant cauldron, his hands open, one hand manipulating the death formation, the other grasping the life formation. Li Bai and Yu Fei, on the other hand, had one left and one right, one gun and one sword, killing all the incoming demonic beasts and reducing the pressure on the spirit formation of the godly farmer's tripod. "Su Mu Mu, you guys work harder up there. Leave the battlefield below to me." Suddenly, Li Yaobai shouted to the silver-haired girl high in the air. Don't push yourself too hard. Little dummy. The silver-haired girl looked at Li Yubai worriedly, but the expression on her face looked a bit awkward. This was the first time she had met a teenager in this capacity, and her heart was naturally complicated. Ha! What a mouthful! The three-eyed raven hummed disdainfully, but secretly muttered in his heart. My ancestor had warned me that the scourge of heaven's destiny should not be tainted with too much karma. If I were to kill him with my own hands, I would be admitting to myself the destiny of an archenemy with him, but if I let him die, then my trigrams won't count. Thinking of this, the three-eyed raven lightly waved its feathered fan, pointing directly at Li Yaobai, and said in a cold voice, I just want him dead. In an instant, the originally scattered army of demonic beasts instantly converged, and several thousand beast pupils stared at Li Yubai with a deadly stare, as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Their target, no longer the soldiers, but the lone teenager. Master Arms Master, we'll add more to the mix. High above the sky, the Black Mountain Nine Fiends laughed sinisterly, and with that, countless subtle demonic chi sprinkled down from the 9 giant black eagles. Those demonic chi, like raindrops, sprinkled into the group of demonic beasts, and under the influence of the demonic chi, the demonic beasts began to become berserk. Their eyes were as scarlet as blood, and their auras rose wildly. Surprisingly, all of them had reached JUE level 50 or above. What was even more shocking was that the corpses of those dead demonic beasts even stood up and turned into a walking zombie, continuing to join the battle. I'd like to see how long you can hold out in front of this army. The three-eyed raven floated calmly high above the sky, looking at the ground expectantly. Chapter 114 Ask the Heart Pass. Catalyzed by the demonic chi, the attack of the demonic beasts group became even more violent, as if it was like a raging storm coming down on them. Even though the Shin Nong Ding's deadly formation was able to turn them into blood water, that blood water, however, would strangely condense into a mass of blood-colored ghostly monsters. They are immortal, and their attacks are never-ending. Soon, under the frantic attacks of the demonic beasts and demonic corpses, Li Yaobai's face began to turn pale. Obviously, he's under a lot of pressure, and the dead formation of the godly farmer's tripod also began to vaguely shake under this continuous attack, as if it might collapse at any moment. At this moment, the battlefield had completely turned into a scene of hell on earth. Night White, at this rate, not to mention protecting these soldiers, it will be difficult to preserve even yourself. At that moment, Yu Fei's voice came through. Li Yubai was silent. He just clenched his teeth and tried his best to support the 3 divine souls to continue fighting. Little brother. At that moment, the soldiers behind him came forward. With complicated eyes, they looked at the boyish-faced teenager. Just go. We don't want to slow you down. You've done enough, they pleaded. Let's get out there and fight. Although we have very little spiritual energy left, we still have a pair of fists. Even if we die, we have no regrets. Why don't they understand that in their hearts? Those demonic beast armies had become frantic, and the teenager's formation was already shaky and couldn't last much longer. Li Yaobai still didn't say anything, just staring deadpan at the demonic beast zombies in front of him. He stood alone in front of the formation, his figure so lonely. At that moment, Sumumu's voice also penetrated the clamor of the battlefield and reached his ears. Go away, little mute. There was a hint of helplessness and determination in her voice. Sumumu knew that it was unrealistic to pin all of his hopes on Li Yaobai. The teenager, though powerful, would never be able to sustain himself for a night on his own. The other party didn't belong to the Northern Territory Army in the first place. She couldn't be so selfish as to let Li Yubai bear this responsibility alone. However, Li Yaobai still didn't respond. Silly boy. Come on. Sun Chang, Shui Tao, and Wang Dachuan. The 3 of them were anxiously shouting within the formation, trying to convince Li Yubai. However, Li Yubai acted as if he hadn't heard it and still stood in front of the deadly formation. Night White, let's go. Suddenly, Shin Nong's voice rang in his mind. Old ancestor, do you also think I should leave them behind and walk away? This time, Li Yaobai finally spoke. Why don't you go? Shin Nong's gentle voice continued. It is often said that if people don't take care of themselves, the sky and the earth will be destroyed. At a time like this, preserving yourself is the best policy. After listening to Shin Nong's words, Li Yaobai fell into silence as he began to hesitate. Night White, you don't owe them anything. You've done right by anyone. Why put your life on the line? Shin Nong continued to persuade. I know. I don't owe them. I can afford them. At this time, Li Yubai suddenly turned back. His eyes swept through Sun Chang, Shui Tao and others in turn. It was a pair of sincere burning eyes. It was a fearless face. These soldiers, spilling their suicide notes into the sky, were ready to die. But, if I do go, I'm sorry for my heart. Elder ancestor, please also help me. Is there any way? As long as there is still a slight chance, I want to try. I wanted to save them. Li Yaobai's voice was already hoarse, and his face grew paler and paler. After a long time, Shenong sighed. Remember those 5 pieces of King Realm level spirit marrow? Shenong spoke slowly. Li Yaobai's pupils shrank as he quickly found the 5 pieces of spirit marrow in the ring space. If I throw them into the Shenong tripod and refine them, and then combine them with my formations, I can temporarily create a strengthened version of the life and death formation. In this way, those soldiers, including yourself, will have their spiritual power rapidly restored, and the power of my spirit formation will be greatly enhanced. Although this state can only last for 1 night, it should be more than enough to deal with these evil creatures. Hearing this, Li Yaobai didn't hesitate in the slightest and responded decisively. Good. Then I'll be obliged to old ancestor. After saying that, without hesitation, he pulled out those 5 precious King Realm spirit medullas and prepared to hand them over to Shenong. Are you really thinking about it? Shenong received the 5 pieces of King Realm spirit marrow and looked at Li Yaobai with complicated eyes, confirming once again, this King's Realm spirit marrow is originally a rare treasure in the world. I had intended to use it to remove the heavenly gothic poison from you. Now, just use it up. Will you spare it? I'll give it up. Li Yaobai's reply did not falter in the slightest. Why do you continue to endure the erosion of the heavenly gothic poison when you clearly have the opportunity to relieve that pain? There was a hint of anger in Shenong's voice as he sternly questioned Li Yaobai. Li Yaobai's face grew paler and paler, as if all his strength had been drained away. It was a long time before he spoke hoarsely. You, then, why do you eat the broken herb? Obviously you can do nothing and enjoy your honor and glory in peace. Why do you have to taste 100 herbs and suffer? This time, it was Shenong who was silent. He had understood the teenager's choice. Yeah. Shenong's voice changed from anger to joy, accompanied by a wave of unrestrained laughter. With that, he threw the 5 pieces of King Realm spirit marrow into the 3-legged giant cauldron. Shenong's hands waved rapidly, and along with a low incantation sound, his divine soul began to surge, and even became 100 meters tall in an instant. This is the Yendi Shenong of the law of heaven and earth? Li Yaobai looked at the 3 identical 100-meter-tall divine souls in front of him and said in a trance. Suddenly, Li Yaobai looked like he had suddenly remembered something. Old ancestor, what are you? However, without waiting for him to finish his words, Shenong's voice had already come in leisurely. Ask the heart has passed. Night White, you have my approval. After saying that, the Shenong Ding suddenly erupted with a blinding green light, and then, the life formation at the foot of the 3-legged giant tripod began to rotate crazily while the death formation continued to spread. Under the augmentation of those 5 pieces of King Realm spiritual marrow, a stream of pure spiritual energy spread out over the Shang formation, and like a trickle of water, it surged into the bodies of Li Yaobai and the soldiers. Li Yaobai instantly felt that his previously depleted spiritual energy had completely recovered in an instant, and was even more abundant than before. Not only him, even the soldiers' spiritual energy was completely restored, and their strength, increased by the enhanced version of the Shang formation, was also greatly enhanced. This Shenong Ding is simply hanging, Li Yaobai exclaimed. Night White, I'm better. Did you do this? Within the birth formation, Xuetao looked at his body in shock and exclaimed incredulously. At this moment, although his level was only Ju energy level 40, he clearly felt that his battle power, at least, had increased by about 10 levels. All the soldiers looked at their bodies in shock, feeling the strange power. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned their gazes to the teenager in front of them. Twilight clears and darkness falls. The teenager, however, shouted, Gentlemen, who would like to fight with me? Chapter 115. I've never fought such a rich war in my life. The teenager's words had just fallen. In an instant, those soldiers were completely ignited and their blood boiled. At this moment, the teenager standing in front of them had become the backbone of everyone's heart. Old ancestor, please temporarily undo the dead formation and let them out, Li Yaobai said to Shenong in his mind. Don't worry, I'll temporarily reduce the power of the death formation and make every effort to ensure the operation of the life formation. Before Shenong's words fell, he had raised his left hand, and the purple-black death formation instantly shrank by a circle. As Li Yaobai lifted the shelter of the deadly formation, those soldiers, like a tiger descending from the mountain, rushed out in unison. These soldiers were all battle-hardened elites of the Northern Army. Although compared to Li Yaobai, Their average level was only around Ju energy level 40. However, at this moment, with the superb version of the birth array, their spiritual aura was constantly climbing. Their battle power, moreover, soared by about 10 levels. As soon as the soldiers rushed into the battlefield, they quickly demonstrated the great advantage of team fighting. The Imperial Guard professions, led by Shui Tao, quickly formed an impenetrable humanoid wall with their own exceptional defense class talents. They formed a solid line of defense around Liu Bai and the Raw formation. The demonic beasts that were frantically attacking were firmly stopped at the edge of the deadly formation, without the slightest chance to get closer. Each of these Imperial Guards showed their strengths. Some of their bodies instantly transformed into steel, while others summoned countless walls of earth and piled them up in layers. There were also Imperial Guards who released powerful magnetic fields that interfered with the trajectory of the demonic beasts' attacks. The combat-type executioners, on the other hand, were even more defiant as they charged through the horde of demonic beasts. Their silhouettes shuttled like ghosts, and with each strike, they were able to cause widespread damage to the demonic beast army. A blazing ball of fire exploded violently in the group of demonic beasts. Flames splattered in all directions, instantly scorching the surrounding demonic beasts. Immediately after that, another sharp wind blade cut in, and they intertwined into an airtight net in the air, cutting the demonic beasts into pieces. Each of their attacks was precise and deadly. Under the cover of Li Yaobai's two divine souls, these executioners were even more unbeatable among the demonic beasts. The beasts of the demon race, Mud Big Master, an executioner roared, a ball of magma fire erupting from his hand. Bang! As the fireball slammed down, a squad of demonic beasts was instantly blown up into a bloody mess. The smell of roasting meat came into the air. Damn! What a kill! That executioner sneered, turned around and was about to continue his charge. However, the cruelty of the battlefield far exceeded his imagination. Those flesh and blood demonic beast corpses, under the erosion of the demonic chi, even quickly demonized into a hideous and horrible zombie demonic beast. Their eyes were crimson and their mouths let out bursts of hissing. That executioner was unable to react for a moment, and was violently stabbed through the abdomen by the sharp claws of this zombie demonic beast. Blood spurted out, and the executioner's face instantly became as pale as paper. Just then, a remnant shadow flew by like lightning. The scout of their squad, with a flash of electricity at his feet, brought him back to the rear of the Raw formation with amazing speed. Within the defense line held by the Imperial Guards, various squads of warlocks were busily weaving in and out of the wounded, constantly healing the injured soldiers. With the superb recovery ability of the birth array, coupled with the healing talents of the various warlocks, those soldiers who were originally bruised and battered soon miraculously recovered as before. Even the spiritual energy they had depleted was recovering at an astonishing speed under the blessing of the birth formation. That executioner who had just been stabbed through the abdomen by the zombie demonic beast, at this moment, he actually stood up like a person who was fine. Witnessing the scene in front of him, Shui Tao's eyes glazed over, but the corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising as he growled lowly in excitement. Grass! I've never fought such a rich battle in my life. This kid, one person's battle power can simply be worth a regiment. Just as Shui Tao marveled, Sun Cheng's voice rang out in the crowd. Everyone, although these demonic beasts are difficult to kill completely, but as long as we keep dismembering their corpses, the battle power of these zombie demonic beasts will be greatly weakened. By Sun Cheng's side, several scouts were busily working, using their walkie-talkies to analyze the situation in real time for the executioners on the battlefield. Includes the best route forward, the number of demonic beasts beside you, and the attack weaknesses of each type of demonic beast. When it mattered, they had to rush to the battlefield and bring back the wounded and injured. Is this the advantage of a combat team? Sure is something. Witnessing all of this, Li Yaobai couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion in his heart as he secretly pondered. In the future, can I also form a squad of my own? Li Yaobai stood in the center, and in his mind, he was commanding the divine souls of Li Bai and Yu Fei. The way he fought was very different from these squads. To put it bluntly, it's completely unreasonable. Wherever Li Bai and Yu Fei's divine souls went, those demonic beast swarms only had the fate of being killed in seconds. The two divine souls, with every strike, were accompanied by the tragic sight of blood and flesh splattering in death and injury. It was a battle that was stalemated until 12 o'clock at night. At this moment, the situation of the battlefield had begun to reverse. Those groups of demonic beasts had already been killed into pieces, and their attacks were constantly weakening. The soldiers of the Northern Territory Army, with the added strength of the open Raw formation, were even more courageous, and Li Yaobai, the god of murder, even killed the demon race's army. That's never going to happen. High above the sky, the face of the Black Mountain 9 Drakes was gloomy. At this moment on the ground, there were very few left alive of the 3,000 demonic beast army brought by the 9-headed lion. Those demonized zombies, which were also left with only a few broken limbs, were even more unable to make any waves. 3,000 against 1,000. Plus the addition of my demonic chi. How can you guys still lose? That leading Black Eagle let out a roar, his voice hoarse and hostile, filled with incredible anger. But the facts were before them. The expressions on the faces of those 9 Black Eagles were twisted as ugly as if they had eaten, and they didn't even dare to look directly into the icy cold eyes of the 3-eyed raven. Bunch of losers. The 3-eyed crow's voice was ice cold and incomparable, causing the heart of the Black Mountain 9 Drakes to tremble. Don't be anxious, Lord Warlord. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Seeing this, that leading Black Eagle hurriedly explained. Can I still trust you guys? There was not a single expression on the pale face of the 3-eyed raven, but the icy anger was like substance, making them feel frightened. It's over. Lord Warlord is really angry, they muttered in their hearts, but they didn't dare say anything else. Lan Hao, on the other hand, let out an unrestrained laugh at this moment. The wind and water had turned, and it was finally their turn to raise their eyebrows. Golden-winged rock, what are you still staring at me for? How come the soldiers of your illusory moon demon kingdom are all as unbearable as if they were made of clay? Facing Lan Hao's mockery, the golden-winged rock's face became even more ugly. They wanted to say something to retort, but after holding their breath, they couldn't utter a single word. No way. In this battle, they were 3-0-0-0 against 1-0-0-0, and they even lost the fight. Shame on you. Chapter 116, The Fourth Divine Soul. You bunch of losers. Without waiting for the 3-eyed crow to ask for punishment, the 9-headed lion had already broken out in anger. What exactly is this brat's origin? How come I've never heard that a human can summon 3 summoning spirits? And his spirit formation, that spiritual power, is like endless. As the leading general of the first unit, the 9-headed lion had fought against the human race for many years, and he had seen all sorts of talents and skills of the human race. However, this bizarre talent, of Li Night White, this strong and incomparable summoning spirit, he has never seen it before. At this moment, the 9-headed lion was burning with rage inside. He couldn't wait to rush down immediately and completely obliterate that teenager. If this person is not removed, he will surely become a great danger to my demon race. And right at that moment, the breath of the human expert opposite the 9-headed lion also rose. As if he had been instructed in some way, he locked onto the breath of the 9-headed lion. Once the 9-headed lion showed any sign of moving, he would not hesitate to stop the other party and stop the 9-headed lion from moving. Originally, the 9-headed lion and the 9 fiends of Black Mountain had arrived to intercept the human race's King Realm experts, allowing them to witness the soldiers under their command die one by one. The situation, however, is now completely reversed. Instead, the experts of the human race stopped them, making them watch their demon warriors fall in droves on the battlefield. That's my 3-0-0-0 elite regiment. When he thought of this, the 9-headed lion's heart was like being cut by a knife. The pain was unbearable. The scent of blood filled the air under the night. Lan Hao's voice suddenly rang in Li Yubai's ears. Good boy. Hold on a little longer. When it's light, our reinforcements will be here. When Li Yubai heard this, he gave an okay gesture to Lan Hao in the sky, and at the same time, he also revealed a sunny and confident smile to Su Mumu. That smile seemed to have magical powers, causing Su Mumu's face to instantly flash a blush. Little dummy. 1,000 words welled up in her heart, but for a moment she didn't know where to begin. Her eyes were filled with mixed emotions. In Su Mumu's inner heart, she didn't want to meet Li Yubai in this capacity. She only wanted to put down the shackles of her identity and make normal friends with the teenager. It might be absurd to say, but it was this teenager who had completely changed the situation of the battlefield with his own power. All of this was a miracle she had witnessed with her own eyes. Thank you. The breeze was light, and her vermilion lips whispered to herself, just as the soldiers were battle-hardened and demoralized. In the dark sky in the distance, there was a sudden ear-piercing hostile chirp that broke the tranquility of the night sky. Under the faint moonlight, high in the sky, thousands of giant eagles carrying rolling baleful aura, like dark clouds pressing down, or flying towards the center of the square. Is that the Demon Air Force? There were exclamations of surprise among the soldiers, recognizing the giant eagles that had come in force. High above the sky, these giant eagles were clad in heavy armor, which was also equipped with sharp crossbows and arrows, clearly a well-trained and well-equipped air force. As Lan Hao and the others looked at this sudden change, an ominous premonition could not help but well up in their hearts. Jiming asked with a tight frown on his face. Aren't these their ace troops? What is this three-eyed raven after? That's how much you're willing to spend? Just as the crowd was puzzled, Black Eagle, the leader of the 9 fiends of Black Mountain, suddenly let out a sharp howl. Raise an army for 1,000 days. Don't embarrass the old man. Soon, the thousands of densely packed, almost uncountable giant eagles began to rapidly approach the center of the square. The sound of their wings flapping was as deafening as thunder. Humph! As fast as your human race's reinforcements are they as fast as our demon race's warriors? The corner of Blackhawk's mouth hooked into a sinister sneer. This time, he must complete the three-eyed raven's mission perfectly, and there must not be a single slip-up. Release the arrows. With that Black Eagle's command, those giant eagles high in the air began to pour out a rain of arrows at the soldiers on the ground. The arrows traced a cold light in the night sky. These arrows, they are not ordinary arrows. Those arrows were laced with the demonic aura of the Black Mountain 9 deadlies. Once hit by these arrows, the wounds on the soldiers' bodies would quickly fester. And, as if the wounds were cursed, they couldn't even recover and heal in a short period of time. In just a few moments, a large number of soldiers were hit by arrows and let out heart-rending wails. Back up first. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Yaobai hurriedly roared. The remaining soldiers reacted quickly. They flew back into the range of the Raw formation. Under the protection of the Raw formation, they were able to catch their breath for the time being and began to treat the wounds on their bodies. Night White, these bastards are in the sky. We can't do anything with them. Sun Chang leaned over and analyzed beside Li Yaobai. The soldiers were simply helpless against the aerial strikes of these giant eagles. Kid, can you hold on? In his ear, Lan Hao's worried voice came over. It could be heard that Lan Hao was very anxious at the moment. Don't worry, I can. Li Yaobai turned his head and looked at the giant eagles that were circling in the air, constantly firing a rain of arrows. There wasn't the slightest bit of panic in his eyes, but instead, he was unusually calm. It's come to this, so we'll have to take a gamble. Li Yaobai spoke in a deep voice. The corners of his mouth hooked into a confident smile. Before the words fell, in his hands, 3 fist-sized demonic beast spirit cores suddenly appeared, each of them emitting a spiritual energy aura of JUE energy of more than 60 levels. These were, precisely, the spirit cores of the 3 great vanguard demonic beasts, which he had killed earlier. In the crowd's astonished gazes, a huge sundial totem suddenly tumbled out of the ground beneath Li Yaobai's feet. That totem emitted a scarlet glow and began to spin continuously. Li Yaobai looked down. The pointer on the totem had already passed half of the C hour, and was only a little short of reaching the D hour. Before escaping the underground base, he had already absorbed all the elixirs behind the first bronze door. That's why the sundial totem is progressing so quickly. And now, what Li Yaobai wanted to bet on was this critical kick, his 4th divine soul. Come on! Li Yaobai let out a violent roar. The 3 spiritual cores in his hand instantly turned into flying ash, and a powerful stream of spiritual energy surged into the sundial totem. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the sundial totem rotated at an ever-increasing speed, once again erupting in a burst of scarlet light. Ka! Immediately after, Li Yaobai's mind, a loud bang came. The pointer also slowly sprinted to the D-time. Coming! Chapter 117 Wind and Thunder Wings. As the dazzling light of the sundial totem faded, Li Yaobai's consciousness also gradually became blurry. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he had already arrived in that familiar scroll space. He looked up. The vast starry sky was still as bright and awe-inspiring as when he first saw it. The mysterious scroll was still slowly unfolding, as if it was never-ending and could not be seen at a glance. Ha! Didn't you just come here? Just then, a sharp voice suddenly came over, and interestingly enough, it sounded as if it came with electric special effects, making people shiver. Don't you say anything yet. Let me think. Li Yaobai was just about to open his mouth when the voice hurriedly interrupted. Hiss! You're in this difficult situation. The tone of the voice was panicked, with a touch of overwhelm. Seeing this, Li Yaobai couldn't help but frown. Dare I ask your honor who you are? This time, he was going to ask for it. However, the voice continued talking to itself, completely ignoring Li Yaobai's question. My master said, let me join my senior brother to come to assist you. It should have been him who came one step ahead of you, but who knows? He ran faster than anyone else on the strength of the 2 wind and fire wheels under his feet. Li Night White's face was incredibly embarrassed, but he politely continued to ask, may I ask who you are? Strike cluck 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 cluck. Since it is the Lord who has come, I have to go out and walk. At that point, the voice finally stopped talking. What lord? You mean me? Li Yubai was surprised. That's right, there is a master's order. You are naturally my lord. My lord is here. Lei Zhanzi is here to pay his respects. The voice was as if it was wrapped in rolling thunder, so powerful that it was as if the lightning in the sky was echoing for it. Thunderclap. Hearing this name, Li Yubai was startled. As soon as he finished saying those 3 words, in an instant, a blue-purple lightning spark flashed up in his eyes. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Li Yubai's consciousness abruptly returned to reality. Open your eyes again. In front of Li Yubai, thousands of giant eagles were recklessly unleashing a new round of arrow bombardment. However, just in the nick of time, the sundial totem underneath his feet actually functioned on its own. Boom! Immediately afterward, a deafening, muffled thunderclap rang out violently in the otherwise silent night sky, like the roar of a heavenly god. Ka-ching! With that muffled explosion of thunder, a thick bolt of lightning struck down violently in the night sky like a whip of heavenly punishment. Under the blast of that lightning, those densely packed arrows were instantly blown to smithereens and turned into nothingness in midair. What's going on? Something seems to be hiding in that cloud. High above the sky, Black Eagle stared intently at the dark clouds in the distance. His brows furrowed and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Just as everyone could not help but look up at the tumbling night sky, countless blue-purple lightning bolts began to buzz with intense electricity, illuminating the night as if it were day. For a while, the wind was raging and the rain was torrential. It was as if everything in heaven and earth was swallowed up by this sudden storm. The whistling winds swept the remnants of the already shattered buildings high into the air in a brainwave. Commander-in-Chief, why is it suddenly raining so heavily? Lan Hao gazed at the dark clouds in the distance and asked Su Mumu beside him with a puzzled expression. However, the silver-haired girl was also silent, looking suspiciously at the dark clouds in the distance. Those 3 golden-winged rocks also temporarily stopped the movements of their hands and no longer stalemated with the 3. Everyone felt it, the aura hidden in the dark clouds. Soon, a scene that shocked the crowd appeared. In the midst of the wind and thunder, between the flashes of electricity, a huge figure 100 meters tall, waving a pair of purple electric wings, loomed in the clouds. As the electricity grew more intense, the figure gradually became clearer. Boom! Rumble! Finally, an earth-shattering thunderclap struck. The figure was finally fully revealed to the crowd. His body was covered with blue-violet skin, which was imprinted with lines that looked like the shape of thunderbolts. His face was like that of the Thunder Duke, sharp-toothed and formidable. His long, vermilion-colored hair cascading in the wind, and the pupils of his eyes, one blue and one purple, flickering with tints of electricity. His upper body was naked and muscular, and the lower half of his body was wearing a set of black battle armor, which glittered with the light of lightning. However, the most striking thing was none other than the pair of flying thunder 2 wings on his back. Once those wings unfolded, it was like covering the sky and the sun, and when the wings shook, it was actually mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, and the ferocity of the gusts of wind, which made people fear. What kind of monster is this? Looking at the huge wings on the figure's back, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Just as the crowd was filled with doubt, electricity flashed again, illuminating the night sky. The figure was actually high in the air, letting out a violent cry. I am the disciple of Yun Zhongzi of Jade Pillar Cave in Zhongnan Mountain, Lei Zhanzi. You demons, come and die. After saying that, he actually pulled out a wind thunder golden stick in his hand. The stick was golden in color, and the light of dazzling lightning flashed between the sticks, piercing the eyes of the crowd. It was only at this moment that Li Yaobai came back from his shock. He gazed at the figure high above the sky, which was none other than his 4th divine soul. Thunderclap! This is the Lei Zhanzi who became a saint in the flesh in the god-sealing battle back then. Li Yaobai and Lei Zhanzi looked at each other from a distance, and an indescribable joy surged in his heart. My lord, Master ordered me to assist you. We don't need those tedious processes. Right at this moment, the sound of that electric special effect once again resounded in Li Yaobai's mind, shaking his brain to the point of raw pain. I'm afraid of the Master's whip. This line of explanation from Lei Zhanzi caused Li Yaobai to be dumbfounded. Without waiting for Li Yaobai to reply, the 100-meter-tall, heavenly law-enforcing Lei Zhanzi flew at him like a bolt of lightning. A gust of wind flashed by, and in just a single breath, Lei Zhanzi's huge body had already stopped steadily in mid-air behind Li Yaobai. Lord, you point me to a target. I'll them up with the ing stick. As soon as Thunderclap stopped, he cursed in his distinctive electric voice, in front of everyone's incredulous eyes. At this moment, Li Night White, one on the left and one on the right. Li Bai holds a sword. sword like flashing. Yu Fei holds a gun. The tip of the gun is cold and sharp, and behind him, Yan Dishan Gnome stepped on the tripod and came. And above his head, Lei Zhenzi unfolded those huge wind and thunder wings, and between the flapping of his wings, thunder and lightning were exchanged with astonishing power. Four divine souls of the law of heaven and earth, surrounded that white-haired teenager in the center. The teenager at the moment was so small, but it is like a god. Is this kid already inappropriate? Lan Hao swallowed his saliva. The shock in his heart could no longer be described in words. However, when he turned his head to look, he realized that everyone was looking at this scene just like him and couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Chapter 118, Defeat is assured. 4. For summoned spirits? Commander-in-Chief. This is a joke, right? High above. Jiming was so shocked by the scene that his glasses nearly slipped off the bridge of his nose. I thought he was hiding deep enough, but I didn't realize that the kid was still hiding? Like Lan Hao. He no longer knew what to say to express his shock. Su Mumu was similarly in deep contemplation. She couldn't find the right words to describe the shock she felt within herself at the teenager in front of her. Whenever she was in despair, the teenager was always like the dawn, penetrating the darkness time and time again to bring her new surprises. Su Mumu, what is the name of this teenager? At that moment, Lin Jin's slightly trembling voice sounded faintly in her mind. With Lin Jinlin Marshall's many years of experience in recognizing countless people, he actually knew nothing about this teenager's talent. Marshall Lin, his name is Li Yubai. Su Mumu returned. Could Li Night White be the son of some great family? Lin Jin muttered. He began to search his mind frantically for everything about the name. No, he's just the grandson of an old doctor. Su Mumu hesitated for a moment and slowly revealed Li Yubai's identity. The battlefield at the moment. Sun Chang, Shui Tao, and the 1,000 or so soldiers all stared blankly at the teenager in front of them with wide eyes. Their mouths were wide open but never closed, and they kept gulping. Brother Tao, what kind of monster did we bring? For summoned spirits, they can make up a table of mahjong. Who knows how many more he's hiding? Just in case he can still pull out a soccer team. Sun Chang touched his big oily bald head and kept sucking in cold air. Thinking back to all the previous events, Sun Chang truly felt that this kid was just too low-key. And it was at this moment that Shui Tao truly felt the terror of Li Yubai. This kid is not just superbly accomplished in marksmanship. In terms of the degree of perversion of talent, it was even rarer in the world. I had thought that the gap between me and him could be bridged by my efforts. Shui Tao swallowed another mouthful of water and laughed bitterly. But now, I feel that I don't even need to compare with the open one. He waved his hand helplessly. Just then, Li Yubai's figure moved slightly. He gently raised a finger, pointing directly at the swarm of eagles soaring in the sky, and spoke blandly. Thunderclap. Those eyesores, can you shoot them down for me? When Lei Zhenzi heard this, his eyes snapped open, revealing a biting battle intent. Small beasts of the district. Lord, look, I will capture them instantly. Before the words fell, his massive wings suddenly unfolded, followed by a violent tremor, instantly erupting with a heaven-shaking wind and thunderous might. The power of wind and thunder was precisely the unique aptitude that Lei Zhenzi controlled. Driving thunder and harnessing the wild winds was precisely his specialty. A violent gust of wind swept by, and in an instant, Lei Zhenzi's figure appeared high above the sky where the giant eagle flock was resting. The golden wind and thunder stick in his hand violently erupted with dazzling thunder aura. With the flash of those thunderons, in the night sky, countless thunderbolts poured down, accompanied by the whistling winds, ruthlessly splitting on the bodies of those giant eagle swarms. It all happened so fast. Before those giant eagle flocks even had time to react, they had already been externally scorched by these thunderbolts, and their appearance was miserable as they descended. My turn. As the flock of giant eagles slowly fell, Li Bai, who was beside Li Night White, violently erupted with a crisp sword sound. Kid, watch this. This style of mine is called Shang Shi Chang'an. Li Bai's bold voice resounded through the clouds. Immediately afterward, a heavenly sword intent rose up from his body, which instantly filled the surrounding space, as if it was going to cut heaven and earth in half. With the emergence of that sword intent, countless sword calls sounded in unison, only to see that in mid-air, there suddenly appeared a dense and fine sword chi, which emitted dots of light and flickered in the night sky as if they were dotted with stars. From a distance, the scene, like the lights of 10,000 houses under the flourishing world of Chang'an, was dazzling and mesmerizing. Chang'an, a slice of the moon. As Li Bai murmured in a low voice, the thousands of subtle sword chi exploded violently, blowing those giant eagles to the point of splattering limbs and blood. However, the broken flesh of those giant eagles that crashed to the ground, under the weird erosion of the demonic chi, actually began to twist and deform, turning into a terrifying zombie. They hissed and rushed madly towards Li Yubai and the others. Off. Yu Fei, who had been standing quietly beside Li Yubai, finally moved at this moment. The lance in his hand flung violently. It was like a silver dragon coming out of the sea, instantly cutting out a silver-white gun shadow in the surroundings. Those flesh and blood zombies, under the sweep of this gunshot shadow, were quickly stabbed to pieces and turned into blood, completely losing their threat. So far, the giant eagle air force brought by the 9 drakes of Montenegro. Total extinction. You too, you have some skills. High up in the sky, the electric voice of Thunderclap came slowly. You're not bad either. Li Bai lifted the wine pot on his waist and faintly returned. At this moment, the three-eyed raven that was high above the sky flashed a glimmer of gloom in its eyes. Withdrawal. He spat out 2 words coldly, then turned to command. The underground base's elixir, as well as my pagoda. In a few days, you must transfer them safely to my camp. Lord Warlord, are we just going to let it go? The 9-headed lion glanced at the ground unwillingly, his eyes filled with rage. What? Aren't you ashamed enough? The 3-eyed raven coldly glanced at the 9-headed lion. There was an incomparably piercing chill in those eyes. This icy cold look made the 9 drakes of Black Mountain, who originally wanted to open their mouths, instantly scared into silence, not daring to speak again. 9 giant eagles with monstrous demonic aura emanating from their bodies. At this time, actually all had their faces twisted and ironic. They have a belly full of grievances, but they have nowhere to vent them. The 3,000 elite regiments of the 9 lions are gone, and we have lost thousands of fighters from our elite airborne forces. The black eagle at the head of the group couldn't help but mutter meadily. Although the number of these demonic beasts was only a small number compared to the demonic beasts of the entire army of the illusory Moon Demon Kingdom, but they realized a serious problem. This was the first time the 3-eyed raven had voluntarily withdrawn his troops since he had been in office for 2 months. Black Mountain 9 Furies. I have my own arrangements. Suddenly, the 3-eyed raven said faintly. Not long ago, a secret report came from the demon race that the spirit race's mountain and sea mystery realm is going to come out. The Mountain and Sea Secret Realm. Isn't that the legendary habitat of the spirit race? Hearing this, that Black Eagle let out a cry of surprise. Black Eagle glanced around vigilantly and whispered again. Legend has it that Mountain and Sea Secret Realm, inside are all the secret treasures of the spirit people, and I don't know if it is true or not. The 3-eyed raven did not reply, but the corner of his mouth was hooked up with a cold smile. These human races, I'll let them go once for the time being. When I find that Mountain and Sea Secret Realm, I'll naturally settle this account with them. As soon as the words fell, high above the sky, the figure of the 3-eyed raven quietly faded away without a trace. As for the 9-headed lion and the 9 fiends of Black Mountain, after glaring fiercely at Li Yubai, they also turned into streams of light one after another and disappeared into the sky. At that moment, a sliver of daylight showed in the sky. Not far away, reinforcements from the Northern Territory Army had arrived in great numbers. That leader was none other than a member of the Snow Wolf Squad. This time, it was the 3-eyed raven that lost. Chapter 119, Friends. Dawn has broken and reinforcements have arrived. This encounter with the 3-eyed raven ended, in the end, in a victory for the Northern Territory Army. As the crowd watched, the young man's 4 divine souls turned into dots of fluorescent light and then faded into nothingness. On the battlefield, the limbs and flesh and blood of the demon race were scattered all over the place, shocking to the eyes. The soldiers of the Northern Army, on the other hand, barely suffered any casualties. It was an improbable, miraculous victory. The crowd understood in their hearts that this was their first complete victory over the 3-eyed crow in 2 months. All of this is because of the teenager who came out of nowhere. It is not said that there are no clothes. With the sun, in the midst of the crowd, a large, greasy, bald soldier was shouting in an excited voice. Immediately afterward, more and more soldiers responded in unison. It is not said that there are no clothes. With the sun, their cries gathered into a torrent. It is not said that there are no clothes. With my son, the shouts of 1,000 men rang out. With the joy of the aftermath of a robbery, and with the fervor of victory. The young man, on the other hand, was carrying 3 lofty banners on his shoulders as he slowly made his way toward the crowd. Above those 3 great banners, the black dragon pattern of the Northern Territory Army was vivid, echoing the black dragon delicately embroidered on the teenager's clothes. Looking up, 3 large, Bloody demonic beast heads hung steadily above that giant flag, and the remains of Baron were held tightly in the teenager's arms. The beautiful mountains and rivers are vast, and one man can stop 1,000,000 armies. In the crowd, Lan Hao murmured in a low voice. At this moment, he actually saw the shadow of General Wu Guang back then in this teenager's body. The back of that alone, bravely blocking thousands of enemy troops, was so similar to the young man in front of him. At this moment, Li Yubai was being held in the crowd and kept throwing himself high into the air. Suddenly, Su Mumu fell from the sky. Her delicate figure landed lightly in the middle of the crowd. Vermilion lips lightly opened, and a pleasant voice came out. Ahem, Li Yubai, let's talk somewhere else. Seeing the arrival of the commander-in-chief, the crowd then released Li Yaobai. In the sunlight of sunrise, the silver-haired girl stood on the crumbling high-rise. Her figure, like an angel, bathed in the morning light, and on the opposite side, it was the white-haired teenager. It's been a long time, Commander Su. Li Yaobai was the first to speak, breaking the silence of the scene. His tone was tinged with a bit of embarrassment. After all, he had played dumb to Su Mumu before, and Su Mumu, likewise, had a few moments of embarrassment. This was her first time, as Commander-in-Chief, to meet Li Yubai. There were many questions in her heart that she wanted to ask Li Yubai, but when the words reached her mouth, she suddenly paused, not knowing how to speak. Yeah, it's been a while. Su Mumu finally opened her mouth slowly, her voice pleasant and melodious, like an elf of the spirit race. It's only been a few days and you're talking. Suddenly, the corners of Su Mumu's mouth hooked up into a faint smile, and a flash of cunning flashed in her eyes as she flirted with Li Yubai. Ahem, it's only been a few days. Haven't you become the commander-in-chief as well? Li Yubai wasn't willing to be weak either. He scratched his head and jokingly replied back. As the two of them went back and forth, the atmosphere inadvertently eased up a lot, and the awkwardness and tension from earlier quietly dissipated. Humph, obviously you were the one who hid it from me first. Su Mumu's small cherry mouth pouted upwards, rolled her eyes, and said poutingly. In this moment, it was as if she had transformed back into that innocent and cute little girl in the cabin. Li Yubai could swear that he had never seen a girl as good-looking as Su Mumu. Although, he had met Mo Linglong, the school beauty of Star Ocean Academy, and Huang Yaoyao and Huang Yuanyuan, the school beauty sisters of Longxiang Academy. However, when they were compared to the silver-haired girl in front of them, it was as if they had lost all their luster and did not have the slightest chance of winning. Su Mumu was the kind of existence that could make all beautiful women pale in front of her. Hey, why are you mixed up in here? Su Mumu continued to pursue. Her large, watery eyes stared tightly at Li Yubai as if she wanted to see through his secrets. Li Yaobai helplessly waved his hand and replied frankly, I came here to look for you. Looking for me? Li Yubai's reply caught the young girl a bit off guard, and she froze as she looked at him. Yeah, you've been refusing to see me. Li Yubai sighed softly. I wanted to send this to you. Saying that, in his hand, a crystal clear, stunningly beautifully shaped glazed flower appeared out of thin air. As a thank you for stepping in to save me earlier, the glazed flower in his hand, under the illumination of daylight, emitted a soft seven-colored light, like a heavenly immortal, which was breathtaking. It's a glazed flower from a fireworks display. Su Mumu recognized the glazed flower at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Isn't this the one he gave to Hanili? So, this is for me? Su Mumu suddenly realized that this glazed flower that she had once longed for was actually what Li Yubai wanted to give to herself. In her heart, there was a sudden inexplicable joy. You went to the fireworks display that night, too? Hearing Su Mumu's words, Li Yaobai's face revealed a surprised look. He didn't expect that Su Mumu, as the commander-in-chief, had also gone to see that fireworks display. No, I just heard it from someone. Su Mumu immediately retorted, the corners of her mouth pouting slightly again. I heard them say that there was a very handsome little brother who danced with a sword on the stage of the fireworks display and ended up winning this glazed flower. The corner of Su Mumu's mouth hooked up another wry smile. It's a pity that I wasn't able to see that little brother's sword dance with my own eyes. It's really a pity. Humph, just go and deny it. Li Yubai let out a light laugh as he read the young girl's mind with a single glance. So that's why you're blending in here? That's it? The young girl took the glazed flower and kept playing with it in her hands. It's that simple. Li Yubai's ridiculously simple answer. Su Mumu was obviously a bit unconvinced, but she couldn't find anything to say in rebuttal. Anyway, thanks for this time. Without you, I'm already a sinner in the north. As if Su Mumu remembered something, his tone suddenly lowered. You're welcome, aren't we friends? Friends. Su Mumu froze. Are you afraid I'll find out who you are? So you haven't seen me? Li Yubai asked rhetorically. Well, ever since I came to the north, I haven't had any friends my own age at all because of my status. At that, the silver-haired girl suddenly sat up. That cabin. It's a secret base that belongs to me. It was a very stressful time for me. Chapter 120, Joining the Northern Army. Because of the three-eyed raven? Li Yubai interjected at the right time. That's right. You've heard the situation. The Northern Army has lost many battles and is demoralized. Su Mumu sighed, a hint of helplessness appearing in her eyes. The entire northern border has been beaten by the demon race without any fighting spirit. And everyone has been beaten by the demon race to the point where they can't see any hope. The top has been holding me accountable. If I keep losing, they're going to remove me and send me back to the family. Speaking here, Su Mumu's tone of voice revealed a hint of bitterness. No way. It's all I can do to go there and relax. She continued, her eyes softening as if remembering the view from the cabin. The scenery there is great, and I can forget about war and stress for a while without them bothering me. Suddenly, Su Mumu turned her head to look at Li Yubai. Luckily, everyone's morale is much higher this time because of you. Although your origins and talents are mysterious, everyone has secrets of their own, and I understand you. Under the warmth of the sunrise, the young girl's hair seemed to be gilded with a golden glow. The girl, who was like an angelic elf, guffawed. At this moment, the young girl's smile was like a brilliant firework, and 1,000 words could not describe it. Because it trumps all the beautiful sights of the world. Li Yubai couldn't help but freeze for a moment. To say that you are not impressed is undoubtedly self-deception. But he quickly snapped back to his senses and tried to calm the waves within. Sending you to Grandpa Li is also because I believe in his character and medical skills. The young girl slowly said. As for him and I, we are also considered to be friends who have forgotten years. With that, Su Mumu held the glazed flower tightly in her hand. I didn't expect that you guys would become family. It's kind of fate, isn't it? At this point, it dawned on Li Yaobai why Li Zhengshi had kept his mouth shut about Su Mumu's identity. It turned out that it was all arranged by the other side. So me and you, we're kind of meant for each other. Too, Li Yubai suddenly asked a rhetorical question. Sure, little dummy, you are a blessing to me. Without the slightest hesitation, the young girl gave another sweet smile. Then I'm all a blessing to you. Can I take the liberty of asking how old you are? Li Yubai had always been curious. Su Mumu clearly looked similar to him in age. But how could she possess a strength at the king realm level? Li Yaobai felt that his talent was already perverse enough. But compared to Su Mumu, he always felt that he was a younger brother. 19. Su Mumu seemed to be in a good mood and replied briskly. That's a year older than me. Li Yubai mumbled up. Right. So, from now on you have to call me Sister Mumu. Su Mumu suddenly stretched out her slender fingers and gently tapped on Li Yubai's head. It's only a year older. Not so much. Li Yubai let out a bitter laugh. Bigger by a second is also bigger. Su Mumu pouted. For some reason, she felt very happy as long as she was with Li Yubai. It was as if all the stress and constraints had dissipated. Little mute, will you, from now on, stay in the north? Su Mumu remembered Lin Jin's explanation and began to ask tentatively. No, I'll be back in my hometown next September. Li Yaobai clenched his fists, his eyes looking into the distance. There are my good brothers, and people I want to kill. So, I have to become stronger. I have to reach the king realm in the fastest time possible. Even stronger. He couldn't help but think of Principal Gu, Zheng Tai, and Fan Tianxiao, and Xia Tianyat's shocking and terrifying strength. That jump in front of the Devil's Cave had always been a thorn in his heart. He never forgets. The day I return to Tsukumi will be the day you die. Just a moment after Li Yaobai froze, Su Mumu finally summoned up the courage to speak her true purpose. And would you like to join the Northern Army? Why? Li Yaobai sniffed and asked in surprise. I don't know what kind of secret you're carrying, but if you really want to get stronger, the battlefield is the best whetstone. Su Mumu explained seriously. Moreover, the Northern Territory Army needs talents like you. She was also apprehensive. For pulling Li Yubai into the Northern Army, Su Mumu was not fully sure. In her heart, Li Yubai was the kind of person who would not be bound by rules and regulations, but it was Marshal Lin Jinlin's order, and she had to do her best. Army of the North. Li Yubai was stunned at his words. He did have the idea of joining the Northern Army. After all, if he wanted to become stronger, the army and the battlefield were, indeed, the best place to do so. There were countless demonic beast spirit cores here, as well as all sorts of natural spirit medicines and spirit stones. But, is that something I can just say I'm joining? In his impression, organizations like the military had always had strict and complex processes. I'm afraid that if a character like him, with his unknown identity and bizarre talent, wanted to join the Northern Army, he would be involved in another series of troubles. Have you forgotten what I am? Sumumu gave him a blank look. Even if I don't let you in, naturally someone else is anxious to let you in. After saying that, Sumumu glanced at Lan Hao and Ji Ming in the distance. These two middle-aged uncles, at this moment, were burying their heads in the sand and discussing how they were going to trick Li Yaobai into the barracks. Okay, before I join the Northern Army, I want to ask you something. Li Yaobai hesitated for a moment and promised Sumumu. This time, I was the one who wanted to blend in, and it has nothing to do with Elder Xuetao and the others. You don't punish them. Seeing that Li Yaobai had agreed, Sumumu's mouth revealed a smile. Don't worry, I naturally won't. Suddenly, she raised the glazed flower in her hand high in the air and began to fiddle with it. Tell you a secret. With that, Sumumu's body began to shake gently. This action, Li Yaobai surprisingly felt some familiarity. I enjoyed watching the fireworks. Also enjoyed watching you dance with your sword, said. Sumumu's face, actually quietly flooded with a touch of redness. Do not know is the sunrise sunshine, or the shyness of the girl's heart. It was only then that Li Yaobai saw it. It turned out that Sumumu just now was imitating his drunken sword dance. Although the movements were a bit rusty and seemed awkward, there was something unspeakably cute about them. So, what unit are you guys going to have me join? Li Yaobai asked quietly. Don't worry about this. You've already been given a place. Sumumu smiled mysteriously. Captain of the Snow Wolves. Are you interested? Chapter 121 Marshall Way City. 1 week later. Black Desert City. Northland Army Base. Li Yaobai was wearing a white combat suit, lying on a thin bed in boredom. Although it's not exactly spacious, the layout is clever. With all the amenities such as bathrooms and kitchens, it can be described as a sparrow's nest. At the entrance of the room, there was a badge hanging, and in the center of the badge, the pattern of a snow wolf was engraved prominently. This room was none other than the exclusive room of the Snow Wolf troop leader in the Northland Barracks. Since the storm in the ruined town died down, Li Yaobai joined the Northern Territory Army at Sumumu's invitation and directly became the captain of the Snow Wolf unit. And this decision was initiated by Lan Hao and personally agreed by Sumumu. In the military, the commander-in-chief of the army can quickly come to an agreement in a day. It's very rare. Because of this, Li Yaobai's assumption of office did not go through any complicated vetting process at all. Regarding this Snow Wolf captain who had parachuted in, the soldiers of the entire Black Desert City barracks, including the members of the original Baron squad, didn't have any opinions. At that moment, Li Yaobai's name was unknown to everyone in the Black Desert City military camp. Because of his deeds, Li Yaobai had become a natural general by word of mouth among the soldiers. There was not a single soldier who did not admire the teenager's terrifying talent as well as strength from the bottom of his heart. And the Snow Wolf troop that Li Yaobai was captaining, its location is the most special. The Snow Wolf unit was independent of the other units and did not follow the orders of any officer in the army, taking orders from the commander-in-chief, that is, Sumumu, alone. Looking at the empty ceiling, Li Yaobai's brows were locked. He was fretting about gathering his teammates, and it turned out that the members of Baron squad had retired yesterday. According to the rules of the Snow Wolf troop, the captain was required to personally lead a team, but Li Yaobai didn't pick anyone to be his teammate. He was used to being alone. Furthermore, his divine souls today were varied and each had their own duties. Li Yaobai felt that there was no need for him to form a team at all. If you get a scout, he has the thunderbolt that goes up to heaven and comes and goes like the wind. To the magician, he has Yendi Shinon. To fight the fighters, he had Li Bai, the sword immortal who broke all laws with one sword. And to guard the imperial guards of the house, he had Yu Fei. The current Li Yaobai, alone, was enough to stand up to an army. This is what I'm still grouping. Li Yaobai hummed disdainfully. Sumumu naturally understood Li Yaobai's strength. Therefore, she had never rushed Li Yaobai. Thus, a spectacle unprecedented in the history of the Northern Army appeared. Li Yaobai, the captain of the Snow Wolf unit, openly declared that one person had become a team. For this situation, people find it rare, but they say about it, it makes sense and there is not a single thing wrong with it. What's it called? It's called being unique. In the unknown corner, Xuetao commented as such. Sun Chang, in the shadowy rat's nest, couldn't help but recall in his mind Li Yaobai's four summoned spirits that rose up to the sky, and spat in a low voice. He even formed a team? How scary! At this time, Li Yaobai's consciousness had been completely immersed within the space of that ring spirit artifact. In this quadrangle of space as if it were the size of a classroom, 20 precious King Realm grade spirit medicines were being quietly planted in the fertile soil that was carefully padded by spirit stones. Even in the space of the spirit weapon, Li Yaobai could smell it. The intense medicinal fragrance emanating from these spirit medicines. These spirit medicines, they are all my capital for impacting the King Realm. Li Yaobai muttered in his heart and couldn't help but recall the three-eyed crow's pagoda. Thank you for the gift of nature. And next to those 20 precious King Realm spirit medicines, there were more than 50 more, which were about to break through to the King Realm, growing. All of these spirit medicines were stolen by Li Yaobai from that three-eyed crow's medicinal garden. Originally, he had more than 100 of these elixirs, but shared half of them with that seasonal loach. These spirit medicines, he had always handed them over to Yan Di Shinong to cultivate. Every once in a while, they would be placed into the Divine Nong's cauldron for some cleansing. Li Yaobai had also just learned that the Shin Nong Ding actually had the effect of washing and refining spiritual medicines. The quality of these elixirs would slowly undergo a transformative change after being constantly scrubbed by the Shin Nong Ding. Perhaps, these elixirs will later break through the limitations of the King Realm, to accomplish a higher level of evolution. Li Yaobai fantasized in his mind. An ancient 10 divine artifacts like the Divine Nong Ding should be more than just washing and refining elixirs. With that, he then looked at the bits and pieces of rare materials on the side, as well as the 5 sealed black boxes of the three-eyed crow. Forget these for now. I can't use them. A moment later, Li Yaobai's consciousness exited the spirit vessel space, and at the moment, beside him, a little 1 meter 5 tall old man was pacing back and forth. Seasonal seniors. Li Yaobai was somewhat helpless. You've been hanging around me for an hour. What is it you want to say? Ever since the last time, Li Yaobai was teleported to the ground together with G Mudskipper. The two of them had gone their separate ways and parted ways. The old man is always on the move. At that point, it just disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until now that he found Li Yaobai again. Senior, are you here to retrieve this spatial ring? Although Li Yaobai did not want to give up in his heart, but after all, this was someone's thing, and it should be returned. However, unexpectedly, G Mudlark shook his head. No, you take this ring first. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face, but then he became excited. That day, your 4 summoned spirits, old man, I saw them all. You kid, is indeed not a thing in the pool. The seasonal loach took a deep breath and seemed to have made some kind of decision. This ring counts as my gift to you, but old man, I have a favor to ask of you. When he finished speaking, he raised his head and gazed earnestly at the teenager in front of him. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Hearing the old man's words, Li Yaobai's heart burst with dark joy. This space spiritual artifact, after all, was extremely precious. It would be a good thing for him to get this thing completely. Elder, you say. As soon as Li Yaobai's words fell, the seasonal loach slowly said, although the old man, I traveled around in the clouds and wandered around the border all the time. My hometown is in that central Yuzhou. The eyes of the seasonal loach drifted into the distance, as if they were caught up in deep memories. There is a martial arts city, where I was born and raised. Martial arts city? Chapter 122, Qin Daosum's office. Hearing this name, Li Yaobai was stunned in his heart. His memory had some image of the city. Just as Li Yaobai was carefully recalling, Ji Madra's voice came back. Wudao City. That's a city full of awakened ones. It can be called the gathering place with the most awakened ones in the entire Central Plains, and even in the whole country. A hint of awe flashed in the eyes of the G Mudskipper. The prosperity of Wudao City, compared to Kyoto, is completely on par with each other. And in 3 months, Martial Arts City will be hosting a nationwide Ascension Conference. Speaking here, G Mudlark's face became grave. For this peak Ascension Conference, the contestants must be under the age of 20. At that time, elites from all over the country, the best of the great clans, the best of the great academies, and even the younger generation of the 3 legendary organizations will all gather together for this grand event. I hope that you will represent my family in the battle, G Mudskipper said, and then tightened his grip on Li Yaobai's arm. Me? Li Yaobai pointed at himself. Obviously, he hadn't returned to his senses at G Mudskipper's words. Do you think my strength can touch them? Before Li Yaobai finished speaking, G Mudlark couldn't wait to interrupt him. From my many years of experience in recognizing people, you kid, you definitely have the potential to take a place in the conference. So what's in it for me if I take a place? Li Yaobai pursued. Since it was a national martial arts competition, he naturally wanted to know what the rewards were. The rewards of the Peak Ascension Conference vary every year, but they are definitely all incomparably generous. G. Madra's tone grew agitated. If you can place in the competition, not only will it be of great benefit to my family, it will also be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you personally. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and the strength of his grip on Li Yubai's arm increased. During the Peak Ascension Conference, countless lineages, organizations, academies, and trade unions will be recruiting talents and hosting various events in various places. It's an annual national event and a great opportunity for you to improve your skills. Whether or not you can grasp this opportunity depends on your own choice. After saying that, G. Madra gave him a glance full of deep meaning. Well, for the sake of the ring you gave me, I can promise you that. As soon as he heard that he could improve his strength, Li Bai agreed without hesitation. Anyway, he only promised people to participate. He didn't promise that he must take any place. It's a deal he didn't lose at all. If he can't beat them, he can still admit defeat. Good. Then let's agree that after 3 months, I'll wait for you at that small city building outside the northern pass. Seeing Li Yaobai's quick agreement, the corners of G. Mudskipper's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Old man, I still have some things to take care of, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, he placed a wolf skin in Li Yubai's room. This wolf skin is no longer useful to me, so I'll give it to you as a souvenir. Don't be late for Captain Li. After G. Mudskipper finished speaking, his figure disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if he had never appeared. The sound of the room door opening resounded again after the quarter Mudskipper had disappeared. Elder, what else do you have to say? Li Yubai, who was looking down at the wolf skin, asked, who's your senior? However, it was a clear and pleasant voice that rang out. Good. Since coming to the barracks and becoming a big officer, you don't care about home anymore, do you? Hanny Li had a sharp ponytail and was wearing a green uniform, puffing against the wall. Seeing this scene, Li Yaobai shook his head helplessly. Instead, there was a doting smile at the corner of his mouth. During this week, Li Hanxiao had already succeeded in passing the Northern Army's recruit test with his own efforts. Now, she was a new recruit in the middle of her preparatory period, and next, she needed to undergo 3 months of rigorous training until she reached over 30 levels of Juji energy before she could truly step into the battlefield. You're pissing off the old man in our family. In the past few days, the old man has been contacting me, saying that you don't know what you're doing, that you're worrying the family, and that I should bring you home. Looking at this stubborn sister, Li Yaobai was actually somewhat helpless. Don't! I joined the Northern Army with great difficulty. The corner of Li Hanxiao's mouth turned away. To be unintelligent? You, as a brother, are the real unintelligent one. With that said, Li Hanxiao came closer and stretched out her petite and powerful hands to gently pinch Li Yubai's neck. You actually went to the battlefield without telling us. It's really worrying people to death. Li Yaobai's deeds. A few days ago, Sumumu had already specially sent someone to speak clearly to the grandparents. When they heard that their cheap grandson, their own brother, had quietly, without a word, become the captain of the legendary Snow Wolf Troop, they thought they had heard wrong. But it turns out, that was indeed Li Yubai is in the fake. Especially Han Li's knight. Right now, she felt like she was dreaming. He knew this brother of hers was great, and she was always proud of him, but she didn't expect that Li Yubai could be so powerful. Even her instructor during her own recruit training had hung on to Li Yubai's exploits every day, telling her that her ears had grown calloused. Brother, do you know what day today is? Suddenly, Hanny Li said playfully, isn't today the day my wonderful sister came to visit me? Humph, who did you learn to talk Greece from? Let me tell you, today is the day General Qin Dao comes to serve in Black Desert City. Li Hanxiao poked Li Yubai and continued, in order to welcome this rumored General Qin Dao, even our recruit training has stopped yet. I don't care about that. Li Yubai hummed faintly. Because of that Qin Yu's enlistment in the army back then, Li Yaobai did not have any good feelings towards this Qin Dao. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. That Qin Yu then. What kind of a bird can the master be? Shouldn't you, the newly appointed leader of the Snow Wolves, be there to welcome them? Don't want to go. Li Yabai replied calmly. Anyway, he was the captain of the Snow Wolf Troop, listening to the tone and not listening to the announcement. And he, the incoming general, couldn't control himself. Captain Night White, the commander-in-chief has asked you to step outside. At that moment, a refined middle-aged voice suddenly came from outside the door. Li Yubai heard it. This voice was none other than Su Mumu's close friend, Ji Ming. Although Ji Ming was not as prominent as Lan Hao in terms of power, however, he was Su Mumu's personal assistant, and moreover, He had the strength of a king realm level. Therefore, in this army base, everyone respected him quite a bit and would always give him some face. 80% of it is about that Qin Dao, Li Yaobai thought secretly in his heart. Since Sumumu came to invite him, he couldn't refuse, so he had to get up and leave. Chapter 123, Recruits with No Manners. The army base in Black Desert City is located in Longjiangzhou, the heart of the central war zone in the north. Here, the most important military base in the region. At this moment, at the gate of the army base in Black Desert City, rows and rows of soldiers were standing, silently waiting for the military vehicles to arrive in the distance. And in the back of those military vehicles, there were also several valuable luxury cars following closely behind. Lan Hao stood upright at the forefront of the soldiers' ranks, and under the sunlight, the scar on his face was appalling. Suddenly, he turned to look. Only Li Yubai, dressed in white, was walking leisurely. You boys are hard to please. As soon as Lan Hao saw Li Yaobai, his eyes immediately lit up like a cat seeing a mouse. Yo, Army Commander Blue, your old man has come out in person. Li Yubai had no problem putting his arm on Lan Hao's shoulder. In the barracks, except for Su Mumu, the commander-in-chief, no one could suppress Lan Hao, the army chief with a rough character. According to the rank hierarchy in China, the commander-in-chief is greater than the army commander. The army commander is greater than the general, and under the general is the senator, and Li Yubai has a special status. Therefore, he wasn't the least bit afraid of Lan Hao's identity. The other person, Qin Dao, is here to help us fight against the demon clan in the northern realm, and the commander-in-chief has said that we have to show our sincerity. Lan Hao smiled, revealing those big yellow teeth. Just as the two were talking, the military vehicles, which had been steadily parked in front of the crowd. From the military vehicle, a handsome and graceful-looking young officer stepped down. He was tall and wore a specially made northern military uniform, which looked exceptionally majestic on his body and revealed an unearthly nobility. He exuded an aura that allowed onlookers to tell at a glance that this young officer, by no means of ordinary origin, must be the son of a rich family. See you, Commander Blue. As soon as the young officer got off the bus, he quickly jogged over and respectfully saluted in front of Lan Hao. Seeing that Qin Dao was so understanding, Lan Hao also smiled and returned a military salute. The North welcomes you, General Qin Dao. At that moment, beside Qin Dao, an officer whose body was wrapped in bandages and casts also slowly walked over. His appearance was extraordinarily wretched. Looking at this officer, Lan Hao actually had a trace of familiarity. This is the senator under me, Qin Yu, who caused you a lot of trouble some time ago. Qin Dao hurriedly explained, his tone tinged with a few apologies. I brought him here this time so that he could apologize to you for coming. As Qin Dao said that, he looked at Qin Yu beside him with an angry face, and with a lift of his hand, he tugged him over. However, Lan Hao just glanced at the disfigured Qin Yu and gently waved his hand, stopping Qin Dao. From now on, we are all warriors of the North. These are trivial matters. Forget it. However, just as the crowd was talking, a group of young students unexpectedly came down from a few luxury cars behind them. The leader, a middle-aged man with glasses and an elegant demeanor, had an eye-catching school badge pinned to his body. It was obvious that he was a teacher. Behind this middle-aged man, followed by 12 students with trendy dress and extraordinary temperament. As soon as they got off the bus, they looked around curiously. These 12 students, who appeared to be of a similar age to Li Yaobai, were half male and half female, totaling 6 males and 6 females. Military Commander Blue, allow me to introduce you. These are all students of the Kyoto Apocalypse Academy. Seeing this, Qin Dao hurriedly stepped forward and introduced himself. Apocalypse Academy. Hearing this, Lan Hao asked with slight surprise, could it be that legendary? One of the 4 great academies of Kyoto, the Apocalypse Academy? Yes, it's that very academy. Qin Dao nodded. They are the ones who followed me to the North Realm. This time they came, mainly because they want to practice in the North Realm. After Qin Dao finished speaking, that leading teacher came forward and greeted Lan Hao warmly. Good day, sir. It is our first time in the North, so please take care of us. With that, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lan Hao with both hands. This is a small token of appreciation from the Apocalypse Academy. Please accept it. For the next few days, we may have to stay at the barracks, and at Commander Su's place. Our principal has already greeted us in advance. This middle-aged teacher was worthy of being from Kyoto, and he appeared to be dripping in words and deeds. Naturally, Lan Hao had no problem with their arrival. Soon, the group arrived in the hall of the base. Sergeant Blue, this teenager is? Finally, Qin Dao spotted Liu Bai, who had been following Lan Hao's side, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Lan Hao just wanted to explain Liu Bai's identity, but then he saw Qin Yu beside Qin Dao. For a while, Lan Hao actually didn't know how to explain. My name is Liu Bai. Liu Bai was the one who spoke up on his own. Upon hearing this name, Qin Dao's brows couldn't help but frown slightly as a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. You're the Liu Bai who injured my enlisted man. With regards to the matters of his own men, Qin Dao naturally knew everything. Regarding Liu Bai's deeds in the martial arts arena, he had already heard about it from Qin Yu. He naturally held a grudge in his heart against this teenager who had ruined his good deed. Well, I hit it, Liu Bai replied indifferently. Against this Qin Dao, he was not a wimp at all. At such a young age, you have such strength. Look at you. You should be a new recruit who just joined the Northland Army. Qin Dao asked with a leathery smile. What's it to you? Liu Bai glanced at him with a disdainful tone. He always felt that this Qin Dao was permeated with a sense of hypocrisy from the inside out, making himself feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, Liu Bai didn't want to say a word more. Although Liu Bai's words caused Qin Dao to look a little embarrassed, he quickly eased up. Well, wait. When I built up my prestige here, I'll be the first to take you boys. Qin Dao was secretly fuming in his heart. He, Qin Dao, also had some prestige and popularity in the Northern Realm. Most of all, he haul a general, in this barracks, cannot rectify a new soldier? This Northern Realm is desolate. Compared to our Kyoto, it's really far from. Suddenly, among those students, a girl with a hot body, wearing hot pants and revealing her navel coldly grunted. Beside her, she was also holding an extremely tall rich girl. That woman had an exquisite face, and her skin was fairer than snow. Nothing attracted more attention than her tall, curvaceous figure, especially those long, straight legs, as if they were a masterpiece from heaven. It's just as well that the environment is bad. Even the new recruits are so unqualified and rude. That leggy girl coldly glared at Liu Bai. Yes, a new recruit. Who dares to talk to our General Qin Dao like that? If you ask me, it's just that they're not conditioned enough for these officers to owe it to them. Obviously, the object of their yin and yang was Liu Bai. Chapter 124, Zhao Wanner. If the north is so desolate, why come over and ask for trouble? What? Are you? Suddenly, Liu Bai's cold voice came faintly. He didn't want to spoil these students at all. From the moment he stepped into the base, these students then kept whispering and pointing at the place, their words full of dislike. In their mouths, this northern realm is as unpleasant as a barbaric land. Therefore, in Liu Bai's eyes, there was no difference between them and that Qin Yu. He didn't have a good feeling about these people. Hearing Liu Bai's words, the girl with the hot figure's face instantly turned gloomy. You, who are you calling a? She was panting, her eyes staring at Liu Bai as if she wanted to eat him alive. After saying that, she fiercely stretched out another finger, pointing it straight at Liu Bai, her mouth cursing non-stop. Sensitive skin. That broke the defense? Immediately afterward, the corner of Liu Bai's mouth hooked up into a cold smile as he blandly scanned those students and mocked. How come the students of the Kyoto Apocalypse Academy are all inferior water goods? After saying that, Liu Bai was about to turn around and leave. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with these self-righteous people, and Lan Hao's expression was awkward for a moment. At this moment, how he wished that old smoothie Jiming was there, so that he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Li Night White, this kid. But Marshal Lin Jin personally explained that he must stay in the Northern Army for further training and cultivation. Never let go. For Liu Bai, Lan Hao couldn't wait to offer this kid up, just for fear that he would get upset and directly run away. As for Qin Dao, he was likewise a capable general sent to the north from above, and in the hearts of the vast majority of soldiers in the north, Qin Dao was the key to turning the tide of the war in the north. Therefore, he couldn't be too biased in favor of Liu Bai and ignore Qin Dao. As for these students, Lan Hao naturally had a number in his heart. Their background is definitely not simple. Kyoto Apocalypse Academy, one of the most powerful academies in the entire country of China. Most of the students in the academy are from Kyoto. Not only were all of their talents top-notch existences, their identities were even richer or more expensive. And even, there were many sons and daughters of great families. But the students from Kyoto, who had traveled a long way to come to the North Realm to practice, this was the first time Lan Hao had heard of it. Just as Lan Hao hesitated to say something, the leggy girl named Wanner spoke up. Wait! Her voice was clear and pleasant, like a silver bell, and she called out to Liu Bai. who was about to leave. You're calling us lowlife water boys? She frowned, her delicate face filled with anger. However, in the face of the young girl's question, Li Yubai smiled disdainfully as he pointed to his ears in confusion. That means clearly, are you deaf? Seeing this, the young girl's face grew more and more gloomy, and those slender legs involuntarily trembled slightly. The head of the Zhao family in Kyoto is my grandfather. The student council president of the Apocalypse Academy is my brother. And everyone behind me, they are all the best of the young generation in Kyoto. Their origins, status as well as strength, whichever one of them they take out, is something you will never be able to reach in your lifetime. Who are you to belittle us like that? You barbaric, wild, self-righteous well-wisher. Zhao Wan'er's tone was filled with anger. Li Yubai's mockery just now had obviously deeply stung her pride. Since she was a child, she had never been so humiliated. Exactly. You're a tiny recruit. What are you going to compare with us? As soon as Zhao Wan'er's words fell, the girls beside her immediately chimed in. Bullying girls is nothing. At the same time, those rich young masters standing at the back began to taunt one after another. In their opinion, Li Yubai was about the same age as them, and at first glance, he was one of those new recruits in the army who didn't obey the rules. Apologize to Tang Yin. Otherwise, I'll have Commander Su teach you a good lesson. Seeing that Li Yaobai still didn't react, that Zhao Wan'er stomped her foot again, and actually began to play up the majesty of a young lady. The Zhao family of Kyoto. When this name reached Lan Hao's ears, his heart tightened. Although he had guessed that these students had extraordinary identities and might be the sons of big families, he had never expected that this girl would come from the Zhao family in Kyoto. The Zhao family in Kyoto. That is a real plutocratic family, prominent and powerful. Among the four major families in Kyoto, the Zhao family, Su family and the Qin family, Wang family were ranked side by side, and the Zhao family was in control of half of Kyoto's economic lifelines, and the financial resources were so strong that it was almost as rich as the country. With such a behemoth, the experts in the family were even more numerous and their strength was unfathomable. This girl's background is so terrifying. Lan Hao secretly marveled in his heart. At the same time, he felt a headache. That's a tough one. With that, he hurriedly and secretly contacted Ji Ming. He really couldn't hold these people present. If he messed up things today, when the time came, he, Lan Hao, would not be spared a scolding at Su Mumu's place. Wan'er, you first calm down. This is after all the northern military camp. It is not appropriate to make trouble. If there is any problem, we will go out and then solve it, okay? It was at this time that Qin Dao slowly walked over and with a gentle face, he calmed the emotional Zhao Wan'er in front of him. Brother Qin Dao, he's the one who injured you. Why are you still speaking for him? The hot girl named Tang Yen couldn't help but interject. Obviously, she was dissatisfied with Qin Dao's approach. It could be seen that Qin Dao had a very good relationship with these students of the Apocalypse Academy, especially that Zhao Wan'er. In her eyes when she looks at Qin Dao, she always carries admiration and dependence, and even, there is a hint of ambiguity. I'm also to take the heat for you. In this barracks, even a recruit dares to talk to you like this. Then in the future, how can you control them? When Zhao Wan'er saw Qin Dao walking, her face couldn't help but blush. Moreover, he also humiliated me. This breath, I can't swallow. Wan'er, don't degrade your status by being general with this kind of unseen country bumpkin. Suddenly, the voices of the rich young masters behind them became even more arrogant. They didn't place Li Yubai in their eyes, and even this northern realm military camp, they likewise didn't place it in their eyes. Apologize. A boy with glasses and a center-parted haircut yelled. Bullying girls is nothing. Come at me if you can. In Kyoto, the status of these people were all top-tier existences. They had never been the only ones to bully others. When had they ever been so angry? And today, they still maintain the same style of behavior they had when they were in Kyoto. However, right at this moment, Li Yubai moved. At you? His fists clenched with a sound of misplaced tendons. That's what you said. Oh. Chapter 125, helping you to be decent. As Li Yubai said that, he slowly walked towards the coaxing boy with glasses. He looked at the other man playfully. Your Excellency's center-parted hair reminds me of an old friend. Seeing that Li Yaobai wanted to make a move, Qin Dao hastened to stop him. Unbridled. This is a barracks. Is it a place where you can just make a move? Saying that, he hastily signaled the soldiers on the side. You guys, fork him out. However, the unexpected happened. Those two platoons of soldiers surprisingly did not make a single move after hearing Qin Dao's order. They stood still as if they hadn't heard anything. It's not that they don't want to do it. Rather, It was because this teenager's strength was something they had already seen with their own eyes in the ruined town. Even if they were given 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to make a move against Li Yubai. Moreover, for those students from Kyoto, the soldier's eyes were filled with obvious dissatisfaction. This scene, however, directly gave Qin Dao a dumbfounded look. He looked incredulously at the rank on his uniform, and then took a look at the white combat uniform Li Yubai was wearing. Not, am I the general or is he the general? Qin Dao's brain had short-circuited. He couldn't figure out why he, as a general, couldn't order a few big-headed soldiers to stay put. And at that moment, Li Yubai had already walked into the middle of those students, and he was tightly surrounded by those 6 boys. Come on, do it! The leading center-parted man with glasses had the corners of his mouth turned away. His eyes were incomparably provocative. And then, he turned his head to look at Qin Dao and said confidently, "Brother Qin Dao, don't worry. If anything is broken here, I'll pay for it. I'll also pay for all his medical bills." When he said that, a powerful aura of spiritual energy emanated from his body. An aura that had unexpectedly reached Ju energy level 50. Are these the students of Kyoto Apocalypse Academy? It looks like he's only 18 or 19 years old, but his strength has already reached more than 50 levels of Ju energy. Feeling the spiritual energy aura of this spectacled boy, Lan Hao couldn't help but let out a gasp in his heart. These kids, their talent is truly terrifying, Lan Hao muttered. Although he was a bit shocked at the strength and talent of this group of students, what he was worried about in his heart was not Li Yaobai. No, we can't let him do it. In case this building collapses, the commander-in-chief will kill me. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd in awe, on that spectacled boy's body, layers of green-colored scale armor began to cover it, and it was obvious that he was going to get real. Li Haoyu, you're the Imperial Guard with the strongest defense in our team. Beat him up hard for me. Tang Yen, who was on the side, shouted loudly. Don't lose Sister Wanair's face. Hearing these words, the cyan-colored scale armor on Li Haoyu's body violently erupted with a blinding green light. In front of Zhao Waner, he had to put on a good show and take a stand for his goddess. Go ahead, show you my. However, before that spectacled teenager's words fell, Li Yubai had already slapped him hard across the face. Pop! Accompanied by a clear and loud slapping sound, Li Haoyu's glasses were instantly smashed to smithereens, with pieces splattering everywhere. What the hell are you paying for? Li Yaobai waved his hand and spat at him. The scene happened so suddenly, the crowd had no time to react. Right at this moment, Li Yubai threw another simple and direct straight punch that ruthlessly smashed into Li Haoyu's chest. You family fist, kill Tiger Blade. He let out a low shout, and although this punch was plain and simple, it contained the force of his entire body, only to see Li Haoyu's body of green-colored scale armor. Under this punch, it cracked into pieces in an instant. Put! A dull voice came. Li Haoyu's mouth violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, and his consciousness instantly drifted beyond the clouds of the ninth heaven. One punch. Give seconds. The soldiers around them stared in disbelief. Although they knew that Li Yaobai's summoned spirit was perverted in strength, they never expected that he himself would be able to up a Ju energy level 50 Imperial Guard with a single punch. You're ing looking for death. Seeing Li Haoyu's miserable state, the 5 boys next to him were enraged and their brains instantly filled with blood. At this moment, the talents on the 5 people erupted at the same time, and they all attacked Li Yubai in the center. However, right at this moment, in Li Yubai's hand, a long stick with a golden body appeared out of thin air. That was none other than Lei Zhenzi's golden stick of wind and thunder. He violently plunged that stick into the ground, and instantly, a blue-purple network of electric arcs instantly enveloped those 5 people firmly. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electric current, the bodies of those 5 boys were electrocuted to the outside, unable to move, and could only struggle painfully on the ground. We have always treated our guests with courtesy, and I know that all of you from Kyoto are decent people. Li Yubai was in the midst of that thunder and lightning, relaxing. Since you don't want to be decent, I'll be decent for you. As soon as Li Yubai's words fell, the lightning power emanating from the wind thunder golden stick became more and more violent. The hair of those 5 boys, under the ravages of the lightning, had been electrocuted into a fluffy and messy exploding head. Their appearance was in a sorry state, which was unbearable to watch. Zhao Waner and Tang Yen, who saw this scene, had been completely stunned. The strength of each member of the 3 squads they had come to the Northern Realm this time was around Ju energy level 50. Such strength was already the best in the Apocalypse Academy, and at their age, to be able to possess such strength was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. It's what they've always been proud of and what they stand for. And yet, what do they see now? A big-headed soldier about the same age as them. Surprisingly, in an instant, put down 6 of their companions. Moreover, the opponent didn't look like he was using his full strength. What made them feel the most bizarre was that they hadn't even seen what Li Yaobai's talent was. Nonsense! At this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the distance. And immediately afterward, a figure quickly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That person was none other than the lead teacher of the Apocalypse Academy. He had just returned from Su Mumu's office when he saw the scene, and his heart was suddenly furious. With that, a terrifying pressure of the King Realm emanated from his body. This pressure instantly condensed and crushed straight towards Li Yaobai in the crowd. But the next moment, that middle-aged teacher saw a scene that made his scalp go numb. Li Yaobai, who was in the crowd, actually completely ignored that pressure of his and still stood there calmly. Did you think that I would be shocked by that pressure of yours? A teasing smile appeared on the teenager's face. Can all of you Northern Realms big-headed soldiers ignore the King Realm's mighty pressure? Chapter 126, The Secret Mountain and Sea Realm. Looking at Li Yaobai in the midst of the thunder and lightning, Qin Dao was confused again. His brows furrowed as he stared at Qin Yu beside him. This kid's realm of strength and talent. How come it doesn't match what you said at all? You tricked me? Qin Dao was more than shocked in his heart. With his own strength of Ju energy level 60, he could not guarantee that he could put down these people in an instant. And this Li Yaobai, in just a few short moments, easily and comfortably, put down 6 students with more than 50 levels of Ju energy. This kid is very wrong. With that, Qin Dao looked at Zhao Waner, who was on the side. The young girl's fair face, at this moment, was already reddened with anger, and she kept stomping those slender jade legs. What? You want to try it too? Li Yaobai locked eyes with her. In his hands, a ball of thunder was jumping continuously, flashing with channels of blue-purple electricity. The mocking smile at the corner of the teenager's mouth caused Zhao Waner's blood pressure to soar even more. That hot-bodied Tang Yan was also staring dead at the white-haired teenager in front of her. There was no longer a hint of provocation in her eyes. This guy, what a freak! Tang Yan honestly hid behind Zhao Waner, looking at Li Yaobai as if he was looking at a ghost. At this time, the middle-aged teacher who was leading the group, seeing that his pressure had no effect on Li Yaobai, could not help but feel angry. Spiritual energy surged in his hands, and a ball of blue fire violently appeared. Mr. Han. Just at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after that, an officer wearing a neat uniform, glasses, and a tall and thin body, quickly blocked in front of Mr. Han. This person was none other than Ji Ming, who had arrived late. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Ji Ming's strength was clearly 3 times stronger than this teacher Han. In the blink of an eye, he blew out the ball of blue fire in the other party's hand and looked at the other party with a smile on his face. Lieutenant Ji, I need an explanation. Is this the way of hospitality in the north? The middle-aged teacher surnamed Han let out an angry cry. Night White. Almost got it. You are truly my own ancestor. Jimin let out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, in his hand, a wind blade quietly crossed. As for the lightning beside Li Yaobai, under the influence of that wind blade, it was instantly blown out without a trace. Nonsense! Are you clear about Wan Er's identity and background? Seeing that the 5 students broke free of the lightning, the middle-aged man surnamed Han's face was furious as he sternly rebuked Li Yaobai. After offending the Zhao family, how can you still hang around in the Northern Realm? Facing that teacher Han's threat, Ji Ming directly advised. Egu, Mr. Han, why are you doing this? We all have a misunderstanding. He hastened to assist the other man. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding. Ji Ming pacified the middle-aged man surnamed Han while giving a wink to Lan Hao. Old Blue, quickly take this brat to the Commander-in-Chief's office. Teach him a good lesson and let him know the consequences of offending the Zhao family. Only then did Lan Hao react. Without waiting for Li Yaobai to open his mouth, he had already used the thick bladder to firmly pin Li Yaobai down and dragged him upstairs with one hand. Don't worry, Mr. Han. We promise to punish him severely. Our Commander-in-Chief has been looking at him with displeasure for a long time. As Ji Ming said that, he settled a few people in the hospitality hall on the side, and those few students who fainted were also saved by that teacher Han. Of course the punishment is going to be there, but this man, he must be dismissed from the northern barracks. At that moment, Zhao Waner's voice rang through the crowd. She grew up so big, but it was the first time she was humiliated like this. For Li Yaobai, she was dying to cut the other party into 1,000 pieces. MS. Zhao is overstated. Ah, Yes. I wonder what kind of adventure you all came to the Northern Realm for. Ji Ming hastily snorted and began to change the topic. Our Northern Realm, perennial war, all of you are far away from Kyoto. Thousands of miles to come to the Northern Realm. I'm sure there must be a special purpose. If there's anything we can do to help, you're all welcome. A hint of cunning flashed in Jimin's eyes. This adjutant of his, he has nothing else, but the skill of observing words and colors is very good. Not to hide from Lieutenant Ji, we do have some trouble this time, and we need the help of the Northland Army. Seeing Ji Ming's sincere attitude, Mr. Han also immediately stated their purpose. Lieutenant Ji, does he know about the existence of the mountain and sea mysteries? That teacher Han suddenly opened his mouth and asked, the secret realm of the mountain and the sea? When Ji Ming heard this, his brows frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, but then they brightened up again. Isn't that the legendary habitat of the spirit people? That's right, Mr. Han took over and his expression became serious. The secret realm of mountains and seas, in ancient legends, was the home of the spirit people in ancient times. There, the treasure that they had guarded for generations was hidden. It is said that within these treasures lies the secret of creation. As Mr. Han explained, the faces of all the people present gradually became grave. Teacher Han mentioned all this. Could it be that he's planning to head to that mountain and sea mysterious realm? But that's just a legend after all, and there's no solid historical evidence to refer to. Jimin couldn't help but laugh out loud. He felt that what Mr. Han had said was too subtle, making it a little hard for him to believe. No. Just because it's not based on historical facts doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Teacher Han shook his head, the corner of his mouth hooked into a wry smile. According to the records of the Apocalypse Academy, as well as the Zhao family's family intelligence, the mountain and sea mysterious realm is, indeed, real. Moreover, amongst our academy, there are already many people who have personally traveled to that mountain and sea mysterious realm. When these words came out, Ji Ming's pupils shrunk violently. How is this possible? It wasn't that Ji Ming was short-sighted, but these secret stories were always in the hands of the great families of the world, as well as those top-tier academies. Sometimes the monopoly of information is often more deadly than the monopoly of money and wealth. Just as Ji Ming froze, Teacher Han continued, the entrance to the mountain and sea mystic realm is not fixed, but will randomly appear in a certain corner of the continent every once in a while. With that, his voice trailed off. And now, the entrance to the mountain and sea mysterious realm has appeared right on the borderline of our northern realm. The entrance to the mountain and sea mysterious realm is in the northern realm. Hearing this news, Ji Ming couldn't help but exclaim offhandedly, that's why we've come here, to seek help from the army of the north. So, what do you guys need from us? Ji Ming was still immersed in that shock, and his voice trembled a little as he spoke. The space of the secret realm of the mountain and the sea is very strange. As long as one is not one of the spirit race, once the spiritual aura becomes too much, it will awaken the ancient beings there. And what happens when you wake them up is death. We've been experimenting for years, and in order to enter the secret realm of the mountain and see peacefully without awakening those ancient beings, the awakened person's own level must be below awakening energy level 60. After Teacher Han finished explaining, Zhao Wanner then directly interjected. We came here this time, is that we hope you can send your snow wolf troops to help us enter the mountain and sea secret realm. At that time, the treasures obtained from the secret realm, the Northern Realm Army also has a share. Hearing this, Ji Ming was thoroughly understanding. In the end, it's here to lend a hand. At this moment, Zhao Wan'er sat on the sofa, teetering on those stocking legs, and continued, I've heard that the captain of the Snow Wolf unit of the Northland Army, his combat squad, is the strongest existence below JUE level 60. We're here because we need the help of the Snow Wolf troop leader. Chapter 127 Preparations for Departure. It wasn't that the Zhao family and the Apocalypse Academy couldn't send out any experts below Ju energy level 60. Rather, it was because there were many people in Kyoto who knew about the existence of the mountain and sea mysteries. However, there were very few people who knew the exact location of its entrance. So Zhao Wanner and her party did not make a big deal out of gathering people to attract others' attention. Thus, with the help of Qin Dao, they took the opportunity of Qin Dao's appointment to come to the Northern Realm together. And in the midst of this Northern Realm, the Northern soldiers who fought here all year round were their best candidates for help. This was also Qin Dao's idea for Zhao Wan'er, captain of the Snow Wolves. Hearing this name, Ji Ming's face involuntarily shook slightly. That's a tough one. He wore a difficult face, with a hint of helplessness between his eyebrows. When Zhao Wanner saw this, she couldn't help but feel a few moments of surprise in her heart. Could it be that their squad is out on a mission? Facing Zhao Wanner's question, Ji Ming hastily waved his hand in defense. No, I don't mean that. He pondered for a moment and continued. During this period of time, the front line is still quite calm. Those demon clans, for some reason, have all withdrawn their troops and stayed still. You will indeed be relatively safe to go to the front at this time. Although Ji Ming said this on his lips, his heart was already in a mess. At that moment, Tang Yan from the crowd suddenly interjected. Humph, that's because those demon clans have become honest knowing that my family's brother Qin Dao is here. However, Zhao Wanner glared unhappily at Tang Yan, and in that look, there seemed to be a hint of warning. Lieutenant Ji, since it's not out on a mission, what is it because? Zhao Wanner's tone was eager, as if the captain of the Snow Wolf Force was extremely important to her. At this moment, even the veteran Ji Ming couldn't help but make a mistake. You're the one who wants to fire people, and now you're the one who's asking for their help. How can I explain this? He kept cupping his jaw and pursing his lips. This is something I need to report to the Commander-in-Chief. Mountain and Sea Secret Realm. There really is that kind of place? In Su Mumu's office, Li Yaobai was paralyzed on the soft sofa and lost his voice with a surprised face, and Su Mumu, who was sitting in front of him, was wearing a military uniform that was extremely incongruous with her age. The young girl's long silver hair was as smooth as silk, and as it gently swayed, a fresh and pleasant aroma filled the air. Any person of the opposite sex in this room would be unable to resist casting their gaze on Su Mumu. The young girl's vermilion lips flicked out. That's right, in my family, there are many people who have been there. From what they say, there are many spiritual niches there that you can't imagine, and there are even spiritual artifacts left behind by the spirit race. But what exactly? They kept their mouths shut. Li Yaobai listened to Su Mumu's words and unconsciously nodded his head. In this world, but anyone who is a bit smarter will understand the reasoning that wealth is not exposed to the outside world. Do you really intend to let me and them go to that mountain and see secret realm? If I leave, won't Grand Commander Su lose another one of his great generals? As Li Yaobai spoke, he picked up Su Mumu's teacup in his hand and took a light sip of the new tea she had just brewed. The aroma of tea curls up and refreshes your heart. Su Mumu didn't have the slightest bit of resentment towards this. Instead, a smirk appeared on her face. This is indeed a rare and great opportunity for you. When she finished speaking, she turned to gaze at the map on the wall. Her brows furrowed slightly as she seemed to be in deep thought. The demon race has suddenly withdrawn their troops in a big way. I really don't know what that three-eyed crow is up to. I always had a feeling that this was just the calm before the storm. She paused and then continued. Therefore, all northern generals must remain on high alert and standby. And you, too, must improve yourself as soon as possible. For Su Mumu's words, Li Yaobai naturally know very well. The current priority of his own is to rapidly enhance the strength. However, the thought of being in the company of those condescending, sightless second sons made him feel uncomfortable, especially the Zhao family's eldest miss. She was even more brutal. Suddenly, the corner of Su Mumu's mouth revealed a wry smile. This time, we, the Northern Realm Army, only intend to send you alone. After all, your strength has surpassed that of every squad in the Snow Wolf Force, and Captain Blue and I unanimously feel that you are the only one who can represent the top fighting force of our Snow Wolf Force. Well, military order na. Li Yaobai sighed softly and slowly placed the teacup back. Su Mumu, on the other hand, turned around and made a fresh pot of tea for him. In the middle of the hall, Ji Ming was holding several cups of fragrant tea in his hands, warmly entertaining Zhao Wanner and her group. Ji Ming already understood in his heart. Among this group of people, the only real core person was that Zhao Wanner. As for that teacher Han, in terms of status, it seemed to be just a follower of hers. These 11 students, together with the teacher, even including Qin Dao, all surrounded Zhao Wanner like stars surrounding the moon, and everyone treated her with respect, not daring to offend her in the slightest. This is the energy of the Zhao family in Kyoto. Ji Ming secretly sighed in his heart, then squeezed a smile on his face. Ms. Zhao, our Commander-in-Chief has approved it. For this operation in the mountain and sea mysteries, the Snow Wolf Force's captain squad will follow you throughout. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Wanner's face burst with joy. This was the first thing she had encountered since she came here that made her feel happy. Since Commander Su is so sincere, then I won't beat around the bush. Saying that, Zhao Wanner suddenly pulled out a contract from her own bracelet. The bracelet was exquisitely shaped, carved from a single brilliant ruby. Ji Ming, on the other hand, was surprised to find that each ruby on that bracelet was actually a spatial spirit artifact. Seeing this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in his heart. At that moment, Zhao Wanair slowly opened that contract. We must agree up front that the captain of the Snow Wolf unit is to follow me throughout this operation and keep me safe. Of course, my Zhao family will also come up with a very generous reward, ensuring that you won't lose out. Ji Ming picked up that contract and carefully read the terms on it. Every single one of the articles on it was a request for the Northern Territory Army to ensure Zhao Wanair's safety, as well as the Zhao family's payment after the deed was done. I've signed my share. The rest, it's over to your captain there. I'm tired. For the rest, you guys talk. Zhao Wanair threw the contract away, stretched her back, and left the hall straight away. Lieutenant Ji, we're leaving first thing in the morning. Oh, don't be late. In the hall, only the sound of Zhao Wanair's shoe heels stepping over the floor remained. Chapter 128, Is he alone? One night passed. At the front of the Northland Army base, 5 luxury cars were neatly parked at the gate. None of these cars had the exclusive Kyoto logo printed on their license plates. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ji Ming constantly lamented under his breath. The world of the rich is really incomprehensible. In China, the major states are far apart. To quickly cross state boundaries, one would usually have to rely on a teleportation array. However, opening a teleportation array would require the consumption of a large amount of spiritual energy. The larger the size of the teleportation object, the more spiritual energy it would require. And Kyoto and the Northern Realm were separated by 10,000 miles. This Zhao Wanair had gone so far as to spend a huge amount of money to teleport these 5 luxury cars. All of them. At this moment, apart from Zhao Wanair, the remaining 11 students, as well as that teacher surnamed Han, had already gotten into 3 separate luxury cars. Through the car window, the 6 boys could be seen looking quite distressed with swollen noses and bandages on their heads. Among them, the Imperial Guard named Li Haoyu was even more severely injured, with a plaster cast on his chest. Qin Dao, on the other hand, had a springy look on his face as he sat in a convertible sports car with Zhao Wanair, the Miss Zhao family. This time, Qin Dao, as one of the main planners of the Mountain and Sea Mysteries operation, naturally had to participate. His level, too, happened to be at JUE level 60. This was the highest level limit for entering the Mountain and Sea Mysteries. However, whenever he was one level higher, he would also be unable to enter that Mountain and Sea Mysterious realm. Brother Qin Dao, this sports car is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It's always been one of my favorite cars, and today, it's up to you to drive it. Zhao Wanair sat in the co-pilot's seat, crossing a pair of slender jade legs, looking at Qin Dao's side face with a face of adoration, a little starlight flashing in her eyes. During a chance encounter in Kyoto, Zhao Wanair attended the graduation party of the Kyoto Military Academy. At that party, she was instantly attracted to the handsome young general. Later, when she heard about Qin Dao's earlier exploits in the military, Zhao Wanair became even more of an admirer of Qin Dao. And unexpectedly, Qin Dao took the initiative to talk to her as well. Soon, Qin Dao successfully integrated into Zhao Wanair's circle of friends and became Zhao Wanair's close friend. From Zhao Wanair, Qin Dao also learned the secret stories of the Mountain and Sea secret realm, and even offered to help them come to the Northern Realm. Lieutenant Ji, when will your Snow Wolf squad arrive? We'll be leaving soon. At this time, Zhao Wanair shouted to Ji Ming, who was standing in the doorway. At the same time, she pointed her finger at a nearby limousine. This car, but I specially prepared it for your Snow Wolf squad. Don't worry, Ms. Zhao, they'll be here soon. Jimin responded in a hurry. Just then, a tall, well-muscled figure appeared in the doorway. He wore a white camouflage battlesuit embroidered with a black dragon and a snow wolf. The white figure wore sunglasses on his head, surrounded by a pair of black masks, and the other party's white hair was even more striking in the sunlight. No, where's the promised Snow Wolf squad? How come he's alone? Seeing this scene, the crowd began to wonder, especially Zhao Wanair. Her brows were even more tightly locked and her face was incomparably gloomy. Ahem. Forgot to mention that this term Snow Wolf Captain has no teammates. Jimin explained helplessly. You've got to be kidding me. Hearing Ji Ming's explanation, Zhao Wanair instantly became angry. Lieutenant Ji, our Northern Territory Army, we shouldn't be so childish. Qin Dao, who was on the side, saw this and also said in a hurry. Although he had just come to the Northern Territory Army, he had long heard of the Snow Wolf unit's reputation. A captain's squad without teammates is an outrageous thing to hear anyhow. Lieutenant Ji, we signed a contract. Zhao Wanair's brows had furrowed into a frown. Don't worry, He's fully compliant with the requirements of your contract. After Ji Ming finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared. On the field, the attention of the crowd was focused on that white figure. I say, are you guys still going? Suddenly, a voice familiar to the crowd came out violently from the white figure's mouth. He slowly removed his mask and sunglasses, revealing those scarlet pupils and a mouthful of white teeth. You're the one. When she saw this face, Zhao Wanner instantly froze. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, just as if she had seen a ghost. It wasn't just Zhao Wanner, the others also threw in their gazes of astonishment. You're the captain of the Snow Wolf unit? After a long time, Zhao Wanner asked with a trembling voice. It was as if she couldn't accept the fact. What's the problem? Li Yubai responded indifferently. With that, he pulled out the contract that Zhao Wanner had prepared from his arms and signed his name in front of her. With that, he taped his credentials to the car window. Have a good look. Miss Zhou. Li Night White's voice was icy cold, and with a cold face, he slapped the car window with such force that it almost shattered the glass. At this moment, Zhao Wanner's pupils began to lax. She never expected that this teenager, who was similar in age to them, would be the captain of the legendary Northern Realm Ace Troop. What's even weirder is that he doesn't have any teammates yet. One man, one squad. Isn't that a joke? After all, Zhao Wanner was a great lady who had experienced great scenes and quickly came back to her senses. My contract is clearly written. Realm below JUE level 60. Within the mountain and sea mysteries. Able to guarantee my safety at all times. I hope you're not playing a trick on me. These words, Zhao Wanner almost said through clenched teeth. Don't worry. I've already signed the contract. Li Yubai flung the signed contract in his hand. I'll do what I have to do. You just have to pay me. While Zhao Wanner was talking with Li Yubai, Qin Dao, who was on the side, had completely frozen. He's not coming around now. Snow Wolf Squad. He actually joined Snow Wolf Squad, and is still the captain? In his heart, Qin Dao really couldn't figure out what changes the Northern Territory Army had gone through in this short period of time. Are they all crazy? How is it that a kid who just came of age was made captain of the Snow Wolves? This is the ace of the Northern Army. Qin Dao muttered, the expression on his face already dumbfounded. Even if he has some strength, it shouldn't be this outrageous. And, it just doesn't make sense in terms of the army's processes. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. But soon, a hand had slapped onto Qin Dao's shoulder. The owner of that hand was none other than Li Yubai. General Qin Dao, please get out of the car. The teenager's face, like an iceberg, kept scanning the two. According to the contract, I have to be by Ms. Zhao's side at all times to protect her. This car, I'll take it. Then, that contract was slapped in Qin Dao's face. Chapter 129 Beauty as a Chauffeur. Qin Dao's gaze fell on that contract, and his entire body had fallen into a state of confusion. He looked up at Li Yubai incredulously and was about to shout a reprimand. But when he saw the snow wolf pattern on the other party's body, he held back hard. Qin Dao understood that no matter how high his rank was, in front of Li Yubai's identity as the Snow Wolf captain, it all seemed so pale and powerless. The captains of the Snow Wolves are under the orders of the commander-in-chief alone. Li Night White, you don't go too far. Qin Dao stared at Li Yaobai with a gloomy expression. The anger on his face was already hard to hide, as if it would explode at any moment. If there is a grudge between us, when this matter is over, I will naturally settle the score with you, he said through gritted teeth. However, Li Yubai completely ignored Qin Dao. He glanced coldly at the other man, then yanked the car door open as he did so. That's a lot of crap. Are you coming down or not? Li Yubai pointed at the contract and said in an icy tone. I'm fulfilling my duty. If something happens to Ms. Zhao, are you responsible or am I? Saying that, Li Yubai patted Qin Dao's shoulder again, and Qin Dao's face had turned into a pig liver color in anger. He was simply speechless at the reasons laid out by the other side. Captain Li, are you playing word games with us? Zhao Wanner's eyes widened as she glared at Li Yubai in dissatisfaction. What's that say? Miss Zhao is $1,000. Of course I have to make sure your safety is foolproof. Right. The corner of Li Yaobai's mouth hooked up into a playful smile and deliberately stretched his voice. After saying that, he also greeted that teacher Han. Ms. Weiner, he has a point. Safety is most important. Seeing this, that teacher Han whispered a few words of persuasion. At this moment, Zhao Wanner was already so infuriated that she couldn't speak. Her white face was suffocatingly red, and her pair of slender jade legs were involuntarily trembling. General Qin, Miss Zhao has already said nothing, so you should stop relying on. Li Yaobai teasingly glanced at Qin Dao. To put it bluntly, He was just looking at this Qin Dao in a bad light. And what if I'm biased and don't come down? Qin Dao was truly angry as he stared angrily at Li Yaobai. This Li Yaobai. He even humiliated himself in front of so many people, not giving himself any face at all. He himself was the son of the titular Qin family. And in this northern realm Dragon River State, the Qin family was also a big family that dominated the area. And he, Qin Dao, was also a person of honor in Kyoto. How could he let a brat get hold of him? Of course, more importantly, traveling with Zhao Wan'er this time was a rare opportunity for him. He had long had his eye on Zhao Wan'er, and if he could take this opportunity to cultivate a relationship with her, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to his future career. So how can he get off? I'm sorry, I'll just have to excuse myself then. Li Yaobai let out a cold snort, and without any hesitation, he even directly yanked Qin Dao out of the car. Although Qin Dao possessed the strength of a Ju energy level 60, his talent was the summoning department. In terms of physical strength, he was yet far from being able to compare to Li Yaobai, who had been tempered by the heavenly Gothic poison. Therefore, under Li Yaobai's yank, he was actually unresisting and was easily yanked out of the car. The infuriated Qin Dao was about to strike back, wanting to save his face. However, Li Yaobai spoke faintly. I don't mind if General Qin wants to spar with me, but if it delays the great event of the mountain and sea mysteries, then I won't be responsible for this. These words directly choked Qin Dao. He couldn't help but recall the scene where Li Yaobai had instantly put down a few people before, and a trace of scorn arose in his heart. After all, in front of Zhao Wan'er, if she couldn't beat the other party even if she did it herself, she would lose a lot of face. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Dao had no choice but to squeeze out a smile at Zhao Wan'er. Wan'er, I'll drive ahead and show you the way. When he finished, he gritted his teeth and held his breath as he got into the empty, unoccupied car. You kid, wait for me. If I don't screw you over, my name isn't Qin Dao. Of course, these words were naturally inaudible to Li Yaobai. He pulled a map out of his arms and began to scrutinize the route. The place you are going to is the river canyon, where the mountains are rugged, all cliffs, and there are many demonic beasts. This road is not a good one, Li Yaobai said, and then made a wink to Zhao Wan'er, who had an angry face. Miss Zhao, what are you waiting for? I'll sit in the passenger seat. At those words, Zhao Wan'er's face instantly froze. You're a bodyguard and you're asking me to drive you? Sorry, I won't. At this moment, a spacious and sprawling main road, 5 luxury cars that are speeding along like the wind. At the very back of these cars, closely followed by Zhao Wan'er's convertible sports car, Zhao Wan'er was sitting in the driver's seat, her hands gripping the steering wheel, while beside her, Li Yaobai was leisurely staring at the map with a cozy smile on his face. For Zhao Wan'er, this was an unbearable humiliation. When she grew up, it was always someone else who drove for her. When did she ever drive for anyone else? At this moment, she couldn't wait to tear Li Yaobai into 8 pieces. However, the contract was signed by her own hand, and the opening of the mountain and sea mysteries was imminent, so she could only endure this anger. You guys, he's the only one in the Snow Wolf squad. Even if he has some strength, it's not like we're the only ones in that mountain and sea mystic realm. When the time comes, people from all the major powers will go in and intervene. How can he, alone, protect Miss Wan'er? A few cars ahead of them, those students were sputtering on and on. Where did they get all that crap? Li Yaobai could certainly hear them sputtering. Humph. When you enter that mountain and sea secret realm, you will know how stupid your choice to fight alone is. Zhao Wan'er snorted coldly from the side. In her eyes, Li Yaobai's behavior of not forming a team was simply ignorant and stupid. However, just as the crowd was advancing, above the sky above them, a dark shadow had silently enveloped them. Qin Dao's voice suddenly came from the front. Everyone, be careful. These are all Junang level 50 plus flying Jiao. As Qin Dao's words fell, the crowd finally saw the faces of the group of demonic beasts above the sky. They had 4 pairs of wings, their heads resembled scaly scales and snakes, and the tongues in their mouths were constantly gulping and emitting a thick purple mist. Not good. Their poisonous mist can paralyze people's nerves. Seeing this, Qin Dao hurriedly reminded, Teacher Han, make a move. The crowd rushed to call out, no, there are too many of these flying Jiao. If they are killed, the smell of this blood will attract more demonic beasts. When the time comes, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Teacher Han's reply caused the hearts of the crowd to tighten, and at that moment, Zhao Wan'er suddenly turned her head and glanced around. The co-pilot, Li Yaobai, was still calmly looking at the map, seemingly completely unaffected by anything. Drive well, Missy, it's not me. Chapter 130, Do you like racing? The periphery of the river canyon was closely surrounded by peaks of different shapes and sizes, like a natural barrier. And between these peaks, a wide main road led straight up to the sky, and it was on this main road that 5 cars were struggling to move forward. At this moment, a group of ferocious flying Jiao had already entangled the caravan, and the figures of the flying Jiao were circling in mid-air, letting out bursts of roars. Miss Warner, it seems like we've intruded into the territory of these flying scaly scales. Ahead. That Mr. Han's voice came over. When Zhao Warner heard this, her heart tightened violently, and the palms of her hands holding the steering wheel unconsciously oozed a fine cold sweat. Her heart was already in chaos, and Zhao Warner didn't even have the heart to pay attention to Li Yubai's words. Soon, the group of flying scaly scales around them gathered more and more. Their bodies were almost close together, forming an impenetrable barrier that blocked the sunlight from the sky. Immediately afterward, these flying Jiao opened their hideous mouths and continuously spewed out purple poisonous mist. These poisonous mists diffused and intertwined in the air, gradually condensing into a thick and bizarre purple poisonous cloud. These poisonous clouds were incredibly fast, and they followed the caravan's trajectory closely, constantly obscuring the view ahead, and the crowd was advancing slower and slower. As time passed, the poisonous clouds grew thicker. The crowd was already having trouble seeing the road ahead, and the caravan was caught in a purple haze. Miss Warner, if this goes on, we are afraid that it will be difficult to get out. Mr. Han said anxiously, I'm going to deal with those flying augurs in the air. You guys take the opportunity to move fast and do your best to get rid of them. Before the words left his mouth, Mr. Han had already taken a step out of the car window. His figure slowly floated in the air, and a terrifying pressure of a King Realm powerhouse instantly erupted from him. He clenched his hands tightly. Blue flames continuously condensed in his palms, and those flying Jiao instantly exploded into a mass of splattered flesh and blood under the blast of the blue flames. However, in the face of this scene, these ferocious flying Jiao did not feel fear in their hearts. Instead, they were attracted by the smell of blood, and came raging in crazy waves, one after another, from all directions. Although these flying augurs are not of high level, but this number, it is simply impossible to kill them. Mr. Han sighed softly. Immediately afterward, his figure flashed as he rushed towards the group of flying augurs. With Mr. Han's delay, the group seized the opportunity and broke away from the flying scaly swarm with a kick of the gas. Warner, are you alright? Qin Dao kept his car close to Zhao Warner's side and inquired with concern. However, Zhao Warner was affected by the poisonous cloud and kept coughing, unable to even speak. It wasn't just Zhao Warner. The students in front of her were similarly suffering from the poisonous cloud, coughing and coughing. Just when the crowd thought they were about to escape and breathed a sigh of relief, around the mountain peak in front of them, unexpectedly, another group of flying Jiao flew in, and the number of these flying Jiao was actually several times more than the ones just now. They hovered in the air, releasing a gust of terrifying pressure. Warner, don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Dao threw a handsome look at Zhao Warner, and with that, he drove towards the very front of the convoy. Don't panic, everyone. I've got the top here. The reason why Qin Dao was able to stay awake in the poisonous fog, it was because most of those flying Jiao's levels were around Ju energy level 50 or so, while his own spiritual breath had already reached Ju energy level 60. Thus, he was able to rely on his spiritual energy to temporarily resist these poisonous mists. This is a rare opportunity for me to perform. I must let Warner see my strength. As Qin Dao secretly pondered in his heart, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but evoke a confident sneer. Warner, I will make you completely enamored with me. Right at this moment, on the back of Qin Dao's hand, a mysterious scimitar totem lit up violently. As that totem flickered, a tall figure of a summoned spirit suddenly appeared on the main road in front of several people. The summoned spirit was more than 10 meters tall, like a small mountain, and it wore a set of ancient armor and clutched a biting scimitar in its hand. And at the crotch of that summoning spirit, a skeletal fiery horse was letting out a burst of ear-piercing neighs. Warner, this is my summoning spirit. Huag was Upper General Xing Daorong. Go ahead and drive. I'll take the heat here. At this moment, Qin Dao, driving that luxurious sports car, was speeding at the very front of the crowd at breakneck speed, and in front of Qin Dao, the summoned spirit named Xing Daorong was riding that skeletal fiery horse to clear the way for the crowd. Those incoming flying scaly Jiao were quickly hacked to pieces by the curved sword in Xing Daorong's hand. Seeing this scene, Zhao Warner couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her face. She looked at Qin Dao adoringly and shouted, Brother Qin Dao, I'm relying on you here. No problem. I'll take care of it. Qin Dao struck a handsome pose in the driver's seat and responded indifferently. Wan she must have been charmed crazy by me. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile again. Qin Dao brother. So handsome. Seeing Qin Dao's handsome figure, those students exclaimed with surprised faces. Yes, brother Qin Dao deserves to be the youngest general in China. On the battlefield, he must also look this handsome. That Tang Yan with the hot figure was already flooded with nymphomania at this moment. Instead, Qin Dao, who had received the attention of the crowd, secretly glanced at Li Yaobai at the very back. I've heard Qin Yu say a few words. That kid is also gifted in the summoning department. I don't know, can he fight with my Xing Daorong? At this moment, Li Yaobai was still calmly flipping through the map, as if these flying jiao and poisonous clouds didn't have the slightest effect on him. Eyeing ahead, Zhao Wanner suddenly glared at Li Yaobai in disgust. What's there to see in that time app? If it wasn't for Qin Dao, we would have been trapped here a long time ago. However, in the face of Zhao Wanner's mockery, Li Yaobai still didn't react. Humph, just pretend. When the time comes, it's still up to my family. Brother Qin Dao. As soon as the words were said, Zhao Wanner disdainfully skimmed her lips, then shifted her gaze and continued to admire Qin Dao's heroic appearance. The reality, however, is often not quite what it seems. The number of these flying augurs was truly astonishing. Every time that Xing Daorong crushed a wave of flying scow, immediately afterward, more waves of flying scow surged in. Under the violent battle, Qin Dao's stamina was already gradually failing to hold out. That summoned spirit scimitar had hacked and rolled its edge, and the number of flying scimitars was only increasing. Wainer, let's just stop and wait for Mr. Han. He's in the back and should be here soon. Qin Dao's voice was already weak. Apparently, he's going to be unable to top it. Miss Zhao. At this moment, Li Yaobai suddenly put away the map in his hand and turned his head to look at Zhao Wanner. I studied the map and the next place we're going to is called the Flying Gap Ferry. It's deep in the river canyon. We'll drive all the way to the end along this main road to get to the bottom of the hill there. Hearing Li Yaobai's words, Zhao Wanner was instantly furious. Did I call you here so that you can come and talk nonsense? But if you were even remotely useful, we wouldn't be moving so slowly. However, Li Night White is a faint smile. Don't you have your family Qin Dao brother? Why? He can't work? There are so many of those flying scow. How could he possibly kill them? Zhao Wanner immediately retorted. Ha, just because he can't doesn't mean I can't. Suddenly, Li Yaobai turned his head and asked, Missy, do you like drag racing? Chapter 131 Royal Sword Chopping Flying Jiao. What do you mean by that? Hearing Li Yaobai's words, Zhao Wanner immediately changed her face and her eyebrows knitted up. Want to experience the thrill of pushing the gas pedal to the floor? Li Yaobai said, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. Are you crazy? Do you want me to run headlong into that swarm of flying augurs? Zhao Wanner coldly stared at Li Yaobai with wide eyes, as if she was looking at a madman. However, Li Yaobai didn't care about her reaction. Step on the gas. Suddenly, he stepped on Zhao Wanner's delicate little leather shoes, and immediately afterward, the gas pedal underneath the feet of those shoes hummed. You're crazy. Feel the strong vibrations coming from the body. Zhao Wanner couldn't help but exclaim. However, Li Yaobai still had no intention of stopping accelerating. Just when Zhao Wanner wanted to scream at the top of her voice, Li Yaobai suddenly stretched out his big hand and violently covered her mouth. It's over. This guy is just crazy. It was her only thought at the moment. However, in the very next second, a scene that made her scalp go numb appeared. In Zhao Wanner's shocked gaze, beside her sports car, a dao of fine and sharp sword chi unexpectedly emerged out of thin air. These sword chi were permeated with pure white sword aura, and the sword roared in unison as a majestic sword intent instantly rose up from the ground. Immediately afterward, under the sports car in which the two were riding, a blood-colored sundial totem began to churn. What's going on here? Zhao Wanner's pupils contracted violently, and she looked at this series of visions around her with a stupefied expression. My sports car, awakening talent? She whispered incredulously, and even the matter of her shoes being stepped on was temporarily behind her. Just for a moment Zhao Wanner froze. Her sports car had been like a wild horse out of control, surging past the crowd and speeding to the very front of the convoy. Miss Wanner. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the caravan was stunned. Their minds instantly went blank. What's going on here? There's a swarm of flying scaly scales in front of us. If she crashes through them at this speed, isn't this sending her to her death? Someone shouted anxiously. However, just at the moment Zhao Wanner's sports car was about to crash into the group of flying scaly jiao, those fine sword chi flashed violently, releasing a dazzling light. Bang! As a loud bang came, in just an instant, the swarm of flying scaly scale that was blocking the front of the sports car was chopped into 7 or 8 pieces of broken flesh by the sword chi. The speed of the sports car, on the other hand, had not been reduced at all, and it still maintained its amazing speed as it sped forward. It was as if those sword chi had a spiritual nature, tightly surrounding the sports car. But are those flying scaly scales easy to mess with? They are even faster. In just a moment, countless swarms of flying Zhao had stopped in front of Zhao Wan'er's sports car. Their bodies formed an impenetrable wall of flesh. Stop it! Zhao Wan'er's heartbeat continued to accelerate. It was the feeling of adrenaline spiking. She was so nervous that she almost suffocated. Li Yaobai, if I die here, the Zhao family will never let you go. Seeing those flying Zhao blocking the road ahead, Zhao Wan'er couldn't wait to jump out of the car right now. What are you afraid of? Snap the brakes! Li Yaobai's laughter became even more maniacal, as if he didn't care about the impending danger. Within his pupils, a scarlet light flickered and appeared. It was at this moment that Zhao Wan'er came back to her senses. What a sports car awakening talent! It turned out that all of these sharp sword chi were actually summoned by Li Yaobai. Isn't his gift lightning? Zhao Wan'er muttered in her heart, but she didn't have time to wonder at all. Again, a blink. The sports car had rushed up to the group of flying scowls. Right at this moment, those fine sword chi suddenly erupted into a rushing sword roar, and behind the two of them, the drunken silhouette of Li Bai flashed by. That virtual shadow Li Bai looked up at the high sky and sighed softly. Fragrant car beauty. You kid, when it is really dashing and fast. There were a few points of my style back then. With that, he smiled at the corner of his mouth and moved his fingertips. Immediately afterward, those fine sword chi began to coalesce. In just an instant, a huge sword condensed from sword chi had already crossed in front of the sports car. Those groups of flying scaly jiao were instantly blasted into clumps of blood mist under the cuts of this huge sword. Under the shelter of this giant sword, the two men's sports car sped along the main road, invincible and unimpeded. At this moment, all the flying scaly scales lost the power to block it and could only watch it whiz past. And this once peaceful main road was now stained with the blood and flesh of flying scaly scales, becoming a miserable field of cultivation. The speed of the giant sword was getting faster and faster, already exceeding the limits of the sports car. The rock rises with the wind in one day and rises 90,000 miles. In mid-air, a frivolous voice suddenly sounded. Before the words fell, the giant sword unexpectedly pulled the two men's sports car and made a 360-degree rotation in mid-air. After spinning, that sports car was actually gliding in mid-air under the supportive attachment of that huge sword. Soon, not far ahead, a peak loomed up, majestic and spectacular. That was exactly the destination of their trip, the Flying Gap Ferry. At the moment, it seems like it's right in front of you, within reach, and the giant sword dissipated into thin air in an instant. On the main road, only the buzzing of the sports car was left behind, as well as the trance-like Zhao Wan'er. Only then did Li Yaobai finally let go of his foot on the gas pedal, and a trace of a satisfied smile appeared on his face, although he was indirectly on the gas. Surprisingly, Zhao Wan'er did not stop accelerating. Her breathing was rapid and incomparable, and a never-before-experienced sense of excitement surged within her. Zhao Wan'er loves sports cars, loves the feeling of speeding on the intercity roads, and loves even more the exhilarating feeling of leaving people far behind. But now, Li Yaobai had opened the door to a new world for her. This kind of thrill of racing all the way, with blood and flesh, was something she could never experience in the bustling Kyoto. Cool, Li Yaobai glanced at her wryly. He had already looked at this big miss with displeasure, so that's why he wanted to mess with Zhao Wan'er a bit. Cool, Zhao Wan'er's reply, however, caused Li Yaobai's face to flush. This feeling is too good. Zhao Wan'er left the steering wheel with both hands and shouted loudly. This time, it was Li Yaobai who was confused. No, shouldn't she be scared? Deep in the hinterland of the river canyon, a peak towers into the clouds. Here, it was none other than the peak with the most treacherous terrain on the northern front, the Flying Gap Ferry, and at the foot of Summit Hill, 5 battered and sparsely furnished luxury cars were parked casually. Wan'er, it was really treacherous just now. Tang Yan climbed down from the car with a look of fear. Why did you just charge straight through? In front of Tang Yan's eyes, Zhao Wan'er was sitting stagnantly on a boulder, while Li Yaobai was in the distance, surrounding the mountain peaks and constantly looking up. The two of them arrived here a long time ago. Tang Yan and his group, on the other hand, had just arrived at the foot of the mountain. If it wasn't for Teacher Han's hand, you almost died headfirst without a life. Tang Yan hurriedly ran to Zhao Wan'er's side and intimately wrapped her arms around the other party. Yes, Teacher Han is worthy of being a King Realm expert. This tactic, it's really breathtaking. Qin Dao also walked down from the car at this time, and he sighed as he walked. Wan Er, we watched the direction you left and followed you all the way here. Qin Dao had just finished speaking when that Teacher Han's figure just so happened to surface high above the sky. Teacher Han, if you hadn't stepped in this time, Miss Wan'er would have died. Yeah, if you hadn't stepped in, we wouldn't have been able to run out. The crowd looked up with excitement. What shot? I've been looking for you guys for half a day. Ha! High above. Mr. Han looked at the bloody road in the distance. Chapter 132 Boarding the Flying Gap Ferry. Under the gaze of the crowd filled with suspicion, Teacher Han's figure slowly descended from the heights. Teacher Han, that stunning means just now. It wasn't you who did it. As soon as he landed, the crowd leaned over and asked. Upon hearing this, Mr. Han gently shook his head and frowned, seemingly equally torn. I am also amazed at who actually killed the flying scaly corpses that I saw along the way. At this moment, Zhao Wan'er, who had been sitting quietly on top of the boulder, suddenly raised a hand that was as white as jade and slender. She flicked her finger. The crowd's gazes then focused, only to see her fingertips pointing accurately at Li Yaobai. I can't believe it's him. The first to feel shocked were the very students who had previously spat on Li Yaobai in the car. Their brows tightened as they stared at Li Yaobai incredulously. How is this? How is this possible? The crowd murmured and murmured as if they couldn't accept the facts in front of them. They had witnessed the shocking scene of Zhao Wan'er driving the sports car and breaking through the swarm of flying Zhao. Those ferocious flying scaly clusters were like papier-mâché under those sword chi, and were easily torn into a bloody mist. I'm afraid that such a bizarre and strong means can only be done by a King Realm expert. Tang Yan whispered next to Qin Dao, as if begging for confirmation. She still couldn't believe in this result. The crowd was in a similar state of disbelief. They clearly saw that Li Yaobai had been sitting in the car, looking at the map the entire time and pretending to be dead. None of the crowd had ever seen it before, and Li Yaobai stepped forward to display his talent. How could he have done all this? Wan Er, are you a little delirious? From the shock, Tang Yan lowered her voice and asked carefully. Even if he is the captain of the Snow Wolf Troop, but his strength, but Ju can more than 50 levels even, is not as high as Qin Dao brothers level it. Brother Qin Dao is so powerful, but he didn't even manage to break through those flying scaly clusters, so how could he have killed his way out so easily? As soon as Tang Yan's words fell, Qin Dao also walked over and joined their conversation. Yeah, Wan Er, even if this kid is more powerful, it's impossible to be that easy and kill out those flying scaly clusters. Right. The reason why the crowd couldn't believe it was because those means of killing the swarms of flying Jiao were just too powerful and domineering. It was hard to imagine that that was something an awakened with over 50 levels of JUE could do. You think this is a movie? Qin Dao silently spat in his heart. He just couldn't accept that. Wan Er, are there other experts that are secretly protecting you? Qin Dao reluctantly questioned again. However, in the face of Qin Dao's questioning, Zhao Wan'er shook her head indifferently. It's him. It was Li Yaobai who brought me out to kill. At this moment, the crowd fell completely silent. Li Yaobai's strength and talent was like an unsolvable mystery to them. He's good at both physical arts and manipulating thunder and lightning, and he can even unleash those weird sword chi. This ingredient is too complicated, but Zhao Wan'er has admitted it all herself. They had to come to terms with this incredible fact. Zhao Wan'er, on the other hand, silently gazed at Li Yaobai in the distance. What a monster he really is. Zhao Wan'er sighed softly and stopped speaking. In a side corner, Qin Dao's fists were clenched tightly, the veins on his hands bulging. He originally thought that this excellent opportunity to win Zhao Wan'er's favor should belong to him. However, the entire credit for saving Zhao Wan'er was unexpectedly taken away in its entirety by that brat Li Yaobai. In contrast to the two, all the effort Qin Dao had put in seemed so pale and powerless in front of Li Yaobai's astonishing performance. Worthy of being the captain of the Snow Wolf unit, it really opened my eyes and impressed me. Seeing Li Yaobai walking slowly, Teacher Han hastily greeted him. Unlike when he was at the base, this time, Teacher Han was extraordinarily polite to Li Yaobai. However, Li Yaobai gently waved his hand, the corner of his mouth showing a modest smile, just a show of hands. The crowd around him, however, no longer looked at him as they had before, but with more than a hint of awe and fear, especially the girls. As they carefully surveyed the handsome and upright teenager in front of them, they couldn't help but secretly marvel in their hearts. They were surprised to find that this Captain Li was not only superbly strong, but also good-looking and heroic. Compared to Qin Dao, his appearance was not inferior at all, and even, there was a calmness and maturity beyond his age that made people involuntarily attracted. After a long time, Mr. Han slowly continued. The entrance to the mountain and sea mysteries is hidden above this flying gorge ferry. According to the rules of the secret realm, an existence of my level can never come close. Otherwise, it is likely to disturb those ancient beings of the spirit race. He raised his hand and pointed at the mountain peak in front of the crowd that towered into the clouds and plunged into the sky, and said in a grave tone, "You will need to climb the flying gap ferry on your own, while I will stand guard at the foot of the mountain, waiting for your safe return." After hearing Mr. Han's words, Qin Dao immediately interjected impatiently, "Don't worry, Mr. Han. I will definitely bring Wan Er safely up to Fei Xiadu." With that, he took a few more steps closer to Zhao Waner. Seeing that the crowd was all looking eager to try, Teacher Han hurriedly voiced a reminder. "You guys have to be careful. This is the highest peak in the river canyon, and the top of the mountain is even surrounded by clouds and mist, so you can't see the end of it at a glance. Climbing this peak is no easy task." Li Yaobai also nodded in agreement as he said in a deep voice, "I've observed that there is only one road leading to the top of the mountain peak, and it's rugged and difficult to navigate. If we climb up, it will take us at least a day. Where it takes a day. Look at me." Without waiting for Li Yaobai to finish, Qin Dao immediately interrupted. And with that, the scimitar totem on the back of his hand lit up, summoning his summoning spirit. At Qin Dao's signal, Xing Daorong quickly brought in the huge skeleton fiery horse, which was emitting an eerie blue light and looked majestic. "Everyone wait for a moment. I'll take Wan Er up first and then come back to get you," Qin Dao said confidently, and with a single step, he stepped onto that skeleton horse and struck a handsome pose. Then, he extended his hand to Zhao Waner. "Wan Er, come, get on my horse. I'll ride and take you up the flying gap ferry with me." At the corner of Qin Dao's mouth, he couldn't help but reveal a smug smile, and in his heart, he couldn't help but begin to fantasize about the romantic scene of a horseback hiking in tandem with Zhao Waner. Even, he could continue to invite Tang Yen, and those few girls with outstanding posture to join along. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Dao was secretly delighted in his heart. After all, among the people present, only he, Qin Dao, possessed such a condition. Chapter 133, The Four Great Colleges Gather. However, in the face of Qin Dao's enthusiastic invitation, Zhao Wan Er, however, looked a little hesitant. "Brother Qin Dao, I'm feeling very tired right now. You can take them up first." Hearing Zhao Waner's words, Qin Dao's outstretched hand gave a slight lurch in the air. He scratched his head awkwardly, muttering in his mind, "This shouldn't be how could Wan Er reject me?" Just then, Mr. Han interjected at the right time, easing Qin Dao's embarrassment. "Since Miss Waner needs to take a rest, then General Qin will take the others up first." Saying that, Mr. Han pointed at the few people beside him. "There are 6 other injured boys here who can't move very well, so I'm going to trouble you, General Qin." Qin Dao sniffed and froze for a moment, and after a long time, he nodded helplessly. "All right." He turned his head to Zhao Waner and said gently, "Waner, wait for me here for a moment. I'll come back to pick you up immediately after I take them up." After saying that, those 6 injured boys straddled the huge skeleton fiery horse, and Qin Dao let out a light sigh as he led the 6 of them to step onto the flying gorge ferry. However, Qin Dao had just left not long ago. Zhao Wan Er actually stood up unexpectedly. She lightly stepped towards Li Yaobai, who was tilting his head in a daze, and stretched out a slender finger to gently poke his back. "Captain Li, that flying sword of yours just now, it is indeed quite handsome," she whispered, with a trace of imperceptible shyness in her voice. After saying that, she quickly turned her head to the side and put her hands behind her back, as if she didn't dare to look directly into Li Yaobai's eyes. Li Yaobai's face gave a lurch, and then, the corner of his mouth hooked into a flirtatious smile. "What? You're not going to sit on your family's brother Qin Dao's horse anymore and want to sit on my flying sword?" Zhao Waner sniffed and immediately retorted, "I didn't." She paused and added, "I was just tired earlier, but now, I'd love to go up to the mountains and see. According to our contract, this is an obligation you should fulfill." The corners of her mouth pouted slightly as she turned her head to hum again. "Fine, fine, just say what you want." Seeing this, Li Yaobai smiled faintly. "It's not like I'm not giving it to you." Suddenly, amidst the astonished gazes of the girls around Li Yaobai, countless fine sword chi suddenly emerged. These sword chi quickly coalesced in the air, and eventually transformed into a huge sword with an ancient shape and extraordinary aura, which was steadily placed across his feet. What kind of tactic is this? Seeing this scene, that teacher Han's gaze shook. Could he really be able to float in the air? Isn't that something only a king realm expert can do? What kind of weird talent is this? Just as the crowd was shocked and speechless, Li Yaobai looked down at the giant sword under his feet. Elder Bai, this means of yours is truly how to be handsome. At that moment, a frivolous voice sounded in his mind. He, imperial sword flight to me is naturally galloping through the heavens and earth at my leisure. But, with your little spiritual power, you can only fly for half an hour at most. An hour is enough for hiking, Li Yaobai said, then turned his head to look at Zhao Wanner. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Missy, are you coming up or not? If you don't come, I'm leaving. As her eyes fell on the giant sword, a trace of undetectable joy suddenly flashed through Zhao Wanner's eyes. After a brief 2 seconds of hesitation in place, she then stepped on those slender stocking jade legs and took a step onto Li Yaobai's flying sword. For the sake of you taking me hiking, I'll temporarily forgive you for stepping on my shoes earlier, Zhao Wanner said coldly on her lips. Her eyes, however, couldn't help but survey the huge sword. It's okay if you don't forgive me, Li Yaobai responded indifferently. He didn't care about Zhao Wanner's attitude. Do you realize that my pair of shoes could buy a suite in Kyoto? Zhao Wanner shouted in exasperation, her face suffocating red. She realized that she really couldn't do anything about this teenager. This teenager was always different from the others when it came to herself, never the slightest bit pleasing, but instead, she was against her at every turn. But strangely enough, Zhao Wanner always had a wonderful feeling in her heart that the more Li Yaobai was like this, the more interested she was in him. Captain Li, can we also experience your flying sword? Seeing that Li Yaobai was moving to leave, the remaining few girls also gathered their courage and came over. Fine, $500,000 Chinese dollars per person. Just credit it directly to the Northland Army's account. Li Yaobai agreed without hesitation. You're poor and crazy. Tang Yan was so angry that she yelled. They were well off though, and $500,000 was just some pocket money to them. However, Li Yaobai's attitude of asking for money with his mouth open made her feel irritated. You're not under my contract, so why should I take you up there? Li Yaobai grunted. Saying that, the giant sword at the bottom of his feet had floated slightly. Good, we give. Tang Yan and the others gritted their teeth. Although there was some reluctance in his heart, he still took a step onto Li Yaobai's flying sword. After all, the experience of flying with a sword was too tantalizingly handsome to resist. Above the highest peak of Faixiadu, the clouds are thick with mist. At this moment, Qin Dao, riding that skeleton blazing horse, had just arrived, and he put the 6 boys down and turned to them. You guys wait for me here. I'll go pick up Wan Er and the girls right away. Wainer, Qin Dao's words had just fallen. Not far away, a frivolous and evil voice pierced through the mist and clearly reached everyone's ears. Who do I think it is? Isn't this General Qin Dao, who is famous in Kyoto? Why, have you also come to meddle in this mountain and see mystery realm matter? As the mist gradually dispersed, the figure of the owner of that voice gradually became clearer. Wang Han? Seeing the arrogant-looking boys in front of him, Qin Dao's brows tightened as he said in a surprised tone, when did you guys get here? The entrance to this flying gorge ferry is shared among the 4 great academies. Don't you know that? Wang Han smiled faintly, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. Soon, behind him, a dozen students gradually revealed themselves. They looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. However, the auras emanating from their bodies were surprisingly all approaching the realization energy level 60 realm. The leading student named Wang Han's spiritual energy aura emanated from him was actually the same as Qin Dao's, which was also at the JUE energy level 60. Seeing this, Qin Dao was about to speak. However, there was a strange movement from all around. Almost instantly, dozens of students' silhouettes instantly emerged around Qin Dao and the others. They stood or sat, or talked in low voices, and each figure exuded the sharpness of youth. Wang Han from Tianhua Academy, Su Yue from Tianshu Academy, Qianli from Tianshan Academy. The few boys beside Qin Dao quickly swept their gazes across the surroundings and recognized the students. The young generation of the 4 major academies in Kyoto, surprisingly, are all here. The pupils of those boys shrunk violently, and their throats kept squirming and swallowing. Your Apocalypse Academy. Just these few crooked people came? In one corner of the crowd, a large muscular man provoked. Chapter 134, all of you. One of you. Get out of here. Everyone, we are all fellow disciples of the 4 great academies of Kyoto. Why should we be so tit for tat? Seeing this, the Imperial Guard named Li Haoyu hurriedly spoke out. trying to ease the atmosphere of the scene. However, the muscular man hummed disdainfully and said coldly, "The quota to enter the mountain and see mysterious realm is already limited. You, Tianqi Academy, even brought your injured to compete with us. This is not too much to put us in our eyes, is it?" The muscular man's aura shook, and the aura of JUE energy level 60's spiritual energy spread out violently. "Do you Apocalypse Academy think that we, the other 3 academies, are all soft persimmons that can be casually pinched?" It was at this moment that Qin Dao's gaze truly focused on those students. At this look, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. Qin Dao was surprised to find that the students leading these 3 academies all possessed the realization energy level 60 realm. Is this the young generation of the 4 major academies in Kyoto? These demons, they all grew up eating spirit stones? Qin Dao muttered secretly in his heart. He prided himself on his exceptional talent, and at the age of 23, he was able to cultivate Tiju energy level 60, which made him one of the best among his peers. But today, in the face of these students who, at the age of 18 or 19, had reached the same realm, he actually felt a hint of shame. I said, "Since the people from the Apocalypse Academy came, why don't we see Zhao Wan'er?" Right at this moment, that Wang Han suddenly snapped. "I came here this time, but specifically to meet Wan'er. It's impossible for your team from the Apocalypse Academy to be without her, right?" Wang Han smiled wryly, his eyes staring straight at Qin Dao's several people, and the green-colored tattoo on his face was emitting a demonic aura. "What's that got to do with you?" Seeing that Wang Han actually hit Zhao Wan'er, Qin Dao immediately let out a cold snort. If he were to fight alone, he did not fear this Wang Han. "Wang Han, don't bowl ***** with them." At that moment, the big muscular man gruffly interjected, interrupting the conversation between the two. He stared with a pair of big copper bell eyes and said bluntly, "Call out your Tianqi Academy steward. We need to discuss how to allocate the quota to enter the mountain and see mysterious realm." "Brother Qin Dao, this person is Tianqian Academy's Qianli, from the Qian family in Kyoto." Li Haoyu hurriedly whispered a reminder in Qin Dao's ear. Qin Dao nodded slightly, his heart already clear. Every student present was basically a descendant of one of the 4 major families in Kyoto. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about the entrance to this mountain and see mysterious realm, much less gathered here. "What do you mean, steward?" Qin Dao asked indifferently. "It's the one with the hardest punch and the most power on your team," Qianli replied nonchalantly. This Qianli is a brown man at first glance, and he speaks straight and unabashedly. "Here at the Apocalypse Academy, I'm the one in charge," Qin Dao said, taking a step down from the imposing skeleton horse. "In that case, come with me," Qianli said, and then led Qin Dao to a cliff above the Fei Xiadu. It's extremely scenic, but it's also incredibly dangerous. Beneath the cliffs, separated by a cloud of mist, there was no bottom. At the same time, standing next to the cliff, there was also Wang Han from Tianhua Academy from before. While beside Wang Han, there was a silver-haired girl standing quietly. Her temperament was extraordinary, and her looks were as if a fairy had descended to earth. Tianshu Academy. Su Yue. The silver-haired girl was smiling as she elegantly greeted Qin Dao, and this young girl's voice was as clear and pleasant as heavenly music. "I've heard of General Qin Dao's great name for a long time, and when I see him today, he really lives up to his name," Su Yue continued, but her eyes carried a hint of strangeness. "I heard that General Qin has already taken up his position in the north. Is this matter true?" Qin Dao's heart was shaken as he heard the words. Not many people knew about the news of his own ascension to the northern realm. How did this silver-haired girl know about it? As if she could see Qin Dao's doubts, Su Yue turned to explain. "The commander-in-chief of the Northern Realm's Central War Zone, Su Mu, is none other than my own sister. Could it be that you are the Su families?" Qin Dao's pupils shook as he lost his voice and asked. "That's right. The Su family head is none other than my father. Speaking of which, our Su family and the Northern Realm also have a deep connection." Hearing this, Qin Dao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This group of young people, not only was their talent appalling, their identity background was even more frightening. "Well, let's get straight to business." At that moment, that Qianli interrupted Qin Dao again. He signaled Qin Dao to look down that cliff. Qin Dao looked down, only to see dozens of green glowing fires floating vaguely beneath that cliff. "This is the legendary Firefly Order?" Qin Dao turned his head and asked. "Yo ho, you actually even know about this." "It seems that those people from the Apocalypse Academy have told you quite a lot." Qianli gave a startled cry and went on. "Each flash of green firefly you see is actually a firefly. and they are spirit creatures raised by the spirit people in ancient times. These fireflies are covered in the scent of the spirit people. Therefore, in order to enter that mountain and sea mystery realm peacefully, in each person's hand, there must be a firefly. These fireflies are the keys to open the secret realm of the mountain and the sea. We call it the Firefly Order. So, how are we going to get these fireflies? Facing Qin Dao's question, Wang Han and Chen Li, however, laughed. Suddenly, Wang Han pulled Qin Dao aside. General Qin, as you know, every time the mountain and sea mystic realm opens, these fireflies will be randomly refreshed at the entrance of the mountain and sea mystic realm. Moreover, there are only a limited number of them, and those that your eyes see are all the firefly orders. Before Wang Han could finish, Chen Li directly roared from the sidelines. To put it bluntly, these firefly orders were all found after half a day of searching by our three major academies. You Apocalypse Academy came so late, but you want to just get something for nothing. Isn't that not very good? Even if Qin Dao was stupid, he heard it now. So, what conditions do you guys want? It's just easier to talk to smart people. Wang Han and Chen Li smiled at each other. That smile, with a touch of smugness. We're going to take half of the treasures that your Heavenly Enlightenment Academy obtained in the mountain and sea mysteries. That's our condition. Hearing the two reply, Qin Dao was instantly dumbfounded. This can't be right. General Qin, you have to understand that right now. We're the ones giving you a chance. Otherwise, you won't be able to take a single step into the entrance of this mountain and sea secret realm. After Chen Li finished speaking, behind the two, the figures of dozens of students violently appeared. The 6 boys from the Apocalypse Academy that Qin Dao had brought with him had already been tied up by them. General Qin, do you really think that you are a match for us? Qin Dao looked at the 6 boys, his pupils glaring round. But he was a smart man after all, and he knew that he wouldn't be a match for these demons. Okay, I promise you guys. But, Miss Xiao Wanner is still waiting for me to pick her up. I'm afraid that if I say yes, I won't be able to give a good account to her. Qin Dao knew that if he didn't compromise, he didn't even have a chance to enter the mountain and sea mysteries. Don't worry, if you promise, we will naturally find a way to make her promise. Hearing Qin Dao's reply, Wang Han smiled wryly. However, just then, high above the heads of several people, a cold voice came out. He promised, but I didn't promise. The faces of the people were suddenly startled, and they hurriedly looked up. Sword fairy? One could only see a huge sword, which was straight across above the heads of the crowd, and at the tip of that huge sword, there was a white-haired teenager's figure standing. You, one of you, all of you. Chapter 135. Float. Is this a King Realm powerhouse? The crowd raised their heads and gazed at the figure hanging in the air, their hearts involuntarily tightening. However, this mood did not last long, and they soon detected a hint of something different. Wang Han lowered his voice and slowly spoke. Those who can reach here can never be in existence of the King Realm. What's more, the aura of spiritual energy emanating from that person is actually not as good as ours. With only Junin 50+ levels, this should be some kind of rare talent. Just as the crowd was immersed in shock and briefly froze, several delicate and beautiful figures quietly emerged after the huge sword. The girl at the head of the group had delicate features, fair skin, and a pair of long, rounded legs that were particularly eye-catching. Zhao Wanner, you actually found a helper who can fly. How dare you? Chen Li was on the ground and shouted with his rough voice. After hearing Wang Han's analysis, the concerns in his heart then instantly dissipated away. As long as the other party was not a King Realm powerhouse, then it would not pose any threat to them. Qin Dao similarly looked up into the sky. The shocked look on his face could no longer be concealed. This Li Yubai, he can even fly with a sword? Just kidding. Qin Dao's brain, as if it had stopped at this moment, was unable to accept what was happening in front of him. He had originally planned carefully, intending to take Zhao Wanner on horseback to climb Xia Du together and enjoy the romantic time belonging to the two of them. However, his beautiful plan was once again mercilessly cut off by Li Yubai. Damn, why is this kid the one who messes up every time? Qin Dao's heart was instantly burning with rage, and his eyes were almost ready to spit out fire. What was even more unbearable to him was that Zhao Wanner, who was behind Li Yubai, was still tightly wrapped around his waist. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Dao's face instantly turned an iron, greenish green. It seems that the people from Apocalypse Academy have all arrived. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice came leisurely. A faint smile appeared on Su Yue's face. However, in the depths of that smile, there was a hint of undetectable hostility hidden. At the same time, The huge sword in the sky also instantly fell and then dissipated without a trace. The few people on the sword landed firmly in front of the crowd. As soon as Zhao Waner landed on the ground, she pointed at the crowd and questioned, "Wan Han, what exactly do you mean by the conditions you just made?" The conversation between Qin Dao and them just now. Li Yubai and the girls in the sky were listening to it clearly, not missing a word. Oh, Wang Han raised his eyebrows, revealing a hint of playfulness in his tone. "I still want to ask, what exactly does this new friend mean by telling us all to roll?" The green tattoo on his face shimmered in the sunlight with an eerie burst of green. As soon as his words fell, beside him, dozens of students were already leaning towards him. However, in the face of this formation in front of her, Zhao Waner was fearless as she coldly hummed, "Are you bullying us that there's no one left in Apocalypse Academy? Or do you think our Zhao family no longer exists? Your people, aren't they all here?" Wang Han gave a disdainful and provocative smile, and after he finished, he pointed at the 6 tightly tied boys on the ground. "What? Just 6 of you girls, plus him, can tell us all to off?" After saying that, Wang Han glanced contemptuously at Li Yubai next to him. "If it weren't for Waner being here, I would have torn your mouth off right now. This mountain and sea mystic realm is being contested by the 4 great families of Kyoto. Do you think your background can scare me?" Qian Li snapped. At the same time, he led dozens of students and slowly approached Zhao Waner and the others. "Zhao Waner, your power level is only just over 50 levels of Junang, so I'm afraid it's going to be a lot harder for you to compete for a spot in this secret realm." At this time, Su Yue's voice also sounded. She similarly led a crowd of students around her. Su Yue paused briefly and then continued. "What's more, General Qin, the strongest of your team, has already agreed to our conditions. With just a few of you, do you really have the ability to fight against the elites of our 3 great academies?" Facing the crowd's step-by-step pressure, an unprecedented helplessness and panic surged in Zhao Waner's heart. "Wan Er, let me explain. I did that solely to protect them." Seeing this, Qin Dao hurriedly squeezed out from the crowd as he anxiously tried to explain things to Zhao Waner. With that, he was about to walk over to assist Zhao Waner. However, to Qin Dao's surprise, Zhao Waner pushed his hand away. "Qin Dao, if I don't agree to their conditions, will you stand by my side and help me?" Her tone, with a hint of disappointment and indifference that was hard to hide. Facing Zhao Waner's question, Qin Dao was actually stunned. Qin Dao stammered. "We can think of a way. Well, everyone is a student in Kyoto. What cannot be discussed?" Zhao Waner was silent. At this moment, her eyes were incredibly complicated. However, just then, a large hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. "Ahem, step aside. Discuss something, don't be a grunt." The owner of that hand was none other than Li Yubai. He pushed Zhao Waner aside as he coldly scanned the crowd in front of him. "The secret realm of the mountain and the sea. I'll enter if I want to. You, all of you. It looks like we're not going to be able to talk." Before Wang Han's words fell, Li Yubai had already moved and flashed in front of the crowd. "Who the talks to you?" he shouted angrily, only to see a fist shadow blast out like lightning, carrying a destructive force, and the few boys surrounding Li Yubai and the others. Under this sudden punch, he was immediately sent flying like a kite with broken strings. A few arcs sliced by in a flash, and the boys instantly fell to the ground, unconscious. Li Yubai's movements were too fast. The crowd only reacted at that moment, and seeing this, the remaining dozens of students instantly surrounded him. Each of these students had a different light flickering on their bodies, their talents being constantly stimulated, releasing a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Among them, there were also students who showed talent in the summoning department. "Summon Spirit, Snow Bear of the Icefields." As a voice rang out, 3 huge ice-plane snow bears roared down from the sky. They exuded a piercingly cold aura and were clad in armor forged from cold ice, like 3 moving icebergs. "Fire Phoenix," another female voice sounded, and immediately afterward, beside Li Yaobai, a firebird whose entire body was condensed from blazing flames violently appeared. Its feathers spread out as if it were a burning flame, scorching the air around it. "Summoning Spirit of the Demon Clan, Summoning Spirit of the Elf Clan." Seeing this scene, Zhao Waner and the others behind Li Yabai couldn't help but marvel out loud. "Captain Li, you have to be careful. These aren't ordinary summoned spirits. They're hard to deal with." Seeing Li Yubai surrounded by summoned spirits, Zhao Waner hurriedly reminded. Chapter 136, Guns and Swords. "I'd like to see how you can deal with so many of us with your own strength." The girl who had summoned the Fire Phoenix stood at the very front, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. "Right now, Every single one of the students surrounding Li Yaobai was notably strong. None of their levels were above the 50+ levels of Ju energy, and even, most of them had already surpassed Li Yaobai's Ju energy level 55. Even if his means are strong, right now he's facing the demons from the 4 major academies in Kyoto. Am I really going to compromise and agree to their terms? Zhao Wan'er clenched her fists tightly, feeling the spiritual energy aura of those students. Qin Dao, on the other hand, looked like he was ready to watch the show. He stood with his arms crossed, a smug smile on his face, as if he had already foreseen Li Yaobai's misery. Wan Air, you will soon realize that my choice is the wise one. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the ground underneath the crowd's feet began to vibrate, and a low buzzing loud noise came from it. Immediately afterward, a huge blood-colored sundial totem tumbled out of the ground like a boiling wave of blood, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The crowd looked along the blood-red totem, only to see that at the center of the summoning totem stood the figure of Li Yaobai. Against this totem, his figure looked particularly eerie. It's a summoning totem, someone exclaimed out loud. He's also gifted in the summoning department? However, just as the crowd froze, a white and golden light had quietly appeared behind them. Immediately after that, 200-meter-tall figures rushed up into the sky. Above the Fei Xiadu, the white light was like a sheathed sword, emitting an endless sharpness. Li Bai was carrying an incredibly sharp long sword in his hand. His face had a touch of indifference, but his eyes were sharp as eagles, coldly scanning the crowd below. And beside Li Bai, a golden light exuded a domineering aura that was not angry, making people not dare to look directly at it. The golden light dispersed, and Yu Fei was steadily leaning on a silver spear, slowly stretching his back. Isn't it just summoning spirits? So have I. Li Yaobai and the crowd smiled faintly. As his words fell, the crowd froze. Their gazes, one after another, were directed towards the 2 summoned spirits that had suddenly appeared, their eyes filled with doubt and amazement. What kind of summoning spirit is this? Why does he have 2? And so tall? Li Yaobai's 2 summoned spirits. Their figures had completely crushed those 3 demonic giant bears. The fire phoenix of the elf clan was even smaller under Yu Fei's half leg. Zhao Wan'er and the others, on the other hand, were wide-eyed and kept swallowing their saliva as if they had seen a ghost. They looked up incredulously into mid-air. This snow wolf captain who had come all the way with them was actually gifted in the summoning department. Moreover, his summoning spirit was so weird. 2 human summoning spirits. How is this possible? When Wang Han's trio saw the figures of Li Bai and Yu Fei, their figures couldn't help but take a few steps back. Li Yaobai's summoning department talent had completely overturned their perceptions. Everyone, don't panic. He's a human summoning spirit. At this time, Su Yue hurriedly voiced a reminder. The summoned spirits of the human race are, in general, the weakest. They should not be very strong. It was only when he heard Su Yue's words that Qin Dao snapped back from his shock. His gaze, hovering over those 2 towering figures of summoned spirits, couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. Yeah, he can't be that strong. One's own proud summoning spirit Xing Daorong, compared to the 2 summoning spirit figures, it was literally second to none. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Su Yue's words spoke right to his heart. That's right, this kid's summoned spirit. It just looks tall. How could he possibly beat the summoned spirits of the demon and elf races? Qin Dao kept comforting himself. However, Qin Dao was quickly disappointed. Only Li Yaobai, who was in the middle of the crowd, gently waved his hand, and immediately after, the 2 summoned spirits instantly disappeared in place like phantoms. Just as the crowd was stunned, in mid-air, a huge silver spear suddenly flashed out, and everyone instantly looked up. Immediately after that, the silver gun began to rotate continuously in the air, actually dispersing dozens of silver glittering gun shadows, just like a formation, enveloping the entire space in it. Boom! With a loud bang, those gun shadows violently plunged down beside the crowd, forming an impenetrable forest of guns. Buzz! In the next second, the space around the crowd suddenly resounded with the sound of a fine sword sound. Immediately afterward, a fine sword chi appeared out of thin air, as bright and dazzling as a million lights. Between these fine sword chi, a majestic and sharp sword intent gradually coalesced, as if it was trying to cut through heaven and earth. This sword intent was wrapped in a heavy pressure of intent, and the people present were unable to move for a moment. Shangshi Chang'an. Just then, Li Bai's soft murmur rang through the crowd. Bang! As the voice fell, those fine sword chi exploded violently. The spiritual might of these sword chi explosions seemed as if they were going to tear apart the entire space. The gun intent and sword intent overlapped, The gun shadow and sword aura overlapped, the two ideas mirrored each other, and the two mights grew. At this moment, the guns and swords roared. Boom! After a loud bang, the smoke gradually cleared. Only a figure was seen standing blandly in place, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. Li Yubai. He never moved a step from the beginning, and those dozens of students who had surrounded him had all fallen to the ground by now. Some of them are bruised and swollen. Some of them are foaming at the mouth. And some of them can't stop twitching. If I hadn't asked them to release some water, you would have died without even a crumb left. Li Yubai coldly hummed. In the final analysis, he had come to participate in this mountain and sea mystic realm, so there was no need for him to fight to the death with these people. Bang 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 bang. This rapid heartbeat came from Zhao Wan Air. At this moment, her lips were slightly parted, but she couldn't find any words to describe the horror and shock she felt inside. Her gaze locked onto the white-haired teenager, the captain of the Snow Wolf unit of the Northern Army. Zhu energy level 55, 18 years old. Li Night White. Zhao Wan Air whispered. Each word was like a heavy hammer on her heart, making her heart beat faster. All of this information came from Li Yubai, from the teenager in front of her. Her brain had gone haywire. The strength displayed by Li Yubai had completely overturned her perception of the realm of Zhu energy level 50. Is this the help I'm looking for? Chapter 137. Sorry, I have two more. It all happened so fast, as if in the blink of an eye. The situation had been completely reversed. It was then that the crowd really reacted. Their gazes went to Li Yubai, those girls behind Zhao Wan Air, as well as those 6 boys who were tied up in 5 different ways. The way they looked at Li Yubai had completely changed. From disdain and contempt when they first saw him, to awe and admiration now. Captain Li is mighty. The Imperial Guard named Li Haoyu shouted at the top of his voice. Right now, he was genuinely feeling admiration and worship for this Snow Wolf captain. Captain Li is awesome. The other boy shouted right after him. What kind of move is this? It's awesome. Captain Li, I'll be hanging out with you from now on. Li Yubai's strength had completely conquered them. At this moment on the field, only that muscular man Qianli, Wang Han, and that Su Yue remained. The 3 of them were like 3 pieces of wood, straight and motionless. It was hard for them to believe what was happening in front of them. Just killed in seconds? Qianli froze. Don't panic everyone. This move of his, he should only be able to use it once, and he probably doesn't have much spiritual energy left now. Seeing that Qianli and Wang Han were a bit staggered, Su Yue hurriedly comforted the 2. The 3 of us will go together. He definitely won't be able to hold out for long. Really? Qianli is still a bit half-hearted. Trust my judgment. The silver-haired girl pursed her lips. Immediately afterward, behind her, a dazzling green light snapped on. Immediately after that, in the midst of that light, there actually flew out a gigantic green flying bird, which was dozens of meters tall, just like a big mountain. The feathers on that green-colored bird of prey emitted a brilliant light, and each piece seemed to be able to compete with the sun. Is this your summoning spirit, Qingluan? Seeing this, a trace of amazement flashed in Qianli's eyes. Good, then I can't drag my feet. Suddenly, Qianli let out a violent cry, and the bones in his entire body began to crackle. Gradually, Qianli's entire body was shrouded in a layer of gold paint, and his body, in front of the shocked gazes of the crowd, violently skyrocketed 3 times, transforming into a towering giant. Your furious Vajra has actually grown to this point? Seeing the giantized Qianli, Su Yue couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Wang Han, what are you waiting for? Qianli's voice was like a big bell that shook one's eardrums. Here it comes. This time, I'm going to rip his mouth off. At those words, Wang Han let out a cold laugh. The green tattoo on his face burst into a blinding green light, and in just a flash, Wang Han's figure had already disappeared. In its place, there was a blue-green astral wind. The astral wind circled in place, emitting blazing wind blades as if it could tear apart everything around it. Is this a variation of the shapeshifter talent? Seeing the astralized Wang Han, Zhao Wan'er's group of people lost their voices and exclaimed. The 3 of them are gifted. All of them are SSS ranked. Usually, each awaken's talent level is their secret. It is difficult for an onlooker to peek at their exact rank unless the other party voluntarily reveals it. However, there are always exceptions. The 3 people in front of us are that rare exception. Once their talent is displayed, it shines like a bright star, allowing people to confirm it without dispute. That's SSS talent. So horrible it's palpitating. We're 3 against 2. The advantage is ours. After Su Yue finished speaking, the green luan was like an arrow that had left the string, transforming into a residual shadow that blasted straight at Li Bai's figure. Ha! Li Bai snorted coldly, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he raised his sword to meet him. Su Yue was worthy of being a top-level demon at Ju energy level 60. In mid-air, that green Luan was actually completely unafraid of Li Bai's sword chi. It opened its huge mouth and tore those harsh sword chi continuously, and then swallowed it in one bite into its stomach. That green Luan of hers, she was actually able to fight Li Bai? Seeing this scene, Li Yaobai couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. He had never seen such a summoned spirit that could fight Li Bai's divine soul back and forth, and right at this moment, the giantized Qianli also charged towards Yu Fei's figure. As if he was an unshakable mountain, he hardened himself to carry Yu Fei's heavy blows. The gold paint on that Qianli's body was poking out sparks under the shadow of Yu Fei's gun, but he was still standing. There really is something about Kyoto's top demons. Li Yubai couldn't help but marvel. Hey, where are you looking? At that moment, the Wang Han, who had transformed into a green astral wind, appeared behind Li Yubai like a ghost. He let out a cold laugh and stared grimly at Li Yaobai. I admit, you are indeed very powerful, but now, you will lose at my hands. As soon as the words fell, Wang Han rushed towards Li Yubai with sharp wind blades like a raging storm. However, just as he was about to get his hands on it, a deafening thunderclap suddenly rang out on the clear sky of Fei Xiadu. That shocking thunder was like a heavenly punishment that directly struck in the middle of Wang Han and Li Yubai, instantly separating their figures. Ka-ching! Immediately afterward, above the sky, a sheet of dark clouds covered the sky. The wind was fierce, and torrential rain poured down. Countless bolts of lightning roared wildly, as if the end times had come. The blue-purple lightning seemed as if it was going to tear the entire heaven and earth apart. Just as Wang Han was stunned, an electric hoarse voice sounded in the sky. Who hurt my lord? As that electric sound fell, a blue-purple wind and thunder wings were violently fanned from the dark clouds. The wings unfolded and covered the sky. Wang Han's green astral wind was immediately blown to pieces and dissipated under this gale that carried the might of thunder. What kind of monster is this? Amidst the gasps of the crowd, above Li Yubai's head, a sharp-toothed, Lei Gongfei's figure appeared with a bang. He held a golden stick of wind and thunder. His skin was blue and purple, and it was imprinted with inscriptions that looked like thunder and lightning, flashing with a dazzling light. His vermilion-colored hair was cascading, and his giant pupils flashed with electricity as he stared at the crowd with a deadly glare. Lei Zhenzi, see your lord. This is his summoning spirit. The third? Just as the three of them were shocked, a three-legged giant tripod smashed down in the air. That giant tripod was ancient in shape and had different patterns. It was unbiased and smashed right into the foot of the gigantic Ice Qianli. Boom! The aftershock of the giant tripod landing instantly shook Qianli out, and the golden paint on his body cracked inch by inch under the impact of the giant tripod, revealing the flesh inside. On that giant tripod, a red-robed, white-haired middle-aged man stepped barefoot, his eyes deep and gentle, as if they could penetrate the heart. Sorry guys, I have two more summoning spirits. Li Yubai scratched his head awkwardly and revealed a wry smile. Chapter 138, I'm giving you a chance. 4. For summoned spirits. How is this possible? Just kidding. Almost at the same time, a wave of unbelievable horror surged through the hearts of the crowd, and they lost their voices in unison. At this moment, above the Flying Gap Ferry, looking at Li Yabai's four summoned spirits, Su Yue's three faces had instantly frozen. Their faces were written with shock and disbelief. Those four summoned spirits, the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from each one of them were actually at the realization energy 65 level realm. As for the three of them, their realm was only Ju energy level 60. How can this even be a fight? Glancing at the gold paint on his body that had been shattered beyond repair, Qianli's face was incomparably agonized, and his voice, even more so, carried an undisguised trembling and horror. Whatever has come to this point, it can only be fought again. Before Wang Han's words fell, his body had once again coalesced into a stern green astral wind, and he silently, once again, launched a surprise attack on Li Yaobai. He was going to sneak right up on the summoner's main body. However, Wang Han was soon disappointed. That green astral wind was shattered in an instant by a thunderbolt that slammed down from the dark clouds. The Lei Zhenzi above Li Yaobai's head, at this moment, unfolded those wings intertwined with wind and thunder. He waved the wind and thunder golden stick in his hand, releasing countless streaks of dazzling lightning. Those lightning bolts, hideous and roaring, transformed into sharp claws and ruthlessly slashed at Wang Han. In just a split second, those lightning bolts completely knocked Wang Han back to his human form. As for Wang Han's skin, it was already covered in scorched black. and he let out a muffled grunt as he violently collapsed to the ground, no longer able to resist. And just in the nick of time, while Chanli was still immersed in shock, the three-legged giant tripod suddenly disappeared in place. In the next moment, the Shinnong giant cauldron had already appeared above his head. There was a deafening boom. Chanli's body was viciously smashed by the giant tripod. He immediately spat out blood from his mouth, and his body began to shrink drastically, and in the end, he fainted helplessly on the ground. Immediately after that, the green Luan was not spared either. It was struck by countless raging thunderbolts, and the moment the thunderbolts struck it, several powerful sword chi had stabbed its body through and through. That green Luan let out a mournful lament in the air, and then it turned into a bit of fluorescent light and dissipated between heaven and earth. As the green Luan dissipated, Su Yue's pupils began to lax, and her entire body lost consciousness, fainting on the ground. As the trio's consciousness faded, the teenager's faint voice came out. "I told you to get the hell out of here and you didn't listen." After Li Yubai finished speaking, he smoothly untied the restraints on those boys and turned around, then walked towards Zhao Wan'er. "What they do with them is up to you. After all, he, Li Yubai, was just a fighter, and the young girl in front of her is the boss of this operation. Me, I dispose of them?" Zhao Wan'er's voice stuttered a little. It was a reaction of extreme inner shock. It wasn't until this moment that Zhao Wan'er completely understood. In the first place, why did Lieutenant Ji tell her that this teenager perfectly met all the conditions of her contract? Of the 4 major academies in Kyoto, these were known as the most demonic young generation. They all joined hands and unexpectedly lost to this teenager. If he doesn't fulfill that condition, then who else does? At this moment, the excitement in Zhao Wan'er's heart was difficult to express in words. Li Yaobai stood there silently as 4 heavenly godlike summoning spirits surrounded him in the center. The young man's back was like a god, and it had been deeply imprinted in Zhao Wan'er's, and even everyone else's, hearts. Wan'er, I suddenly think that he is really handsome. At this moment, Tang Yan had completely subverted her previous notions, and even those boys were gazing at the teenager in front of her with adoring eyes. Zhao Wan'er has worshipped heroes since she was young. She had thought that Qing Dao, who came from the Northern Territory Army, was a man of great strength and valor, the hero of her childhood fantasies. However, it wasn't until this moment that Zhao Wan'er suddenly realized that Qing Dao was completely different from what she had imagined in her mind. It was also at this moment that Qing Dao's filter had been completely shattered in her heart, and this teenager who also came from the Northern Army. It actually fits her fantasy of a hero perfectly. He won't compromise, he's strong, he'll stand up for himself. When she thought of this, she inadvertently glanced at Qing Dao in the corner, but an unspeakable disappointment welled up within her. Li Yubai, looking at the teenager's back, Zhao Wan'er murmured. As for Qing Dao, who was in the corner, his face had darkened into a ball, and he didn't even dare to look directly at Zhao Wan'er's gaze. Grass, this demonic kid, where the hell did he pop out from? It was only at this moment that Qing Dao finally realized just how huge the gulf between himself and Li Yaobai was. If the opponent were to be replaced with himself, then the one who fell to the ground at this moment would undoubtedly be him. In this instant, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, like a thick black fog, wrapped Qing Dao's heart tightly, making it difficult for him to catch his breath. Even if we lose, so what? Zhao Wan'er, you don't think that this will allow you to enter that mountain and see mysterious realm? At this time, Wang Han, who had just been unconscious, had somehow suddenly awakened. Without us, you still won't be able to get that Firefly order. Wang Han smiled sinisterly and looked coldly at Zhao Wan'er and her group. Without the assistance of us people, how could you possibly take dozens of Firefly orders with just your dozen or so people? As soon as Wang Han's words fell, followed by Qianli and Su Yue, they also opened their eyes one after another. In their hands, they all held a pill bottle tightly. Apparently, they had just taken a rare spirit medicine that could quickly recover from their injuries. As the demonic geniuses of the top families in Kyoto, they naturally had no shortage of those heavenly elixirs in their hands. However, Wang Han's words had not yet ended. Behind Li Yaobai, that red-robed, white-haired middle-aged man suddenly raised his hand and waved it, offering that 3-legged giant cauldron into mid-air. At the same time, in Li Yaobai's hand, a small miniature tripod with a similar shape quietly appeared. In an instant, the Shinnong ding emitted a gust of green vortex, and immediately afterward, in the midst of that treacherous cliff, dozens of green glowing flames were attracted within the small tripod in Li Yubai's hand as if they were summoned. A mere spirit of grass and trees, how difficult is it to take it? Shinnong smiled blandly, his eyes full of disdain as he glanced at Wang Han contemptuously. Seeing this scene, the crowd was completely confused. No, what's his ingredient for this summoning spirit? It's on, isn't it? And Wang Han's expression was even more ugly, as if he had eaten. Looking at the dozens of green glowing flames in his hands, Li Yubai smiled with satisfaction. He walked slowly towards the three, and the 4 figures of summoned spirits behind him instantly disappeared. These dozens of firefly orders are in my hands. Now, I'm the one who's giving you a chance. Chapter 139, The Secret World, The Ghost Gate. What do you mean by that? Wang Han snorted coldly, his tone full of resignation. Their carefully prepared plan against the Apocalypse Academy had been easily disrupted by this teenager, completely fizzling out. The main thing is, they, the demonic geniuses in the eyes of others, were actually completely abused by an unknown teenager. How can this be acceptable to them? There are more than 50 of these glowing fire orders, and with only 14 people in our party, the remaining ones aren't of much use to me. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Li Yaobai's mouth as he continued. If you guys still want to enter the mountain and see Mysterious Realm, I can talk to you about the conditions. Su Yue, who was on the side, suddenly interjected. And what are your conditions? 1 firefly order, 20 million Chinese dollars. Li Yubai faintly raised 2 fingers. What? You're poor and crazy. Qianli sniffed and exclaimed in disbelief. A firefly order? How dare you ask for $20 million? It wasn't that Qianli couldn't afford the price, but within the mountain and sea mysteries, whether or not one could obtain treasures depended on their own chance. If you go in and get nothing, won't the $20 million go down the drain for nothing? If you guys don't want to talk, I don't mind taking a few more firefly orders in. Seeing Qianli's attitude, Li Yubai was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Qianli turned his gaze back to Zhao Wanner and mocked. Zhao Wanner, where did you find this helper from? What? Is your Zhao family already so poor that you can't afford it? Hearing Li Yabai's conditions, Zhao Wanner was so angry that she stomped her feet. As soon as she pulled Li Yabai aside, she questioned in a low voice. What did you say you wanted that was bad? But you wanted money? The last thing she lacked in her Kyoto Zhao family was money. In our contract, it's clearly written that we'll be paid $50 million. If you're not satisfied, I can still raise it for you. Zhao Wanner's implication was that she hoped Li Yubai would change his conditions. However, Li Yubai didn't pay any attention to her. Seeing this, Zhao Wanner was so angry that she fiercely pinched Li Yubai's arm. They've dared to ask for half of our treasures. Can't you just Leoneize them a little? For some reason, Zhao Wanner always had an inexplicable feeling in her heart that the colder Li Yubai was to her, the more interested she was in him. The money, it's not for my use. Suddenly, Li Yubai opened his mouth. That money, I intend to give to the soldiers of the Army of the North, and the residents of Black Desert City. The Northern Realm had been at war for years, and its economic development was seriously lagging behind. So Li Yubai hoped that with this money, he could improve the living conditions of the soldiers and residents of the Northern Realm. It was the only thing he could do. However, the conversation between the two was unexpectedly overheard by Su Yue. Northern Realm Army. Could it be that you are from the Northern Realm Army? Speaking of this, Su Yue's expression instantly became agitated. The commander-in-chief of the North Central War Zone is my own sister. You're Su Mumu's sister? Hearing these words, Li Yubai's brows couldn't help but frown slightly. He carefully sized up the young girl in front of him and realized that her appearance, indeed, had a few similarities with Su Mumu. However, compared to Su Mumu, she was a little less aura, but both of them had a striking head of silver hair. Li Yubai had indeed heard Su Mumu mention that she had a huge family behind her. I think that what this young girl in front of me said should be true. Nice guy. After realizing this, Li Yaobai's face was slightly stunned. He had mistakenly beaten up his superior's own sister? Ahem. He cleared his throat awkwardly. For Commander Su's sake, I won't charge you for this firefly order. With that, he placed a green firefly in Su Yue's palm. As for the rest of your team, I don't care. Hearing Li Yaobai's words, Su Yue looked at Li Yaobai pitifully. Can't you just be accommodating? Can't. Li Yubai replied nonchalantly. Su Yue froze. She couldn't figure out where on earth her sister had found such a freak. Isn't he afraid of his sister? Looking at Li Yubai's look of oil and salt, soft and hard, Su Yue understood that it was impossible for her to want to give another inch. Seeing that Li Yaobai was about to leave, the remaining few people gritted their teeth and agreed to Li Yaobai's request. After all, they had all arrived at the entrance of the mountain and sea mysteries. It's also too much of a loss to just walk away. They are stealing a chicken and swallowing it with their broken teeth. Miss Xiao, Please take a note for me, and have them sign and seal one by one, Li Yubai said, pulling out a small book from somewhere and handing it to Zhao Waner. What do you mean? Would we, the four great families of Kyoto, still rely on you? Qianli questioned with displeasure. If you won't renege on your debt, what's wrong with writing a note? Li Yubai glanced at Qianli. Qianli was then instantly dumbfounded. He was truly speechless. Qianli realized that he was no match for the teenager in front of him in either fighting or arguing. On top of a cliff face, Li Yaobai stood side by side with Zhao Waner's group as he looked at her in shock. Are you saying that by holding this firefly and jumping down, you can reach the mountain and see mysteries? Zhao Waner nodded affirmatively. Yes, the entrance is down there. Only those who hold the Firefly Order can be teleported into the mountain and see mysteries. Li Yaobai sniffed and had no choice but to nod. This way of entering the secret realm was indeed the first time he had seen it. At this time, Qin Dao, who had been silent, suddenly walked over. Wan Er, do you want to go in with me? However, in the face of Qin Dao's invitation, Zhao Waner subconsciously took a step back. Sorry, I have bodyguards. After saying that, she nodded politely to Qin Dao. General Qin, I'll see you inside. Before the words left her mouth, Zhao Waner tightly grabbed the corner of Li Yubai's coat. With that, the crowd held the fireflies in their hands tightly before jumping headfirst off the cliff without hesitation. The sense of weightlessness brought about by the high-speed descent instantly surged, and several people seemed to have traveled through time and space, diving headfirst into the mysterious layer of clouds. A transparent and bizarre fluctuation came from it. The figures of the crowd disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, and above the cliff, only Qin Dao's heartbreaking voice was left behind, echoing in the empty valley for a long time. I don't know how much time has passed. It took a while for the group to finally open their eyes with difficulty. Li Yaobai quickly and vigilantly looked around. The environment here has changed drastically. The original daytime no longer exists, replaced by a pitch-black night. The surroundings were shrouded in a mysterious darkness, and in front of the crowd stood a crumbling, broken temple. This broken temple was built extraordinarily majestic, and the gate of the temple was even more than 10 meters high. At that doorway, a few wooden boards were casually placed, with transparent spider silk wrapped around them, glistening eerily in the faint moonlight. From afar, the broken temple looked incomparably eerie, as if it was hiding some horrible existence. Captain Li, this is the Mountain and Sea Mystic Realms Guarding Formation, Ghost Gate Pass, Zhao Waner warned in a low voice. Chapter 140, The Ghost Gate, demolished by him. Ghost Gate, ghastly wind. Into these piercingly cold winds were mingled vague and subtle whispers, like the wailing cries of ghostly spirits. As for Zhao Waner and her group, they all followed closely behind Li Yubai. It was as if this teenager was the only one who could give them a hint of security. Qin Dao, on the other hand, walked alone at the end of the crowd. Zhao Waner explained as she walked. I've heard from the seniors who have been here before that the Ghost Gate Pass is the gate that guards the mountain and sea mysteries. As long as you succeed in stepping in, you can enter that legendary habitat of the spirit people. Moreover, there isn't just one Ghost Gate Pass. Each wave teleports to a different location. There's still that. Li Yubai frowned. He always felt that the aura emanating from this broken temple was uncomfortable. Just as the crowd was gradually approaching the gate of the broken temple, deep inside the broken temple, 3 white figures quietly floated out. These 3 white silhouettes were in bizarre forms, resembling human beings and not human beings, like wandering souls, wandering aimlessly at the entrance of the temple. Look out! I don't know who shouted out, but the crowd immediately became alert and began to utilize the spiritual energy in their bodies. However, they were surprised to find that their spiritual energy, as if it was blocked by something, was unable to function properly. It's those cold winds. Li Yaobai suddenly opened his mouth to remind him, and he quickly captured the crux of the problem. These cloudy winds are somehow able to interfere with the operation of spiritual energy within the awakened person's body. How can it be? The seniors in my family never told me that this was the case. Zhao Waner whispered incredulously. Her face began to blanch. Obviously, she was a bit caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Could it be that someone has already come here in advance and awakened those spirits from the ancient times? It was the only possibility she could think of at the moment. Just as the people were puzzled and apprehensive, the 3 apparitions suddenly realized their presence and immediately let out a piercing hiss. GGG. Along with a burst of ear-piercing laughter, those 3 white ghosts began to slowly approach them. As they continued to get closer, the gloomy wind around the crowd became more and more bone-chillingly cold. These cloudy winds, as if they could penetrate the bone marrow, made people unable to resist shivering. Why don't We go first. One boy faltered, his feet unconsciously trying to move backward. With Captain Lee here, what are you afraid of? Tang Yen hurriedly called him off. However, the boy smiled bitterly. But, these winds conceal our spiritual power. Even if Captain Lee is strong, without spiritual power, aren't we still fish meat on the chopping board? The crowd was silent at the words. Yes, without spiritual power, who could guarantee their safety? Just then, a sudden burst of open laughter came from the very back of the crowd. Ha 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 ha. Panic! Qin Dao walked out of the crowd with large strides. All this way, he had been suppressed by Li Yubai's light. This time, he would never let Li Yubai out of the limelight again. My skeleton blazing horse loves these auras the most. Qin Dao spoke confidently. You kid is very strong, but here, there isn't that much spiritual energy for you to squander. As soon as he spoke, the scimitar totem on the back of his hand instantly lit up, followed by the skeletal fiery horse. Horse, all this is yours. Qin Dao gently stroked the horse's back, and the skeletal blazing horse let out a sharp neigh. Immediately afterward, the wind around the crowd, as if attracted by an invisible force, converged towards the body of the skeletal blazing horse. With the dissipation of these gloomy winds, the people's sealed spiritual energy was also relieved in an instant. Brother Qin Dao, at such a time, fortunately there is you. Seeing this, Tang Yen immediately approached the skeletal blazing horse, and even, she took the initiative to ride on it. Seeing this, the crowd also quickly walked towards Qin Dao's skeleton horse. Only by getting close to this horse would their spiritual energy not be sealed again. Only Zhao Wan'er and Li Yubai remained standing in place. Wan Air, come quickly. Qin Dao looked at Zhao Wan'er expectantly as he kept chanting in his heart. Wan Air, come here. At this time, the rest of the crowd also greeted Zhao Wan'er, but the other party still hadn't made the slightest move. Zhao Wan'er's gaze was locked onto Li Yubai's meaningful smile. That smile of his, what does it mean? Captain Li, don't try to be strong at a time like this, otherwise, you'll only harm Wan Air. At this time, Qin Dao saw that Zhao Wan'er was still unmoved, so he anxiously shouted at Li Yubai. However, right in the middle of the crowd's shocked gazes, Li Yubai actually took the initiative to meet up with those three ghosts. Captain Li, what are you doing? That's an evil object from ancient times. It can't be touched. Seeing this, the crowd hastened to stop. However, Li Yubai acted as if he hadn't heard anything as he still slowly walked forward. Immediately after that, a scene that made everyone's scalp numb appeared. Those three ghosts, in the moment they touched Li Yubai's body, even instantly transformed into an ethereal mist, directly dissipating in the air. The poison of heavenly Gothic is the ancestor of all poisons, the purest essence of demonic chi in the world, and these evil things are only worthy of being its sustenance. Li Yubai snorted coldly. What the hell? Playing God? Suddenly, on his left hand, a long sword appeared out of thin air, while his right hand clutched a long spear. Thunder boomed, and a stick with a golden body plunged straight into the entrance of the temple. Immediately afterward, above the midair, a three-legged giant tripod slammed down, causing a gust of aftershocks. What is he doing? Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't believe their eyes, only to see that Li Yubai, with a spear and a sword, had actually demolished the pillars at the entrance of that temple to smithereens. But it doesn't end there. Soon, another pillar was also smashed to pieces by that giant tripod. Boom! There was a loud bang. The entrance to that huge temple instantly collapsed into rubble, while Li Yubai continued to walk into the depths of that temple. The Spirit People's Gate, the legendary Ghost Gate, he just demolished it? Chapter 141, The Stranger Sword Boy. Witnessing Li Yubai walk into the depths of that broken temple, the crowd actually froze in place for a moment. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Should we follow it in? A voice sounded abruptly in the crowd. Just when the crowd was hesitating, in the broken temple at the Ghost Gate, a deafening boom suddenly came. Immediately afterward, the temple, in the eyes of the horrified crowd, collapsed and was reduced to rubble. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of fierce man is this? This? Ghostbusters straight after he demolished. Watching this scene, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. Doesn't he fear the evil things inside at all? That was the only thought in the minds of the crowd. As the dust gradually dispersed, Li Yubai's figure slowly appeared in front of the crowd. The corner of his mouth hooked up a faint smile, and he gently beckoned to the crowd. Come in. What are you still frozen there for? His voice was flat to the core, as if he had done something insignificant. After he finished speaking, he playfully glanced at Qin Dao. General Qin, don't be so dramatic in the future. and Qin Dao was completely broken at this moment. He put his best foot forward every time, trying to express himself in front of Zhao Wan. However, in front of Li Yaobai, all of his efforts and performances were like comical and ridiculous jumping clowns. At this time, Zhao Wan was the first to come forward and approach Li Yaobai. I knew you could. This recruited fighter never let her down. Soon, the crowd carefully stepped into the depths of that broken temple. And just as soon as they stepped into that area, they were amazed to find that the world around them, like a slideshow, began to slowly change. A sudden wave of vertigo swept over the crowd, and they couldn't help but close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, what met his eyes was actually a vast black scorched earth, which was vast and boundless, but everywhere was desolate and bizarre. Above this scorched earth stood a variety of oddly shaped circular buildings. They were densely clustered together, like a village in ancient times. Is this the habitat of the spirit people in ancient times? Li Yaobai was the first to break the silence and asked Zhao Wan with a furrowed brow. The more he looked at the environment here, the more wrong it became. Zhao Wan sniffed and looked around with the same puzzlement. Nope, she murmured. This is completely inconsistent with what the seniors in the family have described. The legendary mountain and sea mystery realm should be a sight full of vitality only. However, what was displayed in front of the crowd at this moment was a scene like an inferno on earth. Black crows, uttering mournful cries of grief on the fading branches of the trees. From afar, a large number of blurred black figures surged across the ground like dark currents. Farther down the road, beacons and smoke rose everywhere. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Wan's voice carried a hint of trembling. Could it be that someone really broke into this place ahead of time and awakened those sleeping ancient spirits? She chanted with furrowed brows, while Li Yaobai had already opened the chi-looking technique with full concentration. Those originally blurred black figures gradually became clearer in his mind. Are these the demonic beasts of the demon race? Seeing this, Li Yaobai was shocked in his heart. He never expected that a demonic beast of the demon race would appear in this mountain and sea mysterious realm. Before he had time to think it over, the group of demonic beasts closest to them had already detected the presence of the crowd. Those demonic beasts exuded an aura that Li Yaobai could not be more familiar with. This is the kind of demonic chi that encountered when we were in the ruined town. Li Yaobai's face grew more and more grave. The 9 deadlies of Montenegro. He couldn't help but exclaim. How is this possible? That demon clan's Black Mountain 9 fiends were 9 great demons at the king realm level. How did they come to this mountain and sea mysterious realm? However, not waiting for Li Yaobai to think of a reason, those demonic beasts whose entire bodies were wrapped in demonic chi were actually like crazy at this moment, charging towards them in a brainstorm. Just as Li Yaobai was about to strike back, among those demonic beasts, a sharp blade shadow suddenly flashed, which was as swift as lightning. In the next second, the bodies of those demonic beasts that rushed at the front actually burst apart in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood. The blood mist filled the air, giving off a sickeningly fishy odor. You guys, how did you teleport here? A teenager wearing a black Chinese mountain suit entered the crowd sight. He held a huge stranger's sword and slowly walked towards the crowd. The young man's face was exceptionally clear. Softness and handsomeness were perfectly blended in him, and if the other party didn't open his mouth to speak, the onlookers would even mistake him for a girl. In his ear, a delicate earring swayed gently in the breeze, and the knife in his hand, as if it had some kind of spirituality, as if it was breathing, constantly emitted a purple-black light that was chilling. The ghost gate of the mountain and sea secret realm has long been firmly sealed by ancient evil things. How, exactly, did you guys get in here? The teenager's face was cold, his voice tinged with a hint of suspicion and caution, and his gaze sharply scanned the crowd. In the face of the teenager's question, the crowd was at a loss as to how to explain it for a moment. The atmosphere became a little awkward under the silence. Just then, Li Haoyu, who was among the crowd, suddenly spoke. We tore down the ghost gate, that's why we teleported in. However, the words seemed to enrage the teenager. A hint of anger appeared on his face. Tear down the ghost gate? What the are you talking about? Those ancient evil things, even we can't touch them, how could you possibly cross the ghost gate? With that, the stranger's sword in the teenager's hand swung up violently, pointing straight at the crowd. On the tip of that blade, purple-black light flickered, revealing a palpitating killing aura. We are all fellow members of the human race. What can't we say properly? At this time, Li Yaobai stood in front of the teenager. However, the teenager did not restrain himself because of this. He laughed coldly and said provocatively, "You've only been able to realize more than 50 levels. How dare you face my stranger's sword directly? Aren't you afraid that I will chop you with my sword?" Before the words fell, he violently raised his sword to slash at Li Yaobai. But in that instant, a silver spear had already been placed against the tip of his sword. There was a flash of fire. The silver spear actually steadily blocked the powerful strike, and Li Yubai and the teenager stared at each other, their eyes similarly flashing with murderous aura. "You've got some skills." At that moment, the teenager suddenly laughed. He turned his words around, stuck the stranger's sword in the ground, and waved his hand. Never mind. I won't scare you. To introduce myself, my name is Mo Shoyin." Saying that, he extended a pair of white hands to Li Yubai. Chapter 142, Seeing the 9 Deadly Souls of Black Mountain. Li Yubai similarly extended a hand, though he couldn't figure out what was going on with this somewhat nervous teenager. But at the moment, the other party didn't seem to be malicious. This teenager named Mo Shoyin had an extraordinary temperament, and between his hands and feet, he revealed a sharp edge. On his clothes, a pattern of an insignia was particularly striking, and that pattern, in fact, was a golden fist. "You're from the Haochi League?" At this time, Zhao Wanner suddenly came forward. She looked at the pattern and asked with a surprised look on her face. "Oh, to be able to recognize this symbol. It seems that your identity is not simple either." Mo Shoyin let out a similarly shocked cry, and then, his gaze continuously scanned over Zhao Wanner. Ahem. Suddenly, Li Yubai coughed lightly, pulled Zhao Wanner aside, and asked in a low voice, "What is the Haochi League? You know the regulator, right?" At those words, Li Yubai nodded. For the regulator, he naturally knew. That was the highest and strongest official awakened management organization in China. Zhao Wanner explained in a deep voice. In China, there is really only one official organization like the regulator. But other than that, there are 3 other organizations that can be equal to the regulators, and they are the Divine Realm, the Sanctuary, and the Haochi League. These 3 organizations are very powerful, but they are exceptionally low profile, and most awakened who are in lower realms have never even heard of them. Although they all have their own recruiting conditions, the members who are able to join their organizations are invariably geniuses who are among the nation's phoenixes. Hearing this, Li Yaobai's heart stirred and he hurriedly asked after them, "Your 4 great families and 4 great academies in Kyoto can't even be compared to them?" Zhao Wanner gave Li Yubai a blank look. They are an existence that can be equal to the regulators. The guilds and forces underneath them are not something you can even imagine. SSS-level talents like Wang Han and theirs don't necessarily make it into these organizations. So who are we to compare ourselves to them? Speaking of this, Zhao Wanner couldn't help but sigh and lamented. This is the terrifying thing about the mountain and sea mysteries, where all sorts of geniuses are always gathered. That Mo Shoyin, since he was able to join one of the 3 major organizations, the Haochi Alliance, he's definitely not a simple character. After Li Yubai finished organizing the information in his mind, Mo Shoyin had slowly approached the crowd with his sword. "You guys come with me? This place has already been occupied by the demon race, and I'm afraid there will be demonic beasts coming over in a while." Hearing the other party's words, the crowd's faces immediately changed, only to see Mo Shoyin point his finger to the mid-air, and the crowd looked up with him. In mid-air, 9 giant black eagles were continuously circling, and on their bodies, they were emanating a Taoist demonic aura. The 9 fiends of Black Mountain, surprisingly, have really come. Li Yaobai likewise saw this scene. When he was in the ruined town, he had profoundly learned about the methods of this Black Mountain 9 fiends. Seeing Zhao Wanner and her group's faces filled with doubt, Mo Shoyin continued to explain. These demon races, in fact, came to this mountain and sea mysterious realm a long time ago, and they should have been the first ones to arrive here. This scene you are seeing now is all the mountain and sea mysteries after the demonic beasts slaughtered it. And these demonic beasts all exude the same demonic aura as the ancient evil creatures. Those sleeping ancient evil creatures actually treated them as their companions after being awakened. At that, he shook his head helplessly. Originally, with the strength of these demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to carry a single slash from me. But now that they have these ancient evil objects as cover, it's simply impossible for us to break through the outer perimeter of the mountain and sea mystic realm and go to that holy place to seek treasure. At that moment, Li Yaobai nodded in understanding. The demonic aura that the other party's mouth was talking about should be the demonic aura from that Black Mountain 9 fiends. This tactic was the same as the one on the battlefield in the beginning. What was that holy place you were talking about just now? Hearing that there were treasures, Li Yaobai hurriedly asked after them. Where we are right now is actually all the outskirts of the mountain and sea mysterious realm. And in the center of the mountain and sea mysterious realm, there is a white palace. That's the holy place where the spirit people hold their rituals. So if you want to find treasures, you can only go there. But right now, It's hard for us to even break through the outer perimeter, let alone go treasure hunting. So where are you taking us? The crowd looked at Mo Xiaoyan warily. This teenager, who had first stepped in to save them, then later swung a knife at them, and now was taking them away to our home base. The teenager, however, didn't care at all about the stares of the crowd. After saying that, he turned around with his sword. Under Mo Xiaoyan's leadership, the crowd soon arrived in an empty valley. There were no signs of invasion by the demon race here. In the valley, men and women, people of all shapes and sizes, gathered together, sitting or standing, talking. All of these people came from different lineage families, representing their respective forces, and had gathered here for a common goal. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. We're planning an operation to break through the demon race's outer blockade and enter the mountain and see Mystic Realm's Holy Land. So, your arrival is a boost for us as well. And the crowd surveyed the place curiously. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoyan pointed to an empty tent and said, "You guys can rest here. I still have some things to take care of. I just heard them say that 2 more groups of people have entered the mountain and sea mysteries, so I'll go pick them up." After saying that, he turned around and his figure disappeared. Now, what do you plan to do? After a long time, Li Yebai turned his head and asked Zhao Wan'er, who was at the side. Zhao Wan'er, on the other hand, gently shook her head. Her thoughts were also in turmoil. This sudden change had disrupted all her plans. "I don't know," she whispered. This mountain and sea mysterious realm was completely different from what they had imagined. They had thought that it would be a happy land full of marvelous adventures. There would be spirit medicine and spirit stones that they could only dream of. And there would be countless unknown treasures waiting to be discovered. However, the reality is so cruel. Not only was this place full of crises, there were ancient evil creatures awakening everywhere. And there was even the presence of the demon race. What's not to know? Li Yubai kept surveying the surroundings. Either we stay here and plan a breakout with them, or we go it alone and find a way out. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Wan'er again. After all, Li Yubai was invited by Zhao Wan'er. So, he has to listen to the other side. "Captain Li, I think this place is quite good." Tang Yen walked over at this time, her voice trembling a little, clearly frightened by the demonic beast from before. "It's so dangerous outside. There are many fellow human beings here. If there are any difficulties, we can face them together." Chapter 143, The 5 Elements of the Holy Beast. Good point. At that moment, a thick voice came over. "Little sister, you're right. If there are any difficulties, we can face them together." The owner of that voice was a middle-aged man with an incomparably sturdy figure. The middle-aged man's words just fell. Suddenly, behind him, a young girl with pink hair slowly approached. The age of the other party looked similar to Li Yabai and the others. All 18 or 19 years old. That young girl's face value was extremely high. Her features seemed like a finely carved work of art. Her face was clear and cold, and those eyes, even more so, revealed a high and cold aura that could not be looked at directly. See this scene. The 6 boys stared in disbelief. I didn't expect that there would be such a good-looking young lady in this mountain and sea mystic realm. Is this a father and daughter? Just as they were speculating, that stout middle-aged man unexpectedly knelt down directly in front of the young girl. See, just now, it was my incompetence that let that group of demonic beasts escape. This middle-aged man's voice was very terrified. However, that young girl only swept him a faint glance and spat out 2 words in an icy tone. "Get lost." Hearing the young girl's words, the middle-aged man hurriedly kowtowed 3 times before leaving in a hurry, as if staying for 1 more second would anger the young girl in front of him. "See Ling Yan, after all these years, as usual, you God's domain, you like to engage in this set of honor and inferiority." At that moment, on the other side, a shirtless boy suddenly jumped down from the valley. "Mu Chun, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on our God's domain?" When the young girl, Si Ling Yan, heard this, her brows furrowed. Obviously, the boy's words had offended her. "How would I dare? Of the 3 major organizations, you God's domain is the strongest. I can't afford to mess with it. I can't afford to mess with it." The boy named Mu Chun came over playfully. "Ha, shady." Si Ling Yan snorted coldly. It was obvious that she did not buy Mu Chun's attitude. These 2 young men, are they both from the 3 major organizations? Li Yebai stayed close to Zhao Wan'er's side and asked in a low voice. "That's right." Zhao Wan'er nodded gently. "If I remember correctly, the one called Si Ling Yan was the champion of last year's Peak Ascension Conference." "You mean, that Ascension Conference in the central Yuzhou martial arts city? You know all this?" Zhao Wan'er glanced at Li Yubai in shock. It seems that you are not a bumpkin from the north either. Just as the two of them were talking, that Si Lingyan had already walked over to Zhao Wanair's group. Her steps were light and graceful, but her eyes were cold as frost. You guys, are you new here? Si Lingyan's tone, as if she was interrogating a prisoner, made Li Yabai's heart feel uncomfortable. We're new. Facing Si Lingyan's inquiry, those 6 boys responded obediently as if they were mesmerized. Just then, the boy named Mu Chun also walked over, but his eyes were gentle and friendly, very different from Si Lingyan's icy coldness. Very well, tell me your talent levels and your specific abilities. He spoke softly. Tomorrow, we're going to start our collective counterattack against the demon race, and we need to know information about your talents in order to better organize our tactics. If you guys have any spirit artifacts and spirit medicines, you have to hand them over for safekeeping as well. Oh yeah, space spirit weapons should also be turned in. Mu Chun looked at the crowd. The corner of his mouth hooked into a wry smile. You have to turn in your space spiritual artifacts as well? On what grounds? Zhao Waner looked at the string of ruby bracelets on her wrist and asked with a displeased expression. On what basis? Mu Chun's voice suddenly became gloomy, and his originally gentle face instantly became cold and unfeeling. Just by being here, we say so. If we don't pool your resources, how are we going to beat that group of demons? However, as he spoke, his gaze kept scanning over Zhao Waner. Those eyes were incomparably greedy, and in the end, his gaze stopped on top of Zhao Waner's slender jade legs. The corner of his mouth hooked into a light smile. What a great pair of legs. At this time, Li Night White stood up violently and blocked Zhao Wanair. What if? I don't want to hand it over. Li Yaobai's spatial spirit artifact, however, had more than 20 precious King Realm spirit medicines, as well as a wide variety of rare materials. Getting him to hand them over is simply not an option. Also, the condescending attitude of these people irritated him greatly. As soon as Li Yaobai's words fell, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed beside that Si Lingyan. Immediately afterward, in front of the horrified gazes of the crowd, 5 mountain-sized summoning spirits appeared out of thin air. They stood in the middle of the valley like 5 lofty peaks. Those 5 summoned spirits were of different colors: red, yellow, blue, green and black. Some of them emanated flames, waves of water, and some were covered with a thick layer of rocky soil. Others were covered in sharp metal, and the last, with flowers and trees wrapped around his body. At Si Lingyan's gesture, they let out a deafening hiss at the same time, and the entire valley, it was as if they were shaken by this force. If you don't pay, then get out. Si Lingyan snorted coldly and looked at Li Yabai with disdain. As soon as those 5 summoning spirits appeared, they exuded a powerful aura of spiritual energy, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Look, that's the strongest summoner in the younger generation of the divine realm, Si Lingyan. At that moment, someone exclaimed, Holy, she even has 5 summoning spirits. This is too sick. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. At this point, the other man slowly explained. Alas, you don't know that, do you? Si Lingyan's summoning spirit, but the 5 elemental holy beasts of the elf race, they are divided into the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. These 5 beasts can work perfectly with each other as well as merge into one, utilizing a powerful combat power. Last year, she relied on this 5 elements sacred beast to win the top spot in the Peak Ascension Conference. There wasn't a single person who wasn't appalled and admiring of Si Lingyan's talent. Listening to Mo Shoyen, you guys are demolishing the ghost gate to come in. At this time, Si Lingyan said coldly again, even this kind of nonsense, I guess, is a bunch of half-assed waterworks. If you guys really had that kind of skill, you'd have run straight to that holy place a long time ago. Immediately afterward, Si Lingyan let out a cold snort and turned around to leave. Those who don't cooperate, get lost on their own. Without our protection, you won't be able to survive in this mountain and sea mystic realm. Treasure hunting is a fool's errand. Chapter 144, 10,000 Ghosts Revive. Parting of Ways. Bah! Who cares about your hole? I don't need your protection. Without waiting for Li Yaobai to speak, in the crowd, Zhao Waner's angry shout had already come. Si Lingyan's words, as well as Namu Chun's behavior, had completely angered this $1,000 lady. Captain Li, let's go. Don't take the heat. Zhao Waner spoke in an angry tone. After saying that, he was about to pull Li Yaobai away. At the same time, the naked and cloaked Mu Chun, with a flash of her figure, instantly appeared in front of Zhao Waner, blocking her way. Little sister, are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? Mu Chun smiled lewdly at the corner of his mouth and looked at the other party wistfully. With us experts around, this place is actually very safe. His gaze, always locked onto Zhao Wanner without deviating for a moment. Asterisk 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 off. Zhao Wanner's tone was full of disgust. She couldn't stand this pervert anymore. She didn't even want to say more than a single word. Ha! What a toast. Seeing this, Mu Chun's eyes instantly became sinister. He coldly scanned Zhao Wanner, and the aura of spiritual energy on his body violently spread out. There was no doubt that he was also Junin level 60 in strength. I am the granddaughter of the head of the Zhao family in Kyoto. How dare you touch me? Zhao Wanner was about to reveal her identity. Yet Mu Chun had already laughed crazily and violently attacked her. I don't care what your status is. I'm a student trained by the core of the Holy Temple. In terms of background, would I be afraid of you? Mu Chun roared arrogantly and cockily. And before his words fell, his figure had already lunged at Zhao Wanner. Bang! However, the moment he was about to touch Zhao Wanner's body, a dull thud suddenly came. A fist, like a hammer, blasted onto his chest, and under this punch, Mu Chun's figure trembled violently, and he couldn't stop himself from taking a few steps back. Are the members of the three legendary organizations all a bunch of rogues and gangsters? At this time, Li Yaobai did not know when, but had already stood in front of Mu Chun's body. His tone of voice was icy cold, and his eyes revealed a thick killing intent. The identities of these people, though, all belong to those prestigious top organizations, and might even be the sons of certain great families. However, their style of behavior, which is based on power and no one in sight, is no different from those street hooligans. Ahem. This sudden punch caught Mu Chun a little off guard, and his bare chest instantly left a red and swollen fist mark, the pain causing him to cough twice. I didn't think that besides blowing awesome and saying big words, you really have two skills. Mu Chun touched his injured chest, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. With that, he turned his head to look at Si Lingyan. Si Lingyan, don't interfere in this matter. I want to spar with this kid alone. Whatever. Si Lingyan indifferently scanned the crowd, his tone as cold as ice. Anyway, none of you are my match. Everyone present, she didn't put in her eyes. Although, she said on her lips that she would not intervene. Beside her, the 5 summoned spirits of the 5 elemental holy beasts were already poised to start, and soon surrounded Li Yaobai. Talking about one-upmanship, now you've got me surrounded. Playing really dirty. Li Yaobai looked at Si Lingyan's 5 summoned spirits and secretly pondered on a countermeasure in his heart. He didn't have the slightest fear in his heart, but once the fight started, he didn't have the heart to care about Zhao Wanner's safety. However, just at this tense moment, the middle-aged man who had just kowtowed and begged for forgiveness unexpectedly went and returned. It's no good. Something's wrong. The middle-aged man's cries quickly spread throughout the valley. In that spirit clan's holy land, a sudden burst of sky-high green light erupted. It must be the spirit clan's treasures that have come out. The big man's tone was agitated. Those demon clans are all mad. He took 2 breaths and continued. They awakened all the ancient evil things around the secret boundaries. What? At these words, everyone jumped up and leapt to the highest part of the valley. That Mu Chun and Si Lingyan, who couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to Li Yaobai, hurriedly followed. At the top of the valley, the crowd raised their eyes. Only in the very center of the mountain and sea mysteries, a white palace stood, and in the middle of the palace, a blinding green light flickered and appeared, emitting a terrifying aura of spiritual energy. However, in stark contrast to the vibrancy of the central Holy Land, the scene around the outer perimeter of the secret world was heart-stopping. With the Holy Land as the center, all the surrounding space had turned into black scorched earth, with countless ancient evil spirits wandering aimlessly. The bodies of these evil spirits were of different shapes, tall and short, big and small, some with incomplete limbs, some resembling human beings, and some resembling demons, but without exception, on their bodies, they all exuded a palpitating demonic aura. And those demon armies, under the shelter of Black Mountain's 9 deadly demon chi, had already been running towards that center's Holy Land. On the outskirts of that Holy Land, there are guarding formations set up by the Spirit Clan, and those demons definitely won't be able to break through for a while. Seeing this scene, Mu Chun hurriedly analyzed in a low voice. If we're one step later, all the treasures in those holy places will be taken by those demon clans altogether. Si Lingyan's brows furrowed as she said on the spot, we can't wait any longer. We'll start the operation tonight. The valley. While the crowd was still immersed in shock, Li Yaobai had already pulled Zhao Wanner away quietly. Why don't you go? Zhao Wanner looked back at the rest of the people from the Apocalypse Academy, only to find that they didn't move a muscle and didn't have the slightest idea of leaving. I think they're pretty safe here. Tang Yan looked around uneasily, her voice trembling. Wan Er, you heard what that man said just now. Now it is so dangerous outside. All those ghosts, demons and beasts and whatnot, said she, nervously rubbing her hands, her eyes flashing with deep fear. So, I think it's better for us to stay here. At least we don't have to venture outside. After saying that, Tang Yan let out a helpless light sigh. That's right, Miss Wan Er. If we're lucky, we can still follow these people and obtain some of the spirit people's treasures. A boy suddenly interjected, agreeing with Tang Yan's words. So, you guys are going to continue to stay here and follow these assholes? Zhao Wan Er's eyes widened as she asked incredulously. Although it's true that their attitude is a little bit worse. But, you've also seen the strength of that Si Lingyan. Tang Yan suddenly paused, then continued. I think her strength should be much stronger than Captain Li. Moreover, there are many of them here. Tang Yan's meaning had been made clear. She felt that Li Yubai did not have the ability to protect them in this chaotic mountain and sea mystic realm. The others, who also had the same idea as Tang Yan, nodded in agreement. You are all a bunch of goons. I was so wrong about you guys. Zhao Wanner was so angry that she stomped her foot and pointed at the crowd and cursed. Miss Wanner, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. At this moment, Qin Dao, who was at the end of the crowd, also spoke up. I think that with the strength of these people, it's only possible for us to obtain treasures in this mountain and sea mystic realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded equally approvingly. Since the paths are different, they are not the same. Li Yaobai snorted coldly. He didn't want to talk nonsense with these people anymore. After that, he turned around and left the valley. Zhao Wanner, on the other hand, followed closely behind him like a little follower. Chapter 145, Breaking into the Holy Land Ghost King. The Valley. A fair-skinned teenager with a huge stranger's sword was leading a group of people back to the camp. And among this group of people, there were quite a few faces that Li Yubai had seen before. And the leading three were Wang Han, Xian Li, and Su Yue. Behind the three of them, there were still dozens of students following sporadically, and the scene looked quite spectacular. Mo Shoyan, why have so many people come? Looking at the group of people in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed through Mu Chun's eyes. However, Mo Shoyan frowned tightly and pulled Mu Chun aside. Something is wrong with the situation. These people say they teleported in by stepping on the ruins of the Ghost Gate. What do you mean? After hearing the other party's words, Mu Chun was a bit puzzled for a moment. The Ghost Gateway, indeed, has been torn down and demolished to rubble, Mo Shoyan said in a deep voice. And it was demolished by those people I just brought in. That means that white-haired person must have a way to deal with those ancient evil things. After saying that, Mo Shoyan's face instantly became grave. At this moment, Mu Chun's pupils contracted violently in a split second as he finally reacted. His face suddenly shocked. No good, he shouted hastily. Si Lingyan, quickly have your 5 beasts stop them. Mu Chun growled anxiously. However, when he hurriedly arrived at the scene, he realized that Li Yubai's figure had disappeared without a trace. Grass. People ran away. Mu Chun cursed angrily. At this time, Si Lingyan also learned of the news and hurried over. What are you afraid of? Right now the outside is full of those awakened ancient evil spirits. It's not like they can fly. As long as we launch the operation tonight, with so many people, are we afraid we won't find him? The corner of Si Lingyan's mouth hooked into a cold smile, as if everything was within her grasp. Very good. I'll say it first. That kid, and that little girl, are mine. Mu Chun touched the fist mark on his chest, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the outer region of the mountain and sea mysterious realm, a remote and unoccupied corner, Li Yabai and Zhao Wanner, 2 figures, were slowly moving forward. Still angry? Noticing Zhao Wanner's gloomy face, he couldn't help but ask. Of course I'm angry. Why don't they trust you? Obviously the Ghost Gate was smashed open by you. Without you, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to step into this mountain and sea mystic realm. Just thinking about what those people had said, Zhao Wanner felt furious. Everyone has their own choices. You don't have to force them, as long as they don't regret it. Li Yubai smiled lightly, his tone extraordinarily spontaneous. He didn't care about those people's opinions and choices. Anyway, after detaching himself from those people, his mission wouldn't be affected by it. And by the way, he could still visit that mysterious Holy Land. Where are we going now? Looking at the vast scorched earth in the distance, Zhao Wanner had a confused look on her face. The Holy Land of the Spirit People. Li Yubai answered succinctly and clearly, but directly gave her a shock. Out here. All of them are those terrifying ancient evil spirits. And there are countless demonic beasts in between. How can we possibly walk through? Zhao Wan'er's voice trembled. To her, it was an absolutely crazy idea. Even if you could use that flying sword. But in the sky, there are still those powerful demonic beasts staring at us. After saying that, Zhao Wan'er pointed to the 9 giant black eagles that had been circling in midair. It was none other than the 9 deadly fears of Montenegro. We just go right around them. As soon as Li Yubai's words fell, a muffled thunderclap resounded above the 2 men's heads. After a flash of lightning and thunder, his white hair rose without wind and fluttered wildly, and the wolf's tooth necklace around his neck lost its gravity and floated upward. The teenager's pupils were emitting a scarlet glow. Come on, we have a special plane. Li Yaobai's mouth smiled as he slowly opened his arms, as if he was embracing the entire sky. Under Zhao Wan'er's shocked gaze, his body began to float upwards, just like an immortal ascending to the heavens. Immediately afterward, a strong hurricane suddenly and inexplicably blew up underneath Zhao Wan'er's feet. As if this hurricane had a spiritual nature, it wrapped the 2 figures tightly, then slowly drifted into the sky. Soon, the 2 passed through the layers of dark clouds. When Zhao Wan'er came back to her senses from her shock, she realized that she was already high in the air, and what appeared in front of her was a huge face that looked like a cool bird man. That was Li Yubai's 4th divine soul. Thunderclap! What are you waiting for? Get up here! In the distance, Li Yubai had already mounted Thunderclap's spine and was waving at her continuously. Lord, you can sit tight. Lei Zhenzi spat out a piercing electric sound from his mouth. Immediately afterward, his wind and thunder wings that covered the sky spread out, immediately wrapping the 2 of them tightly within them. Go! It was accompanied by a crisp, electric clap. A huge lightning bolt in the air cut through the sky, and Lei Zhenzi's figure had disappeared into the sky as if it was instantaneous. Big brother. At this moment, a giant black eagle circling at a low altitude suddenly turned its head to look at the one in the lead. That thunderbolt? Why do I feel something familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere. Among the 9 fiends of Montenegro, the youngest old 9 asked suspiciously. It should be that after we awakened those evil spirits, it affected the spatial changes here. Upon hearing this, the eldest of the 9 fiends glanced at the direction where Li Yaobai had disappeared. Lao Jiao, don't think so much. Let's hurry up and take down this guardian array. Lord Military Master can be waiting for our good news. The other giant eagle let out a grim smile, its gaze cast to the holy ground in the center with a greedy glint in its eyes. I don't know. What kind of treasure has this spirit clan actually hidden? Said the 9 giant eagles. Then they swung their huge wings in unison and began to continuously hover around that guarding array. However, they didn't notice a thing. Above their heads, a bolt of electricity had crossed silently and soundlessly. At this moment, Li Yaobai and Zhao Wan'er had already managed to land right behind the Holy Land. Those demonic beasts, they were attacking the main gate of the Holy Land with all their might, and the 2 of them were in a position that happened to avoid everyone's line of sight. This is the guardian formation of the spirit people? Li Yaobai tilted his head and looked up. Between the Holy Land and the outside world, there was a translucent blue barrier. These barriers, woven from pure spiritual energy, exuded a majestic spiritual aura, and no matter what kind of attack they suffered, they would be torn apart by these pure spiritual energies. It's hard to do. Li Yaobai frowned tightly. His heart couldn't help but feel a little worried. The strength of this guardian formation had far exceeded his expectations. Just as Li Yaobai was deep in thought, Zhao Wan'er gently poked him in the back. There seems to be something in Li Night White. There. With the direction of Zhao Wan'er's finger, Li Yaobai quickly turned around, only to see 5 black shadows that were slowly drifting in an unspeakably bizarre manner. Their voices were hoarse and eerie, as if they came from beneath the 9 hells, sending shivers down one's spine. Brothers, after tens of thousands of years of starvation, finally let me run into a living person. Those 5 black shadows even spit out human words, every word, as if squeezed out from between their teeth, with endless grievances. Kid, you smell good. Are you hiding some treasure? One of the shadows spoke with a maniacal laugh. In the next moment, the 5 masses of shadows suddenly exploded into 5 black slimes, surrounding the 2. They kept twisting. These slime monsters were covered in tentacles, each of which was studded with rows of red eyeballs. Most importantly, the auras emanating from these 5 monsters were actually all at the level of the king realm. This nifty 5 ghost kings? Chapter 146, the 5th divine soul. Seeing this, Li Yaobai's heart tightened up. A strong sense of crisis instantly surged to his heart. However, before he had the chance to strike, The tentacles of those 5 monsters had already bombarded his body in unison. Put! A dull ringing sound came, and Li Yaobai violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His body, arcing in mid-air, fell heavily to the ground, and the blood he spewed out, in an unbiased manner, splattered onto the tentacles of those monsters. Zira! A piercing burning sound rang out. It was as if the fire was burning something. The 5 monsters immediately roared in pain. This kid's blood! There's a doorway! A Ghost King monster trembled and exclaimed. It hurts! The other monster wailed as well, his tentacles, frantically tussling with his body, trying to get rid of the unbearable burning sensation. The blood of a teenager seemed to be a deadly poison to them. At this time, Li Yaobai forced himself to endure the severe pain and stood up tremblingly. That heavy blow just now had directly shattered his ribs, and at the same time, on his body, a bizarre black mist was still rising. Just now, the other party seemed to have laced his body with something strange, muttered a Ghost King's shadow in disbelief. Why is it that our demonic aura has no use against this kid? Whatever, kill it first. Another Ghost King's shadow roared impatiently, and with that, the tentacles of the 5 Ghost Kings blasted at Li Yaobai in unison again. However, this time, their attack was steadily blocked by a silver spear. A golden light flashed by, and Yu Fei's figure had already blocked in front of Li Yaobai. Immediately afterward, Li Bai's sword chi also chopped from behind, rubbing fierce flames with the tentacles of the Ghost Kings. However, the strength of the 5 Ghost Kings was, after all, a solid king realm, and soon, the attacks of the 2 divine spirits were dissolved by their tentacles one by one. This kid, he is still quite difficult, muttered the Ghost Kings. Suddenly, their gazes, again, turned to Zhao Wan'er, who was on the side. Then let's kill this white and tender little girl first. With that, a black tentacle covered in eyes had rushed towards Zhao Wan'er like a viper. But soon, a bucket-thick thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky, ruthlessly splitting on top of that tentacle. The tentacle was caught off guard by the lightning strike. Right at this critical moment, Lei Zhenzi had already brought Zhao Wan'er aside. Just before the 5 Ghost Kings could react, Shin Nong's 3-legged giant tripod had smashed into them in the air, emitting a deafening roar. Well, we, the 5 brothers, haven't loosened our muscles in years. The 5 clusters of black slime that were smashed under the giant tripod suddenly let out a chilling and piercing strange laugh. It seemed that the attack just now was just scratching an itch to them. At that moment, a powerful aura of spiritual energy exploded violently, and the Shinong tripod was immediately lifted out by this huge force. Li Yaobai clenched his teeth and tried to calm himself down. He knew that with his current strength, there was no way to take these 5 Ghost Kings. After all these years, the 5 of us, we haven't had this much fun in a long time. As the dust and smoke cleared, on the field, all that remained was their laughter, which was extremely excited and maniacal. Brothers, each person grabs one, but don't grab more than one. Oh, a Ghost King laughed strangely. Didn't wait for Li Yaobai to react. Those 5 Ghost Kings had spread out, each looking for a target. One Ghost King's tentacle flew into mid-air entangled with Lei Zhenzi. The remaining 3, on the other hand, found the divine souls of Yu Fei, Li Bai, and Shin Nong respectively, and entangled themselves with them. Where is another? Li Yaobai's heart fluttered. However, just as he was thinking about it, beneath his feet, there was a sudden movement, a shadow silently holding him firmly in place. Here it is! That Ghost King let out a shrill whistle. Immediately afterward, it threw Li Yaobai fiercely away, as if it wanted to smash him into pieces. Another stream of blood spurted out of Li Yaobai's mouth. His already injured body was now even more overwhelmed, as if it would collapse at any moment. Because of his injuries, the bodies of those 4 summoned spirits also began to become bright and dark. At this rate, is toast. With blood constantly spilling from the corners of his mouth, Li Yaobai no longer had the strength to get up and could only lie helplessly on the ground. Finally, after a burst of heavenly rotation, Li Yaobai's 4 summoned spirits, having lost his spiritual support, completely turned into dots of fluorescent light and dissipated into the air. At this time, Zhao Wan'er rushed over. How are you? You doing? The young girl lifted him up anxiously, her voice trembling. As for Li Yaobai's consciousness, it had begun to gradually blur as he faintly shook his head, his voice weak. I can't top it. Li Yaobai's eyelids had become heavier and heavier, as if they would completely close the next moment. Jia. I just love watching my prey helpless. This feeling is too wonderful. Beside the 2 of them, the 5 Ghost Kings kept emitting ear-piercing shrill laughter. Sorry, I failed my mission, Li Yaobai muttered. However, Zhao Wan'er did not show a look of fear and disappointment. I know, It's not your fault, said the corner of the young girl's eyes, has been flooded with crystalline tears. Her voice choked up a little. They are more people. They bully people. At this time, Li Yubai, who was in Zhao Wan'er's arms, suddenly stirred, and he turned his head with difficulty to look at the guardian spirit formation behind him. A bold idea. It appeared quickly in his mind. Lesser man. Suddenly, he fought his way out of Zhao Wan'er's embrace. Despite his weakness, he slowly crawled towards the guardian spirit formation behind him. Li Yubai, what are you doing? Zhao Wan'er exclaimed. But her voice, in Li Yubai's ears, was becoming more and more fuzzy, and at the moment, the only thing in his world was the blue shroud of light in front of him. The lesser man. Then I will invite the gods. After saying that, he used his last ounce of strength to jump into that guardian spirit formation. You're crazy. However, just as Zhao Wan'er was in a daze, on one corner of the guardian spirit formation, a blood-colored sundial totem had unexpectedly flared up. Immediately after that, a blood-colored light gradually enveloped the entire guardian grand formation. The guardian formation, which was compiled with pure spiritual energy, was like a broken ball of leather under the impact of the blood-colored light, and it instantly shattered. In an instant, the entire Holy Land was suddenly lit up with a sky-charging blood aura. I bet on. The corner of Li Yaobai's mouth hooked into a faint smile. At his feet, the sundial totem has reached the hour of the day. The fifth divine soul. Here it comes. Chapter 147, Zhong Kuei Fu Demon. Just for a moment, Li Yubai's consciousness then completely dissipated. Opening his eyes again, he was already in that mysterious scroll space. I, Li Yubai, have come to invite my Chinese gods. At this moment, Li Yubai was anxious, so he directly opened the door and shouted. Beneath that vast and infinite starry sky, the scroll was still slowly spreading out. Yet this time, no voice responded to his call. Just as Li Yaobai was filled with doubts and at a loss for words, a rough voice leisurely sounded. Insincere. Those 4 words were like a bolt from the blue. Li Yubai froze for a moment. In the past, whenever he stepped into the scroll space to summon a deity, the other party was always very nice to talk to. This time, however, the situation was quite different. However, he soon figured out that, after all, each of these gods had their own temperament and could not be generalized. Immediately afterward, the voice once again penetrated the scroll and echoed in Li Yaobai's ears. Kid, listen up. If you want to ask me to come out, I only have one condition. That voice was rough, but it was incomparably chilly, as if it came from the abyssal hell. Bring me a couple of good ghosts and I'll hang out with you. Bring ghosts? What kind of fetish is this? At those words, Li Yaobai couldn't help but be stunned in his heart. Ghost, he muttered, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If your excellency loves ghosts, I have exactly 5 by my side, all of which are fine ghosts. Li Yaobai hurriedly responded, fearing that if he hesitated a little, the voice would disappear without a trace. Is that true? The voice paused. How dare I deceive your excellency? Good. If you dare to deceive this monarch, even if the old ancestor chastises you, I will not show up to help you. However, there was no waiting for Li Yubai to speak again. His consciousness had returned to reality. At this moment, not far ahead, Zhao Wan'er was being tightly surrounded by those 5 ferocious ghost kings, unable to get away. In the corner of her eye, there were still a few tears. Brothers, that guardian array has been broken. Let's hurry to eat a full meal first. A ghostly shadow let out a sharp, ear-piercing laugh and took the lead in pouncing on Zhao Wan'er. Just at the moment when that terrifying tentacle was about to touch Zhao Wan'er, a silver glittering lance snapped out of the sky, precisely inserting itself on top of the tentacle, pinning it firmly in place. Immediately afterward, a face that Zhao Wan'er was incredibly familiar with appeared in the middle of the 5 ghost kings. Oh, this kid is actually still alive. A ghost king was surprised. Jia. Looks like he knew that the 5 of us weren't getting enough to eat, and he came over here on purpose. To give us a refill? Right at this moment, the ghostly shadow at the very back, which seemed to have sensed something unusual, violently let out a sharp shriek. Wait a minute, can't you guys notice that there's something wrong with the aura on this kid? When the ghosts heard this, they all stared, their gazes converging on Li Yaobai's body. At this moment, Li Yaobai, the spiritual energy aura emanating from his body was actually very different from before, and had actually reached Ju energy level 70. Not only did those 5 ghost kings have stunned looks on their faces, even Zhao Wan'er, who was on the side, noticed the abnormal changes in Li Yaobai's body. This is what's going on. Isn't he a Jounin 50+ level? She whispered. Shock. fear, nervousness, doubt. All these emotions came rushing in like a tidal wave. Zhao Wan'er's brain became confused, just as both parties were puzzled and surprised. Li Yaobai's 4 summoned spirits had already surrounded the 5 ghost kings. The aura emanating from those 4 summoned spirits was surprisingly also completely different from before, reaching JUE level 75. Ha! What are you afraid of? Even if this kid has gotten a little stronger, he's still not good enough for our brothers. A ghost king screamed harshly, full of disdain. However, before its words fell, all around, a burst of weird and ear-piercing music suddenly rang out. What instrument's tune is this? It's awful. The 5 ghost kings, stimulated by the sharp and ear-piercing music, itched all over their bodies and kept twisting their bodies. Although the 5 ghost kings had never heard this kind of music before, Zhao Wana recognized the sound of the instrument. This is the oboe, she exclaimed. Who knows how to play the oboe in this no-man's land of the mountain and sea mysteries? Immediately afterward, the shrill sound of the oboe grew closer and louder, as if the next moment, the oboe player would immediately appear beside them. The 5 stern ghosts, moreover, were stabbed by the voice and shuddered. Come on! Suddenly, Li Yaobai let out a violent roar. As his words fell, the sound of the oboe came to an abrupt end, and a 5th black light appeared in the center of those 4 summoned spirits. A black light shot up into the sky, and in mid-air, an ink portrait unfolded steeply. The man in that portrait, clad in a bright and colorful red robe, with a dark green hat on his head. He was stout and upright, with bulging muscles and a ferocious face. On that chin, the thick and messy beard added a bit of ferocity to him. His eyes were as big as bronze bells, and his pupils were like 2 burning flames, as if they could see into all the evil spirits in the world, ordered by heaven to subdue evil and drive it away. Swallowing souls and munching on ghosts, ferociousness collapses by itself. A gruff voice came from that ink portrait. Immediately afterward, the portrait was completely shattered, and the figure broke out of the painting and stood upright in front of the crowd. He held a huge red sword, and beside him, 3 tokens slowly rotated, emitting an eerie glow. As soon as that figure appeared, he stared at the 5 ghost kings with a deadpan voice. I am the heavenly master Zhong Kuei. He even has a 5th summoning spirit? At this moment, the fear in Zhao Wan'er's heart instantly disappeared and was instead completely replaced by shock. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. Even the 5 ghost kings couldn't help but stagger slightly under Zhong Kuei's pressure. The feeling this guy gives me is terrifying, a ghost king said in a trembling voice. Why? Will I keep trembling? The other ghost king realized with horror that his body was actually trembling uncontrollably. At this time, Zhong Kuei's fierce face turned to Li Yaobai. Kid, I'm satisfied with these 5 ghosts. As long as you can always be upright in the future, subduing demons and exorcising ghosts, I will always recognize you. After saying that, his figure once again stood upright, as if he had become one with heaven and earth, transforming into the tallness of the law of heaven and earth. Brothers, no more gluttony. As if they felt an unprecedented threat, the 5 ghost kings pounced on Li Yaobai without hesitation. Kid, borrow your precious blood. Zhong Kuei's eyes were quick. The red long sword in his hand was instantly sheathed, and he gently slashed at Li Yaobai's arm, and a stream of blood gushed out. Li Yaobai's blood was like a trickle, spilling onto Zhong Kuei's ghost-sapping sword. Immediately afterward, the ghost-chopping sword seemed to possess spirituality, transforming into 5 with 1, transforming into 5 powerful swordlights, stabbing at the tentacles of the 5 ghost kings one after another. Aha! Accompanied by a burst of mournful screams, Li Yaobai's blood and the ghost-cutting sword erupted in a burst of green fire as soon as they came into contact with those ghost kings' tentacles. That green flame was like a poisonous snake, wrapping around the bodies of the ghost kings and continuously searing their demonic energy. Their breath was also gradually weakened. Why can this kid's blood, and this sword, even suppress our demonic energy? Chapter 148, The True Holy Land. It's now. Do it! Zhong Kuei held his sword and let out a roar. The remaining 4 summoned spirits, who had understood each other, charged towards those ghost kings in unison. The gods and souls each showed their strengths. For a while, gun shadows were like dragons, sword chi was rampant, poisonous mist filled the air, and thunder roared. The means of the 5 summoned spirits crazily bombarded the bodies of those ghost kings. This scene directly gave Zhao Wan'er, who was on the side, a dumbfounded look. She kept rubbing her eyes and held her tongue for half a day, but she couldn't even get a word out. In just an instant, those 5 originally ferocious ghost kings, under the joint attack of the 4 summoned spirits, their body size even rapidly curled up and finally became the size of a fist. We were wrong. Please, Don't kill us. At this moment, those 5 ghost kings, having completely lost their previous arrogance, kept begging for mercy. However, Liu Yubai did not pay any attention to their pleas for mercy. In his hand, a long red sword appeared out of thin air, and it was none other than the ghost-slaying sword in Zhong Kuei's hand. Take my ghost-slaying sword and get rid of the demons. Zhong Kuei let out a stern cry, sounding like thunder and as strong as a flood bell, scaring Liu Yubai. This Zhong Kuei, simply a sense of justice, Liu Yubai muttered darkly and gulped. Although he himself felt some fear of Zhong Kuei, that was how people remembered Zhong Kuei to be. We know the secret of this spirit race's mountain and sea secret realm. Seeing Liu Yubai approaching with his sword, a ghost king hurriedly roared loudly, his voice incomparably urgent. Look, their tentacles, suddenly pointing to the spirit race's holy land in the rear. That holy land's guardian array, for some reason has been broken. Those guys outside, surely madly want to pour into the holy land to seek treasure. The other ghost king continued. Although in that holy land, there are indeed some treasures such as spiritual medicines, spiritual stones, and so on, but those are just some blindfolds. The real treasure is actually not in that so-called holy land at all. The third ghost king spoke mysteriously. The true holy land is somewhere else. The fourth ghost king couldn't wait to add, as long as you don't kill us 5 brothers, we'll take you to that real treasure. The last ghost king cried out anxiously, and in that voice, there was even a crying tone, as if this was their only saving grace. However, Zhong Kuei was completely unmoved by the pleas for mercy from these ghost kings. I will kill the world's evil spirits when I see them. He snorted coldly, his killing intent determined. When he said that, the ghost-slaying sword in Liu Yubai's hand let out a burst of buzzing, as if it was also responding to Zhong Kuei's killing intent. Heavenly Master, wait, Liu Yaobai hurriedly advised in his mind. Since they say that they can lead me to the true Holy Land, it won't be too late for us to decapitate them when they find it. Zhong Kuei sniffed and was silent for a moment as the sword in his hand gradually stopped buzzing. It's your chance. Just, he sighed, let them live a moment longer. Then, with a wave of his finger, the 3 tokens that had been surrounding him suddenly moved. 2 of the tokens transformed into a shroud of light, firmly encircling the 5 fist-sized ghost kings, while the last token appeared in Liu Yubai's hand. Zhong Kuei admonished gravely, if they dare to make a move, throw the last token at these 5 ghosts. When the 3 orders are united, they will be destroyed in form and spirit. After saying this, Zhong Kuei's figure transformed into a bit of starlight and dissipated into thin air, and the remaining 4 divine souls similarly dissipated away. Here, only Liu Yubai and Zhao Wan'er were left behind, as well as the 5 ghost kings that were firmly circled by the light shield. Seeing that the 5 ghosts had been successfully subdued, Zhao Wan'er hurriedly came over, a pretty face that curiously surveyed him. Night White, what the hell is going on here? Why has your realm, all of a sudden, risen to Ju energy level 70? Her pair of big eyes stared tightly at Liu Yubai, afraid of missing any of the other party's subtle expressions. Liu Yubai, however, only smiled faintly. It was just a fluke. He didn't want to explain too much about his talent. When he realized that the Guardian formation was, in fact, woven from pure spiritual energy, a crazy idea surfaced in his mind. Since the sundial totem can absorb spiritual energy, then could the spiritual power of this Guardian Grand formation also be directly absorbed by him? In the midst of a menacing situation, he could only let go, and the result, apparently, was as he expected. A large portion of the spiritual power of that Guardian array was actually absorbed by his sundial totem. The remaining half, before he could absorb it, the large formation had completely shattered. This huge amount of spiritual energy, even more than what he had absorbed in the Three-Eyed Crow's medicinal garden back then, directly allowed him to rush past the scale of the sundial totem, and incidentally, all of his injuries were restored and his spiritual power level rose by 15 levels. This trip to the mountain and sea mysteries, he had not come in vain. At this moment, the outskirts of the Holy Land were already a hubbub. Seeing the guardian array of the Holy Land shattered, those demonic beasts of the demon race roared and hissed. Big brother, how do I feel? That this guardian array is not something we messed up? Above the low altitude, the oldest 9 of the Black Mountain 9 Furies looked at the Black Mountain boss with a puzzled face. Whatever, it's broken anyway, let them all go in and search. Even if I strip the ground bare, I want to see the shadow of the treasure that emits green light. The Black Mountain boss smiled greedily, his gaze fixed on the huge palace in the center of that Holy Land. However, just as the Demon Clan's armies were stirring, preparing to rush towards the Holy Land in one fell swoop, in mid-air, a green wand suddenly appeared. The green one spread its wings and flew, its feathers shining brightly in the sunlight as it let out a clear and sharp chirp. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the Holy Land, a group of crowed humans had rushed over silently. They exuded a strong aura of spiritual energy, and all of them were actually approaching level 60 of JUE. What's going on? How did they get here? Seeing this sudden group of humans, the Black Mountain boss's face suddenly shook. Boom! Just then, a dull thud came. On the ground, channels of aftershocks were violently transmitted, shaking the entire Holy Land. At the forefront of those humans, 5 huge beasts the size of mountain peaks were clearly visible. They emitted different colors of light, like 5 moving fortresses, and were charging towards those demonic beasts. These 5 gigantic beasts each displayed their abilities, and one gigantic beast spewed out roaring flames from its mouth, burning the demonic beasts into ashes. One spat out a razor-sharp blade of water, cutting through the demonic beasts. The remaining 2 manipulated the rocky soil and vines, entangling the demonic beasts in such a way that they couldn't move, and buried them into the ground. The last one shot dazzling golden auras all over its body, piercing the demonic beasts through their hearts with 10,000 blades. Those demonic beast armies in front of them, under the fierce bombardment of these 5 huge beasts, blood and flesh splattered, dead and wounded, and the wailing sound was endless. Seeing this scene, the Black Mountain 9 drakes couldn't help but gaze at it. Eyes fell through the streaks of smoke and battle to the group of humans. The leader, a young girl with pink hair, she was dressed in white like snow, her eyes were as cold as frost, and the corners of her mouth smiled faintly. Chapter 149, Concentric Rings of 5 Suns. Mo Shoyen, this group of people you brought with you is indeed somewhat useful. Mu Chun, who was topless, suddenly scurried out from a shadow. He looked at the teenager who was fighting on the side and laughed loudly. Mo Shoyen, who was on the side, was holding a huge stranger's sword, dancing recklessly amongst the demonic beasts. Every time the blade light flashed, it was accompanied by a wail of demonic beasts, and hordes of demonic beasts were turned into dead souls under his blade. Well, I also didn't expect that green one of hers would be able to survey the route. Mo Shoyen pursed the corners of his lips and glanced at the silver-haired girl behind him. The route that Su Yue had discovered did not have the presence of ancient evil spirits, and because of this, they were able to rush to this holy land in such a short period of time. At this moment, Su Yue and Wang Han, as well as Qian Li, who had already been giganticized, had also rushed into the midst of the demonic beasts in the Holy Land. Si Lingyan, I'm counting on you up ahead, Mu Chun shouted to the forefront, then blended back into the shadows at his feet. Blending into the shadows was exactly what Mu Chun was gifted with. Shadow kill. With a murmur from Mu Chun, the shadows under the soles of those demonic beasts' feet, as if they were alive, suddenly transformed into razor-sharp blades that pierced through their masters. Mu Chun's shouts were not heeded by Si Lingyan. She stood silently in front of the gate of the Holy Land Palace, like an inviolable deity. The 5 elements sacred beast was invincible under her command, and wherever she went, all demonic beasts were mercilessly crushed. In her eyes, these demonic beasts were no different from mole crickets, and were not worthy of more than a glance from her. And at the very back of the crowd, Qin Dao, Tang Yin and the others were also cautiously moving forward. They were in danger, but their faces could not hide their excitement and anticipation. Brother Qin Dao, we've really made a fortune this time. Tang Yin followed closely at the very back of the crowd, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. Captain Li and Miss Wan Er would definitely regret not moving with us if they knew that we had already reached the Holy Land. Right? That Li Hao Yu also interjected. His mouth was unable to hide his smugness. Qin Dao couldn't help but evoke a smile as well. By the time we obtained the secret treasures, they might still be lost out there. And at this moment, the face of the Black Mountain 9 drakes had become unusually grave, because the aura on their bodies was not the King Realm. The Black Mountain 9 fiends that appeared in the mountain and sea mysterious realm were not their original bodies, but rather, they utilized demonic chi and crafted 9 doppelgangers. Although the strength of these doppelgangers was not bad, it was only equivalent to the level of the 70th or 80th level of Ju energy. The significance of their existence was to utilize the demonic energy to awaken the ancient beings in the secret realm. For such unknown adventurous things, they naturally wouldn't rashly let their own bodies personally get involved. Big brother, what to do now? Black Mountain Lajo's tone revealed a hint of panic. Although they had brought a huge army of demonic beasts, moreover, these demonic beasts were all tainted with their demonic aura. But what they never expected was this. Those human dolls were actually able to fight their demonic beast army back and forth without losing the slightest bit of ground. In the midst of the fierce battle, the two sides surprisingly came to a stalemate at the entrance of the Palace of the Holy Land. Let's stall them first. We mustn't let them enter the palace first. Boss Black Mountain spoke in a deep voice. The strength of these little brats is indeed not to be underestimated, especially that little girl in the lead. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Li Yabai and Zhao Waner, led by the 5 ghosts, stepped into an underground cave silently. The cave, as if by nature's handiwork, is hidden underground in the very center of the palace of the Holy Land, isolated from the world. Raising his eyes, he saw that inside the cave, there was a wide array of all kinds of strange-shaped stones, which were placed according to an eerie pattern. The stones, which make up a variety of breathtaking patterns, are staggered in such a way that they are a sight to behold. And in the midst of the pattern of these stones, there stood a plain, unadorned altar. That altar, though inconspicuous, exuded an ineffable solemnity and sacredness. Around the holy altar, there were still living objects of the spirit people from the ancient times left behind, which had survived the vicissitudes of time, but still retained that unique flavor. Is this the holy place where the spirit people really sacrifice? Looking around at everything, Li Yubai marveled. He had thought that the real Holy Land would be some very splendid place, but he didn't expect that it would be just such a small underground cave. On the side, Zhao Waner didn't say a word and stayed close to Li Yubai, fearing that the 5 ghosts would make any more moves. Obviously, she was terrified earlier. Seeing Zhao Waner in this manner, Li Yubai could only shake the token in his hand. Don't worry, they don't dare to do anything. In front of the two of them, the fist-sized 5 ghosts were being firmly encircled by the light shields formed by the other 2 tokens. After saying that, Li Yubai approached that holy altar. His eyes, searching the altar carefully, eventually landed on a bracelet that lay on the tabletop. The bracelet was extremely unique in shape, carefully woven from 5 black and gold silk threads. Li Yubai casually picked up the bracelet and was surprised to find that it was as light as nothing. Feeling the faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from the bracelet, Li Yaobai's heart was filled with doubt. He looked up at Zhao Waner. This is a spirit weapon? Looking at this aura, it should be a spirit weapon. Only, I don't know what it does. Zhao Waner responded in a low voice. With that, Li Yubai raised the bracelet high and watched it carefully. However, the very moment his gaze passed through the bracelet, he was surprised to find the stone wall behind the altar. It is? On the stone wall, who knows who carved a comic strip? These images, composed of the simplest lines. Although the picture was clumsy, it was shallow and easy to understand, and seemed to tell the story of the spirit people in the ancient times. The mural before the 2 men, however, told a different story. In ancient times, a woman of the spirit people conceived a pair of quintuplets. The woman holds the 5 babies in her arms and dances with excitement, but soon the woman's family realizes that these are 5 extremely ugly-looking babies. Because of their ugly faces, all the spirit people looked at them with a different eye. Even the simple woman was discriminated against by the other spirit people, who thought that she was having an affair with an evil creature. And the 5 babies, too, were thought to be the offspring of ancient evil creatures. The woman was at a loss for words. It was just her child, ugly as it was, but not a demon. But people don't believe it. Eventually, women and babies were driven out of the village. In one snowy winter, the women froze to death, and even the 5 babies did not survive. After the death of the 5 babies, their grievances coalesced and did not dissipate, and they even combined with the evil ghosts in the mountain and turned into real stern ghosts. The 5 ghosts then returned and slaughtered the entire village clan. And so, that winter, blood and bones spread all over the village. In the end, a great power of the spirit race, in order to subdue these 5 stern ghosts, refined a bracelet and sealed them in it for eternity. Concentric rings of 5 suns. Suddenly, the voice of the 5 ghosts came through. This is what has trapped our brothers for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 150, Half a Green Leaf. Concentric rings of 5 suns? Li Yubai muttered. Is that the name of the bracelet? He naturally caught what the 5 ghosts had just said, and a pang of curiosity could not help but well up in his heart. He repeated the name of the bracelet softly, trying to study the mystery. However, just as his words fell, the concentric ring of 5 suns in Li Yubai's hand suddenly erupted in a burst of brilliant light. Immediately afterward, the light was like a sharp arrow, shooting straight towards the 5 ghosts who were already tightly bound by the Zhongkui light shield. Even though the light shield was impenetrable, the light, which still penetrated the light shield, viciously stabbed at the bodies of the 5 ghosts, and at that moment, the 5 ghosts' bodies instantly reacted violently as they began to struggle out of control. Despite being tightly bound by the light shield, they rushed around as if they were mad, as if they wanted to break free from this light. Seeing this scene, Li Yaobai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Could it be that this bracelet and these 5 ghosts are one and the same? Without waiting for Li Yaobai to think about it, the third token in his hand had already begun to faintly tremble. Obviously, it had been difficult for him to suppress the berserk power of these 5 ghosts, and the 5 ghosts took this opportunity to fight their way headlong into the holy altar in the center. Boom! The altar collapsed as the 5 demons slammed into it. Debris splattered and dust flew. Strangely enough, inside that holy altar, a mysterious white liquid flowed out. They surrounded the stone symbol in the center and began to roll over and over again, as if some sort of ritual had been initiated. Ha 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 ha. The 5 ghosts laughed and hissed maniacally. Their figures gradually melted into one in front of Li Yaobai and Zhao Wan'er. Several of our brothers escaped with great difficulty. Now, you want us to go back and be locked up for tens of thousands of years? The voice of the 5 ghosts was tinged with extreme anger and resentment. If this is the end, we would rather die. At least this way, we, the 5 brothers, will be able to go through reincarnation again. Having said that, the 5 ghosts no longer struggled, allowing the light of the concentric rings of the 5 suns to irradiate them. Come with us, to hell with us, the 5 ghosts murmured in despair. Anyway, we shouldn't have appeared in this world. Li Yaobai was slightly stunned. With that, he decisively threw Zhong Kuei's third token at the 5 ghosts. In a flash, the 3 tokens instantly fused into one. A muffled sound erupted. At once, a blue smoke ignited from the 5 ghosts, and their figures twisted and dissipated in the smoke, eventually turning into nothingness. At this moment, on the ground, there were only 5 black, differently shaped ghost patterns left behind. Li Yaobai was about to go up and take a closer look. However, he only saw that the 5 ghost patterns were actually slowly absorbed by the light emanating from the 5 suns concentric ring in his hand, and eventually transformed into 5 eye-catching black lines on the bracelet. At that very moment, a strange idea was quietly transmitted into Li Yaobai's mind through that bracelet. The intention seemed to come from the distant past, tenacious and deep. However, thanks to Li Yaobai's powerful spiritual power, he was not shocked by this intention. Instead, he reacted quickly. Soon afterward, the idea gradually dissolved in his mind. So, this 5 suns concentric ring is actually a defensive spirit weapon. Li Yaobai's heart was enlightened. By digesting that intention, he finally understood the true purpose of the bracelet. That idea contained the will of the original owner of the bracelet, and under the guidance of this idea, Li Yaobai also grasped the use of the 5 suns concentric ring. The refining method of this spirit artifact is very unique. Moreover, it is still a king realm level spirit artifact. Shin Nong's voice suddenly sounded in Li Yaobai's mind, and there was a hint of admiration in the other party's tone. With regards to spirit weapons, Shin Nong had a keen interest. Well, this 5 suns concentric ring can withstand 5 fatal strikes from a king realm awakened person, but for every fatal attack resisted, a ghostly pattern disappears completely to resist life. Gazing at the 5 black lines on the bracelet, Li Yaobai secretly marveled in his heart. He finally understood that these 5 ghosts, refined by that spirit race powerhouse, were integrated into this bracelet. It was actually used as a scapegoat. However, the concentric ring of 5 suns, as an ancient spiritual weapon of the spirit people, was naturally more than just that simple. Li Yaobai continued to deeply perceive that intention, and he found that the bracelet could exert the same amazing defensive power when facing attacks below the king realm awakened. Attacks under the king realm awakened. These 5 concentric rings can all cancel out half of them. As long as the opponent's strength was below the king realm, then all attacks against Li Yaobai would be cut in half by this bracelet. In this way, those ghost patterns will not disappear against life. Instead, it will consume the spiritual energy contained in it, and Li Yaobai, as the host of the bracelet, only needed to replenish it with his own spiritual energy afterward. When he had completely figured it all out, Li Yaobai's entire body was in a daze. He realized that this concentric ring of 5 suns, under the king realm, was simply an insurmountable defensive spirit artifact. Moreover, it was a life-preserving artifact. It's not like fighting is his thing anyway. With this item, his own survivability would be greatly improved. Even if he accidentally encountered a king realm powerhouse, he would be able to take 5 hard hits with this bracelet. Thinking of this, he hurriedly put this bracelet tightly on his hand, now that he had dissolved the original owner's intention. At the moment, he was the owner of this bracelet. Immediately afterward, the sundial totem flashed beneath Li Yaobai's feet. The faint shadow of Zhong Kuei appeared and put back his 3 tokens. Zhong Kuei was about to dissipate. He looked at the story of the mural, not knowing what past events he remembered, and actually sighed. How can a face be as ugly as a heart. Pathetic. Hateful. After saying that, his figure disappeared completely. Meanwhile, as that white liquid gradually rolled to cover those symbols, the entire underground cave, as if affected by something, began to shake slightly. No good. It's amazing that what those 5 ghosts said was true. Li Yaobai was shocked in his heart. Finally realizing the seriousness of the situation, he frowned and looked around. The collapse of this mountain and sea mystic realm had already begun. At that moment, he quickly turned to Zhao Wan'er. Look again. There should be something else here. The 2 men looked around in a hurry. By all rights, this true sacred place of sacrifice should have more than just one treasure. The concentric rings of the 5 suns. Suddenly, Li Yubai's gaze tightened. Among the scattered and broken pieces of the altar, he vaguely saw a green light flickering and flashing. Li Yubai couldn't help but be attracted to that green light. He looked away quickly, only to see that in the midst of the mess, there lay a strange item that was in the shape of a leaf. But at the moment, only half of it was left. Half a green leaf? Li Yubai reached out and gently touched it, even though it looked like an ordinary leaf. But when he actually touched the half leaf, it was only then that Li Yaobai realized with a jolt that this thing, after all, was made from a material he had never seen before. What was even more surprising was that on this thing, there was no aura of spiritual energy. And where did the green light emanating from it come from? Chapter 151 Giving Thanks for Nature's Gifts. Suddenly, Li Yubai's gaze landed on the concentric ring of 5 suns in his hand. A bold idea. It sprouted quietly in his mind. With a thought, he then poured his spiritual energy into this half leaf. However, the moment his spiritual energy touched that leaf, his entire body was dumbfounded. In his mind, several shocking sights suddenly sprang up as he saw the world begin to crumble. The entire heaven and earth shattering into countless pieces. It's as if everything falls into nothingness. And in the midst of this chaos, several huge runes were like the hands of the gods, skillfully connecting those fragments together and maintaining the peace of this heaven and earth. In those runes, Li Yaobai clearly saw the figure of this leaf. Only, it was a complete and huge leaf that emitted a dazzling green aura. Immediately afterward, the picture began to change. Under the effect of these pieces of runes, heaven and earth began to rebuild, and the world gradually returned to the way it was at the beginning of its birth. These pieces of stuff actually created an entire world? Li Yaobai was horrified in his heart. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Could it be that this world? Is this world beneath one's feet? Just as he was about to continue probing deeper, a tearing pain suddenly came to Li Yaobai's mind. The pain, like a sharp blade cutting into his nerves, was almost too much for him to bear. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the excruciating pain as he drew his spiritual energy away from the half-leaf. This thing is coming. Just too big. Li Yaobai gasped roughly, his face already drenched in cold sweat as he carefully stowed the half-leaf into his spatial ring. Just then, a violent shaking suddenly came from the entire underground cavern, and the ground and rocks began to collapse violently. Li Yaobai. There's a path. Zhao Wan'er found a hole, and she rushed over to assist Li Yaobai. The two walked side by side, following the darkened opening and leaving the collapsing underground cavern. Through the dark and long cave entrance, the two appeared in the middle of an empty palace. Zhao Wan'er's mood was pleasant, and it was obvious that she had also gained quite a bit in the Holy Land just now. It seems that you have also acquired some kind of treasure? Li Yaobai keenly sensed Zhao Wan'er's joy. Zhao Wan'er looked around vigilantly, and although there was no presence of others, she still whispered over. I was in there, and I obtained 3 King Realm level spirit weapons. Although there are many spirit weapons of this grade in my family, this is after all a spirit weapon of the spirit clan from the ancient era, and it's not something that an ordinary person can possess. When she finished, she smiled triumphantly. It could be seen that Zhao Wan'er trusted Li Yaobai. Thus, without reservation, she told the other party about her gains. Just as the two were talking, the concentric ring of 5 suns in Li Yaobai's hand suddenly flashed with a faint black light. With that, the entire palace instantly became bright. As it turned out, they were, at this moment, already in the palace at the very center of the Holy Land, and that previous underground cave was located below this palace. Li Yaobai was stunned in his heart. This bracelet, it can control the palace and the Holy Land? However, before he could think about it, a strong medicinal scent, mixed with a drastic aura of spiritual energy came to the surface. The two men raised their eyes, only to see that what lay in front of the two of them was actually a dazzling array of spirit medicine medicinal gardens. On the shelves around the palace, there were spirit stones mined by the spirit people in the ancient times, and they emitted a faint glow. Li Yaobai took a rough look and saw that there were hundreds or thousands of these spirit medicines alone. Although their grades did not reach the king realm, the intense medicinal fragrance they emitted was enough to prove that these spirit medicines were of extremely high quality. Seeing this scene, Li Yaobai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It would be an absolute lie to say that he wasn't moved. Night White, you can take all these spirit medicines and spirit stones. They aren't of much use to me. At that moment, Zhao Wanner's voice sounded behind him. Hearing this, Li Yaobai froze again. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Wanner, only to see that on her face, she was wearing a faint smile. Aren't you going to donate money to the army of the north? These spirit medicines and spirit stones are perhaps more valuable to them than money. Zhao Wanner continued. With regards to these spirit medicines and spirit stones, Zhao Wanner really didn't have much interest in them. In her family, these were all things she could get at her fingertips. She was born in the most prominent family in Kyoto, enjoying the most superior resources since her childhood, surrounded by talented and brilliant top geniuses. Growing up in such an environment, she had, naturally, developed a superior arrogance and tended to be dismissive of others on the sidelines. However, this journey, meeting and traveling with Li Yaobai, had quietly changed Zhao Wanner's worldview. She gradually realized that she was the real frog at the bottom of the well, and that the sky she had seen was but a square inch. The world, it turned out, was so vast and boundless, and she, herself, was so small. And now, she had a new role model, someone she truly admired. The teenager in front of him had completely conquered himself. Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing that Li Yaobai had been staring at her, Zhao Wanner's face couldn't help but flush with a shy blush. She lowered her head, her voice thin as a gnat. Li Yaobai, however, smiled faintly. How could he not see Zhao Wanner's change and growth? What Zhao Wanner had just said was exactly what he was thinking. The Northern Territory Army was perennially short of resources, and these spirit medicine and spirit stones were even more important than money to those brothers. Of course, Li Yaobai definitely had to keep some of it for himself. At this moment, in Li Yaobai's heart, only then did he truly have a change of heart towards this big miss. The two men smiled at each other. It's all in the unspoken word. However, Li Yaobai soon discovered a new problem. Although he had a space ring, it was only the size of a classroom, and it couldn't fit so many spirit pills and spirit stones. He frowned, a little overwhelmed for a moment, and Zhao Wanner seemed to have seen what was troubling him. With a slight smile, she flung her ruby bracelet, gouged one off, and shoved it into Li Yaobai's hand. Let this be your payment for saving me so many times. Zhao Wanner's voice was getting smaller and her face was getting redder and redder. Alright, go and collect all those spirit stones and spirit medicines. I'm going to take a rest here. Seeing Li Yaobai staring at himself in shock, she hurriedly turned around and stomped her feet, her pair of white and slender jade legs already coiled on the ground, looking playful and cute. Thanks. Li Yaobai wasn't a pretentious person, and he accepted with alacrity. With that, he picked up the ruby and released his spiritual energy to probe. At this glance, his entire body couldn't help but freeze. The space of this ruby spirit artifact was actually as big as a playground. He couldn't help but look once again at the necklace on Zhao Wanner's hand, which was studded with a dozen more rubies. Doesn't that mean that this guy is simply a mobile treasure trove? Why do you keep staring at me? Zhao Wanner couldn't help but snort coldly when she noticed Li Yaobai's gaze. No. Li Yaobai coughed awkwardly and hastily averted his eyes. Now is not the time for distractions. He turned around and then walked towards the spirit pills and spirit stones. Eyes are blinded by the light they give off. Thank you for nature's gifts. Although he didn't know when this mountain and sea mystic realm would collapse, Li Yaobai could clearly feel that the ground was constantly shaking. He had to hurry up and pocket these spirit medicine spirit stones as soon as possible. Chapter 152 Siege by Human and Demon Races. Immediately afterward, behind Li Yaobai, 5 figures of summoned spirits descended from the sky and landed in the palace. Since the space of this palace was simply unable to accommodate the 5 heavenly summoning spirits, Li Yaobai doubled their size. My lord, is it a fight? Lei Jinzi's wings twitched as he looked around, but he didn't find any enemy figures. No fighting. Help me move these spirit pills and spirit stones. Li Yaobai smiled and shook his head. It wasn't that he was making a big deal out of it, but it was because the amount of these spirit stones and spirit medicines were just too much, and it was really hard for him, alone, to move them all in a short period of time. As soon as the words fell, the expressions on the faces of the 5 summoned spirits became speechless to the naked eye. Emotionally, they're here to be porters. Kid, you're asking me, Li Bai, to move these flowers and plants? Li Bai pouted, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Grass and trees also have auras. This is also to help him. Shinnon patted Li Bai's shoulder and smiled gently. And Yufei and Zhong Kuei had already rolled up their sleeves. Lei Zhenzi, on the other hand, was flying haphazardly in the air above, his wind and thunder wings shaking, the power of wind and thunder splashing around. Instead of helping, he kept adding to the chaos. My lord, this efficiency of ours, isn't it top-notch? Top. You go back first. Holy Land. On the battlefield of the outermost palace, there was a sudden, violent shaking of the ground. The strength of this force was so strong that both parties could not help but stop the movements of their hands. Immediately afterward, a more violent vibration came. At that moment, the gate of the outermost palace collapsed. With the gate collapsing, the spirit stones and spirit medicines on the periphery of those palaces were also completely exposed to the crowd. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the spirit stones and spirit pills in front of them. A drastic scent of medicine and spiritual energy instantly filled the battlefield. They could no longer care about the enemy in front of them. The greed and longing in his heart was like a runaway wild horse that instantly broke through the bounds of reason. The human and demon races, almost at the same time, lunged towards those spirit stones and spirit medicines. Whoever grabs it is the one who gets it. People's eyes were so red that they were almost dripping blood, hissing as they pushed away their fellow clansmen around them and frantically stuffed the spirit medicines and spirit stones that were within their reach into their pouches. Fear that if you are a step slow, you will fall into the hands of others. Above the low altitude, the Black Mountain 9 fiends, who had just fought with Si Ling Yan and the others not long ago, also let out a sharp whistling sound. Little ones, grab for me, the one who grabs the most. Let Lord Warlord give you a great vanguard. To the ears of the demonic beasts, this is certainly the most moving call to arms. They had given up attacking the humans and turned to frantically sweeping the spirit stones and spirit medicines around them. Soon, the spirit stones and herbs on the periphery of these palaces were swept away by both the human and demon races. Si Ling Yan, the real treasure is in that centermost palace. In a shadow, the topless Mu Chun snapped. I need you to remind me? The pink-haired girl smiled coldly. At this time, Si Ling Yan had already manipulated that 5-element sacred beast and arrived in front of the main entrance of the central palace. At the same time, the Zhongshan-suited boy with the stranger's sword had killed his way over. Although they were still young, only 18 or 19 years old, their minds, however, were far more mature than their peers. They could tell at a glance that what was hidden in this central palace was the real treasure. That treasure that emits green light should be inside, Mu Chun said, then leapt out from the shadows of the two. The 3 top demons of the 3 legendary organizations were gathered together at this moment, and naturally, the Black Mountain 9 drakes could see the difference. They commanded the army of demons under their command and flocked to the other door of the center palace, forming a confrontation with Si Ling Yan and the others. The next moment, both sides began to bombard those 2 wide gates almost simultaneously. It was as if they had reached an understanding. Neither side interfered with anyone. The human race attacked the front gate, and the demon race bombarded the back gate. Whoever fights in first, the treasure is theirs. This battle for the treasure instantly reached a white-hot level. Almost at the same moment, the front and back doors of the center palace exploded into countless fragments that flew in all directions. However, as the eyes of the crowd penetrated the wreckage of the doorway, the sight that came into their eyes, however, made their scalps instantly numb, only to see that the medicinal garden that was originally supposed to be full of spiritual medicines was now empty, only leaving behind the soil that had been tumbled and pounded into a mess. And those shelves that had originally held spirit stones were now left with only bits and pieces of debris scattered all over the place. In the air, there was still a huge scent of medicine and spiritual energy. At the center of the palace, a teenager, sitting firmly on top of a large chair, and behind him stood a tall, fair-skinned young girl with delicate features. Time, as if it stood still in this moment. Everyone was frozen in place. Ahem, here we go. Li Yubai broke the silence with a faint smile. Rest for a while chanting. See for you guys tired. His tone held a hint of teasing. At this moment, he was not a participant in this fight, but a bystander. It was then that the human and demon races reacted at the same time. I can't believe it's you kid. The words. It was actually emitted by the Black Mountain 9 fiends and Mu Chun and the others at the same time. Chapter 153, Pushing by Steps. Si Ling Yan's gaze was locked onto the body of the teenager in front of him. Her face, even if it was usually as cold as ice and frost, at this moment, she couldn't help but be flooded with twisted ripples. Si Ling Yan never expected it. This teenager, whom she had never laid eyes on, would show up in the most unlikely of places. Could It really be that it's because he has a way to deal with those ancient evil spirits that he was able to be one step ahead of us? She frowned, speculating in her mind. But it doesn't make sense that within this holy land, there are no traces of those ancient evil things. Not to mention, he's also carrying a Junong 50+ level, almost no combat power girl. The gate of this center palace is even more tightly closed. How did he come in under our noses? At the moment, her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Si Lingyan couldn't figure it out. Mu-chan was even more puzzled. Are you kidding me? Are you doing magic here? Mu-chan roared, pointing his finger straight at the bland-faced Li Yubai. This is never possible. How could you possibly be here? There's so many of us. There's no way you can outrun us. Obviously. Mu-chan couldn't accept this reality. How the hell did he get in here? Mu-chan, who was topless and had his hair draped over his head, muttered furiously, and his face was even more gloomy and ironclad. So it was obvious that he had already exploded with anger. The treasures of the Spirit Clan's central palace were something he had coveted for a long time. And now, they had reached here with great difficulty. However, the treasure that was about to come into his hands was cut off by someone else right under his nose. Moreover, this person was still Li Yubai, who he had feuded with. How does that make him take it? Mo Shoyen, on the other hand, seemed unusually calm. He just coldly gazed at Li Yaobai. Although a trace of doubt and shock flashed across his face, he quickly returned to normal. Kid, did you take all those spirit people's treasures, as well as spirit stones and spirit medicines? Mu-chan gritted his teeth and roared again. I advise you to be sensible and hand over your things quickly. Upon hearing Mu-chan's threat, Li Yaobai, who was sitting peacefully on the big chair, however, only gently played with the concentric ring of 5 suns in his hand, a teasing smile on his face. There are so many of you, and who should I give to when I hand it over? For her? He let out a light laugh and pointed his finger at Si Lingyan at the very front. Then, Li Yubai's finger turned to Mo Shoyen again. Or is it for you? Finally, he turned his head to look at the group of demonic beasts in the rear, as well as the Black Mountain 9 fiends hovering low in the sky, and smiled playfully. Or does that give way to my demon friends behind me? And at this moment, those demonic beasts of the demon race that stood behind Li Yaobai were similarly frozen in place. This guy, wasn't it the same teenager who had pierced through the elite of their demon kingdom's first troop and killed 3 of their great vanguards that day in the ruined town with his own strength? How could it be him? For a while, the crowd of demonic beasts froze, and in their eyes, besides shock, there was also a hint of fear. Li Yaobai's deeds had long been rumored among the first troops of the illusory moon demon country. Nowadays, every demonic beast in the first troop was deeply impressed by this teenager. On the low altitude, Boss Black Mountain looked at this familiar face with gloomy and complicated eyes. Last time in the ruined town, it was him who spoiled our demon kingdom's big event. Now, he's come back to screw up Lord Armsmaster's mission. Boss Black Mountain's eagle eyes stared at Li Yubai dead on, as if he wanted to penetrate him. This guy is really shady. Suddenly, the corner of Boss Black Mountain's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Kid, this mountain in Sea's secret realm is about to collapse. If you are willing to hand over the treasures of the spirit people, I can let my soldiers to protect you from death. What a joke! At that moment, Si Lingyan coldly hummed. We, the human race, will not believe your demon race's bull *********. After saying that, under her signal, that 5-element sacred beast soon surrounded Li Yubai. You, give me the thing and I'll keep you safe. Si Lingyan's voice was as cold as ice, but it carried an irresistible dominance. However, Li Yaobai was not a foolish person. Si Lingyan's words appeared to be negotiating with him, but in reality, it was a naked threat. The group of demonic beasts, under the order of the Black Mountain 9 fiends, also began to slowly approach Li Yubai in the center. In the air, the tension intensified. At this moment, the two of them, Li Yubai and Zhao Waner, were already tightly surrounded by the forces of the human and demon races. Countless gazes, deadlocked on that white-haired teenager's body. Brother Qin Dao, this time our harvest is really good. The quality of these spirit stones and spirit medicines are hard to find outside for thousands of dollars. At the very back of the crowd, Tang Yan and the others were talking in lowered voices. Yes, thanks to us following these people here. Otherwise this trip would really be considered a waste. With smug looks on their faces, the crowd talked and laughed as they approached the center palace. Since everyone else was in a hurry to go to the center palace to grab the treasures, they didn't have the time to scavenge those spirit stones and spirit medicines in the outer palaces. Therefore, Qin Dao and Tang Yan's group seized this gap and picked up the slack. It was only after they had pocketed each of these scavenged treasures that they thought of coming to the center palace to take a look. I heard that the treasures in this center palace are the real treasures in the mountain and sea mysteries. Yes, even if we can only get some of it, that's still a great chance for us. However, when they appeared here, the scene of swords drawn in front of them caused them to directly freeze. The crowd looked up and saw the teenagers surrounded by the group at a glance. How is this possible? When the crowd got a good look at the man's face, they couldn't believe their eyes. Captain Lee and Miss Wan-air, how did they appear here? Just as the crowd's brains were still short-circuiting and not reacting to all this, the passerby beside them had spoken. These two people, they actually looted the Spirit Clan's secret treasures, as well as all the spirit stones and spirit medicines in the central palace. So, we definitely can't let them go. As soon as the man's words fell, a wave of shock went through the hearts of the crowd. Two people, the treasures, all looted? Upon hearing these words, the hearts of the crowd pounded as if they had heard an unbelievable joke. Yet, the facts were before them, and they had to believe them. If Captain Lee and Miss Wan-air don't hand over the items, they'll have to face a siege from both the human and demon races? Tang Yan turned her head to look at Qin Dao. That's a given. Qin Dao skimmed his lips as a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. If it were me, I would never do such a foolish thing. Even if I get these treasures and can't keep them, I'm still giving someone else a favor? Upon hearing Qin Dao's words, the hint of jealousy and regret that had just welled up in the hearts of the crowd was only slightly alleviated. So right now, Captain Lee should be thinking about how exactly he should hand the stuff over. Chapter 154, Who Surrounded Who? However, even though the atmosphere was tense to the core, Li Yubai, who was on the big chair in the center of the palace, was still incomparably calm. Sorry guys. Suddenly, he spoke. I don't intend to share with you. You don't deserve it. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. You seek death. Mu Chun roared in anger, and his entire body instantly merged into the shadows of the ground. Immediately afterward, everything in the palace that had shadows transformed into sharp shadowy blades, which danced about in the air and attacked Li Yubai. Go! At the same time, Si Lingyan let out a delicate cry. That five-element sacred beast also launched a fierce attack. From their mouths, they instantly spat out thick tendrils of fire, and waves of churning water surged. Near Li Yaobai's feet, chunks of rocky soil interspersed with vines, wrapped in sharp golden awns, swept in his direction like a wild storm. These several attacks erupted almost at the same time. Their power was so strong that it actually caused the entire palace to vaguely tremble, as if it was about to collapse. Kid, even your kinsmen want to put you to death. This time, I'll see how you can escape. The Black Mountain boss smiled sinisterly and signaled the army of demonic beasts not to advance for the time being. There's a saying in the human race, the mantis catches the cicada, the yellow sparrow is behind it. But just as those attacks were about to all set fire on Li Yubai, the concentric ring of 5 suns on his wrist suddenly erupted with a dazzling black aura. In just a split second, 5 stern faces with teeth and claws were suddenly flung out around Li Yubai and Zhao Wan'er. They waved wildly in the air, their mouths emitting shrill, piercing cries. Although the faces of each of the severe ghosts were different, on them, they all carried a hauntingly evil aura that made people shiver. Vomit. Vomit. In just an instant, all of the crowd's ferocious attacks were mostly devoured by those 5 ghost faces, and the remaining half, even rubbing against the corner of Li Yaobai's coat, all blasted onto the palace wall. The smoke cleared. Looking at the unharmed Li Yubai, the crowd was completely confused. What the hell was that? Just now, just as the crowd was wondering in their minds, the aura on Li Yaobai's body suddenly skyrocketed. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura of spiritual energy came in like a tidal wave, continuously impacting everyone. Ju energy level 70. This can't be. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing this scene, Mu Chun's pupils contracted violently and his eyes glared as if they were about to bulge out of their sockets. This kid is just the same age as me. What makes him feel able to level 70? Mu Chun chanted unwillingly under his breath. I'm a core student of the Holy Temple. What makes him, a nobody, able to reach such a realm? Not only Mu Chun, even Imo Xiaoyan, who had just kept his cool, raised his stranger's sword at this moment and looked at Li Yabai in surprise. Who's this monster that's been bred in this house? However, Li Yubai didn't give them time to be shocked. In the next moment, in the center of the hall, right under the feet of the crowd, a huge blood-colored sundial totem tumbled out. Immediately afterward, behind the crowd, at the periphery of that 5 elements sacred beast, 5 dazzling rays of light shot up into the sky, like 5 pillars of the sky. plunging into the clouds. Boom! A loud bang came. The roof of the huge palace was rushed by these 5 rays of light, collapsing and shattering, with debris splattering and dust flying. The golden aura dispersed, only to see the purple-robed and golden-armored Yufei holding a silver spear, silently pestle aside, not angry. The white aura dispersed, carrying a sword intent that went straight into the clouds. Li Bai stood with his sword, his eyes indifferent. As the purple aura dispersed, the wind rose and thunder roared, and Thunder Jinzi's wings spread out, his body hanging in mid-air, his eyes flashing with rays of thunder. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing sound of swana kept blowing in the space around them. An ink portrait popped down in mid-air, and Zhong Kuei broke out of the painting, holding a ghost-sapping sword and stepping on black clouds. As soon as Zhong Kuei appeared, his gaze, as if a hunter had met his prey, was firmly fixed on that black mountain 9 fiends. The last red aura dissipated. The 3-legged giant tripod smashed down in the air, and Yen Dishan Gnome stood steadily beside Liu Bai. The birth array. Everything is born. Deadly formation. Broken-hearted bitterness. As soon as his body fell, he chanted softly under his breath. Soon, at the feet of Liu Bai, a large green formation and a large purple-black formation expanded at the same time, wrapping everyone in them, and the auras of the 5 divine souls were completely dispersed at this moment, without reservation. Seeing this scene, Si Lingyan, who was at the very front of the crowd, shook her entire body for a moment. She looked around incredulously. Why? Does he also have 5 summoned spirits? Moreover, all of them are the breath of JUE level 75. At this moment, Si Lingyan's expression could no longer be controlled, and she actually continued to twitch. Impossible. Si Lingyan is a legendary god-level talent, an existence above SSS level talent. This kid, how can he also be a god-level talent? Mu-chan already didn't know that this was the first time Liu Bai had refreshed his understanding. An unprecedented sense of shock and frustration crazily struck his heart. Divine gifts. Looking at the pink-haired girl in front of him, the corner of Liu Bai's mouth hooked into a playful smile. Even if it's a god-level talent. So what? Hearing Li Yaobai's words, Mu-chan had completely broken his defense. It was all supposed to be within his grasp. But what made him break his defenses even more was that at this moment, the human and demon races had already been surrounded by Li Yaobai's 5 summoned spirits. Even Si Lingyan's 5 elements same beast was only half as tall in front of the opponent's 5 summoned spirits. Guys, something's not right with this kid. The Black Mountain boss was likewise the first to react. He always felt that Li Yaobai's bearded summoned spirit had a deep killing intent towards them. You don't think you can surround all of us here with just these 5 summoned spirits of yours, do you? Mu-chan quickly calmed himself down. After all, they were outnumbered here, and there was a demon race watching from the opposite side. So even if this brat was stronger, he couldn't possibly be a match for a group of people. Of course not. If you have help, I naturally have help. Just then, the concentric rings of the 5 suns on Liu Bai's wrist suddenly floated into midair. At the call of that bracelet, there suddenly came from all directions a cry of a stern ghost that made one's heart tremble. Those ancient evil spirits on the outskirts of the Holy Land were actually called here in droves. Spurred on by that bracelet, they lunged madly towards the center palace. Why can he control those ancient evil things? It was only when they saw the figures of those ancient evil spirits that the Black Mountain 9 fiends became truly alarmed. As the saying goes, the devil's chi devours each other. Their bodies, which were originally demonic chi refined doubles, would have unimaginable consequences if these ancient evil creatures attacked them. And all of this was a discovery that Liu Bai had just made. This concentric ring of 5 suns, once fused with those 5 ghosts, becomes the remote control of this holy place. On this bracelet, he could sense the hundreds and thousands of ancient evil spirit auras on the outskirts of the Holy Land. This all happened too fast. At the moment, a problem, suddenly in front of the crowd. Now, who's really surrounding who? Chapter 155, Crushing. Just then, Liu Bai suddenly waved his hand. All the divine souls instantly understood. The first to do so was Zhong Kuei. With a flash, he had already carried the ghost-slashing sword in his hand and violently rushed towards the Black Mountain 9 fiends in the group of demonic beasts. And following Zhong Kuei were those crazy ancient evil spirits. They plunged headlong into the group of demonic beasts, tearing and biting frantically to devour all of the demonic aura on these demonic beasts, with those evil spirits tearing at them. Soon, the army of demonic beasts collapsed into black flesh and blood. A miserable scene. The 9 demonic chi giant eagles were even more evasive, fearing that those evil spirits would get a little bit of themselves, as they circled in the air, letting out hissing sounds of terror. Demonic evil. Where to go? At this moment, Zhongkuei's voice rang out like thunder beside the 9 fiends, carrying the ghost-slaying sword. His figure was like electricity as he stopped in front of the 9 fiends. Where is this lunatic from? We didn't hit that kid. You find them. Seeing that those evil spirits were about to pounce on them, the Black Mountain 9 fiends had no choice but to harden their hearts in battle with Zhongkuei. But soon, they realize, facing this black-faced big man in front of them, their bodies, in fact, could not stop trembling, and at that moment, with a wave of Zhongkuei's finger, the 3 tokens around him had already firmly encircled the demonic chi detachment of the Black Mountain 9 fiends. It's over. These are the last words of the 9 deadlies of Montenegro. At the same time, the remaining 4 summoning spirits also attacked the crowd on the front. Although Si Lingyan was able to manipulate that 5 elements sacred beast to resist, Li Yabai's summoned spirits had already crushed them by 10 levels in level. In a split second, the deadly formation at Shin Nong's feet violently erupted into a burst of poisonous mist, instantly obscuring the crowd's vision. Immediately after that, their bodies gradually began to go numb, and at the same time, Yufei's leeching springs gun had already crossed above mid-air. Spinning continuously, the huge silver spear shot out a trail of gun shadows, thrusting out a dense forest of guns at the feet of the crowd in the mist. Li Bai, use that move, Yufei shouted at Li Bai. You mean, our hot combo technique? Li Bai sniffed and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Talk properly. Yufei shook his head helplessly. Under the forest of guns, just as the crowd was panicking, in the surrounding space, a Dao of diluted sword chi suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and they intertwined and collided in the air, emitting a burst of crisp sword sounds. Immediately afterward, a majestic sword intent crushed straight over, and the crowd was immediately unable to move. Shangshi Chang'an, Li Yubai swung the long sword in his hand. Those fine sword chi instantly exploded and boomed, transforming into a dazzling sword aura that spread out in all directions. The poisonous mist dispersed. On the field, only 3 figures remained. Si Lingyan, Mu Chun, Mo Shouyan. The rest of the crowd, all of them, had already been shaken out and collapsed unconscious on the ground. What about me? Do I have any combos? Lei Zhenzi hung in midair, his figure transforming into a purple electric light. Sorry, you don't have a partner yet. Li Bai took a sip of his wine and gave a laugh to the heights, and in response, he was met with a helpless roar of thunder and lightning. Kid, you can't be too arrogant. Mu Chun hissed. His figure had become one with the shadows. However, just as he was about to attack Li Yubai again, an angry, thick thunderbolt had ruthlessly struck the shadow that Mu Chun had transformed into. That thunderbolt came from none other than Lei Zhenzi. However, Lei Zhenzi still didn't seem to be relieved of his anger, and immediately after, the wind thunder golden stick in his hand emitted a burst of electricity, and several more thunderbolts wildly blasted up. Under the bombardment of these crazy thunderbolts, Mu Chun's shadow kept flickering, trying to dodge these terrifying thunderbolts. However, it was as if Lei Zhenzi's thunder and lightning had a spiritual nature, always able to accurately find his position, leaving him nowhere to escape. Within the palace, but wherever there were shadows, they were all split to pieces by that thick lightning. Finally, under the constant bombardment of thunder, in an inconspicuous shadow, the charred Mu Chun, like a piece of burnt wood, fainted in front of the crowd. On the other side, Mo Shouyan, seeing that the situation was not good, had already rushed towards Li Yubai with his stranger's sword. However, under that constant blast of thunder, his hands went numb. The heavy sword also fell to the ground with a bam sound, making a clear ringing sound. As for Si Lingyan's 5 elements sacred beast, after enduring Li Bai's sword chi bombardment, it was already seriously injured. Under these lightning strikes, they couldn't hold on any longer and turned into dots of fluorescent light that dissipated into the air. At this moment, the entire battlefield was plunged into dead silence. Only the sound of thunder and lightning roaring echoed. The moment that 5 elements sacred beast disappeared, it was as if Si Lingyan's brain was slammed by an invisible force, instantly sending out a sharp twinge of pain. The pink-haired girl, who had always been as cold as ice, completely collapsed under this severe pain and fell to her knees in agony. She clasped her hands to her head and wailed helplessly. In a trance, Li Yubai slowly walked over, and Si Lingyan, who was kneeling on the ground and whose consciousness had already blurred, fell headfirst into his lap. Li Yubai reached out his palm and gently cupped the other party's head, and then, he leaned over and smiled gently in Si Lingyan's ear. Treasure hunting is a fool's errand. After saying that, Si Lingyan was heavily thrown to the ground by him, and her body tumbled several times on the ground before she finally stopped. The moment Si Lingyan's dignity and pride was completely trampled on. She was on the ground, not moving. Chapter 156, Collapse of the Secret World. At this moment, Si Lingyan and Mu Chun were already completely unconscious. On the side of the palace, Mo Shoyan, dressed in a black Chinese mountain suit, was kneeling down with a stranger's sword in his hand, breathing roughly. Your strength, indeed, should not be underestimated. He gasped and opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. But I still have to advise you not to act rashly against her. The forces behind her are not something you can mess with. Before the words left his mouth, he coughed heavily again. Obviously, he had also paid a small price in the fierce battle just now. Instead, Liu Bai smiled bashfully as he moved his mind and slowly withdrew the 5 divine souls behind him. Now in this situation, do you think you are still qualified to threaten me? I certainly don't have the qualifications. Mo Shayan smiled bitterly. He tried to struggle to his feet, but the tingling sensation that came from inside him left him helpless. I'm just kindly reminding you that the divine realm is definitely not a power you can afford to mess with. Your talent, it is indeed amazing, but in the divine realm, such a talent can only be considered ordinary. Mo Shayan's words instantly attracted Liu Bai's attention. What do you mean by that? Now, Liu Bai did want to understand what kind of demonic beings existed in the 3 legendary top organizations in China. As far as I know, the divine realm only accepts awakened who are gifted in the top summoning lineage. Mo Shayan didn't hide it and began to slowly explain. Among the newcomers in this year's session, there are a full 20-odd divine grade summoning department talents like Si Lingyan. What's more, there are also past divine summoning department talent awakeners. None of their summoned spirits are legendary holy beasts, divine beasts, or even gods. Speaking of which, Mo Shayan's eyes were incomparably bitter. The reason why freshmen like us come to this mountain and see mysterious realm is not because of how demonic our talents are. Rather, it is because, among the freshmen of the 3 major organizations, we are the existence of the bottom. So we want to come here to look for the chance. After saying that, Mo Shayan finally stood up. He gently stroked his stranger's blade. What's 5 summoning spirits? In the divine realm, the most terrifying geniuses I've seen even possess 12 summoning spirits. He paused. And when he saw Liu Bai's face change slightly, he continued, there are as many summoning department geniuses in the divine domain as there are people. And among them, there's even a supreme demon who reached the king realm level at the age of 18, shortly after awakening his talent. And such demons are countless in the other 3 major organizations. In the end, Mo Shayan's gaze, deeply locked on Liu Bai, spoke in a heavy tone. Now, you know how scary these organizations are? Mo Shayan's words were like a heavy hammer that directly struck Liu Bai's heart. He was in deep contemplation. 18 years old, just awakened his talent, and he has already reached the king realm? Divine summoning lineage talent. 12 summoning spirits. He had originally thought that his cultivation speed, his talent, had already stood on the ceiling of the awakened. But the other man's words made him finally understand. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward the waves of the past. In this world, there was no shortage of geniuses and demons. His vision, all along, had been too limited, looking at the whole country, and this part of the north, after all, was still too small. Just as he was deep in thought, underneath the feet of the crowd, there was a sudden, unprecedentedly violent vibration. Under this intense shaking, the entire palace of the Holy Land began to sway violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Immediately after that, the surface of the center palace also began to collapse, and cracks appeared in the ground. Just a moment ago, the fierce battle between Liu Bai and the crowd had blasted the ground here to pieces, and it was all the work of Thunderclap. Night White, the mountain and sea secret realm is going to collapse. Zhao Wanner's anxious voice rang in her ears, and she hurriedly came closer to Liu Bai, tugging on his arm tightly. Let's get out of here. If we're late, we'll be too late. She prodded, with a word of caution. As long as you release the Firefly order that you carry with you, you will be transported back to your original starting point by the mountain and sea mysteries. Hearing Zhao Wanner's reminder, Liu Bai then hurriedly pulled out the green firefly from his arms. Although I lost to you this time, the next time we meet again, I will never lose so easily. In the violent shaking, Mo Shayan was unsteady and could only barely lean against the wall for support. He took a breath and continued. Have you heard of it? The Peak Ascension Conference of the Martial Dao City in the Central Plains of Yuzhou? The rewards of this conference are extraordinary, and when the time comes, some of the true demonic figures of the 3 major organizations will head there. If you want to know how you stack up against them, I want you to be there. Mo Xiaoyan stared closely at Li Yaobai, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If you're interested, 3 months later, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, I'll see you in Marshall Wei City. As soon as his words fell, an even more violent vibration once again came from the mountain and sea mystic realm. Li Yaobai looked deeply at the other party. With that, he released the fireflies from his hand. In the next moment, a dizzying sensation of heavenly rotation hit him, and his consciousness instantly became blurred. In the center palace, only the young man with the stranger's sword remained, standing alone. A cold wind slammed into the air. Li Yaobai opened his eyes again. He realized that he had returned to Fei Xiadu, and lying beside him was Zhao Waner, who had also been teleported back. Miss Waner, Captain Li, we're here. In a trance, an enthusiastic female voice came. That familiar voice was none other than Tang Yan. After the battle between Li Yaobai and the crowd ended, they ran back nimbly, and behind Tang Yan was the grim-faced Qin Dao, as well as Li Haoyu and his group. However, in the face of Tang Yan's warm greeting, Li Yaobai paid no attention to it, completely ignoring the line of people and instead looking down to immerse himself in his thoughts. Immediately afterward, around the crowd, students from the 4 major academies in Kyoto also returned one after another. The leader was still Su Yue and Chenli and Wang Han. They had witnessed the entire battle between Li Yaobai and those people. Because of the previous lesson at the Flying Gap Ferry, they were naturally clear in their hearts about Li Yaobai's strength. Therefore, these people did not rush up at the first opportunity to participate in the fight for that center palace treasure. And because of that, they got away with it. When the 3 saw Li Yaobai standing in the center, they immediately walked over quickly. What? You guys are coming for the treasure? Seeing the 3 of them walking towards him, Li Yaobai coldly grunted. We're red-eyed, but we're not stupid. Su Yue was the first to speak, and immediately afterward, she passed the 3 cards to Li Yaobai. Even though you got the big head, it's not like we didn't get something out of it. This is the money we paid for the quota, and since we promised you, we naturally won't renege on our debt. Chapter 157, Farewell. Seeing Li Yaobai accept it, Su Yue raised her eyebrows and smiled, a hint of cunning flashing through her eyes. I don't know how that sister of mine found a freak like you, after flirting with a sentence. Immediately afterward, Su Yue pulled out another exquisite badge from her bosom and stuffed it into Li Yaobai's hand. This is our pass from the Heavenly Pivot Academy. In the future when you come to the capital, the doors of the Heavenly Pivot Academy will be open for you at any time. This sentence, Su Yue said with incomparable sincerity. Seeing this scene, Qianli, who was on the side, directly froze. He looked at Su Yue with wide eyes and an incredulous face. Su Yue, what do you mean? Live enrollment, huh? Although Qianli was usually big-headed, at this moment, he had keenly captured Su Yue's intentions. They all understand. The talent and strength of this teenager in front of him was even better than those top geniuses in the academy. If they could pull such a talent into their academy, or even into their family's service, it would be a great joy for them. Thus, Qianli also pulled out his badge without showing any weakness and handed it to Li Yaobai. This is the badge of our Tianchen Academy. Although, I see that you are very unpleasant, but do not fight. In the future you to Kyoto, remember to come to Tianchen Academy to find me. Saying that, Qianli proudly patted his chest. What do you two mean? Seeing that both of them had thrown out olive branches to Li Yaobai, Wang Han, who was on the side, looked at the 2 of them with a gloomy and embarrassed face. It doesn't mean anything. Su Yue pouted. Yeah, it's no big deal. Just making friends. Qianli touched his head and smiled sarcastically. Wang Han was likewise not stupid, although he had a beef with Li Yaobai. The other party's strength and talent forced him to take a fresh look. In the end, with great difficulty, he pulled out a badge from his pocket and laid it in Li Yaobai's hand. This is the badge of Tianhua Academy. If you want to come, you can call me. His tone was a little reluctant, but more than that, it was one of helplessness and recognition. After saying that, Wang Han swallowed his saliva and turned around to leave. Soon, the other 2 waves of teams also left the Flying Gorge Ferry one after another. Tang Yan and his party, on the other hand, gazed at Li Yaobai with dull eyes, their hearts bursting with mixed feelings. Seeing the scene of Li Yaobai being pulled in by the other 3 major academies, their hearts were incomparably complicated and bitter. Originally, this opportunity to befriend Li Yaobai should belong to them. However, in the mountain and sea mysteries, they didn't trust Li Yaobai. And now, seeing Li Yaobai's cold attitude towards them, the hearts of the crowd were a bitter one. Just as the crowd was in a sullen mood, Zhao Waner's hand suddenly flashed with red light. She excitedly pulled out 3 King Realm level spirit weapons, an ancient bronze sword, a bronze bell filled with mysterious runes, and a crystal clear emerald bracelet. Although these 3 spirit weapons were plainly styled, they exuded a rich aura of King Realm level spirit power. The crowd's expressions froze once again when they saw these 3 spirit weapons. She actually obtained King Realm level spirit weapons, and 3 of them at that. The crowd's pupils shrunk violently, and their hearts were more than wildly shaken. King Realm level spirit weapons were already not easy to refine, and the raw materials required were even more complicated and difficult to find. Spiritual weapons of this level were usually only possessed by those top-tier lineage families. For Tang Yan and the others, being able to possess a King Realm spiritual artifact was something they only dared to dream about. Seeing Zhao Wan'er's gains, Tang Yan had completely broken his defense. There was even more remorse in the hearts of the people. Although they had also obtained some treasures, they were nothing compared to Zhao Wan'er's. If they could have another chance to choose, they would definitely follow Li Yaobai without hesitation. However, there are no pills of regret in the world, and that mountain and sea mysteries will not be opened again in the future. At this moment, Qin Dao, however, secretly glanced at Li Yaobai and speculated in his heart. Since Wan'er has obtained 3 King Realm spiritual artifacts, then this kid must have obtained quite a few good things as well. Li Yaobai did not reveal the treasures he had obtained. However, the crowd was able to sense the aura of spiritual energy that had skyrocketed in his body, and based on that alone, they could guess that Li Yaobai's harvest was definitely not trivial. Wan'er, congratulations. It was then that Tang Yan squeezed out a smile and congratulated with a jealous look on her face. However, Zhao Wan'er was looking at her coldly and didn't say a word. Clearly, Zhao Wan'er was still angry about what happened before. Seeing this, Tang Yan could only smile awkwardly. She knew that she might have to lose this $1,000 best friend of the Zhao family. Sundown. The foot of the Flying Gap Ferry. That teacher Han looked at Li Yaobai with a blank face, the corners of his mouth trembling slightly as if he had seen a ghost. What is this? This? It's only been 2 days. How come the aura of spiritual energy in your kid's body is almost catching up with mine? You have to know that he is a King Realm powerhouse. Did this kid eat hormones to cultivate? You Ju can level 70? Teacher Han's eyes widened as he kept scanning and observing the teenager in front of him, with a look as if Li Yaobai was some rare species. This rocket-like cultivation speed of the other party was simply unacceptable to him. In the face of that teacher Han's question, Li Yaobai just waved his hand lightly. Well, it was just a fluke. Right now, he didn't have the slightest bit of pride in his heart. On the contrary, Mo Sheyan's words still echoed in his heart that he still had a long way to go. Compared to the demonic geniuses in this world, Li Yaobai knew that he still had a lot of room to grow. Just then, Zhao Wan'er slowly walked over. I'm going back to Kyoto. She spoke softly, her eyes a little flustered, as if hiding her inner dismay. Zhao Wan'er looked at Li Yaobai, those eyes flickering, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. If you're free in the future, remember to come to Kyoto to play with me. Li Yaobai nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. However, just at the moment he turned around to leave, Zhao Wan'er looked like she had suddenly made up her mind about something. She jumped up violently and gave Li Yaobai a light kiss on his cheek. This suddenness froze Li Yaobai. He felt the lingering warmth on his cheeks, and an unnameable warmth welled up in his heart. He understood the young girl's feelings, but Li Yaobai knew very well that the road he was going to take was a very long and arduous one, so he was destined to be alone. And the scene. It happened to be watched by Qin Dao, who was on the sidelines. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white from overexertion, veins exposed beneath his skin. Qin Dao's heart had broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Originally, he had come on this trip because he wanted to salvage some treasures and get closer to Zhao Wan'er in the process. However, now that the treasures hadn't fetched much, even the opportunity that was about to come to hand was easily taken away by Li Yaobai. Qin Dao clenched his teeth tightly, and his face had darkened into a terrifying gloom. At this time, Li Yaobai's figure had already faded away. The silhouette of the teenager blended into the afterglow of twilight. The setting sun spilled down, gilding him with a golden aura. See you around. The teenager waved his hand, his voice clear. With that, he rose up with his sword and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the sky. Chapter 158 Angry Three-Eyed Raven. The border of the Phantom Moon Demon Kingdom. Endless forest. Deep within the frontline camp, an ancient hut stood tall, contrasting with the rugged and majestic architectural style of its surroundings. Although this wooden house was simple in shape and not overly carved, it was built in the most central location of the demon race's camp. And the soldiers of the surrounding demon race didn't dare to approach this area easily, because here, It was precisely the residence of the illusory Moon Demon Kingdom's first military division, the Three-Eyed Raven. At this moment, outside the door of that quaint wooden house, 9 huge black giant eagles were standing still with their eyes closed, like 9 silent puppets, emitting a pressure that could not be ignored. Suddenly, 9 strands of cold demonic chi cut through the sky. Those strands of demonic chi shot into the brows of the 9 giant eagles. At the same time, the 9 giant eagles, almost at the same time, opened their sharp eyes. They are none other than that Black Mountain 9 Furies. What happened? Inside the cabin, the bemused voice of the Three-Eyed Raven came slowly. Hearing this voice, the Black Mountain 9 Furies looked at each other in disbelief, and for a moment, they didn't know how to open their mouths. The leading Black Mountain boss looked at his 8 brothers, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but in the end, he made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and stepped into the cabin. He looked around. In this wooden house built by the demon race, there were even artifacts of human life everywhere. This is a unique hobby of the Three-Eyed Raven. Although he was a demon, he lived in human form for years, and the hobbies of the Three-Eyed Raven were no different from those of a human. Master-at-Arms, see the figure in front of you. The Black Mountain boss lowered his head at once. After holding his tongue, he still didn't dare to speak. Mission failed? Sitting in front of the chess table, the Three-Eyed Raven wore a black robe, the feather fan in his hand gently swaying, his tone calm. He was playing against himself with white in one hand and black in the other. Master-Arms Master, you know it all already? Boss Black Mountain scratched his head. His tone was one of greater shame. Look at you. What good news can there be? After a long time, a scent of tea drifted by. Are you saying that I gave you thousands of demonic beast armies, plus your 9 brothers' demonic chi detachments, and then you were cut off by a little brat in the secret realm of the mountain and the sea, with no grain? Although the Three-Eyed Crow's tone was flat, at this moment, his hand holding the chess piece was already trembling slightly. Yes, at this moment, the head of the Black Mountain boss had been knocked firmly to the ground. Not only is there nothing to be gained, moreover, apart from your 9 brothers' demonic chi detachments, thousands of demon warriors from my demon kingdom were all buried there. Is that right? Speaking of which, the chess piece in the Three-Eyed Raven's hand had shattered into powder. I'm not doing my job well. I beg for punishment from the military division. This time, the mission of the Mountain and Sea Mysteries is something that Lord Military Master has repeatedly instructed. The secret treasure that came out of that spirit people. It even contains the secret of creation. Now, their 9 brothers, not only nothing to get, the army also sacrificed. Boss Black Mountain knows. This time, it's going to be hard for him to escape. And the Three-Eyed Raven took a sip of tea. He whispered to himself, I have lost 2 games. Is it hard to escape the fate of an old enemy after all? Just then, outside the door of the cabin, another announcement came. Lord Warlord, General 9-Headed Lion seeks an audience. Enter. Soon, outside the door of the wooden house, a 9-Headed Lion walked in with a gloomy face. That expression was the same as when Boss Black Mountain had just entered the wooden house. Master-at-Arms. The 9-Headed Lion sank his head and whispered. This familiar line and tone of voice caused the Black Mountain boss on the side to frown. He shouldn't. Boss Black Mountain prayed frantically inside. I pray that this 9-Headed Lion will not say any more news that will put the Lord Warlord in a bad mood. But soon he was disappointed. Lord Warlord, your account of the medicinal garden and the pagoda. Speaking of this, the 9-Headed Lion kept gulping. Say, at this moment, the Three-Eyed Crow no longer had any more interest in playing chess, and his ancient and unperturbed expression finally produced a hint of distortion. Master Warlord, your medicinal garden in the underground base, as well as that pagoda, have all been ransacked. The 9-Headed Lion finally mustered up the courage to say it in one breath. Pop! As soon as he spoke, the chess table in front of the Three-Eyed Crow exploded into powder. Is this true? The pupils of the Three-Eyed Crow were like burning flames, and the vertical pupil between those eyebrows was in a non-stop trance. True, the voice of the 9-Headed Lion had been as thin as a mosquito fly. All the spirit medicines in that underground medicine garden, somehow, all turned into powder. And that pagoda is even more bizarre. I didn't even find a single dreg of spirit stone. Speaking of which, the 9-Headed Lion was about to cry. Originally, he thought he should have an easy time with this task. Isn't it just to help the Lord Warlord carry some things? It's always easier than that Black Mountain 9 fiends, exhausting themselves to go to the secret realm to seize the treasure. However, the moment the 9-Headed Lion stepped into that underground base, he completely froze. The sight before him made his jaw drop. As far as the eye could see, Blood splattered and the corpses of the demonic beasts were strewn all over the place. A miserable sight to behold. Within the medicinal garden, it was even ransacked. Not even a blade of grass was left behind. It's the thieves who enter this underground base. They also have to cry and carry back 2 bags of rice. At this moment, the face of a white-haired teenager snapped into view in the three-eyed raven's mind. It's him again. The three-eyed raven gritted its teeth and growled lowly. This little brat. How dare he bully me like this? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. And the feather fan in his hand was actually pinched hard into a ball of debris. I've actually beaten him in 3 sets. A sense of unprecedented frustration surged through him. He kept pinching his brow, trying to calm himself. After a long time, the three-eyed raven's low, hoarse voice came out, pass on my order. Go to war. Chapter 159, Further Development of the Heavenly Gothic Poison. China. Year 2024 of the Gregorian calendar. October has crept into the middle of the month. Fall is in full swing and temperatures are decreasing day by day. The earth was clothed in a cool veil. In this already bitterly cold climate of the northern land, the autumn wind added a bit of biting coldness. Streetwise, walkers have changed into heavy winter coats. Black Desert City in Longjiang Prefecture. Inside the military camp. Morning light, early dawn. Everything is still sleeping. At this time, a thin layer of frost quietly climbed the window. Deep in this quiet and solemn military area, inside a small, independent and exquisite room, a wide array of spirit medicines and spirit stones were being arranged. Under their influence, the entire room exuded a strong scent of medicine and spiritual energy. If there were outsiders who saw this scene, their jaws would have dropped and they would have been too shocked to speak, because any of these spirit stones and spirit medicines, taken out alone, were of a quality that was rare in the world and hard to find for thousands of dollars. And in the middle of the room, a teenager with a bare upper body and short white hair was staring with his eyes closed, his mouth exhaling gusts of hot air from time to time. The teenager's physique was incomparably robust and perfect, with smooth and powerful muscle lines, like the most exquisite carvings of an artist, containing terrifying strength. Beside him, the same circle after circle of superior quality spirit stones and spirit medicines surrounded him. Under the teenager's constant gulping, those spirit stones and spirit medicines were actually absorbed at an astonishing speed, turning into piles of tiny residue. Immediately afterward, he slowly moved to the other side of the spirit stones and spirit pills and continued his cultivation. Soon after, all of the spirit stones and spirit medicines in the room turned into flying ash, leaving only a residue on the ground. And this teenager who buried his head in cultivation was none other than Li Yaobai. To this day, 2 whole weeks had passed since that sensational mountain and sea mysteries incident. In these 2 weeks, Li Yaobai seemed to be isolated from the world, closing himself tightly in this small room, without stepping out of the door. The outside world has nothing to do with him. Wiped the sweat from his body, Li Yaobai looked at himself in the mirror. Nowadays, the aura of spiritual energy in his body had climbed to Ju energy level 75, and his 5 summoning spirits had also increased in strength, reaching Ju energy level 80. However, even with such an improvement, Li Yaobai did not reveal a look of satisfaction. He frowned slightly and smiled bitterly. Wasted so many spirit stones and spirit medicines to level up 5. In the next moment, Li Yaobai fell headfirst onto the bed in exhaustion, and his thoughts began to drift away involuntarily. Thinking back to the beginning of September, he awakened his second talent in the city of Jinhai, and then, all the way uprooted to the north. This back and forth is exactly a month and a half from the current mid-October. It's been a month and a half. He had already cultivated from Ju energy level 1 to Ju energy level 75. Such an achievement is certainly something to be proud of and be proud of in the eyes of onlookers. Even that is an incredible miracle. However, whenever Li Yaobai was secretly delighted in his heart, in his mind, he would always recall Mo Shoyan's words. In this world, is there really someone who just awakened their talent at the age of 18 and cultivated to the king realm? Li Yaobai closed his eyes and murmured in a low voice. In his mind, he had always been a very strong man. If he is going to do something himself, he is going to do it to the best of his ability, to his complete satisfaction. Previous lives role study. Role work. He gave a bitter laugh. I didn't realize that after a change of world, I still had to roll. Li Yaobai laughed to himself. At this moment, he remembered. In this room, his agreement with that old man Ji. He was going to participate in the Ascension Conference of the Central Yuzhou Martial Arts City. He, on the other hand, had only 3 months to prepare. Li Yaobai stretched out his fingers and silently pinched the date. 3 months later, that is, the first day of the new year. The pressure, like a mountain, weighed heavily on his heart, making Li Yubai gasp for air. People, the more they grow up, the more they are exposed to things, the more they realize how small they are, so they get anxious, they get scared that they are not strong enough. It's not that Li Yubai is a worrywart. Rather, he now finally realized that the amount of spiritual energy he needed to cultivate was simply too much, more than he could even imagine on his own. At this moment, within Li Yaobai's spiritual artifact space, only the precious 20-odd King Realm spirit medicines remained, as well as the 50-odd spirit medicines that were about to step into the threshold of the King Realm. They lie quietly in the soil cultivated by the divine farmer. As for the spirit stones and spirit medicines harvested in the mountain and sea mysteries, Li Yaobai had generously split them in half. Half of it is reserved for myself. The other half, Li Yaobai gifted to Su Mumu. Hopefully she could use those resources to strengthen those brothers in the Northern Army. However, 2 weeks passed. The half of the resources he had left for himself had now all been absorbed by him. Had I known I was a bottomless pit, I would have kept more for myself. Li Yubai sighed helplessly. Just then, Shinong's gentle voice sounded in his mind. What are you sighing for? To you, this is all normal. Your talent is inherently different from others, because you have to support the existence of us divine souls. Therefore, your spiritual power value is several times that of other awakened people of the same level. By the time you get to the later stages, your spiritual value will be 100 times 1,000 times theirs. So the further you get to the later realms, the more terrifying the amount of spiritual energy you need to cultivate and upgrade, the more terrifying it is. Hearing Shinong's explanation, Li Yubai waved his hand. Of course I know, it's astronomical. His first talent, which also requires psychic power to grow his mental strength, and the sundial totem to unlock the next summon spirit, also requires psychic power. 2 weeks have passed, and now, the scale of Li Yubai's sundial totem has gone to a quarter of the hour. It's getting harder and harder to unlock the 6th divine soul. There is also that heavenly gothic poison, has also been playing rogue in my body. Speaking of this, Li Yaobai's brain was already a mess. Speaking of this heavenly gothic poison, according to this period of time, this thing devoured the spirit power to project. This half a year's time, it will not even attack again. Shinong analyzed it in his head. But this thing is a bottomless pit just like you. It's going to get you later. But I've had an idea recently. According to what you said before, that old man surnamed G, a glance can see that the thing in your body is the poison of the heavenly gothic. But, if it is someone with ulterior motives, perceiving that thing, will definitely plot against you. Shinong's words, however, caused Li Yaobai's heart to tighten. All this time, he had ignored it. However, you can rest assured now that I have already used the divine farmer's tripod to hide its aura, and no one will be able to see that there is such a thing hidden within you. Only after hearing this did Li Yaobai let out a light breath. However, things are hard to predict, and it's a blessing in disguise. This treacherous thing can even lurk within your heart, and while it continues to devour your spiritual energy, perhaps, it also harbors certain unique and wonderful uses. Right at this moment, Shinong's words took a steep turn. I can teach you how to take the demonic energy of this object and skillfully incorporate it into your attacks, Shinong said slowly. The demonic chi of this object contains toxicity. With your current strength, if you can mix these demonic chi into your attacks, you will definitely be able to temporarily paralyze your opponent and interfere with the use of his or her spiritual energy, thus gaining the upper hand. Seriously, Li Yaobai couldn't help but exclaim in shock at his words. Regarding the horror of the heavenly gothic poison, as early as in the Devil's Cave, he had already had a profound experience. If you can combine your attack with the demonic aura of the heavenly gothic poison, plus the strong defense of that 5 suns concentric ring, this would undoubtedly be a huge enhancement to his battle power. True or false? You won't know until you learn from me. Shinong smiled amiably, and on his hand, a burst of poisonous mist suddenly rose, and Li Yubai suddenly understood. On his hand, a similarly poisonous mist rose. Only, this poisonous mist, instead of coming from Shinong's power, came from Li Yubai's heart, from the poison of heavenly gothic in the heart. Chapter 160, The Demon Race Goes to War. As the saying goes, one pass. If one law is universal, then all laws are universal. Under Shinong's careful guidance, coupled with Li Yaobai's strong spiritual power, he instantly comprehended the mystery of driving demonic chi and grasped the method of simply harnessing the poison of heavenly gothic. Just as Li Yaobai was immersed in joy, outside the door of the room, suddenly there was a soft knock on the door. Ha, knight? Li Yaobai's heart stirred and he quickly walked to the door. opening it while subconsciously asking, in these past 2 weeks, no one else would ever come into this room and disturb him again, except for his wonderful sister, Li Hanxiao. However, when Li Yaobai saw the face of the visitor, his face instantly stiffened. Commander Su. Su, the young girl in front of him had an extraordinary temperament, born with a flawless face and delicate features, and a head of silver hair that hung down to her waist like a waterfall. The person who came was none other than the commander-in-chief of the Central Theater of Operations, Su Mumu, and at this moment, Su Mumu was staring at him with wide eyes, frozen, and it was only then that Li Yaobai suddenly realized that he was, right now, still topless. Sorry. He smiled awkwardly and hastily took a few steps back and began to eagerly rummage through his clothing. No, it's fine. See the teenager's shyness. The corner of Su Mumu's mouth, however, hooked up a playful smile. Anyway, I've seen it before. She flirted, walking into the room as she spoke. What is it that Commander Su came to see me about? Li Yaobai got dressed. He casually leaned against the corner of the wall, as if the embarrassing scene just now hadn't happened at all. What exactly did you do in that mountain and sea secret realm? Why, my sister, who has always been cold to people, when she came home, she kept reciting you to me, and even, she said that she wanted me to take you back to the Su family. Su Mumu naturally sat on the sofa, a pair of jade legs slightly arched, her brows slightly knitted, her gaze fixed on the slightly flushed teenager in front of her. Li Yaobai muttered secretly in his heart. I punched her in the face. This, of course, he only dared to say in his heart. Me and her, just friendly friends. After saying that, Li Yaobai coughed twice in embarrassment. Well, the corner of Su Mumu's mouth turned away. I've also heard that Zhao Wanner of the Zhao family has also been asking about your recent situation here in the north recently. Also, recently the mailboxes of the Northern Army have suddenly exploded with a bunch of letters from Kyoto, pink envelopes with love hearts, all addressed to you Li Yaobai. Speaking here, Su Mumu's expression had gradually become stiff. Li Yaobai, you're really good. It seems that our Snow Wolf Force's Captain Li is not generally charismatic. No. It's all a misunderstanding. Li Yaobai hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Those letters? I didn't get them. However, as soon as Li Yaobai's words fell, Su Mumu smiled and looked at Li Yaobai. I confiscated all those letters. She gave Li Yaobai a blank look and continued to smile. What? Captain Li wants to see it? Then, welcome to my office. I'll watch it with you. That smile, incomparably stiff, carried a murderous intent. This scene scared Li Yaobai into a cold sweat. Don't look at the young girl's height, but in terms of strength, the other party was a solid King Realm powerhouse. King's Realm. One thought in this. Li Yaobai suddenly clenched his hands into fists. I must do my best to sprint to the King Realm as fast as I can. Just as his thoughts drifted away, Su Mumu suddenly shoved a card into Li Yaobai's hand. I don't know where you got so much money from, but everything you've done to the army of the north has been seen and remembered by everyone. What Su Mumu said. It was Li Nightwhite who made the donation to the army of the north. On that day, after he returned to the Northern Territory Army, the Zhao family quickly deposited the sum of 50 million Chinese dollars into the Northern Territory Army's account. However, unexpectedly, the Zhao family made 2 consecutive payments totaling 100 million Chinese dollars. And Li Yaobai also gave all the proceeds from his sale of the Mountain and Sea Mystery Realm quota to Su Mumu. He had sold nearly 40 Firefly order slots in the Mountain and Sea Mysteries, 20 million Chinese dollars per slot, and with the Zhao family's payment, it worked out to nearly 800 million Chinese dollars. In this world, the value of money was very different from Li Yaobai's original world. 800 million Chinese dollars was not an astronomical figure for the great families of the world. What's more, Li Yaobai was slaughtering the sons and daughters of the 4 major academies and 4 major families in Kyoto this time, so this money might be just a drop in the bucket for them. Seeing Li Yaobai's doubts, Su Mumu continued, but naturally, as your top man, I can't treat you poorly. In this card, there is 400 million. You keep it for yourself. Don't worry, I'll personally make it up to you for the 400 million. Su Mumu didn't give Li Yaobai a chance to refuse. She changed the subject directly. The spirit pills and spirit stones you provided are of very good quality. Oh no, I should say very good. She patted Li Yaobai's shoulder. Now, in this military camp, there isn't a single person who doesn't know your great name, Li Yaobai. Regarding this matter, Li Yaobai naturally knew it well, thanks to his generosity. Now, as soon as he stepped out of this room, he would be instantly recognized. Afterward, a group of soldiers would swarm around him, enthusiastically flanking him to the restaurant. And no matter what, they would treat Li Yubai to a meal. These soldiers were already struggling to make ends meet. The treat was the only way they could use to thank Li Yaobai. This simplicity and sincerity always gave Li Yaobai an inexplicable feeling in his heart. 2 weeks on, Li Yubai's reputation and prestige in the Northern Territory Army had reached a peak. Even the entrance of Li Zhongshi's hospital often inexplicably received all kinds of flowers. Seeing Su Mumu's strong attitude, Li Yaobai had to put away the card. Although the money, it didn't have much effect on his cultivation, but after all, when he went out, it was indispensable. Commander Su, you didn't come to me just to talk about these things, I suppose. Li Yaobai keenly noticed the anxiety between the young girl's brows and asked softly. Well, Su Mumu pondered for a moment and finally spoke. Three-eyed raven, it's on. At those words, Li Yaobai's heart snapped. What? The three-eyed raven is at war. Why am I just now learning about something so big? He let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly came closer to Su Mumu. It's not that I didn't want to tell you, but because they didn't think you needed to know in the first place. Su Mumu hesitated for a moment, but still said it. They, hearing this, Li Yaobai was even more surprised. Because of the last ruined town incident, the entire Northern Realm hierarchy is extremely concerned about the three-eyed raven. This time, the war is even more. Marshal Lin Jin personally sitting in command. Su Mumu explained. Marshal Lin Jin. For this name, Li Yubai was naturally clear. This was a figure that appeared in history textbooks. It could be said that without this marshal, there would be no current Northland army. That's why Marshal Lin Jin has formed a think tank that is specifically responsible for commanding this battle against the demon race. The decision not to let you know in the first place was also made by the think tank. Li Yaobai was getting more and more confused the more he listened. He himself was at least the captain of the Snow Wolf troop. The demon race had started the war, so why didn't they let themselves be informed in the first place? I'm not really sure. Su Mumu pouted. It seemed she was also dissatisfied with this decision. Who's in the think tank? At this time, Li Yaobai suddenly asked. There's Marshal Lin Jin, there's Adjutant Ji, and the heads of the other 2 war zones in the north. Oh, and General Qin Dao. Chapter 161, Goodbye Lin Jin. Qin Dao? Hear the name. Li Yubai's voice was distorted. What makes a guy like him a think tank? When Su Mumu heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. What? Do you have a problem with Qin Dao? That's right. I have a big problem with him, Li Yubai said back in an undisguised manner. In the line of the mountain and sea mysteries, Li Yaobai had long since seen the Qin Dao's nature, and he didn't think that Qin Dao was a god like the legends. But Qin Dao is the centerpiece of this command. Marshal Lin Jin holds him in high regard. Seeing this, Su Mumu frowned. Right now, everyone is rumoring that he is the only one who can fight against the three-eyed crow. Seeing Li Yaobai's gloomy face, she continued. Moreover, every time General Qin Dao appears at the front line, the three-eyed raven's demonic army will involuntarily retreat. Su Mumu paused for a moment. I think these rumors should not be empty. Although she didn't really know Qin Dao. However, a few days ago, she did witness with her own eyes the spectacular scene of Qin Dao commanding his soldiers, and with the power of one man, he actually scared off thousands of demonic beasts of the demon race. No, no, no. Hearing these words, Li Yubai hastily shook his head. At the moment, his mind was racing. Since the last incident in the ruined town, he then profoundly realized that three-eyed crow was definitely a ruthless and scheming being. Just the appearance of one man can make the three-eyed raven retreat? It's an absolute no-no. He always felt that this matter, from the inside to the outside, had an air of weirdness about it. Actually, I came here this time, but it is also the meaning of the think tank. At this time, Su Mumu glanced at the time and spoke in an urgent tone. It's not early. Come with me to the command room. However, Li Yaobai's face remained low. He nodded in silence. With that, he turned and walked into the room, putting on a clean white battlesuit. That was none other than the iconic uniform of the Snow Wolf troop. As he stepped out of the room, warm greetings from the soldiers came one after another around him. Hello Captain Li, do you want to go out to dinner tonight? However, in the face of the crowd's enthusiastic shouts, Li Yubai only nodded his head slightly in greeting. His heart was unusually heavy. There was always a sense of foreboding hanging over the mind. Step through the door of the command room. Li Yubai's gaze immediately swept around. The room in the command room was unusually wide, and the walls, covered with all kinds of electronic equipment, flashed with colorful light. In front of every seat, there was a soldier nervously operating an instrument. Their fingers, jumping rapidly on the keyboard, their eyes focused and nervous. Inside the command room, the atmosphere was incomparably oppressive, and the expression on everyone's face was unusually grave. And in the middle of the crowd stood an old man in plain green clothes, with dark skin and a thin figure, and at a glance there was no difference between him and an old farmer in the fields. However, when Li Yaobai looked into his eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Those eyes were gleaming as if they were the sunrise, transmitting an unspeakable essence. Around this old man were clustered officers, large and small, whose eyes were filled with respect and awe for this old man, not daring to take the slightest offense or slight. And among the group of officers, Li Yaobai saw two familiar faces. Lieutenant Ji, Qin Dao, he murmured. Although Li Yaobai's voice was weak, it seemed to have been keenly captured by that old man. Suddenly, the old man's pair of refined pupils instantly locked onto Li Yaobai's body. Seeing Li Yaobai, a warm smile instantly appeared at the corners of the old man's dry mouth. What a hero! How long has it been since I've seen you? And you've already grown to this point? This old man was none other than one of the 10 great marshals of the state of China, the true spokesperson of the northern realm, Linjin, Marshal Lin. Just as Li Yaobai was confused, the old man had come toward him. Hello, Marshal Lin. Seeing this, Li Yaobai respectfully saluted a military salute. Though his brain was already a mess, the old man's face, he still recognized. The old man's face, as in the textbook photo, was not that different, but he was puzzled. This legendary Marshal Lin, he hadn't met before, but listening to the other party's tone, it seemed as if he knew him. P.S. Right now, the time and the plotline, it's mid-October. It's synchronized with reality. Oh, it's just a parallel world. Ha ha ha. Because I have to code 3 chapters a day. The first 2 chapters have more words. The third chapter will have less words. But 6,000 words a day is definitely no problem. Mainly because the author has too little time to live. Chapter 162, Treating Spirit Stones as Food? After Li Yaobai finished his military salute, Lin Jin revealed a gentle smile and gently patted his shoulder. For Li Yaobai, this was the first time he had come into such close contact with such a high-powered big shot, and he was inevitably a little nervous. His heart pounded in his chest, and in the end, Li Yaobai gathered his courage and couldn't help but ask, Marshal Lin, you know me? In the face of Li Yaobai's doubt, Lin Jin laughed cheerfully. Of course I know you, Li Yaobai. In the ruined town, I was watching you the entire time, as well as this mountain and sea mystic realm. Your performance has always impressed me. Oh, by the way, the Zhao family and the Su family's family heads have also contacted me many times, asking me to send you to the Kyoto Military Academy to further your studies. It seems that they intend to snatch people from me. Speaking here, Lin Jin's words turned and his tone became even more cordial. This time, you've provided the Northern Territory Army with so many spirit stones and elixirs, and I'm still thinking about how I should reward you. With that, he shook Li Yaobai's shoulder again. How is it? Is the captain of the Snow Wolf Force still used to being a captain? When your strength reaches the King Realm, are you interested in becoming an army commander for fun? For some reason, the smile at the corner of Lin Jin's mouth never disappeared during the conversation with Li Yaobai. In his eyes, there was even an undisguised appreciation. Hearing Lin Jin's words, Li Yaobai came to a realization. It turned out that he had long been noticed by such a big man, and he could become this Snow Wolf captain, and it was probably also the other party's intention. In the face of Lin Jin's praise, Li Yaobai was still a little nervous, not knowing how to respond. He held his tongue for half a day. Thank you, Marshal Lin, for cultivating me. I don't need any rewards. I only wish to do my part for the human race. Lin Jin sniffed, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He gave Li Yaobai an affectionate look and said in a serious tone, Good boy. In the future, you will definitely be a sharp sword of my human race. Cultivate well. The future of the Northern Realm depends on you. After saying these words, this old man turned around and stepped into a hut, leaving Li Yaobai where he was. Just then, Ji Ming trotted over with a few joyful looks on his face. Night White, long time no see. Seeing the familiar faces, Li Yaobai's heart finally sighed in relief as he directly asked Ji Ming, Lieutenant Ji, what's going on here? Why didn't you tell me when the human and demon races went to war? Jimin had known the teenager would ask this. He paused and patiently explained. Night White, listen to me, do not let you know. Indeed there are our considerations. Your reputation in the military camp has far exceeded the original Baron. Everyone respects and admires you so much. What we are worried about is that if you knew that the human and demon races were at war, you would definitely be the first to rush to the battlefield. But that incident in Barong has already left us with a deep lesson, and we don't want to repeat it. If the demon clan uses you again to make an issue, it will definitely affect everyone's mentality and morale. Speaking here, Ji Ming looked deeply at Li Yaobai with complicated eyes. So, the think tank's arrangement for you is to stay put for the time being, because the battlefield, right now, really doesn't need you to make a move yet. Jimin pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled helplessly. This idea was actually proposed by Qin Dao. Seeing that Li Yaobai was still frozen, Ji Ming added a sentence. Qin Dao, is actually him? Li Yaobai frowned. For this reason, he expressed his understanding. The incident triggered by that baron had left an indelible shadow on all of them. That think tank, it should have considered the stakes, but this idea, surprisingly, was proposed by Qin Dao. This made him feel a little surprised. Qin Dao and himself had always been at odds. Li Night White can't figure out what kind of medicine is sold in the gourd of Qin Dao. He can be so kind. Just as Li Yaobai was pondering, Ji Ming's voice came again, interrupting his thoughts. The realms of most of the soldiers in the army are currently between Ju energy level 35 and 40. Generally speaking, the executioner's realm is the highest in each squad, starting at least at Ju energy level 40. But, speaking here, Ji Ming paused, a trace of a pleased smile appearing on his face. Because of those resources you provided, during this period of time now, everyone has made very obvious progress. Almost all of the soldiers, the minimum level has been raised to Ju energy level 40. After saying that, Ji Ming wrapped his arms around Li Yaobai. Your Snow Wolf squad, the average level is even between Ju energy level 45 and Ju energy level 60. The battle power is very strong. It's all because of you kid that the Northern Territory Army has such a fighting strength. Ji Ming's expression was unusually excited, and at the moment, he couldn't wait to kiss Li Yaobai hard. Patting Li Yaobai on the shoulder, he continued, I know you have a grudge and blame us for not telling you, but everyone is doing this for your own good. It's not that we don't believe you, even though your realm is only 50 plus levels of Ju energy. We've all witnessed your battle prowess with our own eyes. Ji Ming's words just fell. The teenager he was holding tightly in his arms suddenly erupted with an extremely strong aura of spiritual energy. At this moment, Ji Ming's smile froze on his face, and he violently pushed away the teenager in his arms as if he had seen a ghost. You Ju can be level 75? How is this possible? Ji Ming stuttered in his tone, and his glasses nearly slipped off the bridge of his nose and shattered on the ground in shock. He stared straight at Li Yaobai as if he was looking at a monster. Are you kidding? You kid, do you eat spirit stones like they're food? How is it possible to improve so fast? Ji Ming's impression of Li Yaobai was still stuck in a few weeks ago. He was puzzled and surrounded Li Yaobai, constantly circling. However, no matter how he looked at it, the aura of spiritual energy on Li Yaobai's body was so real and powerful that he couldn't afford to be half skeptical. In the end, Jimin helplessly accepted this fact. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner excitement. It's over. Old Blue's seat. It's going to be topped by your kid soon. Li Yaobai's growth speed had far exceeded his expectations, and this teenager's future accomplishments, I'm afraid, would be unimaginable to all of them. Lieutenant Ji, aren't you part of the think tank? What are you guys telling me about this now? Remembering Su Mumu's words, Li Yaobai asked again. Jimin smiled softly. It's like this. I invited you here this time because Xuetao and Sun Qingdu mentioned that you are quite knowledgeable about formations. So, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the layout of this battle. He paused, his expression becoming serious. I want you to help me see if there are any weird formations hidden in this layout like the last ruined town. After saying that, Ji Ming led Li Yaobai to the very front of the command room. Chapter 163 Layout. In the deepest part of the command room, a wide command desk was placed, and right next to it, a spacious and huge wall. On the walls, there were detailed maps of the layout of the war, as well as various marking models, and at a glance, one could gain an insight into the entire battlefield. In front of that huge map, standing silently were two middle-aged men. The middle-aged man on the left has thinning hair and a distinctive Mediterranean hairstyle that stands out in the light. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and his face was covered with thick scruff. At this moment, he was holding a cigarette, his brow furrowed, as if he was pondering something. The middle-aged man on the right, on the other hand, was not too tall, with a thin figure and a pale, haggard face, and he was wearing a pair of dark circles under his eyes, looking very tired. In his hand, clutching a thermos, he was similarly gazing at the map. Let me introduce. Ji Ming extended his hand and pointed to the middle-aged man with Mediterranean hairstyle. This is General Cui Yi from the Upper War Zone? Jizhou. Then, he turned to another middle-aged man with a slim figure. And this one, from the lower war zone, Liao Zhou, General Yu Wenhua. Hearing Jimin's introduction, both men nodded politely to him, and then their eyes fell on the teenager in front of them. Seeing Li Yubai's young age, the two of them immediately blushed and a trace of contempt flashed in their eyes. But soon, they returned to their normal state. This, I believe, is the newly promoted Captain Snow Wolf. They greeted each other politely. Even though there was some contempt for the other party in his heart, the surface work was still in place. Li Yubai wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these subtle changes in expression. He just nodded faintly in response. Night White, don't underestimate these two. Ji Ming reminded from the side. In the other two major war zones, they have commanded hundreds of battles each, and with an extremely high victory rate, they are the ones who are on par with General Wu Guang. With Ji Ming's introduction, Cui Yi and Yu Wenhua's eyes carried even more pride that could not be concealed. Just then, Qin Dao also walked over from the side. At this moment, the think tank formed by Marshal Lin Jin had finally arrived in full. Seeing Qin Dao's arrival, Cui Yi and Yu Wenhua's attitude instantly became enthusiastic. General Qin, you can be considered to have come. We have all been waiting for you. However, Qin Dao only smiled slightly and waved his hand as his gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on Li Night White. Captain Li, long time no see. How have you been? Well, Li Yubai responded coldly. Well, since everyone is already here, let these two explain to you what's been going on lately. At that moment, Ji Ming intervened, and he pulled Li Yubai and walked to the front of that map. Upon hearing this, Cui Yi nodded as he pointed his finger towards a certain location on the map and slowly spoke. A week ago, the demon race began to frequently harass our borders, and at first, they only created a series of skirmishes, attacking civilians and destroying buildings and good land. At the time, we weren't overly nervous and only sent a small number of troops to intercept and expel. But then, gradually, we realized something was wrong. The demonic beasts on the border are growing in strength and size. This is clearly not an unusual harassment. Cui Yi's tone became grave as he said this. We then began to suspect that this was the three-eyed raven about to start another new move. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Wenhua, who was on the side, went on to add, the situation behind us is really not what we expected. At the first time the demon race appeared with a large number of troops, we spotted the three-eyed crow's figure on the battlefield. Thanks to General Qin's command in that conflict, we managed to repel the demon race. After that, the three-eyed raven launched another large and small infestation, a total of 3 times. Each time, we managed to repel the demon race under General Qin's command. After the two finished speaking, they suddenly turned to look at Qin Dao, their eyes filled with appreciation and admiration. At that moment, Jimin also reached out and pointed at the map. The weird thing is, we found out that all of the demon race's actions have targeted the central war zone, while the other two states have not moved at all. All of the large-scale troop strength and tactical arrangements are all focused on us. This is clearly a war of the demon race against Black Desert City. He paused and continued. So, we suspect that this is the three-eyed crow learning that Qin Dao is here and wanting to target him, thus eliminating his opponent. Therefore, Marshal Lin has especially established a think tank. And all of this is deployed both to protect the security of the Black Desert City and to prevent the three-eyed crow from trying to pull off another heavenly conspiracy. Hearing this, Li Yaobai had completely understood. However, what he doesn't understand is this. When he was in the ruined town and the underground base, he personally felt the means of that three-eyed raven, and the depth of that guy's mind was far from being comparable to any other person. Was he really that easily repelled by someone like Qin Dao? In the past few days, the demon race has made new movements in 3 places, and this time, we have found more demon race troops than ever before. We suspect that the three-eyed raven is about to make a new big move, Ji Ming said with a gloomy expression. In order to be cautious, after making a general layout, Ji Ming invited Li Yubai. I want you to come and see if there are any weird formations on the demon race's layout like last time. As he spoke, he moved his finger to 3 nodes on the map's border. Willow River Town, Cloudmount Town, and Tall Pines Town. These 3 towns, while nothing special and geographically, are not very strategically important, but those demonic beasts appear here frequently. It is really puzzling. Li Yubai looked along with Ji Ming's finger. Under his observation, the 3 towns where the demon race had appeared were connected on the map, forming exactly the shape of a triangle. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head. As far as I know, it's difficult to form an effective formation with a triangular pattern. And this kind of formation with extremely long distances is simply not recorded in history. Suddenly, his gaze tightened as a red circle stood out in the triangle formed by the three towns. The place circled in red is Phoenix Pass? He asked in surprise. Fengming Pass, that was the most important stronghold on the northern border of the human race, with the most soldiers guarding it, and there were also King Realm experts in attendance. Without the existence of the Fengming Pass, the demon race would be able to pass through this spacious pass and push all the way directly into the very center of Black Desert City. That's right, but Phoenix Pass is very far away from these three locations, and besides, it's the most heavily guarded place, so you can rest assured. Qin Dao slowly walked over and responded to Li Yaobai with a light smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes carried a hint of contempt as if he was looking at a bumpkin. Captain Li, in the mock battle at the Kyoto Military Academy, I was the first place winner. If you can think of it, I can naturally think of it. Then, Qin Dao stood in front of the crowd. Next, let me explain the layout of this operation. Chapter 164, The Fish Takes the Hook. Qin Dao smiled confidently. The eyes of the crowd followed him. On the periphery of the three town maps, red flags were densely planted, and these flags represented places where demonic beasts frequently appeared. As I see it, the reason why these demonic beasts have appeared in these three towns is very simple. Qin Dao slowly spoke while he precisely inserted the blue pieces representing the human race into the three towns. They want to spy on the strength of the forces we've laid out here and get a feel for us. He paused and continued his analysis. Because these three towns, to us, are not of great strategic significance, the purpose of the demon race is precisely that they want to quickly occupy these three places as a bridgehead for their attack with lightning speed. Then, through these three strongholds, the demon race will continue to nibble away at our front line, gradually expanding their sphere of influence, and ultimately devouring all of these surrounding strongholds to form a territory that belongs to them. Hearing this, Cui Yi and Yuwenhua kept nodding their heads with a look of approval. So, their frequent appearances are actually testing our reactions. Speaking of this, Qin Dao's eyes suddenly turned cold as he waved his hand violently, pulling out all the blue flags in the town with a cold grunt. But what they don't know is that we've long since secretly moved all the residents of these three towns. Then, Qin Dao even smiled mockingly. Moreover, the geographic location of these three towns is extremely special, all surrounded by mountains on three sides. One side is next to the raging river, and there is only one exit to the outside world, which is the trap that I have carefully set up. At this time, Qin Dao inserted the blue pieces in his hand, one by one, at the foot of the mountains on the road that the three towns must pass through. What we have left for the demon race is just three empty towns, and these ambushes, buried at the foot of the mountains, will put them in a desperate situation, with no return. Even if they hide in the towns and don't come out, choosing to just set up camp, we can still close the door and surround them, so that these demon race, in our encirclement, will have nowhere to run. After saying that, Qin Dao clapped his hands. At the same time, a violent applause sounded in the command room. That applause came from Yuwenhua and Cui Yi. General Qin's layout is indeed skillful and shrewd. Every step is full of precedence, which is admirable. Yuwenhua exclaimed in admiration. I don't have any opinions and completely agree with General Qin's plan. Cui Yi also chimed in, and his eyes were filled with trust in Qin Dao. And, as I see it, there's actually no need for Captain Li to come on this trip at all. Cui Yi's gaze swept over the map before glancing at Li Yubai beside him, a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. According to General Qin's layout, with or without that weird formation, our soldiers and residents are in absolutely no danger. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Ji Ming again, revealing a hint of reproach in his tone. Lieutenant Ji, you are indeed being redundant this time. With General Qin around, what else do we need to worry about? Cui Yi's words were very flattering to Qin Dao, and with a burst of satisfaction in his heart, he nodded his head approvingly, and at this moment, it was as if the entire battle was under his control. Li Yaobai, do you know what it means to be crushed intellectually? Qin Dao was secretly delighted in his heart. Recalling back to the mountain and sea mysteries, he had been struck by this teenager every time he couldn't lift his head, but this time, he was finally able to completely crush Li Yubai in terms of intelligence and get his own back. Seeing this, Jimin could only smile awkwardly. He could naturally see the contempt that several people had for Li Yubai, but the other party was, after all, a helper from another war zone, so he couldn't directly chastise anything. Moreover, Ji Ming didn't feel that there was any problem with Qin Dao's layout plotting. After all of the command decisions Qin Dao had made recently had been correct in terms of results. Li Yubai, on the other hand, was staring at the map without looking away, his brows furrowed as if he was thinking about something. Why would we leave an empty city for the other side? He couldn't help but ask. Isn't this equivalent to giving the other side 3 important strongholds for nothing? If the demonic beasts make any moves inside and we are completely unaware of it, wouldn't that be too risky? Liu Bai paused and continued to raise his doubts. Moreover, even if you have an ambush, the other side may also have an ambush. And when the demonic beasts attack from the inside and the outside, we won't even have a stronghold to land on. And we can only be slaughtered for nothing. Haven't you considered this? In his head, Yu Fei kept telling him, the battlefield is not absolute, and the layout should not be rigid. The cruelty and complexity of this, every detail, may affect the direction of the entire battlefield. Therefore, although Qin Dao's plan seemed to have no problems, Li Yaobai always felt that something was not quite right. Captain Li is really still too young and overly imaginative. Facing Li Yaobai's skepticism, Cui Yi was the first to come forward and retort. Cui Yi hummed contemptuously. These 3 towns have narrow terrain, and they simply can't accommodate that many demon race ambushers. Moreover, our soldiers arrived at the designated location 2 days earlier. Even if there were ambushes from the demon race, we would have discovered them long ago, so there is no need to worry at all. Immediately after, Yuan Hua also spoke up and agreed. That's right, this layout simply cannot be picked out for a single fault. General Qin is indeed worthy of his name. Captain Li, since there isn't that kind of weird formation here, you can also rest assured. It's better to go back earlier. The 2 men spoke. A middle-aged man dressed in black also slowly walked over, and immediately afterward, he pulled out a document from the file bag in his hand. Congratulations, General Qin. Marshal Lin has agreed to your battle plan. When these words came out, Qin Dao immediately smiled arrogantly. Did you hear that, Captain Li? Even Marshal Lin has agreed to my battle plan. He looked provocatively at Li Yaobai. You have no command here. Captain Li, take your time. After saying that, his eyes drifted to the map, the corner of his mouth slightly rising. My bait is ready, just waiting for the fish to take the bait. In a small, peaceful pond, a few fish were swimming lazily, a delicate ripple on the surface of the water. The 3-eyed crow, dressed in black, was currently holding a fishing rod, sitting quietly by the pond, leisurely dazedly fishing. Not far behind him was the huge camp that the demonic beasts had temporarily set up in an imposing manner. The 3-eyed raven, however, seemed oblivious to all of this, focusing only on the fishing in front of him. Lord Warlord, if you want this fish, wouldn't it be fine if the little one fishes it up for you directly? On the side, Boss Black Mountain slowly walked over, his face piled with an attentive fawning smile. Since the last time, he had been in a state of fear and anxiety, afraid of offending this illusory Moon Demon Kingdom's Grand Military Master. However, the 3-eyed raven only shook its head slightly, the corner of its mouth curling into a faint smile. This way is no fun. The joy of fishing is not the fish itself, but enjoying the moment when the fish takes the bait, he said, his eyes once again on the calm pond. Know what the trick to fishing is? He looked aside to the giant black eagle. The little one doesn't know. You have to learn to nest first, so that the fish are fed and thoroughly satisfied. When they feel it's safe here, it's when you close the net. Speaking of which, the 3-eyed raven's smile became even more bizarre. The fish I want most will not be able to resist coming to this battlefield. This is the stage I've prepared for him so well. Chapter 165, You're My Man. Outside the command room, in the corridor, Li Yaobai was standing alone and fuming. Depression was written all over the teenager's face, and beside him, he was suddenly followed by a middle-aged soldier wearing sunglasses. Although the middle-aged soldier's official position was unknown to Li Yaobai, he could clearly feel the powerful aura on the other party, the pressure that only a King Realm expert could have. You are? He stared blankly at the middle-aged soldier. Captain Li, Lin Marshal has orders that you cannot leave the barracks at this time. Seeing Li Yaobai's question, the middle-aged soldier returned with an expressionless, stiff face. What is the meaning of this? Imprison me? Li Yaobai's face suddenly became gloomy. Just now in the command room, that group of self-righteous people had already sickened him, and the middle-aged man's words had depressed him to the extreme. Seeing Li Yaobai's frown tightly, the middle-aged soldier explained again. You've misunderstood. Marshal Lin meant to send me to take charge of your safety. His old man doesn't want anything to happen to you out there. After hearing these words, Li Yaobai was stunned. That legendary old man, he's paying so much attention to himself? Now, has sent someone to watch himself? However, in the face of this attention, Li Night White, however, is not happy in the slightest. His mind, constantly recalling the layout of the Qin Dao. Li Yaobai knew that anything, once it was connected to that three-eyed crow, would definitely not be that simple. So, he couldn't let go in his heart after all. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Li Yebai thought darkly. I must personally go to the battlefield to see. Thinking of this, he turned to look at the middle-aged soldier beside him, while the other party was still following him closely, without the slightest intention of leaving. TCH, this guy has been staring at me, there is no way for me to get out of it. He was secretly worried in his mind. Just then, a silver-haired girl suddenly appeared in his line of sight, slowly walking towards the two. Sumumu winked at Li Yubai, and then, that beautiful face was instantly as cold as ice. Cough cough, Captain Li, there are some things I need your help with. Immediately afterward, Sumumu spoke faintly. At those words, Li Yaobai's heart was delighted. The words, to him, sounded like the most beautiful note in the world. Roger that, Commander Su, he answered without hesitation and walked quickly to Sumumu's side. However, just as that middle-aged soldier was also ready to continue following, Sumumu suddenly turned around with an icy tone. Oh, you won't have to come along, Commander Su, this is an order from the Marshal. Seeing Sumumu's uninviting face, the middle-aged soldier had no choice but to give a slight reminder. I'm just asking him to do me a favor. Don't I even have that power as Commander-in-Chief? At this moment, Sumumu's tone of voice was already tinged with a few moments of sulking, but a hint of hesitation flashed across the middle-aged man's face. Just as he was about to say something, a powerful and incomparable aura suddenly emanated from that young girl's body. In the face of the young girl's might, the middle-aged soldier was instantly too intimidated to move. He stood frozen in place. There's nothing for you here anymore. With me here, you don't have to think about Captain Li's safety. As soon as the words fell, Sumumu pulled Li Yubai to quickly leave the barracks and arrived at a remote corner. It was off the beaten path, and the two men stood out. Go! Suddenly, Sumumu spoke. Li Yubai hadn't reacted for a while, and he froze as he looked at the young girl. Commander Su, what do you mean by this? Sumumu's mouth pouted as a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Jiming has already told me that you suspect Qingdao's layout. She smiled faintly and gently poked Li Yubai's shoulder. I know your nature. Right now, you definitely can't wait to go to the battlefield, right? The young girl's words poked right into Li Yubai's heart. Moo, or you know me. Call the commander. Weren't you the one who said to call you by your first name when you got out of the barracks? Sumumu looked like she remembered something and coldly hummed. I don't care. Who let you outside? Halfway through speaking, Sumumu suddenly stopped. She pulled out a snow wolf-looking badge from her bosom, as well as a map, and solemnly stuffed it into Li Yubai's hand. The badge has a well-made exterior with a lifelike carving of a snow wolf. This is the liaison for the entire snow wolf unit, the only one in the entire north. When I gave it to you, it means that now, of all the snow wolf troops, only you can contact them. Even Lin Shuai and I can't do it. Looking at the snow wolf insignia, Sumumu's eyes became unusually grave. The snow wolf force switch bases every so often, and without a liaison, no one in the entire north can reach them. Right now, all of them are on standby at the front line, and with a word from you, the snow wolf troops will be at your disposal. Picking up that snow wolf badge, Li Yubai but looked at the young girl. If this matter, let Marshal Lin know about it. Don't worry, I'll take all the blame. Without waiting for Li Yubai to finish, Sumumu directly interrupted. She stared into the teenager's eyes. I trust you more than those think tanks. In the ruined town, it was you who created miracles time and time again, saving everyone and saving me. So, this time, I still choose to believe in you. Saying this, Sumumu hugged him. Li Night White, remember that I only trust you. You're my guy. Got it. The two men's heartbeats, like unstoppable drumbeats, echoed in the space around them. At this moment, there was no need for words. The young man and the young girl just silently felt the throbbing. Don't worry, Su de Commander, I will never let you down. Li Yaobai spoke softly, gently patting the young girl's back, a complexity in his eyes. At that very moment, the ground beneath the two men's feet suddenly surged with a blood-colored glow. Meanwhile, the sky above, a muffled thunder boomed. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The winds rose and the clouds were thick. In the midst of the dark clouds, a huge pair of wings violently unfolded, interspersed with the power of wind and thunder, covering the sky and the sun. And Li Yubai's figure, wrapped in this gale, slowly rose into midair. Wait for my good news. In the line of sight, Sumumu's figure was getting smaller and smaller. Li Yaobai's voice echoed in the wind and thunder. The northern front, Halfway up the sky, Li Yaobai was lying on Thunderclap's spine, scrutinizing the map in his hand. The 3 towns where demonic beasts frequently appear. On the far left is the town of Willow River. In the center sits the town of Yunmeng, and on the far right is the town of Tall Pines. These 3 towns are skillfully linked together to form a perfect square triangle layout. Why did the three-eyed raven pick these 3 towns of little strategic importance? This triangular layout surrounds Fengming Pass tightly. Could it be that he is playing here? Li Yubai knew that he couldn't tell much just by looking at the map. Lei Zhenzi, let's first go and explore the Cloud Dream Town in the center. With that, he commanded in a deep voice. Lord, sit still and hold on. Thunderclap sniffed, and his wings snapped out. Immediately afterward, in a flash of lightning, Lei Zhenzi had transformed into a dazzling electric light that cut through the sky and instantly disappeared into the distant sky. Chapter 166, The Snow Wolf Comes Out of the Mountain. On top of the lofty peaks of Yunmeng Town, Li Yaobai stood at the top of the mountain, his eyes gazing far into the surrounding terrain. The town was similar to Willow River and Tall Pines, surrounded by tall mountains on 3 sides, while on the other side, it was adjacent to a large, choppy river. At this moment, he clutched the Snow Wolf badge, and with a gentle press of his finger, he triggered the communication button on the badge. I'm Li Yubai. All Snow Wolf troopers, come in when you hear me. In response, however, there was a shrill zip of electricity, followed by a long silence. Is broken? A trace of doubt flashed in Li Yaobai's eyes. How is this possible? He shook his head, staring at the badge in disbelief. Just then, in the badge, a low, middle-aged voice suddenly came. Snow Wolf has received. Please look up and behind you. At those words, Li Yaobai frowned. He immediately turned around and looked, only to see a white sun firework suddenly rise up into the sky in the mountains of the northern realm behind him. Immediately afterward, more daytime fireworks rose from all directions, and they intertwined and collided in the air. The fireworks exploded in mid-air, revealing a lifelike pattern of snow wolves, as if they were real snow wolves whistling and galloping through the mountains. Reporting to the Wolf King, 48 snow wolves, a total of 12 squads, have all come out of the mountain and are waiting for your instructions. At that moment, that low voice sounded again. Seeing this spectacular scene, Li Yaobai couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This is the Snow Wolf Force. But soon, he quickly returned to normalcy. I order you, within 1 day, to divide into 3 columns of 4 teams each and proceed to the towns of Willow River, Yunmeng and Gaoson. Li Yaobai's voice, through the insignia, clearly reached the ears of every member of the Snow Wolf Force. You're to conceal yourselves at the highest peaks and stay in place until further instructions from me. Li Yaobai calculated that the main force deployed by Qin Dao should have already ambushed the foothills of the 3 towns by now, and was waiting in a tight formation. The frequency of the demonic beast's appearances had also become more and more frequent in the past 2 days, and according to this frequency, soon, the demon race would make a real move. Copy that, promise to get the job done. Another burst of electricity cut through, and the communication was interrupted. This time, no one spoke again. In the meantime, not far from Willow River Town, on a snowy mountain halfway up, 12 figures wearing white combat uniforms were speeding through the snow like a swift wind. Tao brother, you slow down. Wait for me At the end of the line, Sun Cheng panted and hollered, staggering on his feet. Obviously, he was out of stamina. Not far ahead of him was his former captain, the dark-faced and athletic Shui Tao. The faces of the two appeared red against the ice and snow, and the breath they exhaled turned into a white mist in the frigid air. What? It's only been running for how long, and you're already this tired? Shui Tao tugged on Sun Cheng's arm, the corner of his mouth hooked into a flirtatious smile. Aren't you the Rat King? How could the Rat King get tired so easily? Mouse King. Mouse King is also made of meat Do not eat or drink in this snowy mountain run half a day. Also have to die of exhaustion Sun Cheng gasped and couldn't help but complain. Then he spat again, a natural reaction of the body after strenuous exercise. Shui Tao and Sun Cheng, right after the incident in the ruined town, passed the strict selection of the Snow Wolf Force together with their outstanding performance. Just a week ago, they had officially become part of the Snow Wolf Force. Sometimes fate is just so ingenious. The first mission they received after joining the Snow Wolf Force was surprisingly issued by Li Yaobai. Li Night White, that brat, the mouth is really big. Let us 2 brothers, a day, run so far. Sun Cheng couldn't help but sputter, his face full of exhaustion. Captain Li is my benefactor. I won't allow you to speak ill of him. Hearing Sun Cheng's tirade, the middle-aged man leading the group suddenly stopped. The middle-aged man was tall, all tendon flesh, with a formidable temperament, and he vigilantly observed the surrounding area, followed by a look at the watch on his hand. Rest in place for 5 minutes. Hang in there everyone. We're almost at the Willow River Strip. After saying that, the middle-aged man glared at Sun Chang again. Bahu Captain. You misunderstood me. I am Knight White. That is a good buddy of birth and death. Feeling the stern eyes of that middle-aged man, Sun Chang smiled sarcastically and hurriedly explained. Don't talk too much. Hurry up and rest. Before sunset, we must reach that mountain peak. Bahai gave him a blank look and turned back to the front of the group. This man named Bahu was the deputy captain of the Snow Wolf unit, and at the same time, he was also the former Snow Wolf unit captain, Baron's own brother. For Li Yubai, Bahu was admiring him from the bottom of his heart. His own brother was victimized by the demon race and suffered that shameful treatment. In the front line, Bahu tried to retrieve his brother's body every day, but at that time, he had a very important mission, and by the time he finished his mission, he heard the news that the ruined town had been sacrificed by the three-eyed raven. At that moment, Bahu was completely desperate, but just a few days later, the peaks turned. It was the young man who came out of nowhere that brought him hope, and he brought his brother's remains back to his homeland, and at the same time, he avenged his own blood. It was at that moment, in Bahu's heart, Li Yubai became his benefactor, and although the two had never met, Bahu had always paid attention to the teenager. Upon hearing that he had become the Snow Wolf's captain, Bahu didn't even have the slightest objection. Captain Li has been gracious to me. I must fulfill his mission, even if I am allowed to die. I am willing. At the thought, Bahu clenched his fists. All hands, move out. The sun is going down. As soon as Bahu's words fell, 12 figures dressed in snow-white combat suits continued to swiftly weave between the snowy mountains like ghosts. And this scene, in the other two snowy mountains, was likewise quietly playing out. Dozens of white figures, after Li Yubai's order, merged into the snowy mountains, weaving in and out noiselessly. As the day wore on, the sun set in the west. The clouds in the sky were colored a brilliant golden red. In the midst of this magnificent scenery, Li Yubai sat on the top of a high mountain in Yunming town, resting his eyes. Suddenly, the badge beside him suddenly vibrated, and a low voice came from Bahu, reporting to the Wolf King. The 48 snow wolves have all arrived at the designated location and await your further instructions. Li Yubai slowly opened his blood-red pupils, his short white hair fluttering haphazardly in the wind. Copy that. The three-eyed raven. Let's see what kind of trick you're trying to pull. Chapter 167, 3 Lines of Fire. The moon is bright, high in the night sky. At this time, it was already late at night in the early hours of the morning, a time when thousands of families were drifting off to sleep and enjoying the peace and quiet. However, on the outskirts of the three towns, an air of unease crept up. I don't know when. The ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. Look around. One could only see the silhouettes of the pressurized demonic beasts, like a tidal wave, gradually surfacing near the town's only entrance. They roared and growled lowly, their cries resounding through the heavens and earth, emitting a palpitating pressure. In the meantime, a piercing red siren instantly cut through the silence of the night and spread throughout the entire command room. At the sound of their voices, the crowd rushed to the command deck in unison, their brows furrowed in concentration. Here they come. Qin Dao was at the forefront of the crowd, murmuring in a low voice. The gazes of the crowd were firmly fixed on those dense red dots representing demonic beasts on the electronic map. Immediately after that, those red dots grew in number. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd tightened. General Qin, should we take action? Chui Yi with Mediterranean hairstyle, holding a cigarette, looked at Qin Dao who was on the side. Marshal Lin Jin had already agreed to his layout, so Qin Dao was the overall commander of this operation. There's no rush. Observe first. Put them all inside the town. After determining all the numbers of the demonic beasts, we'll wipe them out in one fell swoop. Qin Dao closely observed the electronic map, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Have the scouts at the front line keep reporting on the situation of the demonic beasts. Qin Dao's words just fell. Those red dots on the map then came raging, constantly pouring over the top of the maps of the three towns. At this moment, the full-scale attack of the demonic beasts had already begun. In the town of Willow River, a large number of demonic beasts broke in between the residential buildings. A rhinoceros demonic beast with a formidable form crazily impacted the high-rise buildings, destroying one building after another. Under the brutal onslaught of these demonic beasts, the high-rise buildings in the town collapsed and were reduced to rubble. In Tall Pines, the situation is even more tragic. The ground was chapped inch by inch under the trampling of the demonic beasts. The high-rise buildings here have all collapsed, and the flames in the cluster of houses are blazing, lighting up the entire sky and reflecting an apocalyptic scene. Strangely enough, the demonic beasts didn't seem to be surprised despite the town being empty. Surprisingly, they hammered the ground in unison, constantly digging holes in the ground. And even those sewer systems were not spared from the destruction. The town of Cloudmount was not spared as well. Here, the high-rise buildings also all collapsed. The ground was completely overturned by the demonic beasts. The sewer system similarly collapsed, and the entire town, in just a moment, was completely destroyed. According to the latest intelligence from the frontline scouts, the army of demonic beasts in each town has reached more than 3,000, and their strengths are all around Ju energy level 40. The command room was alive with intelligence. Calculating like this time, the three-eyed raven can be considered to have come out of the nest, sending out more than 10,000 elites. Manhwa held the thermos cup and gently pursed the corners of his mouth, his eyes incomparably grave. However, despite the large number and strength of the demonic beasts, the crowd did not show too much tension. This was because they knew that the troops that Qin Dao had deployed in each of these three towns amounted to more than 5,000 people. Such a troop configuration, enough to deal with the crisis at hand. Because Marshal Lin Jin attached great importance to this battle, he had specially mobilized the elite troops of the three war zones in the northern realm to ensure that nothing was left to chance. Fortunately, General Qin's brilliant plan, well prepared in advance, but where we have fewer troops, it is really not good to eat these animals. Manhwa hurriedly praised it. Suddenly, the red dots representing demonic beasts on the electronic map in front of everyone's eyes began to move centrally towards the mountain peaks deep in the town. General Qin, what exactly are they gathering there at the mountain peak for? Cui Yi asked in confusion as he saw this bizarre scene and frowned. Qin Dao clasped his hands on his chest, his expression still confident and calm. He said in a deep voice, "Those demonic beasts should not have expected that we would just let them in. So, they should be looking for a way out now, or trying to figure out our ambush. Don't worry, soon, they will withdraw to the exit." The truth was just as Qin Dao expected. Those demonic beasts, on the mountain peaks at the edge of the three towns, gathered for a long time. Subsequently, these demonic beast armies began to retreat en masse towards the entrance from which they had come. As Qin Dao watched this scene, the corners of his mouth hooked into a bland smile, and he knew that his plan had initially worked. Next, it's time to close the net. Wolf King, the demonic beasts have begun to retreat. Do we act? At this moment, Bahu was standing on the peak of Willow River Town and asked Li Yubai through the badge on his collar. Behind him stood 11 white figures, pressing on the top of a mountain in Yunmeng Town. Li Yubai whispered back. At this moment, his eyes were closed tightly, and he was fully opening the chi-looking art, feeling the trajectory of those demonic beasts. They destroy buildings, I can understand that, but why, en masse, would they come to this peak? Moreover, these demonic beasts just looked around and left. Li Yaobai chanted suspiciously. At those words, Bahu across the badge smiled nervously. Perhaps, they are afraid of the mountain gods. When I was a kid, I always heard my brother say that a mountain god lived inside every mountain, and that once people blew up mountains, mined rocks, and cut down trees, they would anger the mountain god. Li Yaobai stroked his forehead anxiously, hearing the middle-aged man chatting with himself. He also happened to take the opportunity to relax his thoughts, so he went along back. What happens when you anger the mountain gods? When the mountain gods get angry, they will send a flood that will completely flood our homes. The moment. Bahu's reply was like a bolt of lightning that instantly struck through Li Yaobai's brain. The mountain gods will flood. Drowning. Chapter 168 Demon Race Defeated? On the northern front, the beacons are burning. In the town of Willow River, wind and sand raged through the air, covering the sky. Wolf smoke rolls into the sky in tall pines. And in Cloud Dream Town, at the entrance that was located at the foot of the mountain, the army of demonic beasts that had wreaked havoc for a while were slowly retreating. At this very moment, inside the command room of the barracks, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Qin Dao's gaze was like a torch as he stared at the slowly moving red dot that represented the demonic beast army. It's now. Close the door. Suddenly, his voice instantly penetrated the entire room. Qin Dao's words just fell. It was only at the foot of the mountains at the entrances of the three towns that a burst of spiritual energy aura suddenly spread out violently. Immediately afterward, the crowd gathered. The ground began to tremble slightly. Bang bang bang. At the entrances to the three towns, 3 fireworks signals exploded in the night sky. and the earth was instantly enveloped in red light. Only for a moment. The tranquility of the northern front was completely torn apart. Kill! Accompanied by the deafening roar of the leading officer. Willow Creek in the sandy winds of the town. Thousands of human soldiers surged out from the foot of the mountain like wild horses out of control, pouncing straight at the group of demonic beasts. In an instant, the demonic beasts let out terrified hisses in the face of this sudden attack. The soldiers and the group of demonic beasts instantly mixed together. Several light clusters exploded in the group of demonic beasts, splattering limbs and blood. The Imperial Guards were closely aligned, forming an impenetrable wall of human steel, keeping the spellcasters firmly behind them. The executioners, on the other hand, were in good shape. They were like sharp blades, thrusting into the camp of the demonic beasts again and again, harvesting their lives. In the meantime, in the town of Tall Pines, under the rolling smoke of wolves, another fierce battle rages on. The human soldiers used their numerical advantage to surround the demonic beasts at the foot of the entrance. Block the entrance for me. Don't let them get away. Seeing that the demonic beasts were about to break through the encirclement, the squad leaders even shouted angrily, "If we can't win with a large number of people, how can we still have the face to go back to the barracks?" Soon, the soldiers were like chicken blood, frantically intercepting those counterattacking demonic beast armies. Under the soldiers' frantic attack and kill, the demonic beast armies were gradually forced into a desperate situation. Even though the demonic beasts were ferocious and strong, fighting back to the death. However, under the siege of a large number of human soldiers, their numbers were still rapidly plummeting. Ow! Ow! The leaders of the demon race saw this. There was a roar of panic. They tried to find a breakthrough, but they were too tightly entangled by the human soldiers to get out. And in the town of Yunmeng, the entrance at the foot of the mountain had even become a sea of blood and fire, with the human soldiers and the demonic beasts in a fierce battle, both sides going back and forth, not giving way to each other. Brothers, want to compare who killed more? Good. Whoever loses buys a foot soak. Despite being exhausted all over, the soldiers had no intention of stopping. At this moment, the cries on the battlefield and the hissing of the demonic beasts intertwined together and resounded through the clouds. Reporting to command. The demonic beast armies are still breaking out. Shrink the perimeter. Now. Inside the command room, intelligence from the front line was constantly coming in, and Chui Yi and Yu Wenhua were cooperating with Qin Dao to constantly give orders. Although in this tragic battle, the human soldiers gradually gained the upper hand by virtue of their numerical superiority and tactical cooperation, the heartstrings of the crowd were still tightly taut, without a hint of slackness. Reporting to the command, the battle situation on the front line. The demonic beast army has already been decimated by our army for the most part. Reporting to the commanding officer, the spirit stone and elixir supplies that the demonic beast troops were carrying have all been seized by our troops. Inside the command room, on 3 battlefields, the reports are coming in. On the third line of battlefield, it didn't take long for those demonic beasts that rushed to the front to be killed one by one. The number of demonic beasts was also decreasing. The morale of the northern soldiers, however, was getting higher and higher. The leaders of the demonic beast army, on the other hand, were constantly organizing a breakout counterattack. Something's not right. Inside the command room, Ji Ming furrowed his brows, observing the battlefield on the map with a suspicious expression. Do you guys feel that this time, the demon beast army is losing too fast? Are we winning too easily? Jimin's concern was not without reason. This is all moving too fast, so fast that people can't believe how those elite people of the demon race can be defeated so easily. At that, the other 3 members of the think tank similarly frowned. They likewise realized this. Being experienced in 100 battles, they could naturally keenly perceive the weirdness behind this war. The fighting style of these demonic beasts is very different from the past. Chui Yi cupped his chin and stared at the map in front of him. Instead of fighting back to the death, they have been trying to break out and escape. Yu Wenhua also turned his head to look at Qin Dao with a frown on his face. General Qin, could this be a trap? Qin Dao pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Don't let them successfully break out first. Let's eat all 3 waves of demonic beasts. Even if the 3-eyed crow has any tricks up his sleeve, I don't believe that he can still bring them back from the dead. In the eyes of the crowd, there is nothing wrong with Qin Dao's decision. On the battlefield, it is the rapid elimination of the enemy's vital forces that is crucial. However, just as the soldiers were pressing forward and shrinking their encirclement, a beastly sound suddenly rang out from the distance. Not far from the intersection of the 3 battlefields, a dark shadow raged. Report to command. New situation on the battlefield. In the command room, Once again, the intelligence of the scouts at the front rang out. The demon forces have support. I don't know where the ambush came from. No sooner had his words fallen than a piercing red alarm sounded in the command room, reporting to the commanding officer. 3 battlefields, all of which have seen support troops from the demon race. Origin unknown, number unknown. At this moment, the hearts of the crowd tightened for a moment. The scouts' voices echoed within the command room, and on everyone's faces, a thick cloud of gloom hung over them. Our troops, but we ambushed these supporting demonic beasts 2 days in advance. How on earth did they appear? Chui said, jerking up from his chair. Could it be that, from the very beginning, they have been hiding here? In the face of Chui's confusion, the crowd was equally helpless to give an answer. Based on the current situation, there should only be this one possibility. Jiming pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. That 3-eyed crow secretly ambushed these ambushers here 2 weeks ago, just like the tactics in the ruined town. I think that these demonic beasts, they should have created underground bases in advance as their hiding places. Qin Dao also nodded, agreeing with Jiming's thoughts. This is the real purpose of the 3-eyed crow, wanting to make a surprise attack from the inside and outside when we engage the main force of the demonic beasts. As soon as Qin Dao's words fell, Yuanhua also couldn't help but curse darkly. This 3-eyed crow, what a cunning one. Chapter 169, Riding the Wave of Victory. Reporting to command. The number of ambushers of the demonic beasts has been detected clearly. It wasn't long before that scout's tense and eager voice sounded again in the command room. The number of ambushers in Willow River Township is about 1,000. The town of Tall Pines is also over 1,000. Immediately afterward, a succession of intelligence, like a succession of cannons, rang out in the command room. The crowd's nerves tightened. However, right in the middle of this tense atmosphere, Qin Dao suddenly erupted into a loud and refreshing laugh. Ha 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 ha. His laughter broke the silence in the command room. The crowd couldn't help but look up. Why is General Qin laughing? I laugh at the 3-eyed raven's lack of tact. I laugh at the 3-eyed raven for being less wise. The 3-eyed raven should not have expected that I would just pike and deploy a full 5,000 troops on every battlefield. Qin Dao smiled and fiercely walked to the front of the crowd, and even his nervous demeanor from a moment ago quickly returned to normal. The main force of the demon race has been cut down by us by a large margin. So now, even if they add up their supporting ambushes and their main force, our forces will be enough to wipe them out. And the battlefield. It was just as Qin Dao had predicted. Those supporting demonic beast armies, though, attempted to coordinate inside and outside, launching a pincer attack on the soldiers of the northern realm. But helplessly, the number of soldiers in the north is too large. Plus, in the previous battle, the loss of the Northland army is not big. As a result, the demonic beasts did not manage to gain much of an advantage. Those supporting demonic beasts on the battlefield also did not last long, although they fought to kill, but in the end, or only to help the main force to tear open an encirclement of the Northland army. The situation of the entire battlefield was not altered. The soldiers of the Northern Realm, still maintaining a strong fighting force, steadily controlled the initiative of the battlefield. Led by the demonic beast generals, the army of demonic beasts died and fled, frantically fleeing towards the outside of the encirclement. This fierce battle between the human and demon races, which was waged in 3 towns, ended, in the end, with a great victory for the Northern Realm army. Inside the command room, a roar of applause erupted and the crowd let loose with open laughter. They have seen the light of victory. Everyone admired Qin Dao's layout in command as they gathered around him and kept praising him. General Qin, truly a brilliant plan, truly a pillar of my northern realm. Cui and Yuanhua both let out a sigh of relief at the same time, the big stone in their hearts finally falling to the ground. Their faces were full of smiles as they praised Qin Dao. General Qin, if it wasn't for you this time, we really wouldn't have been able to take the victory in this battle. Just then, another request from the scouts came from the front line. Report to command. Our army's morale is booming. We haven't lost too much combat power. Should we continue the pursuit? High above, Li Yaobai lay steadily on Lei Zhenzi's broad spine, constantly observing the terrain below. In the short span of 2 hours, they had flown over 3 towns in a row. The topography and landscape of each place was carefully explored by Li Yaobai. Thunderclap, put me down. A few moments later, Li Yaobai once again returned to the mountain peak of Cloud Dream Town. The town of Yunmeng is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Those 3 peaks, like a natural dam, held the raging river firmly outside the town. Li Yaobai stood in front of the mountain peak, gazing at this natural barrier, and in his heart, That bold idea instantly surged up. Marshal Yu, what will happen if a gap is broken in these three peaks? Li Yaobai asked slowly in his head. That's naturally the great waters pouring over the plains. Yu Fei's voice sounded in Li Yubai's mind. At that time, these three towns will turn into three taps, diverting all the raging water of the great river inland. In less than half a day, this place will turn into another oceanic river. Yu Fei's words coincide with what Li Yubai has in mind. He stared dead at the triangular layout on the map. The red circle of Fengming Pass in the center of that was particularly eye-catching. Inverted plains, Li Yubai muttered. The idea is just ridiculous. Even he felt that it was his imagination that was overactive. Is this really possible? There's room for maneuver? Li Yaobai muttered darkly in his mind as his gaze traveled back and forth across the map, trying to find the possibility of realizing this vision. Just now, the demon army has been defeated. And we still have so many defenders here. Li Yubai whispered. If he's trying to do something here, there's no way the army of the north is going to let it go. Just as Li Yubai was puzzling over it, in his ears, the voice of the Snow Wolf badge came again. Wolf King, the northern army is going to continue to pursue the demon clan. Chase? Li Yubai's heart jolted. Asterisk. Why are they giving chase? What's the problem? Across from the badge, Bahu asked in surprise. Big problem. In the command room, Qin Dao resolutely gave the order for the whole army to pursue. We'll only leave a small portion of our men in charge of cleaning up the battlefield, and all the rest of the main force will give full pursuit. Right now, everyone's morale is at its peak. It's the perfect time for us to expand our gains and consolidate our victory. At this moment, his self-confidence had swelled to the extreme. He needed this outright victory to further solidify his position in the army and prove his strategic vision and command skills. Report, sir? The latest intelligence shows that the three waves of demonic beasts that escaped from the battlefield are gathering towards a specific location. They seem to be converging together. The sound of intelligence from the front line resounded again. A confident smile spread across Qin Dao's face. They're going to converge, so let's go with the flow. Let's also converge on all the main forces and give them a clean sweep and wipe them out in one fell swoop. With Qin Dao's order, the soldiers in the three battlefields moved quickly. They quickly rallied together and chased after the demonic beasts towards the location where they had escaped and converged. Wait! Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the communication channel of that frontline scout. We can't pursue any further. The ultimate goal of the three-eyed raven is likely to be these three towns. Even if we have to pursue, we should leave 1/3 of our troops stationed where they are. That familiar voice was none other than Li Yaobai. At this moment, the teenager was holding the communicator of the scouts on the battlefield of Cloud Dream Town and speaking to the command room. The demon race is fraudulent. This war, it's not that simple. At the sound, the crowd in the command room was confused. Li Yubai? When did he run there? That was the first question that came to their minds. Chapter 170, Qin Dao. Swollen to the extreme. Li Yubai, have you figured out who is the commander-in-chief here? Qin Dao's roar was like thunder, shaking the entire command room as if it was trembling. Who gave you the authority to run off to war without authorization? Is it an order from the commander-in-chief? Why haven't I seen any relevant announcements or notifications? Qin Dao questioned angrily. At this moment, he was in the most flattering moment of his life, and his status and reputation had reached unprecedented heights. However, Li Yabai's appearance was like a sudden thorn in his side, causing him to recall the shame of his trip to the mountain and sea mystery realm. However, in the face of Qin Dao's roar, Li Yabai acted unusually calm, as if the roar had nothing to do with him. Since the three-eyed crow chose these three towns as battlefields, he must have his intentions. Li Yubai tried to convey his analysis to the crowd in the command room. Never blindly pursue the whole army. Their target, most likely Feng. However, before Li Yaobai could finish, Qin Dao had already angrily ordered the command room. Cut his comms. With Qin Dao's command, Li Yaobai's communication channel was instantly cut off, and his voice came to an abrupt end. Seeing Qin Dao's angry face, Cui Yi hurriedly stepped forward and patted the other party's shoulder in an attempt to calm him down. General Qin, why are you so angry? It hurts to be angry. Yes, this war, it still needs you, General Qin, to end it once and for all. Yu Wenhua, who was on the side, also came over and echoed Cui Yi's words. Then he continued. From my point of view, this is that Captain Li being sick and overly cautious. He's just too young and too eager to express himself. That's why he's so presumptuous. Yeah, he's young after all. It's normal for him to want to express himself in a hurry. Cui Yi also nodded in agreement. However, Ji Ming, who was behind the crowd, had an angry look on his face. "No, you guys are wrong." He directly interrupted the conversation between the two. The reason Jiming was angry was not because of Li Yaobai's remarks, but rather Qin Dao's attitude. Li Night White is never that kind of person. You guys walk out of this door and just pull a random person to ask around and you'll know what kind of person he really is. Li Yaobai's character was clear in Jiming's heart. From the initial encounter on the martial arts field, that teenager's first strike, showing amazing strength, made Jiming deeply impressed. And then to the ruins of the town event. Li Night White, that lonely figure, chopping 3 demons, breaking the blood array, one person alone to block thousands of demon beast army. Hard to save the Northland army from danger. Complete and never possible miracle. Finally, in the secret realm of the mountain and the sea, Li Yaobai even donated the tens of thousands of spirit stones and spirit medicines he had obtained to the Northern Territory army without compensation. This generosity, this drive, Jimin had been deeply moved. This pile of deeds, one by one, are deeply engraved in his heart, as well as in the heart of every soldier in this barracks. Therefore, when he saw the two of them, Cui Yi and Yu Wenhua, denigrating Li Yabai, Jiming, who had always been gentle and smooth and never offended easily, unexpectedly rebuked angrily without hesitation. "Why don't you let him finish?" Jiming stared at Qin Dao with a deadly stare, and his face suddenly became gloomy. If something goes wrong on the battlefield, who will bear the consequences? At this moment, Jiming, who was a member of the think tank, chose to believe Li Yaobai without hesitation. In the face of Jiming's angry shout, the crowd fell into silence, and the command room was silent, with only the sound of the crowd's rapid breathing remaining. "Lieutenant Ji, if anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame," Qin Dao replied back in a low voice. Although he was also in the middle of his anger, he did not choose to get tough with Jiming. "I'll use actual results to show you why Marshal Lin Jin chose me as the commander-in-chief of this battle." As Qin Dao said that, he slammed Lin Jin's appointment letter heavily onto the table, and the sound that the paper made in contact with the tabletop echoed throughout the room. Then he turned and picked up another calm channel, his voice decisive. "On my command, all troops, full pursuit. Don't let a demonic beast escape." On the frontline battlefield, looking at the scene of the army coming out in full force, Li Yaobai frowned. He stared ahead, the communicator in his hand, crushed to pieces, the remnants slipping through his fingers. "Qin Dao, you're ing crazy," Li Yaobai cursed in a low voice. "You are betting the entire central war zone against the three-eyed raven. He loses. He only loses some troops. While you lose, Black Desert City is gone." Immediately afterward, he rang the Snow Wolf badge in his hand. "All Snow Wolves, stay in place near the peaks of the 3 towns, and report to me as soon as the figure of a demonic beast appears." In the next moment, Li Yaobai's figure disappeared into the sky. Reporting to command, the main force of the Northern Realm Army in the 3 battlefields has quickly assembled, and at this moment, is in full pursuit of the fleeing demonic beast army. Inside the command room, the dynamics of the battlefield are constantly updated. Ambush. Another ambush. Report, sir. The 3rd wave of ambush has been successfully eliminated. Reporting to command, the 6th wave of ambushes has also been completely eliminated by us. The battle reports are coming in thick and fast. The atmosphere in the command room grew more and more tense. The crowd stared intently at the battlefield posture map on the screen. After the 3 waves of defeated and fleeing demonic beasts converged, they fled en masse in the direction of the river canyon as if they were birds of prey. In the process of fleeing, the army of demonic beasts constantly threw down their armor and threw down the supplies they carried with them. They have even abandoned several smaller strongholds. The Northern Territory Army, which followed closely behind, encountered 7 or 8 waves of ambushes from the demon race in succession. However, bizarrely, the number of ambushes of the demon race in each wave was not large, and soon, these ambushes were easily eliminated by the Northern Territory Army. Unconsciously, those fleeing demonic beast armies were annihilated for the most part again. Inside the command room, the crowd was staring at the screen, witnessing the spectacular scene of the army going all the way north and killing the demonic beasts to the point of collapse, and a surge of pleasure could not help but well up in their hearts. "This is the most painful and enjoyable fight I've had in 2 months, an officer exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, that 3-eyed crow is really cunning and incomparable, laying heavy ambushes along the way in an attempt to lure us into a trap," another officer also exclaimed. "If it wasn't for General Qin's wise decision to quickly converge the forces of the 3 towns to form a strong fighting force, we would have been ambushed by those ambushers." Cui Yi also kept marveling. In between, he even glanced at Jimin on purpose. the mockery in those eyes was even more undisguised. Yes, the trickery of the three-eyed raven really lives up to its name, making it impossible to defend. However, fortunately we have a commander like General Qin. Just as the crowd was discussing it, an old man walked slowly. He looked at Qin Dao, a smile spreading across his face. Qin Dao, you've done a great job. Marshal Lin, what brings you here? Chapter 171 Duel in the River Canyon. Upon seeing that old man's figure, the originally scattered expressions on the faces of the crowd instantly tightened up. With his hands behind his back, Lin Jin slowly stepped toward the command stage, surrounded by a crowd of people. He patted Qin Dao's shoulder and said approvingly, Qin Dao, you've done well. This great victory has completely redeemed the 2-month decline of our northern army. The old man had a warm smile on his face. After we completely end this war, I'll personally celebrate you. As soon as Lin Jin's words fell, a thunderous applause erupted from all around. At this moment, Qin Dao was already standing at the peak of his life. Although his heart welled up with endless joy and pride, he hid his emotions well and maintained a humble demeanor. Marshal Lin, it's not just me. Without the help of the other 3 colleagues, I wouldn't have been able to do everything so well. Qin Dao politely and modestly pointed to the other 3 people in the think tank. Seeing the situation, Cui Yi suddenly glanced at Ji Ming on the side intentionally or unintentionally, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a meaningful sneer. Ha, Lieutenant Ji, you should see the situation today. If it wasn't for General Qin's determination, it would have been absolutely impossible for our northern border army to take this victory. He pinched the stubble on his chin as he spoke, his eyes filled with mockery as he stared at Jimin. That's right, if we had really listened to that Captain Li in the first place, our troops, I'm afraid, would have long been held up by those cunning ambushers. Yuenhua stepped forward as well. At this moment, Qin Dao suddenly spoke slowly. Captain Li actually has good intentions. It's just that he's still young after all and lacks some experience, which is understandable. Although on the surface, Qin Dao was defending Li Yaobai, there was a dark edge between his words. In the face of the trio's explicit and implicit taunts, Ji Ming could only turn an iron face and was speechless. After all, facts speak louder than words. Moreover, Marshal Lin Jin had also recognized Qin Dao here, so Ji Ming was even more speechless. As soon as he heard Li Yaobai's name, the expression on Lin Jin's face instantly sank. He turned around violently, his sharp gaze shooting straight at a middle-aged man behind him, his tone icy. Is this how you accomplished the task I gave you? That middle-aged man was the one who had previously followed Li Yaobai but was later driven away by Su Mumu. Obviously, Lin Jin had already learned about what Li Yaobai had done on the battlefield. Marshal Lin, I also have a bitter reason. The middle-aged man explained with a bitter face. Helplessly, Marshal Lin, I don't blame him, I made him leave. However, right at that moment, a stunningly beautiful figure suddenly appeared at the door of the command room. That figure was none other than Su Mumu. I believe in Li Yaobai. Su Mumu's words caused the people in the command room to fall into a moment of silence, and an unspeakably bizarre atmosphere quietly filled the room. Aside from Lin Jin, Su Mumu was the highest officer here, and what's more, the power of the family behind her couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, despite the dissatisfaction in their hearts, no one dared to say anything to Su Mumu. Only Lin Jin, this old man, who had gone through many vicissitudes of life, gently sighed and shook his head at Su Mumu. Mumu, you have to understand that in the military, I've always upheld the principle of employing the best and doubting the worst. We've all witnessed Qin Dao's battle results with our own eyes. It's an indisputable fact. As soon as Lin Jin's words fell, Cui Yi behind him immediately chimed in. Yes, Commander Su, this war is a complete and utter victory for our Northern Territory Army. However, Su Mumu had cold eyes as she completely ignored Cui Yi's words. I believe him. No matter what you all say, I trust his ability and judgment. Enough! Lin Jin's calloused hands slapped heavily on the table, making a deafening sound. The crowd present was immediately shocked by this powerful aura and became silent. Su Mumu, that kid is someone I value. Lin Jin's voice echoed lowly in the command room. If anything happens to him out there, I'll never let it go, and I'll definitely hold you accountable. At that moment, there was a sudden, ear-piercing sound of electricity coming from the communication channel of the front line. Report to the commanding officer. Our troops have successfully pursued to the outskirts of the river canyon. Those fleeing remnants of the demonic beasts have all fled to the hinterland of the river canyon. An urgent voice came over the calm. There, we found traces of the demon race's camp. Reporting to the command. Our troops are staying in place. Whether to continue the pursuit, please instruct. The voice on the communicator sounded again. This news, like a thunderstorm from the flat earth, revitalized everyone present. Qin Dao was about to open his mouth to command, but then he suddenly paused, his gaze turning to Lin Jin, who was on the side, as if he was asking for his opinion. Lin Shui, what do you think? How should we act? Upon hearing this, Lin Jin, who was sitting in his chair, frowned and began to fall into deep thought. If we continue to pursue, I'm afraid the demon clan will have an ambush. Lin Jin cupped his chin and whispered. However, before Lin Jin could finish, Cui Yi and Yuenhua came over in unison. Cui Yi was even more eager to persuade. Marshal Lin, now that our army's morale is in full swing, it's the best time for us to wipe out these demonic beasts in one fell swoop. Seeing Lin Jin still bowing his head, Qin Dao hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said aloud, Marshal Lin, have you forgotten your beloved General Wu Guang? It was in the Battle of the River Canyon that he completely lost to that three-eyed crow. I still remember now, how he humiliated General Wu. Now, the demon race camp is in the River Canyon. This is the perfect time for us to snowball our shame. Qin Dao's words directly poked at a pain point deep within Lin Jin's heart. That battle of General Wu Guang in the River Canyon is indeed a shame for my northern army. Lin Jin's fists were clenched, his voice low. Marshal Lin, that demon camp, I think there must not be many troops left, mostly just some remnants. They shouldn't have expected that we would pursue this far. Qin Dao pointed at the map as he spoke. At this moment, the main force of the Northern Realm's army had already pursued northward for 1,000 miles, like a sharp blade, plunging straight into the outskirts of the River Canyon. Marshal Lin, you can't miss a chance. Dueling in the River Canyon and destroying the main force of the demon race in one fell swoop. This is the best time for our Northern Territory army to shed its shame and raise its prestige. Qin Dao's words were like a fire that completely ignited the hot blood of everyone present. Lin Jin slapped the table heavily. Duel in the River Canyon. However, just as the crowd's blood was boiling and they were immersed in a burst of joy, another familiar teenage voice came over the communication channel from the front line. I am Li Yubai. The demon race is fraudulent. Quickly return to help. Chapter 172, Another Empty City. Li Yubai? That sudden sound. It made the crowd freeze. Not. How did he get to River Canyon again? The crowd muttered suspiciously, clearly surprised by Li Yaobai's appearance. However, there was no waiting for the crowd to react. Li Yubai's urgent voice came again. The real purpose of the three-eyed raven is actually those three towns. Look carefully at the map. You guys, 3 towns, strung together in a triangular layout, surround Phoenix Pass tightly in the center. With Li Yubai's words, the crowd looked around the map with it. Moreover, these 3 towns are surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and one side is close to a big river. So once any gap appears in the peaks, the water will pour into the plains. At that time, within the Fengming Pass, it will be plunged into a living hell. Speaking of this, Li Yubai's voice grew more and more agitated. Captain Li, I have to say, your imagination is truly breathtaking. In the face of the teenager's anxious reminder, Qin Dao but coldly smiled and mocked with disdain. Ha 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 ha. Cui Yi even couldn't help himself, letting out a loud laugh in the command room, as if he had heard a big joke. First of all, it's an indisputable fact that we've already chased the demon race's army, successfully, into the River Canyon. Secondly, we have also discovered the demon race's camp and are preparing to wipe it out in one fell swoop. Cui Yi laughed as he spoke, his face full of smugness. May I ask Captain Li, the demon race's main camp is built in the hinterland of the River Canyon. How can they go all the way back to those 3 towns again under our noses? Without waiting for Cui Yi to finish, Yuenhua continued to add, according to Captain Li, all of this is an elaborate trap laid out by the three-eyed raven to lure us deeper into the River Canyon? But, even if that three-eyed crow is stupid, it's impossible to bury his tens of thousands of demonic beasts army for nothing, right? Take your own tens of thousands of demon beast army to accompany us to Playhouse. Do you really think that the three-eyed crow is that kind of stupid generation? In the face of the two's continuous questioning, Li Yubai suddenly gave a slight lurch. Then, he coldly said, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. Take the safety of Fengming Pass to bet. If you lose, the consequences. Which of you can bear it? I can afford it. Qin Dao let out a furious shout, directly interrupting Li Yaobai's words. I'll take my military position as a guarantee. I will bear all the consequences. As soon as Qin Dao's words fell, Cui Yi and Yuenhua similarly stepped forward. We'll also take our military positions as a guarantee. After Cui Yi finished, he taunted at that communication channel again. Captain Li, don't be unreasonable here. We trust General Qin's judgment. In the face of the crowd's disdain, Li Yubai was actually so angry that he laughed. This is an emergency, and I'm not kidding you. Just as he wanted to continue explaining, an old voice came. Child. Lin Jin's gentle voice directly interrupted Li Yaobai. This is not the time for you to take risks. It's dangerous out there. So hurry back to the base. In Lin Jin's heart, he felt that Li Yaobai was so insistent because he had not allowed him to go to the battlefield before, which had led to some resentment in his heart, and therefore the boy wanted to prove himself even more. But Lin Jin's mind is made up, and the only thing he is worried about right now is the safety of Li Night White. Lin Jin didn't want him to risk his life out there. You, go and bring him back at once, Lin Jin said, turning to look at the middle-aged man behind him. At the same time, he took the initiative to cut off Li Yaobai's communication link. Then he instructed, remember, the agreement between us and the illusory Moon Demon Kingdom. King Realm awakened. You may not directly intervene in the battlefield. Your task is to ensure that you bring Li Yaobai back safely. No matter what happens, promise to finish the job. The middle-aged man bowed his head and saluted, then turned to leave. Su Mu Mu, on the other hand, was looking at the map with a grave expression, her brows locked. Immediately afterward, she pulled Ji Ming aside and inquired in a low voice, Ji Ming, in our barracks, how many troops are still available now? Hearing Su Mu Mu's words, Ji Ming instantly understood. He pondered for a moment. Not much, only about 1,000 troops. At those words, Su Mu Mu's heart couldn't help but sink. If what Night White said is true, these troops of ours, they are completely insufficient. Though her heart was anxious, she quickly made a decision. You go and send these men, all of them, to those 3 towns, quickly. Remember to bring your equipment. I want to see the scene at all times. Ji Ming lowered his head and answered, the corner of his mouth showing a helpless smile. For what Su Mu Mu had done, he was very understanding. Right now, Marshal Lin and Qin Dao and they are not going to listen to our suggestions. Jimin glanced at the crowd at the command deck. They need a victory too much to stabilize the heart of the army. At such a time, even if we go to persuade them, it will be futile. And in front of the command desk, the crowd had already tightly prepared for the duel, and Li Yubai's exhortation just now was as if it had never happened. Tell them to lay siege to River Canyon at dawn tonight. As soon as Lin Jin's words fell, the crowd dispersed and deployed themselves in a hurry. Late night, early morning, the wind in the River Canyon was bitterly cold, and the piercing cold seemed to be able to penetrate one's clothes and go straight to the bone marrow. However, the soldiers gathered around the River Canyon were like burning flames inside. At this moment, what was in front of them was the perfect opportunity to wipe out the demonic beast army in one fell swoop and wipe out their previous shame. At this moment, everyone's heart was tightening. They stared dead on at the demonic beast camp in the valley's hinterland, their eyes revealing a ruthlessness and determination. It was the desire to win. It was also the endless anger and hatred towards the demon race. On their faces, there was perseverance. Now, outside the demon race camp, just how many defenders are there? In the command room, Qin Dao reconfirmed the battle situation. Report, sir. Not many defenders. Visualize only a few hundred or so. Moreover, most of the demonic beasts carry scars on their bodies, and it can be confirmed that they are the same batch of demonic beasts that we chased during the day. Upon hearing this news, Qin Dao and the others looked at each other and then smiled at each other. General Qin, it looks like we guessed right. Shui Yi, who was on the side, said excitedly, most of the defenders in this demon race's camp are just remnants of the army. They are simply unbeatable. In a little while, when the sky is at its dimmest, we'll initiate a duel. Qin Dao smiled confidently as he sneaked a look at Lin Jin who was on the side. His heart couldn't stop being proud. Today is the day that I, Qin Dao, build my career. After a long time, the moon was gradually shrouded in darkness, and the entire river canyon was plunged into a state of darkness. Just at this moment, a low, hoarse voice rang in the ears of the soldiers. It is now, all of you, exterminate these beasts for me. With the call of the lead squad leader, 10,000 thousands of Northern Realm's army was like a torrential river, rushing towards the hinterland of the river canyon in a brainwave. The demonic beasts that were guarding the outside of the camp didn't have time to react before they were killed by the soldiers with a single blow and fell into a pool of blood. Immediately afterward, the army rushed straight into the demon race's camp like nobody's business. However, the next moment, all the soldiers froze. They were surprised to find that within the camp, there was only the faintly burning campfire swaying. Other than that, there was not even a trace of the presence of demonic beasts. At the moment, before the crowd, it's an empty, Empty city. Seeing this familiar yet bizarre scene, the faces of all the soldiers couldn't stop a cold sweat from breaking out. What is the situation on the front line now? Why hasn't it been reported? In the command room, Qindao's astonished voice echoed in the communication channel of the front line, but in response to him, there was a deathly silence. Finally, over the comm channel, a shaky voice came. Report to command. Demon Camp. It's the empty city. Chapter 173. At a small, peaceful pond, the three-eyed raven was still wearing the same black robe, holding a fishing rod and fishing leisurely. Suddenly, the water of the pond rippled. Lord Warlord, it's raining. Seeing this, the black giant eagle on the side hastily opened those wide wings, blocking the pattering rain for the three-eyed raven. As the human race often says, a good rain is a good time. The three-eyed raven gently shook his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Hush! Suddenly, he made a gesture of silence. Immediately afterward, the fish in that pool actually flipped over and took the initiative to bite the hook. The fish is hooked. A hint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the three-eyed raven. The fish that was hooked was also released back into the water by him. With that, he slowly stood up, the black robe behind him fluttering in the wind. Behind him, an army of tens of thousands of heavily armored demonic beasts were lining up neatly. Tell the nine-headed lion and the golden-winged roc to leave now. The three-eyed raven shrugged and paused. Let's go and give the Northlanders a great gift. Saying that, he suddenly looked up at the mountain peak not far away, and at the foot of that peak was none other than Cloud Dream Town. The moon was high in the sky, and silver light fell. It's all the same as last night, and yet it is very different. At this moment, in front of the ruins of Yunmeng Town, it was a mess, with broken walls that told of yesterday's disaster. The wind and sand rose suddenly, swirling up the dust on the ground, accompanied by a violent trembling of the earth. Suddenly, a large number of demon race elites suddenly emerged from the empty entrance of that town, like dark clouds pressing down, the dense army of heavily armored demonic beasts, like raging waves, with a deafening roar. In the air, a palpitating murderous aura filled the air. In just a few moments, that dense army of heavily armored demonic beasts quickly stepped into the core of Yunmeng Town like the wind sweeping away the leaves. And this scene was not just played out in Cloud Dream Town. Willow River Town and Gaosong Town, too, had similarly suffered from an army of demonic beasts. In the center of Cloud Dream Town, Three-Eyed Raven rode on a tall warhorse, looking at the lone figure in front of him. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Looks like I won this time. His words echoed in the night air. Raising his eyes, he saw that the one facing the tens of thousands of demonic beasts' army was actually just the figure of a teenager. That teenager was none other than Li Yubai. He scanned the heavily armored demonic beasts. They were huge and heavily armored. Obviously, each one of them was a humongous elite. Seeing this scene, Li Yaobai's expression was incomparably grave. The aura on these demonic beasts, each one of them has a Juneng of around 50 plus levels. He analyzed it calmly. To Li Yaobai, it wasn't as if he didn't have the power to fight. However, the only thing that made him feel difficult was the three-eyed raven at the head of the group. JUE Energy 80s. Li Yaobai felt the aura of spiritual energy from the three-eyed raven and frowned. Your true purpose has always been the mountains behind these three towns, hasn't it? Li Yaobai said coldly, his eyes sharp as knives as he stared at the three-eyed raven. Now, every extra minute he delayed would buy the Northern Army a precious minute. He only hoped that the Northern Army would return quickly. It seems that the Northern Army is not all fools. There are still people who understand. On the warhorse, the three-eyed raven grunted coldly, muttering in his heart, worthy of being my heavenly fated nemesis. Then the three-eyed raven looked around deliberately, as if searching for something. What? Where are those helpers of yours? He asked in mock confusion, a hint of teasing in his voice. Oh, the three-eyed raven asked himself again. Are they, right now, in the river canyon, preparing to wipe us out in one fell swoop? When he finished, he let out a loud laugh as he leaned forward again. That laughter was incomparably shrill and piercing. Honestly, I didn't think my ploy was all that seamless. In my eyes, it's actually quite crude, even clumsy. He paused, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. But why, then, do they fall for it so easily? Because I made them so full that they forgot what it was like to be hungry. The three-eyed raven laughed maniacally and epileptically. I let them keep winning, until they get blindly confident, until they get radicalized, until they think we're untouchable, that I'm nothing more than that. Whenever they have to stop and begin to reflect, I continue to feed them feeding their greed with victories so that they are completely dominated by it. That's ugly human nature, a weakness that can never be shaken. The three-eyed raven's voice grew higher and higher pitched. Forever untouchable? That's your northern army. He looked at Li Yubai with contempt. Seeing Li Yubai's stony face, the three-eyed crow's heart became even more frantic. Kid, I love your helpless look. The more helpless you are, the more excited I get. Immediately, you are about to become a plaything in my hands. At my mercy. At that moment, Li Yubai took a slight step back. You can try. Inside the command room, deadly silence, and on the big screen in front of them, footage taken by soldiers on the spot was being shown. Everyone, I need an explanation. With that, Lin Jin turned his head to look at the crowd. Chapter 174. Faced with this suddenness, facing Lin Jin's questioning, inside the command room, there was actually a dead silence once again. At this moment, it was as if even the air had frozen. The gazes of the crowd, coincidentally, focused on the electronic screen in front of them, and the image that was playing on it was clearly the empty demon race camp. There was a silence that was indescribably eerie. The battle reports from the front line keep coming in. 10,000 thousands of soldiers in the north almost turned this land upside down, but froze even a hair of the demonic beast army did not find. It was only at this moment that all the soldiers came back to their senses. They finally understood. This empty demonic beast camp was exactly what the demon race had specifically left for them. But what it was all about, none of the soldiers could figure out. Reporting to command, we have conducted a carpet search of the entire river canyon. Aside from the several hundred demonic guards that we initially encountered, we did not find any traces of the demonic beast army. On the communicator, intelligence from the front line came again. We are currently in place and requesting instructions on what to do next. However, the response to the soldiers. Instead, there was a silence in the command room. Lin Jin sat at the very front of the command stage, pursing his lips tightly and not saying a word, his pale face shrouded in a layer of iron blue, looking unusually cold. In this weird and depressing atmosphere, Qin Dao, Shui Yi, and Yuenwa were even frozen in place like wooden statues, not even daring to breathe a breath. The heart of the crowd knows. The situation at hand is beyond their comprehension. The trajectory of things has long deviated far from their expectations. There is no expected one-stroke annihilation of the enemy. There is no fantastic comprehensive victory. At this moment, although the command room was silent and no one dared to speak, the same question surfaced in everyone's mind. Since the three-eyed raven gave them this, then the real army of demonic beasts, at this moment, exactly hidden in what place? Just when the crowd was in a state of panic, there was a sudden shrill current on the command room's comm channel. Marshal Lin, there are other frontline channels requesting a call. A soldier on the workbench reported hurriedly. Pick up, Lin Jin said in a deep voice. Immediately afterward, in the communication channel, a low, hoarse, middle-aged man's voice rang out, calling the command headquarters. This is the deputy leader of the Snow Wolf Force, Bahu. We have been stationed in the towns of Liuha, Yunmeng, and Gaosong by order of Captain Li. Meanwhile, in a ruined outpost in Willow River Town, Bahu was leading 11 team members to temporarily build a communication base in the ruins. Without waiting for the people in the command room to recover from their shock, Bahu's urgent voice came over again. Reporting to command, the situation is extremely serious and has become 100,000% urgent. Right now, the demon race has dispatched a total of tens of thousands of heavily armored troops in the three towns of Willow River Town, Yunmeng Town, and Gaosong Town. And even though the strength of each town is unevenly distributed, there are at least thousands of them. Even more seriously, according to our observation, all of these demon soldiers are carrying blasting spirit weapons with them. At this point, Bahu's voice faded, but every word he said was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the crowd. In the communication channel, the hissing and roaring of the demonic beast army was faintly audible, echoing throughout the command room. Their purpose is to blow up the mountain. Suddenly, Bahu began to shout. Once the peak collapses, the flood will inundate Fengming Pass. The situation is urgent. Captain Li asked me to make sure to tell Commander Su to quickly evacuate the residents of the pass. Our Snow Wolf troops will do our best to delay the attack of the demon army. Please ask the main force to quickly return to help. However, without waiting for Bahu to finish his words, with a roar from the demonic beast, the communication channel on the opposite side then suddenly lost its signal. The moment. It was as if the crowd in the command room had been struck by lightning, their brains instantly falling into blankness and their minds completely stopping. Hiss. There was a chorus of backward breaths. So, all that Captain Lee said during the day was actually true. An officer finally came back from the shock and muttered, despite the fact that the facts were laid bare before their eyes. The crowd still found it difficult to break free from the great shock. Just for a moment. Anger, frustration, remorse, shame, all kinds of complicated emotions, like a tidal wave, surged into the hearts of the people, making them almost unable to breathe. They finally realized that they had been played like a stupid idiot by that three-eyed raven. The shame of General Wu Guang has not only not been cleansed, but, instead, they have created an even greater shame on this battlefield. It turns out that all the victories are false. Suddenly, I don't know who sighed silently from the crowd. Just a phone call away. The joy and fantasies in the hearts of the people were then completely shattered and reduced to nothing like fragile glass. Lin Jin, who was sitting in front of him, had a pair of large hands that were actually trembling slightly as he took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. On that pale face, the colors of exhaustion and emaciation became more and more obvious, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. At this point, Jimin was the first to react. He quickly picked up the channel of the front line. All troops in the river canyon now immediately return to the towns of Gaosong, Yunmeng, and Liuha by the same route. This is an order of 100,000 pounds. You guys have to rush as fast as you can. Don't ask why. It's a military order. Jimin's roar echoed through the calm channel. Roger that. Our troops have begun their return journey. Although, the soldiers on the front line didn't know what was happening yet. An ominous feeling surged in their hearts. Something big. It's going to happen. After accounting for everything, cold sweat broke out all over Ji Ning's body. He stood transfixed, his gaze fixed on the map of the north. Qin Dao, northern troops back to help. Even at the fastest speed, it will take a day. If the three armies can't make it back in time, do you know, what will that mean? Ji Ning's voice trembled, as if every word was squeezed out from the bottom of his heart. Fengming Pass, the gateway to the northern realm, will then be breached by the illusory Moon Demon Kingdom. Without the barrier of Fengming Pass, the demon army will be like no one's business, driving straight into the center of Black Desert City in one fell swoop, or even, directly under our noses. At that point, they will come and go as they please, and there's nothing we can do about it. Ji Ming's voice grew high as his gaze turned to Qin Dao behind him. Hearing Jimin's angry rebuke, Qin Dao's pupils shrunk violently, his eyes began to lax, and then, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. He naturally understood the seriousness of the consequences. Qin Dao never thought that the three-eyed raven would sacrifice the lives of an army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts to accompany him in this play. What he didn't expect even more was that the three-eyed raven would come up with such a crazy plan. Qin Dao understands that if he can be a little more cautious and a little more guarded, three-eyed crow's scheme, perhaps he will not succeed so easily. But at this moment, nothing can be undone. Qin Dao felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by darkness, and above that abyss, a black demon pupil, a pair of scarlet blood pupils, two figures, were gazing at him coldly, making him feel unable to breathe. Now, what awaits you is no longer the coveted great battle success, but a complete and utter defeat and ruin. Under great psychological pressure and remorse, an intense dizziness hit him, and immediately afterward, Qin Dao actually vomited violently. Chapter 175, The Fate of the Snow Wolf. I've said it before, I trust Li Yubai's judgment. At this time, Su Mumu walked into the crowd. The silver-haired girl's clear and pleasant voice echoed in the silent command room. He's obviously warned you guys twice in a row. But what about you guys? What have you done? But if you had listened to his advice earlier, we wouldn't be in the predicament we're in today. The young girl pointed at Cui Yi and Yuenua's noses and cursed angrily in a high voice. I don't understand. Who are you to look down on him? Compared to him, you guys are the real losers. At this time, Sumumu slapped the table with force. Now is not the time for you to be frustrated. Li Yubai. He must be in those 3 towns right now, resisting the demon race's attack. I need your help. As soon as her words fell, on the electronic map in front of everyone's eyes, several hundred blue dots representing the Northern Territory Army had gradually approached those 3 towns. Moo, when was this army sent? See this scene. Lin Jin's eyes instantly lit up. Just when Li Yubai alerted us, I had already sent the remaining 1,000 or so soldiers in the military battalion to each of the 3 towns. Su Mumu explained. Granted, it's a drop in the bucket, but I'm hoping that they can stall a little longer. Hearing Su Mumu's words, Lin Jin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Yeah, after all, I'm too old and senile. Then, he glanced at the vomiting and fainting Qin Dao, as well as the dumbfounded Cui Yi and Yuenua. and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Take them away first. I'll deal with them later," Lin Jin said. Under the eyes of everyone, the three of them, Qin Dao, were then dragged out by several middle-aged men. Suddenly, the old man lowered his head, as if remembering something. "Like them, I was blinded by greed. I, for one, owe the boy an apology." With that, Lin Jin turned around and looked at Su Mumu with relief. "Commander Su, you did a great job." With that, he made his way to the command deck. "Pick up the Phoenix Pass garrison and pass on my order. Gather all the current King Realm experts that can be mobilized in Longjiang Prefecture, as well as the soldiers of Fengming Pass, and bring all the transportation spirit weapons with you to evacuate all the people and materials from Fengming Pass in the shortest amount of time. We need to prepare for the worst." Willow River Township. Ba Hu stood on top of the peak, his gaze like a torch as he looked out at the army of heavily armored demonic beasts on the ground, their silhouettes constantly weaving in and out of the ruins, wrapped in an aura of deathly solemnity, as if they wanted to completely devour this land. A heavy pressure, like an invisible mountain, weighed heavily on the hearts of the crowd. The 12 snow wolves, except for the 2 newcomers, were close to Junang level 60, and were the elites of the northern troops. However, at this moment, they have to face thousands of Junang level 50 heavy armored demonic beasts, and their task is to delay these demonic beasts for at least a day. How does this look? It's all an impossible thing to accomplish. Wolf King, Willow River Town and Tall Pines Town are in position and ready for your orders. Baha clutched the badge in his hand and reported to the teenager across from him. "The squad from Cloud Dream Town has also dispersed to support you." In the meantime, Li Yaobai's voice also came from the badge. "Cloud Dream Town, let me alone to guard it." At those words, Bahu nodded and answered softly. Understood. He understood Li Yaobai's strength, so Bahu didn't have any opinions. However, just then, the teenager's words suddenly paused and continued. "At the rate the main army is coming back, it will be hard for us to delay for a day. If, however, any of you want to leave, I won't have any problem with it." Li Nightwhite's meaning was naturally understood by Bahu. The number of demonic beasts that had come to attack this time was simply too large, and moreover, all of them were well-equipped, heavily armored armies. Even counting the brothers who rushed from Yunmeng Town, they only have 18 people. With their strength, it is undoubtedly as difficult as heaven to delay for a day. They all know it in their hearts. It would be an extremely difficult battle, and even that could be a pointless sacrifice. After a long time, at the corner of Bahu's mouth, a bitter smile appeared. "Captain Li, we are snow wolves that have been buried in the snowy mountains of the north all our lives. Dying in the north is the best place for us snow wolves. One more minute we stall and one more minute of hope for the north." "No?" His hands trembled as he clutched the badge in his hand. "Captain Li, this may be our last call. Although we have never met, I still want to say thank you. By the way, here are 2 more of your friends. They have something to say to you too." Baha's words were suddenly interrupted, followed by 2 distinct voices ringing out at the same time. "Night White." A flirty voice took the lead. Sun Sung shouted at the badge. "You remember that. It is not said that there are no clothes." With the sun, immediately afterward, Shui Tao's steady voice sounded again. "Take care, good brother." Hearing Sun Chang and Shui Tao's voices, Li Yaobai's heart, at once, fluttered. He never expected that Shui Tao and Sun Chang, the 2 former comrades who had been born to die with him, would also join the Snow Wolf force and fight alongside him once again. In this instant, the past flashed through my mind like a walk in the park. Li Yaobai's heart was filled with mixed feelings and emotions. He wants them to leave, but he can't say it. Li Nightwhite knew that even if he said it, they would not agree. In the end, 1,000 words were turned into a short command. "Take care, brother." And right at this moment, the 3-eyed raven's grim voice suddenly came from across Li Yaobai. "Kid, the game can end here. So, are you going to fight against my army of 10,000 heavy armor, all by yourself? Let's not talk about whether or not you can hold it here. The other 2 places are enough for you guys to drink, right?" The 3-eyed raven's feathered fan lightly waved, and the tens of thousands of demonic beasts' army behind them immediately condensed their aura and stood ready to fire. At this time, 200-meter-tall figures also quietly appeared behind Li Yaobai. Li Bai held a long sword and stepped on it. Yu Fei held his lance tightly, not moving like a mountain. 2 figures, one on the left and one on the right, firmly protected Li Yaobai in the center. As for Li Yaobai himself, he was likewise holding a leeching spear in one hand and a long sword in the other. This time, he would have to fight himself. Suddenly, behind the 3-eyed crow, That Black Mountain boss was foolishly about to step out. Lord Warlord, why bother so much? The little one directly go over to crush him. However, the three-eyed raven waved its hand, stopping the giant black eagle. No! The three-eyed raven let out a stern cry. King Realm experts can't directly intervene in the battlefield. This is a pact made between the State Lord and the Northern Realm. We can't break the rules. The three-eyed raven smiled faintly. I have my own way of dealing with him. After saying that, the three-eyed crow leisurely waved the feathered fan in his hand. In an instant, the roars of the demonic beasts were deafening, like thunderous booms, and the earth trembled continuously under their furious running. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts' army, like a wild horse, like an arrow, with the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, rushed straight to that lone standing teenage figure. Chapter 176, Disgusting Frenemy. Buzz, buzz. A light shiver passed through the air. Li Bai's figure suddenly disappeared. Next moment, above the heads of the demonic beast army, a fine and harsh sword chi condensed out of thin air, like a heavenly net. Within the range enveloped by this dense sword chi, all of the heavily armored demonic beasts were bound by an invisible sword intent, unable to move. The spiritual aura and strength of Li Bai, who was at level 80 of Ju energy, had completely crushed these heavy armored demonic beasts that were more than 50 levels of Ju energy. Go! As he drank softly, those fine sword chi, like heavenly maidens scattering flowers, stabbed straight at the heads of those heavily armored demonic beasts. As these sword chi exploded, the heads of those demonic beasts were instantly transformed into a bloody firework. What a great tactic! Yu Fei exclaimed in admiration. With that, he violently lifted the huge leeching spear, which seemed to contain the strength of 1,000 pounds. With a wave of Yu Fei's hand, the incoming group of heavily armored demonic beasts were swept away in unison like fallen leaves swept up by a gale. In the densely packed army of demonic beasts, the leeching spring's gun traveled through like a giant dragon, and wherever it passed, the demonic beasts flocked to avoid it. Under the gun intent, a spacious path was violently stabbed out in the middle of the army. Night White, on! Yu Fei yelled. At this moment, Li Yaobai's figure skyrocketed, transforming into a sharp arrow that violently shot into the interior of the demonic beast army. The weird thing was that Li Yaobai's attack was mixed with a weird green poisonous mist. Once that poisonous mist came into contact with the wounds of the demonic beasts, it was like the devil's tentacles, instantly dissolving into the bodies of the demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts, the moment they came into contact with this green poisonous mist, it was as if they had been cast a spell of immobilization. Losing their ability to act, they fall into a state of deep paralysis, their bodies stiff and unable to move. At the same time, the aura of spiritual energy in their bodies became incomparably disordered, as if they were being disturbed by some kind of power, the poison of heavenly Gothic. Down so hard? Witnessing the reaction of the demonic beasts after they were poisoned, Li Yaobai couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. Right at this moment, behind Li Yaobai, hundreds of heavily armored demonic beast figures came barreling in like a fierce wind and rain. Night White, look out! Yu Fei, who was quick on his feet, hurriedly voiced a reminder. However, in the face of this sudden sneak attack, Li Yaobai gently smiled. 5 suns concentric rings. At that very moment, a black aura suddenly lit up on his wrist. Those demonic beasts ferociously surrounded the attack, and at the moment of contact with that black aura, 5 ghostly faces with open teeth and claws instantly appeared out of thin air around Li Yaobai. Those 5 ghostly faces hissed and twisted, emitting sharp and ear-piercing laughter, and the evil aura emanating from them actually caused the group of demonic beasts to be slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, the attacks of these demonic beasts were dissolved one by one, allowing those 5 ghost faces to eat them up. Lord Warlord, what is that thing? Witnessing this scene, that Black Mountain boss's face suddenly changed as he shouted in terror. That black giant eagle gazed at Li Yaobai's 5 suns concentric ring, feeling the evil aura emanating from it. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop trembling. The aura of those 5 ghost faces is even more evil than my demonic aura, Boss Black Mountain said incredulously. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the three-eyed raven. However, the three-eyed crow was also frowning at the moment, his expression grave. Something's not right. Something's not right. The three-eyed raven suddenly spoke. Can't you notice that the aura on that kid? It's very off? After saying that, in the center of the three-eyed crow's brow, the black and gold vertical pupil suddenly shot out a black light. It was the art of divination that came from his divine beast bloodline. Under the black light, the three-eyed raven stared at Li Yaobai's 2 summoned spirits with a deadpan expression, as if it had seen a ghost. No, how long has this been going on? Why is it that the aura on them is even the same as mine? The three-eyed raven was confused. Moreover, the aura on this kid's body, the battle power, compared to before, is simply heaven and earth. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The three-eyed raven muttered, and in his voice, there was still an unbelievable shock. Suddenly, as if he had calculated something, his pupils shrunk dramatically, and a look of horror appeared on his face. ******ing. It turns out that this destiny of an archenemy is so bizarre. As long as I reach any realm, this kid will catch up with me by leaps and bounds within a very short period of time. He sucked in a breath of cold air at the thought. Only an even match deserves to be called an archenemy. I finally get it. The old ancestor said that the destiny of the predestined enemy is a destiny that our divine crow clan must pass, and this kid's existence is what heaven sent to disgust me. At this moment, the three-eyed crow's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten. Lee Night White's growth speed has far exceeded his expectations. And, can't you see, that kid has only conjured up 2 summoning spirits so far. We can't spend any more time with him. Notify the other 2 units and finish the mission quickly. Chapter 177, The Death of the Snow Wolf. Meanwhile, on 2 other smoke-filled battlefields, those armies of demonic beasts clad in heavy armor, as if they had received some kind of signal, actually stopped their pace unanimously. However, the sudden pause lasted only a moment. Immediately afterward, they accelerated forward with an even more ferocious momentum. Frantically, carrying incredibly powerful blasting spirit weapons on their bodies, they ran wildly in unison in the direction of the peaks deep within the town. Captain Baal, a voice rang out over the calm with a hint of urgency. The demonic beast army has arrived at the intended location. Inside the town of Willow River, a mouse traveled quickly across the ground. Sun Chang stood on top of the roof of a ruin, an eerie blue light flickering in his eyes. Beside him, a massive rat gazed around with those same glittering blue eyes. As Sun Chang's words fell, the eyes of Bahu, who was on the opposite side of the communicator, instantly froze. All squads, take cover quickly. I'm going to bury the blasting line. Bahu's low voice rang out over the calm. Immediately afterward, the aura of spiritual energy on his body violently dispersed. A fierce wind sprang up, scattering sand in all directions, and his hands, wrapped tightly in a mass of raging wind and sand. Under Bahu's intentional manipulation, the earth, rocks and yellow sand in those ruins seemed to be given life as they tumbled and surged, wrapping up the Snow Wolf squad's blasting spirit weapons and burying them deeply under the ground. Boom! 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 Just at the moment when the army of demonic beasts was about to step on the ground, the trap set up by Bahu and the others violently erupted with a terrifying explosion. Those demonic beast armies rushing at the front were as if they were violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand. In just an instant, he was blown into a flying blood mist, failing to leave even a single hair behind. The power of the explosion was so strong that it even detonated the explosive spirit weapons carried by the demonic beasts one after another. The entire battlefield. It was instantly plunged into a sea of fire and smoke. As the smoke gradually cleared, under this series of violent explosions, in front of the army of demonic beasts, a bottomless, several feet wide chasm in the sky was unexpectedly blown out. This chasm stretched across the battlefield, separating the demonic beasts' armies on the path to the mountain peak. Before the demonic beasts could recover from their shock, immediately afterward, a dozen snow-white figures appeared out of thin air like ghosts at the back of the demonic beast group. They were none other than Bahu's Snow Wolf squad, each member of which was a veteran who had been through hundreds of battles and had a lot of experience. They all exuded a gut-wrenching murderous aura, in silent cooperation with their own talents. The members of the Snow Wolf squad were like the god of death descending, crazily harvesting the lives of the demonic beasts. Their movements were swift and accurate, and each attack struck the heavy-armored demonic beasts right in their vitals. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly staining their white combat uniforms red. Brothers, if we can stall for a minute, we'll earn a minute, Bahu roared, and led the way by plunging headlong into the group of heavily armored demonic beasts. He harnessed the yellow sand and rocky soil as if he was one with the earth, constantly cutting into the battlefield and creating favorable fighting space for his team members. However, there is no way around it. The number of these heavily armored demon beast armies is just too much, as if they are endless. After they fought to kill one wave, immediately afterward, 3 more waves of demonic beasts came like a tidal wave and angrily surrounded them. Under the wave after wave of human sea tactic siege, the members of the Snow Wolf squad were rapidly running out of stamina despite their resistance. Their movements began to slow and their breathing became labored. Captain, these beasts, there is no way to kill them all. A Snow Wolf member's arm trembled, his voice carrying a deep despair. Alone, he had already killed over 100 demonic beasts in a short period of time, but when he looked up, he realized that more than 300 more demonic beasts had tightly surrounded him. A feeling of powerless despair, like a heavy boulder, pressed tightly on his heart, making him almost unable to breathe. Finally, after decapitating dozens more demonic beasts, that Snow Wolf member's body could no longer be supported and fell heavily into a pool of blood. His eyes gradually lost focus and became more and more tired. His arms hung feebly at his sides, and his legs could no longer take half a step. Team Ba, I can't do it. His faint voice rang out across the battlefield. At this moment, behind Bahu, who was struggling to cut through the battlefield, suddenly came a slight call. Team Ba, I want to go home and see the snowy mountains again. Bahu turned sharply to look. His own teammates, who had fallen one after another from exhaustion, their battle uniforms, which were originally as white as snow wolves, had, at this moment, been dyed red with blood, like a poignant red flower blooming on the battlefield. Pang! A loud bang came. Bahu's heart broke. He watched as his teammates, who had been born to die and fought side by side, were completely drowned under the frantic siege of the demonic beasts. Their corpses, mercilessly trampled by the group of heavily armored demonic beasts, turned into a puddle of flesh and mud that was no longer recognizable. Ah! Seeing this scene, Bahu's pupils instantly turned blood red as he trembled and roared in pain. In this world, there is nothing more painful than witnessing the death of one's nearest and dearest, and there is nothing he can do but watch it happen. Just as Bahu was in a painful struggle, a beastly roar came to his ears. By his side, wave after wave of heavily armored demonic beasts came up, which seemed to be endless, never knowing how to get tired. In the face of all this, Bahu, however, stood motionless as if his soul had been drained. His eyes were hollow. It seems to have lost all its vitality. Put! A bolt of blood suddenly splattered on Bahu's face, snapping him out of his shock. He looked up, only to see the muscular Xuetao, who had sturdily blocked him. As for Xuetao's body, it had been pierced through by the sharp claws of the demonic beasts, and blood flowed like a stream on the crumbling earth. Xuetao! Bahu hurriedly summoned a channel of rocky soil, wrapping himself in Xuetao tightly. He hugged Xuetao tightly and called out his name. Xuetao! Xuetao! I command you to answer me. Bahu's voice quivered. However, Xuetao's body was no longer responsive. He fell into Bahu's arms. Hot blood flowed on top of the snow wolf insignia, coloring the clean white into a blinding red. On his deathbed, Xuetao did not leave a single word. He just stared blankly at the distant sky. That direction was none other than the mountains of the northern realm. Chapter 178, A Soul Returns to Its Homeland. Ha! That's really out of line. High above, the nine-headed lion lowered its head and silently observed the situation on the battlefield. The corner of its mouth hooked into a disdainful sneer. Although the three-eyed raven had orders to not allow him and the Black Mountain Nine Fiends to directly participate in the battlefield, in the nine-headed lion's opinion, even if he didn't make a move, the end of this battle was already predetermined. A mere dozen or so people want to stop my thousands of heavily armored troops? The nine-headed lion hummed contemptuously. This senseless behavior of the Snow Wolf squad was extremely foolish in his opinion. Then he ordered in a loud voice, all the warriors of the Demon Kingdom, take that big mountain in front of me. The first to rush to that peak will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones. The first to blow open a corner of the peak will be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones. The first to break open a gap in the peak will be named a great vanguard. The nine-headed lion's words had just fallen. These demonic beasts became frenzied as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. They completely ignored Bahu. Surprisingly, he used his own flesh and blood to fill in the gully that had been blasted out before. After a long time, a violent tremor came from the earth. Boom! Boom! Immediately afterward, an even stronger tremor came. Bahu hid in the rocky fortress of his own making, but he could still clearly hear the roaring sound of the mountain being blasted by a spirit weapon. Bahu understood in his heart. The army of the demon race had managed to reach the foot of the mountain peak, and their line of defense had been broken through so easily. He hugged Xuetao's body tightly and returned to the ground, and the sight in front of him was even more heartbreaking. The place had become empty. Not even the shadow of a demonic beast could be seen. On the streets, there were limbs and broken arms of the demonic beasts everywhere, and the smell of blood was suffocating. And Bahu's Snow Wolf squad, those brothers who had fought alongside him, were all lying in a pool of blood at this moment. Their bodies were torn apart, none of them intact. Seeing this scene, Bahu stood alone, his body unable to stop trembling. He trembled and began to bawl. Crying, he fell to his knees. plunged headfirst into the blood, and kept kowtowing. "I'm sorry. Sorry." He whimpered so low that his scalp had been cracked. "It's all my fault, you guys." Just then, a bloody man, covered in blood and mud and barely recognizable as a human being, was carried by a group of rats and limped over to Bahu. "Team Ba, the brothers of Tall Pines, have all been sacrificed." Sun Chang's voice was hoarse, and every word he said seemed to consume his entire body. He had thought that he had died on the battlefield. While his consciousness was blurred, he was dragged into the middle of the ground by a group of rats, and it was because of those rats that Sun Chang survived. "Now, in the Snow Wolf troop, there are only 2 of us left." Sun Chang smiled bitterly, his blood and mud-stained lips trembling slightly, revealing his white teeth. Boom! Boom! In the distance, the sound of mountain peaks being continuously blasted came, gradually overshadowing Sun Chang's voice. "The defense line has been broken through. We did our best." Baho muttered, lost in thought, his eyes vacantly at Shwetao's corpse. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, as if drained of all strength. War, the most destructive thing of all. Bahu's heart had been completely enveloped by despair. Sun Chang also collapsed beside Bahu, and after a long time, he patted Bahu's shoulder. "If we just go, years from now, when you look back, will you look down on yourself for running away now?" After saying that, Sun Chang used all his strength and stood up violently. He was lost in thought as he looked at Shwetao's corpse. Finally, with great force, he held Shwetao tightly in his arms. "Tao, wait for me." Immediately afterward, he turned around and rushed towards the distant peak. Just in the next moment, Baha had already stood beside him. "That was a very good line you said." Sun Sung was surprised for a moment. Bahu, however, smiled bashfully. "It is not said that there is no garment, but the same robe as the sun." Boom! A loud bang came from the foot of the peak. Here, the army of demonic beasts were frantically destroying the area as they placed their blasting spirit weapons at the foot of the mountain. With the detonation of the spirit weapon, a thin gap was blown out between the mountains, and in those gaping cracks, constantly ejecting raging river water. Soon the water was over the knees of the demonic beasts. Just then, on the ground around them, tens of thousands of rat tides suddenly emerged, and the eyes of these rats all bloomed with a ghostly blue light. As soon as they appeared, they frantically pounced on those demonic beast groups, gnawing on their flesh and blood. Immediately after that, countless more clods of earth suddenly rumbled up from the ground, firmly blocking the foot of the mountain at the very front, hindering the demonic beasts from blowing up the mountain. "Slaughter those 2 humans who are in the way." Seeing this, the demonic beast leader who was leading the group pointed at the 2 figures at the back and roared. Soon, Sun Chang and Bahu were surrounded tightly by hundreds of heavily armored demonic beasts, facing the renewed siege of the demonic beast army. Instead, the 2 men smiled at each other. That smile, already looking down on life and death. "In your next life, be brothers again." Sun Sung spoke softly. Amidst the deafening sound of the beast, the 2 figures fell silently. This time, Sun Chang never stood up again, and his life was forever frozen in this moment. Bahu, on the other hand, closed his tired eyes with a relieved smile. Just for an hour, the Snow Wolf troop, 48 snow wolves, were then buried forever in the lands of the north. Shortly after the Snow Wolf unit fell, the entrance to the 3 towns, the more than 1,000 Northern Territory soldiers that Sumumu had sent out had each arrived at the battlefield. At the same time, the tragic images of the scene were synchronized by them to the electronic screen in the command room. Tall Pines. The corpses of the Snow Wolf squad were brutally piled up by the demonic beasts, and a blazing fire raged over the corpses. And the situation in Willow River is even more dismal. The corpses of the Snow Wolf squad had become a bloody mess, and it was almost impossible to recognize what they once looked like. They mingled with the limbs of the demonic beasts, and their blood dyed the earth a blood red. Witness the bodies, gazing at the scene that was as tragic as it could be. A dead silence fell over the command room, and everyone was unable to say a word, as if they had been strangled. Sitting at the very front was Linjin, the old man who had survived countless battles and climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this moment, it was actually unsteady and stood up headfirst. "I was wrong. I am old and stupid." He stared dead at the screen, his voice choked with old tears. What kind of brutal battles have they experienced? An officer's eyes, already wet with tears. He bowed his head in agony and clenched his hands into fists, unable to look at the scene again. And the rest of the crowd, too, bowed their heads in silence. In their hearts, there was only endless grief and remorse. It was a moment of silence for all, and the people also finally realized that Qin Dao did what wrong. They began to reflect, began to examine the current situation. They finally realized how serious the crisis facing the Northern Realm was. Right now, if we could have listened to Captain Lee earlier, perhaps, someone lost his voice and cried. If they had listened to the teenager earlier, perhaps the North would not have paid such a terrible price. But in this world, there are no pills of regret. On the side, Jiming's eyes had also been wet with tears, and his glasses were filled with fog. Su Mumu was similarly choking. The Snow Wolf troop had always been her responsibility, and to say that it hurt, no one hurt more than her. Look at the familiar faces. Now, but lying on the cold ground, her heart ached like a knife. Suddenly, Su Mumu remembered something. Where is Li Yubai? Where is Li Night White? Chapter 179, One Man Can Stop a Million Armies. Su Mumu's voice echoed in the communication channel. Reporting to command, Captain Lee is not in Willow River. Then came another report from the soldiers at the front. Reporting to command, not at Tall Pines. After a long time, a voice broke the silence. In Cloud Dream, hear this. Su Mumu's heart tightened. However, Ji Ming suddenly interjected. All troops, immediately go to the foot of the mountain peak. Delay the demonic beast hordes. Wait for support from the main force. However, the picture, those soldiers of the Northern Territory Army, surprisingly motionless, stood in front of the corpses of the Snow Wolf squad. Why haven't you acted yet? Jimin shouted anxiously. Just when the crowd thought that the soldiers were frightened by the bloody and cruel scene, the screen suddenly moved. The soldiers began to arrange the corpses of the Snow Wolf squads neatly together, followed by hundreds of suicide notes, which were neatly placed aside these corpses. Report, sir, when we die, please bury our bodies together. The soldiers spoke in unison. They then gave a military salute in unison. Immediately afterward, in the night, they made a righteous dash for the distant peaks, and in the picture of the town of Cloud Dreams, the crowd finally saw Li Yubai's figure. This teenager, at the moment, was covered in blood. His eyes, however, remained firm and cold, as if he was a tireless fighting machine. His figure, weaving back and forth through the army of demonic beasts. Every strike of the teenager is as precise and deadly as the scythe of the god of death, and wherever he goes, a large number of demonic beasts fall with him, and the two summoned spirits behind him similarly charged through the tens of thousands of demonic beast armies. Above the streets of Yunming town, the corpses of the heavily armored demonic beasts had piled up, dismembered limbs and broken flesh, broken armor scales scattered all over the ground, spread all over the broken ground. This shocking scene let a person shudder. Inside the command room, seeing this scene, the crowd instantly froze. They never expected it. In Cloud Dream Town, this teenager had actually used his own strength to hold back an army of 10,000 demonic beasts with heavy armor. Hiss! All these demonic beasts, he killed them all by himself? Seeing this scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This Captain Lee, what kind of monster is he? The crowd kept gulping, eyes full of shock and awe. They knew deep down that if they themselves were placed on that battlefield, facing an army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts, it would be absolutely impossible for them to do all that Li Yubai had done. This teenager had already surpassed the limits of normal people, and even the limits of his own realm. Now, in the eyes of the crowd, he is a veritable god of killing. Just as the crowd was in a state of shock, Lin Jin, however, keenly noticed the movement at the back. He saw the three-eyed raven, as well as the giant black eagle figures that were hovering silently in mid-air. Was a little late to the party after all. Lin Jin sighed secretly in his heart. He had already realized that now, even if the middle-aged man of the king realm he had sent out reached the battlefield, it would be impossible to bring Li Yaobai back to the barracks. At this moment, Lin Jin was already in a state of confusion. He was both worried about the safety of Li Yubai, but also worried about the situation in the north. This game has not ended. Strange, his summoned spirits, aren't there 4 of them? Jimin frowned and asked in surprise. He likewise noticed the weirdness of the battlefield. Just as the crowd was puzzled, the picture of Willow River Town suddenly changed. Just as the 300 soldiers were about to charge, above the sky of Willow River Town, a cloudy sky was covered with lightning and thunder. In an instant, the wind was howling. The sound of wind and thunder was incessant, as if there was some kind of powerful force hiding behind the dark clouds. Boom! Immediately afterward, a muffled thunderous roar came, shocking the eardrums of all the demons. In the next moment, countless blue-purple thunderbolts blasted up furiously at the foot of the mountain like a heavenly punishment. Those thick thunderbolts kept blasting furiously, and the army of demonic beasts at the foot of the mountain peaks were instantly blasted into charred and blackened remnants. I am under the sect of Yunzhongzi of the Jade Pillar Cave of the Terminal Mountain. Lei Zhenzi. As that voice fell, a blue-purple skinned figure appeared in front of all the demons. His upper body was naked and imprinted with Dao Lei lines. His long vermilion-colored hair was cascading, and he was born with a sharp-toothed and sharp-mouthed Thunderduke phase, holding a wind and thunder golden stick. Pop! The wind and thunder wings behind Lei Zhenzi's back shook. The shadows beneath those wings cover the sky. When did the people get an air force? On the ground, the demonic beast leaders had been completely dumbfounded. Without waiting for them to react, Lei Zhenzi once again swung the wind thunder golden stick in his hand. Another thick thunderbolt struck down fiercely. This time, it slashed directly on that chief's head. Meanwhile, shortly after Thunderclap appeared, the foothills of tall pines, a three-legged giant tripod smashed down in the air. Aftermath. A piece of heavily armored demonic beasts was instantly smashed into mush. In the next moment, the three tokens formed a yellow shroud of light, firmly encircling another piece of heavily armored demonic beast. Demonic evil, come and die. A burly, muscular and fierce-looking figure appeared in midair. On his chin, he bore a thick, straggly beard. His eyes were as big as bronze bells, and his pupils were like ghostly flames. He held a huge sword with a straight blade and flashing red light. That figure was none other than the heavenly master Zhong Kuei. Beside Zhong Kuei stood a white-haired, middle-aged man with an extremely ordinary, pristine face. However, he exuded an aura that made people dare not look directly at him. Shen Nong and Zhong Kuei, two divine souls. One holds a ghost-chopping sword. Sword light is fierce. Wherever it goes, the demonic beasts have turned into a road of black mist, dissipated into nothing. The other, on the other hand, was steadily stepping on top of the divine farmer's tripod, summoning a dead formation in place. Deadly formation, broken-hearted bitterness. As Shen Nong's low voice rang out, a poisonous fog instantly filled the air. Once the demonic beasts came into contact with this poisonous mist, it was as if they had encountered corrosive acid, and they instantly rotted into blood. The moment. 3 images of the battlefield. It was reflected in everyone's eyes at the same time. 5 summoned spirits. 1 teenager. At the same time, it delayed the 3 battlefields and the tens of thousands of demonic beasts' armies' frantic attack. See this scene. The crowd in the command room had fallen silent. It was like they were watching a science fiction movie or experiencing an incredible dream. However, beat them to death. This is not a fictionalized plot. Rather, it's what happens in reality. Gazing at the teenager's figure, Lin Jin couldn't help but freeze. His eyes, in a trance, seemed to travel through time and space. Gradually, Lin Jin froze. At this moment, a familiar figure, and Li Yubai's figure gradually reunited. The beautiful mountains and rivers are vast, and one man can stop 1,000,000 armies. This verse is exactly what people use to praise the legendary general of the north, Wu Guang. And at this moment, this verse, it can't help but appear in Lin Jin's mind. As he said that, 2 lines of hot tears flowed from his pale eyes. Wu Guang, I see a shadow of your former self, Lin Jin whispered. In that moment, it was as if he saw the old friend who had once fought alongside him again. If I had used him early, why would I be here?